In a fantastical realm where strength reigns supreme, Qin Feng finds himself transmigrated as the disgraced former crown prince, condemned to oversee the imperial tombs, leading a life of desolation. Yet, at this juncture, a divine signing-in system manifests, promising bountiful rewards for check-ins at various locations. Chapter 1. The disgraced crown prince oversees the imperial tombs. In the fourth year of the Summer Dynasty, during spring, the edict proclaimed, Crown Prince Qin Feng, you are hereby deposed. You shall be dispatched to guard the tomb of the great ancestor. The brevity of the imperial decree underscored its gravity. The fury of the Summer Emperor was palpable, sending tremors through the court and beyond. No one anticipated that Qin Feng, who had only recently ascended to the Eastern Palace for 2.5 years, would be so abruptly stripped of his title and relegated to the desolate duty of tomb guardian. Given the emperor's notorious decisiveness, none dared to inquire about the reasons behind this decree. After all, in the annals of the Great Summer, only this dynasty had the audacity to execute entire clans. At that moment, the tombs lay barren and forlorn, the chilling winds whispering through the air, while crows cawed ominously amidst the ancient, austere structures. Qin Feng had no time to ponder his fall from grace. Instead, he was consumed by another revelation. Am I not supposed to be exploring Mount Tai, having met my demise beneath the weight of a dragon coffin? How did I suddenly end up in this place? His expression reflected sheer bewilderment. However, he soon pieced together fragments of his memories, realizing he had transmigrated into the body of a recently deposed prince, tasked with guarding the imperial tombs. This identity and experience feels rather bleak. It seems unlikely to yield any achievements. Qin Feng couldn't help but lament, what a wretched start. He has read countless books, and the blades he has sent to authors could fill several trucks. Acutely aware of his current identity, despite once being a prince, he finds himself in a lamentable state. He is neither the pitiable figure who is jilted nor the aggrieved one who fell victim to the treachery of his fiancée, the empress. He does not embody the carefree demeanor of the northern Liang heir, who stumbles home nightly, leaning against walls for support. Instead, he is but an ineffective prince, possessing an average constitution and deprived of any means to acquire cultivation resources. This relegates him to the role of a mere supporting character in the grand narrative of life. Throughout his existence, it seems unlikely he will achieve any notable success. The most probable outcome is a life spent in obscurity, culminating in a fate of desolation after a century. Near a massive stone tablet in the distance, against the backdrop of the chilly autumn wind, a few crows take flight, seemingly mocking Qin Feng. Although the imperial mausoleum spans an extensive area, the guards who once patrolled it have all been dismissed. Only a few imperial guards remain stationed at the distant entrance, creating a desolate and mournful atmosphere that nearly spills off the page. It is evident that solitude is intended to be his final companion. Your Highness, you shall reside here from now on, announced the Vice Minister of Rites, who had just completed an inspection of the mausoleum, ensuring that only Qin Feng remained. If you require anything, I can assist you in petitioning His Majesty. Despite Qin Feng's demotion, the Vice Minister maintains a respectful demeanor, for no matter the circumstances, Qin Feng is still a prince. Any breach of protocol could lead to dire consequences for him the following day. No need, Qin Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. In his current predicament, provoking Emperor Xia could very well cost him his life. The Vice Minister of Rites nodded and had someone assist Qin Feng in tidying up the room. He also unloaded the daily necessities and some provisions he had brought, arranging them neatly. Simultaneously, he explained to Qin Feng the rules and etiquette that must be observed within the imperial mausoleum. Although no one would know if Qin Feng chose not to adhere to them, it was still necessary to convey the information. Once everything was taken care of, the Vice Minister of Rites departed the imperial mausoleum along with several imperial guards. Before leaving, he glanced back at Qin Feng, shaking his head with a look of pity. Who could have imagined that the former crown prince would end up in such a dire situation, destined to spend his twilight years in the desolate mausoleum, living a solitary existence? He would pass the remainder of his life in sorrowful solitude. With that, he turned and left. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng prepared to familiarize himself with the mausoleum of the founding emperor, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Ding! Host detected. System binding commencing. 110:50. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng was taken aback. As a traveler from Blue Star, he understood what a system entailed. However, he never anticipated that he would acquire one himself. Aside from his handsome appearance, He did not possess the qualities typically associated with protagonists in novels. How could he possibly receive a system? Just as doubts clouded his mind, the notification chimed again, indicating that the binding process was complete. God-level sign-in system. Upon seeing the name of the system, Qin Feng immediately grasped its significance and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Please assist me in signing in at the mausoleum of the founding emperor, and let us see what rewards I can obtain." Beep! You have successfully checked into the tomb of the great ancestor. Congratulations, Master! You have acquired the primordial chaos sword body. This item cannot be stored in the system space. Do you wish to merge with it? The system alerted Qin Feng. A special physique? Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His body was remarkably ordinary, and this special physique was precisely what he lacked. To his astonishment, he received such a reward on his very first check-in. More importantly, in this world, sword cultivators were almost the most formidable beings within the same realm, exceedingly rare. The primordial chaos sword body was evidently highly beneficial for sword cultivation. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and chose to merge with the primordial chaos sword body. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent surged into his body, initiating a profound transformation. Qin Feng emitted a cry of agony. He felt as if every bone and every meridian within him was being cleansed by the sword energy. The pain was excruciating, and his very soul trembled. This suffering was beyond what a human could endure. Fortunately, there was no one around, and no one could hear Qin Feng's anguished cries. Even as a discarded prince, should he perish here today, no one would know, nor would anyone care. After 2 full hours, as nightfall descended, the primordial chaos sword body finally merged completely with Qin Feng. He lost consciousness from the pain. At that moment, a resonant sound of sword echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, not only throughout the imperial city, but within a radius of several hundred miles. The sound of a sword's resonance echoed as if a divine blade had been unsheathed. At that moment, within the imperial city, whether in the palace or the grand residences of noble families, countless figures soared into the skies. What is happening? Where does that sword sound originate? These individuals hovered in midair, surveying their surroundings, yet remained oblivious to the source of the resonating blade. The summer emperor and several ministers, engaged in discussions of state affairs, were also drawn out by the commotion. They stood suspended in the void, their eyes filled with astonishment. What is transpiring? Could it be that an unparalleled sword body has emerged within my imperial city? The summer emperor exclaimed in disbelief. Such extraordinary phenomena typically manifest only upon the birth of an individual with a unique constitution. Much like the founding emperor of the Great Summer Dynasty. On the day of his birth, 9 ethereal golden dragons were said to have swirled in the heavens, representing the legendary 9-dragon body. That must be the case, a minister intoned gravely. Should we dispatch individuals to investigate every infant born within the imperial city tonight? Not only within the city, but throughout the entire region enveloped by the sword's resonance. We must examine all infants born this night. The summer emperor declared with determination, "We must act swiftly. We cannot allow others to gain the upper hand." Within the dynasty, there were numerous formidable sects and families, and even the royal family dared not confront them. If they were to discover that infant, it would spell grave news for the royal household. "Your command shall be executed," the minister replied, nodding in assent before departing to attend to the matter. The Emperor Xia, with a myriad of emotions swirling within him, lingered for a moment in the void before returning to the imperial palace. He intended to mobilize the enigmatic forces he had established to investigate the whereabouts of the infant. Little did he anticipate that the extraordinary sword body belonged to none other than the crown prince he had rendered powerless. Chapter 2. Astonishing speed of cultivation. Unconscious, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the commotion he had stirred within the imperial city. The entire vicinity, stretching 100 miles around, was thrown into chaos as formidable experts from various sects and noble families converged in search of him. It was only deep into the night that Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of anguish, struggling to rise from the ground. His emotions could only be likened to the hue of a particular green plant. The torment he had just endured was excruciating, leaving him on the brink of transcendence and despair, as if he were about to shatter under the strain. This agony had persisted for several hours, and even now, the memory of it sent shivers down his spine. "System, come forth. Why did you not inform me that merging with the primal chaos sword body would be so agonizing?" Qin Feng called out to the system, his voice laced with frustration. Had he been forewarned, he might have been better prepared and avoided such a disheveled state. There was no inquiry from the master, the system replied, devoid of any emotional inflection. Qin Feng was rendered speechless, realizing he had indeed not posed that question. Yet, who among normal individuals would first inquire about the pain before experiencing it? With a resigned shake of his head, he chose to disregard the system and began to acclimate himself to the body that had now fused with the primal chaos sword body. In comparison to his previous ordinary physique, the primal chaos sword body was undeniably exponentially more powerful. After some time, Qin Feng could not help but marvel at the transformation. The most striking enhancement was the significant increase in both his physical strength and spiritual awareness, rendering him unparalleled among peers in the same realm. Engaging in battles against opponents of higher levels posed no challenge whatsoever. Feeling famished, Qin Feng decided to indulge in a morsel. Having not eaten for quite some time, he returned to his dwelling to seek out some sustenance. The provisions he found were those brought by the Imperial Guard during their last visit, with fresh supplies promised monthly. Should he desire a warm meal, he would have to prepare it himself. After satisfying his hunger, Qin Feng reclined to rest. His current state rendered him incapable of continuous cultivation without respite. As dawn broke the following morning, with the sun gently rising, Qin Feng stirred from his slumber. Stepping outside, his spirits lifted by the pleasant scenery, he no longer perceived it as desolate. System, check in at the Imperial Ancestral Tomb, he cheerfully instructed. A chime echoed in response. Congratulations, Master, check-in successful. You have received a vial of Earth Spirit Nectars. A small jade vial materialized within the system's space. Why does this reward seem considerably inferior to previous ones? Qin Feng pondered, bemused. The earlier reward of the ancient chaos sword body had undoubtedly been of a superior caliber. It was evident that the rewards for the initial check-in at a location were the most abundant. The system's mechanical voice clarified. Subsequent check-in rewards are randomized. Ah, now I understand. Qin Feng mused, feeling enlightened. It appeared that the uniqueness of a location influenced the richness of the rewards received upon check-in. The system continued to elaborate, and Qin Feng grasped that the check-in rewards were indeed affected by the nuances of the Tao. The mausoleum of the great ancestor is a solitary resting place for this legendary figure, who is said to embody the essence of the 9 dragons. The location of his burial is believed to possess the power to directly alter the geographical landscape, which is why he was interred in close proximity to the imperial palace, thereby providing protection to the palace and blessings to future generations. In this light, it is entirely reasonable that he previously signed in to acquire the primordial chaotic sword body. Yet, what purpose does this earth spirit serve? Qin Feng pondered, filled with curiosity as he retrieved it from the system's spatial realm. Upon gently uncorking the vial, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth, akin to a fountain. In an instant, the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng amplified several-fold. Even ordinary animals, not of the beastly kind, sensed the shift in energy and turned their gazes toward the source. Such abundant spiritual energy. It is perfect for my cultivation. Qin Feng rejoiced internally. Just the previous night, he had been troubled by the thought that the spiritual energy within the mausoleum was so sparse, and that the royal family would no longer provide him with cultivation resources. He wondered how he would continue his practice. To his astonishment, on this second sign-in, he had acquired such a rich and rare treasure of nature. Drip. Qin Feng slightly tilted the small jade vial, and a droplet of milky white liquid flowed out, landing on his left hand. It was crystal clear and exuded a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of milk. However, he was uncertain about its taste. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Subsequently, he swallowed the droplet of milky liquid. In an instant, it felt as though sweet dew flowed into a parched desert. The abundant spiritual energy exploded within him, permeating through his limbs and bones. It unexpectedly bestowed upon him a sensation akin to ethereal bliss. Ah, how delightful! Qin Feng could not restrain a soft moan. This was an exquisite pleasure. Compared to the pain he endured the previous night, this was truly a transcendent experience. The spiritual energy darted about within him for a brief moment before beginning to flow into his meridians, nourishing his body. Without hesitation, Qin Feng commenced his meditation and cultivation. The spiritual energy released from the drop of Earth Spirit stalactite liquid was but a meager fraction, less than 1%, of its total essence. To fully absorb it, he would require a considerable amount of time. For a full day and night, Qin Feng remained seated beneath the tree, diligently cultivating and absorbing the Earth Spirit stalactite liquid. The continuous influx of spiritual energy into his meridians alleviated his fatigue. It was not until the dawn of the following day that the sun gradually ascended, filtering through the gaps in the leaves and casting its light upon Qin Feng. A gentle breeze caressed him, and adorned in the glow of dawn, Qin Feng's garments billowed, exuding the grace of a master swordsman. Suddenly, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him, gushing forth like a clear spring. This surge of spiritual energy, intermingled with sword intent, radiated outward from him. Qin Feng's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. The ninth heaven of the condensation realm. How astonishingly swift his cultivation progress was. He could not help but exclaim in wonder. He was aware that the cultivation speed of the primordial chaos sword body was remarkable, yet he had not anticipated it to be at such an extraordinary pace. In the ancient continent, the realms are categorized as follows: body refinement, essence condensation, spirit transformation, wheel of sea, purple mansion, and void refinement. The disparities between each major realm are akin to the vastness of the galaxy, rendering any possibility of transcending them utterly futile. Even the gaps between minor realms are immense. Ascending these realms is an arduous endeavor. Previously, Qin Feng was merely at the 6th level of essence condensation. However, after a day and night of cultivation, he astonishingly reached the 9th level of essence condensation. Such a pace of cultivation is nothing short of terrifying. Even the most gifted prodigy of the Great Xia dynasty could not possibly match this speed. Moreover, Qin Feng was astounded to discover that despite his prolonged cultivation, he had only absorbed a minuscule portion of the earth spirit stalactite liquid he had consumed the previous day, leaving a substantial amount unabsorbed. This single drop of milky liquid harbored such immense spiritual energy. How long will it last with so much in a single vial? Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. He shook his head, then proceeded with today's sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in and received 10 spirit-nourishing pills. The system's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if mechanical in nature. After examining the effects of the spirit-nourishing pills, he discovered they were capable of restoring one's consciousness. As he had no immediate use for them, he decided to store them away for later. Subsequently, Qin Feng rose to find some provisions, intending to take a brief respite for a meal before resuming his cultivation. In this harsh world, where strength reigns supreme and the demon and monster clans roam freely, only one's realm can truly represent their worth. Although Qin Feng's extraordinary constitution could undoubtedly assist him in reclaiming his status as the crown prince and escaping this royal tomb, yet he harbored no such intentions. Exiting the royal tomb would yield him no advantages, only an increase in cumbersome affairs. Conversely, remaining here to refine his cultivation was what Qin Feng most desired. Chapter 3. The conspiracy to assassinate the crown prince. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Throughout this period, the outside world was consumed with the search for the extraordinary infant possessing an unparalleled sword body, yet yielded no results and ultimately had no choice but to abandon their quest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained within the confines of the royal tomb, never straying an inch. He devoted himself to cultivation and daily sign-ins, amassing a plethora of rewards, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique, the sword intent of the wind, the earth spirit essence. Though these new rewards could not compare to the ancient chaotic sword body in rank, they were nonetheless formidable. For various rewards, should they pertain to martial skills, Qin Feng would learn them directly. If they were elixirs capable of enhancing his cultivation, he consumed them. Those that were not, he stored away in the system space. During this time, aside from the occasional delivery of provisions, no one else came to visit him. As if he had been forgotten by the world. One deep night, as the moon hung high and stars twinkled in the vast sky, Qin Feng, in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Perhaps it was time to explore other areas for sign-ins. The royal palace was vast, and many places remained unclaimed. He murmured to himself. He did not intend to completely abandon the imperial mausoleum. However, it was indeed necessary to venture out to other areas of the palace for a brief reconnaissance. With this thought in mind, he rose and headed towards the nearest astronomical bureau. The imperial guards along the way were inconsequential to him. His ancient chaotic sword body allowed him to completely conceal his presence, rendering all patrolling guards utterly transparent to him, easily evaded. Meanwhile, within the astronomical bureau, a place dedicated to the observation of celestial phenomena, there were typically few people present except on significant occasions. Yet this night, over a dozen figures quietly gathered here. How's the assassination plan against the new crown prince progressing? The leading old eunuch inquired in a hushed tone, raised by the elders of the southern barbarian tribe. He was ostensibly a subject of the Great Xia dynasty, but in truth remained loyal to the southern barbarians. From the moment he entered the palace, his goal had been to sow discord within the Great Xia dynasty, allowing his tribe to confidently engulf and devour the southern territories of the empire. Reporting to you, Lord Chun, the arrangements are nearly complete. We are merely awaiting your command to initiate the assassination plan. It is intricately woven and flawless. destined to ensure the demise of the new crown prince, spoke the numerous figures clad in black. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch nodded in satisfaction. Originally, this assassination plot was intended for Qin Feng. However, his own foolishness in provoking the deposed emperor had led to his downfall, proving that sometimes a fool's luck prevails. The old eunuch expressed with a hint of nostalgia. This assassination plot can only target the new crown prince. After all, it makes no difference to us whom we kill. It is inconsequential to the men in black. Alas, if only that Qin Feng were not so far away in the royal mausoleum. Otherwise, even if he were no longer the crown prince, I would still ensure his demise, thus fulfilling my elaborate schemes over the years. The old eunuch sighed. If only I could see him once more. Ha! Master Chen, you jest. That Qin Feng will never step out of the royal mausoleum in this lifetime. To meet again, I fear we will have to wait until he meets his end, and we are called to retrieve his remains. The group of black-clad figures laughed heartily. Their identities varied. Some were palace cooks, others palace craftsmen. Yet one thing unified them, a firm belief that Qin Feng would never again emerge from the mausoleum. At that moment, the door of the astronomical bureau was suddenly pushed open with a creak. The sound, though not loud, instantly transformed the countenances of all present, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. They were gathered here in secrecy, and should the Imperial Guard discover them, it would mean certain death. The strongest among them had merely attained the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, while within the palace. There were over 10 formidable royal offerings at the 9th level of the sea wheel realm, each immensely powerful. Escape was utterly impossible. Who goes there? The old eunuch swiftly turned to look. What was intended as a mere passing visit and a simple attendance check had unexpectedly drawn such a multitude eager to see me. It truly was an unforeseen turn of events. Qin Feng gazed at the crowd before him, a calm smile adorning his face. It is you. The elderly eunuch gasped in utter surprise. He had initially presumed that it was one of the royal offerings wandering about at night who had stumbled upon them. Never did he anticipate that it would be Qin Feng. Didn't you express a desire to see me? Why do you appear so disappointed? Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. If you wish to summon the commander of the Imperial Guard, I would be more than willing to assist. Humph, you startled me. The old eunuch snorted, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. I had been troubled by the lack of opportunity to eliminate you, but you, foolishly seeking your own demise. Leave me no choice but to act ruthlessly. The astronomical bureau was indeed his domain. Eliminating Qin Feng and obliterating the evidence would raise no suspicion whatsoever. As he spoke, an astounding surge of spiritual energy emanated from within him. With a swift stride, he lunged forward, his hand poised to seize Qin Feng by the throat, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Do not rush. We can discuss matters at a leisurely pace, Qin Feng replied with a tranquil demeanor. In that moment, a terrifying pressure radiated from his being. Thud! The elderly eunuch, rushing towards Qin Feng, suddenly found himself crushed under an immense weight, collapsing to the ground. Not only that, but the other cloaked figures around him also buckled under the overwhelming force, their knees shattering upon impact. Having already attained the 1st level of the Wheel Sea realm, the disparity between their realms was akin to heaven and earth. Qin Feng's mere presence rendered the old eunuch and his companions utterly incapacitated. How is it possible for you to be this strong? Both individuals were utterly astonished, their voices trembling with fear. How old could Qin Feng possibly be? Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, it was inconceivable that he had already attained the cultivation level of the Wheel Sea realm. Were they trapped in a dream? Pray tell, to whom do your loyalties lie? Qin Feng inquired nonchalantly. If I reveal everything to you, will you spare our lives? A figure clad in black, kneeling at a distance, spoke with palpable trepidation as he attempted to negotiate. Unlike the others, his sole desire was survival. Are you attempting to bargain with me? Qin Feng's gaze was icy as he replied. In that instant, the oppressive force he exerted upon the black-clad individual intensified dramatically. With a sickening sound, the man was reduced to a mist of blood, unable even to utter a cry of despair. The scene was horrifically gruesome. The old eunuch, witnessing this brutality, turned pale with fear. Your Highness, the 7th Prince Mu, please spare me. The old eunuch pleaded in terror. Speak, Qin Feng commanded coolly. The eunuch hastily divulged his origins. The Southern Barbarian clan. Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that these individuals were loyal to the Southern Barbarians, a tribe renowned for their innate valor and penchant for battle, residing amidst the southern mountains and frequently raiding nearby cities. Prepare to die? At that moment, the old eunuch, in a state of panic, produced a dark orb and hurled it towards Qin Feng. Instantly, a terrifying miasma erupted from within the orb. More importantly, This noxious atmosphere has a disorienting effect on one's consciousness. The scene before Qin Feng suddenly transformed into a hell on earth. No longer within the confines of the Qin monitor, he was surrounded by corpses and skeletal remains. Was it merely an illusion? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and spoke coldly. An astonishing surge of sword energy erupted within him, the sound of the blade resonating melodiously. It was precisely this harmonious clangor that restored his clarity of mind, awakening him from the phantasm. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered that numerous figures cloaked in black had been obliterated by his sword energy. Yet the old eunuch had vanished without a trace. How cowardly! Taking advantage of my immersion in this illusion, yet fleeing rather than striking. Qin Feng could not help but voice his disdain. Had the old eunuch dared to attack him, the protective sword energy surrounding him would have sufficed to retaliate. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the old eunuch's escape. Buzz! Qin Feng harnessed his sword energy to manifest a translucent sword soul. With a mere thought, the sword soul sped forth towards the fleeing figure of the old eunuch, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. This was the culmination of the sword art, a technique that, when mastered to its zenith, could instantaneously summon hundreds of thousands of sword souls, even capable of withstanding a sage's might. In a fleeting moment, he could traverse thousands of miles with his blade. Such was the elegance of a sword cultivator. Qin Feng mused. His attention then turned to the dark jewel. After a moment's hesitation, he stowed it away in his spatial ring. Although this object was tainted with malevolence, he was not so puritanical as to eradicate every trace of darkness he encountered. Perhaps one day it could serve his purpose. Subsequently, Qin Feng checked in at the Qin monitor. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at the Qin monitor. You have received a star map. The system's prompt resonated in Qin Feng's ears. He was not particularly surprised by this reward. Such star maps were not uncommon and were said to be useful for deducing various outcomes. However, as he had no immediate use for it, he decided to store it away for the time being. On the following morning, in the square before a grand hall, the Imperial Guard suddenly sealed off the area. Last night, the old eunuch had fled, only to be overtaken and slain by Qin Feng's sword soul upon reaching this place. The Emperor, having just awoken, received the news and hurried to the scene. Your Majesty, this old eunuch should not have ventured into this part of the palace last night. He must have intended to infiltrate some clandestine location, remarked an Imperial Guard commander solemnly. He possessed a secret assassination plan. However, the connection between the southern barbarians and this old eunuch was handled with utmost caution, fearing exposure by the great Xia dynasty. Thus, he had only uncovered the assassination scheme without knowledge of its ties to the southern barbarians. Absurd. The Emperor's countenance darkened with indignation. It was a grave humiliation for the illustrious Great Xia Palace to have an unidentified intruder. The Imperial Guard commander, terrified, immediately knelt to plead for leniency. Who killed him? Why was he not captured alive for rigorous interrogation? The Emperor inquired coldly. This, we do not know, the Imperial Guard commander lamented. By the time we discovered him, he had already been slain. What did you say? The Emperor's fury intensified, exclaiming, It is one thing for an unidentified individual to infiltrate the palace, but now you tell me you do not even know who took his life. A bunch of useless fools. The commander of the Imperial Guard was immediately taken aback and hastily requested punishment once more. At that moment, an elderly man, proficient in swordsmanship, standing beside Emperor Xia, bore an expression of sheer astonishment. Such a pure essence of wind sword intent, he exclaimed while examining the wound of the old eunuch. What did Elder Qin say? Emperor Xia inquired, his cultivation not particularly formidable nor his expertise in swordsmanship. He could only discern that the old eunuch had been slain by a single strike, but the details eluded him, leaving him perplexed. The one who struck possesses a mastery of swordsmanship that far surpasses my own, Elder Qin remarked solemnly. Despite having reached the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, his understanding of the sword was nowhere near that of Qin Feng, who, although only at the first heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, possessed the ancient chaos sword body. What are you saying? Within the palace, you are regarded as the strongest in swordsmanship. How could there be someone whose swordsmanship exceeds yours? Emperor Xia exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sword masters were already rare, and Elder Qin was the most formidable sword practitioner in the royal court. The commander of the Imperial Guard and several ministers who had come upon hearing the news were equally astonished by Elder Qin's words. Perhaps your Majesty has forgotten that your seventh imperial uncle, Prince Mu, is also a master of swordsmanship, Elder Qin stated gravely. Moreover, his swordsmanship is entirely superior to mine. The strong figures of the royal family often secluded themselves within the palace, for there was no other place within the entire Great Xia dynasty that offered such abundant spiritual energy and safety. Seventh imperial uncle? Xia Huang was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly responded. However, during his seclusion, he had already dwindled to less than 30 years of life remaining. Now, a century has passed. How could he possibly still be alive? Not only he, but several ministers also harbored doubts. Yet, aside from your esteemed seventh uncle, Prince Mu, it is implausible for anyone else to exist, Elder Qin remarked softly. This was due to the fact that external powerhouses were utterly incapable of infiltrating the imperial palace, which was shielded by the formidable Jinglong array, established by the royal family's formidable practitioners before the decline of the dynasty during the Demon Suppression War. Without permission, even those of the Zifu realm would undoubtedly be detected upon entering the palace. A profound silence enveloped the assembly as they collectively recognized the truth in this assertion. The imperial family had a remarkably scarce number of swordsmanship practitioners. Aside from Prince Mu, the chances of anyone else from antiquity being alive were exceedingly slim. Elder Qin's conjecture appeared to possess the greatest likelihood. Your Majesty, during my inspection this morning, I overheard a palace maid mention that a radiant light soared from the northwest towards this direction last night, precisely where Prince Mu was in seclusion. The commander of the Imperial Guard promptly reported, daring not to conceal any details. Upon hearing this, the ministers, who had begun to entertain a belief, were suddenly filled with certainty. It seemed unequivocally that it was indeed Prince Mu. Surely, as his lifespan drew near, he must have achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. This would be a tremendous blessing for our great Xia. The eyes of all present sparkled with joy. When Prince Mu entered seclusion, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. Should he break through to the Purple Mansion realm, his lifespan would extend by at least a century, allowing him to live without issue until now. The Emperor of Xia was equally delighted. A millennium ago, during the Great War against the demons, numerous powerful beings were lost, and the Great Xia dynasty gradually fell into decline. It had been countless years since their royal family had produced a strong figure of the Purple Mansion realm. All their venerable members were merely at the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. Now that his 7th uncle, Prince Mu, had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, how could he not feel elated? In the future, when facing the various noble families within the dynasty, his confidence would be significantly bolstered. He issued a decree. I shall offer sacrifices to the heavens and grant amnesty to the world. The Emperor of Xia declared promptly. He wished for all to know that the royal family now boasted a powerful figure of the Purple Mansion realm. As commanded, several ministers responded, hastily bowing in respect before becoming engrossed in their duties. Meanwhile, the emperor hurried to the pavilion where Prince Mu was in seclusion, eager to pay his respects. However, his efforts proved fruitless. Despite his entreaties outside the pavilion, Prince Mu remained unresponsive. Ultimately, the emperor had no choice but to depart in disappointment. Such pavilions where royal experts underwent seclusion were protected by formations designed to prevent intrusions that could disrupt their cultivation, potentially leading to unpredictable consequences. Although he possessed the means to force his way in, he refrained, fearing the ire of Prince Mu. Chapter 5. Brother, you haven't lost your mind, have you? The Great Xia dynasty spanned vast territories and boasted a population of billions. Yet, the news of the emergence of a powerful figure in the Purple Mansion realm within the royal family spread throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty within just 3 days, utilizing various means. In addition to the royal family's encouragement, this news was indeed astonishing. After all, following the cataclysmic battle against the demons millennia ago, the various dynasties and powerful sects had rapidly declined, and it had been countless years since a formidable figure at the Purple Mansion realm had emerged. In an instant, many families and sects that had previously contemplated ceasing their tributes became notably subdued upon hearing this revelation. At this moment, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that his single strike would elicit such a profound impact. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him in the slightest. His sole objective was to enhance his cultivation, ensuring that he could achieve invincibility within the vast expanse of the Great Xia dynasty. Other matters could be deliberated upon later. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. 3 more years sped by in a flash. As night descended, the moon hung high in the sky, adorned by countless twinkling stars. A rumble echoed. Seated beneath an ancient tree, Qin Feng was engrossed in his cultivation, when an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from within him, reverberating loudly in the air. Around his body, sword energy swirled, and the ground beneath him was instantly etched with numerous sword marks. Even the distant trees were cleaved in twain. The 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Not too shabby. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Compared to before, the pace of his advancement had noticeably slowed, which was to be expected. As one ascends in realm, the difficulty of progression inevitably increases. If the words of Qin Feng were to reach the ears of those antiquated members of the royal family, they would surely be so infuriated that they might spit blood. Many of them have devoted their entire lives to cultivation, barely managing to reach the 9th level of the Wheel C realm. In stark contrast, Qin Feng accomplished this feat in a mere 6 years, and he spoke of it with a nonchalant air, as if it were nothing extraordinary. This was nothing short of an affront to their pride. At that moment, a figure arrived at the royal tomb. "Your Highness, shall I return these provisions to your previous quarters?" A robust soldier, resembling a black bear in stature, respectfully inquired as he delivered rations to Qin Feng. His name was Chu Xiong, and he had been the one to deliver provisions over the years. Qin Feng, who was in meditation, nodded. At this juncture in his cultivation, the necessity of food was negligible. However, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he accepted the rations and subsequently fed them to the various birds that frequented the area. Over time, numerous nests had been constructed among the trees, lending a lively atmosphere to the once desolate surroundings. "Your Highness, would you like me to build a cooking platform for you? Eating these rations dry cannot be good for your health," Chu Xiong suggested, unable to contain his thoughts. Given that this was the royal tomb, there had never been a cooking platform, but he was determined to find a way to assist Qin Feng. "Are you not afraid that by building a cooking platform, it might draw attention and implicate you?" Qin Feng inquired with a chuckle. Chu Xiong scratched his head, offering a somewhat naive smile. Why would it draw attention? He had only heard rumors suggesting that Qin Feng was accused of colluding with the moon-worshipping cult from the northern territories. Yet the truth of the matter remained shrouded in mystery. It is rather perplexing. After all, he merely assisted in constructing a cooking platform. Is this truly a wrongdoing? He remains oblivious to the reason why the other imperial guards steer clear of him, unwilling to deliver provisions to Qin Feng, fearful of associating with such a disdained prince. No matter. Qin Feng refrained from elaborating further, instead gently stating, "In any case, I have little inclination to cook. These provisions are quite sufficient." Chu Xiong nodded contemplatively, and after placing the provisions within the room, he chose not to linger and departed. Subsequently, Qin Feng resumed his meditation, focusing on regulating his breath to prevent the depletion of spiritual energy. This process was gradual, requiring approximately 2 months. The following morning, the court assembly had just concluded. The newly appointed crown prince, Qin Junyan, returned from his inspection, brimming with joy and exhilaration. "Teacher, father has finally permitted me to visit my royal brother," Qin Junyan jubilantly proclaimed to the grand scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion. He and Qin Feng were full-blooded siblings, maintaining a close bond. Ever since Qin Feng was confined to the royal mausoleum, he had been consumed with concern. "You must take the imperial guards with you," the grand scholar advised solemnly. "Why?" Qin Junyan inquired, puzzled. "Prince Qin Feng has been stripped of his title and undoubtedly harbors immense resentment in his heart. Upon witnessing your ascension as the new crown prince, he is likely to be engulfed by jealousy and may unleash his fury upon you," the grand scholar cautioned with a grave expression. "If you do not bring the imperial guards, there may be peril." He had always opposed Qin Junyan's visit to the mausoleum, but with the prince's insistence, he was left with no choice. "Impossible. My elder brother treats me the best. How could he ever harm me?" Qin Junyan asserted. His mother had passed away at an early age, leaving him to rely solely on Qin Feng. Alas, the prince remains too young. Throughout history, which deposed heir apparent has not suffered immense blows, leading to madness. Even if Prince Qin Feng shares a close bond with you, upon learning of your ascension to the position of crown prince, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment. The other 2 ministers dispatched by the summer emperor to assist the crown prince echoed similar sentiments. In their hearts, Qin Feng was no different from any other dethroned heir. "I refuse to believe it. My elder brother is absolutely not that kind of person," Qin Junyan countered. He strode purposefully toward the royal mausoleum, showing no intention of bringing the imperial guards. Your Highness! Your Highness!" The esteemed scholars of Wenyuan Pavilion, witnessing this, grew anxious. They hurried to seek the commander of the imperial guards. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, distorting the very air with its heat. Within the mausoleum, the abandoned animals and birds, forsaken by the concubines, appeared listless. "I recall that Chu Xiong also sent ice, didn't he?" Qin Feng murmured, reclining in his chair. Although he felt no discomfort from the heat due to his current cultivation, he thought that a summer without something cool felt incomplete. With this thought, he slowly rose and entered the room, retrieving a large chunk of ice from a box adorned with intricate patterns. After shattering it with the edge of his sword, he tossed the fragments to the overheated little creatures. The small creatures, upon seeing the shattered ice, were filled with boundless excitement, rushing forward in a delightful frenzy to seize their share of the morsels. In an instant, the scene became a cacophony of lively commotion. Suddenly, Qin Feng's attention was drawn to a figure approaching the entrance of the royal tomb. The new crown prince? Initially, Qin Feng was intrigued about the identity of the individual. But upon noticing the attire of the newcomer, he quickly discerned the truth. The individual was none other than the newly appointed crown prince, his younger brother, Qin Feng. From the words of Chu Xiong, Qin Feng had learned that the new crown prince was indeed his third brother, as the second brother bore the blood of the southern barbarians and was thus unfit for the throne. Hence, following Qin Feng's downfall, it was only natural that the third prince, Qin Jianyan, ascended. Brother, have you lost your mind? Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Jianyan's eyes were filled with concern as he inquired. He scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, assessing whether his brother was in a stable state. Qin Feng, momentarily taken aback, was uncertain whether the remark was an insult or a sign of genuine concern, and replied, "Why do you ask that?" Upon realizing that Qin Feng understood his question and appeared composed, Qin Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Before I came, my teachers warned me that you had been imprisoned here for years and were likely driven to madness, advising me to be cautious of your potential wrath. Qin Feng could only feel a sense of exasperation at the prince's words. Your Highness, Your Highness. At that moment, several scholars from Wenyuan Pavilion, accompanied by the commander of the imperial guards, had arrived at the royal tomb, their faces etched with worry over Qin Jianyan's safety in the presence of Qin Feng. However, upon entering and witnessing Qin Feng's remarkably normal demeanor, they were left momentarily stunned. Where was the slightest trace of madness in Qin Feng? Not a hint of dishevelment marred his serene and composed demeanor. He hardly resembled a disgraced prince. Conversely, the others appeared flustered, akin to jesters. Esteemed guests, is there something you wish to convey? Qin Feng inquired lightly, casting a glance at the grand scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion. We have come to pay our respects to your highness, they stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, hastily concocting an excuse. I see. Qin Feng replied with a smile. You may simply place your gifts in the chamber. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the grand scholars were nothing short of exquisite. They had no gifts to present. Yet, having already claimed their visit was to honor Qin Feng, how could they appear disrespectful by arriving empty-handed? If the Jinui were to learn of this and report it to Emperor Xia, they would not escape unscathed. After a moment of silence, the grand scholars exchanged glances and silently moved into the adjacent room, some relinquishing their jade rings, while others set down their cherished jade scepters. As cultivators, the items they carried were imbued with spirit-gathering arrays and were of considerable worth. Emerging from the chamber, they felt as though their hearts were bleeding. No need for gifts, Qin Feng remarked, observing their distressed countenances. Upon hearing this, the grand scholars could only bow respectfully and depart, nearly fainting from their anguish as they exited the royal mausoleum. Indeed, he was now a prince. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze returned to Qin Jianyan as he spoke. I have no extravagant gifts to offer you. However, this small wooden sword, which I carved myself, is a token for you. With that, he casually handed over a small wooden sword resembling a pendant to Qin Jianyan. This piece was crafted during his moments of relaxation amidst his training, and as he presented it to Qin Jianyan, he infused it with a hint of sword intent. If Qin Jianyan truly valued his elder brother, carrying it would greatly benefit his cultivation in the art of the sword. Thank you, elder brother. Despite its simplicity, Qin Jianyan was genuinely elated, more so than when he first received any gifts upon becoming the crown prince. Subsequently, Qin Jianyan and Qin Feng engaged in a myriad of conversations, with Qin Jianyan expressing his concern about how Qin Feng was faring in his current situation and whether anyone had been deliberately troublesome to him. Qin Feng reassured him that he was managing quite well, which eased Qin Jianyan's worry somewhat. As dusk approached, Qin Jianyan finally departed from the royal tomb. Last time I visited the astronomical bureau, I had an unexpected gain. I wonder how this visit will unfold. After bidding farewell to Qin Jianyan, Qin Feng stretched lazily, observing the encroaching night, and murmured to himself. He then exited the royal tomb. Where to next? Walking atop the palace walls with an ease akin to walking on solid ground, Qin Feng pondered deeply. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to visit the library. It was a rather unique place, and he anticipated that he might discover something valuable there. Walking through the palace, Qin Feng wore an expression of tranquility, unperturbed by the imperial guard or the formidable figures lurking in the shadows. With his ancient chaotic sword body, he could completely conceal his presence. Those powerful beings could neither discern his cultivation level nor sense his aura. To them, he was as inconspicuous as the air itself. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the library, a venerable three-story edifice imbued with the essence of time. At the entrance, an elderly man sat on the ground, his head bowed in slumber. He was the guardian of the library. Qin Feng was taken aback to discover that he was a 9th-level cultivator of the Wheel Sea realm. According to his previous memories, this old man had once served the late emperor and had been silently watching over the library since the emperor's passing, largely unnoticed by others. Qin Feng could hardly believe that he possessed such formidable strength. Truly, this palace was a den of hidden dragons. Yet, Qin Feng remained unconcerned and strode boldly into the library. As he passed by the elderly man, there was not the slightest reaction. The old man was utterly oblivious to his presence. Chapter 6. The library. Upon entering the library, Qin Feng was greeted by the intoxicating aroma of ink, which had not faded with the passage of time. This place housed various martial arts techniques and scriptures belonging to the royal family. Typically, outsiders were not permitted entry, except for members of the royal family. Let me first see if there are any worthwhile tomes within this library, Qin Feng murmured to himself, recalling the multitude of novels he had read in his previous life. Within the grand library, every volume the protagonist perused contained unparalleled martial arts. He too wished to ascertain whether he possessed the fate of a hero. Consequently, Qin Feng meticulously examined each tome, leaving no page unturned, anxious that a hidden parchment might lie within. Alas, while aspirations soared, reality proved harsh. Despite his extensive reading, he encountered only mundane techniques and skills, none of which were of any use to him, let alone extraordinary martial arts. Sighing, he lamented that someone as handsome as he could not possibly be the main character, shaking his head in resignation. After all, readers find it hard to empathize with protagonists of striking beauty. He casually returned the book to the shelf and summoned the system. System, please register my attendance at the library, Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have successfully checked in at the Imperial Library and received the reward, the Technique Eternal Life Sutra. The system's emotionless voice resonated in Qin Feng's ear. Eternal Life Sutra? He murmured, pondering whether it was a cultivation technique. He was in dire need of a method for cultivation. Although the royal techniques were commendable, they paled in comparison to his ancient chaos sword body. If he could acquire a formidable technique, his progress in cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. With curiosity piqued, Qin Feng inspected the information regarding the Eternal Life Sutra. Eternal Life Sutra, this ancient scripture, crafted by a great emperor of yore, allows one to cultivate to the pinnacle. Upon reaching such heights, one need not endure arduous practice. Even in slumber, the technique operates autonomously to absorb the spiritual essence from the universe, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. Upon reading the description of the Eternal Life Sutra, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in awe. The ancient emperor who created the Eternal Life Sutra certainly possessed a remarkable sense of playfulness. Qin Feng couldn't help but remark. While others diligently engaged in arduous cultivation, he seemed to indulge in the art of wellness. Nevertheless, despite his teasing, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with the Eternal Life Sutra. After all, the prospect of enhancing one's cultivation through the simple act of sleep was something anyone would covet. After signing in, Qin Feng chose not to linger, swiftly departing from the scene. As he made his way back, walking atop the palace walls, his gaze unexpectedly shifted towards the direction of the demon suppression tower. Did he just glimpse the ethereal silhouette of a woman? A frown creased Qin Feng's brow. Just moments ago, he had sensed an unusual stirring emanating from the tower, and in that fleeting instant, it appeared he caught sight of a faint figure clad in white. Could it be a ghost? A chill ran down his spine, and unease crept in. He harbored an intense fear of ghosts, especially those alluring specters in white with captivating figures. No, for the sake of the palace's safety, I must investigate, he murmured to himself. With that thought in mind, he proceeded toward the demon suppression tower. Before long, he found himself several hundred feet away, affording him a clear view of the situation there. However, disappointment washed over him. Although the tower exuded a palpable aura of demonic energy and the sounds of anguish cries echoed from within, the royal family's protective aura seemed to maintain order. There wasn't even a single shadow, let alone a sultry, ghostly figure. Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment, deciding not to advance further. For the lethal formations surrounding the demon suppression tower were exceptionally formidable. Moreover, anyone who dares to approach shall face dire consequences. Qin Feng surmised that only upon attaining the third tier of the Purple Mansion realm could one genuinely remain unafraid of that lethal formation. Meanwhile, the elder at the entrance of the library pavilion seemed to have heard a faint sound resembling that of an animal, slowly opening his murky eyes. Yet, the sound vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Was it yet another pet of a concubine that had strayed? The elder shook his head, dismissing the thought. He rose to close the door of the library pavilion to prevent any animals from wandering inside. However, as he stood and gazed within, he was rendered utterly speechless. Several books that had been meticulously arranged were now haphazardly placed on the shelves, clearly having been rifled through. How is this possible? The elder's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Someone had brazenly entered the library pavilion before his very eyes, and he had sensed nothing. What level of cultivation could that individual possess? When did such a formidable presence emerge within the palace? Could it be Prince Mu? The elder muttered to himself, pondering why Prince Mu would come here to peruse martial arts techniques. He found this utterly perplexing. Prince Mu had already attained the Purple Mansion realm, rendering the techniques and skills here entirely unnecessary for him. With this lingering doubt, he resolved to report the matter to Emperor Xia. At that moment, Emperor Xia was seething with rage. He could scarcely believe that Qin Junyan had the audacity to request the release of Qin Feng from the royal mausoleum. His frustration was palpable, as he felt a deep sense of disappointment. If Qin Junyan ascended to the position of crown prince and, in a bid to secure his status, orchestrated the demise of Qin Feng to eliminate future threats, Huang would not have been filled with such ire upon discovering this. He would perceive it as the cunning expected of a future emperor. Yet, in this moment, Qin Junyan was pleading for mercy for Qin Feng, which led Huang to believe that his son was excessively compassionate and lenient. Qin Junyan, reprimanded, yearned to defend himself but hesitated and instead inquired, "How can Father Emperor release my elder brother?" He had not abandoned his plea for clemency. Upon witnessing his son's unwavering determination, the emperor's expression darkened further. The emperor had intended for Qin Junyan's visit to the imperial tombs to serve as a wake-up call, yet he found that Qin Junyan had not changed at all. At that moment, the elder guardian of the scripture pavilion entered. This was a privilege granted by the emperor, allowing him to access any area without prior permission, except for the inner palace. "Old Su, what brings you here?" the emperor exclaimed in surprise. This elder had remained in the scripture pavilion for many years without seeking an audience. Old Su slightly bowed and proceeded to recount the events of that night. "The seventh prince actually emerged?" the emperor responded, astonished. The last time he visited the secluded residence of Prince Mu, he had been completely disregarded, with no sign of activity from within the closed doors. To his amazement, the prince had appeared today. He then declared, "Old Su, from this day forth, you shall not obstruct the seventh prince whenever he wishes to visit the scripture pavilion." Su Lao smiled bitterly and acquiesced. If only he possessed the ability to intervene. Initially, he harbored doubts regarding Prince Mu, yet upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of Emperor Xia, he refrained from further comment and departed. "Do you not desire your elder brother's release?" Emperor Xia glanced at Qin Junyan and remarked nonchalantly, "The moment Prince Seven speaks, I shall set him free." Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan's expression turned instantly bitter. What power did he possess to compel Prince Mu to advocate for Qin Feng? With no recourse, he could only leave the imperial study in resignation. Chapter 7. Already an uncle in the ensuing 3 years, aside from the imperial tomb, Qin Feng's places of signing in had multiplied significantly, leading to the acquisition of numerous treasures. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the library pavilion. You have received 10 purple. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the weapon pavilion. You have obtained the ruined slaying blade. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the alchemy hall. You have acquired bone spirit cold fire. Regardless of whether it was elixirs or sword techniques, the quality was commendable, precisely what Qin Feng required, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Throughout these years, Qin Feng's cultivation progressed swiftly. The barrier from the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm to the purple realm is one that many fail to transcend in their lifetime. Chen Lao, who stood beside Emperor Xia, was exceptionally gifted. He entered the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm at a tender age, astonishing the world. Yet, he remained trapped in the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm for a staggering 150 years, unable to break through to the purple realm, a fate that elicited much lamentation. In contrast, Qin Feng exhibited a slight edge over others. In just a year and a half, he ascended from the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm to the first heaven of the purple realm. In the ensuing year and a half, he consumed elixirs as if they were mere candies, coupled with the astonishing absorption of spiritual energy from the longevity scripture, propelling him to a remarkable breakthrough into the third tier of the Purple Palace realm. His speed was nothing short of prodigious. If this were to be known, it would undoubtedly astound the world. During this period, Qin Junyan visited the imperial tomb almost annually, engaging in conversations with Qin Feng and discussing events occurring outside. He even inquired about significant national matters, to which Qin Feng rarely responded, fearing that a careless word might lead the dynasty down an uncharted path. He merely advised him to prioritize the welfare of the people. When Qin Junyan was absent, Chu Xiong would occasionally come by during his breaks from delivering meals, bringing Qin Feng delicious poultry and fish, thus alleviating his reliance on dried rations. In return for this kindness, Qin Feng would, in casual conversation, impart some martial arts wisdom to Chu Xiong. Although Chu Xiong did not cultivate the sword path, The fact that Qin Feng had already reached the Purple Palace realm meant that even a few pointers from him were immensely beneficial. His cultivation progressed steadily, and he began to gain recognition within the Imperial Guard, although no one was aware of the connection to Qin Feng, not even Chu Xiong himself. One clear morning, as Qin Feng was engrossed in his training, he suddenly sensed something and spotted a girl of about 9 years old at the end of the stone path, walking towards him while glancing around, seemingly a bit frightened. The palace maids attending her were not permitted to enter the imperial tomb and waited respectfully outside. Shortly thereafter, the little girl noticed Qin Feng and hurriedly approached him, saying, "Princess Xining pays her respects to Uncle Emperor." The young girl, somewhat shy, nevertheless bowed respectfully. She possessed an adorable visage, her large eyes blinking like those of a porcelain doll. "Your Highness?" Qin Feng was taken aback. Has he truly become an uncle to the emperor? In astonishment, he inquired, "Who is your father?" "My father is the crown prince," the little girl promptly replied. "Recently, due to the rampant emergence of demonic cultivators, my father has been traveling to inspect various states. He worried that you might feel lonely, so he requested that Ziqing come often to keep you company." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Your father allows you to frequently visit me for conversation, yet he is not concerned that it might hinder your cultivation? At such a tender age, one ought to be laying a solid foundation. The royal family provides unified instruction to all princes and princesses, and if Qin Ziqing were to spend much time here, it would undoubtedly impede her studies. I do not wish to engage in cultivation," she confessed, her expression revealing her discontent. "What troubles you?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled. In this world, it was almost unheard of for either boys or girls to lack the desire to cultivate. For a powerful realm signifies a longer lifespan and greater survival prospects, and even royal members are no exception. I am too foolish. I have been unable to master the fundamental techniques taught by my teacher for 2 years, and my royal siblings constantly mock me," Qin Ziqing lamented, her large eyes filled with a sense of grievance. 2 years without mastering it. That seems improbable. Qin Feng expressed his bewilderment. The foundational techniques imparted by the royal family are not particularly difficult, and considering the strength of the teachers they employ, it is inconceivable that one could remain unversed in the basics after such an extended period under their guidance. The teacher remarked that my innate disposition was unsuitable for cultivation, and my royal siblings echoed the sentiment, deeming me a person of no worth. They foretold that my fate would lead me to marry a chieftain of the southern tribes, and that I would never again set foot in the imperial city. As Qin Zining recounted this, tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Born in the imperial city, she was destined to journey to a foreign land, wedded to a leader she had never met. Such a grim future was utterly daunting for a child like her. Even if her father were to ascend the throne, it would not alter the fate of a seemingly useless princess being sent away for an alliance. For the royal family would never bestow a prodigy upon the barbaric tribes, and the ministers of civil and military affairs would certainly object. Unsuitable for cultivation? Qin Feng employed his spiritual sense to scrutinize Qin Zining closely, discovering that her meridians were inherently damaged. Such an affliction was unparalleled throughout the Great Xia dynasty. Save for himself, he gently ruffled Qin Zining's hair, smiling as he said, "Zining, you are old enough now to refrain from tears. You wouldn't want to be the subject of ridicule. Wait here a moment, and your royal uncle shall prepare some delicious food for you." With that, he rose slowly. "Your royal uncle can cook?" exclaimed the child, her tears forgotten, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Indeed," Qin Feng replied with a grin. "I shall assist your royal uncle in tending the fire." Qin Zining, who adored playing with fire, was usually forbidden by her father, but now, filled with joy, she approached the stove, which had been arranged by Chu Xiong for Qin Feng. With great effort, Qin Zining finally ignited the stove, and Qin Feng began to prepare the meal. In his past life, he often enjoyed culinary shows, and his cooking bore a striking resemblance to the styles he admired. Dishes such as chicken stewed with dragon saliva mushrooms and white porridge simmered with porio were among his repertoire. The 8 major culinary traditions, Lu, Chuan, Yu, Min, were all represented. Although the effects of these spiritual elixirs and herbs were astonishing, Qin Zining's current physique was ill-equipped to endure them. However, Qin Feng harbored no concerns. During his time at the Royal Alchemy Hall, he had not only signed in for rare elixirs and ancient bone-chilling flames, but also acquired numerous texts on alchemical arts. Titles such as The Romantic Affairs of a Youthful Alchemist, How a Novice Alchemist Should Overcome and Educate, and Top-Tier Alchemists, Reviving Masculinity in the Shortest Time, filled the shelves. Immersed in these profound ancient tomes, Qin Feng tirelessly absorbed the long-lost secrets of alchemy, elevating himself to the status of a master alchemist. His unparalleled expertise, coupled with the refining power of the bone-chilling flames, ensured that the efficacy of the herbs and elixirs would not be unleashed all at once upon entering Qin Xining's body. Instead, like a gentle mountain stream, their benefits would flow gradually, nourishing her meridians in subtle ways. Moreover, because these concoctions had been meticulously refined using the unique bone-chilling flames, even the highest-ranking alchemists from the Royal Alchemy Hall would be unable to detect that she had consumed such an abundance of elixirs and rare herbs. After preparing the meal, Qin Xining, covered in soot and ash from the fire, was already ravenous and devoured her food with wild abandon. The dishes prepared by her royal uncle were simply delectable. To her astonishment, she discovered that Qin Feng's culinary skills were extraordinary, not only innovative in their technique but also unlike anything she had ever encountered. The flavors surpassed even the royal-grade cleansing elixir, which was distributed only once a month. It was worth noting that she could only watch enviously as her royal siblings consumed the elixir, for she lacked the qualification to receive it herself. Chapter 8. The Southern Barbarian Embassy. Time flows like water, slipping away unnoticed. Over the course of 5 years, the damage to Qin Xining's meridians had healed completely. However, she had completely abandoned the pursuit of cultivation. It was a significant matter for the prince's child to forsake training, yet no one insisted upon it, knowing her innate deficiencies. As a princess destined for diplomatic marriage, her lack of martial accomplishments bore no consequence. In her absence from classes, Qin Xining frequently sought out Qin Feng for conversation, eager to hear him recount grand tales of adventure. From the 30 years of the West River to the 30 years of the East River, she absorbed the passionate message of not underestimating the youth and poverty. The year of the 13th reign of Tianqi, marked by a vengeful storm in Weiqing, was a story she cherished, alongside the poignant regret of being separated from her beloved for a millennium by fate. Qin Feng initially shared these narratives for amusement, but upon witnessing her delight, he began to weave in some martial insights amidst the characters' journeys and combat experiences. As a result, Qin Xining's progression in cultivation accelerated even further. At merely 13 years of age, she has remarkably ascended to the 9th layer of the condensation realm, a feat that renders her almost monstrous when compared to her royal siblings, who have only recently reached the 3rd or 4th layer of the same realm. It is noteworthy that she has achieved this extraordinary advancement from the body refinement realm to the 9th layer of the condensation realm in just 5 years, surpassing the 15 to 16 years of cultivation that others might require. Uncle, I was unable to sleep last night. The sound of tumultuous waves echoed in my mind. This morning, I discovered that I had comprehended a sword technique called the Great River Sword Intent. Early in the morning, Qin Xining joyfully shared her revelation with Qin Feng, unaware that it was intricately linked to him, as these inexplicable thoughts were birthed from her own insight. Indeed, Xining truly possesses exceptional talent. Qin Feng affectionately tousled Qin Xining's little head and smiled. Soon after, Xining clamored to hear tales of her master's ascension to the heavens, and Qin Feng obliged, narrating the stories slowly to her. As time passed, half a year slipped by. One bright morning, Qin Xining was preparing to visit the royal tomb, but was forbidden to leave, as she was required to attend an evening court banquet. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, night fell, and the palace was alive with a grand feast, bustling with excitement. On this day, envoys from the southern barbarian tribes had arrived to pay tribute. Although it was not the designated time for tributes, the barbarian tribes had sent emissaries, leaving many civil and military officials perplexed. Yet, they could only respond to the situation as it unfolded. Amidst the revelry, following songs and dances, and after several rounds of wine, an elder from the barbarian tribe stood forth, having long heard of the flourishing martial arts of the Great Xia dynasty. Where the imperial family boasts an impressive lineage of formidable warriors, the son of our clan's leader has traversed countless miles to seek enlightenment from the esteemed princes. His demeanor exudes utmost respect. However, the undertones of his words are laced with provocation. As his declaration resonates through the air, the son of the barbarian clan leader, Qin Feng, steps forward. Though merely 15 years of age, his physique is a testament to incredible strength, a hallmark of his people. The assembly's expressions vary, as they finally comprehend the true purpose behind the barbarian's tribute. It is, in fact, a display of defiance. Whispers of discourse ripple through the crowd. Your Majesty, I cannot discern his cultivation. He must possess some secret treasure for protection, Elder Qin remarked gravely. Despite being at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, he is unable to perceive the prowess of a mere boy of 15, a revelation that would be met with disbelief. He is certain that Qin Feng is shielded by a hidden artifact. It appears they have come well prepared, the Xia Emperor stated, his countenance darkening. Is there any prince willing to step forward and offer guidance? Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his challenging intent growing ever more palpable. Instantly, a prince could no longer contain himself. I shall engage you in battle, declared the 6th prince's son coldly. They are of the same age, and he is confident that, given his access to abundant cultivation resources, Qin Feng could scarcely be his equal. Second level of the condensation realm? Surely you jest? Qin Feng scoffed disdainfully. You are utterly arrogant. The son of the sixth prince, witnessing Qin Feng's blatant disdain towards him, was instantly consumed by fury and drew his sword, charging at Qin Feng with lethal intent. The shimmering brilliance of his blade was formidable, prompting many courtiers to nod in approval at his impressive display. However, Qin Feng regarded this with utter contempt. Begone! He bellowed as crackling lightning surged around his fist, which he then brought down with tremendous force. Crack! The long sword in the young prince's grasp shattered under the impact. Yet Qin Feng's fist continued its relentless descent towards the prince's shoulder. Boom! The young prince was sent flying, crashing to the ground and leaving cracks in the earth, blood spilling from his mouth. His expression was one of disbelief. Despite being of the same age, he had been vanquished by a single blow. What? Audacious! The courtiers gasped in shock, rising to vehemently chastise Qin Feng. The sixth prince's face turned an ashen hue as he hurried to assist his son, administering a healing elixir. The imperial guard also took notice and prepared to act. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. I apologize, my earlier strike was perhaps a touch too severe, he said, bowing slightly to Emperor Xia. In the presence of a prince of Daxia, I dare not hold back. Emperor Xia's countenance darkened ominously. This was a blatant affront to his authority. However, he could not afford to punish Qin Feng, as that would only bring further shame upon himself. Enough. All of you disperse. He commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the imperial guard to withdraw. The assembled officials and princes alike felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Is there anyone else? Come forth. Qin Feng surveyed the room with a cold smile, his attitude radiating arrogance to an extreme degree. He was utterly unafraid of inciting the wrath of the emperor of the great Xia. His presence here today was a testament to his hidden strategies. He regarded not only the great Xia dynasty with disdain, but also the entirety of the Kanglan domain. I have come to challenge you to a duel. At that moment, the son of the fourth prince, Qin Zhou, stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. An astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, revealing his cultivation at the fifth level of the condensation realm. Brandishing his spear, he charged at Qin Feng, the aura of his weapon pulsating with lethal intent. Sensing the formidable presence exuded by the fourth prince's son, the assembled officials and princes felt a renewed sense of hope. Qin Zhou had indeed broken through to the fifth level of the condensation realm. He was undoubtedly the most gifted among this cohort of princes, capable of teaching that arrogant barbarian a lesson. The ministers and numerous princes engaged in fervent discussions, harboring great expectations for Qin Zhou. Even the emperor of Xia shared this sentiment. You shall not prevail. Casting a disdainful glance at the approaching Qin Zhou, Qin Feng's expression was one of utter contempt. Once more, as before, he summoned the power of thunder within his fist and struck fiercely at Qin Zhou. The collision of fist and spear erupted in a cataclysmic wave of spiritual energy, shaking the very ground beneath them. Yet, the advantage lay unmistakably with Qin Feng. His fearsome punch shattered Qin Zhou's spear into fragments and sent him hurtling backward, injured. Thud. Qin Zhou fell in defeat. Although he did not spew blood like the previous prince, he was far from unscathed. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The entire banquet was engulfed in silence. Everyone was astonished. It was unimaginable that Qin Zhou, the foremost genius among the princes, was utterly defeated by Qin Feng with a single blow. How could Qin Feng possess such strength? It appeared that the so-called geniuses within the Daxia royal family were not as formidable as they claimed. Qin Feng's words were laced with an audacious arrogance that openly ridiculed the royal family. Many attendees felt an overwhelming urge to confront and silence Qin Feng. The expression on the emperor of Xia's face darkened to an extreme, his fist clenched tightly, nearly driven to the brink of fury. I shall engage you in combat. At that moment, Qin Xiling, who had been quietly observing, suddenly stepped forward and spoke calmly. As she did so, she placed half a watermelon and a spoon from her embrace onto the table before her. Though Qin Xiling was young, she possessed considerable wisdom. Her father was the crown prince. If Qin Feng were to depart today in an invincible manner, her father would also suffer humiliation. Thus, she took the initiative to stand up. Upon hearing her declaration, numerous gazes shifted towards Qin Xiling. What are you doing stirring up trouble? Even I am no match for him. How can you possibly contend with him without bringing disgrace to our royal family? Qin Zhou, who had just returned to his seat after being injured, immediately scolded upon hearing Qin Xiling's words. Everyone knows that Qin Xiling has inherent flaws in her meridians. If I have already been defeated, how could she possibly stand as Qin Feng's opponent? It is nothing short of a farce. This matter does not concern you. Sit down promptly. Are we not already humiliated enough today? The other princes and princesses also harshly rebuked Qin Zining, although they were of similar age. They deemed her as someone destined for marriage alliance, standing far below them in status, and thus their words were unkind and unrestrained. Qin Zining's mother, taken aback by her daughter's boldness, hurriedly attempted to pull her back. Yet, at that moment, Qin Zining had already stepped into the open space at the center, solemnly gazing at Qin Feng. Haha, has the royal family of the great Xia fallen so low? They dare to send such a frail girl, devoid of any cultivation, to face me in battle? Qin Feng laughed heartily, adding, why not marry this girl to me? I assure you, I will not utter a word of today's events. At 13, Qin Zining stood tall and graceful, possessing a beauty that could captivate any heart, and even he found himself intrigued. Zining, step back. The Emperor of Xia's expression darkened as he softly admonished her. He knew well that she was the daughter of the crown prince and was aware of her innate deficiencies in her meridians, rendering her almost powerless. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Zining had mastered the Taishu sword art, a skill acquired through Qin Feng's signing, and neither he nor Elder Chun could discern her true level of cultivation. Instead of retreating, Qin Zining glared at Qin Feng, her anger palpable. You speak so much, yet do you dare not engage me in battle? Make your move. At her words, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he resolved to teach Qin Zining a harsh lesson. He then took the initiative, unleashing a thunderous punch directed at her. Elder Chen's face changed dramatically, and he prepared to intervene. Suddenly, at that moment, a formidable sword intent erupted from within Qin Zining. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a powerful strike. The fierce sword light, resembling a crescent moon, surged forth, hurtling towards Qin Feng. Though Qin Feng shattered the sword light, he was forced to retreat several steps. What? This scene left all present utterly astonished. Whether among the literati and military officials, the princes and princesses, or the members of the barbarian tribes, disbelief was etched on every face. How could this be? Wasn't Princess Zining born with damaged meridians? How could she possess such strength? She had ceased her studies and had no access to training resources. How could her cultivation have advanced? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Their shock palpable. Particularly affected were those royal siblings who had looked down upon Qin Zining throughout her life. It felt as though they had been dealt a resounding slap, rendering them speechless, their expressions frozen. The Summer Emperor and Elder Chun exchanged glances, both equally astonished. How could they have been unaware of Qin Zining's remarkable strength? Meanwhile, Qin Feng's face bore not only shock but also fury. How could she have repelled me? This is impossible. A surge of thunderous energy enveloped Qin Feng, crackling ominously. He was at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the condensation realm. Could it be that Qin Zining was even stronger than he? He refused to believe it. You are not my match, concede. Though armed with but a single sword, Qin Zining possessed an astute judgment. She recognized that Qin Feng was no match for her. She harbored no desire to inflict harm. How vexing. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng's fury intensified. A surge of formidable thunderous power erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward Qin Zining like a divine bolt, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a celestial weapon. The ground he traversed appeared scorched, as if struck by lightning, truly terrifying. Be cautious. The officials, witnessing the scene, were struck with alarm, their expressions shifting dramatically. The dreadful waves of thunder emanating from Qin Feng instilled a profound fear, leading them to believe that Qin Zining might struggle to withstand his onslaught. Elder Chen's countenance also altered drastically as he hastily prepared to intervene and shield Qin Zining from the impending attack. Yet, upon observing the approaching Qin Feng, Qin Zining remained unfazed. The river of great waters descends from the heavens, she proclaimed, and with a swift motion, she unleashed her sword. The cascading sword energy surged forth like a mighty river pouring down from the celestial realms, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves. The path it carved was marked by deep, sweeping scars. With a resounding crash, the torrent-like sword energy collided with the thunder-wreathed Qin Feng, producing a deafening roar. He was unable to withstand the force and was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Silence enveloped the banquet. A profound stillness settled over the crowd, who were left in utter shock. No one had anticipated such a decisive defeat for so many princes. Ignored by the masses, Qin Zining unexpectedly turned the tide and defeated Qin Feng. This outcome surpassed everyone's expectations. You have lost, Qin Zining remarked coolly, gazing at the injured Qin Feng. How could I possibly lose? How could I possibly lose? Qin Feng exclaimed in furious disbelief. With such immense celestial fortune and rapid cultivation, how could he be bested by this inconspicuous princess? He immediately sought to retrieve something from his person. Noticing this, an elder from the southern barbarian delegation hurried forward, ostensibly to assist him, but actually gripping his arm tightly, whispering urgently, "No, absolutely not. We are within the confines of the Dragon Awakening Array. Though seething with anger, Qin Feng found himself immobilized by the elder's grasp and could only suppress his rage. Indeed, the Daxia royal family is truly remarkable. We are thoroughly impressed. The southern barbarian elder remarked, his expression one of admiration directed towards the Emperor of Xia. Ha! The Xia Emperor responded with hearty laughter, his previous gloom dissipating. Since the young clan leader has been injured, we shall take our leave, the southern barbarian elder stated slowly. Very well. I shall arrange for the imperial physician to attend to your young clan leader at the relay station shortly, the Xia Emperor promptly replied, having witnessed Qin Zhining's formidable prowess. He had no desire to prolong the banquet, and upon seeing the southern barbarian elder preparing to depart, he readily agreed. Subsequently, all members of the southern barbarian delegation bowed respectfully and exited the palace, making their way to the relay station arranged by the Ministry of Rites. Ensure that the imperial guards keep a close watch on them, the Summer Emperor coldly instructed a nearby eunuch. Upon hearing this, the eunuch promptly nodded and departed to inform the commander of the Jinui. Chapter 10, The Peerless Sword Body Lies Beside Me. All eyes, including those of the Summer Emperor, were fixed upon Qin Ziqing. Ziqing, when did you become so formidable? The Summer Emperor could not help but inquire. He distinctly remembered that his granddaughter had innate flaws in her meridians, rendering her condition seemingly irreparable. Grandfather, I too am unaware of the reason. Over the past few years, my cultivation has progressed remarkably, Qin Ziqing replied, blinking her large eyes with candor. I often find myself breaking through while simply asleep. Her words conveyed absolute truth, devoid of any deceit. What? Qin Ziqing's assertion elicited a myriad of astonished expressions from those present. Breaking through while asleep? Is there truly such a fortunate occurrence in this world? Nonsense. How could anyone achieve a breakthrough while asleep? The Summer Emperor feigned indignation. It's true. Qin Ziqing, sensing her grandfather's skepticism, grew slightly anxious. Not only do I break through in my sleep, but I have also occasionally comprehended sword techniques in my dreams. The great river sword intent I just demonstrated was inspired by a vision I had of tumultuous waves in a river, which I understood upon awakening. Unbeknownst to her, this phenomenon was a result of Qin Feng embedding various swordsmanship principles within tales he narrated, which had seamlessly integrated into her consciousness. The Summer Emperor fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing her words. He had just wanted to inquire why Qin Zining had employed a sword technique he had never heard of, only to discover that it was a skill she had comprehended on her own. What is the name of the martial art you practice? He asked. Beside him, Elder Qin's expression grew grave as he remarked, did you also realize it while asleep? He found Qin Zining's martial arts even more perplexing. Unable to discern the depth of her cultivation, the Taishu sword technique. Once, while I was meditating, I felt that the methods taught by my master were progressing too slowly. I pondered how I might accelerate my training, and as I contemplated, a multitude of thoughts surged forth from my mind. Qin Zining replied earnestly, thus, it naturally led to my understanding of the Taishu sword technique. This revelation left Elder Qin utterly speechless. How could such a prodigy exist in the world? She had created her own sword technique and a new martial art. Emperor Xia was also at a loss for words. After years of ruling, with eyes keen as a hawk, he had encountered countless plots and schemes. He could easily discern whether a 13-year-old girl was lying. He understood that Qin Zining spoke nothing but the truth. Your Majesty, do you recall the sound of the sword that rang out 13 years ago? At that moment, a minister suddenly stood up, his face solemn as he said, from the beginning to the end, we have been unable to locate the unparalleled sword body. Could it be that? He hesitated, not finishing his thought. Yet, how astute was Emperor Xia, who instantly grasped the implication. In that instant, his countenance changed dramatically as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. In the realm of royalty, it is a rare occurrence for one to be born with damaged meridians. However, Qin Zining was afflicted in such a manner from birth. Upon receiving this news, he was enveloped in confusion, unable to fathom the reason behind it. Yet, if it were indeed the case that the unparalleled sword body had yet to fully manifest, then it would all make sense. The notion of an unparalleled sword body ignited a spark of understanding in Elder Qin, who immediately embraced this hypothesis. Indeed, if Princess Zining embodies the unparalleled sword body, then everything falls into place. Qin Zining's ability to forge her own sword techniques and martial arts stems entirely from her innate predisposition towards the sword path. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for this is a blessing from the heavens upon our great Xia. The assembly of civil and military officials, too, found enlightenment in this revelation and knelt in reverence, offering their congratulations. Witnessing the unanimous agreement of those present, the Emperor of Xia could no longer conceal his elation. The unparalleled sword body is so close at hand, he proclaimed. Issue a decree to elevate Zining to the title of Princess of Qishui, and bestow upon her 100,000 bolts of silk. As the emperor articulated his rewards, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, particularly among the princes and princesses, who were consumed by envy and admiration. Qingshui, a river steeped in the ancestral heritage of the great Xia dynasty, signified the high regard in which Qin Zining was held with this new title. Thank you, grandfather. Qin Zining graciously expressed, understanding the importance of etiquette. The emperor nodded in acknowledgement and instructed the ministers to resume their duties, while he took Qin Zining to the armory pavilion, allowing her the freedom to select weapons as a token of reward. Meanwhile, within the lodgings of the southern barbarians' envoy, the imperial physician had just departed, followed by a tribesman who accompanied him to the imperial hospital to procure medicine for Qin Feng's injuries. Why did you stop me just now? Had you not intervened? With the thunder token in my possession, eliminating Qin Ziling would have been as effortless as turning my hand. Qin Feng expressed his fury towards the elder of the barbarian tribe. Young clan leader, you are being excessively impulsive, the elder replied with resignation. Within the palace lies the protection of the Dragon's Guard formation. Had you utilized the thunder token to slay Qin Ziling, we would all have met our demise within the palace. Humph. Since the Demon Sealing War, all major dynasties have suffered a significant decline. The Dragon's Guard formation can merely eradicate those at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. It cannot possibly harm me, Qin Feng retorted dismissively. The Thunder Token is an artifact of a supreme powerhouse. Should its full power be unleashed, his cultivation could soar to the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm. The Dragon's Guard formation would be utterly powerless against him. You are underestimating the situation, young clan leader. If you were to publicly assassinate Qin Ziling, the great Xia dynasty would undoubtedly seek our clan's annihilation. At that point, millions of elite soldiers would emerge, and with you having exhausted the Thunder's might, how would you defend yourself? The elder spoke slowly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. If only the members of the barbarian tribe were a touch more astute. Leveraging their innate combat prowess and vitality, they would not face such dire consequences in the southern mountains. But can we simply let this matter rest? Qin Feng lamented. If I do not kill Qin Ziling, my heart will remain unsettled. In his eyes, having encountered a stroke of celestial fortune, his future aspirations were destined to encompass far more expansive realms. The so-called prince of the great Xia royal family was merely the beginning of his quest for fame, a stepping stone on his path to greatness. He absolutely could not permit himself to suffer defeat in this place. A moment's impatience could jeopardize the grand scheme. The elder of the barbarian tribe could only advise him. I cannot bear it, Qin Feng retorted, his temper flaring. Since I cannot kill her openly, I shall do so in secret. What do you mean? The elder inquired, perplexed. This night, I shall infiltrate the imperial palace and, with minimal cost, and without alerting the Dragon Awakening formation, quietly eliminate Qin Ziling, Qin Feng coldly declared. In doing so, we shall neither exhaust the power of the Thunder Token nor fear the consequences of openly confronting the great Xia dynasty. That is far too perilous, the elder exclaimed urgently. Enough of this, Qin Feng interrupted. You all wait for me outside the imperial city. Ignoring their counsel, he pulled forth a token enveloped in crackling thunder. In an instant, the power of thunder enveloped the elder and his companions, whisking them away without a trace. Qin Feng's icy gaze was fixed upon the direction of the palace as he departed from the post station. Crack! The thunder token in Qin Feng's hand unleashed dozens of bolts of lightning. The hidden imperial guards did not even have time to utter a cry before they were obliterated. He then continued onward toward the palace. Chapter 11. There was no enmity initially, but you seek to kill Ziling, thus enmity is born beneath the night sky. The imperial palace was teeming with patrolling imperial guards and formidable experts at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, hidden in various corners. At that moment, a figure, utilizing the formidable power of the Thunder Token, concealed all traces of its presence, evading detection by all, and arrived at the Eastern Palace, the residence of Prince Qin Junyan. Qin Ziling resided in one of the chambers here. The grandeur of the Great Xia Imperial Palace was rather unimpressive. I could traverse it with ease. Upon appearing within the Eastern Palace, Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with disdain. He extended his formidable spiritual sense, swiftly locating the aura of Qin Ziling and identifying her dwelling. Proceeding directly towards it. In a short span, he arrived. However, a figure cloaked in black robes awaited him there. With such a treasure in possession, it took a full half an hour to traverse from the palace gates to this point. Should I consider you foolish or feeble? A hoarse and somewhat aged voice emerged from beneath the black robe. Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this individual. He had presumed this person was there to protect Qin Ziling, only to realize that the stranger was aware he had entered the palace half an hour earlier. How could you possibly know I entered the palace gates half an hour ago? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Moreover, why did you not hinder my entrance? What do you think? The figure beneath the black robe replied nonchalantly. If I were to obstruct you at the palace gates, how then could I utilize the dragon shock array to eliminate you and acquire the treasures you possess? Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng's countenance darkened significantly, realizing he had been ensnared in a scheme orchestrated by the great Xia royalty. You actually dared to use the granddaughter of the Summer Emperor as bait to lure me here. How ruthless you are. Qin Feng spoke in a low voice. He was certain that the aura within the room unmistakably belonged to Qin Zining. He believed that the royal family was employing Qin Zining as a lure to draw him in. Spare me the useless chatter. The shock dragon formation has already commenced its operation, and all the formidable warriors are hidden in the shadows. Hand over your treasures obediently, and perhaps you may meet a swift end. The raspy voice from beneath the black cloak spoke slowly. Ha ha, fool. Qin Feng laughed heartily, declaring, your scheme is indeed malicious, yet you have overlooked one crucial detail. The treasures I possess have the power of teleportation. If I wish to depart, none can impede me. With that, the thunder token in his hand surged with an immense force of lightning, enveloping him. Remember, no matter what, I will kill Qin Zining. The next time I strike, not even your illustrious ancestor could save her. I assure you, Qin Feng said coldly. As he spoke, a silver light flashed, and his figure vanished from the palace. At that moment, Qin Feng removed his black cloak and remarked coolly, idiot. What he had just said was merely a ruse to intimidate Qin Feng. The reason for this was that he did not wish to engage Qin Feng within the palace. Qin Feng could sense that the token in Qin Feng's possession contained an astonishing force of lightning. If a battle were to erupt here, not only would the palace be at risk of destruction, but the shock dragon formation could also encounter complications. In such a case, the malevolent beings imprisoned within the demon suppression tower would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escape. The situation has become troublesome. The young girl, even in her sleep, murmurs in her dreams, which is quite. Qin Feng glanced back at the room behind him and shook his head. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a scroll acquired through a system check-in. In the current Xia dynasty, although there exist teleportation arrays, they only facilitate travel between cities. To eliminate Qin Feng must utilize the teleportation scroll obtained through the system's check-in. With a swift motion, the scroll shattered, and Qin Feng's figure instantly vanished from the spot. At that moment, 3,000 miles away from the imperial city, there lay a forest teeming with ancient trees over 100 years old. Numerous members of the barbarian tribe awaited there. Suddenly, a silver light illuminated the forest. As the silver glow dissipated, a figure materialized within the woods. Qin Feng and the sole elder of his entourage appeared at the site of the previous formation. Young clan leader. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the crowd rose, their expressions filled with astonishment. Have you already dealt with Qin Ziling? A barbarian elder inquired, puzzled. Realizing he had been discovered, Qin Feng's countenance darkened significantly. What? Do you not possess the thunder token? How could you be found? The elder exclaimed in surprise, while the other barbarian tribesmen wore expressions of confusion. Let us discuss this on the way, Qin Feng replied coldly. Sighing, the barbarian elder reluctantly shook his head and remarked, very well, let us return for now. Regardless, their enmity with the Xia dynasty had become irrevocably entrenched. Qin Zining, one day, I shall rend you limb from limb. Stone Peak, casting a glance back towards the imperial city, spoke through gritted teeth. They then prepared to depart, hastening back into the southern mountains, where true safety lay. However, at that moment, a youth approached from the distance, walking with deliberate calmness, clearly harboring ill intentions. Who are you? Stone Peak furrowed his brow and demanded coldly. This place lay 3,000 miles from the imperial city, with no nearby towns possessing teleportation arrays. Naturally, he did not expect that this young man was the very one he had encountered within the palace. I am here to kill you, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. He did not deliberately threaten Stone Peak. His tone remained utterly unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Stone Peak's expression momentarily faltered before he erupted into laughter. Huh? A mere nobody without any cultivation dares to claim he will kill me? Surely, you must be mad. He sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng. His eyes filled with disdain. Not only Stone Peak, but the other barbarian tribesmen could not help but mockingly laugh, deeming Qin Feng a lunatic. Young master, leave this madman to us, one of the barbarians said respectfully. Indeed, Stone Peak nodded, adding, do not forget to pull out all his teeth. I require more for a necklace for my pet. With that, he and the elder turned to leave, while the barbarian warriors approached Qin Feng with menacing intent. The young man, however, as those uncouth tribesmen had yet to take more than a few steps, and their words remained unuttered, Qin Feng swiftly pointed a finger, unleashing a radiant sword light that extinguished their lives in an instant. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, a scene of utter carnage. What? Qin Feng, hearing the commotion, turned to see the field littered with corpses, his countenance shifting dramatically. These subordinates of his were all cultivators at the spirit transformation realm. How could they have been annihilated by Qin Feng in a mere moment? The tribal elder beside him was equally taken aback, a sense of unease flooding his heart. Who on earth are you? Shi Feng's face darkened like stormy waters, coldly stating, I seem to have no grievances with you. There was no enmity at first. But since you seek to harm Zining, a vendetta has now formed. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, do you have any final words to utter? Upon hearing this, Shi Feng immediately comprehended, realizing Qin Feng had come seeking vengeance for Qin Zining. Though I do not know why someone so young possesses such formidable prowess, you are still not capable of defeating me. Shi Feng retorted with a scoff. As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted, radiating outward from him. The sky darkened with heavy clouds. Shi Feng's entire being was enveloped by crackling lightning, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the mortal realm. The surrounding trees were charred, their vitality drained in an instant. Some skills, yet they are merely this. Qin Feng remarked indifferently. You dare to speak boastfully when death looms near. Perish. Shi Feng bellowed in fury, charging toward Qin Feng with lethal intent. At that moment, he was truly akin to a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before Qin Feng. His fist, imbued with an ominous, thunderous energy, crashing violently into Qin Feng's chest. In that fleeting instant, he envisioned the gruesome spectacle of Qin Feng being shattered into countless pieces, blood and flesh scattering in the air. He felt a surge of exhilaration. However, at that precise moment, a terrifying sword aura erupted from within Qin Feng, akin to the emergence of a divine weapon. The sound of the sword reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Boom! Shi Feng was violently propelled away by the sword energy unleashed from Qin Feng, crashing through several towering ancient trees. The elder of the delegation met an unfortunate fate as he was crushed to death by Shi Feng, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shi Feng's face turned pale, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng, exclaiming, how is this possible? I have harnessed such tremendous thunderous power, capable of slaying even a cultivator at the 7th level of the Wheel C realm. How could I not kill you? In his estimation, considering Qin Feng's age, no matter how prodigious, he could not have reached the Wheel C realm. To ensure his safety, he had directly utilized the thunderous power to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Wheel C realm. Yet he had not anticipated that he would still be unable to vanquish Qin Feng, who effortlessly repelled him instead. Chapter 12. Is that all? Perhaps it is simply because I am too formidable. Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly as a beam of sword light erupted from his fingertip, slicing towards Shi Feng, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. Seeing this, Shi Feng hurriedly attempted to evade. With a swift motion, despite his remarkable speed, Qin Feng's sword radiance was equally rapid. He narrowly avoided having his chest pierced by the blade, yet suffered the grievous loss of his arm. A pained scream escaped from Shi Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, I will kill you. I will destroy you. He struck his chest with his right palm, unleashing a spurt of vital blood onto the thunder token, seeking to channel his essence to awaken its latent power. Thunderous roars erupted as dazzling silver light ignited, accompanied by the sound of surging lightning. Shi Feng's aura surged rapidly, the brilliant silver light soaring towards the heavens. An overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing nearby beasts within a radius of several dozen miles to cower in fear, trembling upon the ground. Ultimately, he ascended to the astonishing peak of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Is that all? Qin Feng, having waited in anticipation, found himself somewhat disheartened by the lack of spectacle. Yet, this was not entirely unexpected. During their time in the palace, he had sensed the extent of the Thunder Token's latent power. He had hoped that Shi Feng's cultivation would at least elevate him to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, prompting a serious confrontation. Instead, he was left with only the peak of the 2nd layer, a disparity of an entire minor realm. Arrogance. Infuriated by Qin Feng's words, Shi Feng summoned a terrifying bolt of lightning, which swiftly coalesced into a blade of thunder, spanning dozens of yards across, poised menacingly in the air. The radiance of the blade emanated an aura so formidable that it deterred even the mightiest of warriors, those at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm, rendering them as fragile as dust under its natural glow. With a thunderous roar, under Shi Feng's command, the colossal thunder blade, stretching dozens of feet, cleaved towards Qin Feng, evoking the sensation of divine retribution descending from the heavens, instilling a profound dread within the onlookers. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. It is not arrogance, rather, it is the manifestation of my overwhelming strength, he stated calmly. In that moment, an astonishing surge of sword intent erupted from within him, sweeping across a radius of several hundred feet. Surrounding his form, fiery sword souls, glowing red as molten lava, rapidly coalesced. The astonishing sword intent surged forth, accompanied by the continuous resonance of sword cries. All swords return to their origin. Qin Feng pointed into the air, and the multitude of sword souls surrounding him surged forward, racing towards the colossal thunder blade like a torrent of a mighty river. With a resounding clash, the hundreds of sword souls collided with the formidable thunderblade, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that swept across the landscape like a tsunami, affecting an area spanning dozens of miles. Countless trees were uprooted, hurled into the air, and reduced to mere dust. The brilliance of the explosion was blinding, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. This terrifying spectacle persisted for an extended duration before gradually subsiding, leaving the entire region desolate, as if it had never been a forest but rather a barren wasteland. Qin Feng, covered in scars, bled profusely from his wounds, his condition utterly disheveled, and his breath grew faint, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Yet, Qin Feng remained steadfast, utterly unperturbed by the recent fluctuations of power, his garments billowing gracefully in the wind, resembling an ethereal being. How is this possible? How can you be so formidable? Witnessing the unscathed Qin Feng could no longer maintain his composure and voiced the question that plagued his mind. He believed he was exceptionally fortunate, destined to be the protagonist of this realm. Little did he anticipate that before Qin Feng, he would prove so vulnerable. The young Qin Feng's cultivation was nothing short of terrifying. However, what awaited Qin Feng was not a response from Qin Feng, but rather a flash of sword light. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell heavily to the ground. He had thought he could easily overpower all the princes of the great Xia royal family and gain renown in the Kanglan domain. Yet he found himself facing the grim fate of demise. Within this token, there seemed to be a special formation capable of autonomously absorbing the power of thunder. Qin Feng picked up the thunder token from the ground, examined it for a moment, and murmured to himself. However, he could not ascertain its nature, for he was not well versed in formations. Shaking his head, Qin Feng stored the thunder token and turned to depart. The assassination of the Imperial Guard at the relay station and the inexplicable disappearance of the barbarian envoy incited the wrath of the Xia Emperor, who ordered a thorough investigation. That night, a member of the barbarian tribe accompanied the physician who had just attended to Qin Feng's injuries to the Imperial Hospital to procure medicine. And he was not teleported away by Qin Feng. Thus, he too became a subject of interrogation. Subjected to various forms of torture, he divulged everything he knew with utmost clarity. 3 days later, within the Imperial study, several ministers were reporting to Emperor Xia the findings of their investigation over the past 2 days. The southern barbarian tribes had, astonishingly, discovered a location within the mountains where the Thunder Sovereign had once secluded himself, and they had also unearthed the token left by that esteemed figure. The expression on Emperor Xia's face darkened considerably. The Thunder Sovereign was a renowned entity in the Kanglan domain, existing perhaps several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years ago. The power imbued within the token left by such a formidable being was beyond his comprehension. The information is accurate. I extracted it from the mouth of that barbarian, stated the minister in charge of the Ministry of Justice, with utmost respect. What puzzled him was why Qin Feng had chosen to eliminate the Imperial Guards and subsequently fled with the members of the envoy. He speculated that perhaps the southern envoy had perceived the surveillance by the Imperial Guards and assumed the royal family intended to act against them, prompting them to strike first. Alternatively, it might have been an act of rage from Qin Feng after a defeat, unable to restrain his anger against the guards. Upon hearing the confirmation from the minister, a palpable silence enveloped the room, not just for Emperor Xia, but for all present ministers. This was undoubtedly grave news. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guards, though belatedly, arrived. "Your Majesty, we have located Qin Feng," he announced. "Where is he?" Emperor Xia inquired hastily. "He is already dead, killed 3 days ago. And the thunder token has vanished without a trace." The commander of the Jinui paused momentarily before continuing, given the intensity of the battle. The assailant must possess a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, a truly formidable swordsman. As he spoke, he recalled the astonishing sword aura that lingered in the air, causing a sense of trepidation to wash over him. Despite being at the 7th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, he felt as insignificant as an ant in that moment. What? The utterance elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone in the Imperial study, their eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Feng had been slain? By someone of the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm? When had such a powerful individual emerged within the Great Xia dynasty? In an instant, a multitude of questions flooded their minds. He was killed 3 days ago. Emperor Xia furrowed his brow. 3 days prior was the very day Qin Feng had fled. At that time, only a select few were aware of the Jinui's demise at the hands of the Thunderous Treasure. How could a 3rd layer Purple Mansion expert have received news so swiftly? Moreover, how could they have pursued and killed Qin Feng? Could it be that Prince Mu has broken through to the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm and was responsible for Qin Feng's death? speculated one of the ministers. The other officials exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within them. If that were the case, it would be monumental news for the great Xia dynasty. Impossible. The commander of the Jinui interjected, shaking his head. Elder Qin was also present. He discovered that the one who killed Qin Feng wielded the intent of the Sword of Fire, whereas Prince Mu has cultivated the intent of the Sword of Wind. The two are fundamentally different. The comprehension of sword intent is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Each swordsman dedicates their entire life to grasping this profound concept. And merely achieving such understanding is a stroke of fortune. It is inconceivable for a swordsman to simultaneously master two distinct sword intents, even if one exists. It would certainly not occur during the Zifu realm. If that were the case, it would indeed be impossible. The numerous ministers in the imperial study shook their heads in despair. Although they do not cultivate the sword path, they grasp this fundamental principle. Should anyone claim to possess dual sword intents, they would undoubtedly be regarded as fools. Except for Prince Mu, could there be other formidable individuals within the palace? One minister articulated a startling hypothesis. The moment these words were uttered, every minister present changed countenance. Thus, it is not entirely implausible. Emperor Xia pondered deeply. Yet after a brief moment, he shook his head. He stated, the other royal uncles and grandfathers in seclusion have been confirmed to have passed away. They have already been buried. Currently, the only one remaining in seclusion is Prince Mu, the seventh uncle. He asserted that there could not be any other powerful individuals of the Zifu realm within the palace. In his view, aside from those royal figures in secluded cultivation, no one else could possibly be of the Zifu realm due to the sheer lack of cultivation resources. Upon hearing his words, the ministers present nodded thoughtfully, their expressions becoming even more intriguing. This implies that, unbeknownst to them, the Qinglan domain has gained an unidentified formidable being at the third level of the Zifu realm. This is indeed significant news, though it remains uncertain whether it heralds good or ill for the great Xia dynasty. They dared not hope that this formidable figure from the third tier of the Purple Palace was affiliated with the great Xia imperial family. Rather, they merely wished for the assurance that he bore no ill will towards them. It seemed that this sword master had fortuitously passed by, encountering the stone peak at the teleportation path. Upon sighting the thunder token in his possession, he was seized by the desire to kill and seize treasure. The commander of the Jinui, with utmost respect, articulated his conjecture. He retained a degree of confidence regarding the confidentiality of palace matters for which he was responsible. It was improbable that news would leak on the same day. The Xia emperor and numerous ministers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. In any case, this ultimately bodes well for us. One of the ministers slowly remarked, now that the Thunder Sovereign's token is no longer in the hands of the southern barbarian tribes, we need not harbor any apprehensions. Indeed, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops to vanquish the southern barbarian tribes. A general stepped forth, clasping his hands in salute. The other ministers also voiced their support, believing it was time to mobilize against the southern barbarians. It was one thing for the southern barbarian envoy to demonstrate, but it was utterly unacceptable for them to retaliate by slaughtering so many Jinui after their defeat at the Stone Peak, displaying a blatant disregard for the great Xia imperial family. There is no need for us to intervene. However, the Xia emperor chuckled lightly and said, let the news of the southern barbarian tribes locating the Thunder Sovereign's retreat and acquiring the Thunder Token be disseminated. Within a year, the southern barbarian tribes shall be turned upside down by various factions. He understood all too well the principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. Though he learned from the southern delegation that the place where the Thunder Sovereign had secluded himself contained nothing but a single token, the various factions of the Qinglan domain would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to investigate the matter personally, given its significance. Your Majesty is indeed wise, exclaimed numerous ministers, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. Subsequently, the Summer Emperor dispatched a decree to the Crown Prince, Qin Jianyan, who was on an inspection tour, instructing him to hasten to the south. Once all factions had thoroughly dealt with the barbarian tribes nestled within the southern mountains, he was to collaborate with the general of the south to rectify the aftermath. As the Summer Emperor had anticipated, over the course of the ensuing year, various dynasties and sects, upon receiving word, sent forth their formidable champions to the southern mountains, pressing the barbarian tribes for any treasures belonging to the Thunder Sovereign. Conflicts erupted among the different factions, resulting in fierce confrontations. The southern barbarians found themselves in a state of utter despair, regretting their decision to send Qin Feng to the great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the unfolding events in the outside world, lacking any desire to be informed. The conclusion of the southern delegation's affairs had little impact on him, save for the fact that Qin Zining, having demonstrated extraordinary talent, garnered the royal family's attention, resulting in a decrease in her visits. However, this mattered little to Qin Feng. He had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Qin Zening, and without at least a decade, she would struggle to assimilate it all. Frequent visits were unnecessary. Your Highness, the recliner you requested has been prepared, announced Chu Xiong respectfully as Qin Feng engaged in his training. Beside him stood a recliner crafted entirely from rosewood, exuding a subtle fragrance of timber. Qin Feng nodded appreciatively as he surveyed the reclining chair delivered by Chu Xiong, feeling quite satisfied. Having cultivated the Longevity Sutra to a perfected state, his technique could now operate autonomously, absorbing sword energy without the need for relentless practice. Thus, he had requested Chu Xiong to procure a reclining chair, allowing him to rest while simultaneously engaging in cultivation. Now that the southern barbarian tribes had completely submitted to our great Xia dynasty, the emperor and the officials of the 6 ministries were overwhelmed with tasks. It seemed that only His Highness enjoyed such leisure, remarked Chu Xiong with a smile. Establishing order among the southern tribes was far from a mere matter of deploying troops. The myriad complexities involved would require no less than 5 or 6 years to resolve. I am but an unremarkable and ineffectual prince. Such monumental affairs are certainly not for me to worry about, Qin Feng replied with a hint of indifference. An ineffectual prince? One could hardly harbor malicious thoughts. Your Highness is truly humble, Chu Xiong replied with a wry smile. He had never encountered, nor even heard of, a prince with such a serene disposition as Qin Feng. Most would be consumed by madness or despair. How rare it was to find someone like Qin Feng, who remained untroubled by external circumstances. The phrase not elated by external gains, nor saddened by personal losses may be easily spoken. Yet to embody it as Qin Feng did seem to Chu Xiong to be the hallmark of a legendary sage. Qin Feng chose not to pursue this topic further. He tested the chair and found it quite comfortable. The reclining chair is excellent. I am truly grateful, he praised, genuinely content. As long as your Highness is satisfied. Chu Xiong responded respectfully. Despite his newfound strength, many still perceived him as foolish, and compliments were seldom directed his way. Only Qin Feng, without reservation, lavished praise upon him, treating him not as a servant, but as an equal, which deeply moved him. Subsequently, Chu Xiong inquired whether Qin Feng had any other needs before taking his leave. Chapter 14. The White Fox. At a time when the entire court was in a state of turmoil, striving to stabilize the recently conquered southern tribes, troubles were brewing at the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower, a towering edifice of 99 stories, loomed above the clouds, containing within it the unslayable evil spirits sealed by the ancient enchantments from millennia past. The air was thick with demonic energy, rendering the atmosphere perpetually gloomy, even beneath the blazing sun. I never anticipated that the White Fox would possess such formidable bloodline power. It is indeed a tremendous boon. A sinister laugh resonated from the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, emanating from a malevolent spirit known as the Nine Nether Taoist. Seizing the moment when the protective array surrounding the tower was at its weakest, he employed secret techniques to stealthily release a wisp of demonic energy, initially intending to consume a few palace maids and eunuchs. However, he unexpectedly encountered a white fox. While the fox was immensely powerful, the demonic consciousness of the Nine Nether Taoist proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Taking advantage of the fox's unawareness, he launched a treacherous ambush, narrowly managing to subdue it. Though the white fox ultimately unleashed an astonishing surge of bloodline power, allowing it to escape before being completely consumed, the Nine Nether Taoist still reaped significant benefits. Not only did his cultivation level rise, but more importantly, he acquired a portion of the white fox's essence blood, which would prove immensely useful to him. At that moment, other malevolent spirits within the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower also took note of the changes in the Nine Nether Taoist cultivation. Disciple, has your strength increased? Hurry and extend my life. One of the aged, grotesque fiends approached the Jiao Taoist, speaking with urgency. The lifespan of these fiends is not infinite. It can only be prolonged by incessantly devouring human essence. Though they were once powerful, having consumed countless human lifeblood, millennia have passed, and many fiends have perished. In their desperation, they resort to severing their own cultivation to extend their existence. The fiends of the first tier have seen their powers diminish to the realms of mere existence, rendering them a shadow of their former selves, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet, many among them are nearing the end of their lives. The Jiao Taoist S-Master has but half a year left to live. Humph, old fool. If you wish for me to extend your life, you should assist me in my cultivation instead. The Jiao Taoist scoffed at this notion, grasping his master by the throat. He began to absorb his cultivation. No. The Jiao Taoist S-Master struggled desperately, but to no avail. The fiends confined within the same tier shared similar levels of power. Yet after Jiao Taoist consumed the fox's cultivation and a portion of its essence, his strength surged, leaving his master utterly defenseless. Before long, the Geo-Daoist had completely devoured his master, even consuming the remains. Delicious, truly a rare delicacy of this world. After feasting upon his master, the Geo-Daoist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress his praise. The Daoist of Nine Hells. You have betrayed your master and annihilated your kin? Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? A female demon exclaimed with a voice trembling in fury. Once I escape, I shall undoubtedly elevate our demonic race, ruling over the Kanglan domain, at which point merits and sins shall naturally balance each other. The Daoist of Nine Hells chuckled ominously, stating, At worst, I shall relinquish my blade and seek refuge in the Buddhist path. I can always cleanse my sins. With that, he seized the female demon and began to devour her without restraint. Her agonized screams echoed forth as two demons were consumed, leaving the others trembling in fear, terrified that they might be next. However, the Daoist of Nine Hells showed no intention of continuing his assault. He merely sought a morsel to satisfy his hunger. Unable to ascend to the higher echelons of the demon suppression tower, and finding his companions on this level too weak to enhance his cultivation, he deemed it wiser to reserve them for later feasts. Suddenly, the Daoist of Nine Hells expelled a small, pitch-black cauldron from his mouth. The cauldron appeared rather unremarkable, yet the patterns etched upon it were distinctly sinister. This vessel, acquired during his sojourn in foreign realms, contained formidable powers sealed within. It required an abundance of blood sacrifices to unlock the might contained inside. Prior to the Great Demon Sealing War, he had slain numerous human cultivators to offer as sacrifices to the cauldron, and just as he was on the verge of harnessing the sealed power within, he found himself imprisoned within the demon suppression tower. He believed that he would never have the opportunity to commence anew, for the mere essence derived from a handful of palace maids and eunuchs was utterly insufficient. Little did he anticipate that today he would encounter a white fox, imbued with a bloodline power so formidable that it left him astounded. Although he only acquired a portion of its essence, it was more than enough. A rumble echoed. Upon offering the essence obtained from the white fox to the seemingly ordinary small cauldron, an eerie radiance suddenly emanated from within. A staggering demonic energy surged forth. Power. It was power. The first layer of evil spirits gasped in astonishment. This astonishing force ignited an insatiable envy within them. Yet, none dared to act. For the strength of the nine Nether Taoists surpassed all their malevolence. Even united, they stood no chance against him. The power contained within was sufficient for me to break through to the void refinement realm. After absorbing it, escaping forcefully would be absolutely feasible. The nine Nether Taoists' eyes shimmered with excitement and fervor. He promptly settled into a meditative position, eagerly beginning to absorb the demonic energy that surged forth from the small cauldron. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Heavy snow blanketed the entire imperial city. Against this backdrop of pristine white, the usually solemn ancient architecture took on a poetic charm. Qin Feng reclined beneath an ancient tree that remained evergreen throughout the seasons. The snow that had fallen overnight did not settle upon him in the slightest. After 3 years of slumber, Qin Feng could not resist the urge to stretch languidly. Although he spent his days in repose, he inadvertently absorbed sword energy through the longevity scripture, elevating his cultivation to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Such a terrifying pace of advancement would surely incite envy and resentment in anyone who learned of it. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had no intentions of venturing out into the world. No one could possibly know that within the Kanglan domain resided such a remarkable prodigy with astonishing cultivation speed. It would be delightful to have a copy of the Moon and Sixpence accompanied by a cup of cappuccino, he mused while reclining in his chair. Observing the snowflakes gracefully descending, he slowly rose, startling a flock of birds that were pecking at the ground, and resolved to brew a cup of tea to invigorate himself. Just as he prepared to return to his slumber after brewing the tea, he suddenly noticed subtle movements beneath a nearby large tree. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a white fox. Its fur was soft and striking, nearly blending into the snow. However, it was trembling and appeared to be in a very weakened state. I don't recall any white foxes existing within this royal mausoleum, Qin Feng murmured to himself. The mausoleum was home to numerous animals, many of which were strays left behind by neglected concubines cast into the cold palace, wandering until they found refuge in the royal tomb. Yet, there were certainly no white foxes among them. At that moment, the white fox also took notice of Qin Feng, its eyes instantly reflecting a wary demeanor. Despite its frail state, it attempted to project ferocity, emitting a low growl from its throat, as if to warn Qin Feng against harboring any ill intentions. Chapter 15. From the heart, little creature, you possess quite a fierce spirit. Qin Feng remained utterly indifferent, smiling as he spoke. Subsequently, he retrieved a small vial containing only a few drops of earth spirit Lingji essence from his storage ring and placed it on the snow-covered ground before the little white fox. He spoke slowly, "I have consumed all the healing elixirs like mere candies. This earth spirit essence also possesses restorative properties. Whether you survive depends entirely on your fortune." The elixirs he had signed for were already scarce, and healing potions were even rarer and of average quality. Hence he had consumed them without hesitation, leaving him with no means for recovery. After speaking, Qin Feng wrapped himself in a blanket and returned to his recliner for a nap. Meanwhile, the little white fox glanced at the small jade vial containing the earth spirit essence but had no intention of acknowledging it, choosing instead to remain quietly curled up, tending to her injuries. Ever since her childhood, her mother had instilled in her a deep distrust of humans, particularly men, whom she believed spoke nothing but falsehoods. Moreover, this young man was exceptionally handsome and charming, rendering his words even less trustworthy. She would never consume anything offered by Qin Feng. Even if it meant starving to death amidst the swirling snow, she resolutely refused to partake. Time swiftly passed, and a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. The little white fox, still lying there nursing her wounds, found her condition increasingly dire, her spirit waning. She felt despondent. Ever since she had been devoured by that malevolent entity years ago, losing both her cultivation and a portion of her essence. Her injuries had only worsened without any respite. Amidst this overwhelming agony, her gaze finally faltered and turned towards the small jade vial. The so-called earth spirit milk seems to possess healing properties. I merely consumed a small amount. It is not as if I have pledged to marry a human. So there should be no issue, right? Thus, she reassured herself and soon came to a realization. Extending her forepaw, she nudged the small jade bottle closer and then uncorked it. Ah, what an exquisite fragrance. In an instant, the rich spiritual essence that surged forth made the little white fox involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Having never heard of earth spirit milk before, she was unaware of the abundant spiritual energy it contained. Subsequently, she extended her tongue through the narrow opening of the bottle and began to lick the milky white liquid within. Upon tasting the earth spirit milk, a wave of warmth swiftly coursed through the little white fox's entire body, enveloping her in a profound sense of comfort and exhilaration. The immense pain from her injuries gradually subsided. This young man appears to be nothing more than a useless prince. How could he possibly possess such a high-grade treasure? The little white fox was filled with curiosity. Initially, she had approached the earth spirit milk with mere hope, given to her by Qin Feng. But she had not anticipated its effects to be so remarkable, far exceeding her expectations. In her heart, she indelibly etched the memory of this milky liquid, never to be forgotten. As winter gave way to spring, 2 years passed by. Within the royal mausoleum, there seemed to be no changes. One evening, a sudden rumble echoed ominously. A terrifying aura erupted from Qin Feng's body, astonishingly powerful. The rampant sword intent swept through the surroundings, leaving sword marks in its wake. The terrifying aura of swordsmanship surged forth, almost shattering the heavens. However, within the confines of the palace, there was no reaction whatsoever. The entire imperial mausoleum was enveloped by the divine concealment array acquired by Qin Feng, preventing even the faintest trace of energy from escaping. Even the imperial guard stationed at the entrance of the mausoleum remained utterly oblivious, failing to perceive anything amiss. Having reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, I should be able to visit the Demon Suppression Tower and sign in, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Each 5th level of a major realm marks a significant boundary. With an immense enhancement in strength, the Demon Suppression Tower serves as the epicenter of the entire Dragon's Wrath formation, where only those at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm may approach without facing immediate annihilation. Yet, Qin Feng, being of a cautious disposition, had only now resolved to explore, having attained the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a reflection of his inner conviction, his true self. Rising from his seat, Qin Feng stretched lazily, only to discover that the little white fox had vanished. Has it recovered from its injuries? He pondered, but paid it no further mind as he strode purposefully towards the direction of the Demon Suppression Tower. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, the 1st floor was left with only the 9 Nether Daoists, having devoured the others during his feasting. At that moment, the demonic energy swirling within the small cauldron of the 9 Nether Daoists had been thoroughly absorbed, leaving him awash in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, terrifying beyond imagination. Even the formidable beings on the top floor were no match for him now. 3rd level of the Void Refinement realm. Slowly opening his eyes, the 9 Nether Daoist's gaze was filled with a chilling intensity. He had once again returned to the pinnacle of his former glory, an excitement that was difficult to contain. On this night of the full moon, the Demon Suppression Tower was at its most vulnerable. Should he force his way out of the tower and through the surrounding killing formations, he would likely suffer a significant decline in his realm. Nevertheless, even so, he remained an invincible presence within the entire imperial city. The 9 Nether Daoist muttered to himself. 20 years prior, when he had devoured a young eunuch. He had gleaned from the memories of his victim that there was not a single Purple Mansion realm expert within the entire palace. Now, merely 2 decades later, even if there were newly emerged Purple Mansion cultivators, they would be at best at the first layer. In comparison to his own 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm and his mastery of top-tier demonic martial arts, they were nothing but ants. Moreover, the process of breaking out would undoubtedly damage the dragon suppression array, and it would take at least a month or 2 to restore it to its former state. With this knowledge, he was entirely untroubled. Ha ha, members of the great Xia royal family, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and gnaw your bones to savor every last morsel. The 9 Nether Daoists laughed heartily. He had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the great Xia royal family, and once he emerged, he would devour them without restraint, taking the first step towards commanding the Kanglan domain. Thus, the 9 Nether Daoists began to forcefully break through the demon suppression tower. At that moment, outside the tower, hundreds of imperial guards were stationed, with the leader being Chu Xiong. This was due to the inexplicable phenomenon that had begun 2 years ago, where, at intervals, eerie and dreadful sounds of malevolent spirits could be heard emanating from within the demon suppression tower. In the beginning, Elder Qin, along with numerous formidable beings from the palace, personally came to oversee the situation, harboring concerns about potential issues. However, as time passed and 2 years elapsed, the anguished cries from within the demon suppression tower ceased. Elder Qin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the disturbing wails must have emanated from a powerful demon being refined, uttered in its final moments. Consequently, they decided against prolonging their stay, as there were myriad matters within the palace that required their attention, in addition to their own need for cultivation. The air around the demon suppression tower was thick with demonic energy for these powerful beings. Attempting to cultivate in such an environment could lead to a perilous descent into madness, which was utterly unacceptable. After all these years, it was highly likely that the demons within the tower had long been refined, and even those that remained were barely clinging to life. With no hope of escaping the confines of the tower, the notion of their continued alarm seemed a sheer waste of energy. An officer from the Imperial Guard could not help but voice his thoughts, which were met with widespread agreement and nods of affirmation. Indeed, it appeared they were overly alarmed. Having stood guard for 2 years in an untroubled state, with no incidents of danger, they had become complacent, convinced that no demon could possibly breach their defenses. Do not speak recklessly. Matters concerning demons must never be taken lightly, Chu Xiong cautioned the group. Though his understanding of grand principles was limited, he grasped this simple truth and adhered to it rigorously. Nonetheless, the members of the Imperial Guard, upon hearing his words, remained dismissive and unconvinced. On one hand, they were utterly unconvinced that the obstinate Chu Xiong could serve as their leader. On the other hand, they truly believed that the malevolent entities within the demon suppression tower were incapable of escaping. Suddenly, however, an unusual commotion erupted from within the tower. Chapter 16. A surprising turn of events. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy seeped from the confines of the demon suppression tower, rapidly coalescing beyond its walls. Simultaneously, the anguished cries of the Jiu Daoist echoed in torment. Although the tower had weakened considerably over the years, and this night of the full moon marked its most vulnerable moment, the Jiu Daoist faced immense suffering in his desperate attempt to break free. What is this? Observing the gathering demonic energy outside the tower, the entire Imperial Guard stood frozen, their faces drained of color, voices trembling in fear. They were paralyzed, unsure of how to respond. Quickly, inform Elder Qin, Chu Xiong commanded, his voice resolute. At this moment, a few members of the Imperial Guard finally regained their composure and hurried off towards the location where Elder Qin was in seclusion. Meanwhile, the demonic energy that had burst forth from the tower was already forming a distinct silhouette. As the commotion continued, the formation outside the demon suppression tower sensed the anomaly and sprang into action. The golden runes radiated a brilliant light, attempting to thwart the advance of the Jiu Daoist. Haha, I have already emerged. Do you still think you can kill me? The Jiu Daoist laughed heartily, striding confidently towards the perimeter of the formation. Apart from forcefully breaking through, he had no alternative. A thunderous rumble echoed. The terrifying killing formation relentlessly assaulted the 9 Nether Daoist, causing his aura to diminish steadily. The demonic energy was purified by this lethal array. Nevertheless, his steps did not falter. At last, the 9 Nether Daoist emerged from the killing formation, appearing within a mere 100 paces of the numerous Imperial Guards. This killing array is far weaker than I had anticipated. It is evident that the great Xia dynasty is in a marked decline. The 9 Nether Daoist observed his bloodied form, speaking coldly. Based on his calculations, emerging from the demon suppression tower and then escaping this killing formation, He had plummeted from the third level of the Void Refinement Realm to the third level of the Purple Mansion Realm. Yet now, he had merely descended to the mid-stage of the fourth level of the Purple Mansion Realm. For him, this was indeed splendid news. The third level of the Purple Mansion Realm's evil spirits. The Imperial guards, hearing his mutterings, were so frightened that their speech became disjointed. Humph, pitiful humans. Do you not kneel before this demon? The 9 Nether Daoists snorted coldly. Despite their rigorous training, the Imperial guards were so terrified by his words that they all fell to their knees, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The disparity between them was insurmountable. They felt like mere ants. This creature is a demon. How could you possibly kneel before a demon? Chu Xiang, witnessing this, was filled with fury, although not particularly astute. He held firmly to his principles. The enmity between humanity and the demon race is profound. How could one kneel and submit to the demon kind? What did you say? Upon hearing this, the 9 Nether Daoists immediately cast a frigid gaze towards Chu Xiang, exclaiming, seeking death. He extended his massive hand, and an astonishing wave of demonic energy coalesced into an enormous palm, reaching out to engulf Chu Xiang. The Imperial guards, witnessing this, silently rejoiced at their early submission. Clang. Suddenly, at that moment, a resounding sword cry pierced the air. Behind Chu Xiang, a nearly translucent sword spirit appeared in an instant, carrying an impressive sword aura that brushed past him and collided with the gigantic black hand. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy erupted forth. The colossal black palm and Qin Feng's wind sword spirit were both shattered into fragments. The kneeling Imperial guards were all obliterated by this terrifying wave of energy. Although Chu Xiang had been somewhat shielded by Qin Feng, he was still hurled backward 100 feet, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. Who dares? The 9 Nether Daoists' eyes were filled with astonishment. In the Great Xia dynasty, it was believed that not a single practitioner at the first level of the Purple Mansion Realm existed. How could anyone possibly withstand a strike? After narrowly escaping from the Demon Suppression Tower, was it not reckless to linger here and take lives? Qin Feng, seeing that Chu Xiang was out of immediate danger, shifted his gaze to the 9 Nether Daoist and remarked nonchalantly, "Ha ha, how utterly absurd." The Daoist of the 9 Hells threw his head back and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Since this demon has emerged, a massacre shall commence. Starting with the Imperial Palace that has confined me for a millennium. Why should I flee?" Although Qin Feng had just managed to block a strike with a sword, the Daoist did not regard him with any seriousness. He had not even exerted 1% of his true power. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng had diverted a significant portion of the sword's essence to protect Chu Xiang while unleashing the Wind Sword Soul. Had it not been for that, the sword's might would have been far greater. So, you intend to turn the inhabitants of the palace into your blood feast? In that case, I shall show you no mercy, Qin Feng declared coldly. With his beloved Qin Zening also within the palace, he could not allow the Daoists to wreak havoc unchecked. You fool, you likely do not comprehend the true extent of my power. Watch as I rend your body into pieces. The Daoist of the 9 Hells assessed Qin Feng with an avaricious gaze, his mouth nearly watering at the prospect. The more formidable the opponent, the greater the benefits he could derive from them. With a thunderous rumble, the Daoist summoned a colossal black hand, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, and sent it crashing down upon Qin Feng. The very fabric of the void trembled in its wake, akin to a massive mountain shifting through the air. Let us see who the real fool is, Qin Feng sneered, stepping forward to meet the gigantic hand head-on. His cultivation surpassed that of the 9 Nether Daoists by a minor realm, and coupled with his formidable sword physique, he was invincible among his peers, even capable of battling foes of higher ranks. His true combat prowess was unfathomably greater than that of the 9 Nether Daoists. With a tremendous crash, a colossal black hand was shattered by Qin Feng, disintegrating into wisps of demonic energy that dissipated into the universe, as if it were mere paper. What? The 9 Nether Daoists stood in stunned disbelief, frozen in place. Such a potent attack had been obliterated by this individual using nothing but his flesh? How could this be possible? He began to suspect whether he was experiencing an illusion. Just as the 9 Nether Daoist was reeling in shock, Qin Feng had already materialized before him. Surprised? Astonished? As he spoke, Qin Feng slowly raised a finger. An astonishing aura of swordsmanship began to coalesce at his fingertip, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. No. At that moment, the 9 Nether Daoist felt the chilling grip of death. He was utterly convinced that Qin Feng's cultivation was unequivocally superior to his own. It was hard to fathom how someone of such tender years could wield such immense strength. Yet, he had no time for contemplation. The only thought racing through his mind was the desperate need to escape. However, just as the 9 Nether Daoists turned to flee, the sword light from Qin Feng's fingertip shot forth, piercing through his back and penetrating his body. His eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground, transforming into wisps of demonic energy that faded into the ether. Chapter 17. Sign in at the Demon Suppression Tower after vanquishing the 9 Nether Taoist. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the Demon Suppression Tower. He strode purposefully through the damaged killing formation, a result of the 9 Nether Taoists' reckless invasion, and effortlessly approached the tower's side. System. Sign in at the Demon Suppression Tower, Qin Feng uttered slowly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Sign in successful. You have received the reward, Divine Eye. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Qin Feng's ears. The Divine Eye, capable of perceiving all worldly illusions. Having not signed in at a new location for quite some time, Qin Feng was elated to acquire such a formidable ability. However, he chose not to linger here for further fusion. Instead, he planned to depart and return to the royal mausoleum. He could distinctly sense several powerful auras converging from various corners of the palace. He had no desire to reveal his identity and invite unnecessary complications. As Qin Feng had just vacated the Demon Suppression Tower, Elder Chun, who had received the news first, along with a royal powerhouse responsible for controlling the formation's core, had already arrived at the scene. Their expressions were grim. The escape of a malevolent entity from the Purple Mansion realm was indeed grim tidings. The breached killing formation was undoubtedly damaged, and if it affected the operation of the Dragon Awakening formation, the entire palace would be in peril. Upon their arrival and witnessing the severe disarray of the killing formation, which had ceased functioning entirely, their hearts sank. The Dragon Awakening formation would surely be inoperative. The palace was doomed. But wait, what about the malevolent entity? The royal powerhouse surveyed the corpses of the imperial guards strewn across the ground. Yet there was no trace of the malevolent entity. Suddenly, he voiced his perplexity. Indeed, where's the trace of the evil? Elder Chen wore a similarly puzzled expression. At that moment, other strong individuals, having received the news, began to arrive, including the Summer Emperor, who possessed the unique ability to augment his strength with the imperial fortune of the dynasty, elevating his power significantly, and was the only one capable of reaching the Purple Mansion realm. What is happening? Was it not reported that a malevolent being had escaped the Demon Suppression Tower? Why is there no sign of it? The assembled warriors expressed their confusion, their faces reflecting their bewilderment. The Summer Emperor turned to Elder Chen for clarification. Your Majesty, I have only just arrived. It was the same upon my arrival. There is absolutely no sign of the evil entity, Elder Chen replied with a hint of bitterness and helplessness. The royal powerhouse beside him nodded in agreement. So, it was like this upon your arrival? The Summer Emperor paused, his expression darkening. Could it be that the malevolent being has already fled? If it has truly escaped and found a place to conceal itself, quietly preying on humanity, no one would be able to prevent its ascension in power. However, he quickly reconsidered, noting that, apart from the overwhelming malevolent aura, there was an exceptionally potent ominous energy present, a residue from the demise of the evil entity. Elder Su, who guarded the library, suddenly spoke up. Having perused countless ancient texts, he possessed a deeper understanding of malevolent beings than anyone present. What did you say? The Summer Emperor exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Elder Su. Are you implying that the malevolent being has already been vanquished? How could this be possible? He struggled to comprehend the revelation. As soon as the news of the demon's emergence from the tower spread, they hastened towards this location. How could they have just arrived here when the demon had already been vanquished? The other powerful figures were equally incredulous. Sword energy. There exists a lingering and formidable sword energy in the very fabric of this realm. Elder Chen suddenly exclaimed. He sensed the presence of a remarkably potent residual sword energy, though it had been obscured and corroded by the overwhelming demonic aura, making it initially undetectable. Indeed, I too perceive an astonishing residual sword energy here. Another practitioner of the sword path promptly added. Furthermore, Elder Chen quickly deduced that the lingering sword energy was identical to that which had previously slain the elder from the corpse-transporting sect. With a grave countenance, he remarked. It must have been Prince Mu who intervened. Yet, how could the 7th Imperial Uncle have received news of the demon's emergence so swiftly and have acted to slay it? The Summer Emperor pondered in confusion. The royal family's elite cultivators typically seclude themselves in the most distant area of the Demon Suppression Tower, wary of the demonic energy potentially causing a lapse in their meditation. They had only just received the news, so how could Prince Mu have responded with such alacrity? The gathered crowd shared the same perplexity. Even if Prince Mu possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, it still seemed implausible for him to act so rapidly, considering the demon also belonged to the same realm. Perhaps it is because Prince Mu has been closely monitoring the Demon Suppression Tower ever since the anomalies began 2 years ago, allowing him to eradicate the demon at the very first opportunity, Elder Chen speculated. His conjecture garnered the unanimous agreement of those present, who felt that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. At that moment, Chu Xiang had already been administered a pill by a royal powerful figure and regained consciousness. I pay my respects to your majesty, he promptly bowed to the Summer Emperor upon awakening. There is no need for excessive formalities. The Summer Emperor waved his hand and inquired, "What transpired just now? How is it that you remain unscathed?" The imperial guards had been slaughtered. Yet Chu Xiong had emerged unhurt, causing a sense of bewilderment within the emperor. Chu Xiong, unwilling to conceal any details, recounted the events that had just unfolded, ensuring that not a single word was omitted. A sword spirit brushed past you, wielding a formidable gust of wind, and struck at that malevolent entity? Upon hearing this, Elder Qin and the others became increasingly convinced that it was indeed Prince Mu who had intervened. The Summer Emperor shared this sentiment. Your refusal to submit to the malevolence may very well be the reason why the 7th Imperial Uncle saved you. He spoke slowly, issue a decree to reward Chu Xiong. The Summer Emperor proceeded to bestow upon Chu Xiong a substantial reward. Nearby, officials from the Ministry of Rites meticulously recorded all the rewards to be promptly distributed to Chu Xiong. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Xiong expressed his gratitude. The Summer Emperor nodded and then instructed the royal powerful figure overseeing the formation to expedite the repairs of the dragon's formation. Subsequently, several strong individuals were stationed at the demon suppression tower to prevent any further anomalies, while the rest hurriedly resumed their tasks. Upon returning to the royal mausoleum, Qin Feng resolved to merge with the divine eye. By the way, does this hurt? Qin Feng pondered a pivotal question and inquired of the system. Initially, the experience may be quite painful, the system explained in an unemotional tone. Yet, following the pain, a wondrous sensation would arise. With the acquisition of the divine eye, he would gain the ability to perceive the world with clarity, which is the exquisite feeling the system referred to. That is reassuring. Qin Feng nodded. He promptly instructed the system to merge with the divine eye. A sharp pang of agony surged through him, causing Qin Feng to involuntarily gasp. He felt something entering his body. However, this torment did not linger for long and soon subsided to a state of normalcy. As Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes, he was astonished to find a multitude of mysterious and profound runes swirling within the depths of his gaze. This phenomenon occurred when one activated the divine eye. To his amazement, he discovered that not only could he see great distances, but he could also discern the flowing pathways of spiritual energy throughout the universe. Even the grand landscapes and topographical features were laid bare before him. This ancestral royal tomb is truly a treasure of geomancy, Qin Feng mused. No wonder it is situated adjacent to the imperial palace. Such a site could provide protection to the imperial lineage of the great Xia for generations. After a while, Qin Feng slowly retracted the divine eye and returned to his reclining chair, resuming his meditation. His internal cultivation method began to operate autonomously, simultaneously absorbing the sword energy that coiled around his wrist like a ribbon. I originally intended to articulate it this way, but it felt somewhat awkward. Thus, it is best for the protagonist to undertake these matters personally. The doppelganger serves as a purely combative technique, utilized to enhance the protagonist's prowess in battle. In Chapter 18, regarding the rewards for attendance, the events that transpired within the demon suppression tower bore no impact on Qin Feng. He continued as he always had, alternating between slumber and cultivation. However, Chu Xiong reaped significant benefits, having faced the sinister forces without yielding. He was granted entry into the military academy managed by the Ministry of War for 3-year study. During this time, the task of delivering provisions to Qin Feng fell to other imperial guards. Yet, although these soldiers treated Qin Feng with utmost respect, they refrained from engaging in conversation, clearly reluctant to associate with him. Eventually, the frequency of their visits dwindled to once a year. Despite having heard of the amicable relationship between the new crown prince, Qin Junyan, and Qin Feng, the soldiers could not ascertain the true nature of that bond. Should Qin Junyan decide to eliminate Qin Feng in the future, those who had been close to him would undoubtedly face repercussions. Such occurrences are not uncommon within the royal family, and caution seemed prudent. Qin Feng was well aware of the guard's sentiments. A yearly provision delivery suited him just fine, allowing him the tranquility of solitude. As time swiftly passed, the spring festival arrived. The palace was adorned with vibrant decorations, brimming with festive cheer. Alone in the royal tomb, Qin Feng observed the surrounding vegetation, which had withered to a dull yellow. The atmosphere felt somewhat desolate compared to other locales, yet he had long grown accustomed to it. HM? Is that Xining approaching? As he rested in a reclining chair, a sudden intuition prompted him to gaze into the distance, where he spotted a young girl, clad in celebratory attire, carrying a food box and making her way toward him. Your Highness. Upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, Qin Xining immediately expressed her joy. It had been nearly 3 years since she last visited the imperial mausoleum, as the Summer Emperor had expended considerable resources to invite a master of formations from a neighboring country, who established a small-scale high-grade gathering spirit array for her. This array could only sustain its effects for 3 years, necessitating her daily immersion in closed-door training within its confines. just a few days prior. The array had finally ceased to function, allowing her to emerge and unwind. Already at the 5th level of the transformation realm? Impressive, Qin Feng remarked. The last time the southern envoy had come to provoke them, Qin Zining was merely at the 9th level of the condensation realm. Now, just a few years later, she had ascended to the 5th level of the transformation realm. Her rate of cultivation had surpassed that of most prodigies. It is worth noting that an ordinary cultivator typically requires at least a decade to progress from the 9th level of the condensation realm to the transformation realm, let alone the advancements within each minor tier of the transformation realm. Qin Zining's pace of cultivation undoubtedly classifies her as a top-tier genius. Hiki, thank you for the praise, Uncle Emperor, Qin Zining responded playfully. How have you fared these past few years? As always, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, eating and sleeping. Sleeping and eating. This place is exceedingly dull, with not a soul in sight. Observing the desolate surroundings, Qin Zining suddenly brightened and said, Allow me to appeal to Grandfather Emperor on your behalf. Perhaps he will issue a decree to pardon you. She was indeed a clever young lady. Aware that the talent she was now displaying held significant weight within the imperial family. Please, no, Qin Feng hastily declined. Why? Qin Ziling inquired. Perplexed by Qin Feng's resolute rejection, Qin Feng found himself momentarily speechless. He could hardly admit that he sought solitude for his cultivation, wishing to avoid disturbance. After a pause, he earnestly explained, The world believes I have colluded with the demonic sect, and everyone desires my demise. I am no longer the crown prince, and after my pardon, residing in the palace is untenable. Outside, I risk being killed at any moment. Thus, it is far better to remain within this royal tomb, where I can find both tranquility and safety. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Ziling nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom in his reasoning, and chose not to pursue the topic further. She then presented a food box to Qin Feng, containing dumplings prepared by her mother, which she had brought for him. She accompanied him in enjoying the meal, discussing the happenings outside, before ultimately departing from the royal tomb. After the spring festival, heavy snow fell continuously for several days, blanketing the entire imperial city in a pristine layer of white. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled a remarkable place, the secluded quarters of the royal family's formidable practitioners, which he had yet to visit. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the forbidden grounds of the palace. Should anyone have seen Qin Feng, they would have been astonished to find that beneath his feet, the snow remained untouched, leaving no trace of his passage. Before long, he arrived at the location where numerous royal powerhouses were in seclusion. This area was strictly off-limits, with a substantial number of imperial guards stationed year-round to prevent entry. Yet, to Qin Feng, these sentinels were nothing more than mere illusions. He strolled leisurely into the forbidden grounds of the imperial palace, where ancient architecture surrounded him. Although somewhat weathered, the structures exuded an unparalleled majesty. These edifices bore witness to the very duration of the Great Xia dynasty. Truly, this was a place where many wise sages had secluded themselves, and the aura here was undeniably potent. Qin Feng murmured to himself. The richness of the spiritual energy here was more than tenfold that found in other areas of the palace. However, this abundance held no allure for Qin Feng. With ample cultivation resources at his disposal, he had no need to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth. System. Please assist me in signing in at the forbidden grounds of the palace, Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the external incarnation. The mechanical prompt resonated in Qin Feng's ears. External incarnation? Upon hearing this term, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Without the need for further examination, he instinctively understood the purpose of this martial technique. Without any hesitation, he chose to fuse with it. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded into his memory. This process was brief, yet mastering it would require considerable time and effort. The condensed incarnation was a pure energy entity, entirely controlled by the will of the main body, devoid of independent consciousness, consuming spiritual energy continuously, and possessing merely half of the original cultivation level. As the information surged into his mind, Qin Feng's comprehension of the external incarnation deepened. Though it could only exhibit half of its potential, he found it exceedingly satisfactory. He then prepared to return and cultivate the external incarnation. However, at that moment, Qin Feng's brow suddenly furrowed. He discovered a faint trace of demonic energy lingering in the air, remarkably subtle. However, his formidable spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive it. Suddenly, within the depths of Qin Feng's gaze, enigmatic runes emerged, enabling him to pinpoint the precise location of the demonic energy. Before long, he identified its source, the secluded pavilion where Prince Mu was in seclusion. How could there be demonic energy here? Qin Feng pondered. The energy was exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for his divine eye, even with his spiritual perception, he might not have been able to locate it. Intrigued, he contemplated entering to investigate. But the pavilion was safeguarded by a formation that would require forceful breach from the outside. Such an action would undoubtedly provoke a significant commotion. Just then, an idea struck him. It was an opportune moment to test his external incarnation. Without hesitation, Qin Feng seated himself upon a nearby stone step, releasing strands of spiritual energy that seeped through the gaps in the formation and into the pavilion. Under his command, the spiritual energy coalesced rapidly within the pavilion, ultimately taking the form of a faintly visible silhouette. A mere tenth of his cultivation? Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting his initial attempt to result in such a dismal failure. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and ascended the staircase directly towards the pavilion's pinnacle. In a short time, he arrived at the top, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Chapter 19. The Corpse Transporter Scheme. The pavilion was utterly vacant. There was no sign of Prince Mu in seclusion, only a few wisps of demonic energy lingering in the air. What was happening? Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he pondered. Could it be that Prince Mu has been abducted by malevolent forces? Yet, there are no signs of a struggle here. His mind was awash with confusion. However, it was not long before he discerned something amiss. The demonic energy here, intertwined with the lingering essence of human martial arts, emanated from a single individual. It was evident that Prince Mu had succumbed to darkness. This revelation left Qin Feng speechless. He had never anticipated that Prince Mu would fall into depravity. Should this information circulate, it would be a calamity 1,000,000 times worse than his release of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Cult. Although the practitioners of the Demon Cult cultivated an enhanced version of demonic techniques, they had not allied themselves with evil. Essentially, they merely strayed down a misguided path. However, to fall into true depravity signifies a complete transformation into a malevolent entity. With Prince Mu absent, could it be that he has fled? Qin Feng murmured to himself. He extended his formidable spiritual awareness, meticulously scanning every corner of the pavilion to ascertain whether he had misjudged the situation. Soon, in a secluded corner on the lower level, he stumbled upon a blood-written letter penned by Prince Mu. As he unfolded it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. It appeared that as the end of his lifespan approached, Prince Mu's resolve wavered, unwilling to accept the fate of death. He ventured to the demon suppression tower to absorb demonic energy, thereby descending into the demonic path. Yet, as he prepared to devour humanity to prolong his life, his rationality ultimately triumphed over his greed. He refrained from becoming a bloodthirsty fiend, choosing instead to transcend his corporeal form without leaving a body behind. At least he preserved a semblance of dignity for himself. Sighing deeply, Qin Feng could not suppress his lament. The fear of death has always been an indelible aspect of the human experience, an enigma that eludes comprehension. It is difficult to fathom the possibility of one day facing such an inevitable fate. However, Qin Feng observed that with the fluctuations of his emotions, tendrils of demonic energy suddenly drifted towards him. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable urge, as if by embracing this dark essence, he could attain eternal life. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, allowing the bone-chilling flames of his palm to incinerate the malevolent energy completely. Even if the day should come when his lifespan wanes, he would never succumb to the path of darkness, transforming into a fiend that preys upon his own kind. Subsequently, Qin Feng returned the blood letter to its original place, retracted his external manifestation, and departed from the palace's forbidden grounds. In the days that followed, a piece of joyous news rapidly spread throughout the imperial city. The crown prince had successfully pacified the southern barbarian tribes and was preparing to return to court. Within the royal palace, ministers from various departments were fervently preparing for his welcome, enveloped in a spirit of elation. The subjugation of the southern barbarians was a feat that had eluded the imperial family of the Great Xia for millennia. The southern tribes dwelled in the mountainous regions to the south. Although their numbers were few, each individual possessed remarkable physical strength, rendering them a formidable force. Even in defeat, they could easily retreat into the mountains, making complete subjugation a daunting challenge. Should the attacking forces inadvertently encounter a beast tide, the losses could be catastrophic. Although there had been instances of significant victories that compelled the southern tribes to submit, it would not be long before they rose in rebellion once more. In this present day, these barbaric tribes have been utterly subdued by the Great Xia dynasty. Not only are military forces stationed at every stronghold, but the chieftains of various clans have entrusted their sons to the crown prince as hostages. Henceforth, there is no longer a need to send princesses for marriage alliances, nor must the southern populace suffer the ravages of war any longer. Simultaneously, this news has reached the Corpse Dispatch sect. Along the borders of the Great Xia Empire lies a seemingly ordinary mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. Among these mountains, one towering peak appears unremarkable at first glance. yet it is cloaked by an array that conceals its true form. As two figures swiftly approach the mountain, they vanish without a trace, leaving only faint ripples in the air. Before them stands not an ordinary peak, but one shrouded in a malevolent aura. Midway up the slope, an expanse of ancient and sinister architecture clings precariously to the cliffs, exuding an eerie atmosphere. These structures are imbued with an ancient and uncanny essence. The two figures make their way directly to the central hall, where the atmosphere is even heavier with dark energy. The walls and stone pillars are adorned with various patterns that evoke a sense of being in the depths of hell. Within this hall, several figures are engaged in serious discussion. The sect master, Qin is currently en route back to the imperial city from the south, traveling incognito with only two protectors at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. One of them respectfully addresses the foremost figure. For although Qin's journey is shrouded in secrecy, their intelligence network is extensive throughout the Great Xia dynasty, ultimately confirming his present location. The leader of the corpse transport sect turned to a voluptuous and alluring woman beside him and said, Qin, the ambush on Qin is entrusted to you. Rest assured, I will ensure that Qin meets his demise, Qin replied with unwavering confidence. Do not forget to bring the ancient corpse of the powerful royal from the Taishan dynasty. We must make the people of the Xia dynasty believe that it is the Taishan royal family that is taking action. The leader of the corpse transport sect reminded her. Of course, I will not overlook that, Qin said with a light chuckle. Otherwise, how could we incite a war between the two dynasties and absorb the Yin energy from the battlefield to cultivate even more formidable ancient corpses? If this plan succeeds, it will become significantly easier for us to annihilate the Xia dynasty. An elder, who had lived for an unfathomable number of years, spoke grimly. Their enmity with the Xia dynasty predates even that of those malevolent beings. In the past, the corpse transport sect was a powerful sect. But due to their rampant killings and corpse thefts, they became the target of widespread ire. The founding emperor of the Xia royal family then dispatched troops to eradicate them, leading to the sect's annihilation and the severance of their lineage. Only a mere few dozen disciples survived, managing to carry on their lineage under dire circumstances, with all their powerful ancient corpses destroyed and their primary techniques lost. It is said that a powerful figure who has been in seclusion within the palace has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. I wonder if he might disrupt our plans, another elder of the corpse transport sect expressed his concerns. In recent years, some ancient corpses unearthed, although many belonged to cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm during their lifetimes, exhibited combat prowess under their control equivalent to merely the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. The strongest among them was but a half-step into the Purple Mansion realm. Fear not. The place where we shall act is a full 3,000 miles away from the imperial city of Great Xia. That Purple Mansion royal expert will be utterly oblivious. Qin remarked nonchalantly, having already contemplated this matter prior to formulating her plan. In that case, proceed with your actions, commanded the leader of the corpse-chasing sect. As you wish, Qin responded respectfully before turning to depart. Subsequently, the leader of the corpse-chasing sect began discussions with several others on how to locate the burial grounds left behind during the sect's former prosperity. Chapter 20. Qin's ambush in the ensuing fortnight. Qin Feng, within the royal mausoleum, dedicated himself to the cultivation of his external avatar. Compared to other martial arts, mastering this technique to the point of fluid application demanded significantly more effort. Fortunately, time was abundant for Qin Feng. One evening, as dusk fell, a chill suddenly flickered in Qin Feng's gaze as he looked towards the south. Why are there so many traces of the deceased surrounding the crown prince? Within the wooden sword gifted to Qin lay a fragment of his sword and tint. Through this trace of sword and tint, Qin Feng sensed an overwhelming presence of death enveloping Qin. Curiosity sparked within him, and mysterious runes materialized in his eyes as he activated his divine eye. Under normal circumstances, even with the divine eye, Qin Feng would not be able to perceive events occurring 3,000 miles away. However, due to the lingering essence of sword and tint within Qin, he could perceive the events unfolding in his vicinity through this ethereal conduit. Simultaneously, in a city located 3,000 miles from the imperial capital, despite the night having fallen, the atmosphere remained vibrantly animated. Particularly along the banks of the river that traversed the city, a myriad of colorful lanterns illuminated the surroundings, their reflections dancing upon the water, creating a scene almost dreamlike in its beauty. On the river, dozens of opulent flower boats floated gracefully, filled with the melodious sounds of stringed instruments and the laughter of charming young women, captivating all who beheld them. Meanwhile, at a tavern on the riverbank, Qin was resting and dining. Accompanying him were two royal attendants, one clad in black robes and the other in blue. Qin, known for his benevolence towards his people, refrained from summoning tens of thousands of soldiers for his return to the city. Instead, he brought only these two formidable individuals. both at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, intending to discreetly inspect local officials along the way. The scenery was delightful, and the citizens lived in peace and contentment, yet why did the young master still display no signs of joy? One of the attendants in black could not help but inquire. If the people of Great Xia could all enjoy such tranquility, I would indeed be delighted. However, this picturesque landscape is a privilege reserved solely for the powerful, while the common folk toil tirelessly throughout their lives, remaining untouched by such beauty. How can I find happiness in this? Qin Jianyin's voice was laden with weariness. Throughout this journey of covert visits, he had witnessed far too many flaws within the dynasty that necessitated sweeping reforms. The severe land annexation and the rapid accumulation of wealth in the hands of a select few is indeed the most pressing issue that demands resolution. Upon hearing this, the two elderly men couldn't help but admire Qin Jianyin's unwavering dedication to the state. However, they refrained from offering further commentary, as it was not their place to advise the sovereign. At that moment, the cloaked figure, clad in black, furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with astonishment. "What troubles you?" Qin Jianyin inquired, perplexed. "The individual is practicing the martial arts of the Taishan royal family." The black-robed figure's gaze shifted toward a corner of the tavern, where a figure, shrouded in a cloak, sat quietly, untouched by food or drink. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyin's expression altered dramatically. Although the Taishan dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty appeared to be at peace on the surface, a covert struggle for power had long been underway. What could a member of the Taishan royal family be doing here? Suddenly, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from the cloaked figure, unleashing a terrifying aura that obliterated numerous patrons within the tavern in an instant, resulting in a scene of utter carnage. This is disastrous. The black-robed figure's complexion shifted dramatically as he urgently grasped Qin Jianyin's shoulder and propelled them both through the window into the open air. At that moment, the robed assailant unleashed a formidable martial technique, targeting the blue-robed figure still within the tavern. The cataclysmic energy wave swiftly engulfed the entire establishment, reducing it to mere dust in the blink of an eye. In an instant, both banks of the river erupted into chaos, the anguished cries of those fleeing resonating through the air. Truly, the audacity of the Xian royal family was astounding. How dare they lay in ambush for His Highness the Crown Prince? The figure clad in black, bearing a grim expression, urged, "Your Highness, we must depart from this place swiftly." Uncertain of the presence of other concealed adversaries, he understood the necessity of not lingering. Indeed, Qin Jianyin nodded. Though he harbored concerns for the citizens of the city, he was not foolish. He recognized that he was the target. Once he departed, the safety of the populace would be assured. With a swift motion, the two figures soared into the embrace of the night, distancing themselves from the perilous locale. The blue-robed protector, mindful of his primary duty to safeguard Qin Jianyin, refrained from engaging in battle. Once he confirmed that Qin Jianyin had escaped, he too withdrew from the fray, vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, the cloaked formidable figure did not linger either, departing without hesitation. However, this scene had not gone unnoticed. Numerous cultivators within the city had witnessed the unmistakable techniques of the Xian royal family, with some recognizing it at a glance. It would not be long before news of the Xian royal family's assassination attempt on the crown prince of the Daxia dynasty reached the ears of the Jini Wei. 200 miles beyond the city, Qin Jianyin and his two royal protectors found themselves in a secluded area. The nearest military camp lay approximately 700 miles away. "Let us proceed to that location," the blue-robed protector stated solemnly. Within the confines of the military camp, although the number of strong individuals may be limited, the formidable formations composed of numerous soldiers are indeed terrifying. Even they must exercise caution in the face of such might. Moreover, the periphery of every military encampment is fortified by powerful protective arrays, ensuring a high degree of safety. Qin Jianyin nodded in agreement, and they prepared to advance towards the military camp. However, at that very moment, a peculiar melody suddenly echoed from the dense forest below, imbued with an unsettling eeriness. Swish, swish, swish. As the melody resounded, several figures erupted from the depths of the forest, soaring into the air and encircling Qin Jianyin and his companions. These figures were not living beings. They were all ancient corpses, exuding an aura of malevolence. "What? The corpse-driving sect?" exclaimed two royal attendants, their expressions shifting dramatically in shock. They had never imagined that they had become the targets of the corpse-driving sect. And the fact that their adversaries had mobilized such a multitude of powerful ancient corpses indicated an undeniable intent to conquer. Could it be that the formidable figures from the Taishan royal family who had openly attacked me in the city were also ancient corpses of the corpse-driving sect? In that moment, Qin Jianyin, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, cackling. At that instant, a beguiling laughter resonated as Ji Qin and several individuals wielding grim implements, controlling the corpses, rose from the forest below. she taunted. Have you finally come to realize the truth? It is already too late. How infuriating. Qin Jianyan's expression darkened as he immediately deduced that the corpse-driving sect was instigating a war between the two great dynasties. If that were indeed the case, it would lead to unimaginable devastation. Esteemed prince, you find yourselves with naught but a dead end before you. It would be wise to kneel and surrender. Upon encountering the handsome Qin Jianyan, Ji Qin was instantly struck by the notion of taking him as her male companion. Her ultimate aim was simply to eliminate Qin Jianyan. Whether through death or subjugation mattered not. Chapter 21. The prince's integrity in a fit of delusion, Qin Jianyan declared, I am a prince of the great Xia. How could I possibly beg for mercy from you wicked sects? He resolved to fight to the death, refusing to retreat. As he spoke, he produced a royal token, which granted him a portion of the imperial dynasty's fortune, allowing him to barely attain the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become, Ji Qin purred with a beguiling smile, then commanded, eliminate those two old fools, but spare this prince. I shall train him well. She intended to mold the prince of the great Xia dynasty into her obedient slave. The other members of the corpse-transporting sect nodded in agreement, subsequently wielding their eerie instruments that emitted unsettling melodies. Upon hearing these notes, the ancient corpses erupted into a frenzied assault, charging towards Qin Jianyan and his companions. A fierce battle ensued. The two royal priests, both at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, unleashed formidable martial techniques in an effort to carve a path for Qin Jianyan. Yet, the ancient corpses were equally unyielding. Though they have long since succumbed to death and their movements have become rigid, they were once formidable beings of the Purple Mansion realm. Even now, they can unleash a fraction of their pre-mortem martial techniques, their combat prowess rivaling that of a 9th-tier expert in the Wheel Sea realm. Boom, boom, boom. Various spiritual techniques erupted in the sky, their dazzling brilliance illuminating the night. Waves of energy rippled outward like gentle ripples on water. Occasionally, an ancient corpse would be struck down to the ground, creating a massive pit with a radius of 100 meters, shattering trees into splinters. Undeterred by pain or the specter of death, they immediately surged into the air under the control of the ancient corpse faction, re-engaging in battle with the two royal offerings. Meanwhile, bolstered by the imperial fortune, Qin Jianyan, now elevated to the Wheel Sea realm, radiated a golden light akin to that of a true dragon. Also clashing with the ancient corpses that assailed him, the intensity of the battle escalated. However, as time passed, Qin Jianyan and his allies soon found themselves at a disadvantage. The sheer number of ancient corpses, relentless in their assault, overwhelmed them. Furthermore, the ancient corpse of the powerful figure from the Tai Xian royal family returned, making it nearly impossible for Qin Jianyan and his companions to withstand the onslaught. Soon after, one ancient corpse withstood a punch from the black-robed offering, using its decayed, bony hand to pierce through the black-robed offering's shoulder. Get away from me! The black-robed offering roared, retaliating with another punch that sent the ancient corpse crashing away, nearly shattering it. Yet, his left shoulder bled profusely, the injury severe, causing his combat strength to plummet. At this moment, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned, the advantages of the ancient corpses becoming increasingly pronounced. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, Qin Jianyan and his companions were struck to the ground by the formidable martial prowess of the ancient corpses, each sustaining severe injuries and spitting blood, their faces ashen and devoid of vitality. The same fate befell Ji Qin and the members of the corpse-driving sect, all of whom collapsed onto the ground. Your Highness, my most cherished ancient corpse was nearly shattered by your hands. I have changed my mind. I will kill you and refine you into an ancient corpse, then gradually train you, Ji Qin declared, her eyes brimming with cold fury. The ancient corpses she had brought today constituted a significant portion of the sect's current strength, and it infuriated her that Qin Jianyan and his companions had so severely damaged them. As she spoke, she slowly drew the long knife from her waist, her gaze ablaze with murderous intent. The plan is bound to succeed. When the two great empires erupt into war, the corpse-driving sect will undoubtedly rise to prominence. The deep-seated enmity with the great Xia dynasty would be settled bit by bit in the future. The members of the corpse-driving sect were ecstatic, as if they could already envision a prosperous future for their sect. Alas, the two royal offerings, however, were filled with bitterness. They had done their utmost, yet were no match for these ancient corpses. Am I to perish here? Mused the gravely injured Qin Jianyan. Despair etched in his eyes. He still had many tasks to accomplish, numerous reforms for the benefit of the people that remained unexecuted, and he was unwilling to accept such an end. More importantly, he could not bear to leave Qin Feng behind. If someone else ascended to the throne, would they treat him, the imperial brother, with kindness? Today, no one can save you. Prepare to meet your demise. In her grasp, the long sword of Qin pulsated with vibrant energy, poised to strike and eliminate Qin Junyan and his companions. Yet, at that very moment, a blinding radiance surged forth from the distance, piercing through the air. Swift as a falling star, a sword spirit of wind traversed 3,000 miles. Imbued with unparalleled sword intent. What was this? Qin, initially ready to unleash her attack, felt the overwhelming sword intent and instantly paled. As the specter of death loomed perilously close. In haste, she raised her sword defensively. However, in an instant, her blade shattered, and the wind sword spirit pierced through her chest, crimson blood gushing forth. She collapsed heavily to the ground, her eyes wide open in disbelief. How could it be that she was mere steps away from the resurrection of the corpse-raising sect, only to be struck down by an unknown sword? What? The remaining members of the corpse-raising sect were utterly astonished. Nevertheless, they reacted swiftly, frantically wielding their necromantic artifacts to emit strange melodies, commanding the ancient corpses to shield them. Alas, these ancient corpses possessed only the strength of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, insufficient to withstand such a formidable sword spirit. With merciless efficiency, the sword spirit cut through the ancient corpses and the members of the corpse-raising sect, as if they were but shadows. Subsequently, it transformed into wisps of wind and sword intent, dissipating into the ether. What just transpired? Qin Junyan stood in stunned silence, grappling with the unfolding events. How could it be that he was destined to be killed, yet in an instant, all the members of the corpse-transporting sect were annihilated? This was the will of the Sword of Wind, and the assailant was none other than Prince Mu. The blue-robed attendant gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Prince Mu is clearly in the Imperial Palace, yet we are 3,000 miles away. How could he possibly know we were in peril? Qin Junyan queried, utterly perplexed. The blue-robed attendant was rendered speechless. Even a powerful figure of the Purple Mansion realm could not possibly be aware of events occurring 3,000 miles away. Regardless of the circumstances, the members of the corpse-transporting sect had been vanquished, and our immediate priority is to leave this place swiftly, the black-robed attendant stated gravely. Qin Junyan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three did not linger any longer and soared towards the imperial city. Throughout their journey, Qin Junyan and his companions encountered no further dangers and returned to the imperial city without incident. As soon as they arrived at the palace, Qin Junyan hastened to the imperial study. At that moment, Emperor Xia was listening to reports from several ministers. Upon seeing Qin Junyan, although pleased, he was filled with confusion, wondering why he had returned to the city prematurely. Qin Junyan did not withhold any information and immediately recounted the entire series of events to Emperor Xia. The numerous powerful figures and esteemed officials present gasped in shock upon hearing about the treacherous scheme of the corpse-transporting sect. The ploy was indeed vicious. However, when Qin Junyan mentioned the sword Soul of Wind, they were all plunged into a state of bewilderment. How could Prince Mu, 3,000 miles away, possibly know that they were in danger? Old Chun could not help but voice his confusion. Unless he left a mark on you, allowing him to know your whereabouts and safety at all times, yet, the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. His words were veiled, but in truth, such a possibility was virtually non-existent. Reality is merciless. Prince Mu has already attained the formidable realm of the Purple Mansion, where elevating one's cultivation and extending one's lifespan take precedence over any other concern. How could he possibly place such significance on a mere prince, let alone inscribe a mark upon him? Not even the Emperor of Xia would warrant such attention from Prince Mu. I am also quite uncertain. Qin Junyan replied, a bitter expression on his face. However, apart from Prince Mu, who else possesses the sword intent of wind and would be willing to intervene to rescue the prince? An official could not contain his curiosity. As he posed the question, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. They too could not fathom anyone apart from Prince Mu who might be capable. The Emperor of Xia was equally at a loss. After a lengthy pause, he resignedly remarked, very well, the one who saved the prince, aside from Prince Mu, could not possibly be anyone else. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. At present, the corpse-driving sect has re-emerged to cause trouble, and this time, they must pay the price. The last time, their members had infiltrated the royal palace for decades, and he had postponed addressing it due to unresolved issues from the southern territories. This time, he absolutely could not allow the corpse-driving sect to act with impunity. Upon hearing this, the ministers nodded in agreement, commencing discussions on how to counter the corpse-driving sect. Chapter 22. Hearts bleeding a few days later, within the faction of corpse transporters. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was filled with elation as the sect leader, Yu Cheng, and his companions rejoiced. Their dispatch members had finally uncovered one of the ancient burial sites from the sect's prosperous past, where lay dozens of meticulously refined ancient corpses. Although many had succumbed to the ravages of time and were beyond salvage, the remaining ones still possessed formidable combat prowess, capable of reaching at least the first tier of the Purple Mansion realm, if not greater. By infusing these ancient corpses with Qin energy, they could be awakened and controlled. With such powerful ancient corpses at their disposal, it would be an unequivocal triumph to sweep through the entire Taishan dynasty. The sect leader, Yu Qing, expressed his exhilaration, and the many elders shared in the joy. After years of animosity, their generation would finally see retribution. However, awakening and controlling these ancient corpses required a substantial amount of Qin energy, and the reserves within their sect were likely insufficient to rouse them all. The Grand Elder of the Corpse Transporters voiced his concern, noting that their current supply would barely suffice to awaken 3 or 4 of the corpses. There's no need for worry, the sect leader reassured them. Hasn't Qin already set out to slay the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty? Once war erupts between the two empires, a tremendous quantity of Qin energy will be generated, ample enough to activate all our ancient corpses. Yet, a tinge of apprehension lingered as the sect leader reflected. However, Qin has yet to return. Could it be that the plan has encountered a setback? The elder of the corpse transport sect remained deeply troubled, an unsettling anxiety gnawing at his heart. Yet, the concerns he harbored were dismissed by others with indifference. Rest assured, Qin has taken away a significant portion of our sect's formidable ancient corpses. The plan is bound to succeed. Beside Qin Junyan stood merely 2 protectors at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, while our ancient corpses were all of the same formidable caliber, easily capable of dispatching him. Qin has yet to provide any news. She must have taken Qin Junyan to another location to torment him slowly, as is her penchant. The others believe the elder's cautiousness stemmed from age, thinking him overly timid. In response, the elder could only nod, convincing himself that perhaps he was merely overthinking. With so many powerful ancient corpses at her command, it seemed improbable that any mishap could occur. Just then, an individual rushed into the grand hall, breathless and flustered. "Master, something terrible has happened," he exclaimed, his demeanor betraying the gravity of the situation. Yu Qing, upon hearing this, reprimanded, "Speak calmly. What is the matter?" Reporting to the master, "We have just received word that Qin and her companions have been slain." The man stammered, swallowing hard and striving to maintain his composure. At this revelation, every person present turned pale, their expressions shifting dramatically as disbelief washed over them. "What did you just say?" Yu Qing was utterly astonished. Grasping the man's garment tightly, he exclaimed with fury, "How could Qin and the majority of our powerful ancient corpses be slain?" He refused to believe it. Even if the mission had failed, it should not have resulted in the loss of life. I do not know," the man stammered, startled. "Qin and the others are indeed dead, along with the ancient corpses they took with them, all publicly incinerated by the Jinui. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable." The master of the corpse delivering sect spoke solemnly. "Third elder, verify the authenticity of this news." "Understood." The third elder, responsible for intelligence matters, hastily exited the hall. However, it was not long before he returned. As dozens of informants he had dispatched returned in unison, all conveying the same grim tidings. He conveyed the truth of the news without embellishment. Upon hearing the third elder's words, the countenance of those present shifted dramatically, a profound shock enveloping them, their expressions turning ghastly. Just moments ago, they had confidently asserted that their plan was infallible, only to find reality starkly contradicting their predictions, a swift slap to their faces. How could this be? At that moment, Yu Qing's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Qin and the majority of the powerful ancient corpses within the sect had vanished entirely. A staggering blow to the newly ascendant corpse-delivering sect. His heart ached as if it were bleeding. According to reports, the assailant appeared to be a formidable figure from the royal family of the Great Xia, a master of the Purple Mansion realm. The third elder of the corpse transport sect spoke in a deep voice. That strong individual from the Purple Mansion realm within the Great Xia royal family? The location where Qin lay in ambush is a full 3,000 miles away from the imperial city. How could he possibly know? Yu Qing exclaimed, "This is rather unclear." The third elder of the corpse transport sect replied bitterly, "With their intelligence, it is impossible to ascertain such specific details." How infuriating. In that moment, even graver news arrived. The Xia Emperor had ordered the Jinui to ensure that within 6 months, they must locate the sect's headquarters and eradicate it in one fell swoop. The Jinui had already begun to recall their spies from the south, searching for the disciples of the corpse transport sect who were out gathering corpses and collecting intelligence. "Master, we may no longer be able to remain here," the elder of the corpse transport sect stated solemnly. "Our formidable ancient corpses within the sect have been nearly depleted. If the Jinui discover our current whereabouts and the great Xia army descends upon us, we will be in grave peril. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood in rage, nearly fainting. Just earlier, he had been overjoyed, believing that the corpse transport sect was on the verge of a resurgence, only to find that they might even need to abandon their newly constructed sect. To flee like a stray dog is unacceptable. Yu Cheng gritted his teeth, declaring, "I refuse to accept this." "Do not be angry, master," urged several elders nearby. "We have already located a previous hiding place for corpses belonging to the sect. If we can remain concealed and secretly gather various forms of energy, it will not be difficult to annihilate the great Xia dynasty when the time comes." Upon hearing the consensus among the crowd, Yu Cheng gradually quelled the turmoil within his heart and nodded in agreement, instructing all disciples of the sect to disperse and conceal themselves in various locations. After departing from the imperial study, Qin Junyan first returned home to catch a glimpse of his long-absent daughter, Qin Ziqing, whose rapid advancements in cultivation he praised profusely. He urged her to remain humble and composed, cautioning her against seeking vengeance due to past verbal slights from her royal siblings. Subsequently, he devoted a few days to swiftly resolving matters at home, sternly reprimanding his two troublemaking sons and administering appropriate punishment. Thereafter, he proceeded to the royal tomb to seek out Qin Feng. "You must have endured considerable hardship over the years in this desolate royal tomb," Qin Junyan remarked upon encountering Qin Feng. He believed that Qin Feng's isolation, devoid of any resources for cultivation, must have been exceedingly arduous. "Not at all," Qin Feng replied with a light chuckle, unfazed by his circumstances. "You must have encountered numerous troubles during your inspections over the years, have you not?" Qin Junyan did not conceal the truth, recognizing that the entire dynasty was aware of the incident, and thus Qin Feng would undoubtedly know as well. He recounted the ambush he faced from the corpse-driving sect in its entirety and expressed his inner turmoil, stating, "Though everyone believes that Prince Mu was my savior, I hold a differing opinion." Such sentiments had never been voiced to others. It was only due to his profound trust in Qin Feng that he felt compelled to share. "What leads you to believe that it was not Prince Mu who saved you?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, expressing his confusion. "Because, when that sword soul flew in from afar, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. It was not foreign to me." Qin Junyan pondered slightly and remarked, "It seems as though I am not encountering that sword intent for the first time. It feels too familiar. Yet, in truth, I have never laid eyes on Prince Mu throughout my life. It is impossible for me to be so acquainted with his sword intent." He had always carried a small wooden sword imbued with a hint of sword intent that Qin Feng possessed, and his own swordsmanship had subtly been influenced, becoming increasingly similar. Thus, upon witnessing the sword soul of the wind, he immediately sensed a peculiar familiarity. "Perhaps it is due to your blood relation with Prince Mu that this sense of familiarity arises," suggested Qin Feng, furrowing his brow and speaking slowly. However, Qin Junyan shook his head. "That familiarity does not merely stem from blood ties. It feels more akin to," he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "more like the sensation I experience when face-to-face with my royal brother." Qin Feng fell silent, astonished. He had not anticipated that the gift he bestowed upon Qin Junyan would lead him to question his own identity. "Ha, perhaps I am overthinking this." Nevertheless, Qin Junyan soon chuckled. "Aside from Prince Mu, how could there be any other formidable beings of the Purple Mansion realm within the royal family?" Qin Feng also laughed lightly. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, the two then resumed discussing recent events, with Qin Junyan sharing his reform ideas, while Qin Feng occasionally offered his thoughts. In the subsequent 2 years, the palace was filled with positive tidings. Initially, the sect of the Corpse Handling School was discovered, prompting Qin Junyan to be tasked with leading troops for its eradication. Subsequently, several royal cultivators experienced successive breakthroughs in their cultivation levels, particularly those practicing the sword arts, whose progress was most pronounced. Notably, 2 individuals ascended from the 9th layer of the WLC realm to the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm in a single leap. At this juncture, however, Qin Feng remained oblivious to these developments and was indifferent to them. During this period, he had perfected his external incarnation, which now possessed the majority of his cultivation prowess and could execute all his techniques. Although Qin Junyan had returned, the dynasty demanded his attention for numerous matters, compounded by the declining health of Emperor Xia, which rendered him increasingly occupied and left little time for visits to the royal tombs. As in previous years, Qin Zining occasionally accompanied Qin Feng for conversation. After a protracted slumber of 6 months, Qin Feng awakened to the chill of the winter wind. He gazed up at the overcast sky, sensing that snow was imminent, and thus he rose to relocate his rocking chair beneath a tree. Meanwhile, the little white fox, having returned at some unknown time, lay in the grass nearby. Observing Qin Feng rise from his chair, it could not help but shake its head in disapproval. Such a feeble creature, yet so lethargic, sleeping all day long. From Qin Feng, it sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy, leading it to naturally conclude that he possessed little cultivation. The only aspect that piqued the little white fox's curiosity was how Qin Feng, despite his apparent weakness, could sleep for months on end, even half a year, without the need for sustenance. Eventually, it surmised that he must be relying on medicinal pills to sustain himself. This led Qin Feng to become increasingly indolent, to the extent that he could not even muster the energy to eat, relying solely on elixirs to sustain himself. "HM, have you returned?" Qin Feng noticed the little white fox, a hint of perplexity in his tone. The last time he awoke, the little white fox was absent, and he had assumed it had departed on its own. To his surprise, after a few years, the little white fox had come back. However, upon hearing his words, the little white fox paid him no heed. During its nearly years-long absence, it had traveled to many places, hoping to leverage its innate ability to discover rare treasures of heaven and earth to hasten its recovery from injuries and enhance its cultivation. Yet, these precious materials were fiercely guarded by formidable magical beasts. Not only did it fail to acquire any, but it also narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Realizing that resting and recuperating here was far more effective, it felt utterly exhausted and yearned for a proper rest. Why such a foul temper? Noticing the little white fox completely ignoring him, even failing to cast a glance in his direction, Qin Feng chuckled and brought it closer. "Ah, you self-destructive creature. Sleep in peace and do not disturb my cultivation. Do not touch me." The little white fox, caught by the scruff of its neck, immediately began to struggle vigorously, attempting to free itself from Qin Feng's grasp. However, with its cultivation in tatters and injuries yet to heal, it was but an ordinary fox, incapable of escaping Qin Feng's hold. Its eyes blazed with fury as it glared at him. How is it that one appears so gentle yet possesses such a fierce demeanor? Qin Feng, with his left hand still firmly holding on, gently ruffled the little creature's head with his right hand and remarked, "Just right. I happen to be in need of a pet to help me consume my surplus elixirs. However, allow me first to ascertain whether you are male or female." As he spoke, Qin Feng reached out and slowly parted the hind legs of the little white fox, squinting as he searched for answers. At that moment, the small white fox's entire body stiffened, its gaze vacant, as if struck by lightning. What is this beast? What is he doing?" In that instant, the little white fox felt its innocence shattered. The subsequent words from Qin Feng pushed the little white fox to the brink of fury. It was a female. Well, that's that. A hint of disappointment flickered across Qin Feng's face as he remarked lightly, "I am not particularly fond of keeping such female pets. There are too many uncertainties. Who can say when one might take a stroll, only to return already pregnant?" As he spoke, he placed the little white fox back where it had originally been lying. The little white fox, who had been ensnared in shock from the beginning, finally regained her composure. In that moment, shame, anger, and murderous intent surged forth from her heart. The princess of the Fox clan had been utterly humiliated by a mere human. The little white fox felt that her dignity had been violated by Qin Feng, rendering her unclean. "Beast, scoundrel, disgrace. Today, I shall not rest until you are slain. I will rend your body to pieces. I shall scatter your ashes. I will boil your bones for soup." Enraged, the little white fox leapt from the ground, relentlessly striking Qin Feng's body. However, her current state is exceedingly weak, devoid of any semblance of offensive capability. From Qin Feng's perspective, her actions appear entirely non-threatening, resembling more the playful antics of a pet seeking affection from its master. No more mischief. I must continue my cultivation. Despite the outward appearance of slumber, only he knows that he is diligently honing his skills. In a moment, he seized the little white fox and gently tossed her into the thicket some distance away. Upon landing, though uninjured, the little white fox tumbled several times before coming to a halt, becoming entangled in the grass and looking utterly disheveled, as if she had just been mistreated by a villain. She cast a resentful gaze towards the relaxed figure of Qin Feng reclining in his chair. "Wretched beast, scoundrel, brute. Once I reclaim my peak strength, you shall regret the indignities you have inflicted upon me today." The little white fox vowed fiercely in her heart, "I will pin you to the ground and exact my vengeance." While Qin Feng remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing within the little white fox, absorbed in his own practice, her anger gradually gave way to sorrow. The severity of her injuries from this outing rendered it impossible for her to regain her former strength in the short term, let alone seek retribution against Qin Feng. Her gaze inevitably drifted once more towards the direction of the palace, reminiscent of a lovesick concubine in a secluded chamber. Half a year later, Qin Zening arrived at the imperial mausoleum to bid farewell to Qin Feng. She had reached the age to embark on her journey of cultivation. Though Qin Feng was not surprised by the news, as it was expected for the princes and princesses to venture out and hone their skills. The outside world, fraught with peril, was essential for a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Without experiencing the tempests, it would falter at the slightest adversity. Qin Feng imparted some advice to Qin Zining, cautioning her against trusting strangers. He also gifted her a pendant shaped like a small sword made of pure gold, imbued with a whisper of sword intent of the wind, enabling him to sense her danger at any moment. Chapter 24. The released evil spirit. Approximately half a year after Qin Zining's departure, the little white fox also left. Each time she encountered Qin Feng, a profound sense of humiliation washed over her. She yearned to escape the confines of her recovery and sought rare treasures to restore her power. Her intention was to torment Qin Feng, a manifestation of her pent-up resentment. Indeed, keeping a female pet proved troublesome, as she roamed incessantly, preoccupied with courting her kind, oblivious to the need for stability. Upon awakening, Qin Feng found the little white fox missing once again, prompting him to lament her absence. Had she heard his words, she would surely have retaliated fiercely. Shaking his head, Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the palace's exterior, preparing to explore new places for signing in. Although the locations within the palace still provided items upon subsequent sign-ins, the rewards paled in comparison to those received during the initial sign-in. Thus, he resolved to venture elsewhere to seek new opportunities. Having made his decision, Qin Feng did not linger and strode directly towards the palace's exit. With Qin Junyuan and Qin Ziqing absent from the royal residence, and after the departure of Chu Xiong, the imperial guards now delivered provisions only once a year. Hence, no one would come to this royal tomb. He had no cause for concern about being discovered as he departed. Before long, Qin Feng had exited the imperial city. He summoned his sword and soared westward. Enveloped in an aura of sword energy, Qin Feng glided gracefully among the lofty clouds, his garments billowing in the wind. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gazing down upon the earth, he beheld mountains and rivers, the myriad forms of life, all within his sight. There were ferocious beasts battling for survival, diligent cultivators honing their skills, and ordinary folk toiling in the fields. An exquisite panorama laid bare before him. Where shall I venture next? Qin Feng murmured to himself. His knowledge of the Kanglan domain was confined to ancient texts, and he was aware of only a few locations. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to cast aside such thoughts. After all, any place could be a point of arrival. Wherever he wandered would suffice. In the ensuing months, Qin Feng moved with spontaneity and freedom. By day, he roamed and checked in at various locales to acquire diverse resources. By night, he sought tranquil spots to meditate and reflect. Thirst was quenched with dew, and hunger, too, was satisfied with the same. It was a life of unparalleled ease and contentment. He had long since departed from the territory of the Great Xia dynasty and had lost all sense of his whereabouts within the Kanglan domain. He merely understood that such a vast distance would be insurmountable for an ordinary person to traverse on foot in a lifetime. Gradually, Qin Feng found himself surrounded by mountains, making it difficult to spot any densely populated villages or towns. One morning, while he was roasting meat amidst the forest, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed from afar, as if something had shattered a seal, followed by the eruption of a fierce battle and terrifying fluctuations of energy that were truly astonishing. What could be happening? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and moved swiftly toward the direction of the sound, covering vast distances with each stride. In no time, he arrived at the scene. There stood a solitary temple, its age indeterminate, from which torrents of malevolent energy surged forth. Surrounding the ancient temple were dozens of powerful individuals, among them 3 or 4 at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, with the leader boasting the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Ha ha, beneath this hall, there truly exists a malevolent spirit. Our hopes for restoring the nation are bright. The leader, a prince of the Chu kingdom, exclaimed with joy. Ever since the uprising that led to the downfall of his dynasty, he had harbored dreams of restoration. From an ancient text, he had learned of the presence of this malevolent spirit and conceived the idea of leveraging its power for his cause. The malevolent spirit merely sought human blood as sustenance. Once they restored their nation, they would provide it with as much as it desired. It would be best if this malevolent spirit could devour all the rebels cleanly, spoke another former minister of the Chu kingdom in a deep voice. Laughter erupted among the others, their excitement palpable as they envisioned the revival of the Chu kingdom. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze was firmly fixed upon the ancient temple. To his astonishment, there existed a temple within the Kanglan domain. Over the years, he had perused numerous ancient texts in the library, seeking to gain a deeper understanding of this realm, only to discover with great surprise that there were no records pertaining to Buddhism within the Kanglan domain. He had assumed that Buddhism had not propagated in this area. Yet here he was, encountering an ancient temple. However, upon overhearing the conversations of a few individuals, he realized they were oblivious to the temple's significance, merely regarding it as an ordinary hall. He pondered what rewards might be bestowed upon those who signed in here. Muttering to himself, he resolved to approach the ancient temple without hesitation, fearful that the recently unleashed malevolent spirit might, in a fit of rage, destroy the temple. Who goes there? Upon witnessing Qin Feng stride towards the ancient temple, the crown prince of Chu and his companions shouted in unison. Yet, Qin Feng paid them no heed, resolutely advancing toward the temple. What is this fellow attempting? They wondered. It is unknown, but with the malevolence now unleashed, his daring approach can only lead to his demise. Perhaps he is simply a fool. Let him serve as the first offering to the Lord of Evil. The individuals from the kingdom of Chu scoffed, observing as Qin Feng boldly approached the temple, from which malevolent energy surged forth. The malevolent entity exuded an aura that signified its existence at the mid-stage of the third realm of the Purple Mansion, a level of power that was exceedingly rare throughout the entire Kanglan region. Yet, Qin Feng appeared merely as a youthful man, not yet 50, devoid of any discernible martial aura, leading them to dismiss him entirely. They deemed him mentally unhinged for daring to approach the ancient temple. I crave blood. I demand sustenance. At that moment, a towering demon, standing at least 2 meters high, emerged from the temple, its eyes of fiery crimson, radiating a sanguine glow. Starved and fervent. Upon sighting Qin Feng, it became exhilarated, eager to savor the essence of humanity. Over the years, it had encountered various beasts that had unwittingly strayed into the temple. Yet it always believed that the tender flesh of humans was the most delectable, the profound intelligence that far surpassed that of other creatures, along with the formidable consciousness it cultivated, provided it with the most substantial nourishment. With a resounding boom, the dark energy swirling around the demon coalesced into a massive black hand, lunging toward Qin Feng. The terrifying malevolence instilled an overwhelming dread in the individuals from the Chu kingdom, who were now acutely aware of the formidable might possessed by a practitioner at the third realm of the Purple Mansion. Their hearts raced with trepidation in their eyes. Qin Feng had already become a corpse. You wish to consume me? You are sorely mistaken, Qin Feng remarked coldly, observing the colossal hand as it approached. He slowly raised a finger, and astonishing sword energy began to converge at its tip, emanating a brilliant radiance, while a terrifying sword intent radiated outward from him. Although the protagonist practices the martial arts of the Buddhist sect, he does not formally join it, so there is no need for concern. His primary focus remains the path of the sword. In Chapter 25, Pure Land of Buddhism, a brilliant sword light erupted from Qin Feng's fingertips, sweeping towards the enormous black hand. This sword light was extraordinarily fearsome, leaving a trail of sword marks upon the ground. In an instant, the sword light collided with the massive black hand, unleashing a tremendous wave of spiritual energy. The gigantic black hand could not withstand even a moment against the sword light, and was instantly shattered, dissipating into strands of demonic energy that scattered across the heavens and the earth. What? The demon was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly youthful Qin Feng possessed such formidable strength. Yet, even as he was shocked, the ferocity of the sword light showed no signs of waning as it continued to surge towards him. The demon, not daring to be complacent, hurriedly gathered all the surrounding demonic energy, coalescing it before him to form a black shield, attempting to block Qin Feng's sword light. Unfortunately, he was far too weak. The disparities between the minor realms of the purple were as vast as the heavens and the earth. Moreover, he was 3 minor realms weaker than Qin Feng, compounded by Qin Feng's invincibility at the same tier and his ability to fight beyond his level. The chasm between them was akin to that of the Milky Way, utterly insurmountable. With a crisp sound, the sword light effortlessly shattered the black shield and pierced through the demon's body. A chilling scream echoed in the air, reminiscent of a wailing ghost. The immense anguish contorted the expression of the malevolent being. Qin Feng did not directly extinguish his life. This scene left the people of the state of Chu utterly dumbfounded, all frozen in place, their eyes brimming with disbelief. How could this be possible? How could this individual possess such extraordinary strength to defeat a malevolent entity at the third level of the Purple Mansion realm in an instant? He was not yet 50 years old, and just moments ago, there had been no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. How could he suddenly unleash such formidable power? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of questions erupted in the minds of the Crown Prince of Chu and his companions, as if their understanding of the world had been irrevocably transformed. When had such a youthful martial arts prodigy emerged in the Kanglan domain? Yet, no one could provide answers to their queries. At that moment, Qin Feng strode confidently to confront the malevolent entity. How could you possess such strength? What are your intentions? The malevolent being, immobilized by the sword's aura embedded within him, cried out in terror. Even during the pinnacle of the Qinglan domain, a millennium ago, when the great dynasties had not yet been embroiled in the War of Sealing, such a martial genius had never been witnessed. Allow me to glimpse into your consciousness. Qin Feng replied, not addressing the malevolent being's question, but rather speaking with an air of detachment. The ease with which he could have dispatched this malevolent entity was apparent. Yet he refrained from doing so, as he sought to uncover the mysteries surrounding the connection between this malevolent being and Buddhism. With a swift motion, ancient and intricate runes of profound significance began to manifest within the depths of Qin Feng's eyes. As the malevolent entity's consciousness and memories were scrutinized, a profound wail of agony erupted from it. The torment of having its very essence laid bare was unbearable, far more excruciating than death itself. In its despair, it yearned for self-destruction, yet found itself powerless, for its body was beyond its control under Qin Feng's watchful gaze. After a brief interlude, the creature's cries gradually subsided. It was revealed that this fiend had targeted a monk who sought to propagate teachings in the Qinglan domain during his seclusion. Their fierce struggle waged on for months, ultimately culminating in the fiend's confinement, though the aged monk was left utterly drained. Qin Feng murmured to himself, having gleaned the desired information. He showed no mercy and swiftly extinguished the life of the malevolent being. Its colossal form crashed heavily to the ground, sending tremors through the earth, before dissipating into an overwhelming tide of dark energy. Dead, gone, witnessing the demise of the fiend. The crown prince of Chu and his companions were utterly astounded, struggling to comprehend the terrifying strength wielded by a young man not yet 50. Since you are so eager to ally with the malevolent, then go forth with them, Qin Feng remarked, casting a fleeting glance at them. With a swift flick of his robe, dozens of sword auras shot forth towards the prince and his entourage. Flee! At that moment, the group finally snapped out of their astonishment and attempted to escape. Alas, their feeble strength rendered escape an impossible endeavor. With a sudden gasp, the sword's radiance pierced through his body, and the scent of blood filled the air. Qin Feng then turned his gaze towards the ancient temple. System, please allow me to sign in here, he called out slowly. Beep. Sign in successful. Reward, pure land of Buddhism acquired. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. What is this pure land of Buddhism? Surely, it cannot be a mere dilapidated temple, he thought. Curiosity piqued as he reviewed the information. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Pure Land of Buddhism was a legendary Buddhist practice, accessible only to those with profound mastery like ancient Buddhists. Within this Pure Land, no external forces could intrude. Was this not akin to a domain? Typically, one could only manifest a domain at the martial domain realm, yet here he was, at the Purple Mansion realm, capable of conjuring such power. In disbelief, Qin Feng pondered, however, I see that to cultivate the Pure Land of Buddhism, a deep understanding of Buddhist teachings is essential. He furrowed his brow and mused, is it too late for me to pursue Buddhism? I could indeed lay down my murderous ways. Regardless, he resolved to give it a chance. With this determination in mind, Qin Feng settled himself within the ancient temple, beginning his practice of the Pure Land of Buddhism. Before long, ancient golden Buddhist scriptures emerged around him, and he radiated a sacred aura. Simultaneously, a wondrous scene unfolded. The turbulent demonic energy in the surroundings was rapidly refined, transforming into strands of golden light that coalesced around Qin Feng's form. In the subtle ambience, there resonated a profound Buddhist chant, akin to the grand sounds of ancient bells, echoing within the ancient temple. A month slipped by in haste. Qin Feng remained in a meditative posture, undisturbed in the temple's heart. The surrounding tumultuous demonic energy had been entirely refined, transforming into a golden radiance that encircled his being. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes, which gleamed with a brilliant golden light. A dazzling brilliance erupted within a Tinjiang radius, where countless Buddhist scriptures floated gracefully. The resounding Buddhist chants reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Was this truly the Pure Land of Buddhism? Qin Feng mused, surveying the area within his golden-lit sanctuary. Murmuring to himself, he perceived an absolute mastery over this Tinjiang expanse. Should anyone intrude upon this domain, they would undoubtedly experience a significant diminishment of strength. Yet, he lamented that such a radius felt rather limited. If I were to confront an adversary of equal prowess, I could only exploit the element of surprise during combat to unleash the Pure Land of Buddhism, thus denying them any opportunity for escape, he reflected, though not without a tinge of disappointment. However, he remained hopeful, having read the descriptions of this sacred domain. Upon reaching its zenith, its extent could encompass an entire realm. At that time, who could possibly evade his Pure Land of Buddhism? Not even the Tathagata. With that, Qin Feng rose and departed the ancient temple. The refined demonic energy had the potential to amplify his pure land of Buddhism, and he resolved to seek a place abundant with such energy. Chapter 26. The Evil Demon Mountains in the Kanglan Domain. Many places remain sealed from demonic forces. However, the majority reside within the imperial cities of various dynasties, where unparalleled formations and the fortunes of the empire suppress and prevent the emergence of malevolent entities. Yet, there are exceptions. The Demon Mountain Range, stretching for 3,000 miles, is home to trees that are entirely black, exuding a sinister aura. Within this realm, not a single demonic beast can be found. The sky is perpetually shrouded in darkness, presenting an exceedingly eerie spectacle. This place serves as a prison for those weaker demons that, following the Sealing War a millennium ago, were captured by the formidable powers of numerous empires and sections. Rather than exterminating them, an endeavor that would consume excessive time and energy, they were confined here to weaken over time, simultaneously providing a venue for young practitioners to hone their skills. At this moment, the entrance to the Demon Mountain Range is bustling with numerous figures. Today marks the opening of the mountain, allowing practitioners below the Wheel C realm, specifically those at the spirit transformation level, to enter. The most distinguished talents from the most powerful dynasties and sects in the Kanglan domain are also preparing to enter the mountain for their trials. In a brief span, several figures soared from the distant sky, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Among them was Qin Feng of the Jinyang sect, a young prodigy who had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation level, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Upon witnessing the appearance of this leading figure, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Clad in white garments and wielding a folding fan, Qin Feng exuded an air of elegance. Relishing the admiration that accompanied the astonished exclamations directed at him, his expression betraying a sense of pride and enjoyment in the flattery. Soon after, two prominent sex prodigies arrived, eliciting waves of astonishment and ceaseless discussions about them. At that moment, Qin Zining, who was also out on her own expedition, made her entrance. Standing at a considerable distance from those prodigious sect members, Qin Zining, she has come too? She is at least a decade younger than the talented individuals present. What brings her to join them in the treacherous journey into the demonic mountain range? Are you truly unaware? Despite her tender age, Qin Zining has already attained the mid-stage of the 8th tier of the spirit transformation realm, rivaling the capabilities of those other prodigies. To think she has reached such a formidable level, excelling as a swordswoman in the most challenging of disciplines. Her talent is astonishing. Could it be attributed to the emergence of that Purple Mansion realm expert a few years back in the Great Xia dynasty? You are overthinking this. How could a Purple Mansion realm expert conjure a talent like Qin Zining out of thin air? It is said that she possesses an unparalleled sword body. And on the day of her birth, the sound of swords resonated throughout the heavens and earth, which accounts for her extraordinary aptitude in swordsmanship. Achieving such remarkable heights at such a young age, many were astounded by Qin Zining's formidable cultivation, sparking a variety of murmurs among the crowd. The glances directed towards her were imbued with admiration and even infatuation. After all, a girl with such breathtaking beauty and martial prowess is undoubtedly captivating to all. Qin Zining's progress in cultivation is indeed remarkable. It is likely that in just a few years, she will surpass us all. In the Cold Moon sect, Lu Meier chuckled lightly. Although she appeared to be praising Qin Zining, her gaze subtly flickered towards Qin Feng, the talented Qin Feng of the Jinyang sect, whose limelight was stolen, originally directed an unpleasing look towards Qin Zining, and upon hearing her words, his expression grew even darker. He had once been the most renowned prodigy among the young in the Kanglan region, but the emergence of Qin Zining had snatched away the attention that ought to have belonged to him, fostering a lingering animosity within him. Humph, I shall not allow her to surpass me, Qin Feng declared coldly. Upon hearing this, a trace of mockery flashed in Lu Meier's eyes. Her aim had been achieved by provoking Qin Feng to voice such sentiments publicly. Meanwhile, Qin Zining, under the scrutiny of so many complex gazes, felt somewhat awkward and out of place. She engaged in casual conversation with other prodigies from various dynasties, sharing experiences from their recent trials. Although the relationships among the major dynasties were fraught with undercurrents of tension, they maintained a facade of harmony due to their shared goal of sealing the evil spirits. Moreover, the primary objective of the younger generation of the royal families was to enhance their cultivation, having not yet delved into courtly affairs, which allowed for relatively amicable relations, better than those with the various sections. As more prodigies arrived, the collective gaze turned towards the evil spirit mountain range, eagerly awaiting its opening. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the heavens and the earth, as spiritual energy began to converge in this place. At last, a fissure appeared in the grand formation that suppressed the entire demon mountain range, allowing those seeking trials to enter. Let us proceed. Qin Feng of the Jin Yang sect remarked coolly to those beside him. He tucked away his folding fan and strode boldly into the entrance. Within the Demon Mountain range, there existed not only malevolent spirits, but also remnants of an ancient battlefield where numerous talents from various factions had met their demise, leaving behind a plethora of treasures. With one taking the lead, many swiftly followed, resulting in a throng of individuals entering the depths of the mountain. Among them were Qin Zening and several prodigies from various empires, also venturing into the ominous terrain. Among the crowd, a figure cloaked in black made his way inside, his distinctive attire garnering little attention. This individual was none other than Qin Feng. He sought to enter the Demon Mountain range to sign in and simultaneously harness the demonic energy within to fortify his Buddhist sanctuary. However, being a former prince known to many, he concealed his identity beneath the black robe to avoid unnecessary complications. As Qin Feng stepped into the formation, it suddenly trembled slightly. The Demon Mountain range was designated for the training of the younger generation of cultivators, and the formation had strict limitations, permitting only those at the spirit transformation realm below the Wheel C realm to enter. Yet, Qin Feng had already reached the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, far exceeding this criterion. Fortunately, his ancient chaos sword body allowed him to mask all traces of his presence, and thus, the formation failed to detect any anomalies. However, at this moment, in the shadows, Lu Meyer's guardian from the Cold Moon sect noticed the anomaly. What is happening? The third elder of the Cold Moon sect, who was also present, inquired with a hint of confusion. I just seem to witness an unusual fluctuation emanating from this formation. It is a peculiar wave that only appears when someone who exceeds the spirit transformation realm forcefully intrudes. Lu Meyer's guardian murmured. Surely you must be mistaken. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect frowned and replied, if someone were to intrude forcefully, the resulting commotion would be significant, and they could easily be obliterated by the formation. Yet, there was no disturbance just now. Could it truly be that I misjudged? Lu Meyer's guardian pondered softly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he concluded it must indeed be a misinterpretation. To breach this formation would mean either death or injury, and under such circumstances, it was improbable that anyone would dare attempt it. Let us wait for Meyer to emerge, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect declared in a solemn tone. Once Meyer is out, we must ensure that no one discovers anything amiss. Otherwise, our Cold Moon sect would become a target for all. Rest assured, with the two of us here, how could anyone possibly notice if Meyer is in distress? Lu Meyer's guardian replied with unwavering confidence. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect nodded in agreement. With both of them personally present, the likelihood of unforeseen events was minimal. They then settled into a tranquil wait. Chapter 27. The current youth as Qin Feng traversed the treacherous terrain of the Demon Mountain range. He felt an overwhelming sense of darkness enveloping the surroundings. Although it was midday outside, here it was as dim as twilight. A chilling wind swept through the air, accompanied by a nauseating scent of blood, instilling an unsettling discomfort. The occasional thunderous roars of malevolent creatures sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, Qin Feng exhibited no fear, calmly traversing the treacherous terrain of the Demon Mountains. Such potent demonic energy. He had initially sought a tranquil spot to absorb this energy and fortify his Buddhist sanctum. But he suddenly noticed that the depths of the mountains were suffused with an overwhelming tide of malevolence, an anomaly indeed. Typically, due to the suppressive formations in this area, no demon surpassing the spirit transformation stage and reaching the Wheel C realm should manifest. However, the intensity of the demonic aura emanating from the mountain depths was extraordinary. Driven by curiosity, Qin Feng ventured deeper into the mountains. The stronger the demonic energy, the greater the benefits for him. Nonetheless, he had scarcely moved when two demons materialized before him, blocking his path. He who would have thought that today, upon stepping outside, I would encounter such fortune. A human devoid of any cultivation. One demon sneered, noting the complete absence of spiritual fluctuations from Qin Feng, its voice grating and torturous to the ears. Humans regarded this place as a trial ground, while the demons within regarded humans as prey. The weak would be devoured, and only the strong could emerge alive. Though there were rare instances of unrefined humans daring to enter in search of opportunities, such occurrences were exceedingly infrequent. The two demons were astonished by their luck in encountering one. Consolidation realm? Qin Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Is it truly possible that such weak demons still exist in this world? He had thought that the malevolent beings, despite their self-inflicted wounds to their cultivation, would still possess the strength of the Wheel C realm. However, he was taken aback to encounter two entities of the condensing Yuan realm here. Upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that formidable malevolent beings were sealed within the imperial cities of various dynasties, restrained by powerful formations in the luck of the empires. Naturally, those sealed here would not be particularly strong. They were merely petty minions. After all these years, their decline in power was to be expected. You, an utterly unremarkable human, dare to mock us. One of the malevolent beings roared in fury. Today, I shall devour you whole. With that, he lunged at Qin Feng, followed closely by his companion. Although Qin Feng's words had not wielded tremendous power, their humiliating nature, particularly the genuine astonishment expressed, struck a profound chord of shame within them. As the two malevolent beings charged towards him, Qin Feng paid them no heed and continued to stride forward. Suddenly, as they approached within a yard of him, it was as if they collided with an invisible wall, resulting in their immediate obliteration, scattered into wisps of demonic energy that vanished into the ether. Qin Feng appeared unfazed, continuing his journey deeper into the mountain range. The two malevolent beings could never have imagined that their demise would come so abruptly and ignominiously. As he traversed the path, Qin Feng observed the entire malevolent demon mountain range bustling with activity, with skirmishes against the malevolent beings occurring all around. In places abundant with treasures, most are guarded by malevolent spirits, patiently awaiting the arrival of the exceptionally gifted. However, these prodigies are not foolish. They approach in groups, and the battles that ensue are often fiercely contested skirmishes. Yet, Qin Feng held little interest in these conflicts. He strode directly into the depths of the mountains. Before long, the sounds of combat around him began to diminish, for those who could venture here were among the most formidable of the elite, and their numbers were few. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the left side of the forest, emanating a powerful aura. Qin Feng's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Could it be that an ancient medicinal herb has emerged? His eyes brimmed with curiosity and his heart filled with intrigue as he made his way towards the luminous forest. In no time, he arrived at a clearing in the heart of the woods, where numerous human skeletons lay scattered. Despite having perished many years ago, their bones remained translucent and gleamed with a faint glow, suggesting they were once formidable beings. At the center of this grim tableau, a blood-red flower was slowly blooming. Strikingly beautiful yet eerily captivating. It was the higanbana. Qin Feng was taken aback, astonished that such a flower bloomed here. According to legend, it is a flower that marks the path from the mortal realm to the underworld. Although in the Qinglan domain, such flowers are not entirely shrouded in mystery. They are known to sprout in places where the remains of the powerful accumulate, albeit with rarity. This flower, while flourishing in a place of death, paradoxically possesses the ability to extend life. In the Qinglan domain, any item that possesses the ability to extend life, be it a medicinal pill or an ancient herb, is valuable yet devoid of market demand. However, at this moment, someone has already plucked the elusive higanbana flower and stored it within their spatial ring. Qin Feng, a prodigy of the Jinyang sect, along with several of his fellow disciples, exclaimed with laughter. Who would have thought that such a precious higanbana would be so easily obtained by us? One of the Jinyang sect disciples declared jovially, whether I present it to the sect or sell it, I shall acquire an abundance of cultivation resources, enabling me to achieve a significant breakthrough and once again become the center of attention. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. The rising prominence of Qin Xiling had overshadowed him, which proved to be quite irksome, yet he found it increasingly difficult to distance himself from her in terms of cultivation. As she relentlessly closed the gap, with the higanbana in his possession, he finally saw the opportunity to regain his pride. Enough, Qin Feng sighed, shaking his head, not intending to resort to forceful theft, though he was no paragon of virtue and would not hesitate to take a life if necessary. He felt no urgency to contemplate matters of mortality at this moment and was disinclined to engage in such ruthless acts. He prepared to turn and leave. Stop. At that instant, Qin Feng noticed Qin Feng and barked an icy command. What is it? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, responding with indifference. You just witnessed me plucking the higanbana, and you intend to depart? A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. The higanbana was exceedingly precious. Should others learn of his possession, it would undoubtedly invite unwanted scrutiny. Although his protector was just outside, the major top-tier factions were unlikely to risk a confrontation over a single flower of the other shore. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, it would be simpler to eliminate the individual who had witnessed him harvesting the other shore flower. To him, a human life was hardly worth consideration. Are you serious? Qin Feng found himself momentarily devoid of anger, instead amused by the situation. He had no intention of resorting to violence for gain. Yet the other party harbored thoughts of silencing him. Were the youth of today so adept at these games? Humph. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Blame only your ill fate for witnessing my harvest of this other shore flower. Qin Feng declared ominously, an astonishing aura emanating from within him, exuding an overwhelming presence. His murderous intent was unabashed. Chapter 28. The Cunning Fiend. As Qin Feng prepared to strike down Qin Feng, the disciples of the Golden Sun sect watched with a sense of morbid curiosity. What an unfortunate soul. Had he arrived a moment earlier, the other shore flower would have been his. Had he arrived a moment later, he might have at least preserved his life. Yet, he chose to arrive at this precise moment. Such individuals are simply cursed. If they perish, so be it. In their words, it seemed as though Qin Feng was already a dead man. After all, Qin Feng had ascended to the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. In this mountain range, accessible only to cultivators below the Wheel Sea realm, Qin Feng was an invincible force. In a one-on-one confrontation, no one could rival him. Swish! At that moment, Qin Feng had already made his move. He executed a swift maneuver, his figure darting forward in an instant, arriving before Qin Feng, his palms slicing through the air. Infused with surging spiritual energy, aimed to cleave down upon him. He wielded a blade, yet presumed that among those who entered the evil demon mountains, only 5 or 6 possessed the merit to draw their weapons. Qin Feng, naturally, was not among them. However, with a calm demeanor, Qin Feng reached out and effortlessly seized Qin Feng's wrist, a strike that would annihilate opponents of the same level, rendered utterly trivial in his eyes. What? Qin Feng was astounded to find his wrist captured with such ease. He attempted to break free, but his hand felt as if it were embedded in stone, utterly immovable. I had no intention of accepting this ethereal flower, but since you have offered it, I shall graciously accept it, Qin Feng remarked coolly. As he spoke, he exerted a slight pressure, shattering Qin Feng's entire hand into a mist of crimson. Only the spatial ring remained intact, resting in Qin Feng's palm. Ah! My hand! My hand! Qin Feng finally escaped Qin Feng's grasp, yet emitted a tortured scream. Meanwhile, his fellow disciples stood at a distance, utterly dumbfounded. How can this be? Our senior brother is at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, yet he has been so easily rendered incapacitated by this fellow. They were engulfed in shock. Among those who ventured into the evil demon mountains, even if someone were genuinely stronger than Qin Feng, such a disparity should not exist. It was nothing short of a complete rout. Nonsense. You dare to cripple me. The Jinyang sect will never let you go, Qin Feng bellowed through gritted teeth, enduring the agony with immense fury. With one of his hands incapacitated, he felt utterly diminished, as if life itself had become unbearable. What transpired today shall remain a secret, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. He harbored no inclination to release a tiger back into the wild. What do you mean? Are you intending to kill us all? Qin Feng's expression shifted as he suddenly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qin Feng, prompting him to retreat repeatedly. What do you think? Qin Feng replied with a smirk. As he spoke, he gradually lifted a finger, which began to emanate a faint glow. You alone believe you can eradicate us all? How utterly arrogant, the disciples of the Jinyang sect shouted in unison. They exhibited their formidable cultivation levels, each one at the 8th or 9th tier of the spirit transformation realm. Although individually, they could not match Qin Feng from earlier, combined, their strength was significantly amplified. Faced with these disciples, Qin Feng found no need for further dialogue. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of light from his fingertip, shooting forth with an unstoppable force. Whoosh! The blade of light, carrying an overwhelming momentum, pierced through Qin Feng's body and continued its relentless onslaught towards the remaining disciples of the Jinyang sect. The staggering disparity in cultivation levels rendered the disciples powerless to resist. They were swiftly obliterated by the terrifying blade of light. Only a ground strewn with dismembered limbs exuded a ghastly scent. The flower of the other shore appeared quite splendid. Qin Feng retrieved the flower from his spatial ring, examining it closely while murmuring to himself. Although this blossom sprouted from the remains of the dead, he could distinctly sense a rich essence of life emanating from it. A most peculiar phenomenon. Subsequently, Qin Feng placed the flower back into his spatial ring and continued his journey deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, Qin Zening, alongside the princes and princesses of 2 other great dynasties, was valiantly battling against the malevolent beings. They were besieging 3 evil entities at the 9th tier of the spirit transformation realm, with the leader being at the pinnacle of that stage, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. The clash was intensely fierce, as waves of energy erupted in the open ground. The earth was marred with deep craters and fissures resembling a spider's web, sprawling in every direction. Under the relentless assault of Qin Zening and her companions, the 3 malevolent beings gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly. These despicable humans! The leader of the malevolent beings seethed with rage, his gaze fixating on Qin Zening. This young girl is the weakest among them. I shall eliminate her first. Among the group, only Qin Feng, at the mid-stage of the 8th tier of the spirit transformation realm, was the most vulnerable. He aimed to kill her first, seeking an opportunity to break through. Meanwhile, the other two malevolent beings joined forces, enduring injuries to withstand all incoming attacks from their adversaries. The leading fiend charged towards Qin Feng. Be careful. The others, witnessing this, were taken aback, astonished by the cunning of the fiends, and they shouted in alarm. This most formidable fiend, despite having endured a lengthy battle moments prior, had diminished in strength, now comparable only to the early stages of the 9th level of the transformation realm. Yet, it still surpassed Qin Feng by a minor realm, leading them to believe that in a one-on-one confrontation, she would be no match for the fiend. Although Qin Feng hailed from a different dynasty, they had united in their quest to hunt down magical beasts. Should she fall, it would reflect poorly upon their abilities. At that moment, Qin Feng, too, was taken aback by the fiend's treachery, as it had risked its companion's safety to absorb the onslaught of attacks directed at others before targeting her. However, through years of experience, her mental fortitude had developed rapidly, allowing her to regain composure swiftly. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng gripped her sword, an astonishing sword intent emanating from within her, akin to a surging river. The ground around her was soon etched with a multitude of sword marks. Just then, the fiend lunged at her. River's might, Qin Feng exclaimed, her sword slicing through the air with tremendous force. This was her ultimate trump card, one she would not employ lightly unless absolutely necessary. But the peril was now too great, and she held nothing back. In an instant, the torrent of sword intent surged forth towards the advancing fiend, colliding with it in a spectacular clash. Merely a mere 8 layers of the ethereal realm. Yet they wish to obstruct me. Such delusion is laughable. The leader of the malevolent forces wore a nonchalant expression, his eyes brimming with derision. Armed with a magical artifact, he intended to cleave through the surging currents of sword energy. However, in the next instant, his countenance drastically changed. Chapter 29, Lu Mayer with a thunderous roar. The river-like sword intent unleashed by Qin Feng proved to be immensely formidable. The leader of the malevolent forces soon realized that not only could he not cleave through it, but he was unable to contend with it at all. In an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage. The torrent of sword intent swept over him, eliciting a scream of agony, as if he were pierced by a myriad of sharp blades. Ultimately, the leader of the malevolent forces emitted a wretched cry. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the surging sword intent, his form shattered and dissipated into wisps of demonic energy, vanishing into the cosmos. This spectacle left many princes and princesses, including the 2 remaining malevolent entities, utterly astounded. What manner of sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? Even from a distance, they had sensed the imminent danger. Clang. Having nearly exhausted all her spiritual energy, Qin Feng felt her body weaken. Her sword plunged into the ground to support her faltering form. At that moment, the princes and princesses from the other 2 great dynasties recovered from their shock and swiftly joined forces to eliminate the remaining 2 malevolent beings. Feng, the sword technique you just employed, how have I never encountered it before, and yet it is so powerful? Inquired the 3rd princess of the Tai Xian dynasty, her brow furrowed in perplexity. She had never encountered a formidable warrior from the great Xia dynasty wielding such a sword technique, which piqued her curiosity. The others also displayed expressions of bewilderment. It is not an exceptionally powerful sword technique. It is merely an insight I have gained. As Qin Feng spoke, she consumed a spirit recovery pill. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. One could comprehend sword techniques independently? Is this the legendary unparalleled sword body? Such a terrifying aptitude for the sword. Just then, the 10th prince of the Tai Xian dynasty, Ling Xiao, suddenly barked a cold command, directing his gaze toward the nearby dense forest, where a figure was approaching. The group adopted a vigilant demeanor. Pardon me for intruding upon your hunting of the malevolent spirits. A captivating figure emerged before them. Lu Mayer, the prodigy of the Han Yu sect. Mayer, why are you alone? Upon seeing Lu Mayer, Ling Xiao's wariness transformed into a smile as he queried with curiosity. The others also exhaled in slight relief. Although relations among all the dynasties and sects were fraught with tension, the Han Yu sect stood as an exception. This sect strictly instructed its disciples to avoid conflict with any other factions and exclusively accepted female disciples, many of whom had married into various dynasties and sects, thus establishing advantageous connections. Lu Mayer's sister had even wed into the royal family of the Great Xia. Lu Mayer herself was well regarded, known for her benevolence and kindness, embodying a refreshing presence among the younger generation in the cultivation realm. I happened to be seeking assistance and heard the sounds of battle, so I came over, she explained. Lu Mayer chuckled lightly and remarked, "You are indeed formidable. To effortlessly vanquish such powerful fiends, you truly deserve the title of prodigies from the great dynasties. You flatter me. Miss Meyer, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. You mentioned seeking assistance. Have you encountered some trouble? I recently discovered a divine spirit stone mine deep within the mountain valley. But it is infested with fiends. Although they are not particularly strong, their numbers are overwhelming, and I cannot manage alone, Lu Meyer said with a look of helplessness. A divine spirit stone mine. The others gasped in astonishment. Compared to ordinary spirit stones, the spiritual energy contained within divine spirit stones is not only vast, but also remarkably pure. Once absorbed into the body, there is no need for refinement. It can directly transform into cultivation. In the Kanglan domain, while there are spirit stone mines, they are quite scarce. And there are absolutely no divine spirit stone mines. Only a few divine spirit stones that have been passed down from other realms. They had never anticipated that Lu Meyer would uncover a divine spirit stone mine. Indeed, Lu Meyer nodded slowly. Are you interested in assisting me on a journey to the valley deep within the mountains? All the divine spirit stones we obtain will be evenly distributed among us. Miss Meyer, surely you must be mistaken. How could there possibly be a divine spirit stone mine here? Ling Xiao said skeptically. Once, the powerful figures of several great dynasties united to seal those weaker fiends within these mountains. If there were a divine spirit stone mine, how could they have failed to discover it? Why would I deceive you? Lu Meyer spoke as she produced a spirit stone, saying, Behold. Ling Xiao took the divine stone and examined it with those nearby, only to be astounded by the realization that it was indeed a divine stone. The aura within was extraordinarily abundant and pure, far surpassing that of an ordinary spirit stone. Now do you believe? Lu Meyer remarked with a smile. In the divine stone mine, there are at least 1,000 stones of this size. The princes and princesses of the other two great empires could not help but gasp in astonishment. 1,000 stones. If they could carry them all away, it would significantly bolster the power of their entire empire. Even if only a portion could be taken, it would still be a considerable quantity. How could we possibly doubt the words of Miss Meyer? Ling Xiao responded, his eyes brimming with excitement. The allure of the divine stone was simply irresistible. How did Sister Meyer come to venture deep into the mountains alone? Qin Feng inquired at that moment. Although she was somewhat familiar with Lu Meyer, her curiosity compelled her to voice her doubts. Upon hearing this, several others cast puzzled glances at Lu Meyer. Under normal circumstances, it would be unwise for Lu Meyer to journey alone into the depths of the mountains, where the presence of malevolent creatures was far greater than in the outer regions, making it perilous for a lone traveler. Sensing the unease in the air, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Meyer's eyes, but she swiftly regained her composure. With a smile, she replied, Little girl, it's been 2 years since we last met. And yet your vigilance has increased so much that you no longer trust your sister's words. She gently brushed Qin Feng's delicate nose and then said, A friend of mine ventured into the mountains and was injured by a malevolent spirit. Upon hearing the news, I hurried to the scene and pursued the fiend deep into the heart of the mountains. At her words, those present nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts. Qin Feng, though still curious to inquire further, was interrupted by the 10th prince of Taishan. The prince had already placed his faith in Lu Meyer, convinced that a girl like her would not resort to deception, and began to question the number of malevolent spirits within the valley to prepare for their encounter. Lu Meyer answered fluently, leading everyone to fully trust her. Their confidence was bolstered not only by Lu Meyer's presentation of the divine stone, but also by the realization that there was no incentive for her to lie. Such an act would offer her no benefit. Although Qin Feng still held some doubts, she recognized that Lu Meyer's younger sister had married into the Disya royal family. And Lu Meyer frequently visited the imperial city, maintaining a reasonably amicable relationship with Qin Feng. Fearing that excessive questioning might imply distrust towards Lu Meyer, she refrained from further inquiries. Subsequently, the group set forth together towards the valley. Chapter 30. The uncle's reminder. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the valley, the deepest part of the malevolent spirit mountain range. Inside this valley lay a divine stone mine. Lu Meyer slowly informed the group. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the valley before them. They could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within the valley was significantly denser than that of the outside world, at least several times more potent. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is exceedingly pure, strikingly reminiscent of the divine stones recently presented by Lu Meyer. Let us proceed without delay, Ling Xiao urged, eager to retrieve those divine stones before others stumbled upon this place. For the longer they lingered, the greater the risk. The others nodded in agreement. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly echoed, This valley is a deception. It harbors a malevolent entity of the Purple Mansion realm. It would be wise for you not to enter. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Xiao and the others were taken aback, They had been oblivious to the presence of another. Hastily, they turned to the source of the sound and beheld a figure draped in a black cloak, seated upon a massive stone. While he appeared to be merely meditating, he seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, indicating he had been there long before their arrival. How could they have missed him upon their entry? Ling Xiao was filled with astonishment. They had all been so cautious, yet had failed to notice the presence of another being. The valley is indeed a ruse, containing a malevolent entity of the Purple Mansion realm? Qin Zining asked incredulously. She found the voice somewhat familiar, yet, as Qin Feng had deliberately altered his tone to sound hoarse, she could not place it and thus paid it little mind, focusing instead on the danger posed by the malevolent entity. Indeed, Qin Feng affirmed with a nod, speaking in a calm manner. His warning was prompted by the fact that Qin Zining was part of this group. As soon as he arrived, he had utilized his divine eyes to discern the powerful malevolence lurking within the valley. The realm of the malevolent entity transcended the confines of the formation, having already reached the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Although it was not a match for Qin Feng, he noticed that the malevolence had concealed its aura using a demonic array. Concerned that there might be other lethal arrays within, he refrained from entering directly, opting instead to observe from outside with his divine eye to ascertain the presence of any deadly formations. Nonsense. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Meier's delicate face shifted. She first reprimanded him, then stated, "When I ventured inside, there were only some malevolent beings at the 7th and 8th layers of the spirit transformation realm. It was merely their overwhelming numbers that necessitated your assistance. There are no powerful malevolent entities within it all. Furthermore, the entire malevolent mountain range is constrained by formations. How could any malevolence possibly grow to the Purple Mansion realm and transcend the limitations of the formations?" Upon her declaration, the others nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning compelling and no longer believing Qin Feng. Under normal circumstances, due to the constraints of the formations, the malevolence within the malevolent mountain range could not surpass the spirit transformation realm to reach the Wheel Sea realm, let alone the Purple Mansion realm. Such notions were mere folly. Moreover, if there truly were malevolent entities of the Purple Mansion realm within, how could this figure in the black robe have discovered them without being slain by the malevolence? It was impossible that his cultivation surpassed that of the malevolent entities. It was absurd to suggest that he could detect the malevolence while they remained oblivious to him. Such thoughts were preposterous. The mountain range's formations imposed restrictions not only on the malevolence but also on the cultivators who entered. The highest level permitted was the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. I perceive that this enigmatic individual is not of good character. He must have discovered the divine spirit stone mine within, yet his companions have not yet arrived, prompting him to deliberately deceive us. Ling Xiao remarked. Do not pay him any heed. Let us swiftly enter and procure those divine spirit stones. With that, he made his way into the valley. Qin Zining intended to inquire further, but suddenly recalled her royal uncle's admonition before her departure from the palace, which explicitly warned her against trusting the words of strangers. Thus, she refrained from asking more and followed the group into the valley. Qin Feng observed this and shook his head in resignation. Given the change in Qin Zining's gaze towards him moments ago, he surmised her thoughts. This young lady, while remembering not to trust strangers, fails to apply that wisdom universally. Should she not also remain vigilant towards acquaintances? Nevertheless, Qin Feng chose not to intervene forcefully, believing it crucial for Qin Zining to gain more experience. In doing so, he felt she would be sufficiently cautious even when confronted by familiar faces in the future. He utilized his divine gaze, continuing to observe for a moment longer, and upon confirming the absence of any lethal formations within the valley, he rose and proceeded deeper into the valley. The group entered the valley, following Lumea to its innermost depths. However, there was no sign of the Divine Spirit Stone Mine to be found. Mayor, where is the Divine Spirit Stone Mine? Ling Xiao inquired with confusion. Yet, Lu Meier disregarded his question, striding purposefully toward a stone wall, where she knelt on one knee. Lord Tu Ming, I have brought the princes and princesses of the several great empires that you requested. Her voice was imbued with profound humility. At that moment, from what appeared to be an ordinary stone wall, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy began to seep forth. The dark essence swiftly coalesced, taking the shape of a sinister figure, towering over a yard in height. Splendid. With the remains of these individuals as my raw material, I shall forge a new body and escape this mountain range. The malevolent entity laughed as it regarded Qin Zining and the others. The enchantment that enveloped the entire mountain was crafted by the formidable powers of several great dynasties. Although it had weakened considerably over time, it still barred him from breaking free. Only by utilizing the remains of the royal lineage's descendants as the raw material could he deceive the enchantment and make his escape. Thank you for your commendation, Lord Tu Ming. Lu Meier replied respectfully. At that instant, Tu Ming snapped his fingers, infusing a wisp of dark energy into Lu Meier's being. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically, reaching the 5th tier of the Wheel Sea realm. He proclaimed, "This is your reward. When I leave this demonic mountain and take command of the Kanglan domain, your Cold Moon sect shall be the foremost contributor." The sudden leap in her cultivation left Lu Meier momentarily disoriented, her complexion paling slightly. Yet, she was filled with excitement and gratitude as she reverently expressed, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Tu Ming." This scene rendered Ling Xiao and the others utterly astounded. "Lu Meier, you have actually pledged your allegiance to the dark forces," Ling Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, echoed by the incredulous reactions of her companions. It is utterly incredulous that the ever-kind and benevolent Lu Meier has pledged her allegiance to the malevolent forces. Moreover, from their discourse, it appears that the entire Cold Moon sect is under the command of these dark entities. Why should allegiance be impossible? Lu Meier, however, merely scoffs and states, "My Cold Moon sect harbors no enmity towards the demonic clan. The great war against the demons a millennium ago primarily involved the major empires. While our sect was not yet strong enough to play a significant role in the subsequent sealing of those formidable and indestructible fiends, the various sects lacked the capacity, leaving the task solely to the prominent empires. Thus, it is only the people of these empires who truly comprehend the terror of the demons and their cruelty towards humanity. Yet, those sects presume that this is merely a rumor propagated by the empires to maintain their dominion. Throughout, they have harbored no substantial malice towards the demons. The Cold Moon sect had long since forged a partnership with the enigmatic Tu Ming, even supplying the materials for the hidden cultivation formations devised by Tu Ming. In return, Tu Ming would assist the members of the Cold Moon sect in directly enhancing their cultivation, thereby significantly augmenting the sect's strength. Chapter 31. Lu Meier's Malevolent Scheme. You despicable wretch. Ling Xiao's countenance turned ashen, unable to fathom the depth of Lu Meier's deception, his fury boiling within him. At that moment, he regretted not heeding the warnings of the mysterious figure outside. "Lu Meier, we encountered other cultivators on our journey here. If we were to perish in this place, with you being the sole survivor, the first to be suspected by the major empires would undoubtedly be you. In the grand realm of the great Yin dynasty," a princess exclaimed with a haughty tone. The others cast cold glances toward Lu Meier. "Rest assured, the major dynasties will never suspect me," Lu Meier replied with a light chuckle, her pride evident. "Before we entered the mountains, I deliberately provoked Qin Feng, coaxing him into uttering words that clearly targeted Qin Xiling. As long as you and Qin Feng remain trapped within these mountains, he shall be the scapegoat for the demonic faction. This may even incite a fierce conflict between the major dynasties and the Jinong sect, hastening the rise of our Hanwei sect." She had already instructed her fellow disciples to approach Qin Feng and poison him, ensuring his demise. There was no doubt that Qin Feng and his comrades would never escape the mountains alive, and the dead cannot defend themselves. What a cruel scheme. Upon hearing Lu Meier's words, Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Meier's allegiance to the dark forces was shocking enough. He never imagined her heart could be so merciless. At that moment, only Qin Xiling refrained from cursing Lu Meier, instead seizing the opportunity to unleash her most formidable sword technique. The powerful sword intent surged forth like a mighty river, charging toward Tu Ming. "Attempting to ambush me? How foolish," Tu Ming remarked, unfazed by the impending attack. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, clashing with the rushing sword intent. The violent explosion of energy sent Qin Xiling and her companions hurtling backward, landing over 100 feet away. This was precisely Qin Zining's intention. After landing, she soared directly towards the valley's exit, exclaiming, "His concealment formation can only cover the valley. If we manage to escape, he would undoubtedly dare not pursue us. Otherwise, he would certainly fall victim to the entire array of the evil demon mountain." This was the result of her rational deduction. Otherwise, Lu Meier had no reason to deceive them into this valley. The others, upon hearing her words, were enlightened and hastily summoned their utmost speed, racing towards the valley's exit. "Haha, you are indeed clever. My formation can indeed only encompass the valley's confines." Tu Ming bellowed with laughter. "Unfortunately, you have overestimated yourselves. It is impossible for you to escape the valley." With a swift motion of his sleeve, a surge of demonic energy erupted within the valley. The swirling miasma rushed towards Qin Zining and her companions like a tempest. Those who had almost reached the valley's mouth were swept back by this violent torrent of demonic energy. Thud, thud, one by one, they fell before the presence of the demon, utterly disheveled. Having already fallen into Lord Tu Ming's grasp, do you still harbor thoughts of escape? Do not be deluded. Lu Meier spoke coldly. "In this mountain range, I am an invincible entity. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, he could not save you. Tu Ming declared with unbridled arrogance. As he spoke, he intended to drain the essence from Qin Zining and the others, leaving behind mere husks to set up his formation. Upon witnessing this, despair etched itself onto the faces of Qin Zining and her companions. Their protectors were positioned outside the mountains, and no one could come to their aid. It seemed that they were destined to perish here today. However, at that moment, a serene voice resonated within the valley. "Are you certain you are invincible here?" "Who?" Tu Ming exclaimed, his complexion shifting dramatically as he shouted. Following the direction of the voice, he spotted a figure draped in a black cloak, advancing slowly from a distance. "It is him." Lu Meier recognized the robed Qin Feng and quickly informed Tu Ming, "This individual is aware of your cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm. He previously cautioned us against entering the valley." "Oh," Tu Ming murmured, contemplating, "could it be that my concealment array has a flaw, inadvertently revealing a trace of formidable pressure? Although the barrier of the mountains did not detect it, perhaps this person did?" He was convinced of this possibility, for under normal circumstances, no one should be able to discern his true cultivation level. Tu Ming then directed his gaze at Qin Feng, inquiring, "You actually know I am at the Purple Mansion realm. Why do you still dare to intrude?" This question piqued his curiosity, as he speculated whether Qin Feng intended to pledge loyalty to him. "Naturally, it is to kill you," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Although you are merely at the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, even if you were to escape the mountains, you would pose no threat. But since I am here, I might as well eliminate you." Upon hearing this, Tu Ming's expression soured dramatically. He had initially believed that Qin Feng had come to offer allegiance, only to be taken aback by the revelation that Qin Feng intended to end his life. Such arrogance was utterly outrageous. Tu Ming bellowed furiously, "Who do you think you are? A powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm? You dare to threaten my life? Such delusions are laughable." He possessed an intimate understanding of the formidable array that sealed the mountains. The reason he remained undetected by this formation was due to its inherently bizarre nature, coupled with his own prowess as a formidable array master. With his knowledge of the current state of the Kanglan domain, he knew that no array master within it could inscribe such a formation capable of concealing one's cultivation while entering this mountain range. There was no doubt in his mind. As Qin Feng spoke, he retrieved a longsword from his storage ring. Under normal circumstances, he would not require a weapon to defeat Tu Ming. A mere flicker of sword energy would suffice. However, the array within the evil demon mountains exerted considerable suppression upon him, limiting him to the pinnacle of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, for precautionary measures, he drew forth a long sword from his storage ring. This sword appeared rather unremarkable, merely a second-tier longsword. It had sufficed as a vessel. "Humph! Cease your pretense and prepare to meet your end," Tu Ming sneered. With that, he formed a magical talisman with his hands and directed it towards Qin Feng, intent on subduing him. The talisman bore an extraordinarily peculiar design, composed of overwhelming demonic energy, exuding a tremendous aura that surged towards Qin Feng in the blink of an eye, aiming to obliterate him. The terrifying nature of this talisman struck fear into the hearts of Qin Zining and the others, as they truly witnessed the might of a cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm, realizing their utter inability to mount any form of resistance. They all cast worried glances towards Qin Feng, believing him to be no match for Tu Ming. Yet, in that moment, Qin Feng remained unfazed. The sword in his hand erupted with an astonishing aura of fiery intent, the crimson blade radiating with an unparalleled brilliance. With a resounding roar, Qin Feng unleashed a strike. The approaching demonic talisman was instantly shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the ether. Chapter 32. Instantaneous defeat of Tu Ming. How is this possible? This demonic talisman can easily subdue even a 9th-tier expert of the Wheel Sea realm. How could you so effortlessly shatter it with a single stroke? Tu Ming was struck with disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. He had sensed something unusual about Qin Feng earlier and had deliberately conjured a demonic talisman, thinking he had given Qin Feng due consideration. Little did he realize that Qin Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. "In this world, nothing is impossible," Qin Feng stated calmly. As he spoke, his figure moved instantaneously, charging towards Tu Ming. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Tu Ming. The sword in his hand, ablaze as if ignited by flames, swung fiercely. This is bad. At such close range, Tu Ming finally sensed the magnitude of Qin Feng's power and was filled with alarm. He hastily gathered an immense amount of spiritual energy before him, forming a black barrier in an attempt to block Qin Feng's strike. Alas, even though Qin Feng's cultivation was suppressed to the pinnacle of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm, he still surpassed Tu Ming. With one decisive blow, he shattered Tu Ming's barrier into nothingness. Tu Ming was violently thrown backward, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. A massive sword wound marred his chest, yet having long forsaken his corporeal form, he did not bleed. Nevertheless, the scar was still a most terrifying sight. You have reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. How is this possible? Tu Ming gazed at Qin Feng, disbelief etched across his features. This mountain range is enveloped by a formation, impenetrable even to cultivators of the Wheel Sea realm. How could you, at the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, possibly enter here? It was not only Tu Ming. All present were equally astonished by Qin Feng's astonishing cultivation. As members of the royal family, they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the barriers surrounding the mountains and could not fathom how Qin Feng had gained entry. However, amidst their shock, a wave of joy surged within them, silently rallying their support for Qin Feng. You are not worthy of knowing this, Qin Feng coldly retorted. Looking at the astonished Tu Ming, he had no intention of revealing the secret of his ancient chaotic sword body to this malevolent being. As he spoke, the long sword in Qin Feng's hand erupted with a fiery red sword intent, surging forth like a blazing inferno. Foolish human. Do you truly believe that being stronger than me in cultivation grants you the power to slay me? Tu Ming declared ominously. This valley is filled with the demonic formations I have laid. The demonic energy within this valley can replenish me at any moment. Even if it comes to a war of attrition, I can outlast you. As he spoke, the demonic energy from the heavens and earth surged toward him with ferocity. In an instant, the dark energy repaired the terrifying sword scar inflicted upon him by the long sword, restoring his condition to its zenith once more. It seems I have underestimated the formation you have set, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had merely utilized his divine eye for a brief glance and, finding no lethal magic array within, had entered without hesitation, unaware that this demonic formation could continuously replenish Tu Ming's dark energy, aiding in his recovery. Haha, are you beginning to feel fear now? Alas, it is too late. Tu Ming bellowed with laughter, declaring, Today, I shall not allow you to escape. You shall obediently become my blood feast. His eyes were alight with greed and excitement. A human blood feast of the Purple Mansion realm would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation significantly. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Fear? You are not worthy of instilling fear in me, Qin Feng replied coolly. Since you have been injured and this magic array can endlessly replenish you, I shall simply sever you with a single strike, ensuring your soul is scattered to the winds. He had not initially intended to employ sword techniques, believing it unnecessary, as Tu Ming could barely withstand even his ordinary strikes. However, now that Tu Ming could recover infinitely, he did not mind unleashing his swordsmanship to vanquish Tu Ming swiftly. Haha, we are both at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Even if you have reached the pinnacle of this level and are stronger than I, the gap is still limited. I may be wounded, but it is utterly impossible for you to slay me in an instant. Tu Ming laughed heartily, utterly disbelieving that Qin Feng could achieve such a feat. Only those who have attained the second level of the Purple Mansion realm could hope to eliminate him in a single blow. Is that so? Then behold, my strike. Known as the Desolation's Fall, God-severing slash. As the conversation unfolded, the longsword in Qin Feng's hand, radiating a fiery red intent, gradually dissipated, giving way to a golden luminescence that began to illuminate the blade. Golden inscriptions, arranged in a circular manner, encircled the hilt, exuding an ancient and profound aura of swordsmanship. With a resounding roar, Qin Feng unleashed a strike, sending forth a golden sword light several zhang long, interwoven with numerous inscriptions, directly surging towards Tu Ming. Wherever it passed, it carved deep ravines into the ground, emanating an aura of sheer terror and astonishment. Upon witnessing this formidable sword light, Tu Ming was finally gripped by fear. Sensing the swift approach of death, this strike was utterly terrifying. In a frantic effort, he gathered the demonic energy from the valley to form a pitch-black barrier, hoping to shield himself from the impending blow. In the blink of an eye, the sword collided with the barrier, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy. The golden sword light and the black demonic energy filled the entire valley. Even though Qin Zening and the others had retreated to a considerable distance, they hastily enveloped themselves in spiritual energy to withstand the overwhelming force of the explosion. In an instant, the black barrier conjured by Tu Ming shattered, leaving him to confront the astonishing sword light head-on. How can this be? You are clearly at the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. How can you unleash such a terrifying strike? Tu Ming cried out in despair. He could never have anticipated that Qin Feng was the ancient chaos sword body. Despite his current cultivation being suppressed to the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, his actual combat prowess far exceeded such limitations. No sooner had he uttered these words than the astonishing sword light struck his body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. A deafening roar echoed through the valley, as the essence of Tu Ming was utterly extinguished. Despite the intricate formations surrounding him, capable of replenishing his magical energy at any moment, it proved futile. Following Tu Ming's demise, silence enveloped the valley. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao, witnessing the scene before them, were engulfed in a surreal sensation. In the span of a single day, they had traversed the tumultuous spectrum of joy and sorrow, a profound shock for their youthful spirits. While Qin Zining and Ling Xiao remained momentarily stunned, Qin Feng stepped forward, approaching Lu Meyer. "No, please don't kill me, I beg you." Lu Meyer, equally astonished and disillusioned by Tu Ming's betrayal, instinctively retreated in terror. "I am also human, not a demon. As long as you spare my life, I will comply with any demand you make." The mere thought of survival, even as Qin Feng's servant to be toyed with at his whim, was a price she was willing to pay. She was paralyzed by the fear of death. "You hold no value to me," Qin Feng replied coolly. With a deliberate motion, he pointed his finger, and a beam of sword light surged towards Lu Meyer. With a swift thrust, the sword light pierced through Lu Meyer's body, leaving her eyes vacant, devoid of life, as she collapsed heavily to the ground. In her final moments, disbelief washed over her. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng would execute her with such merciless resolve, devoid of any compassion. Her beauty had failed to save her. With a dull thud, Lu Meyer's lifeless form crashed to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Still in a state of shock, Qin Zining and her companions finally regained their composure. "Thank you for saving us, esteemed senior," they expressed in unison towards Qin Feng, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Faced with the formidable Tu Ming, they had succumbed to despair, believing their demise was imminent. To their astonishment, Qin Feng had effortlessly vanquished him, rescuing them from peril. "Do not mention it. Your survival today is merely a stroke of fortune," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Had they not been in the same team as Qin Zining, their fates would have remained uncertain. Ling Xiao and the others appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's words. "You should leave swiftly. I have matters to attend to and prefer not to be disturbed," he stated calmly, intending to harness the demonic energy in the area to fortify the Buddhist sanctum. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others nodded in agreement. "Senior, have we met somewhere before? Your voice seems oddly familiar," Qin Zining suddenly inquired, sensing a resonance in his tone, though upon reflection, it did not align with anyone she had previously known. "Perhaps," Qin Feng responded lightly. Just as Qin Zining was about to speak further, the seventh princess of the Dian dynasty beside her tugged at her, leading her away from the valley. Ling Xiao and the others also departed. "Sister Zining, who would have thought? Typically, you maintain an air of aloofness, rebuffing the advances of your peers, yet now, in the presence of this martial arts elder, you are so remarkably proactive." After stepping out of the valley, the seventh princess of the great Yin dynasty immediately teased, "What are you saying? I can't understand you at all." Qin Zining replied with a bewildered expression. "You're just pretending," the seventh princess remarked, as if she could see through Qin Zining. "You just mentioned that the voice of that senior seemed familiar. Didn't you mean to find an excuse to get closer to him?" Unfortunately, such powerful beings do not merely seek companionship based on appearance. To them, we are but mere children, hardly worthy of their attention. The other princesses chimed in, joining the playful teasing of Qin Zining, perceiving her as aloof on the outside, yet warm on the inside. "What are you all talking about? I am being serious. I truly believe that senior's voice is very familiar," Qin Zining exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she heard the jests. However, her words only prompted further teasing and skepticism from the other princesses. "That senior just utilized the sword and tin of fire, if all goes as expected. He is the mysterious figure who vanquished the Shifeng of the southern barbarian clan, and certainly not someone from your great Xia dynasty. How could you possibly feel familiar with him? Indeed, the most you could have done is encountered him unknowingly, and I fear you may not have even met him twice. How can you claim to recognize his voice?" No one believed what Qin Zining had said. They all thought that her admiration had led to a peculiar notion of closeness, causing her to feign familiarity with the senior's voice in hopes of approaching him. Listening to their speculations, Qin Zining's heart began to waver with uncertainty. Could it be that the voice, familiar to her, was merely a figment of her imagination? Was it merely a distortion of memory triggered by the shock she had just experienced? Amidst this uncertainty, Qin Zining followed the crowd as they moved towards the valley's exit. Within the valley, after the others had departed, Qin Feng began to survey his surroundings. The atmosphere was saturated with demonic energy, perfectly suited to enhance the sanctity of the Buddhist realm. With this thought in mind, he ceased to hesitate and settled himself upon the ground. A brilliant golden light emanated from his being, and a divine aura radiated outward, encompassing an expanse of approximately 10 zhang. Within this sacred zone, not only was there a resplendent Buddhist light, but also an abundance of floating sutras, creating a stark contrast against the surrounding ominous scenery. As Qin Feng continued his meditation, the demonic energy in the environment surged toward him, creating an astonishing spectacle. From above, the demonic energy within the valley appeared to coalesce into a formidable vortex, with Qin Feng, the practitioner invoking the Buddhist realm, positioned at its center. To an uninformed observer, it might seem as though a great demon were cultivating within this space. As more of this demonic energy was absorbed, the radius of the Buddhist realm gradually expanded, albeit at a slow pace. Fortunately, the abundance of demonic energy here was more than sufficient. At the entrance of the evil demon mountain range, practitioners who had discovered treasures to their satisfaction began to emerge one after another. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, two figures stood poised and vigilant. After such a considerable passage of time, it is likely that Meyer's plan has come to fruition, murmured the third elder of the Cold Moon sect. Indeed. The timing seems just about right. Meyer's protector remarked slowly. At such a tender age, Meyer has already ascended to the Wheel Sea realm. Her future is undoubtedly boundless. Although enlisting the aid of malevolent forces to forcibly enhance one's cultivation can greatly affect future breakthroughs, should Meyer and her companions ultimately succumb to darkness and become part of the demon race, that concern will naturally dissipate. The demon race can consume the cultivation of others without hindering their own advancement. Thus, being forcibly elevated by other malevolent entities poses no significant issue, not only for Meyer, but once Lord Tu Ming emerges, our entire Cold Moon sect shall rise in prominence. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect spoke with fervent excitement. Meyer's protector, too, wore an expression of yearning, as if envisioning the Cold Moon sect soaring to become the paramount force within the Kanglan domain, with all the great empires and sects bowing in submission. However, at that moment, several figures emerged, capturing the attention of both women. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao had exited the secret realm. Ling Xiao, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? An elder suddenly appeared from the shadows, his face a mask of confusion. He was, of course, Ling Xiao's protector. The secret realm had been open for a day and a night. He could not fathom why Ling Xiao had emerged so soon, rather than continuing his search for treasures within. Just as Ling Xiao's protector gasped in astonishment, several more figures manifested at the exit of the secret realm. The guardians of Qin Ziqing and others, wearing expressions of confusion, posed inquiries. Qin Ziqing and Ling Xiao were entirely unaware that they were being secretly protected by guardians during their trials. When they suddenly saw the royal offerings appear, they were momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing the guardians' explanations, Qin Ziqing and Ling Xiao quickly grasped the royal family's rationale for dispatching these powerful figures to provide covert protection. After all, while their trials were of utmost importance to the royal family, their safety held equal significance. Thus, having formidable guardians provide discreet protection during their trials was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 34. Sign in at the evil demon mountain range. Why are they all here? Shouldn't they have already been eliminated by Lord Tu Ming? The elders of the Cold Moon sect and Lu Meier's guardian were utterly astonished upon seeing Qin Ziqing and the others. According to Lu Meier's scheme, Qin Ziqing and her companions should have been lured into the valley by now and should not have appeared here. The two exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. Could it be that Lu Meier's plan had been exposed? If that were the case, they needed to depart hastily and inform their sect. Surely the plan has not been compromised, remarked an elder from the Cold Moon sect. With Meier's intelligence and quick wit, even if the lure failed, it should not lead to the exposure of the plan. The reason these princes and princesses have emerged together must be due to some unforeseen incident during their trials. Lu Meier's guardian nodded thoughtfully at these words. Finding them reasonable, they resolved to remain here a while longer, waiting to hear Lu Meier's account. At this moment, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao had been led into a desolate forest, where they began to recount the events that transpired in the valley to their guardians. Throughout the narration, the expressions of these guardians were nothing short of remarkable. The fact that the Cold Moon sect had allied with demonic forces was astonishing. Moreover, within the valley, the demonic entity had already transcended the constraints of the mountain's protective formation, achieving the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Ling Xiao's guardian was utterly astounded. This revelation was profoundly shocking. Unlike other sects that frequently exhibited discontent with the various royal dynasties, the Cold Moon sect had always maintained a gentle demeanor. Appearing harmless and adept at navigating the political landscape, it was difficult for him to fathom that the Cold Moon sect would conspire with demonic forces. When we witnessed Lu Meyer bowing submissively to the demons, we were equally taken aback, yet the reality was indisputable. The seventh princess of the Dian dynasty spoke slowly. The numerous guardians present exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned. "How did you manage to escape?" inquired the black-robed protector, who had been secretly safeguarding Qin Feng. Logically, with the presence of a demonic entity at the Purple Mansion realm, it seemed impossible for Qin Feng and her companions, possessing merely the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, to have fled. A mysterious, powerful figure saved us. Qin Feng then proceeded to relay the subsequent events to the royal guardian. The guardians, already in a state of shock, were now rendered even more incredulous. The sword intent of fire must be the enigmatic individual who had slain Qin Feng. How could he possess the means to disregard the great array of the demonic mountain and infiltrate its depths? What exactly is his identity? The black-robed worshipper was filled with disbelief, while the other guardians present wore expressions of bitter amusement, as they too were utterly perplexed. They could hardly fathom the emergence of such a formidable being. It was likely, speculated Ling Zhao's protector, that the enigmatic individual had inherited the legacy of a fallen powerhouse from the era of the Demon Sealing War. Countless strong warriors perished during that tumultuous conflict, their lifeless forms scattered across the vast expanse of the Kanglan region, although many of those slain had their treasures and techniques plundered by malevolent forces. With their very corpses consumed, there were also those who, after vanquishing the demons in fierce battles, sustained grievous wounds and sought refuge to recuperate, ultimately succumbing to their fate. The legacies of such warriors typically remained intact. While these locations were notoriously elusive, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that someone, by sheer fortune, might have unearthed these inheritances. Given the current state of decline in martial prowess within the Kanglan region, it was exceedingly rare for even a third-tier Zifu realm expert to emerge, let alone possess the capability to venture into the treacherous demon mountains. The black-robed worshipper spoke slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for that mysterious figure rescuing Qin Feng, the repercussions for the Daxia dynasty would have been monumental, and as a guardian, he would have borne the gravest of responsibilities. The other guardians nodded in agreement, acknowledging this hypothesis. Subsequently, they began to deliberate on how to locate Lu Meyer's protector. All were of the same realm, and their numerical superiority afforded them a distinct advantage. Searching in the vicinity would surely yield results. After capturing the protector of Lu Meyer, it is imperative that all the imperial dynasties convene to interrogate him, in order to ascertain the specific details of the collusion between the Han sect and the demonic forces. A suggestion was made, and several other powerful figures nodded in agreement, deeming it the most equitable approach. They were not concerned about the potential lack of information. The various dynasties' judicial departments and the imperial guards were well versed in the art of torture. Once the discussion concluded, the protectors of Qin Feng and her companions promptly commenced the search for the whereabouts of Lu Meyer's protector. Despite the efforts of the third elder of the Han sect and Lu Meyer's protector to conceal their presence, their location was rapidly exposed under the scrutiny of such formidable forces. The two remained in anticipation of Lu Meyer's emergence to inquire about the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the swift encirclement by numerous strong figures, their expressions turned ashen. Finally realizing that Lu Meyer had not only failed in her deception but had also inadvertently compromised their plans. How could this be? Given Meyer's intelligence, even in the event of a failed seduction, she should not have allowed their plans to be disclosed. Lu Meyer's protector exclaimed in confusion and anger. She could not fathom that Lu Meyer's failure was irrevocably sealed the moment she sensed the abnormal fluctuations in the formation of the demonic mountain range. Had they withdrawn at that instant, they might have salvaged a favorable outcome, yet they had been overly complacent. For an entire month, Qin Feng remained seated in the valley, motionless, engrossed in meditation to assimilate the demonic essence. The valley, once swirling with dense black mist, had now become nearly transparent, significantly diminished in density. The realm of the Buddhist Pure Land surrounding him had expanded to a radius of 30 zhang. During this period, not only was demonic energy absorbed, but many malevolent entities, sensing the anomaly here, also ventured in and were drawn in, transforming into radiant beams of Buddha light. The density of the demonic energy was no longer as profound as it once was. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and murmured. Although a considerable amount of demonic energy still lingered within the mountain range, it was dispersed across various locations, rendering the absorption process significantly slower. Never mind. This will suffice for now, he said softly as he gradually rose. When I encounter malevolent beings again, I shall enhance this pure land of the Buddha. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, the 30 zhang radius of the Buddha's pure land dissipated. Subsequently, he summoned the system and declared, "System, I wish to sign in." Ding. Congratulations, Master. for successfully signing in at the Demon Mountain Range and receiving the reward, the bright moon rising over the sea. As the mechanical prompt from the system echoed, a scroll materialized within Qin Feng's system space. The bright moon rising over the sea. What could this be? Qin Feng pondered, glancing curiously at the scroll. He recalled every novel he had ever read, yet he could not remember one that contained such an item. He merely recognized that Zhang Jueling had penned a poem titled The Bright Moon Rises Over the Sea. Together we share this moment across the horizon. With lingering curiosity in his heart, Qin Feng gently unfurled the scroll. As he did so, a breathtakingly beautiful scene emerged before him. Beneath the pitch-black night sky stood a spectral figure, and behind this figure lay an extraordinarily unique landscape. The azure waves heaved, and a resplendent full moon, radiating a pure white luminescence, ascended slowly, casting its silvery light upon the cerulean sea, where the glimmering reflections danced. The potency of this moonrise over the ocean remained uncertain, yet it surely possessed an impressive allure in its manifestation. Qin Feng gazed upon the unfolding panorama, murmuring to himself. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this reward for his attendance, for the strength of such a phenomenon is transient, whereas its elegance endures a lifetime. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng chose to merge with this celestial phenomenon. In an instant, a torrent of intricate and profound knowledge surged into his consciousness. The process was swift, yet this merely allowed him to assimilate the essence of the moonrise. Mastering its application would require an abundance of practice over time. Upon integrating the moonrise, Qin Feng departed from the valley. The mountains had been re-enclosed by an array, yet for Qin Feng, the exit posed no challenge. With a swift motion, he arrived at the entrance of the mountain range, where mysterious, arcane runes materialized in his gaze. The intricate patterns of the entire formation were vividly laid before him. Having signed into numerous ancient tomes on formations, Qin Feng had evolved into a true formation master. Observing these patterns, he effortlessly pinpointed several critical runes. With a flick of his finger, a faint sword light shimmered, and he delicately glided his touch. A rune snapped asunder, reopening the previously sealed entrance. However, this was a carefully selected rune, and even in its fracture, it would not compromise the integrity of the overarching formation within the mountains. Crack! Qin Feng gently shattered the sword light at his fingertips, and streams of brilliance cascaded to the ground, gradually coalescing to mend the fractured array. Simultaneously, he strode purposefully towards the exit. As Qin Feng stepped out of the mountain range, the array was successfully restored, sealing the entrance once more. He soared towards the direction of the great Xia dynasty. Upon returning to the royal mausoleum, much to Qin Feng's surprise, no one noticed his prior absence. Currently, those who still remembered him in the entire imperial city could scarcely number more than 5. Having traversed such a wide circle, it was indeed time for a well-deserved rest, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Sometimes, taking a stroll and wandering about leads one to realize that there is no place quite like the comfort of home. With a flourish of his sleeve, the dust on the recliner scattered into the breeze. He reclined once more upon the chair. Clang! Qin Feng extracted a wisp of sword energy from his spatial ring, encircling it around his wrist like a bracelet, before gently closing his eyes. The long life sutra within him would autonomously absorb the sword energy, transforming it into spiritual essence to enhance his cultivation. The royal mausoleum once again fell into tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the rustling sounds of foraging animals. Time flowed like water, and 1.5 years swiftly elapsed. One midday, it was once again the day for the Imperial Guard to deliver provisions. However, today it was Chu Xiong who arrived. His absence had been prolonged, which took Qin Feng slightly by surprise. Your Highness, have I disturbed your rest? As Chu Xiong quietly entered the room with provisions, he noticed that Qin Feng was still resting at noon. Assuming that Qin Feng had not slept well the previous night, he intended not to disturb him. However, despite his carefulness, he inadvertently startled Qin Feng. This prompted a reflection. Having spent so many years in solitude, Qin Feng's sensitivity had evidently been affected, for he would not have been so easily awakened otherwise. I see you have concluded your training at the academy? Qin Feng inquired with a hint of detachment. It has been over 1 year since I completed it. I was assigned to the military, and I had intended to visit your highness. But matters concerning the Cold Moon sect delayed my plans, Chu Xiong replied slowly. Once I finish with the affairs of the Cold Moon sect, I shall come to visit you at the earliest opportunity, he added, discreetly producing a storage bag. Your highness, within this bag lies an assortment of delicacies that I have secretly brought for you. Please indulge when you have the leisure. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Qin Feng said with a smile as he accepted the storage bag. Although the culinary delights of this world did not compare to his own creations, it was the sentiment behind Chu Xiong's gesture that he valued dearly. Your highness, Have you heard about the events concerning the Cold Moon sect? Chu Xiong asked, his tone laced with intrigue. What events? Qin Feng feigned ignorance, curiosity piqued. Hiki, I knew you hadn't heard yet. You would never guess that such a kind-hearted girl as Lu Meier has fallen into darkness. Chu Xiong chuckled, before recounting the happenings related to the Cold Moon sect. He believed that Qin Feng must have felt quite bored while staying in the royal mausoleum, so this story served to alleviate his tedium. Qin Feng was already well aware of the collaboration between the Cold Moon sect and the evil forces. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the Cold Moon sect had been jointly eradicated by several major empires, causing quite a stir in the Kanglan domain. The once thriving powerful sects, now entangled in this debacle, suffered significant damage to their reputations. This development was indeed favorable news for the major empires. Although Qin Feng had not previously known this, he had anticipated that the empires would never allow the Cold Moon sect to persist, as it was ultimately a menace. As evening approached, Chu Xiong prepared to take his leave, but he seemed to hesitate, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. If there is something on your mind, please speak. Qin Feng remarked, observing his demeanor. Chu Xiong, unable to conceal his thoughts, quickly discerned that Qin Feng was eager for information. I recently made inquiries about the northern demon cult saintess whom you saved, ever since she returned to the wasteland. She has been in seclusion and has not made an appearance. Chu Xiong spoke slowly. The reason Qin Feng was accused of colluding with the demon cult was due to his accidental rescue of the saintess, Hualinger, during his patrol in the north, after which he had released her. Hence, Chu Xiong surmised that Qin Feng was undoubtedly keen to learn more about the saintess and had taken the initiative to investigate. Oh. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. He felt no interest in the northern demon cult saintess. Chu Xiong was momentarily taken aback. The prince had sacrificed his position for this woman. Yet upon hearing the news, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. Was it merely a fleeting romance? Though his heart was filled with numerous doubts, he refrained from asking further questions and eventually took his leave. The military unit he served was stationed several dozen miles from the imperial city, tasked with its vigilant protection. And the discipline was exceedingly stringent. He had only this day of respite. 3 days later, Qin Xiling also arrived. She had participated in the battle against the Cold Moon sect, which served as a unique form of training. Previously, her experiences had primarily involved slaying magical beasts, with little actual combat against human foes. This extraordinary trial brought her significant growth. Uncle Hehe. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Xiling joyfully exclaimed. It was only in his presence that she revealed this youthful demeanor. Both her father and mother, upon witnessing her in such a state, would undoubtedly chastise her for lacking the poise befitting a princess. Back from your training? Qin Feng inquired with a smile upon seeing her at the imperial mausoleum. Yes. Qin Xiling nodded and continued. I have brought a plethora of ingredients for you, uncle. As she spoke, she blinked her large eyes, her intentions unmistakable. You truly are a devoted niece. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. While outsiders like Chu Xiong knew to present prepared delicacies, Qin Xiling had the audacity to bring raw ingredients. During my years away, what I missed most was your cooking, uncle. Eating barbecued meat in the mountains every day became rather tiresome. Qin Xiling pouted playfully. At her current level of cultivation, she still needed to eat occasionally, particularly meals crafted from ingredients rich in spiritual energy, with magical beast meat being one of them. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head, and then rose to prepare a meal for Qin Zining. Qin Zining, in turn, reclined joyfully on the lounge chair, waiting for Qin Feng to finish cooking, resembling a little emperor. Chapter 36. The resurgence of the corpse-driving sect before long, a sumptuous feast, comprising more than a dozen dishes infused with numerous medicinal herbs, was laid out upon the stone table. Well, it smells divine, Qin Zining exclaimed, nearly drooling, as she eagerly began to feast. Would you like some soup? Qin Feng inquired. No, I don't fancy soup, Qin Zining replied with a shake of her head. As she spoke, she retrieved a small jade vial from her storage ring, filled to the brim with tangy plum juice. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng dismissed the idea of boiling water for the otherworldly flower and reclined back into his own chair. How was your experience during the outing? Qin Feng asked slowly, as if completely unaware of the events that had transpired during Qin Zining's trials, akin to a concerned uncle inquiring about his niece's well-being. Quite well, Qin Zining responded, continuing as she ate, but I did encounter a bit of trouble while training in the evil demon mountains. Trouble? Were you besieged by demons? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. Probing further. Not quite. Qin Zining shook her head, then added, it was even more troublesome than that. In the following moments, Qin Zining recounted the events that had unfolded within the evil demon mountains to Qin Feng. Fortunately, with the assistance of that mysterious sword master, I fear I might have never returned otherwise, she confessed, still feeling a tinge of trepidation. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded and remarked, "You must be more cautious in the future. Not only should you be wary of strangers, but even those familiar to you cannot be trusted completely. Human nature is treacherous." His inquiry was prompted by a desire to remind Qin Zining of this truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining nodded earnestly, etching his words into her memory. Had Qin Feng spoken thus before her recent experience, she might not have heeded his warning as attentively. However, this encounter would undoubtedly remain with her for a lifetime. Regrettably, she was left in the dark regarding the appearance of that enigmatic powerful figure. With a hint of disappointment, Qin Zining confessed, "I can't shake the feeling that his voice seems somewhat familiar, yet after much contemplation, I find no voice that truly matches his." She speculated, "He must be an elderly man, perhaps with a head full of white hair." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "To possess such formidable skills, he must be at least several centuries old." "Not necessarily," countered Qin Zining. "When that mysterious powerhouse drew his sword, even though I could only discern his silhouette, I sensed an extraordinary grace about him, as if he were a celestial swordsman descended to earth, not resembling someone of advanced age at all." Qin Feng's expression momentarily froze, and he pondered, is this the intuition of a woman? Then he recalled that mysterious figure was able to penetrate the sealed mountains. Does the royal uncle not find this at all surprising? Suddenly, Qin Zining perceived a discrepancy and asked in confusion, perhaps I am simply too weak, and that unparalleled powerhouse exists far beyond my realm of perception, which is why I felt little." Qin Feng contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. Qin Zining nodded, feeling that Emperor Xia was excessively harsh on Qin Feng. It was one thing to assign Qin Feng the task of guarding the imperial tomb, but to prohibit him from cultivating was rather severe. Her uncle should not harbor such thoughts. Even formidable beings surely grapple with their own burdens and are likely preoccupied with their own training, far removed from the leisurely existence enjoyed by her uncle. Qin Zining consoled Qin Feng, suggesting, perhaps he is currently troubled by the vast resources required for his ascension. "That is a possibility," Qin Feng replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. "If only I could encounter that mysterious powerhouse again, I would express my gratitude and perhaps ascertain whether he is indeed someone I have met before." Qin Zining's petite face was etched with a sense of loss as she lamented, "There is no need for such thoughts. Perhaps we may cross paths again in the future." Now it was Qin Feng's turn to comfort Qin Zining. However, she shook her head, speaking with a bitter tone. Such a powerful figure may not emerge from seclusion for decades, and when they do, they undoubtedly venture into perilous realms. Having encountered him once is already a stroke of luck. What are the chances of meeting him a second time? Qin Feng, upon hearing her words, merely smiled gently and chose not to respond further. After finishing her meal, Qin Zining helped Qin Feng wash the dishes and tidy up before taking her leave. In a mountain range on the outskirts of the Great Xia dynasty, amidst the ruins of a once prosperous sect known for controlling corpses, crumbled structures lay scattered across a peak. The remnants of bodies that had not been successfully refined had been completely incinerated. In ordinary times, even the mercenaries who venture into the mountains for hunting maintain a respectful distance from this place, fearing that they might be mistaken for disciples of the corpse-driving sect by the all-powerful imperial guards and subsequently interrogated. Over time, this area has transformed into a veritable paradise for magical beasts. One fateful morning, amidst the tranquil ruins, the sudden roar of a magical beast shattered the silence. A colossal griffin, a high-level magical beast of the 4th tier, comparable to a peak expert of the 9th heaven in the Wheel Sea realm, appeared visibly terrified, unfurling its massive wings as if to flee. Yet, an eerie melody resonated through the air. A decaying figure, embodying an aura of corruption, stepped forth and seized the griffin's wing, forcefully dragging it down to the ground with a resounding thud. The griffin emitted a cry of anguish, but before it could muster a struggle, it was swiftly dispatched by this ancient corpse. Concurrently, other magical beasts residing in the vicinity also found themselves under assault from the ancient corpse. Several figures of ordinary human stature emerged before the grand hall of the ruins, their eyes filled with fury and coldness. The Great Xia dynasty, everything they have done shall be repaid in kind. The leader of the corpse-driving sect, Yu Cheng, surveyed the desolate scene and bellowed in rage. "Master, I believe we should reconsider our plan to directly assault the Great Xia Imperial Palace. It is far too perilous," cautioned the Grand Elder of the corpse-driving sect, his expression grave. "What peril is there? We currently possess 25 ancient corpses of the 1st tier in the Purple Mansion realm and 3 of the 2nd tier. Aside from the formidable dragon formation within the Great Xia Imperial City, what else can stand against us?" Yuchen spoke coldly. Over the past few years, they had been hiding everywhere, resembling mere street rats. Yet, the heavens have eyes, and they finally awaited their opportunity. The annihilation of the Cold Moon sect. The sect was originally composed entirely of women, whose inherent yin energy was already formidable. Following its destruction, the intertwining of resentment and yin energy reached an unprecedented peak. Harnessing this overwhelming yin energy, they effortlessly awakened the ancient corpses hidden within the sect's burial grounds, capable of combat. The collective combat power of these ancient corpses was astonishing. However, following the demise of the Cold Moon sect, the strength of several great dynasties also surged, with an abundance of cultivation resources acquired. Several formidable beings at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm emerged. The third elder of the Corpse Dispatch sect lamented, cooperating with the Shock Dragon formation. The difficulty of forcibly breaching the palace is immense. Fear not. My assault on the palace is backed by a dual strategy, Yu Cheng replied coldly. Regardless of whether we can penetrate the palace, there will be significant advantages. Chapter 37. The Shock Dragon formation operates on its own in the ensuing 6 months. The entire Great Xia dynasty was tumultuous. The Corpse Dispatch sect's members wreaked havoc everywhere, instilling panic among the populace. Rumors even circulated that the Corpse Dispatch sect had utilized these years to refine thousands of ancient corpses, positioning themselves in the eastern part of the dynasty, poised for a massacre to gather yin energy. In an instant, the citizens of various cities in the east fled in droves, terrified of becoming prey for the Corpse Dispatch sect. To stabilize public sentiment, the court had no choice but to mobilize the army towards the eastern regions of the dynasty. Only a substantial military presence could reassure the populace and prevent them from fleeing. One evening, in the imperial study, several ministers were reporting to Emperor Xia. Your Majesty, the regional princes are recklessly annexing land, causing many commoners to be displaced, forced to sell themselves into servitude. The court ought to intervene, spoke the Minister of Justice respectfully. The letters of condemnation sent by local officials regarding the princes had already piled high upon his desk, and this was merely from those officials of integrity who refused to conspire with the corrupt. These princes wield too much power. They must be regulated, added Qin Feng. Equally indignant. Outrageous. However, upon hearing this, Emperor Xia rebuked him sternly, stating, these regional princes were bestowed their titles by Emperor Taizu and have endured through countless generations. How dare you, a mere prince, comment on such matters? Hearing this, Qin Feng quickly admitted his mistake. The other ministers hastily interjected, defending Qin Feng, asserting that he was merely young and naive. Issue an edict, instructing the regional princes to allocate a portion of their fertile lands to the commoners, to pacify the populace. Emperor Xia said with a calm demeanor. As you command, one minister replied respectfully. Subsequently, the discussion shifted to the matter of the corpse drivers. Your Majesty, the corpse drivers are wreaking havoc, but their most frequent activities are concentrated in the east. It is likely that the disturbances in other regions are mere distractions. Their true objective seems to be the populous cities in the east, presumably aiming to massacre the commoners and collect their yang energy. A minister reported with deference to Emperor Xia. Has the 100,000 troops dispatched from the imperial camp to the east set forth on their journey? Emperor Xia inquired coolly. Presently, the imperial army is primarily concentrated in the northern regions, instilling fear in the northern barbarians and the demonic sect. Although there are some troops stationed in the west, the time required to redirect them to the east is excessively prolonged. Therefore, he issued a command to mobilize forces from the imperial city towards the east, and they have already departed. The Minister of War spoke respectfully. The Emperor of Xia nodded. Father, the imperial camp in the city comprises approximately 120 to 30,000 men. Now, with the sudden dispatch of 100,000, will the imperial city not become vulnerable? Qin Feng expressed his concerns. He believed that even if the corpse transporters' target truly lay in the eastern cities, it was unwise to draw troops from the imperial camp. His apprehension was not born from a fear of death, but rather from the potential chaos that could ensue in the imperial city, which would inevitably lead to turmoil throughout the entire dynasty. In such a scenario, countless commoners would suffer. What? Do you truly believe that the corpse transporters would dare to assault the imperial city? The Emperor of Xia retorted with a cold laugh, clearly displeased with his son's overly cautious nature, which was in stark contrast to his own. I may have been overly concerned, Qin Feng conceded reluctantly. Subsequently, the Emperor of Xia prepared a banquet, inviting numerous ministers to partake in a meal as a gesture of appreciation for their recent efforts. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the palace. The vital halls within the imperial palace were illuminated by glowing runes, as the Jinglong array activated autonomously. What is happening? Why has the Jinglong array activated on its own? Could it be that a formidable enemy approaches? This sudden shift left the numerous ministers, who were about to partake in their meal, utterly astounded, their expressions a portrait of shock as they gazed outside. Under normal circumstances, The shock dragon array would only activate upon the emperor's command. However, exceptional circumstances could arise should a multitude of formidable beings infiltrate the imperial city. The array would autonomously spring to life upon sensing their presence. Each instance of the array's self-activation heralded the arrival of a grave crisis. The last occurrence of such an event transpired 5 millennia ago, during the war against the demonic forces, when remnants of evil managed to penetrate the imperial city. They had not anticipated that the shock dragon array would once again come to life at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. The emperor and his entourage swiftly exited the palace, making their way to the expansive courtyard. At that moment, the royal powerhouse responsible for the array's control also arrived. What is happening? The emperor inquired in a low voice. I am uncertain. The shock dragon array activated without warning, indicating that a strong presence has entered the imperial city. The royal powerhouse responded gravely. Concurrently, a dozen figures hurried forth, all powerful beings stationed within the palace, each at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. The activation of the shock dragon array signified that significant events were afoot, prompting their timely emergence from seclusion. Where are the Qin Yi? The emperor bellowed in fury. At that moment, the commander of the Qin Yi arrived. Your Majesty, the commanders guarding the 4 city gates have all been slain. The perpetrators are likely from the corpse transport sect. The commander of the Qin Yi proclaimed, his expression dark and foreboding. The intelligence network of the Qin Yi is extensive. Beneath the city gates of the imperial city, a seemingly ordinary businessman has conducted his trade for decades, but in truth, he serves as a covert spy for the Qin Yi, meticulously observing every movement within the palace. The commanders stationed at the city gates have just been slain, and he has already received the news. What? The corpse transporting sect has dared to venture into the imperial city? The emperor's countenance darkens instantly, filled with seething rage. Just moments ago, he had adamantly asserted that the corpse transporting sect would not dare to approach the imperial city, only to be swiftly contradicted. The 4 gate commanders, each possessing the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, alongside a multitude of soldiers capable of forming formidable battle formations, have been quietly annihilated all at once. It appears that the corpse transporting sect has come well prepared, accompanied by a formidable array of ancient corpses. Old Qin's expression is grave. He has reached the mid-stage of the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm, yet a profound unease stirs within him. Issue a decree, immediately summon the troops stationed in the east for reinforcements, and prepare all imperial guards to confront the enemy. The emperor barks coldly, his commands rapidly disseminating. He too feels an acute sense of anxiety. The audacity of the corpse transporting sect to assault the imperial city at this moment suggests the presence of numerous powerful ancient corpses. Understood, the Qin Yi's pacification envoy replies respectfully, hastening to relay the orders. At that moment, however, dozens of figures suddenly appear in the sky, each a wretched, decaying ancient corpse, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Their expressions devoid of emotion as they gaze down below. At this juncture, the eyes of the citizens throughout the imperial city are drawn to this spectacle. Some are filled with terror, while others offer fervent prayers. Regardless, they were unwilling to let the corpse-handling sect rule over them. Chapter 38, The Great Battle. To their astonishment, there were so many formidable ancient corpses. Not only were there over 20 at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, but there were also 3 at the 2nd level. Upon witnessing these powerful ancient corpses, the expressions of Elder Qin and the others turned grim. They had not anticipated that within just a few years, the corpse-handling sect would summon such a multitude of potent ancient corpses. Their strength was overwhelming. It is worth noting that among them, the 3 strongest individuals were merely at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. Huh, did you not expect this? The Imperial Palace is my true target, one ancient corpse proclaimed, laughing heartily. The speaker was not the ancient corpse itself, but rather Yu Cheng, the leader of the corpse-handling sect, who was utilizing it for communication. Due to the weakness of Yu Cheng and his companions, they hid in the shadows, controlling these ancient corpses to prevent accidental harm during the battle. Yu Cheng, you truly possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard, daring to attack the Imperial Palace. With the Dragon Awakening array in place, today these ancient corpses shall meet their demise here, Emperor Xia declared solemnly. As he spoke, the entire Dragon Awakening array had already commenced its operation. Golden light gradually floated upon the array patterns, swiftly coalescing in the sky. In a short while, a spectral dragon soul emerged in the heavens. With a roar that reverberated through the cosmos, the phantom of the dragon soul was exceedingly indistinct, merely a silhouette. Yet, despite this, the pressure it emanated remained fearsomely intense. Countless citizens within the imperial city were utterly astounded upon witnessing the ethereal projection of the dragon spirit. It was their first encounter with the legendary creature, prompting some to kneel in reverence. "Humph! Let us see today who will emerge victorious in the end," declared Yu Cheng with a disdainful huff. As his words echoed, the ancient corpses surged forth, charging towards the dragon spirit. An intense battle ensued between the two factions. Yu Cheng understood that to seize the palace, it was imperative to annihilate the dragon spirit. Otherwise, if the spirit managed to defeat them one by one, all of these ancient corpses would perish on this day. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce conflict erupted in the heavens, illuminating the night sky with dazzling brilliance. The ancient corpses relentlessly unleashed their formidable martial skills upon the dragon spirit, which, like them, felt no pain and continued to collide with the corpses. However, the sheer number and strength of the ancient corpses rendered the dragon spirit at a distinct disadvantage. Conversely, should the battle persist, it was almost certain that the ancient corpses would shatter the dragon spirit. "Imperial guards, prepare to fire," bellowed the commander of the Imperial guards below. The archers, having long been ready, released arrows enveloped in spiritual energy, shooting forth with tremendous speed. The spectacle of so many arrows soaring heavenward, imbued with spiritual energy, was nothing short of breathtaking. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows clashed violently with the ancient corpses, unleashing waves of intense energy fluctuations. The sky was awash with radiant light. However, while these arrows may slow the ancient corpses, they struggle to inflict any genuine harm upon them. "We shall advance and harass those ancient corpses," Elder Qin stated solemnly. Though the majority of them are at the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, their distractions could indeed provide significant assistance to the dragon spirit's phantom. The other royal offerings nodded in agreement. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous figures soared into the sky, darting upwards. Aside from Elder Qin and the other two formidable sword cultivators at the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm, the rest remained at a distance, launching attacks on the ancient corpses engaged in fierce combat with the dragon spirit. Should those ancient corpses turn to retaliate, they would not linger in battle, but rather retreat immediately. Nonetheless, despite their efforts, many royal offerings sustained severe injuries. As the disparity between the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm and the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm is stark, the advantage of the ancient corpses is evident. "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to withdraw from the palace to the main camp outside the royal city. There are still 20,000 troops there, and the camp is fortified with formations. Ensuring your safety should not be a concern," Qin Junyan advised Emperor Xia. However, upon hearing this, Emperor Xia paid no heed and coldly replied, "A mere corpse-hunting sect wishes to force me into retreat? Such delusions are laughable." With that, radiant light began to surge around him, and his aura escalated dramatically. The fortune of the dynasty has been invoked. In an instant, his cultivation level ascended to the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. With a swift motion, Xia Huang soared into the air, engaging in combat with the ancient corpses. The intensity of the battle escalated dramatically. What had initially been a situation favoring the ancient corpses began to shift, entering a delicate equilibrium. For the moment, no one could disrupt this balance within the imperial tomb of the great ancestor. Qin Feng, observing the aerial conflict, prepared to intervene but suddenly furrowed his brow, glancing in the opposite direction. There, two figures were swiftly approaching the tomb, unmistakably members of the corpse-driving sect. At that moment, all the powers of the shock dragon array were focused on solidifying the immense dragon's illusion, and the attention of the Imperial guards was entirely captivated by the battle above. Thus, the two figures, both at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm, effortlessly traversed the palace unnoticed. Before long, they found themselves in close proximity to the Imperial tomb. "Senior brother, we must exercise caution. There may be formidable guardians within the tomb," one of them said, his expression grave. "There is no need for such trepidation. The powerful individuals within the palace are all preoccupied with our ancient corpses. Who has the time to pay attention to this area?" replied the one-eyed man, seemingly unconcerned. His younger companion nodded thoughtfully, then exclaimed with excitement, "If we can successfully steal the body of the great ancestor emperor and refine it, our sect's power will undoubtedly ascend several tiers." This, indeed, was the true objective behind their assault on the palace. Yu Qing and his companions conducted a thorough analysis. Should they truly aspire to breach the imperial palace, they would undoubtedly incur immense costs, with success remaining uncertain. Even if they triumphed, they would likely find themselves besieged by reinforcements, yielding no tangible benefits. However, seizing the opportunity to abscond with the remains of the founding emperor of the great Xia dynasty and refining them would not only obliterate the royal family's dignity but also significantly enhance the strength of their sect. At this moment, the power of the formation was directed towards the dragon's soul in the sky, rendering the array within the royal tomb particularly vulnerable. allowing them to breach it with ease using their secret treasures. When that time comes, we shall be the greatest benefactors of our sect, the one-eyed man exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. As they spoke, the duo had already entered the royal tomb. Chapter 39. The elderly man and the absence of martial virtue. Who is that person? Upon entering the royal tomb, the junior disciple gasped in astonishment. He beheld Qin Feng, who stood beside a reclining chair, quietly observing the two of them. He is merely a discarded prince. There is no need to regard him. He can be eliminated with ease, the one-eyed man remarked nonchalantly. As they approached Qin Feng, their curiosity piqued by his lack of surprise at their presence. They speculated that perhaps he had been guarding the tomb for too long and had lost his sanity. After all, few who had been discarded by the prince retained their wits. The one-eyed disciple was poised to strike at Qin Feng. May I inquire what brings you two here? Oh, I see you intend to raid a grave, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, the members of the corpse transport sect are nothing more than a band of lowly scoundrels. Upon the utterance of these words, the one-eyed dragon and his disciples' expressions transformed, their faces reflecting an undeniable discomfort. They loathed nothing more than the mocking insinuations regarding their unsavory deeds of grave robbing. You could have met your demise with grace, but now, I shall forcefully transmute you into a vessel for my own purposes. The one-eyed dragon spat through clenched teeth. With that, he intended to personally confront Qin Feng. However, at that very moment, Qin Feng stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and seized the dragon's neck, stating with an air of indifference, "You must be aware of the location where your sect leader is concealed." The leader of the corpse transport sect, Yu Cheng, had refrained from revealing himself due to his inadequate strength, instead orchestrating the movements of the ancient corpses from the shadows to evade the assaults of the imperial powerhouses. Now that these two had come forth to meet their demise, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to ascertain the whereabouts of Yu Cheng and his cohorts. The one-eyed dragon's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression one of sheer terror, as though he had encountered a specter. He could scarcely fathom that Qin Feng, a mere discarded prince, possessed such formidable strength, leaving him utterly defenseless. What do you intend to do?" he stammered. A sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart as he sensed Qin Feng's inquiry about Yu Cheng's location. Ignoring the dragon's distress, Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic runes. "Oh, disciple, save me." The one-eyed dragon emitted a piercing cry of anguish. His consciousness laid bare to Qin Feng's probing gaze, inflicting him with profound torment. His disciple, witnessing his master being effortlessly subdued, stood frozen in shock, but, upon hearing the plea, quickly nodded and turned to flee. The former prince is truly terrifying. However, with a gentle flick, Qin Feng unleashed a beam of sword light that shattered the one-eyed dragon's disciple into countless pieces, severed limbs strewn across the ground. Simultaneously, he retracted the divine eye used to observe the one-eyed dragon and swiftly dispatched him. Yining Mountain, Qin Feng murmured. From the memories of this one-eyed dragon, he learned that the leader of the corpse-controlling sect and others were concealed within Yining Mountain, manipulating the ancient corpses that invaded the imperial palace. It seems that the imminent crisis within the palace could not be addressed for the time being. Qin Feng cast a glance at the distant sky, where a multitude of ancient corpses hovered, and remarked coolly, if he recklessly intervened now to eliminate these ancient corpses, the sect leader Yu Cheng and his associates would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to flee. His ambition to eradicate the corpse-controlling sect in one fell swoop would be thwarted. Their repeated intrusions into the royal tomb had already ignited his fury. Only by eliminating these pivotal figures could he finally extinguish his lingering concerns. Subsequently, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, flicked his fingers, and two flames shot forth towards two corpses. The bodies were quickly incinerated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Afterward, Qin Feng departed from the palace. Yining Mountain is exceedingly distant from the imperial city and remarkably inconspicuous. In a dense forest at this moment, dozens of figures stood within a formation spanning several dozen feet, each lacking a formidable aura yet all wielding spectral instruments. They manipulate the ancient corpses from afar through this means. The formation of the dragon's wrath is exceedingly potent, should we truly wish to seize the imperial palace. The price we would have to pay is one we could never bear. The elder of the corpse transport sect spoke solemnly. Even from a great distance, they could use these ancient corpses to clearly observe the happenings above the palace. Considering the time, it is likely that the one-eyed duo has already unearthed the remains of the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Yu Cheng remarked nonchalantly, once they return, we shall withdraw. After witnessing the dragon's soul coalescing within the dragon's wrath formation, he had resolved to fully implement their prior scheme. Haha. At that moment, we shall use the remains of their founding emperor to slaughter their soldiers and common folk. it is likely they will be driven to madness. The third elder of the corpse transport sect chuckled ominously. The other members of the sect shared in their cold laughter. The grudge of their sect's annihilation from a millennium ago would at last be avenged. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly soared from the distant horizon, landing not far from the dense forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, the three ancient corpses Yu Cheng had left behind for their protection sprang into action, rushing toward that figure. After all, they were deep within the mountains, where formidable magical beasts could lurk, so he had deliberately stationed three ancient corpses of the first tier in the Purple Mansion realm to safeguard their safety. Who is that person? Could it be that the royal family of the Great Xia has discovered us? The elder of the corpse transport sect exclaimed in alarm. It is inconceivable. Our location is so concealed that the members of the Great Xia imperial family could never uncover our presence. The third elder promptly remarked that only the most core members of the corpse driving sect are privy to this operation, otherwise even the Jinyui would not have failed to uncover it. It is likely merely a passerby. We need not concern ourselves with him. Those three ancient corpses are at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and dispatching him would be as effortless as a mere trifle. The other members of the corpse driving sect expressed indifference, for within the Great Xia dynasty, there exists no one capable of withstanding the assault of three ancient corpses at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. They naturally dismissed the figure concealed within the nearby dense forest as an unfortunate passerby destined for demise. Suddenly, the three ancient corpses unleashed a violent assault upon Qin Feng, generating an overwhelming wave of energy. Great swathes of ancient trees were uprooted, turning to ashes in the air. As Qin Feng landed, he regarded the three corpses, halted merely half a foot away by his protective spiritual energy, and remarked coolly, "Elder, what a lack of martial ethics." Subsequently, an even more astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from within him. In an instant, the three grotesque, decaying corpses were torn to shreds, leaving dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Qin Feng's gaze shifted towards Yu Cheng and the others nearby as he approached them with measured steps. Chapter 40. Eradicating the root of the problem initially, Yu Cheng and the others believed that Qin Feng was undoubtedly doomed, besieged by three ancient corpses at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, they were utterly unprepared for the aftermath of the violent energy fluctuations. Qin Feng appeared unscathed, while their three ancient corpses were effortlessly obliterated. In that moment, they found themselves questioning their very existence. Some even wondered if their eyes were deceiving them. Yet, after rubbing their eyes, they realized their perception was accurate, amplifying their astonishment. How could the seemingly youthful individual possess such formidable strength? The voice of the Grand Elder of the Corpse Transport sect trembled with fear as he spoke. His inquiry went unanswered, as the other members of the sect stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by disbelief. Surely, the core members of the Corpse Transport sect were all present? Who are you? Yu Cheng finally broke free from his shock, his voice tinged with terror. Can't you tell? I am the Prince of the Great Xia, Qin Feng replied, furrowing his brow. After all, he was clad in garments befitting royalty. Was his demeanor not aligned with such status? How could this be so disheartening? How is it possible that the Great Xia royal family has produced someone so young yet so powerful? Yu Cheng could hardly fathom it. By appearances, Qin Feng could not be over 50 years old, yet the prowess he had just displayed was undoubtedly at least at the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Not only within the Great Xia dynasty, but throughout the entirety of the Kanglan domain, such a prodigy had never surfaced, even at the pinnacle of martial prosperity. Believe it or not, I share this with you merely to clarify your understanding, Qin Feng stated coolly. As he spoke, an astonishing sword intent began to coalesce between his fingers. The rampant sword energy swirled around his body, exuding an aura of sheer terror. The members of the corpse driving sect displayed expressions of sheer horror, acutely aware of the looming specter of death, their legs trembling in fright. How outrageous. I never imagined you would force me to this extent. Yu Cheng seethed with rage. In his hand appeared a pitch-black pill, and through gritted teeth, he declared, "Even if you possess the cultivation of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, you shall meet your demise today." With those words, he swallowed the pill, and a torrent of malevolent energy surged wildly into Yu Cheng's limbs and bones. "Ah!" Yu Cheng cried out in anguish, his voice piercing the heavens. The vitality that once characterized the middle-aged Yu Cheng began to drain rapidly, his skin withering and decaying at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he appeared almost corpse-like, yet his aura surged dramatically, reaching the mid-stage of the third level of the Purple Mansion realm. The living dead pill. The sect leader had actually procured the exceedingly rare living dead pill from their ancient sect, intending to transform himself into a living corpse. The members of the corpse driving sect were utterly astonished. The living dead pill was a rarity even during the peak of the corpse-driving sect, a concoction that could only be crafted by a fifth-tier master alchemist. Yet now, within the entirety of the Kanglan region, there was not a single fifth-tier master alchemist or poison master to be found. They could hardly fathom that Yu Cheng had managed to acquire such an ancient pill, let alone that he would choose to consume it. It is essential to understand that after transforming oneself into a living corpse, although one's cultivation can be significantly enhanced, one can subsequently absorb Yin energy for further cultivation without depleting resources. Even lifespan may be considerably extended. However, the price to pay is immense. One's entire being will decay, rendering one indistinguishable from a mere cadaver, forever unable to recover. Moreover, on the night of each full moon, one will succumb to madness, an utterly terrifying ordeal. Even at the pinnacle of the corpse transport sect, few were willing to undergo such a transformation. To label the corpse transport sect as a lower echelon now seems entirely justified. Qin Feng gazed coldly at Yu Cheng, now a living corpse, and remarked, "To transform oneself into a living corpse, how desperate you must be. You have forced my hand." Yu Cheng retorted angrily, "Even if I become a living corpse, it is still preferable to being killed by you at this very moment." He was naturally averse to the notion of becoming a living corpse. Had he been willing, he could have transformed long ago and easily taken the imperial palace. Yet, if he were to become a living corpse, deprived of the splendor of the human world, what meaning would life hold? However, Qin Feng's sudden appearance compelled him to make this agonizing decision. For him, a miserable existence was better than no existence at all. Regrettably, "You shall not survive today. This choice only serves to increase your suffering," Qin Feng said with a hint of pity. "Humph, even at death's door, you still feign superiority. Have you truly reached the third level of the Purple Mansion realm?" Yu Cheng scoffed, believing Qin Feng was merely putting on an act. As he spoke, a torrent of Yin energy surged forth from within him. Wherever he passed, all flora and fauna withered instantaneously, bereft of vitality. A thunderous roar echoed as Yu Cheng surged towards Qin Feng, enveloped in a dreadful aura. Despite his own modest cultivation, he possessed a limited repertoire of formidable martial techniques. Nonetheless, he was convinced that his cultivation surpassed that of Qin Feng, believing even a mere punch could obliterate him. Yet, at that moment, an even more astonishing sword intent erupted from within Qin Feng, radiating across dozens of miles. The sound of the sword resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The sword light at Qin Feng's fingertips transformed into an awe-inspiring brilliance. In a swift motion, the sword light shot towards Yu Cheng, creating a thunderous sound that shattered the silence. Without any unexpected turn of events, the sword light effortlessly pierced through Yu Cheng's body, splattering a pool of black blood. It left a gaping wound in his chest. How could this be? Yu Cheng, whose eyes had already lost their luster, now appeared even more hollow and devoid of life. He found it hard to comprehend that despite being at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion's third layer, he was still unworthy of even approaching Qin Feng. How could this prince be so terrifying? However, before he could ponder further, his breath was extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng then turned his gaze towards the others. "Run! Quickly!" The elders of the corpse-running sect, still reeling from shock, felt as though they had encountered a primordial beast when they noticed Qin Feng's eyes fixed upon them. With a swift turn, they fled in all directions. Unfortunately, they were up against Qin Feng, who harbored no inclination to let the tiger return to the mountain, especially after they had disturbed him on 2 occasions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of sword light shot forth towards these individuals, piercing through the bodies of the elder members of the corpse-handling sect, claiming their lives on the spot. None of them had anticipated that their seemingly flawless plan would unravel so swiftly today. Chapter 41. A desperate struggle. The ground trembled. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qin Feng summoned a torrent of bone spirit cold fire, which cascaded upon the corpses and the infernal artifacts, igniting them in flames. This was a thorough eradication. In a short span of time, the remnants of these bodies and artifacts were reduced to ashes. Having completed this task, Qin Feng prepared to depart. It would be opportune to check in here. He suddenly remembered that he had yet to sign in today and promptly invoked the system. "Sign in at Yining Mountain," Qin Feng stated calmly. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign in successful. You have acquired the art of controlling corpses." The system's notification chimed in response. Art of controlling corpses, an ancient and malevolent technique passed down through the ages, capable of refining corpses and commanding them in battle. Qin Feng stared at the information, momentarily taken aback. Yining Mountain was not particularly renowned as a unique location. To obtain such a formidable secret technique merely by signing in here was beyond his expectations. However, upon further reflection, This site was indeed the infamous stronghold of the corpse-handling sect, which had gained notoriety a millennium ago before its complete annihilation, thus rendering it quite extraordinary. With this realization, he felt at ease and proceeded to choose fusion. A wealth of information flooded into Qin Feng's mind. The content of the art of corpse control is exceedingly sinister and enigmatic. Astonishingly, Qin Feng discovers that this secret technique can be traced back to legends surrounding the underworld, a realm steeped in antiquity and mystery. The underworld. Qin Feng is taken aback. He had only encountered vague references to this place in ancient texts, believing it to be mere folklore. To his surprise, there exists indeed a secret technique originating from the underworld, suggesting its potential existence. However, he dismisses such formidable forces as being far beyond his reach. Shaking his head, he refrains from dwelling on it further. His gaze then shifts towards the imperial city. In a heartbeat, Qin Feng conjures a blade of wind, imbued with an astonishing sword intent, exuding an aura of terror. With a mere thought, the wind sword rushes towards the skies above the imperial city, akin to a shooting star vanishing into the night. With the demise of the grim tools and Yucheng, the ancient corpses are destined to spiral into madness, unleashing senseless slaughter. Thus, he must intervene to annihilate those ancient corpses. Simultaneously, above the imperial city, the battle rages fiercely. The royal offerings have already fallen, with 6 casualties and several others gravely injured. The ancient corpses are not faring much better, suffering even greater losses. Overall, the battlefield remains in a delicate balance. Prolonging the conflict could lead to mutual destruction, with no true victor emerging. Roars of fury echo through the air. Suddenly, the ancient corpses emitted a deafening roar, an excruciating sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, instilling a profound fear within the souls of all who heard it. These corpses appeared to have lost all semblance of control, launching into a frenzied assault. Under the restraint of Yucheng and his companions, although these ancient beings were devoid of the sensation of pain, they had managed to maintain a degree of control, striving to avoid damaging their own bodies. Yet now, they cared for nothing, attacking with reckless abandon, their flesh absorbing harm without a hint of concern for missing limbs. What could be happening? Had these ancient corpses truly gone mad? Witnessing this scene, Emperor Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Alone, he faced 2 ancient corpses of the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm, a challenge already formidable, and now he was further besieged by their relentless onslaught. Forced to retreat continuously. With a resounding crash, one of the ancient corpses, despite having its arms severed by Emperor Xia's blade, pressed forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful strike to the emperor's chest. Blood erupted from Xia's mouth, splattering onto the ground and fracturing the solid surface of the plaza. Your Majesty. Numerous ministers rushed forward to support Emperor Xia, administering healing elixirs. Meanwhile, as the emperor sustained his injuries, the other royal attendants fared no better, initially engaged in mere distractions. They now found themselves in a perilous situation. Once targeted by the ancient corpses, they fled in haste. Yet, once these corpses set their sights on them, they pursued relentlessly, resulting in many royal attendants being wounded and collapsing to the ground. Tragically, 3 particularly unfortunate souls were overwhelmed and torn to shreds by the attacking corpses. Their remains scattered across the ground. Roar. Soon, in the heavens above, only the elusive dragon's soul remained, engaging in a fierce battle against the ancient corpses. Its form was continuously fading, unable to withstand the onslaught of so many ancient remains. How could this be? Why had these ancient corpses suddenly gone mad? Emperor Xia and his companions were utterly bewildered, wearing expressions of confusion. The other royal practitioners were equally perplexed, failing to comprehend the unfolding events. Boom. At that moment, the spectral form of the dragon soul could no longer endure and erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. A violent surge of energy surged through the sky, akin to a tsunami, radiating outward in all directions. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace below, the dragon's roar formation ceased its operation, causing numerous palaces adorned with intricate inscriptions to collapse. In the sky, a multitude of ancient corpses was reduced to ashes in that instant. However, 3 ancient corpses at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm managed to survive. Though they were all missing limbs, and one had only half a head remaining, they still possessed remarkable combat prowess. Roar. Their gazes were fixated below, where only the thirst for blood remained in their eyes. Your Majesty, you must flee. We shall hold them off. Elder Chun and the others urged urgently. Yet, Emperor Xia had no intention of retreating. In a solemn tone, he declared, "If we unite and fight with our lives, perhaps we can slay all 3 of these ancient corpses. Should I flee, this palace will surely descend into a living hell." Not only will all the concubines and princes perish, but our great Xia dynasty will become a laughingstock in the Kanglan domain. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin and the others fell into a heavy silence. The Summer Emperor, endowed with the fortune of the dynasty, possesses formidable combat prowess. Should he depart, there will be none within the palace capable of contending with these ancient corpses. Why does heaven treat our great Summer dynasty with such injustice? The officials, both civil and military, whose cultivation is comparatively weak, shouted in anger. If the Summer Emperor were to perish in battle, even though the reinforcements would be able to vanquish the remaining ancient corpses, the foundation of Crown Prince Qin Junyuan is unstable, and the regional princes would undoubtedly resist subjugation. If civil strife were to erupt within the dynasty, it would inflict a tremendous blow and impact upon the nation's strength. At that moment, the three ancient corpses were preparing to descend. The Summer Emperor and his companions, resolved to fight to the death against these corpses, steeled themselves for the imminent clash. However, at this juncture, a sudden beam of white light erupted from the distant sky, sweeping towards them. Chapter 42. Who is the one who strikes? A rumbling echoed as the white light, imbued with an incredibly terrifying sword intent, surged forth like an ocean, illuminating the night sky. All eyes within the imperial city were drawn to this radiant beam. What is that? A shooting star in daylight? No, it is a sword soul, exuding an awe-inspiring sword intent. As the white light drew closer, the people within the imperial city realized, to their shock, that it was indeed a sword soul. Their voices trembling in disbelief. How could a sword soul harbor such terrifying sword intent? Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the sword soul had already arrived in an instant, unleashing its formidable sword intent towards the three ancient corpses. With a swift motion, the sword spirit effortlessly pierced through the bodies of three ancient corpses, unleashing a torrential rain of blood that fell like a crimson deluge. The entire imperial city descended into an eerie silence, as all eyes were transfixed on the cascading bloodstains, each person rendered utterly astonished. The three ancient corpses, all at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, had been dispatched in an instant. How terrifying was that? At that moment, the most shocked were none other than the Summer Emperor and his entourage. They had braced themselves for inevitable death, prepared to sacrifice their lives in battle against these ancient corpses. Yet, who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, these foes would be vanquished? The threat had been neutralized. Wind sword intent. Suddenly, Elder Qin exclaimed, could it be that the one who struck is Prince Mu? Has he truly grown so formidable? Throughout the skirmish, Prince Mu had remained inactive, leading them to believe he had succumbed to his fate. However, it now appeared that he had simply been away on a journey. Moreover, judging by the lingering sword intent in the sky, it seemed Prince Mu had at least ascended to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, likely acting to rescue them upon learning of the danger facing the imperial city. If this truly was the work of Prince Mu, then the great Xia dynasty would gain a formidable ally, a powerhouse of at least the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Truly, heaven has blessed the great Xia dynasty. In the distance, the ministers and officials rejoiced, their hearts brimming with exhilaration and excitement. Even the pale-faced Summer Emperor could not suppress a smile, his heart swelling with joy. A powerhouse of at least the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. In the entire Kanglan domain, there had been no mention of such a formidable presence. Father! Father! However, at that moment, Crown Prince Qin Junyuan rushed in, his face etched with urgency. Just moments ago, during a critical juncture, the Summer Emperor had instructed him to summon Prince Mu from his retreat for assistance. The Crown Prince, in such a flustered state, appeared utterly unbecoming of his status. The Summer Emperor, noticing this, chastised him, as he had always held exceedingly high expectations for the prince. Father just instructed me to invite Prince Mu. Qin Junyuan hastily steadied his racing heart and began to speak. I am aware that Prince Mu is not in seclusion. He has embarked on a journey. The Summer Emperor replied coolly. Did you not see that the sword strike just now originated from beyond the imperial city? No. Qin Junyuan shook his head, explaining, when I arrived, the pavilion had already collapsed due to the cessation of the Dragon's Wrath formation, and amidst the ruins, I discovered this. As he spoke, he presented a blood-stained letter to the Summer Emperor. Observing the letter in Qin Junyuan's hand, the Summer Emperor's expression turned to one of confusion. Yet he extended his hand to receive it. Upon reading its contents, his countenance shifted dramatically. Seventh uncle, he has already transcended? Overwhelmed with shock, the Summer Emperor's voice trembled. How could this be possible? A tempest of emotion surged within him, disbelief filling his eyes. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. What? Prince Mu has already transcended? Elder Qin and the others, upon hearing this, were equally engulfed in profound astonishment. They yearned to behold the blood letter, Yet the Summer Emperor resolutely clutched it tightly. Inscribed within were the details of Prince Mu's descent into darkness, a secret that must not be divulged. Indeed, this blood letter was left behind by Prince Mu before his demise. He had long since transcended. The Summer Emperor spoke with a tone laden with complexity. He did not conceal the truth, for whether such matters could be kept hidden was not within his control, but rather contingent upon whether the master of the Wind Sword Soul would reveal himself. How could this be possible? If Prince Mu had truly transcended, then who was it that vanquished those three ancient corpses? One voiced. Indeed. And who rescued the crown prince, if not Prince Mu himself? Echoed Chun Lao and the others, their faces awash with disbelief and confusion. I cannot say, the Summer Emperor replied, his expression a tapestry of complexity. What perplexes me further is, if that formidable being was not Prince Mu, why then did he intervene on our behalf multiple times? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, as all present struggled to accept the news of Prince Mu's demise, let alone contemplate this deeper, more intricate conundrum. Could it be that the powerful entity assisting us was never truly aiding us, but rather contending against the corpse-driving sect? Su Lao, the guardian of the scripture repository, could not contain himself. Upon uttering these words, many cast sidelong glances. If viewed through this lens, there was indeed some merit to the speculation. Yet, what of the incident at the Demon Suppression Tower? The malevolence that emerged there bore no relation to the corpse-driving sect, and that same powerful figure had intervened once more. Elder Chun, however, proposed a differing opinion, stating, could it not be another possibility? The assailant may not be Prince Mu, yet still be a member of the royal family, merely concealing their identity from our notice. This notion, however, was met with skepticism. The assembly shook their heads in unison, deeming it improbable. For if the individual were indeed a royal, possessing such formidable prowess, they would certainly require an abundance of cultivation resources, and hiding their identity would be counterproductive to acquiring such necessities. Elder Chin's theory was dismissed, and once more, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Regardless of the circumstances, it was clear that the formidable being bore no ill will towards them. At that moment, Emperor Xia spoke up, a sentiment echoed by the assembly. Yet beyond this acknowledgement, they could glean no further information. After a prolonged period of reflection, they could not arrive at an answer. Well, the immediate priority is not to ascertain the identity of that powerful individual. Emperor Xia paused momentarily, then continued, but rather to promptly inform the populace, to reassure them. In no time, the news of the corpse transporters' attack on the imperial city would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire empire. If they did not act swiftly to announce the situation and calm the citizens, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? Understood, the ministers responded in unison. Subsequently, the injured members of the royal entourage were assisted back to the palace, seeking refuge in its spiritually enriched chambers to meditate and recover. The imperial guards began to investigate the collapsed palaces, searching for any maids or eunuchs trapped beneath the debris. Meanwhile, the Jinui resumed their search of the palace, ensuring no remnants of the corpse transporters remained. The four gates of the imperial city have been retaken by soldiers dispatched from the encampment outside. Chapter 43. Should we exhume the Emperor Taizu? Amidst a flurry of speculations regarding Emperor Xia and others, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware. Upon returning from Yinding Mountain, he made his way directly to the royal tomb. The matters that remained after the battle in the palace no longer required his attention, and he found himself disinclined to intervene. Uncle, where have you been? At that moment, Qin Ziqing, within the royal tomb, was taken aback upon seeing Qin Feng return. What are you doing here? Qin Feng inquired, perplexed. Given the fierce battle that had erupted in the palace, Qin Ziqing should have already sought a means of escape. Even if she were reluctant, neither Emperor Xia nor Prince Qin Junyan would allow such a prodigy to remain in such perilous surroundings. The emperor urged me to leave the palace swiftly, Qin Ziqing explained earnestly. My father, concerned for your safety in the royal tomb, instructed me to bring you along to safety. Upon my arrival here, I found you missing and feared you might be in danger. Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart at her words, surprised that Qin Jianyan had thought to send his daughter to safeguard him during such a critical time. I heard commotion outside the royal tomb and assumed it was the ancient corpses of the corpse chasers arriving, only to discover it was merely some startled pets running amok. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. Qin Ziqing nodded in understanding, her suspicions allayed. After all, everyone in the palace had been in a state of anxiety and turmoil just moments before. She subsequently reminded Qin Feng, if there is ever a danger of the corpse-driving sect attacking the palace again, you should hasten to the Eastern Palace. It is comparatively safer there. Rest assured, there will not be a next time, Qin Feng replied indifferently. Hearing his words, Qin Ziling felt a tinge of confusion. Unable to comprehend why he claimed there would be no next time. Although the ancient corpses of the corpse-driving sect had been vanquished, their core members were still alive. However, despite her inner doubts, Qin Xiling did not dwell on them, assuming Qin Feng was merely offering her comfort, and she nodded in agreement. She could not fathom that the core members of the corpse-driving sect had been entirely eradicated by Qin Feng, ensuring that there would indeed be known next time. Uncle, if there is nothing pressing, I shall go seek out my father and the others. There must be many matters to attend to within the palace. And I shall see if there is anything I can assist with, Qin Xiling said to Qin Feng. Very well, Qin Feng nodded, advising, be cautious on your way. There may still be other ancient corpses lurking. Although he was aware that the threat had been eliminated, he nonetheless urged Qin Xiling to exercise utmost caution at all times. Qin Xiling nodded and then departed from the royal tomb. After her departure, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the grand royal mausoleum before him. Would it be too excessive if I were to exhume the body of the founding emperor and transform it into an ancient corpse? Qin Feng mused aloud, gazing at the mausoleum. With the mastery of the corpse control technique, he no longer perceived this place as desolate. Instead, it seemed to him a treasure trove waiting to be uncovered. If Emperor Xia were to hear these words, he would likely be so enraged that he might spew forth a mouthful of blood. He had assigned Qin Feng to guard the imperial tomb. Yet Qin Feng was contemplating exhuming the ancient corpse of the founding emperor. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng shook his head. It was not that he feared being discovered. With his current level of cultivation, he could effortlessly unearth the founding emperor's remains and refine them into a combat-ready ancient corpse. However, the crux of the matter was that he had no need for such an endeavor. At present, his prowess was unparalleled in the entire Kanglan domain, and none of the ostensible powerhouses could contend with him. Thus, there was no necessity for him to squander energy on the refinement of a corpse. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to his recliner, continuing to alternate between slumber and cultivation, absorbing the sword chi and earth spirit stalactite essence acquired through his sign-in. In the following 3 days, news of the corpse-driving sect's assault on the Grand Xia imperial city swiftly spread throughout the Kanglan domain. After all, the Grand Xia dynasty was one of the prominent dynasties within the Kanglan domain, and an attack on the imperial city was no trivial matter. This incident sparked considerable discourse. No one could have anticipated that the corpse-driving sect had developed to such formidable heights in just a few short years, leaving both the major dynasties and sects feeling a sense of trepidation. Firstly, the speed at which the corpse-driving sect sought to enhance its overall strength was astonishing. As long as they possessed sufficiently powerful corpses, they could advance rapidly, a feat that left other dynasties and sects in the dust. Secondly, neither dynasties nor sects wished for their ancestors' graves to be disturbed by the corpse-driving sect, as such an affront would be an egregious humiliation. Consequently, both the major sects and the prominent dynasties have initiated a thorough purge of the corpse-driving sect within their territories. Had Yu Cheng and his companions still been alive, bolstered by the presence of numerous formidable ancient corpses, they would have remained largely indifferent to these crackdowns. After all, the number of Purple Mansion realm experts that the various dynasties and sects could deploy was exceedingly limited, and the mobilization of troops was inherently slower than their ability to relocate corpses. However, with Yu Cheng and his allies now deceased, and the powerful ancient corpses no longer in existence, the disciples of the corpse-driving sect found themselves in utter disarray amidst the siege, resulting in many being captured and imprisoned. The entire lineage had been irrevocably severed, extinguishing any possibility of resurgence. Meanwhile, the enigmatic powerhouse who had vanquished those ancient corpses became a topic of fervent discussion. Speculations arose regarding whether this formidable individual was affiliated with the Great Xia dynasty. It remains uncertain, as this figure had intervened multiple times to rescue members of the Great Xia royalty, leaving their true allegiance ambiguous. It is likely that this individual harbored a grudge against the corpse-driving sect, perceiving the Great Xia royalty as deeply entwined in the sect's conflicts, thus repeatedly coming to their aid. It is truly astonishing that, in the present era of the Kanglan domain, where even second and third tier experts of the Purple Mansion realm are a rarity, a being surpassing the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm has emerged. Such discussions echo across the Kanglan domain, with myriad conjectures surrounding Qin Feng's true identity continuously surfacing. Nevertheless, on the whole, the majority of individuals still believe that the enigmatic powerhouse is not a member of the Xia royal family. After all, even within the inner circles of the Xia dynasty, including both civil and military officials, the identity of this mysterious figure remains unknown. They surmise that this formidable individual is merely in seclusion within the borders of the Xia Empire. Amidst the ongoing discussions, however, a somber atmosphere pervades the palace, enveloping it in an oppressive gloom. The life of the emperor is in peril. Following the fierce battle against the ancient corpses sent by the corpse transport sect, the emperor, having given numerous directives, had just released the imperial aura that had bolstered him, only to collapse and spit blood upon the ground. His advanced age rendered him particularly vulnerable. And during the conflict with those ancient corpses, he sustained severe injuries that were not apparent while the imperial aura was in effect. Yet, as soon as that aura dissipated, the emperor could no longer endure. It was only through the efforts of numerous imperial physicians and precious elixirs that he managed to survive for a mere 3 days. On the 3rd day of Qin Feng's rest, Chu Xiang unexpectedly arrived. "Your Highness, are you well after the corpse transport sect's recent attack?" Chu Xiang inquired with evident concern as he entered the royal tomb. "The battlefield is so far from here. What could possibly happen to me?" Qin Feng replied with a light chuckle, before expressing confusion. "Aren't you stationed at the royal city camp? What brings you to the palace? Your Highness is not yet aware." Chu Xiang responded, somewhat taken aback. "What has transpired?" Qin Feng asked, his expression one of bewilderment. "The emperor's condition is deteriorating. And among the vast army of over 100,000, half are now stationed within the imperial city to prevent any extraordinary incidents." Chu Xiang spoke slowly. Although he did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear: to avert any disturbances caused by the retainers of various regional princes within the imperial city. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng's expression faltered. He was unaware of the severity of the summer emperor's injuries, as he had scarcely ventured outside. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction of the Yangxin Hall. With half of the troops in the imperial camp now guarding the city, how grave must the emperor's injuries be? As Qin Feng pondered, Chu Xiang revealed his purpose for coming, which was to caution Qin Feng to exercise vigilance in the coming days. Should any unforeseen events transpire within the palace, his status as a discarded prince could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Understood, Qin Feng nodded. He was no fool. He would not readily fall prey to manipulation. Subsequently, he inquired about Chu Xiang's cultivation progress and, with a casual hint of guidance, dismissed him. If the summer emperor were to pass away now, would it not plunge the entire dynasty into chaos? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Though he remained confined within, he was still cognizant of the prevailing conditions within the great Xia dynasty. The emperor's demise at this juncture would undoubtedly spell disaster. The ideal scenario would be for the emperor to finalize all arrangements, secure Qin Junyin's position, and then peacefully depart from this world. With this thought, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and gradually closed his eyes, allowing strands of spiritual energy to drift forth from within him. He hastened towards the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Concurrently, within the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the Xia emperor reclined upon his bed, his countenance pallid. The 3 most esteemed physicians from the imperial hospital were in attendance, the nearby table laden with a plethora of rare and precious elixirs. Despite this, the physicians wore expressions of distress and shook their heads, sighing continuously. "How fares my imperial father?" Crown Prince Qin Jianyin inquired, his voice fraught with concern. "Your Highness, our medical skills are insufficient to effect a cure," the physicians responded ruefully. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyin's complexion altered, struggling to accept the pronouncement. Although the demise of the Xia emperor would pave the way for his ascension to the throne, he felt no elation. The battle inflicted grievous wounds upon his majesty, and the insidious yin qi spreads relentlessly within his body, defying our attempts to halt its advance, the physicians explained, their voices tinged with helplessness. They had exhausted every conceivable remedy, yet the Xia emperor's condition had only deteriorated. The assembled dignitaries exchanged apprehensive glances, their faces etched with solemnity. The imperial palace had recently endured an assault by the corpse-herding sect, resulting in the destruction of numerous palaces and the loss of many strong individuals, causing the prestige of the imperial family to plummet to its nadir in recent years. Furthermore, the crown prince's command over the various regional armies was tenuous. Should the Xia emperor pass away at this juncture, and Crown Prince Qin Jianyin ascend the throne, how would the vassal kings, akin to ravenous wolves, react? Seizing the opportunity to demand greater rewards, they have already reached the lightest of terms. If things go awry, they may rise in arms to contest the throne. The other major dynasties and sects will undoubtedly not remain passive observers. At that juncture, the very existence of the great Xia dynasty will pose a monumental challenge. For many years, at this moment, Emperor Xia suddenly spoke, his voice exceedingly frail, as if it could falter at any moment. "Father." Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyin rushed forward, his face etched with sorrow, tears cascading down his cheeks. "What are you crying for?" The emperor, noticing his distress, grasped Qin Jianyin's hand and admonished in a voice tinged with weakness, "After I pass, you shall be the new sovereign of the great Xia dynasty. You must never allow anyone to perceive your weaknesses. You must instill fear in all your subjects. Only then can you quell those who oppose you." This was a principle he had always upheld and practiced. "Yes, father." Although Qin Jianyin did not wholly agree with the emperor's teachings, in this moment of gravity, He refrained from voicing his dissent and simply nodded. The emperor acknowledged with a slight nod. He intended to say more. However, at that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Who dares to intrude upon the imperial palace? The guards shouted angrily. This commotion left the high-ranking officials in the Yangxin palace momentarily stunned, their faces paling with concern. Could it be that a vassal prince's men have brazenly breached the palace? One minister spoke gravely. They had anticipated that chaos would ensue upon the emperor's passing. Yet they had not foreseen such turmoil arriving with such alarming swiftness. Could it be that a prince has arrived in the imperial city, intent on usurping the throne? The numerous ministers turned their gazes toward the exterior of the Yangxin hall. What unfolded before their eyes would forever be etched in their memories. The entire imperial guard outside the palace drew their weapons, standing at the ready, their expressions grave as they peered into the distance. On the far-off road paved with blue stones, a vague figure advanced slowly toward the palace. As the figure drew nearer, the ministers were struck with horror upon the shocking realization. It was not a human at all. Instead, it was a pure entity of energy, composed of spiritual and sword qi, merely taking on a humanoid form. What is this? Upon the approach of Qin Feng, every member of the imperial guard outside the palace turned pale, utterly shaken, their voices trembling with disbelief. This was beyond their comprehension. Who are you? And why do you dare intrude upon the great Xia imperial palace? Roared Elder Chun, who was secretly tasked with guarding the Yangxin hall. He discerned that the figure was not a demon, but rather an avatar conjured by a formidable being. However, scarcely had Elder Chun finished speaking when Qin Feng cast a glance in his direction, and it was as if he had been ensnared by an ancient beast. He lost all control and fell to his knees, the pressure upon him akin to bearing the weight of a mountain. This scene left the ministers and the imperial guard utterly astonished, their mouths agape. The strongest among them, Elder Chun, had been brought to his knees by merely a glance from this entity. Which prince had summoned such a powerful being? Protect the emperor. Quickly, come to the emperor's aid, cried out several ministers from within the Yangxin hall. However, all the imperial guards, along with the formidable beings secretly watching over the area, remained utterly still. Qin Feng was simply too terrifying. They felt like mere ants gazing up at a deity. Merely refraining from kneeling in reverence was already a testament to their courage, let alone attempting to impede Qin Feng. This was not a matter of loyalty to the Summer Emperor. It stemmed entirely from a profound, soul-deep intimidation. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Qin Feng's external manifestation entered the palace and slowly approached the bed where the Summer Emperor lay. Stop. Do not harm my father. Qin Zhouyan, empowered by the dynasty's fortune, forcefully overcame his inner trepidation, drawing the imperial sword that hung beside the bed, and swung it towards Qin Feng. If I am still conscious. Yet, before the imperial sword could near Qin Feng, it halted abruptly, as though it had struck an invisible wall. Qin Zhouyan's expression darkened. He realized that the sword not only failed to obstruct this enigmatic figure before him, but he himself was also rendered immobile, rigidly frozen in place. At this moment, a deathly silence enveloped the entire Yangxin hall, as everyone stared in horror at the figure before them, a being entirely composed of spiritual and sword energy, exuding an astonishing aura. They could scarcely fathom the terrifying level of cultivation this individual possessed. Just then, Qin Feng arrived beside the Summer Emperor's bed. He activated his divine eye, and intricate, esoteric runes emerged within his gaze as he began to assess the Summer Emperor's injuries. The spread of malevolent energy is so severe that, under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to heal you, Qin Feng murmured, composed purely of spiritual and sword energy. His voice possessed an eerie quality, wholly unlike that of an ordinary human being. The gathered court physicians wore expressions of astonishment. It had taken them an entire day to discern the extent of the Summer Emperor's injuries, yet this enigmatic figure had perceived them in an instant. They found it utterly inconceivable. Why you're not here to kill me? The Summer Emperor, lying upon his couch, had initially regarded the approaching figure with fear and trepidation. However, as the silhouette drew near, an unexpected calm washed over him, for he sensed no murderous intent emanating from this mysterious individual. In fact, there was a hint of familiarity that brought him some solace. You lack the worthiness to compel my hand in your demise, Qin Feng replied coolly. Should he wish to end the Summer Emperor's life, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. A mere manifestation of sword light within the imperial tomb would suffice to claim the emperor's soul. The Summer Emperor was momentarily speechless. The palace's formation, the dragon's awakening, was yet to be restored. Such a formidable adversary had no need to expend such effort to end his life. Then why have you come? The emperor inquired, his breath faint. You shall soon find out, Qin Feng replied with an air of detachment. As he spoke, he produced a vibrant red flower, the flower of the other shore. Within the malevolent mountains, he procured the ethereal flower known as the bianhua, capable of extending one's lifespan. Originally, he had intended to concoct a restorative broth for Qin Xiling. However, with the Summer Emperor on the brink of death, he resolved to offer it to him instead. Upon sighting the flower, two imperial physicians widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Qin Feng possessed the bianhua. This flower was an extraordinarily rare elixir of life, one that had not graced the entire great Xia dynasty even once. They desperately attempted to articulate their concerns. The Summer Emperor's condition was dire. Administering the bianhua directly without preparation could not only negate its life-extending properties, but potentially hasten his demise. It was imperative to refine it with a furnace, purging the minimal malevolent energy and moderating the overly potent effects of the herb. Yet, this enigmatic figure before them had not brought a medicinal furnace, clearly lacking any intention of refining the flower. The physicians, despite their fervent efforts, found themselves silenced, their eyes reflecting a profound urgency. It was evident that the Summer Emperor had a glimmer of hope for salvation. To let this opportunity slip away would be an immense tragedy. Suddenly, as Qin Feng held the bianhua, a sphere of white flame ignited in his grasp. In its searing heat lay an undertone of piercing cold, an extraordinary phenomenon. The blazing fire astonished all present in the Yangxin Palace, for they had never witnessed such an uncanny flame. The subsequent spectacle left everyone utterly speechless. With a thunderous roar, the bone-chilling cold fire in Qin Feng's hand began to refine the bianhua. The once vibrant crimson flower gradually withered and charred, its essence being extracted through the process. A droplet of crystalline liquid hovered above Qin Feng's palm, exuding a faint aroma of medicinal herbs that was profoundly refreshing, invigorating both body and spirit. The results of his refinement were nothing short of exquisite. At this moment, whether it was the imperial physicians or others within the Yangxin Palace, they were utterly astounded, their amazement reaching staggering heights. The notion of refining the ethereal flower by hand was unprecedented. How could there exist someone capable of such a feat without the aid of an alchemical furnace? It is common knowledge, even among those unversed in alchemy, that a furnace is of paramount importance for refining spiritual herbs, with the intricate array inscribed upon it providing significant assistance throughout the process. Furthermore, the challenge of refining such a rare flower as the ethereal blossom is magnified, necessitating an even higher grade furnace. Yet, here stood this enigmatic figure, accomplishing the task by mere hand, and with such remarkable efficacy, not only extracting the quintessence of the ethereal flower, but also harmonizing its potent medicinal properties. How could they not be astonished? The physicians felt an urge to prostrate themselves before Qin Feng. Open your mouth. In that moment, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, calmly stating that the act of refining the ethereal flower by hand, or even concocting elixirs, posed no challenge for him. His mastery of alchemy surpassed the comprehension of these physicians. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia gradually emerged from his state of shock, struggling to part his lips. Drip. Droplets of liquid entered the mouth of Emperor Xia, and he swallowed. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, flooding into his limbs and bones. The ominous energy that had invaded his body was unexpectedly transformed into vibrant vitality by the miraculous effects of the flower from the other shore. He felt an unparalleled warmth enveloping him. His aged body was rapidly rejuvenating. Is this truly the legendary flower from the other shore? Its effects are astonishingly apparent, marveled the Summer Emperor. His breath, once frail, had regained a semblance of normalcy. The others in the Hall of Nurturing the Heart were equally astonished, witnessing the legendary flower's effects for the first time. He had come to rescue the Emperor. Qin Jianyan was utterly taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt for his earlier rudeness, yet he remained immobile, unable to express his remorse. Do not be overly joyous. This flower can at most extend your life by a decade, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Summer Emperor felt no disappointment. He had been on the brink of death, and now the prospect of living an additional 10 years filled him with immense joy. More importantly, he could utilize this decade to reorganize the entire imperial army, ensuring that Qin Jianyan could fully command the forces, including the Jinyue. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Senior. The Summer Emperor expressed his heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Qin Feng replied coolly. His motives for rescuing the Summer Emperor were not entirely altruistic, and thus he was indifferent to the Emperor's gratitude. After a brief pause, he continued, I only hope you will refrain from any foolish actions, such as investigating my identity. I would not dare. The Summer Emperor replied, a tremor of fear coursing through him. Qin Feng nodded and chose not to linger, turning on his heel to depart. Stepping out of the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, the external manifestation of oneself swiftly dissipated, vanishing into the vastness of the universe. Intoxicated, my head spun with dizziness. This chapter was penned earlier in the morning, and now it is published. My eyes are almost unable to remain open. I must hasten to take a brief slumber. Should I awaken tonight, I shall update the second chapter. If not, I shall compensate with further updates. There is no need for everyone to wait. Even if I can update, it is likely to be in the early hours of the morning. Chapter 46. Sharing the Golden Goblet, the Blade Spares Not. Once Qin Feng departed, the overwhelming pressure that pervaded the Hall of Nurturing the Heart also receded, allowing all present both inside and outside the hall to exhale deeply. The immense sensation of oppression they had just experienced had nearly left them breathless, and now they felt considerably relieved. The crowd exchanged glances, engulfed by a surreal sense of disorientation, as though awakening from a dream. That individual was undeniably formidable. Not only was his cultivation terrifying, but he could also concoct elixirs with his bare hands, almost as if he were a figment of imagination. However, the now rejuvenated Summer Emperor reminded them that they had not been dreaming. Everything was indeed real. Father, Qin Juyan hastily approached and inquired, "How do you feel now?" "My injuries have nearly fully healed," the Summer Emperor replied slowly. He regarded his son with astonishment, having not anticipated that this seemingly fragile boy, who often appeared weak in daily life, had the audacity to draw his sword against that enigmatic figure while everyone else quaked in fear. He began to see Qin Juyan in a new light. "I feel that I may not fully comprehend my son." At this moment, several imperial physicians stepped forward to examine Emperor Xia's condition, confirming that his injuries had nearly healed. The external manifestation that had recently appeared was formed from the convergence of spiritual energy and sword intent, embodying the essence of the wind sword. It is likely that he is the formidable ally who has aided us on multiple occasions. At this juncture, Elder Chun, who had previously been compelled to kneel under pressure, approached and spoke softly. He must indeed be that powerful figure. After a brief pause, Emperor Xia remarked, "I initially believed that he harbored animosity toward the corpse-transporting sect, which prompted his repeated assistance. However, it seems the situation is far more intricate. Even if he does not reside within the imperial palace, he undoubtedly has profound ties to the Dexia royal family. Your Majesty's conjecture is quite astute." Elder Qin and numerous high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, each harboring similar thoughts. "Your Majesty, would you like me to conduct a thorough investigation into the powerful individuals who have previously been connected to the Dexia royal family, as well as their descendants?" inquired the commander of the Jinyui. Although Qin Feng had issued a warning earlier, it was the nature of the Jinyui to undertake such inquiries. "Absolutely not," Emperor Xia responded firmly. "From this day forth, no further investigations into that powerful figure's identity are permitted, lest we provoke his ire. Knowing that he holds favorable sentiments toward the Dexia royal family is sufficient. It matters not if we remain unaware of other details." "Understood," the commander of the Jinyui replied, nodding in acquiescence. "Moreover, it is imperative to seal off all news regarding today's events. No one must disseminate any information." The emperor instructed once more, "Merely state that the imperial physician has healed my injuries." "Understood." The attendees, all prominent officials of the court, responded in unison. Present among them were the elite members of the Imperial Guards, making it a simple task to contain the news. Within the Imperial tomb, Qin Feng opened his eyes. 10 years should have sufficed to secure the position of the Crown Prince, he murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he felt it was indeed time. Ultimately, it sufficed to hand over command of the army to Qin Juyan, replacing the key generals with his loyalists, or ensuring that they held a sense of gratitude towards Qin Juyan. With this thought, Qin Feng decided not to dwell further, reclining in his chair to continue his rest. In the following period, the news of the emperor's recovery from his injuries brought immense disappointment to the vassal kings, who were poised for action. Had Qin Juyan ascended the throne at this moment, even if they did not seize power themselves, they could have coerced and enticed their way into acquiring greater fiefs and authority. Over the past 2 years, numerous key generals within the army had been inexplicably imprisoned in the dungeons. A small fraction genuinely transgressed the law, yet a far larger portion was ensnared by fabricated charges. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court jointly interrogated these generals, instilling a pervasive sense of dread among them, uncertain of their ultimate fate. The golden goblet is shared in drink, yet the blade shows no mercy. This was during the ascension of Emperor Xia, when he addressed his subjects. Little did they anticipate that the blade would so swiftly be poised above their heads, not only within the military ranks, but also among the court officials. Numerous bureaucrats, including the deputy ministers of war and revenue, found themselves imprisoned within the dungeons. In various regions, some of the weaker vassal kings were directly apprehended by the imperial guards who stormed their palaces. In that moment, a climate of trepidation enveloped the land. The vassal kings, gripped by fear, were uncertain of Emperor Xia's intentions. Many offered substantial gifts to the crown prince, hoping he would intercede on their behalf before the emperor. Likewise, A multitude of court ministers sought to curry favor with the crown prince, for he alone possessed the influence to sway Emperor Xia. Amidst this turmoil, Qin Feng, burdened by the gravity of the situation, sought solace at the royal tomb, confiding in Qin Feng. Brother, with father imprisoning so many ministers, generals, and vassal kings, could it be that he intends to execute them all? Qin Feng inquired. Though he harbored some resentment towards the vassal kings, he recognized that those targeted by Emperor Xia were relatively minor figures, lacking significant power, and seldom did they dare to seize the lands of the commoners or act with tyranny. Otherwise, the local officials would not have spared them. Do not worry. They shall not meet their end just yet. Ultimately, their fate hinges upon your will. Qin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Having extensively studied the 24 histories, he possessed a profound understanding of imperial strategies. What do you mean by that, brother? Qin Feng queried, somewhat perplexed. Did you not tell me previously that father has but a decade left to live? He has now imprisoned these generals, ministers, and feudal lords, fabricating charges against each of them. Then, every few days, he executes one. By the time he passes away and you ascend to the throne, you could eliminate a small number of those truly guilty while releasing the majority who are innocent. Those who survive will surely be filled with gratitude towards you. Qin Feng paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, everyone will believe that our father became senile in his later years, and it is fortunate that you, a wise ruler, have succeeded him, thus winning the hearts of the people. This scheme is not particularly complex. Many of the imprisoned ministers are already aware of it. However, when the blade truly hangs over their heads and their families, all that remains in their hearts is fear, for no one knows what the Summer Emperor is truly thinking. At that moment, whoever can grant them clemency will be their savior. So it is, Qin Feng exclaimed, feeling a sudden clarity wash over him. He had not anticipated that the Summer Emperor's aim was to ensure his smooth succession. He could not help but bitterly smile and say, brother, perhaps you are more suited for the throne than I am. His mind was solely focused on improving the lives of the people, and his understanding of such political machinations was rather limited. Qin Feng smiled, but remained silent. At present, he had no interest in the throne whatsoever. Chapter 47. The leader of the demon sect. Afterward, Qin Feng and Qin Feng discussed a few more matters before departing from the imperial tomb. Qin Feng then resumed his arduous cultivation. Approximately 6 months later, the dormant dragon formation was finally repaired. The palace has thus regained its tranquility. With the protection of the dragon alarm formation, there was no longer the constant worry of someone silently infiltrating the imperial palace. However, for Qin Feng, it made little difference. Whether the formation was operational or not, the spiritual energy in this place remained consistently sparse. Fortunately, he did not require the energy that the formation could gather. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. Suddenly, as Qin Feng reclined in his chair, a surge of energy erupted within him. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within his body roared like a mighty river, producing a deafening sound akin to crashing waves. Were it not for the protection of the concealment formation, this sound would likely have echoed throughout the entire palace. Simultaneously, torrents of potent spiritual energy gushed forth from him, nourishing the flora within the royal tomb, causing them to flourish with renewed vitality. 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, Qin Feng murmured to himself, at this pace, it will take many years to break through to the Void Refinement realm. However, he felt no urgency. Within the vast Kanglan domain, the distinction between the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm and the Void Refinement realm was negligible. He remained an invincible presence. Rising slowly, he stretched lazily and prepared to change his position to continue his slumber. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he noticed a number of fox paw prints beneath a nearby ancient tree, accompanied by several strands of white fur. It was evident that the little white fox had returned at some point, only to depart again. His spiritual awareness, attuned solely to detecting dangers, had failed to notice the fox's brief visit. How excessive! Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, is this place a brothel? One can come and go at will. He felt that if the little white fox were to visit again, it was imperative to remind her who truly held dominion here. With this thought lingering in his mind, Qin Feng reclined back on his lounge chair to cultivate his meridians, ensuring that the recent breakthrough would not lead to a precarious state of spiritual energy. 3 months later, on a serene morning, as Qin Feng was nurturing his meridians, Qin Zening arrived, her demeanor radiating joy. What could have happened to elicit such exuberance? Noticing her delight, Qin Feng inquired with a smile. The spirit path is opened, Qin Zening exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. The timing of the spirit path's opening is unpredictable. It may remain dormant for 2 or 3 millennia. She had never anticipated that it would open in their generation. The spirit path? Qin Feng pondered, feeling a twinge of unfamiliarity. After a moment of reflection, he recalled the information regarding the spirit path. It is a remarkably unique secret realm, with its entrance situated at the very heart of the Kanglan domain. Not only is the timing of its opening exceedingly random, but the criteria for entry are also exceptionally stringent. Upon entering the spirit path, the realm automatically assesses the cultivator's aptitude, talent, and age. Any deficiency in these attributes results in expulsion. Moreover, the spirit path brims with an abundance of rare herbs and treasures. Countless precious spiritual grasses and fruits abound. And some individuals have even procured tiny fragments of materials capable of forging sacred artifacts. Though merely the size of a pinky finger, such materials are invaluable beyond measure. After the news spread, that individual was directly accepted as a disciple by a sacred place on the eternal ancient continent, inciting envy among countless onlookers. It is noteworthy that the eternal ancient continent is divided into numerous domains, with the Kanglan domain being the least conspicuous among them. The sacred places reside within formidable domains, capable of effortlessly annihilating the entire Kanglan domain if they so wished. Gaining entry into a sacred place is an opportunity that many can only dream of. Since the conclusion of the Demon Sealing War, the martial arts of the Kanglan domain have significantly declined, and the opening of the spirit path this time brings immense benefits to the entire Kanglan domain. Qin Feng exclaimed with delight, "Surely, the Daxia royal family must have included you among those entering the spirit path." Qin Feng inquired, to which Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. As the foremost genius of the Daxia royal family, she was naturally entitled to one of the coveted spots in the spirit path. After a brief pause, she continued, "I have come to bid farewell to my uncle. The trials within the spirit path are expected to last 4 to 5 years, during which I shall be unable to return. Let us dine before your departure," Qin Feng suggested gently. "Your uncle has prepared your favorite hot pot." Hot pot. Initially, Qin Feng had intended only to say goodbye, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but swallow hard and replied, "All right." With that, Qin Feng rose to busily prepare the meal. As he cooked, he engaged in light conversation. During this time, he found an opportunity to retrieve the pure little sword he had previously gifted to Qin Feng. After infusing it with the essence of pure sword intent, he returned it to her. Should any danger arise, the sword essence tint would erupt to safeguard Qin Feng. Meanwhile, along the coastline in the northwest of the Great Xia dynasty, a multitude of disciples from the demon sect gathered, clad in black robes, each exuding an aura of malevolence. All disciples of the demon sect practiced the arcane arts of the demonic clan. The sole distinction lay in their methods of cultivation. These nefarious beings consumed humans to enhance their power and prolong their lives, while the disciples of the demon sect devoured magical beasts for the same purpose. It is precisely this difference that allowed the demon sect to persist in the northern wastelands despite strained relations with various dynasties and sections. After all, they were not truly evil beings, and the dynasties and sects were reluctant to expend their full might to eradicate the demon sect. The sect leader had been at sea for a century, and it remained uncertain whether he had discovered a means to heal his injuries and extend his life. The Grand Elder of the demon sect spoke in a grave tone. This current leader possessed extraordinary talent, having achieved the Purple Mansion realm at a young age, thus earning the title of the greatest prodigy in the Kanglan domain. However, during an expedition, he inadvertently stumbled upon a dilapidated secret realm, where the very fabric of space was chaotic and on the verge of collapse. Despite his utmost efforts to escape, he sustained grievous injuries, leaving him with but a few years of life remaining. He could only venture out to seek a method for prolonging his existence. Who could have foreseen this? The second elder of the demon sect murmured. When the leader set sail, he consulted a diviner who foretold that should he discover a means to extend his life, he would undoubtedly return today. Let us remain here and await his arrival. The Grand Elder nodded, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of the sea before him. Before long, a sudden uproar erupted, and at the edge of the crowd's vision, a figure emerged, returning through the waves with great speed. "It is the Master!" exclaimed a disciple of the Dark Sect. Instantly, cheers erupted all around. All disciples of the Dark Sect knelt in reverence. "We humbly welcome the return of the Moon Worship Master." The resounding voices echoed loudly, resonating along the entire coastline. "Yesterday's missed update will be compensated in a few days. Everyone, please rest assured. I also kindly request a complimentary gift. Your support is my greatest motivation for updates." Chapter 48. With one's own power. Can one overwhelm the Kanglan domain? Upon the waves, the Moon Worship Master donned a black robe adorned with sinister patterns, emanating a powerful aura. With a deliberate step, he made his way to the beach. "Rise," commanded the Moon Worship Master, his voice deep and expression indifferent. "Has the Master discovered the method for prolonging life?" inquired the second elder of the Dark Sect, his face alight with joy. "Indeed," replied the Moon Worship Master, his tone measured. Upon hearing this, the numerous disciples of the Dark Sect rejoiced. Moon Worship Master, may you live forever, they shouted, their voices rising in a deafening chorus. However, at that moment, the Grand Elder of the Dark Sect gazed at the Moon Worship Master with a grave expression, seemingly harboring doubts. Are you not pleased with my successful return from prolonging life? The Moon Worship Master noted the Grand Elder's demeanor and remarked coolly. Not at all, replied the Elder. The Grand Elder swiftly shook his head, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he remarked. How is it that I perceive a change in the aura of the sect leader? The distinction is subtle, yet I find it unmistakable. Is that so? The Moon Worship sect leader chuckled softly, casually replying, perhaps it is due to my consumption of too many humans, resulting in an overwhelming aura of malevolence. As he spoke, a serene smile graced his face, as if he were merely discussing a mundane matter. What? The leader has consumed humans. At this revelation, all the disciples of the dark sect present changed their expressions. It is crucial to note that their fundamental distinction from the evil forces lay in their refusal to consume humans. This very principle had allowed them to forge an unspoken agreement with various factions, granting them the freedom to operate and develop within the northern wilderness. Do any of you find this problematic? The Moon Worship sect leader inquired nonchalantly. His tone remained calm, yet an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him. Fifth level of the Purple Mansion realm. Over the years spent at sea, he had visited numerous islands, devouring many humans, resulting not only in an extension of his lifespan, but also a significant enhancement of his cultivation. Under this immense pressure, all the disciples of the dark sect turned pale, acutely aware of the overwhelming weight bearing down upon them. No one dared to speak. The founding leader had established a rule to cultivate the Dark Clan's techniques, yet absolutely refrain from consuming humans. As the leader, how could you violate the sect's regulations? The Grand Elder of the Dark Sect exclaimed with immense fury. What difference remains between you and the evil forces now? The world deems us a demonic sect, classifying us among the nefarious. I devour humanity. What fault is there in that? The Moonlight Sect leader spoke coldly. Humph, just a coward who fears death. How dare you defend yourself? The Grand Elder of the demonic sect scoffed, rebuking him angrily. So, you claim to be unafraid of death? In the eyes of the Moonlight Sect leader, coldness had transformed into murderous intent. Death is merely a triviality. What is there to fear? The Grand Elder replied coldly. I joined this sect to aid humanity in discovering a different path of cultivation, not to wantonly harm my own kin like the wicked. He stood resolute, unperturbed by the Moonlight Sect leader, his gaze filled only with disdain. Once the heir of a fallen noble family, he possessed the prowess to restore his lineage, yet he was brimming with ambition to assist humanity in seeking a new path of cultivation. He risked the world's censure by joining the demonic sect. The actions of the Moonlight Sect leader were a blatant betrayal of the founding ideals of the sect. Since you fear not death, allow me to grant your wish. The Moonlight Sect leader's hand slowly rose. In an instant, a torrent of crimson light streamed from the Grand Elder's body, beginning to enter the Moonlight Sect leader. Ah! The Grand Elder immediately emitted a cry of agony. Bellowing, shameless traitor of humanity, you may kill me. Your fate will be 1,000-fold, a myriad times more tragic than mine. Upon hearing this, a look of fury crossed the Moonlight Sect leader's face. With a swift grasp of his hand, the Grand Elder was reduced to a mist of blood, which was then wholly consumed by him. The aura emanating from him has notably intensified. Hiss! The disciples of the demonic sect could not help but draw a sharp breath. In the past, the Grand Elder's cultivation surpassed even that of the moon-worshipping sect leader by a small realm, yet now he has been devoured without even a chance to resist. Fear was evident on each of their faces. Is there anyone among you who does not fear death? The moon-worshipping sect leader, with an air of indifference, surveyed the multitude of demonic disciples and spoke calmly. Upon hearing these words, no one dared to utter a sound. Silence enveloped them. Unlike the Grand Elder, who possessed his own principles, many among them felt that the prohibition against devouring humans was inherently unreasonable, a constraint on their cultivation progress. Devouring magical beasts could never compare to the swiftness of advancement gained from consuming humans. With no one responding, the moon-worshipping sect leader withdrew his gaze and turned to the second elder, inquiring, "Where is Ling'er? Why has she not arrived?" Ling'er, referred to in his words, is the sacred maiden of the demonic sect, Huoling'er. Reporting to the sect leader, Huoling'er was rescued by a prince of the Great Xia dynasty during her trials. Since her return, she has remained in seclusion, the second elder replied, still trembling from the earlier terror. Today I sought to see her, but she remains in closed-door training, so I did not disturb her. Upon hearing this, the moon-worshipping sect leader's brow furrowed slightly. Surely, Ling'er has not developed feelings for that Great Xia prince? I cannot say for certain, the second elder responded, shaking his head. Regardless of the circumstances, for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to eliminate that prince. The moon worship master stated coolly, "You may return first. I shall make a trip to the Great Xia imperial city." Now possessing the cultivation of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, he regarded the formidable dragon array of the Great Xia imperial city with disdain, believing that he alone could bring it to ruin. "What?" The second elder of the demon sect exclaimed, hastily cautioning, "Master, do not act impulsively. Within the Great Xia dynasty, there are also formidable beings at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, seemingly intertwined with the imperial family in countless ways. That sword strike from that fateful night traversed a great distance to reach the imperial city, and many powerful figures witnessed it. The consensus is that Qin Feng's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm." "What did you say?" The moon worship master furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had misheard. The second elder, not daring to conceal any details, promptly recounted the events of that day when the corpse-driving sect attacked the Great Xia Palace, and all the ancient corpses were vanquished by a single sword strike. This revelation informed the moon worship master that within the Kanglan domain, there indeed existed a powerful being at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. The moon worship master was utterly astonished. Upon his return, he had anticipated a straightforward path to dominance over the entire Kanglan domain. Yet he realized that his assumptions had been overly simplistic. This realization darkened his expression. The reason he had survived his recent maritime venture was not merely due to the consumption of human lives. There was a formidable evil force supporting him from behind. This powerful malevolence, for reasons unknown, was unable to personally traverse to the Kanglan domain. He made a solemn vow to dominate the entire Kanglan domain within a century, treating the entire human race of Kanglan as mere vessels for nurturing the bloodline of the demon race. Should there still exist a 5th-tier expert within the Purple Mansion realm in Kanglan, his ambition to rule the entire domain would face immense challenges, potentially even jeopardizing his life. While he might stand on equal footing with such a 5th-tier expert, the involvement of various imperial dynasties would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. "What troubles you, Master Baiwei?" the second elder inquired, noticing the master's grim expression. "Nothing," Master Baiwei replied, shaking his head. He then asked, "Aside from that, has anything else transpired in Kanglan during my absence of over a century?" Upon hearing this, the second elder of the demon sect hurriedly informed him about the imminent opening of the Spirit Path. Chapter 49. The Spirit Path is opening. The Spirit Path is set to open? Master Baiwei's expression shifted, clearly taken aback. "Indeed, the Spirit Path is about to commence," the second elder affirmed, nodding slowly. "At that time, the most exceptional talents from various factions will enter the Spirit Path to vie for rare treasures and resources." Master Baiwei fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and a smile graced his lips as he murmured, "It seems that heaven is bestowing an opportunity upon me." In his heart, he had already devised a plan that would compel the various imperial dynasties to willingly submit to him. At that time, all the malevolent spirits imprisoned within the demon suppression tower would be unleashed. It was not merely the formidable beings of the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm that would perish. Even those of the 9th layer would face their demise. With a plan forming in his mind, the moon-worshipping sect leader promptly commanded the elders to execute his orders. In the very heart of the Kanglan region, there exists an immense gorge. A river that once flowed through this place has long since run dry. Now, a multitude of people fills the area, with the powerful and the talented from various empires, sects, and noble families converging here, awaiting the opening of the Spirit Path. The crowd numbers in the tens of thousands. Yet it does not feel cramped. At the center of the gorge stands a colossal altar composed of 5 differently colored stones, covering an area of 100 feet in diameter, strikingly prominent. This is, without a doubt, the entrance to the Spirit Path. In bygone days, the 5 colored stones atop this altar appeared quite ordinary, distinguished only by their remarkable durability. However, at present, these stones emanate a soft glow and continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. It is evident that the secret realm is on the verge of opening. At the end of the Spirit Path, one can receive a profound infusion of spiritual energy. It remains uncertain who will be the first to reach the end of the Spirit Path this time. It goes without saying that it will undoubtedly be Qin Zening. Her current cultivation has already reached the 4th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, making her the foremost genius among this generation of youths. However, it is worth noting that there are still some hidden forces within the Kanglan region, which, while not as powerful as the major empires, may yet produce talents that could surpass Qin Zening. In the depths of the canyon, a myriad of speculations erupted incessantly. Aside from those qualified to enter the Spirit Path, numerous onlookers gathered, their discussions rising and falling in a cacophony. Some even took to wagering on the outcome, betting on who would be the first to reach the end of the Spirit Path and receive the infusion of spiritual energy. The consensus leaned heavily towards Qin Zining as the likely victor. At this moment, Qin Zining appeared unfazed by the swirling chatter. Her demeanor calm as she gazed intently at the multicolored altar. Beside her stood other prodigies of the great Xia royal family, including the son of the fourth prince, Qinzhou. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the multicolored altar, illuminating the canyon with dazzling light. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly. Drawn towards the altar, a resounding crack echoed as a colossal rift materialized in the void above the altar, towering several dozen feet high. This fissure began to expand rapidly, tearing through the fabric of space itself. It was astonishing to witness such a formidable force emanating from the altar, capable of cleaving the void asunder. Gaze transfixed upon the rift. Voices of astonishment reverberated among the crowd. Although they had encountered accounts in ancient texts, the visceral reality of witnessing such a phenomenon was utterly breathtaking. Expressions of awe adorned their faces. After approximately 15 minutes, the rift began to stabilize. Laughter erupted as the spirit path opened, with treasures of heaven and earth awaiting those who would seize the opportunity first. At that moment, a young man laughed heartily, taking a bold step forward and soaring towards the rift in the void. In an instant, he vanished into the depths of the chasm, disappearing without a trace. With one person leading, others naturally followed. Soon, a multitude of individuals rushed towards the void. Before long, several hundred had entered the secret realm, comprising not only the prodigies from various great dynasties and sects, but also talented individuals from smaller factions and even rogue cultivators. However, some were either too old or lacked the necessary aptitude, only to be expelled from the rift after attempting to enter, resulting in considerable embarrassment and a chorus of laughter. Let us proceed as well, Qin Zining said gently. The people beside her, including Qinzhou, nodded in agreement. Although Qin Zining was the youngest among them, her formidable cultivation commanded their habitual respect. Be cautious within the spirit path. Avoid any dangerous treasures as much as possible. This path is sealed, and should you encounter peril, no one can come to your aid, cautioned Qin Jianyan and Elder Qin, who were responsible for guiding them. Nothing is more important than safety, they reiterated, nodding in understanding. Qin Zining and her companions then dashed towards the void rift. With a flash of white light, they were engulfed in a moment of dizziness. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar world, suspended in midair. The spiritual energy here was abundant, a staggering multiple of that found in the outside realm. At a glance, an expansive range of mountains stretches into the horizon, seemingly endless, occasionally echoing with the roars of ferocious beasts. Ah, is this the spirit path? The aura here is so lush and vibrant. I yearn to remain in this place for eternity. Such fanciful thoughts, for when the spirit path closes, it automatically expels all who dwell within. Those who enter are unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment, utterly reluctant to depart. Let us venture forward and see, Qin Zining suggested, observing an increasing number of white lights appearing as throngs of people entered. Qinzhou and the others nodded in agreement, soaring ahead. Meanwhile, those who entered the secret realm later, after expressing their awe, also advanced, eager to discover the myriad treasures hidden within. Simultaneously, within the imperial tomb of the Taizu, Qin Feng reclined in a chair, resting with closed eyes. Suddenly, he opened them, a flicker of surprise illuminating his gaze. The presence of malevolent spirits? Had a dark entity infiltrated the spirit path? He murmured to himself. The exceptionally pure sword intent from Qin Zining's golden small sword enabled him to sense the surroundings. Upon her entry into the spirit path, he was astonished to detect faint traces of demonic energy encircling her. It was incredibly subtle, yet he discerned it. Were not all dark entities suppressed by the great empires? Moreover, it had been millennia since any trace of malevolence had been seen in the Kanglan domain. How could they suddenly manifest within the spirit path? In that moment, Qin Feng was beset by numerous uncertainties, his brow furrowed, disliking this passive sensation. He favored taking the initiative, relishing the notion of having his adversaries in the light while he remained shrouded in darkness. He preferred others to be beneath him while he stood above. This sensation of being unaware of the opponent's circumstances left him somewhat unsettled. However, Qin Feng swiftly regained his composure, resolutely unyielding in the face of impending turmoil. What could mere strategies achieve without sufficient strength? The malevolent entities that infiltrated the spirit path exhibited no formidable aura. The sword intent he infused into Qin Zining's pure gold sword could manifest as an external avatar, rendering its combat prowess unparalleled by those fiends. Should any of those evildoers dare to cast their eyes upon Qin Zining, he would ensure they comprehended the essence of true cruelty. In the subsequent 3 years, within the spirit path, Qin Zining and her numerous companions from the royal family of the great Xia reaped substantial rewards. They not only acquired a wealth of celestial materials and rare herbs, but also discovered an exceptionally precious refining material within a river valley. Although it could not compare to the materials used for crafting sacred artifacts, it was more than adequate for forging a fifth-tier spirit weapon, holding considerable value. Nonetheless, the bounty of celestial resources was accompanied by significant peril. They encountered formidable magical beasts on several occasions and faced ambushes from elite members of other factions or rogue cultivators. Fortunately, thanks to Qin Zining's exceptional prowess surpassing her peers, they consistently turned dire situations into fortunate escapes. At noon one day, Qin Zining and her companions had just emerged from a cave, having procured several rare spirit crystals. They rested by a riverbank, roasting the flesh of a magical beast, preparing to replenish their strength. Next year, the final segment of the spirit path would open, and at that time, Zining, you need not concern yourself with us. Focus on reaching the end of the spirit path first. Qin Zhou spoke slowly while the group was resting. There could only be one opportunity for spiritual enlightenment, and Qin Zining must hasten to the end of the spirit path. Bringing them along would only slow her down. The others nodded in agreement. If Qin Zining could seize the chance for spiritual enlightenment, her cultivation would surely advance significantly, rendering her unparalleled within the Kanglan domain. Moreover, she might even pass the trials of the sacred grounds, gaining entry into those esteemed sanctuaries. However, Qin Zining shook her head. No, during these past 3 years, we have acquired too many precious resources. Many would covet them. If I were to part ways with you, it would surely invite trouble. She spoke softly, expressing her concern for their safety. Although the opportunity for spiritual enlightenment was indeed precious, she would never agree to risk her companions' lives for it. Furthermore, the wealth they had amassed could greatly benefit not only themselves, but also the imperial family of the Daxia, enhancing the strength of the entire dynasty. The overall value of their collective gains would likely surpass that of her solitary enlightenment. Upon hearing her words, Qin Zhou and the others were somewhat taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt in their hearts. In the past, when Qin Ziling's meridians were damaged, they did not regard her as family. Little did they expect that now, she would willingly forsake the opportunity for spiritual enlightenment for their safety. You should reconsider. After all, it is. Qin Zhou and others attempted to persuade Qin Ziling. Yet at that moment, her delicate face became serious as she suddenly gazed toward the dense forest not far away. Who goes there? Come forth, she exclaimed. Her demeanor was entirely different from when she spoke to Qin Zhou and the others, now poised to draw her sword at any moment. Qin Zhou and the others looked in the direction she was fixated on, only to find everything appeared normal, devoid of any anomalies. Haha. I never expected you to be so cautious, to have discovered us. Just then, several figures emerged from the thicket, their faces pale and exuding an eerie aura. Are you here to plunder us as well? Qin Ziling coldly addressed them. Before you make a move, I hope you can reflect on this. Those who have attempted to rob us over the years have hardly survived. Haha. However, the sinister figures merely laughed. The leader, Inchio, wore a mocking expression as he said, the treasures you possess may seem alluring to others, but they do not pique our interest. Today, I shall make you bow to the moon-worshipping sect. The current leader of the moon-worship sect has fully revealed his predatory ambitions. Having renamed the demon cult to the moon-worshipping sect, considering himself the founder of this malevolent organization. The moon-worshipping sect? Upon hearing this name, Qin Zhou and the others were momentarily stunned, only to have their expressions shift dramatically as they exclaimed, Are you members of the Northern Wilderness Demon Sect? They had certainly heard of the name of the moon-worshipping sect leader, who was renowned as the greatest genius of the once mighty Kanglan domain. However, they had not anticipated that the demon sect would also dispatch individuals into the spirit path this time. You are rather astute, Silver Nine remarked coldly. Humph. A mere group of demon sect disciples thinks they can compel us to submit. What a delusion. Qin Zhou bellowed, an astonishing aura erupting from within him. He had attained the 4th heavenly layer of the Wheel Sea realm during these 4 years in the spirit path, having absorbed a plethora of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Boom. A long spear materialized in Qin Zhou's hand, its fiery red spiritual energy swirling as if engulfed in flames. In an instant, he surged forward, hurtling towards Silver Nine, scorching the surrounding grasslands to a charred yellow with the intense heat of his spiritual energy. As he reached Silver Nine, he thrust the spear forward with great force. Just the 4th heavenly layer of the Wheel Sea realm. How embarrassing to be here, he declared. Upon witnessing this, Silver Nine waved his large sleeve, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged towards Qin Zhou. Boom. The long spear collided with the oncoming wave of demonic energy, resulting in an extraordinary explosion of spiritual fluctuations that echoed thunderously. The rolling waves of energy spread out like ripples, and Qin Zhou was sent flying. Crashing heavily beside Qin Zining and the others, his countenance pale. The others were taken aback, hastily approaching to assist Qin Zhou and administer medicinal pills to him. Demonic energy. You are cultivators of the dark arts. Qin Zining exclaimed in horror. She had previously encountered disciples of the demonic sect, who were entirely different from those like Ingio, who had submitted to the dark forces and were infused with malevolent energy. The demonic energy released by Ingio just moments ago bore no resemblance to the black spiritual essence typically found within the disciples of the demonic sect. Ah, perceptive indeed. To recognize it so swiftly, Ingio sneered. Kneel and submit at once. You mere humans, practicing the techniques of the demon race is one thing. But to transform yourselves into demonic cultivators, becoming neither human nor demon, do you not feel a sense of shame towards the ancestors of humanity? Qin Zining retorted sharply. She held no particular aversion to the demonic sect, for her father had taught her the virtue of tolerance. Those associated with the sect did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter like the truly malevolent forces, and thus their paths merely diverged. However, the fact that these disciples of the demonic sect had now become demonic cultivators filled her with indignation. What gives you the right to judge us? Ingio, enraged and struck at a sensitive point, declared, Today, I shall ensure that all of you kneel at my feet and bow in submission. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from his being, unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the 8th layer of the Wheel C realm. Not just Ingio, but his companions also emanated powerful auras, the weakest among them being at the 4th layer of the Wheel C realm. They were already the prodigies of the demonic sect. Before entering the spirit path, they were forcibly infused with demonic energy by the moon worship leader, significantly enhancing their cultivation. Their prowess was astonishing. Furthermore, within this spirit path, they devoured a multitude of talented individuals, rendering their current cultivation truly formidable. Chapter 51. Exorcising evil from the world. These demonic cultivators are incredibly powerful. The already injured Qin Zhou's complexion turned pale as he felt an overwhelming pressure. Do not speak. Shortly, I will unleash my strongest river sword intent to hold them off. And then you must flee in different directions, Qin Zining said in a hushed, serious tone. Despite the multitude of demonic cultivators present, she felt that the hope for survival was exceedingly slim, yet she had to make an earnest attempt. For the past few years, they had centered their actions around her. And in this perilous moment, she could not betray their trust. She too possessed the cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Wheel C realm. And with all her strength, she could hold off Silver 9 and the others for a moment without issue. Absolutely not. Qin Zhou immediately refuted. Your swordsmanship talent is unparalleled. And you are the future hope of our great Xia dynasty. We cannot sacrifice you for our survival. He understood Qin Zining well. If she were to act, she would undoubtedly fight with her life to secure their escape. He vehemently opposed the idea of letting Qin Zining stay behind to buy them time. Indeed, Zining, among us, you are the one who must survive. We shall all strike together to obstruct these evil beings and buy you time to escape. The others echoed in agreement. During their journey through the spirit path, it was the youngest, Qin Zining, who had consistently shielded them, and now it was their turn to protect their beloved sister. Traitors of the human race, perish, Qin Zhou declared as he launched into action once more. Exhausting all the spiritual energy within him, he unleashed a formidable martial technique. The spear in his hand blazed with searing flames, raising the temperature of the entire area significantly. With a single thrust aimed at Silver 9, the sound of the piercing air was deafening. To vanquish demons and eradicate evil, such is the duty of a true man. Though we may perish today, the human race will endure, and one day, we shall eradicate you vile creatures entirely. At that moment, these princes and princesses no longer regarded themselves as mere members of royalty, but as valiant warriors of the human race. Enduring countless tribulations, humanity had achieved this prosperity amidst the heavens and earth. The extermination of demons was a collective responsibility resting upon their shoulders. They were determined to pay any price, even their lives, to ensure that these traitorous demonic cultivators faced consequences. The atmosphere was charged with a profound sense of solemnity. The demonic cultivators, sensing the resolve, prepared to strike, but Silver 9 intervened. A flicker of fireflies daring to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. How utterly foolish, he scoffed, stepping forward and swiftly forming a demonic seal with his hands. The seal radiated an ominous black light as it descended upon Qin Zhou and the others, emanating an overwhelming demonic presence. It felt as though mountains were in motion, rumbling ominously. Danger! Qin Zining exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. The royal brothers and sisters willingly embraced death to protect her, deeply moving her heart. Although she should turn and flee at this moment, she finds herself unable to do so. If her mere survival comes at the cost of her companions' lives, it would be better for her to perish. Boom. The long sword in Qin Zining's hand surged with overwhelming sword energy, producing a thunderous roar akin to crashing waves. She unleashed the Grand River Sword intent, striking forth with her blade. The vast sword aura, flowing like a river, surged toward the demonic seal descending upon them. Boom. The formidable martial techniques of Qin Zhou and the others, combined with Qin Zining's Grand River Sword intent, collided with the demonic seal, unleashing an explosion of terrifying energy. The rampant spiritual energy radiated outward from their point of impact, reminiscent of a tsunami, uprooting countless trees and reducing them to powder in midair. Puff. Silver Nine coughed up blood, staggering backward, his face growing increasingly pallid. However, Qin Zhou and the others were not faring any better. Thud. They were hurled several dozen feet away, crashing heavily to the ground, each spitting blood and their breaths becoming faint. Were it not for Qin Zining's timely intervention, they would have all fallen victim to the demonic seal. How are you all? Quickly take the healing pills. Qin Zining hurriedly approached, retrieving healing elixirs from her storage ring to offer to Qin Zhou and the others. Haha. Do you think that with us here, even if they consume the elixirs, they can survive? Silver Nine laughed maniacally. He audaciously devoured a companion, instantaneously restoring his own state. Although the other companions wore grim expressions, none dared to utter a word. For Silver Nine was the most favored disciple of the moon worship leader, second only to Fire Spirit. Qin Zining's delicate face was clouded with distress. Yet she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, the demonic cultivators behind Silver Nine began to disperse, encircling Qin Zining and her companions. Thunderous roars erupted as these individuals emanated a pitch-black demonic aura. Runes suddenly appeared beneath their feet, intertwining with those of other demonic cultivators, forming a sinister array. What is this? Confusion marred Qin Zining's features. If Silver Nine and the other demons intended to slay them, they could simply strike without such elaborate machinations. Why go to such lengths to set up a demonic array? The demon crossing diagram, Silver Nine declared ominously. In just a quarter of an hour, you shall lose your convictions and irrevocably transform into demonic cultivators, wholeheartedly embracing the faith of the demon race. This is the plan of the moon worship leader, to ensure that all imperial prodigies pledge their allegiance to the demon race. In a matter of decades, he could effortlessly assimilate all the dynasties, rendering them willingly loyal to him. At that time, unsealing all the demon suppression towers and joining forces to vanquish that enigmatic sword master would be a trivial task. You intend to turn us into vile demons? Qin Zining's countenance darkened upon hearing Silver Nine's words. To be transformed into a demonic cultivator, bound to the faith of the demon race, was a fate more unbearable than death itself. Qin Zhou and others found themselves in a similar predicament. They even contemplated the tragic resolution of ending their own lives. Suddenly, the entire demon crossing diagram began to operate. Wisps of demonic energy coalesced into ominous symbols, drifting towards them. Close your eyes, do not gaze upon these demonic scripts. Qin Zining exclaimed, promptly seating herself upon the ground, her eyes gently lowered to avert the haunting symbols swirling about. Upon hearing her command, Qin Zhou and the others hastily complied, settling down and closing their eyes. However, the efficacy of this action proved to be minimal. Once their eyes were shut, it felt as if they were ensconced within an endless abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, as an eerie force began to invade their consciousness. No, do not. Qin Zining's delicate visage turned ashen, struggling against the insidious power, yet she found herself immobilized, her awareness gradually fading as the demonic energy rampaged within her. Her perception of the external world vanished entirely. She was on the brink of succumbing. A profound sense of helplessness and despair enveloped both her and Qin Zhou. Clang. At that moment, the resonant sound of a sword echoed through the heavens and earth. Clang. The sword's cry reverberated, deafening and accompanied by a phenomenal surge of sword energy that unleashed havoc. The demon cultivators who had meticulously arranged the demon crossing diagram sensed an overwhelming danger and swiftly retreated. Alas, a few unfortunate souls were caught in the onslaught of sword energy, torn to shreds. With a soft sound, even those quick-reacting demonic cultivators who had retreated to a distance found themselves in a dire state, spitting blood and displaying pallid faces, severely injured. The operation of the demon crossing diagram ceased. And coupled with the resounding sword cry that reverberated through the heavens, Qin Zining and the others, who had been engulfed in an endless darkness, suddenly felt their consciousness clear. The demonic energy that had been eroding them began to dissipate. They opened their eyes to witness a remarkable sight. An incredibly pure sword intent was coalescing into a corporeal form in midair. What is this? The expressions of Qin Zining and her companions were filled with astonishment. Moments ago, they had been engulfed in darkness, as if trapped in an abyss. completely oblivious to their surroundings and unaware of the origin of this sword intent. Furthermore, they were ignorant of the fact that a mysterious sword master had manifested a corporeal form from sword intent to rescue Emperor Xia. Thus, as they beheld the figure materializing before them, they were left utterly astounded. What is happening? Yin Jiao and the others, who initially believed victory was assured, were taken aback to see an abundance of sword intent suddenly emerge within the demon crossing diagram, forming a distinct figure, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had never encountered such pure sword intent before, which instilled in them a profound sense of peril, as if witnessing the descent of a celestial sword immortal. At that moment, the astonishing sword intent had successfully coalesced into the avatar of Qin Feng. How are you? Are you all right? After manifesting his avatar, Qin Feng turned to Qin Zining beside him and inquired gently. Qin Zining, initially stunned by the manifestation of the sword intent, was taken aback when the figure suddenly turned its gaze towards her. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook her head, murmuring, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng employed his divine eye to scrutinize Qin Zining closely and confirmed that she was indeed unharmed, nodding in approval. Both Qin Zining and Qin Zhou were bewildered, unable to comprehend how Qin Feng had appeared so suddenly and why he expressed concern for their well-being. Are you human or a ghost? At that moment, Silver Nine, who had been astonished by Qin Feng's arrival, voiced his inner question. He had never encountered such a form of existence and was momentarily uncertain whether Qin Feng was human or a spirit from the realm of souls. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was about to become a ghost. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from within him, rendering Silver Nine and the others immobile. With a single step, he advanced to stand before Silver Nine. You cannot kill me. If you do, the moon worship leader will not spare you. Silver Nine exclaimed in terror, gazing at Qin Feng. The leader possesses the strength of the fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Should he harbor a grudge, your fate is sealed. Lacking any means of resistance, he could only resort to threatening Qin Feng. A mere fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm is nothing to me. I could slay him as one would a dog. Qin Feng replied coldly. As he spoke, mysterious runes manifested in his eyes, shimmering with a faint glow as he began to probe Silver Nine's consciousness. I wish to explore some information regarding the moon-worshipping sect's leader, curious as to how this figure suddenly transformed into a malevolent entity. Yin Jiu let out a heart-wrenching cry, feeling as if his consciousness were being meticulously stripped away layer by layer, laid bare for scrutiny. This agony surpassed the torment of death 100-fold. Soon, Qin Feng had thoroughly examined Yin Jiu's consciousness. Once again, it was for the sake of prolonging life he shook his head in resignation. Realizing that the leader of the moon-worshipping sect had succumbed to darkness in his quest for immortality. Subsequently, he put an end to the suffering of Yin Jiu, whose existence had become worse than death. Swish, swish, swish. As Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, he noticed that the other demonic cultivators, overwhelmed by fear, had already fled far into the distance, nearly vanishing from sight. Without further ado, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a barrage of sword lights directed at the fleeing adversaries. Puffed in the distant sky, crimson fireworks erupted explosively. The entire realm fell into silence, leaving only the astonished expressions of Qin Zhou and the others. What manner of being is this? Formed purely from sword energy, yet so formidable that even a cultivator at the 8th heavenly layer of the Wheel Sea realm could be annihilated in an instant. Could he possibly possess the prowess of a half-step Purple Mansion realm cultivator? Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. At that moment, Qin Ziling was the first to recover from her shock. She stepped forward slowly, respectfully expressing her gratitude to Qin Feng. However, a sense of unease lingered in her heart, as she remained uncertain of his true identity, and the peculiarity of his state was something she had never encountered before. Do not be alarmed, I assure you. I mean you no harm. Qin Feng spoke softly, urging, you may tend to your injuries first. As he spoke, he produced a vial of healing elixir and tossed it to Qin Ziqing. Thank you, esteemed elder. Qin Ziqing expressed her gratitude respectfully, hastily distributing the healing elixir among Qin Zhou and the others. They too expressed their heartfelt thanks to Qin Feng. This elixir, its quality must be at least of the 5th tier, if not higher. Qin Zhou exclaimed as the fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the air. They had never encountered such a high-grade elixir before. One by one, they consumed it, feeling a warm current swiftly enveloping their bodies, their injuries rapidly mending. System, please register my attendance on the spirit path. Qin Feng silently instructed the system. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Attendance successful. You have received a surge of spiritual energy. This reward cannot be stored within the system space. Please indicate whether you wish to use it, the mechanical voice of the system announced. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the most precious offering within the spirit path the surge of spiritual energy? To have acquired it directly through attendance was indeed unexpected. Use it, and bestow it upon Qin Ziqing, he instructed calmly. The greatest benefit of the surge of spiritual energy lies not in enhancing one's cultivation level, but in strengthening the practitioner's innate constitution. As he possessed the primordial chaotic sword body, his constitution required no further enhancement. Thus, it was more prudent to gift the surge to Qin Ziqing. Suddenly, as Qin Ziqing was about to inquire further, a tumultuous river appeared in the sky, cascading down with overwhelming force. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the vast river is entirely composed of exceptionally pure spiritual energy, condensed to an extent surpassing even 100 times that of divine stones. What is this? Qin Ziqing and her companions gazed at the spiritual energy surging from the sky, rendered momentarily speechless by their profound astonishment. At that moment, the torrent of energy descended upon Qin Ziqing, cascading down like a waterfall. The instant it made contact with her, it seamlessly entered her body. This spiritual energy required no refinement, allowing for immediate absorption. Qin Ziqing found herself completely enveloped by this energy, witnessing not only an elevation in her aura but also a strengthening of her very bones under the influence of such pure essence. What exquisite spiritual energy! Not all of the falling energy entered Qin Ziqing. Some scattered upon Qin Zhou and the others, eliciting their profound exclamations of wonder. They were bewildered by the phenomenon. Yet there was no time for contemplation as they eagerly absorbed the pure energy. Chapter 53. Spiritual Energy Bestowal. It seemed there was little danger now. Qin Feng observed Qin Ziqing and the others, who were being infused with spiritual energy, and remarked casually. Subsequently, his external incarnation dissipated into the winds. At that moment, Qin Ziqing, overwhelmed by the influx of energy, wore an expression of astonishment, unable to comprehend what was transpiring, and failed to notice the dissipating strands of sword intent entering the pure golden sword she carried. After a while, it became apparent that 70% of the surging energy had entered Qin Ziqing's body, propelling her cultivation to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, her innate constitution underwent a profound transformation, and the aura that emanated from her was distinctly altered, akin to that of a celestial maiden from the Jade Pool. The group, comprising Qin Zhou and others who had received a triple infusion of spiritual energy, also experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation, elevating them to the 8th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Is this the infusion of spiritual energy? Qin Ziqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Zhou and the others were equally astounded. Wasn't the infusion of spiritual energy reserved for those who were the first to reach the end of the spiritual path? Yet, the final segment of the spiritual path had not yet been opened. How could the infusion have already been bestowed upon them? Where has that elder gone? Qin Zhou cried out in bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziqing surveyed her surroundings and soon realized that the ethereal silhouette, which had previously manifested from the sword intent, had vanished without a trace at some unknown moment. In that instant, a multitude of questions erupted in their minds. In a mere half an hour, they had encountered an overwhelming series of events. Just then, the entire spiritual path suddenly reverberated with a deafening sound. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air, as resplendent light burst forth from the heavens. This brilliance transformed into countless beams, shooting towards all the prodigies who had entered the spiritual path. Is this an attempt to transport us away? Qin Zhou questioned, gazing at the enveloping white light in confusion. It seems the spiritual path is about to close. Qin Ziqing responded slowly. Once someone receives the infusion of spiritual energy, the spiritual path will automatically shut down. Although we are uncertain about the sudden infusion, it is likely the reason for the premature closure of the spiritual path. The radiant glow enveloping Qin Ziqing and her companions became increasingly blinding, until ultimately, they could discern nothing at all. When they next opened their eyes, they found themselves within the canyon. Simultaneously, all the other prodigies who had entered the spirit path were also transported out. In an instant, everyone who had ventured into the spirit path emerged, gazing around in utter bewilderment. What transpired? Was there still a year remaining for the spirit path? Why had it suddenly closed? Could it be that someone had already received the infusion of spiritual energy? How could that be? The final segment of the spirit path had yet to be unlocked. Even if a formidable being from the void refinement realm were to arrive, they could not prematurely obtain the infusion. Countless voices of confusion echoed throughout the canyon. All the prodigies exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their perplexity. Meanwhile, Qin Ziqing and her companions, overhearing the discussions, fell into a contemplative silence. In such a moment, should it become known that they had already received the infusion of spiritual energy, they would undoubtedly find themselves the target of collective ire. They did not linger, swiftly turning to soar in the direction beyond the canyon. Other prodigies within the canyon, fearing that others might seize their precious resources, hastily departed as well. With these treasures in hand, it was certain that, after this day, numerous formidable individuals would emerge within the Kanglan domain, potentially altering the power dynamics of the region. 3,000 miles away, in recent years, Elder Qin and his companions, residing closest to the canyon, were hastening towards the entrance of the spirit path. An overwhelming sense of urgency enveloped the atmosphere. What could have transpired for the soul jade of the Qinzhou princes to suddenly develop cracks, rendering them gravely injured and on the brink of death? A royal attendant wore an expression of profound gloom. Prior to Qin Xiling and the Qinzhou group entering the secret realm, each had bound a soul jade to themselves. Elder Qin and the others could monitor the status of Qin Xiling and her companions within the spiritual path through these soul jades. To their horror, they recently discovered that the soul jades of Qinzhou and his companions, with the exception of Qin Xiling, had all abruptly manifested cracks. This alarming development indicated that each of them was gravely wounded. The royal attendants were struck with shock, and they immediately set off towards the canyon. Fearing they had encountered some peril, they could only hope that Princess Xiling would lead them safely out of the spiritual path. Elder Qin's demeanor was equally grim as he murmured. Within the spiritual path, there existed several teleportation arrays allowing for early exit. However, upon hearing Elder Qin's words, the attendants present maintained their grave expressions. The simultaneous cracking of Qinzhou's soul jade suggested that their adversaries possessed an overwhelmingly formidable strength, far surpassing their own. It would be exceedingly challenging for Qin Xiling to guide them to the teleportation arrays within the spiritual path, as they could only silently pray for her safety. At that moment, one of the royal attendants suddenly pointed into the distance with an exclamation. "What are those figures?" Elder Qin and the others turned their gaze, their expressions shifting dramatically. It was indeed Qin Xiling and her companions. In the blink of an eye, the two parties converged. "Your Highness, did you not sustain severe injuries? Why does it appear that nothing has transpired?" Elder Qin and the royal attendants expressed profound bewilderment. Before them, Qin Xiling and Qinzhou exhibited no signs of severe injury. Not only were they unscathed, but their cultivation had also experienced a remarkable enhancement compared to their state in the spirit path, far exceeding their expectations. "We were indeed injured earlier, besieged by several formidable demonic cultivators," Qin Xiling spoke slowly. "Demonic cultivators? Have they infiltrated the spirit path?" Elder Qin's countenance shifted dramatically, filled with horror. "Indeed," Qin Xiling affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, she and Qinzhou recounted the encounter with Yinzhou and the others within the secret realm to Elder Qin. "Disciples of the moon worship sect have turned into demonic cultivators? They even wish to transform you into malevolent beings?" Upon hearing Qin Xiling's words, the royal attendants were engulfed in immense fury. The betrayal of the moon worship sect against humanity and their allegiance to evil beings was already reprehensible. Yet, their intent to convert Qin Xiling and her companions into followers of demonic entities was utterly intolerable. After all, Qin Xiling and her companions were core members of the great Xia royal family. Should they be transformed into malevolent beings, it would not take long before most of the royal family could be assimilated into the ranks of the wicked. At that point, the moon worship sect would effortlessly seize control over the entire great Xia dynasty. The scheme was indeed insidiously cunning. Then why did those demonic cultivators cease their actions? Elder Qin could not contain his inquiry. In his perspective, Qin Xiling and her companions were utterly defenseless against such powerful demonic foes. Thus, he presumed that their survival and escape from the spirit path must be attributed to the withdrawal of those demonic cultivators. Chapter 54. The dignity of the great Xia royal family. It was not that those malevolent beings had suddenly ceased their actions. Rather, a formidable swordsman had intervened, rescuing us. Qin Xining spoke slowly, then proceeded to recount the subsequent events to Elder Qin and the others. A figure whose form was indistinguishable, entirely comprised of sword energy? Upon hearing Qin Xining's words, Elder Qin and the other royal offerings exchanged glances, immediately recalling the mysterious savior who had once rescued the Emperor of Xia. The description provided by Qin Xining could not merely be deemed similar, it was an exact match. "Are you acquainted with that swordsman?" Noticing the change in Elder Qin's expression, Qin Xining inquired in astonishment. Elder Qin nodded. "That enigmatic swordsman has previously saved His Majesty. Moreover, at that time, he appeared just as you described. His form was composed of sword energy, and after saving His Majesty, he vanished into the ether." At this revelation, Qin Xining and Qinzhou were taken aback. They had presumed that the swordsman was merely a soul from the spirit path, never imagining he had already manifested within the imperial palace. Could it be that this swordsman has ties to our royal family? Qin Xining speculated, unable to suppress her thoughts. She even began to connect him with the figure from the malevolent demon mountains, noting that although their speech and sword techniques were entirely different, their mannerisms bore striking similarities. Moreover, She instinctively felt a connection, as if she and that swordsman were indeed acquainted. It remains uncertain whether it was merely a fleeting encounter or a frequent meeting. The others, including Qin Zhou, nodded in agreement with Qin Zining's conjecture. However, Elder Qin shook his head. As we previously speculated, that enigmatic master of the sword arts may indeed have some connection to our royal family. When you mentioned that this sword master saved you within the spirit path, my immediate reaction was also to consider that he might not only be related to our royal lineage, but could very well be one of us. After a brief pause, Elder Qin continued, yet, upon further reflection, this seems increasingly implausible. This mysterious sword master, both in terms of cultivation and age, surely surpasses the limits allowed for entry into the spirit path. Nevertheless, he was able to materialize a body from sword energy within the secret realm, indicating extraordinary powers. Not only our great Xia royal family, but throughout the annals of the Kanglan domain, such prowess is virtually unheard of. How could he possibly be one of our own? Although he serves as a vassal to the great Xia royal family, one cannot help but wonder what merits we possess to produce such a formidable being. Upon hearing Elder Qin's analysis, Qin Zining and the others fell into silence. How could such an extraordinary master possibly be associated with the great Xia royal family? By the way, since those demonic cultivators have been slain, how did you manage to leave the spirit path? Elder Qin suddenly recalled and inquired, perplexed. Initially, he had thought that Qin Zining and the others had managed to escape the spirit path, but now, learning that the demonic cultivators had been defeated, he wondered if they had been expelled from the spirit path instead. Those who have been expelled from the spirit path are not entirely absent, yet their numbers are exceedingly rare. Qin Zining and her companions possess commendable talent and innate qualities. Barring any grievous transgressions, there should be no reason for their expulsion. The other royal offerings shared expressions of bewilderment, for the spirit path had closed prematurely. Qin Zining spoke slowly. What? The spirit path only closes after someone has received the infusion of spiritual energy. How could it close ahead of time? This revelation left Elder Qin and the others in utter shock. Since its inception, the spirit path had never before exhibited such an early closure. Qin Zining and her companions disclosed the details of their spiritual energy infusion to Elder Qin and the others. Hiss. Elder Qin and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. The final segment of the spirit path had yet to be activated, and they had already received the infusion of spiritual energy? What on earth could this mean? Countless questions arose in their minds. We must return to the imperial city at once. After a moment, Elder Qin declared gravely, whether it was regarding Qin Zining's attainment of spiritual energy or the moon-worshipping sect's allegiance to the malevolent forces. These are matters of great significance that must be reported to Emperor Xia without delay. Furthermore, it is imperative that Qin Zining and her companions do not linger here. Should word of their spiritual energy infusion leak out, who can predict the magnitude of trouble that may ensue? Human nature can be treacherous, often harming others without any personal gain. Indeed, Qin Zining and her companions nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Elder Qin retrieved a palm-sized ancient warship from his storage ring, adorned with intricate, ancient array patterns. Thunder rumbled as he cast forth the ancient warship, its intricate patterns illuminating and expanding rapidly. Ultimately, it transformed into an immense vessel, suspended in midair. Let us embark, Elder Qin urged, leading Qin Ziling and the others aboard the venerable ship. This ancient warship, forged during the zenith of the great Xia dynasty's power before the Demon Sealing War, boasted formidable defensive formations, ensuring utmost safety. Now, only a few of these majestic ships remained, to safeguard Qin Ziling and her companions from any potential threats after acquiring precious materials. The Emperor of Xia had specifically instructed Elder Qin to carry this ancient vessel. With everyone aboard, the ship began its journey towards the imperial city of Great Xia, propelled by the activation of its formations. Along the way, they encountered other formidable sects and powerful dynasties, their ancient warships soaring through the skies, evidently en route to retrieve their own prodigies. The treasures found within the Spirit Road promised significant cultivation advancements for the numerous strong practitioners within these factions, necessitating their urgent attention. Upon receiving the news, they hastened to arrive. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. It appeared that the moon-worshipping sect leader had encountered some malevolent entity overseas and ultimately chose to embrace the path of demonic cultivation. Qin Feng murmured to himself. From Yingzhou's consciousness, he not only gleaned the cultivation level of the moon-worshipping sect leader, but also acquired a wealth of other information. It was imperative to thoroughly investigate the mysterious malevolence lurking in the depths of the sea. As the conversation waned, Qin Feng rose and gradually made his way toward the outskirts of the imperial palace. He was resolute in his vigilance against the unknown perils that lay ahead. He resolved to seek out the moon worship leader to gather intelligence regarding the malevolent entity lurking within the depths of the ocean. Such foresight would ensure that, should this evil manifest in the Kanglan domain, he would not be caught unprepared. Additionally, this journey served the purpose of avenging Qin Feng and her companions. After departing from the imperial city, Qin Feng soared northward toward the desolate plains. Chapter 55, The Autumn Osmanthus. The 10 miles of lotus flowers to the north of the Kanglan domain stretches an endless expanse of wilderness. Human settlements are scarce, yet scattered tribes often populate the region. These tribes are nearly all martial, subsisting primarily through herding and seizing any opportunity to descend southward for raids, plundering several major dynasties and sections. Deep within the wilderness lies a vast complex of ancient palaces, exuding an air of antiquity. However, this once noble architecture now bears an added aura of malevolence. Black demonic miasma drifts through the sky, rendering even the daylight a somber affair. At this moment, outside the main hall, the moon worship leader stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing toward the direction of the spiritual path. Leader, the saintess remains averse to consuming the blood offerings I have procured for her, and has even spoken disrespectfully toward you, reported the 7th elder of the demonic sect with utmost deference. During this period, they had conducted a thorough purge within the sect, imprisoning those unwilling to embrace demonic cultivation, relegating them to become sustenance for others. Only Fire Spirit remained an exception. Still resistant, is she? Upon hearing this, the moon worship leader's eyes glimmered with a cold light, and he spoke calmly. Take her to my residence. Tonight, I shall personally infuse a trace of dark energy into her being. He had always held high hopes for his disciple, Horlinger, indulging her greatly. However, her reluctance to pledge loyalty to the dark forces compelled him to teach her a lesson. The 7th elder of the demon sect nodded in agreement before turning and departing from the main hall. Meanwhile, the moon worship leader's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the spirit path. Is the leader concerned for Ingio and his companions? Inquired the 2nd elder of the demon sect slowly. What is there to worry about? The moon worship leader replied nonchalantly. With my assistance, their cultivation has been directly enhanced. By the time they enter the spirit path, their abilities will have already surpassed the so-called top talent, Qin Feng. No one can impede their plans. He regarded his scheme as flawless. As long as Ingio and his companions executed it diligently, no errors would arise. Within the spirit path, no one could thwart their efforts to transform Qin Feng and others into devout followers of the dark arts. Indeed, the 2nd elder remarked thoughtfully. Once those princes and princesses become adherents of the dark arts, numerous dynasties will have to bow before the leader, submitting in reverence. It is high time our disciples, who have dwelled in the wilderness for so many years, venture south to witness the autumn's golden osmanthus and the 10-mile lotus blossoms, said the moon worship leader gently. In comparison to the south, the northern environment is exceedingly harsh, a veritable land of desolation. The other elders, upon hearing these words, were also filled with a sense of yearning. The great Xia dynasty once boasted a venerable scholar whose composition, Water Dragon Chant, Nostalgia for Westlake, gained renown across the realm. The vivid portrayal of the West Lake within it ignited their deep longing. However, being situated in the north and affiliated with the demonic sect, they had never been afforded the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Now that several great dynasties lay prostrate at their feet, what place in the Kanglan region was beyond their reach? With the leader at the helm, the enduring legacy of our sect shall remain unblemished through the ages, declared the 2nd elder of the sect. Great moon cultivator, your grand vision shall indeed transcend the ages, echoed the other elders in unison. They genuinely believed that they were fortunate to have such an astute figure as the great moon cultivator, who could conceive such an impeccable strategy. The great moon cultivator, however, wore an expression of tranquility, for his aspirations extended far beyond the confines of the Kanglan region. The entire ancient continent lay within his sights. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's figure descended at a distance of several hundred zhang from this ancient edifice. Mysterious runes flickered within his eyes as he surveyed the area for any hidden formations. Caution was always Qin Feng's modus operandi. Unlike others who might recklessly exploit their formidable cultivation, he understood that even the most powerful might meet their demise if ensnared within a formation. The quality of this demonic array was indeed commendable. After a moment, Qin Feng discerned that the entire palace complex was enveloped in the formation's grasp. He remarked, alas, it is merely commendable. With that, he took a step forward, striding towards the palace complex. Although the demonic array was formidable, it posed no threat to him. Who dares to come here? Are you seeking death? Several disciples of the dark sect stationed at the entrance bellowed fiercely. It is imperative to remember that this is the sacred ground of the dark sect. Even the loyal leaders of their vast tribes are forbidden to enter without permission. Since the moon-worshipping leader pledged allegiance to the sinister forces, this rule has become even more stringent. Ignoring the shouts directed at him, Qin Feng exuded an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, the disciples guarding the entrance were reduced to a mist of blood, not even having the chance to scream. Qin Feng remained utterly calm as he continued deeper into the palace complex. Along the way, numerous disciples of the dark sect noticed the ominous presence of Qin Feng and attempted to take action, yet they were powerless against the oppressive force radiating from him. Swiftly meeting the same bloody fate, the scent of blood permeated the air. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the moon-worshipping sect? At last, a powerful figure from the dark sect sensed the disturbance and charged forth. This formidable warrior was enveloped in dark mist, evidently having consumed many human cultivators, and with the aid of a magical formation, had ascended to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. You have provoked someone you ought not to have, Qin Feng remarked coolly. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, unleashing a blade of light that shot towards the dark sect warrior. The astonishing sword aura instantly carved terrifying gashes into the ancient structures surrounding them. What a fearsome sword intent! The dark sect warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. His cultivation surpassed that of the other disciples of the demonic sect, enabling him to perceive with greater clarity the sheer terror of the sword light before him. He hastily summoned a small cauldron, a formidable magical artifact, in an attempt to obstruct the deadly sword light unleashed by Qin Feng. Crack! However, the sword light was too fearsome. It pierced through the cauldron effortlessly and surged towards the demonic practitioner, easily penetrating his body. This spectacle left the other disciples who had rushed to the scene utterly astonished. We must report to the sect leader. This individual is too powerful, someone shouted. Immediately, several figures darted towards the main hall. The remaining disciples of the demonic sect attempted to unite their efforts, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to encircle and eliminate Qin Feng. Unfortunately, they severely underestimated him while overestimating their own capabilities. With a swift motion, Qin Feng conjured the fire sword spirit in his hand and swung it with precision. The fierce sword light, imbued with intense heat, effortlessly eradicated a multitude of the demonic disciples. Even the ancient structures around them crumbled under the residual force of the sword light. Despite their significant numbers, the disciples found themselves unable to withstand even a fraction of Qin Feng's might. Each strike he delivered reaped countless lives, blood flowing freely across the ground, creating a gruesome path of corpses in his wake. Before the main hall, the moon worship sect leader and others suddenly heard the sound of a sword ringing, and they cast bewildered glances towards the source of the sound. What could possibly be happening? Could it be that someone has dared to intrude here? The second elder of the demon sect expressed his confusion. At that moment, a disciple of the demon sect rushed in, panic-stricken. Leader, something terrible has happened. A formidable swordsman has forcefully breached our defenses, and many disciples and powerful members of our sect have met a tragic end at his hands. The eyes of the demon sect disciple were filled with terror and urgency. No one can stop him. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions changed dramatically. They knew that the area was fortified with a magical array, and there were numerous strong individuals within the sect capable of reaching the second or even third level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, they were utterly powerless against this intruding swordsman. His strength was overwhelming. Could such a powerful swordsman be the one who aided the great Xia dynasty in exterminating the ancient corpses? The second elder of the demon sect said gravely. As his words fell, the other elders began to murmur among themselves, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. It was rumored that this was a being of the fifth level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, even if that were the case, what could be done? The moon worship sect leader, however, remained composed, stating calmly, "As long as he dares to come here, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death." Initially, he had harbored some trepidation regarding this enigmatic swordsman, which had led him to meticulously plot the matters within the spirit path. However, now that the opponent had arrived, he could finally strike decisively and eliminate him, thus saving himself the trouble of gradually manipulating the various dynasties. After all, this place is fortified by a magical array. Do you truly wish for my demise? Just as the words of the moon worship sect leader fell, a voice, devoid of any emotion and remarkably indifferent, suddenly echoed from outside. Are you absolutely certain? Qin Feng stepped gracefully into the plaza outside the main hall, calmly gazing at the leader of the moon worship sect. With a single strike, he could slay 10 foes, yet he arrived here unscathed, as ethereal as an immortal. The appearance of Qin Feng astonished the many elders of the demonic sect present, for they had not anticipated that the enigmatic swordsmanship master of legend would be so youthful. Even the moon worship sect leader, whose countenance was typically devoid of expression, revealed a hint of surprise. Who might you be? It appears we have no grievances between us. Correct? The leader of the moon worship sect inquired slowly, her tone frigid. What does it matter if you discern my identity? Today, you shall still meet your end. Qin Feng replied with unwavering indifference. As he spoke, a surge of sword intent erupted from within him. An astonishing wave of sword energy burst forth, accompanied by the resonant sound of sword cries, causing his garments to billow. Since you refuse to disclose your identity, I shall be compelled to erect a nameless monument in your honor, the leader of the moon worship sect retorted, her expression as dark as water. The moment her words fell, the magical array here sprang into full operation, with crimson patterns appearing across numerous structures, casting the area into an infernal and eerie ambience, radiating an unsettling aura. Although the moon worship sect leader was merely at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, her power was significantly augmented within the confines of this magical array. Do not speak of cultivators at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion. Even those at the 7th or 8th level could easily be slain by him. The sect leader must swiftly eliminate this individual to avenge our fallen disciples. As numerous disciples of the demon sect arrived and witnessed this scene, they were struck by the formidable power of the moon-worshipping sect leader, and they cried out in unison. Many of their comrades had been slaughtered, and their hatred for Qin Feng reached a fever pitch. This demonic formation is nothing extraordinary. Observing this demonic array, Qin Feng calmly remarked. Initially, he had only estimated its power from the outside, but now he realized he had somewhat overestimated it. Perhaps due to the insufficient concentration of demonic energy in this location, the formation could not unleash its full might. Humph! The ignorant fear nothing. Upon hearing this, the moon-worshipping sect leader was enveloped in swirling black demonic energy, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura, gathering an astonishing amount of demonic energy within his palm. He instantaneously coalesced it into a pitch-black, demonic seal. This seal, akin to a jade tablet, surged forth, aiming to suppress Qin Feng. The moment it detached from the moon-worshipping sect leader, the seal rapidly absorbed the surrounding demonic energy, swelling with the wind until it was nearly the size of a hill in the blink of an eye. The intricate details of the seal became increasingly vivid, with mystical and complex demonic patterns at its base, exuding an ominous aura, as if it sought to annihilate all living beings in the world. Witnessing this, Qin Feng showed no hesitation and unleashed the desolation rupture divine slash. Thunderous roars echoed as golden sword energy swiftly coalesced into a sword spirit in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden light. Moreover, at the hilt of the sword's soul, intricate and profound inscriptions encircled it in a ring, exuding a fearsome aura of swordsmanship. With a single stroke, a golden blade of light, extending several dozen yards, surged forth, interwoven with those enigmatic inscriptions, aimed directly at the demonic seal. Wherever it passed, it carved deep gorges into the ground. Boom! The clash between the blade of light and the demonic seal unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. The contrasting hues of gold and black engulfed the surroundings, surging forth like a tsunami. Despite the protective magic array surrounding the structures, a significant portion of the area collapsed around the square. Numerous weaker disciples of the demonic cult were instantly reduced to ashes. Those elders, bound to the magic array, survived. Yet each bore severe injuries, their faces ashen. How can you be so powerful? The expression of the moon-worshipping sect master finally shifted. He realized that Qin Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations, surpassing not only the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, but even extending beyond the 7th level. Now, do you still wish to erect a monument before me? Qin Feng remarked coolly. As he spoke, he moved in an instant, appearing directly before the moon-worshipping sect master, his terrifying speed causing the sect master's complexion to change drastically. Clang! At that moment, the sword soul of fire had coalesced in Qin Feng's hand, and he struck down fiercely with a single stroke. The searing sword aura radiated a dreadful presence. Damn it! The moon-worshipping sect master gazed at the descending sword soul, his expression exceedingly grim. He fervently summoned the powers within the formation, harnessing the overwhelming demonic energy to swiftly conjure a pitch-black barrier before him, intent on withstanding the strike of Qin Feng's sword. Yet, with a resounding crack, the might encapsulated in Qin Feng's blade proved to be utterly formidable. The barrier, forged from the collective strength of the entire formation by the moon-worshipping sect leader, was rendered insignificant, shattering instantaneously. Not only that, but after obliterating the obsidian shield, the sword spirit in Qin Feng's grasp retained its ferocity, continuing its relentless descent toward the body of the moon-worshipping sect leader. Chapter 57. Dual moons in the sky. With a sickening sound, Qin Feng's strike cleaved the moon-worshipping sect leader into fragmented pieces, blood and flesh scattering across the battlefield in a grotesque display. The sight was horrifically sanguine. Sect leader. This scene elicited gasps of horror from all surviving disciples of the demon sect, their eyes wide with terror. Their leader, A formidable figure at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, bolstered by such a powerful demonic formation, had been unable to withstand a single blow from this individual? You scoundrel! You dare to destroy my corporeal form! Today, I vow to rend your body into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, the heavens echoed with the furious roar of the moon-worshipping sect leader. In that fleeting instant before his demise at the hands of Qin Feng, he had chosen to merge with the formation, miraculously preserving his consciousness. You may have severed my physical form, but do you truly believe you can extinguish my life? Qin Feng retorted coldly. As he spoke, a tempest of sword energy surged around him, the sound of his blade resonating fiercely. He intended to annihilate the demonic formation in its entirety, leaving no opportunity for the moon-worshipping sect leader to survive. Vile wretch! Today you shall witness the terrifying might of the dark arts, bellowed the moon-worship leader. The entire demonic formation began to whirl in a frenzy, engulfing the sky in a tempest of malevolent energy that rendered the surroundings as dark as night. Simultaneously, crimson beams of light began to coalesce in the heavens, culminating in the manifestation of a blood moon, arching majestically across the sky. The sanguine radiance cascaded downwards, rapidly eroding the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng, transforming it into demonic essence that sought to invade him. This is the blood moon technique. Beneath its glow, all must submit, declared the blood moon leader, expending his last remnants of primordial power to embody the moon and unleash his most formidable secret art, intent on erasing Qin Feng from existence. Heh. Since you are the moon worship leader, allow me to present you with a resplendent moon of my own for your reverence. Qin Feng retorted with a cold smirk. He ascended into the air, treading upon the void. In an instant, darkness enveloped the realm, while behind him, a magnificent spectacle began to emerge. It was an expansive ocean, its waves tumultuously crashing, the roar of the tides deafening. Above the sea, a luminous moon rose gracefully, casting its pure, sacred light upon the waters, creating a shimmering reflection that sparkled like diamonds. In that moment, Qin Feng melded seamlessly with the breathtaking vista behind him. This scene left all the disciples of the demonic sect in awe. 2 moons graced the sky, a sight seldom beheld throughout the ages. What is this? Gazing at the vast ocean and the luminous moon behind Qin Feng, the voice of the moon worship leader resonated with sheer terror, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. This was an omen, the moon rising over the sea, perfectly suited for your demise. As he spoke, the moon behind Qin Feng began to rotate slowly. A dazzling radiance cascaded down, swirling through the air and showering upon the blood moon, which was the manifestation of the moon worship leader. No. The moon worship leader felt the imminent threat of death and shouted in horror. He yearned to flee. Yet, alas, the moon behind Qin Feng rendered him utterly motionless, completely immobilized. Amidst the despairing cries of the moon worship leader, the blood moon was gradually dissolved by the descending light. Simultaneously, mysterious runes flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, commencing the reading of the moon worship leader's consciousness to uncover the malevolent secrets hidden within the depths of the sea. Before long, both the moon worship leader and the surrounding demonic formations dissipated into the ether. Below, none of the disciples of the dark cult could evade the chilling echoes of anguished screams, casting the scene into a realm akin to a hellish purgatory. However, shortly thereafter, the cries subsided, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. The extraordinary phenomenon behind Qin Feng gradually faded as well. The malevolent entity remained ensnared in the depths of the ocean, within a fragmented continent, seemingly possessing a cultivation level surpassing the void refinement realm. Reflecting on the information gleaned from the moon worship leader's consciousness, Qin Feng murmured, "It appears that once this matter concludes, I too must diligently enhance my cultivation. The population of the eternal continent is in the trillions, vast and boundless. Even a formidable cultivator at the void refinement stage would find it nearly impossible to traverse the continent in their lifetime without the aid of a teleportation array. However, when compared to the infinite ocean, the eternal continent appears somewhat diminished. Within the ocean lie countless islands, myriad small factions, and even fragments of land whose origins remain a mystery, fraught with peril. It is not particularly unusual for a void refinement cultivator to become ensnared there." Shaking his head, Qin Feng chose to dismiss such thoughts and instead summoned the system to register his presence. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in and acquiring the Haotian mirror. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Qin Feng's ears. In the system space, a mirror, resembling the moon, materialized and floated in midair. The Haotian mirror is neither metallic nor jade-like in nature. It appears ancient and is adorned with archaic inscriptions and images of cloud dragons and mythical birds. Seemingly embossed, yet utterly seamless, neither carved nor painted, deeply ingrained within its essence. It is truly remarkable. The Haotian mirror? What connection does it have with the legendary Haotian Tower among the 10 great artifacts of antiquity? Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur. He glanced at the description of the Haotian mirror, but found scant information, with no mention of any relation to the Haotian Tower. It merely noted that the brilliance within the Haotian mirror is exceptionally restraining against evil entities. Regardless, it should still prove to be a fine treasure, Qin Feng mused. He then averted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. The structures here had largely collapsed, leaving only the outer areas unscathed. Moreover, through the divine pupil, Qin Feng observed that within a cluster of edifices to the north of the Grand Hall, numerous disciples of the demonic sect appeared to be imprisoned. However, he chose to disregard them, as they were clearly not practitioners of dark magic, but rather disciples unwilling to embrace such a path. Ascending into the air, he intended to depart. Within a lavish palace in the northern region that remained unscathed, a stunning woman clad in a black robe, her figure gracefully undulating, slowly emerged from the palace. Gazing at the scene outside, her delicate face was etched with astonishment. After being brought here by the second elder, Huolinger had succumbed to the enchantment of the demonic mist, and in fear of her taking her own life, she had been kept unconscious. Upon awakening, she found herself amid such a bewildering spectacle. Someone had come and slain that old scoundrel, Baiyu. Huolinger realized that the demonic formation had been dismantled, and Baiyu's presence had vanished without a trace. A smile of sheer joy blossomed on her face, captivating all who beheld it. Although Baiyu was her master, he had pledged allegiance to the forces of evil, a fact she found deeply disgraceful. She shared the sentiments of the Grand Elder, believing that the true purpose of the demonic sect was to assist human cultivators in discovering an alternative path to cultivation rather than wallowing in corruption alongside malevolent forces. Why does that figure seem so familiar? At that moment, Huolinger suddenly noticed a silhouette rising into the air from the direction of the main hall's plaza, evoking a profound sense of familiarity within her. In an instant, the image of the prince who had once saved her within the realms of the great Xia dynasty flashed through her mind. The two figures, in that fleeting moment, appeared to align perfectly. Chapter 58. The ancestor of the moon and darkness as the flickering light of the fire spirit flickered in her eyes. Qin Feng's figure had already soared towards the distant horizon. She rose, intent on pursuing him, yet a bitter smile crossed her lips as she mused. What foolish thoughts am I entertaining? That prince, Qin Feng, has been condemned to guard the imperial tomb for my sake. How could he possibly possess such formidable strength to confront that old fiend, Baiyu? Firelinger felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Qin Feng. Thus, upon witnessing another person indirectly rescue her, her thoughts drifted back to his silhouette. Although she had not developed feelings for Qin Feng out of gratitude for his earlier rescue, the remorse she harbored for his plight lingered in her heart, believing she had caused his confinement within the imperial tomb. For years, Firelinger had sought to liberate Qin Feng. When the corpse transport sect launched their assault on the imperial city, she had foreseen their plans and ventured alone to the city, hoping to rescue Qin Feng following the sect's breach of the palace. Alas, that detestable mysterious figure had intervened, annihilating the ancient corpses and thwarting her opportunity. Saintus, the lord of Baiyu, and all his followers have been slain. At that moment, other disciples of the demonic sect, unwilling to embrace the path of demonic cultivation, began to escape as the formation was shattered. Some, filled with excitement, approached Firelinger to inform her. Yes, I am already aware, Firelinger replied, her countenance returning to its frosty demeanor, resembling an icy beauty, keeping all at a distance. With the demise of the moon worship leader, it is now time for you, as the holy maiden, to assume the position of leader, someone suggested. The others regarded her with expectant expressions. If Firelinger were to take on the role of leader, she would undoubtedly not pledge allegiance to the evil forces, and thus the demonic sect would not be able to operate as it once did. However, I have no interest in the position of leader, Firelinger replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many disciples shifted. Holy maiden, if you do not take on the mantle of leader, who will? They urged. The tale of Baiyu becoming a pawn of darkness will soon spread throughout the Kanglan domain. Are we to remain here and accept his punishment? Firelinger maintained her tranquility and slowly spoke. This sect has lost its purpose for existence. The members fell into a contemplative silence at her words. In truth, they had already harbored such thoughts before arriving, though they were reluctant to accept them. After all, the demonic sect, with its thousands of years of legacy, was now crumbling in their hands, and they felt a sense of betrayal towards the sect's forebears. Where does the holy maiden intend to go? Someone inquired. As the others turned their gazes towards Firelinger, I am uncertain. She paused momentarily before responding softly, but it certainly will not be to remain here. She had lingered in the wasteland for far too long and felt it was time to venture out. Perhaps she would explore other regions within the Kanglan domain. or maybe even leave the Kanglan domain altogether to witness the broader world beyond. Everything remained uncertain. The crowd, upon hearing her words, fell into a resigned silence. Subsequently, Hualingo offered words of comfort to the crowd before soaring into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. The onlookers gazed at the collapsed ruins, shaking their heads in resignation. Their hearts filled with an unquenchable hatred towards Baiyu, yet powerless to act. One by one, they departed. Thus, the infamous demonic sect, renowned for millennia, met its abrupt demise. In the vast and boundless ocean, there lies a fragmented continent, several hundred times larger than an ordinary isle, yet still far inferior to the ancient mainland, merely the size of half of the Kanglan domain. At the heart of this incomplete land, within a colossal chasm, malevolent energy surged violently, with waves of dark aura nearly reaching the heavens. At this moment, above the canyon, a monstrous visage of a skull formed from the swirling demonic energy, its eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames. Lo and behold, it was the ancient ancestor, Yu Ming. During the demon-suppressing war a millennium ago, he was besieged by powerful human warriors, grievously injured in his escape, and found refuge in this incomplete continent, discovering an abundance of spiritual energy within the chasm, intending to recuperate. However, he did not anticipate the presence of a lingering formidable formation that ensnared him within. To this day, he remains trapped. Ancestor, Baiyu has conveyed news that within the Kanglan domain, there exists a formidable swordsman seeking dominion. It will be exceedingly challenging to seize control over the Kanglan domain directly. He intends to manipulate the princes of various dynasties to gradually assert influence over them. To fully dominate the Kanglan domain, it may require a century. At one side of the canyon, several individuals, equally emanating remarkable malevolence, solemnly reported to Yu Ming. A century? Upon hearing these words, the ancient ancestor of Moonshade exhibited evident dissatisfaction. However, aside from Baiyu, he possessed no other formidable individuals at his disposal. Thus he refrained from further comment. Over the years, he had transformed numerous islanders who ventured onto this continent into demonic cultivators to assist him in gathering sustenance. Yet, the population of islanders across the various isles of the ocean was exceedingly scant, despite the relentless search of his subordinates. They could only manage to maintain his cultivation level from declining. Should he dispatch more potent beings to the Kanglan domain, it was likely that Baiyu would not have the opportunity to lead the domain before he himself succumbed to a decline in cultivation and was obliterated by the formation. At that moment, a figure rushed in, eyes wide with terror. "Ancestor, the soul jade of Baiyu has just shattered," exclaimed the figure, cradling the fragmented crimson stone in trembling hands. This jade was not only instrumental in controlling the demonic energy within Baiyu, but also served to monitor his condition. "What did you say?" The countenance of Moonshade's ancestor shifted dramatically, his eyes burning with a deeper, ghostly fire as he focused on the shattered jade, confirming its ruin. Enraged, he bellowed, "How could this happen? Did Baiyu not possess a flawless plan?" Yet, his furious inquiries found no answer, for the sole individual privy to the truth, Baiyu, had already met his demise. A terrifying aura of demonic might emanated from him, causing the numerous figures surrounding him to tremble in sheer terror, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear. After a prolonged silence, the ancient ancestor of Moonshade gradually regained his composure. "Ancestor, what shall we do next?" A sorcerer, suppressing his fear, inquired, "What else can we do? We can only attempt to utilize the magic formation to forcibly break through the seal here." The ancient ancestor, Yu Ming, replied with a somber expression. Besides enhancing his cultivation to escape this place, he had another method: to arrange powerful magic formations around the canyon to forcefully break free. However, the chances of success were dismally low, barely exceeding 30%. If successful, he would not only escape, but also convert the residual formidable formations within the canyon into his own cultivation power. Should he fail, it would mean certain death. What materials are needed to set up the magic formation? "We shall assist the ancestor in gathering them at once," the others exclaimed eagerly upon hearing this. Subsequently, the ancient ancestor revealed the materials required for the formation, and they hastily departed to collect them. That detestable fiend. Yu Ming glared furiously in the direction of the Kanglan domain. He vowed that if he managed to escape alive, he would ensure that the one who killed Baiyu would meet a fate worse than death, to assuage the hatred festering within his heart. Chapter 59. The carefree sword Immortal Qin Ziqing and her companions returned to the imperial city aboard the ancient warship. The Summer Emperor and Qin Junyan were deliberating in the imperial study when they were taken aback by the sudden early return of Qin Ziqing and her group. As Qin Ziqing recounted the events that transpired in the spirit path, the expressions of the Summer Emperor and the others transformed into sheer astonishment. They felt that the occurrences within the spirit path were far more staggering than all the incidents from previous spirit paths combined. The Emperor of the Great Xiao was both astonished by the substantial enhancement of Qin Xiling and her companion's cultivation through the infusion of spiritual energy, and infuriated that the demon sect had become the minion of evil. However, he was even more astounded by the enigmatic sword master, who possessed extraordinary abilities that allowed him to enter the secret realm and rescue Qin Xiling and the others. Ah! If only such a formidable being were one of our great Xiao royal family, I would willingly abdicate the throne. The emperor sighed deeply. Years had passed, and his lifespan was nearing its end. He appeared increasingly listless. Regrettably, our great Xiao royal family is too weak to accommodate such illustrious talents, Qin Junyan remarked helplessly. The other ministers and royal family members wore expressions of wry amusement, fully aware of the limitations of their dynasty's strength. Regardless, the fact that Xiling and her companions were unharmed and had gained great fortune was indeed a stroke of good fortune for them. The emperor spoke slowly. The immediate priority is to inform the other major dynasties about the demon sect's allegiance to evil. He was convinced that the demon sect's ambitions extended far beyond just Qin Xiling and her companions. The princes and princesses of other dynasties were likely in peril as well. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and began to deliberate in earnest. Qin Xiling and Qin Zhou subsequently departed from the imperial study. Shortly thereafter, the Minister of Rites, in accordance with the emperor's wishes, began drafting a confidential letter to be dispatched to the major dynasties, proclaiming to the world the demon sect's fealty to evil. Meanwhile, at this moment, Qin Feng had returned to the imperial mausoleum. Achoo! Qin Feng could not help but sneeze, murmuring, "Why do I feel as though someone is speaking of me?" A sense of bewilderment washed over him. There were few individuals with whom he had any connection, only Qin Zining and Chu Xiong among them. If anyone wished to see him, they would come directly to the royal mausoleum. There was no need for them to speak of him. After pondering for a considerable time without recalling any overlooked acquaintances, he dismissed the thought, shaking his head as he prepared to resume his cultivation. He did not remain reclined on the chair, allowing the Longxing Sutra to autonomously absorb the sword intent and earth spirit stalactite essence he had acquired. Instead, he seated himself upon a stone and actively commenced the operation of his technique. Thunderous sounds resonated as the Longxing Sutra within Qin Feng began to circulate, causing the formidable sword energy he had acquired to shatter and transform into wisps of mist-like sword energy that entered his body through his breath and skin. The surrounding flora was swiftly severed by this ethereal sword energy. The earth spirit stalactite essence he had ingested began to rapidly refine into supremely pure spiritual energy, surging into his meridians as his technique progressed. Gradually, Qin Feng's aura began to ascend, compared to the autonomous operation of the Longxing Sutra. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was evidently accelerated. The allegiance of the moon-worshipping sect to the malevolent forces had spread throughout the Kanglan domain within just a few days, leaving the world in astonishment. The world initially perceived the disciples of the demonic sect as mere practitioners of the dark arts, who, while engaging in their sinister cultivation, did not necessarily resort to devouring humanity for the enhancement of their powers. This notion was somewhat tolerable, as annihilation did not appear to be the only recourse. However, the tide has turned, and now all factions are eager to eradicate the demonic sect with haste, particularly the various imperial dynasties. Upon receiving the missive from Emperor Xia, detailing the sinister designs of the moon-worshipping sect leader, they swiftly scrutinized their own royal offspring princes and princesses who had ventured into the spiritual realm. To their astonishment, some had already succumbed to the allure of the dark forces. This predicament transcended mere engagement in the demonic arts. It revealed that these royals had fundamentally embraced the twisted ideologies of the demonic race, leaving the imperial courts in a state of perplexity, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, they resolved to confine these princes and princesses under soft house arrest, gradually administering elixirs for the cultivation of their spiritual awareness, hoping to restore their former selves. Concurrently, the major dynasties convened to deliberate strategies for countering the demonic sect. The existence of such a faction loyal to the dark forces posed an urgent threat that must be swiftly extinguished, regardless of the cost. For their survival could not be tolerated. No one understood the peril posed by the dark forces to humanity better than the imperial families. Yet, amidst their fervent preparations, astonishing news emerged from the northern wastelands. A lone warrior wielding a sword had slain the moon-worshipping sect leader along with all disciples loyal to the dark forces. The saintly figure, Huolinger, departed, leading to the complete disintegration of the demonic sect. When this news first broke, disbelief reigned, as many found the tale utterly contradictory. Amidst the whispers of rumor, the prowess of the moon-worshipping sect's leader had reached the formidable heights of the fifth stage of the Purple Mansion realm. augmented by a powerful demonic formation, rendering him an unparalleled entity in existence. How could it be that someone from the Kanglan domain could slay such a being with naught but a sword? However, as the news spread, various empires dispatched envoys to the northern wastelands, and upon witnessing the desolate ruins, they were compelled to believe. Anyone who had laid eyes upon the overwhelming demonic aura and the terrifying sword energy within the ruins felt their souls tremble, gripped by an instinctual fear. It was truly horrific. Initially, the Kanglan domain had been shaken to its core by the moon-worshipping sect's allegiance to the demonic cult, but now, a greater uproar ensued. What could have transpired? Such a powerful cult, rivaling any empire in strength, had been utterly annihilated? Moreover, rumors suggested that the one who vanquished the cult wielded a singular sword, descending as if an immortal from the heavens. How astonishingly terrifying! Throughout the Kanglan domain, discussions erupted regarding the demise of the demonic cult. Everyone speculated about the identity of the formidable individual who had intervened, pondering to which faction he belonged. Regrettably, despite their fervent conjectures, no one could uncover the true answer. They believed that this sword master could not possibly be affiliated with any existing power. For the mightiest forces in the Kanglan domain were the major empires, and had any of them possessed such a formidable warrior, they would have long since mobilized to conquer and unify the realm. The other sects and families, despite their rapid rise, were still far from rivaling the might of the empires. In the end, nearly everyone arrived at a similar conclusion. The swordsmanship master did not belong to any faction. He was merely a reclusive sage who had lived in seclusion for many years. Concurrently, the title of Carefree Sword Immortal began to circulate throughout the Kanglan domain. Detached from any power, this title resonated with the essence of carefreeness, while the prowess in swordsmanship likened him to a celestial being, aptly corresponding to the term Sword Immortal. This appellation of Carefree Sword Immortal garnered the acknowledgement of most individuals in the Kanglan domain. I will soon supplement the chapter that was missed during the New Year celebrations. Chapter 60, the first layer of the Void Refinement Realm. As for the external designation of Carefree Sword Immortal, Qin Feng remained oblivious. Throughout these past years, he had been diligently cultivating within the royal tomb. This scene rendered the creatures within the tomb somewhat bewildered, for they had never witnessed Qin Feng engaging in such earnest practice for an extended period. However, these creatures lacked significant intelligence. They continued with their routine of eating and drinking as usual. One day, at noon, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. With a resounding clang, it was as if a divine weapon had emerged, and the sound of the sword echoed forth. A radiant light emanated from Qin Feng, resembling a celestial spring. His overwhelming sword intent surged forth like rushing water from his being, radiating outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the flora lay dormant, and the creatures trembled in fear. Although they were shielded by the divine concealment formation, the terrifying aura of the sword still made them feel as if they were in the presence of a celestial being, prompting them to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Thunderous echoes resonated through the air as the surging sword intent, upon reaching the periphery of the imperial mausoleum, crashed against an invisible barrier like a tidal wave meeting a wall, stirring up waves of sword energy that soared dozens of feet high. The divine concealment formation here was remarkably potent, capable not only of shrouding all sound and movement, but also of containing the sword intent within the confines of the mausoleum. Otherwise, the terrifying sword intent could easily raise the entire imperial city to the ground. As the rumbling subsided, Qin Feng, in deep meditation, once again formed a seal. The astonishing sword intent began to retract into his being. This process endured for an extensive duration, lasting over 3 hours before the overwhelming sword energy gradually returned, reintegrating into Qin Feng's essence. The first level of the Void Refinement Realm indeed exhibited formidable strength, Qin Feng mused quietly. In that fleeting moment of breakthrough, he sensed himself stepping into a new realm of martial arts. The chasm between him and the 9th level of the Purple Palace realm was beyond mere description. It was akin to an infinite expanse, a gap insurmountable. Furthermore, not only had Qin Feng's cultivation ascended, but the resilience of his physique and the acuity of his consciousness had also seen significant enhancement. He felt confident that he could contend with a powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Void Refinement Realm. After a considerable time, once Qin Feng acclimated to his newly elevated state, he slowly arose and returned to his reclined position, not for the sake of rest, but to nurture the meridians within his body, ensuring that the flow of spiritual energy remained stable and unclouded. The entire imperial mausoleum fell silent once more, as if nothing had transpired at all. Half a month later, a piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the entire dynasty. The emperor of Xia had passed away. Mourning enveloped the palace, and the entire great Xia dynasty found itself in a state of turmoil. No one had anticipated such an event. The last time, when the imperial physicians had successfully prolonged the emperor's life, they believed he would live for at least another 60 or 70 years. They never expected his demise to come so swiftly. The most disheartened were the numerous powerful vassal kings. Over the years, they had been wary of the emperor, who had woven accusations and imprisoned many, compelling them to remain exceedingly cautious and refrain from making any plans. This moment should have presented them with a prime opportunity to extort a hefty sum from Qin's union, yet their lack of prior preparation rendered them impotent. According to the laws, the military forces available to the vassal kings were extremely limited. Many had trained their troops in secrecy. Summoning and organizing these forces to threaten Qin's union within a short span was utterly unattainable. Reluctantly, the vassal kings had no choice but to obediently travel to the imperial city to pay their respects to the late emperor while simultaneously attending Qin's union's coronation ceremony. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong, who had been reassigned to safeguard the imperial city, arrived at the royal tomb to convey the news of the emperor's passing to Qin Feng. In truth, Qin Feng was already well aware of the situation. When the emperor fell, a portion of the dynasty's fortune dissipated, and it would only coalesce once more upon the ascension of a new sovereign, a phenomenon he felt acutely. Your Highness, I bring a letter from the various vassal kings for you. It is unclear why they insisted I deliver it personally. After Chu Xiong conveyed the news of Emperor Xia's passing to Qin Feng, he handed him a letter with a hint of perplexity. Oh, this is from the various feudal lords? They still remember me, the discarded prince. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Simultaneously, a sense of astonishment washed over him. It appeared that the palace was not devoid of the presence of influential lords, and even Chu Xiong, with whom he shared a rapport, seemed well-informed enough to deliver this letter. Upon unfolding the correspondence, Qin Feng found its contents entirely predictable. Essentially, it lauded his wisdom and virtues, suggesting that his role as the guardian of the imperial tomb was a disservice to his capabilities, subtly hinting that he ought to aspire for greater ambitions. Though the message was never overtly stated, it was clear that should he desire to vie for the throne, the 5 prominent lords would lend their support. Shall His Highness respond to them? Chu Xiong inquired. Indeed, a response is necessary, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he retrieved a blank sheet of paper, folded it several times, and placed it back into the envelope before handing it to Chu Xiong. Is your Highness not going to write anything? Chu Xiong asked, puzzled by the lack of text. No need. Simply return it as it is, Qin Feng replied with indifference. Though Chu Xiong was bemused, he nodded in agreement and departed the imperial tomb to deliver the letter to the residences of the various lords. Under normal circumstances, even when the feudal lords gathered in the capital to mourn, they were prohibited from meeting to prevent any collusion. However, the 5 lords were not easily deterred. Each was accompanied by formidable protectors, and their desire to confer in person could not be thwarted, even by the vigilant eyes of the Jinui. 70 miles to the north of the imperial city lies a meandering stream, flanked by willows on either side. It is here that the 5 great princes indulge in the art of fishing. Has the letter been delivered to Qin Feng? Inquired the Jin prince, his tone nonchalant. His ancestry traced back to the beloved youngest son of the founding emperor. His fief was the most extensive, boasting a retinue of over 10,000, all exceptional cultivators. It was sent by that commander, Chu Xiong, replied the Qi prince. According to the information procured from the imperial guards I have bribed, that Chu Xiong is not particularly sharp-witted. He is the only one who has maintained a close relationship with Qin Feng, having been promoted to commander himself. And he frequently visits Qin Feng, likely having been nurtured as a trusted confidant. Upon hearing this, the Jin prince nodded thoughtfully. What do you suppose the reaction of that useless crown prince will be upon receiving our letter? A prince among them asked, a mocking smile upon his face. What else could it be? I dare say he will be so overwhelmed with emotion that he might weep, the Qi prince retorted with a cold laugh. A waste of a crown prince, imprisoned within the royal mausoleum, living a life worse than death. To learn that we intend to support his ascension to the throne might just cause him to perish from sheer displeasure, even if he possesses a stronger mental fortitude. Laughter erupted among the other princes, their eyes filled with pity for Qin Feng. It was clear that these princes had no genuine intention of supporting him. Their only desire was for Qin Feng to emerge during the coronation ceremony, to humiliate Qin's union. At that juncture, they would merely need to utter a few words in favor of Qin Feng, and in his eagerness to secure his throne, Qin's union would undoubtedly offer them substantial rewards. Once their goals were achieved, the fate of Qin Feng would be of no concern to them. Jin Prince, the reply from Qin Feng has arrived. At that moment, a servant, respectfully holding a letter, hurriedly approached. The Prince of Jin, who was fishing, appeared taken aback. He remarked, this useless crown prince has actually responded so swiftly. Has he not taken a moment to ponder? After all, this matter could easily cost him his head. No matter how eager Qin Feng is to ascend the throne, one would expect him to deliberate for at least a day or two. To his astonishment, within less than an hour, Qin Feng had dispatched a reply. Chapter 61. Haste makes waste, huh? It seems this useless crown prince has truly been driven to madness by his confinement. If he possessed even a modicum of intellect, he would not have replied to us so hastily. Truly, he is a perfect pawn, the other princes cruelly mocked. In their eyes, Qin Feng had become nothing more than a fool, a mere tool to be exploited at will. Let me see how this useless crown prince expresses his heartfelt gratitude towards us, the Prince of Jin said slowly, as he opened the letter. The other princes gathered around him. Clang. However, at that moment, an astonishing surge of sword intent erupted from within the envelope. The prince's expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly shielded themselves with their spiritual energy, retreating hastily. Nevertheless, this terrifying sword aura still left them grievously wounded. One by one, the protective armors of the princes shattered, and they coughed up crimson blood, their faces turning an ashen hue. What on earth is happening? Upon witnessing the situation, the formidable guardians tasked with protecting the princes emerged, exclaiming in astonishment. Their gazes fixated upon the letter that had fluttered to the ground. Infuriating. That Qin Feng has plotted against us. One of the princes bellowed in anger. He hastily ingested a precious healing elixir. The other princes, too, consumed their valuable potions without hesitation. Surely, it cannot be the useless Prince Qin Feng who orchestrated this treachery. He lacks such formidable strength and commands no powerful cultivators. It must be Qin Junyan who has incited that old man Qin to scheme against us, declared the Jin prince, his countenance ashen. After all, the most formidable sword cultivator within the royal family was indeed the elder Qin. Upon hearing the Jin prince's words, the other princes present nodded in agreement. Finding his reasoning sound, that Qin Feng is truly inept. After all these years, he has failed to cultivate even a single trustworthy ally. And even Chu Xiong has betrayed him, remarked the Qi prince coldly. In his eyes, upon receiving that letter, Qin Feng would undoubtedly not have voluntarily handed it over to Qin Jianyan. He must have been betrayed by Chu Xiong, who discreetly informed Qin Jianyan of the matter. Thus, Qin Jianyan had employed this method to ensnare them. What a useless fool. The other princes echoed in outrage, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Initially, they believed that Chu Xiong's close association with Qin Feng stemmed from being a confidant nurtured by him. Now, it seemed they had overestimated the capabilities of that useless prince. Jin prince, what shall we do now? The Qi prince inquired with evident concern. Surely, Qin Jianyan will not launch an offensive against us? Should we consider returning to our fiefs at once? Why would he act? On what grounds? King Jin, however, remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly. Our letter to Qin Feng merely expressed admiration and lamented the plight of a prince tasked with guarding the royal tomb. What wrong have we committed? When penning the letter, he had already contemplated the infinitesimal possibility of failure. Upon hearing King Jin's words, King Qi experienced a moment of clarity, breaking into a smile as he remarked, "Indeed, we have committed no errors whatsoever. Moreover, we are among the most formidable feudal lords in the entire dynasty. Should he dare to provoke us, would he not fear the uprising of the provinces, leading to his downfall?" King Jin reiterated coolly, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain. Although they had come to mourn the summer emperor, their heirs remained secure in their respective fiefs. The other lords, who had initially harbored some concerns, were completely reassured by these words and no longer felt trepidation. They resumed their fishing, treating the earlier incident as a mere silent loss, choosing not to dwell on it. Should Qin Junyan truly dare to trouble them, they were far from defenseless. Within the royal tomb, Qin Feng had already sensed the sword intent emanating from that letter. The survival of King Jin and the others was anticipated. He had no intention of eliminating them. If he truly wished for their demise, such complexity would be unnecessary. The reason Qin Feng refrained from striking down these feudal lords was that Qin Junyan had just ascended the throne, and he did not wish to handle every matter on his behalf. One day, he would inevitably depart from the great Xia dynasty, perhaps even from the Kanglan domain. If he were to assist Qin Jianyan in resolving all his troubles now, what would become of him after his departure? The letter addressed to Prince Jin could merely be regarded as a caution from Qin Feng. Its purpose was to dissuade Prince Jin and his associates from employing him as a means to restrain Qin Junyan, thereby sparing him from further complications. With his objective accomplished, Qin Feng returned to his chaise longue, resuming his slumber and cultivation. He had no intention of attending the emperor's funeral, for although Qin Junyan had sought permission, the officials from the Ministry of Rites categorically denied his participation. Coincidentally, Qin Feng was also disinclined to attend. 10 days later, both the funeral and the coronation ceremony had concluded. During the coronation, Qin Junyan granted amnesty to a multitude of officials and generals imprisoned by the late emperor, evoking overwhelming gratitude from those ministers and commanders who nearly regarded him as a benefactor. After all, remaining incarcerated could lead to the annihilation of their entire clans. Qin Junyan's actions not only endeared him to his subjects, but also earned him the admiration of the populace, who hailed him as a wise ruler. Many of those released had been clearly wronged. Of course, there existed a small faction of obstinate officials who opposed this decision, deeming it a transgression against the late emperor. Yet they remained a minority. In addition to the amnesty, Qin Junyan also changed the era name to Yongxing, hoping for the everlasting prosperity of the Great Xia dynasty. It is important to note that the national name and the era name are distinct. Each emperor's era name varies and can be altered at will based on personal sentiment. The entire ceremony of ascension proceeded with remarkable smoothness, devoid of any unexpected complications. This even took Qin Junyan by surprise. He had anticipated that the feudal lords would inevitably cause some trouble, yet to his astonishment, they remained passive throughout, displaying a hint of trepidation in their gazes. This left Qin Junyan somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, their inactivity was ultimately a boon for him, and he chose to refrain from further comment. Following the grand banquet, the various lords returned to their respective fiefs. Although Qin Junyan was eager to confine these lords and interrogate them rigorously for their numerous transgressions, he recognized that he had only just ascended to the throne. Haste would not yield success. On the day following the conclusion of the coronation ceremony, Qin Junyan impatiently made his way to the imperial mausoleum. Brother, upon entering, his face illuminated with joy. Congratulations on your ascension to the throne, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. But now that the coronation has concluded, there is no need to remain in such high spirits, is there? Haha, my joy does not stem from my elevation to emperor, Qin Junyan replied. Rather, it is that I can finally issue a decree to release you, brother. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having left Qin Feng to suffer in the mausoleum, powerless to assist him. At last, he could liberate Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first act following Qin Junyan's ascension would be to grant him freedom from the mausoleum, stirring a profound sense of gratitude within him. Though my words may be few, I had released this segment of the narrative 5 days earlier. Thank you. Chapter 62. The opportunity to leave the imperial tomb. Although Qin Junyan was moved by Qin Feng's desire to set him free, he did not acquiesce. To release me now would not be a prudent decision, Qin Feng said slowly. Why not? Qin Junyan inquired, perplexed. If the demon sect had not pledged allegiance to the evil one, perhaps your act of clemency would face some opposition, yet it would not be vehement. However, Qin Feng paused before continuing. Now that the world knows the demon sect has sworn loyalty to the evil one, and considering I had previously rescued the holy maiden of the demon sect, releasing me at this juncture would likely lead not only the court but the entire populace to deem you a tyrant. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Junyan's countenance shifted, realizing he had underestimated the situation. His concern was not merely about being labeled a tyrant. Rather, he feared that should this act of clemency toward Qin Feng fail, he might never have another chance. What shall we do? Qin Junyan's expression darkened. I have already ascended the throne, yet I cannot pardon my elder brother. When, then, shall I ever be able to release him? Do not be anxious. Qin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Everything of significance must be approached gradually. Yet, despite Qin Feng's reassurances, Qin Junyan felt increasingly inadequate. He felt that Qin Feng had been trapped within the royal mausoleum for decades, deprived of even a fleeting glimpse of the outside world, undoubtedly enduring a sorrow beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet, he found himself powerless to alleviate the situation. You need not blame yourself, Qin Feng continued. Each person has their own destiny, and we cannot force what is not meant to be. Qin Junyan fell silent, lost in thought. Observing this, Qin Feng chose not to intrude further and retreated to his chamber, where he retrieved a jar of exquisite wine that Chu Xiong had secretly brought him, along with some jerky, intending to share a few drinks with his somewhat melancholic brother. My royal brother, he exclaimed suddenly, I have conceived a plan that would allow you to leave the mausoleum openly for a time, to behold the world beyond. After pondering for some time, Qin Junyan's eyes sparkled with realization. Oh, what is this plan? Qin Feng inquired with a light chuckle. To journey to the East Sea to pay homage to our mother. Qin Junyan replied slowly. Now that our father has just passed, no minister in the court would dare obstruct your pilgrimage to honor her. Given the sorrow of our father's demise, if they were to oppose your wish to pay respects to your birth mother, it would be utterly inhumane. After all, filial piety is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Qin Jianyin's words, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, memories of his mother began to resurface. Their mother had once been the cherished jewel of the Liu family in the East Sea. When she married the Emperor of Xia, her father vehemently opposed the union, severing all ties and forbidding her from ever stepping foot within the Liu family estate again. Their mother lived a life steeped in guilt, and before her passing, she implored the Emperor of Xia to allow her burial in the Liu family plot by the East Sea, to be in the company of her deceased parents. This request, however, was at odds with the laws of the Xia dynasty, provoking vehement opposition from the court officials. In an unexpected display of compassion, the typically resolute Emperor of Xia took the time to persuade each minister, ultimately ensuring that their mother's remains were returned to the Liu family for a dignified interment. It is indeed a poignant love story. Indeed, Qin Jianyin nodded thoughtfully and remarked, I have long desired to pay homage to my mother. Yet my father has persistently urged me to focus on managing the affairs of the court, leaving me little time for personal matters. Now that I have ascended the throne, the responsibilities have multiplied, making it uncertain when I shall have the opportunity to visit. It is fortuitous that you can pay tribute to her on my behalf, dear brother. The East Sea, a realm not governed by the Xia dynasty, is managed entirely by several prominent families. During his past inspections, he had not found the opportunity to visit this region. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, he conceded. There exists no valid reason for me to decline such a request. I shall arrange for the royal attendants to safeguard you, my brother. Only then did Qin Jianyin reveal a smile, saying, You may linger in the East Sea for an extended period. There is no need for the royal attendants to protect me. Qin Feng, however, replied with a hint of seriousness, That is not an option. It is far too perilous. Qin Jianyin hastily shook his head, adding, While our relationships with the prominent families in the East Sea are relatively amicable, the marauders who roam those waters pose a significant threat. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, numerous islands abound, providing a refuge for pirates who can easily conceal themselves, rendering eradication nearly impossible. Let Ning accompany me, Qin Feng remarked with a hint of detachment. She has now attained the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, capable of safeguarding me while also gaining experience, all without hindering the training time of other royal cultivators. Ever since Qin Ning returned from the spirit path with those precious heavenly materials, all royal attendants had devoted themselves to intense seclusion and cultivation. He did not wish to impede their progress by inviting Qin Ning to join him. He could also seize this opportunity to impart some profound swordsmanship insights to her. Very well. Qin Jianyin was initially taken aback, but he soon broke into a smile. Let that young girl pay her respects to her grandmother. It would serve as an act of filial piety on my behalf. Without further delay, he hurriedly departed from the royal tomb to make the necessary arrangements. As for the fine wines and cured meats, Qin Feng chose to feed the small creatures residing within the royal mausoleum. The former, Qin Feng, embarking on a journey to the Eastern Sea to pay tribute to his birth mother, was no trivial matter. It required extensive preparation across various facets, consuming an entire year. One morning, within the royal palace, dozens of palace maids and attendants boarded an ancient vessel. The ship then gracefully ascended into the sky, setting its course towards the Eastern Sea. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng and Qin Ning, Qin Jianyin immediately turned his attention to matters of state, with no intention of resting, for he had numerous tasks to attend to and reforms to initiate. Ultimately, these endeavors would inevitably encroach upon the interests of the feudal lords. He must suppress those feudal lords before they unite against him. It is a race against time. Indeed, in the midst of managing state affairs, Qin Jianyin inadvertently overlooked a significant promise made to the concubines of the imperial harem, for he regarded matters of the harem as mere domestic affairs, subordinate to the importance of national concerns. The ancient continent is surrounded by boundless seas. The Kanglan region lies in the southeastern corner of this continent, where the imperial family of the Great Xia resides. To the south, there are continuous mountain ranges, and beyond these mountains lies the ocean. To the east, at the edge of the territory, there is also the sea. This vast body of water to the east is known as the Eastern Sea, which is home to numerous islands. However, compared to the limitless ocean, those islands, distanced from the mainland, have inhabitants whose customs do not differ significantly from those of the Kanglan region, unlike the denizens of certain savage islands, who possess a moral compass distinctly divergent from that of the mainland populace. Among the many islands in the Eastern Sea, 5 of the largest boast expansive areas, each roughly 1/3 the size of the Great Xia dynasty. These 5 islands are inhabited by 5 prominent families, one of which is the Liu family, the birthplace of Qin Feng's mother. The destination of his voyage with Qin Ning is the island belonging to the Liu family. Chapter 63, A Heroic Rescue? The vast expanse of the ocean is bustling with ships sailing in every direction, both upon the waters and in the skies. It is an incredibly lively scene, with vessels navigating between the islands of the Eastern Sea and those traversing between the Eastern Sea and the mainland of the Kanglan region, either engaged in commerce or transporting various resources. This was the first time Qin Zining beheld the vast ocean. Overwhelmed with excitement, she stood on the deck of the ancient vessel, gazing at the passing ships and the mist-shrouded islands below. Wow! How come there are so many beautiful ladies on that ship? Qin Zining exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she pointed towards a nearby passing ship. They are likely being sent to various families and sects, Qin Feng replied calmly. Among the islands of the East Sea, the women are generally more enchanting and alluring than those on the Kanglan domain mainland, making them highly favored by the powerful factions. Most of these women are not coerced, as the 5 great families maintain order in the East Sea. Their journey to the Kanglan domain is primarily to witness a broader world. Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully. Soon, however, her gaze was drawn elsewhere, her expression radiating joy, betraying her royal demeanor. This left the palace maid assigned to oversee Qin Zining's etiquette feeling somewhat helpless. For the next 10 days, the ancient ship sailed through the skies. Before long, they were less than 20,000 miles from the island of the Liu family. The number of ships in the air and sea had significantly dwindled, as only vessels permitted by the Liu family could navigate these waters. Oh, what is that ship with the black flag doing? Qin Zining suddenly inquired, her attention caught by a completely black ship flying a black flag in the distance. The palace maids and attendants nearby turned pale at the sight. Pirates! This is the pirate's ship, a maid exclaimed, hastily advising Qin Zining, Princess, you should retreat to the cabin for safety. Meanwhile, others began to activate the ancient ship's protective formations, illuminating intricate runes that shielded it. The pirates of the East Sea were notorious for their brutality and lawlessness, posing a grave threat. However, upon witnessing the situation, Qin Zining remained unperturbed. Her gaze fixed upon the ominous black ship. She noticed a battered warship beneath it, riddled with gaping holes from numerous arrows, evidently sunk by the black vessel. Not far from the black ship, a one-eyed pirate was engaged in a fierce battle with a woman, emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy, truly astonishing. The woman appeared to be over 200 years old, yet her beauty had not waned, resembling a woman in her 30s from Blue Star, exuding a unique charm. Clad in soft armor and wielding a hefty sword, she displayed remarkable poise. Both she and the one-eyed pirate were mid-stage cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, but due to prior injuries from arrows shot by the black ship, she now found herself at a disadvantage. This woman. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he murmured to himself. Qin Zining, surprised, turned to Qin Feng. It was the first time she had seen him show interest in a woman. She hastily suggested, Uncle, let me rescue her. I will drive away that one-eyed pirate, and you can emerge as the gallant hero to save her, administering healing elixirs. She will undoubtedly be grateful to you. Who have you learned this from? Qin Feng furrowed his brow in response. From the scripts. Qin Zining blinked her large eyes and said, according to the script, if nothing unexpected occurs, the lady might very well offer herself to the royal uncle. What do you think, royal uncle? Should I intervene to rescue her? Have you prepared the healing elixirs? As she spoke, her eagerness was palpable as she drew her long sword. That is acceptable, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, but I believe that if your aunt were to discover your intentions, she would certainly give you a thorough scolding. Qin Zining, who had been ready to take action, was momentarily taken aback. Aunt? Her face was a canvas of confusion as she inquired. What does the royal uncle mean by that? Have you not noticed that she bears a striking resemblance to your grandmother? Qin Feng responded, somewhat exasperated. I did not notice, Qin Zining replied. I have only seen my grandmother's portrait and never the woman herself. She had already passed away before I was born. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. It seemed the skills of the court painter were rather mediocre. The woman engaged in a fierce battle with the one-eyed bandit was, in fact, his mother's sister, who had once visited the imperial city. At that moment, a terrifying flash of blades erupted from the distant battlefield. Boom! A violent tremor resonated through the sky, as shattered blades and sword lights swept in all directions. Puffed. Lu Qizhu was sent flying hundreds of feet by the one-eyed bandit, spewing blood and feeling her vitality plummet. Her armor was riddled with gashes, some even torn open. Crimson blood oozing forth. Haha, Lu Qizhu, you have lost. The one-eyed pirate wielded a gleaming sword, his gaze filled with lewd malice. Do not worry. I shall not take your life. Instead, I will bring you back to the island and torment you slowly, he declared. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure emanated from him, rendering Lu Qizhu utterly immobile. How infuriating! Her eyes burned with fury and resentment. She never anticipated that she would fall prey to the schemes of these marauders and be ensnared in their trap. At that moment, the one-eyed pirate strode toward Lu Qingzhu, his hand reaching out to seize her and drag her back to the ship for his perverse enjoyment. Despair engulfed Lu Qingzhu's heart. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry pierced the air. A fearsome blade of light sliced through the sky, aimed directly at the one-eyed pirate. Who dares? The pirate's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the oncoming sword light, and he swung his tattered long knife with fervor. The clash of sword and knife erupted in a cacophony of sound, sending the one-eyed pirate staggering back from the force of the energy. His internal essence roiled, and his complexion turned ashen. Are you all right, my lady? Qin Zining rushed to Lu Qingzhu's side, her voice filled with concern. She promptly offered Lu Qingzhu a healing pill. Lu Qingzhu, taken aback by the unexpected rescue, felt a surge of gratitude, but was momentarily perplexed by the address. What was this title? Yet, recognizing the urgency of her injuries, she swiftly consumed the healing pill that Qin Zining had provided. Who are you, young lady? The one-eyed bandit fixated on Qin Zining, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. How could he forget such a formidable young individual lurking in the East Sea? Who I am is of no concern to you, but daring to harm my aunt is an affront I cannot overlook, Qin Zining declared with a fierce voice. As she spoke, a terrifying sword intent radiated from her being, surging forth like a mighty river, utterly astonishing. She intended to unleash her river sword intent without wasting any further time on this one-eyed ruffian. Chapter 64. Having grown this much, supplement, upon witnessing this, the one-eyed bandit was struck with sheer horror, for he had never encountered such a formidable sword intent. Yet, he did not cower. Instead, a cruel and sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Haha, I initially sought only to capture Lu Qingzhu, but it seems fortune has favored me with an unexpected prize. The one-eyed bandit sneered. It appears heaven has rewarded my tireless efforts. As he spoke, the dilapidated long knife in his hand suddenly emanated a greenish glow, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the surroundings. This knife was a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Zining was taken aback by the aura radiating from the knife. She had not anticipated that such an unassuming weapon in the hands of this bandit was, in fact, a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual weapon. Though damaged, its presence was still formidable. One must understand that within the entire Xia dynasty, there existed no 5th-grade top-tier spiritual weapon. Haha, are you afraid now? The one-eyed bandit laughed maniacally. Submit and kneel before me, and I shall spare you the agony of suffering. Never. Though Qin Zining sensed the imminent danger, she could not stoop to the depths of humiliation and plead for mercy. In the midst of her defiance, she unleashed a single stroke of her sword. The surging intent akin to a tumultuous river, sweeping fiercely towards the one-eyed bandit with astonishing might. You foolish wretch! The bandit retaliated with a mighty slash of his blade. Unmatched in dominance, as the radiant edge of his long knife cleaved through the torrent of sword intent. With a powerful stride, he charged towards Qin Zining. You must return to the ship, Qin Zining urged gravely. With that, she met the one-eyed bandit head-on, and the two clashed fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The skies erupted with waves of spiritual energy, resonating with their fierce combat. Although the bandit wielded a weapon, Qin Zining, having benefited from elixirs and spiritual infusions, possessed an extraordinary physique, granting her a significant advantage against an opponent of equal standing. Thus, for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Could this girl be my sister's granddaughter? As she observed Qin Zining engaged in a fierce battle with the one-eyed bandit, Lu Qingzhu finally comprehended the truth. It dawned on her why she felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first seeing Qin Zining. A torrent of complex emotions surged within her. Her sister, who had grown up alongside her, had married into the royal family of Xia and passed away prematurely, leaving an indelible sorrow in her heart. Since her sister's passing, she had not returned to the imperial city of Xia. Yet little did she expect to encounter her sister's granddaughter here today. Lu Qingzhu tightened her grip on the heavy sword, resolutely intending to assist Qin Zining. How could she retreat and allow her sister's granddaughter to face the marauder alone? Even though she was gravely injured, she would exert every ounce of strength to aid Qin Zining. This was her sister's granddaughter, her kin, despite their previous lack of acquaintance. The bond of blood compelled her to risk her life. Lu Qingzhu, your adversaries are us. At that moment, from the black ship, more than a dozen pirates surged towards Lu Qingzhu. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched an attack, denying her any opportunity for recovery or to assist Qin Zining. Instantly, the sky transformed into two battlegrounds. Lu Qingzhu, anxious for Qin Zining's safety, fought desperately to break through the encirclement of pirates. Meanwhile, Qin Zining faced the one-eyed marauder alone, struggling immensely and gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Boom. The one-eyed marauder unleashed a formidable sword technique, striking Qin Zining back and offering her no respite as he charged towards her once more. The long blade in his hand radiated a blinding azure light, exuding a domineering aura. Sensing the imminent danger to Qin Zining, he abandoned the idea of capturing her alive, intent on slaying her outright. Princess! The palace maids and attendants aboard the ancient ship gasped in horror, their faces paling as they cried out. In that moment, they all regretted not having done everything in their power to stop Qin Zining. Lu Qizhu, too, paled dramatically, emitting a cry of alarm. What should I do? Qin Zining felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, her delicate face paling as she hurriedly sought a means of defense. Yet, she soon realized that there was no way to thwart the impending strike from the one-eyed bandit. Just at that moment, however, the one-eyed brigand suddenly trembled as if he were being scrutinized by an ancient, ferocious beast. His entire body became unervingly rigid, utilizing his divine eyes and formidable consciousness. Qin Feng suppressed the brigand's soul. In that instant, Qin Zining discerned the one-eyed bandit's peculiar state without a moment's hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly drew her sword and severed his head. This abrupt turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. What just happened? Just moments prior, their leader had held absolute dominion. How could he suddenly be slain? How could I possibly know what transpired? The pirates stood bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances, feeling as though they were witnessing a specter. The numerous palace maidens and attendants aboard the ancient ship were equally stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Even Qin Zining, who had delivered the fatal blow to the one-eyed bandit, stared at the lifeless body plummeting into the sea, feeling a strange sense of unreality. How had the one-eyed bandit suddenly appeared so vacant, as if lost in a trance? Quickly, the pirates, shaken from their stupor, reacted with frantic shouts. Their leader was dead, and there was no one left who could challenge Qin Zining. Remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. The marauders besieging Lu Qingzhu hastily retreated to their black ship, which shimmered with ethereal blue lights as it sailed away into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, a gentle breeze swept toward their fleeing direction. "Aunt, are you all right?" Qin Ziling inquired with concern, having chosen not to pursue the pirates but instead return to Lu Qingzhu's side. "I am fine," Lu Qingzhu replied, shaking her head. She then scrutinized Qin Ziling intently, her face radiating joy. "Little girl, you must be Ziling, correct? You have grown so much." Typically, one would be captivated by Qin Ziling's unparalleled cultivation. Yet Lu Qingzhu was solely focused on the fact that her sister's granddaughter had blossomed into a graceful young lady. "Yes," Qin Ziling affirmed with a nod, smiling. "Ziling is indeed my name. Let us return to the ship. It is safer there." "Yes," Lu Qingzhu agreed. And together they ascended to the ancient vessel. Qin Feng approached respectfully to greet them, overwhelmed by the sight of her sister's son and granddaughter. Lu Qingzhu felt a wave of emotion wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. The character of Lu Qingzhu was a spontaneous addition after my viewing of Hello, Li Huaning today. I hope any shortcomings in my writing will be forgiven. Chapter 65, Xi'an Island. Did you come specifically to the East Sea? Or are you merely passing through? Lu Qingzhu inquired with curiosity. "We came specifically," came the reply. Qin Zining smiled and said, "My father has asked me and my royal uncle to pay our respects to grandmother." "How wonderful." Lu Qingzhu nodded repeatedly. "For many years, due to the vehement opposition from the stubborn factions within the Xia royal family, the court had never sent anyone to honor her sister. Only during the emperor's inspections had there been a few discreet visits to pay homage. She had thought that after the emperor's passing, no one would come again." To her surprise, shortly after Qin Junyan ascended the throne, he sent Qin Feng and Qin Zining to pay tribute to her sister. This brought her immense comfort. "Aunt, please refrain from speaking for now and focus on your meditation to heal," Qin Feng gently suggested. "I estimate we shall arrive at Xi'an Island shortly." Lu Qingzhu's residence was indeed on Xi'an Island. Yes, Lu Qingzhu nodded and began her meditation. The ancient vessel sailed steadily toward Xi'an Island. Along the journey, Lu Qingzhu did not remain in silence as she was eager to converse with Qin Feng and the others, inquiring about their well-being. Naturally, Qin Zining chose to share only joyful tidings, providing reassurance to Lu Qingzhu. As their conversation flowed, Lu Qingzhu reminisced about her sister's past and various matters concerning the East Sea. Through her words, Qin Feng learned that when his birth mother married the emperor, she faced fierce opposition because, following the demise of the eldest son of the former head of the Lu family, only 2 daughters remained. His mother had been groomed as the future head of the family. The summer emperor wed his biological mother. Yet this union was perceived by the head of the Lu family as a nefarious ploy to assimilate their lineage. Consequently, the relationship between the two parties was exceedingly strained. With the demise of the elder patriarch of the Liu family, Lu Qizhu ascended to the position of family head. Possessing remarkable administrative skills, she has successfully solidified the Liu family's status as the foremost clan in Donghai, earning Qin Feng's profound admiration. Indeed, a woman can be as formidable as a man. Ahead lay Shiyun Island. As the ancient vessel sailed forth, Lu Qingzhu suddenly pointed towards the distance. The assembly turned their gaze to discover a colossal island several hundred miles away, adorned with towering peaks and cascading waterfalls that flowed like a celestial river. A delicate mist enveloped the summits, while sunlight streamed down, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors. Occasionally, white cranes soared overhead, rendering the scene akin to a paradise beyond the earthly realm. "Wow, this place feels like a fairy tale wonderland," exclaimed Qin Zining upon beholding Shiyun Island. The other maidens and attendants, witnessing this marvel for the first time, wore expressions of astonishment. While the spiritual energy here may not rival that of the imperial city, it undeniably resembled the legendary realms of yore. If given the choice, they would prefer to linger in this enchanting locale. Only Qin Feng maintained a serene countenance, reminiscing about the grand ship laden with beautiful maidens that had journeyed towards Kanglan domain a few days prior. Indeed, all things resemble a walled city. Those within yearn to escape, while those outside long to enter. If one were inclined, they could certainly prolong their stay in this mesmerizing place. Upon hearing this, Lu Qizhu smiled at Qin Zining, feeling an extraordinary warmth towards the lively and charming little girl. "Indeed, splendid." Qin Zining nodded happily. Soon, the ancient vessel hovered above Shiyun Island. "Who goes there?" At that moment, several elders of the Liu family flew over, calling out with authority. Their vigilance was heightened by the unfamiliarity of the ancient ship, fearing it might belong to pirates. "It is I." Lu Qizhu stepped forward and spoke calmly. "Head of the family?" The elders of the Liu family were visibly taken aback upon seeing Lu Qizhu. "Did you not depart aboard the family as warship?" The eldest elder of the Liu family, filled with confusion, inquired. "Why has it transformed into this strange, ancient vessel, and who are these people aboard?" "We were ambushed by pirates on our journey." At this point, Lu Qingzhu's voice tinged with anger and sorrow. "Aside from myself, all other clan members perished in the depths of the sea. When she encountered Qin Zining, all her accompanying clan members had already fallen victim to the pirates, leaving her as the sole survivor." "What?" The elders were incensed, their faces flushed with righteous indignation. "Those despicable pirates. If we ever capture them, we shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death. How is it that so many of our family's warships have faced pirate attacks during this period?" The elders of the Liu family, upon hearing this, were engulfed in fury, their collective wrath palpable. Their enmity with the pirates was evident, a desire to exact vengeance boiling within them. "And who are these individuals?" The eldest elder of the Liu family looked at Qin Feng and the others, turning to Lu Qingzhu with a puzzled expression. "The members of the great Xia royal family have come to pay their respects to my sister," Lu Qingzhu remarked. Upon hearing her words, the elders of the Liu family exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, revealing a hint of surprise. This was because the general sentiment within the Liu family was that Lu Qingzhu's sister had met an untimely demise due to the machinations of other consorts after marrying the Xia emperor. There was little fondness for the royal family among them. As guests, it was a breach of etiquette not to extend a warm welcome. The elder of the Liu family quickly masked his emotions, donning a courteous smile. Lu Qingzhu noticed this, but felt unable to voice her thoughts. She then instructed the family elders to guide the ancient vessel to an appropriate location. Accompanied by Qin Feng, Qin Zining, and maidens bearing offerings, she proceeded towards the mausoleum to honor her sister. "Ah, the sound of the zither is quite pleasant," Qin Feng remarked, suddenly hearing the distant melody as they traversed the Liu estate. "But why did it abruptly cease in the middle? How surprising that you have an ear for music." Lu Qingzhu responded, a light laugh escaping her lips. "I cannot claim to be knowledgeable. It was merely the abrupt halt of the melody that struck me as odd." Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Though he lacked formal understanding of music, he could discern that the zither's pause suggested there was more to follow. This piece was known as Guangling San, composed by the ancestors of the Liu family upon their arrival at Shiyun Island, inspired by inscriptions found on the cliff face. It was said to have been created by a sage who mastered the art of music. However, the score etched into the stone only contained the first part, with the latter half remaining elusive. Lu Qingzhu explained softly. Over the years, numerous aficionados of melody have visited the Liu family, eager to observe the first part of a particular composition, attempting to complete it on their own. Yet, without exception, they have all met with failure. Thus it is. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed heard of practitioners devoted to the art of music, but such individuals were non-existent in the Kanglan domain. He was surprised to discover that within the confines of Shiyun Island, there existed a musical score passed down by a powerful practitioner of the melodic path. He pondered that if time permitted in the coming days, he might explore the first part of the Guangling San. Before long, Lu Qizhu led Qin Feng and Qin Zining to her sister's gravesite. The area was adorned with pristine snow maple trees, their petals dancing gracefully in the wind. Although Qin Feng harbored no emotional ties to his biological mother, he nonetheless felt a profound respect and meticulously arranged the offerings, lighting incense in reverence. Chapter 66. Embarrassment. After paying his respects, Lu Qingzhu guided Qin Feng and Qin Zining to a tranquil courtyard. This serene spot lay in the northern part of the Lu family estate, a residence for guests, devoid of the clamor typically associated with the family's training. Qin Feng found himself quite pleased with the surroundings. "You two should rest here for a while," Lu Qingzhu suggested gently. "I must inform the clan elders in detail about the ambush by the sea bandits. Regardless of whether we can seek revenge, we must ensure that other clan members exercise caution when venturing out to sea." "Very well, do attend to your matters," Qin Feng replied with a nod. Subsequently, Lu Qingzhu departed the courtyard to consult with the various elders of the Lu family. Not long after her departure, members of the Lu family arrived, bringing some daily necessities and dinner. Although these relatives appeared courteous on the surface towards Qin Feng and Qin Zining, their underlying sentiments mirrored those of the elders, revealing a distinct lack of affection for the two. This left Qin Zining feeling somewhat awkward, while Qin Feng remained indifferent. Once the room was tidied up, evening had already descended. Qin Feng and Qin Zining retired to their respective chambers. "System, please check me in at Xi'an Island," Qin Feng murmured upon entering his room. He certainly would not forget to register here. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have obtained the latter part of Guangling San." The system's mechanical voice resonated in Qin Feng's ears, momentarily startling him. The latter part of Guangling San. He pondered, bemused. Could it be that since the former part is here, the latter has automatically been registered? However, the system offered no clarification to Qin Feng's inquiries. Opting not to pursue the matter further, he decided to merge the acquired knowledge. In an instant, a wealth of information regarding the latter part of Guangling San flooded into Qin Feng's mind. He discovered that Guangling San was far more than a mere musical score. It encompassed profound insights from formidable sages regarding the laws of heaven and earth, exuding an air of mystery. Should he grasp its essence and perform it, it would undoubtedly confer significant benefits to his martial arts endeavors. Thereafter, Qin Feng wasted no time and began to meditate, meticulously contemplating the contents of the latter part of Guangling San. The following morning, the sun gradually ascended, dispelling the chill of the night. The entire Xi'an Island appeared to be bathed in a divine radiance. Qin Zining arose early, her curiosity about the island compelling her to explore its surroundings. Qin Feng did not deter her, but merely cautioned her to be vigilant, warning her to avoid straying from Xi'an Island and encountering the marauding pirates. After she departed, Qin Feng found himself alone in the small courtyard. "System, please register my attendance on Xi'an Island," he stated as he stepped out of the room, basking in the warmth of the sunlight. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. Attendance successful. You have received a jade zither." The system's notification chimed in his ear once more. Having already signed in for a musical score the previous day, Qin Feng was not surprised by the ancient zither reward. He surmised that the sage who practiced the art of music must have spent considerable time on this island, leaving behind a profound resonance of Tao. Thus, the rewards from the system's registrations were all related to music. Qin Feng retrieved the jade zither from the system's space and placed it upon the stone table before him. This jade zither, a mid-grade spiritual artifact of the 5th tier, was intricately carved from jade and adorned with various array patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. Last night, he had meticulously contemplated the latter part of the Guangling San. While he could not claim complete comprehension, he had certainly committed it to memory and was prepared to play a piece. However, just as Qin Feng positioned his fingers upon the strings, he froze. "I cannot play the zither," he admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he had memorized the latter part of Guangling San, the act of playing required a certain finesse. It is not merely the memorization of the musical score that enables one to master the art of playing the guqin. An awkward atmosphere lingered for a moment before Qin Feng silently retracted the Qitian guqin. Perhaps it would be prudent to first learn the fundamentals of playing. His gaze turned towards the cliff, where the upper section of the Guangling San was inscribed. The previous evening, he had inquired of the Lu family members who brought dinner, and from their accounts, he discerned the location of the stone wall. He believed that there were individuals well-versed in musical theory there, who could impart the knowledge of how to play. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng set forth towards the cliff, regardless of whether he could master the art of playing. He was resolute in his intention to etch the upper section of Guangling San into his memory. In the rear mountains of the Lu family, there lay a valley, At that moment, the valley was populated with numerous figures, spanning all ages and genders. They gazed at the musical score on the stone wall. Some furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, while others recorded their insights on paper. Additionally, some sat cross-legged upon nearby stones, playing the guqin, regardless of their pursuits. It was abundantly clear that they all sought to complete the lower section of Guangling San. Qin Feng's arrival failed to captivate anyone's attention. All eyes remained fixated on the upper section of Guangling San inscribed upon the stone wall. Is this truly the upper section? Qin Feng murmured as he studied the score carved into the wall, feeling a dizzying sensation wash over him. Those who could maintain their gaze upon it for extended periods clearly possessed years of experience and had long since acclimated to its intricacies. With a swift motion, Qin Feng would not gradually acclimate. Instead, he directly invoked his divine gaze. Within his eyes, intricate and profound runes materialized, allowing him to effortlessly perceive the content above without experiencing any dizziness. In no time, he had thoroughly memorized it. Subsequently, Qin Feng selected a rock, seated himself upon it, and retrieved the ancient jade guqin, placing it upon his lap. Instantly, numerous gazes were drawn to him, for the quality of this guqin was evidently extraordinary. Who was this individual that possessed a fifth-tier guqin? Some looked on with astonishment and envy. Realizing that those who could continuously observe the Guangling San upon the stone wall must have been present for decades, they regarded Qin Feng as a complete stranger, never having seen him before. Now, the elder brother of the emperor of the Great Xia, known as Qin Feng, aroused unexpected reactions from the Lu family members who had encountered him the previous day. They marveled. Who would have thought that not all in the Great Xia royal family are brutes, but that there exists someone with an understanding of melody? The revelation that Qin Feng hailed from the royal lineage of Great Xia astonished others as well. Just as the inhabitants of the Great Xia perceived the southern mountains as filled with savages, those from the eastern sea regarded the royal family of Great Xia as uncouth. This perception was particularly reinforced by a former emperor of Great Xia who, in his ambition to conquer the eastern sea, returned defeated after a seasoned recluse vanquished him with merely half a Guangling San. Upon learning that Qin Feng was indeed a member of the Great Xia royal family, many turned their attention to him, eager to witness how he would interpret the Guangling San. However, the majority held a mindset of skepticism, anticipating a spectacle. It is believed that a reckless man will ultimately remain reckless, and change is a distant hope. Chapter 67. Unprecedented. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Feng gently plucked the strings of the qin. The sound resonated, echoing through the space. Following the notation, he commenced his performance. The expressions of those present swiftly morphed. How discordant! Who bestowed upon him the audacity to perform here? I had presumed that the members of the Great Xia royal family, despite their brashness, would at least possess a semblance of decorum. How could he shamelessly choose to play in this esteemed setting? A cacophony of gasps erupted as Qin Feng's music, to those well-versed in melody, felt like torment. All gazes turned toward him, brows furrowed, with some even brimming with indignation. It is crucial to recognize that while the Lu family permitted music enthusiasts to observe the upper segment of Guangling San, the piece held a value to connoisseurs akin to that of the ancient scriptures of the great emperor. Without mastering the art to perfection, one would never dare to step into this sacred space. Yet, Qin Feng, who clearly lacked the ability to play, had the audacity to intrude upon Guangling San, which they felt was a desecration. Expel him, came a sharp command. The crowd cast hostile glances at Qin Feng, prepared to eject him and safeguard the sanctity of this hallowed ground. However, at that moment, an elderly man, whose hair and beard were as white as snow and who had been meditating in silence, suddenly opened his eyes and directed his gaze at Qin Feng. He plays Guangling San? The old man inquired, astonished. His name was Zhao Wuyo, a master of musical artistry, unmatched in his familiarity with the Guangling melody among all present. Upon his declaration, the audience fell into a momentary stupor, incredulous at the notion that such an unmelodious sound could possibly be identified as the Guangling melody. Moreover, it was evident that Qin Feng was a newcomer to this place, likely struggling to even comprehend the sheet music etched upon the stone wall. How then could he manage to play it? Yet, upon closer inspection, it indeed seemed to be the Guangling melody. Though his technique was exceedingly clumsy, if one listened attentively, it appeared he was, in fact, following the notes of the Guangling melody. After hearing Zhao Wuyo's words, someone leaned in to listen more intently and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Observing this affirmation of Zhao Wuyo's claim, the rest of the audience began to focus keenly on the performance. Their expressions transformed into a tapestry of wonder. Could it be? This Qin Feng is truly performing the Guangling melody? They gazed at him in disbelief, questioning how he could render such an exquisite piece so poorly. The true enigma lay not merely in his lack of skill, but in how, as a first-time visitor, He could grasp the essence of the initial movements of the Guangling melody. Indeed, this was his inaugural visit, and he hardly seemed capable of playing the zither. One could surmise that merely glancing at the sheet music would leave him dizzy and disoriented. How then had he managed to memorize the score? Soon, a realization dawned upon some in the crowd, sparking a wave of astonished murmurs. It is noteworthy that they are masters of melody. And without a decade or two of dedication, it is utterly impossible to memorize the score of Guangling's sand inscribed on the stone wall. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Feng accomplished this feat in a mere span of time. This left them utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was completely enraptured by the music emanating from the guqin. While others perceived the notes he played, he heard the celestial compositions of sages. The melodies he envisioned ought to exist. The murmurs of the outside world were lost on him. Observing Qin Feng's indifference to their presence, the onlookers wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They were loath to see Guangling's sense sullied by Qin Feng's rendition, yet they could not bring themselves to interrupt what could very well be the inaugural performance of an exceptionally rare musical prodigy. However, this internal conflict proved to be more tormenting than they had anticipated. Guangling's sand inherently possesses a lethal quality, and combined with Qin Feng's dissonant playing, it compelled the audience to shield themselves with spiritual energy against the jarring notes. It was not until Qin Feng had completed half of the first section that he abruptly halted, allowing the crowd to exhale in relief. The performance of Guangling's sand was unexpectedly taxing on the mind. Qin Feng felt bewildered, quickly succumbing to fatigue. Moreover, he realized that he had become somewhat immersed in his playing, nearly losing all awareness of the external world, which filled him with unease. He decided to cease playing. A typical person would not experience such sensations during their initial performance. However, due to Qin Feng's formidable mental acuity, his comprehension and sensory perception of the music deepened considerably, resulting in this peculiar circumstance. Young friend, is this your first time witnessing the score of Guangling's sand? Upon encountering Qin Feng's pause, Zhao Wuyo could not restrain his curiosity. Having lingered here for several centuries, he was nearly certain it was Qin Feng's inaugural visit. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to inquire. Indeed, it is my first time. Qin Feng acknowledged with a nod. A collective gasp echoed among those present as they absorbed the revelation. Such prodigious talent and musical aptitude was truly remarkable. To effortlessly memorize and perform the score of Guangling's sand on one's initial exposure was an unprecedented feat, yet the intricacies of Guangling's sand were daunting. Qin Feng lamented. I sense that without at least a couple of months' dedication, I shall struggle to execute it in its entirety. His words left the audience in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. After all, this was Guangling's sand, a composition reputedly crafted by sages. The notion that Qin Feng believed he could master it within a mere 2 months was astonishing. Were it said by another, they would certainly scoff. Yet here was Qin Feng, capable of such performance after merely a glimpse of the score's opening. Dear friend, would you consider taking me as your mentor? Zhao Wuyo proposed, his voice imbued with earnestness. As my lifespan draws to a close, I am willing to impart all my insights on Guangling Sand to you. This declaration sent ripples of excitement through the assembly. Who was Zhao Wuyo, after all? He was recognized as the foremost authority on Guangling's sand in contemporary times. Countless individuals wished to study under him, yet opportunities were scarce. I am deeply grateful for your generous offer, esteemed senior, but I have no intention of becoming an apprentice, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head slowly. Upon encountering Qin Feng's unexpected refusal, those present began to urge him to reconsider, not wanting him to forfeit such a remarkable opportunity. This sentiment was particularly strong among the members of the Liu family, who believed that Qin Feng was simply unaware of Zhao Wuyo's profound musical talents, prompting them to step forward and introduce Zhao Wuyo's esteemed identity. However, Zhao Wuyo, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter and remarked, Indeed, you are the foremost prodigy in the realm of music throughout history, displaying such nonchalance. I must admit, I was somewhat careless just now. With your innate ability, I estimate that within a century, your comprehension of the Guangling sand will surpass my lifetime of dedication. There is no need for you to take me as your master. The crowd, upon hearing these words, found themselves momentarily taken aback. Given the talent Qin Feng had just displayed, it seemed plausible that he could indeed surpass Zhao Wuyo within a mere 100 years, evoking a sense of envy among them. Chapter 68. The Celestial Wolf and the Patriarch of the Wang family. Although Qin Feng declined the offer to become a disciple, Zhao Wuyo bore no resentment. On the contrary, he imparted some performing techniques to him. It was not until the late hours of the night that Qin Feng took his leave. In the following days, he continued to visit the cliffside daily, studying the fragmented remnants of the Guangling sand. However, he refrained from playing there, as Zhao Wuyo had informed him that his musical performance left much to be desired. which caused him a slight embarrassment. Furthermore, he was concerned that becoming too immersed in the melodies could pose a danger. Despite Qin Feng's current cultivation level ensuring that even in a state of complete stillness, he would be impervious to harm throughout the Eastern Sea, he remained committed to a principle of prudence. In the secluded cliffs behind the Liu family, Qin Feng sought a tranquil spot, where he devoted himself to the art of music from dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn. Besides his melodic practice, he also diligently checked in. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. Rewards obtained. Taiping Ling. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. Rewards obtained. Shangue Yao. The rewards were indeed bountiful, comprising nearly lost melodies. However, unlike Guangling San, which was created by a sage, these were not as profound or enigmatic. Lu Qingzhu, witnessing Qin Feng's passion for music, felt immense joy and specifically instructed the clan members not to disturb him in the back mountains. This was not merely to preserve Qin Feng's peace, but also because his playing was, frankly, quite unmelodious. As night fell, the luminous moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a sprinkle of stars. On an island in the East Sea, bonfires blazed, accompanied by the raucous sounds of pirates indulging in drink and feasting. This was the lair of the most notorious pirate group in the East Sea, the Tianlang pirates. At that moment, within a vast cavern, the leader Tianlang and several other prominent figures, embraced by curvaceous women, reveled in their drink while watching a dozen dancers before them, thoroughly enjoying the festivities. Get out, all of you. At that moment, cloaked figures entered the cave, shouting fiercely. Everyone was taken aback. Yet, upon seeing the cloaked silhouettes, they dared not utter a word. Except for Tianlang and a few key leaders, the rest hurriedly vacated the premises. Is that the head of the Wang family? How did you arrive here? Upon seeing these figures, Tianlang was instantly sober, astonished as he exclaimed. He hurried forward, exuding utmost respect. At that moment, the figures removed their cloaks, revealing the leader to be none other than the head of the Wang family, one of the 5 prominent families of the East Sea. He had long since allied himself with the Tianlang pirates, rather than calling it an alliance. It was more accurate to say that the current Tianlang pirates were akin to a dog he had raised. What say you? The head of the Wang family thundered. The plans have all collapsed, and you still have the leisure to indulge in drink and women? What? The plans have failed? Tianlang expressed his bewilderment. Did not the second brother already kill Lu Qizhu and go to report to you? Some time ago, he had been injured, and the task of ambushing Lu Qingzhu had been entrusted to the second brother. He had assumed that the second brother's prolonged absence meant he had successfully eliminated Lu Qizhu and was en route to report back to the Wang family head. Little did he know that the second brother had, in fact, been slain, and that the other pirates aboard the ship had met their demise while fleeing. Pursued by Qin Feng's windsword intent. Report back? Nonsense. The head of the Wang family raged. Lu Qizhu returned to Xi'an Island just days ago, completely unharmed. How could this be? Tianlang exclaimed in horror. Our plan was foolproof. How could it possibly fail? Last year, he salvaged a cache of spiritual arrows from the sunken warships of the great empires during the Demon Sealing War, each possessing unparalleled power. Lu Qingzhu should have been doomed without a doubt. Do you truly believe I traveled this far merely to deceive you? The head of the Wang family spoke coldly. I dare not. I dare not. The Tianlang hastily shook his head and said, I simply cannot comprehend how Lu Qingzhu survived such a seemingly certain demise. Upon hearing this inquiry, the head of the Wang family regained his composure. He replied icily, a vessel from the great Xia royal family happened to pass by, and a girl named Qin Zining intervened to rescue Lu Qizhu. This matter is not a secret among the upper echelons of the Liu family. He had arranged for someone in the Liu family, specifically the concubine of the third elder's son, to gather information. Hasn't the great Xia royal family severed ties with the Liu family long ago? Tianlang furrowed his brow, puzzled. How would I know? The head of the Wang family replied tersely. Tianlang fell silent. After a moment, he cautiously suggested, should we still seek ways to ambush Lu Qizhu? There are still some spiritual arrows left from the last batch we retrieved. Do you think Lu Qingzhu would make the same mistake twice? The head of the Wang family stated. Upon returning to the Liu family, Lu Qingzhu immediately summoned a formation master to reinforce the family's warships. Tianlang was rendered speechless, his voice tinged with worry. What shall we do? If we allow Lu Qingzhu to continue her ascent, all of my subordinates will surely be annihilated by her. In the past, within the East Sea, the Wang and Liu families were evenly matched in strength. The Wang family had secretly allied with them. Without the Liu family and the other 3 clans, they could do nothing against the Wang family. However, under the leadership of Lu Qizhu, the Liu family is experiencing rapid development. If Lu Qingzhu were to remain alive and continue on this trajectory, they would inevitably face annihilation. This is precisely what concerns the head of the Wang family. Should the Tianlang Sea bandits be eradicated, the Wang family would lose a significant source of wealth. What could be more lucrative than plunder? I have a strategy that could directly eliminate the Lu family, but it necessitates your personal infiltration into their ranks. The head of the Wang family spoke gravely. What? You want me to personally go to the Lu family? Are you suggesting I assassinate Lu Qingzhu? Tianlang immediately panicked, exclaiming, although Lu Qingzhu's strength is slightly inferior to mine, it is not by much. I cannot even contemplate killing her. If I were to be surrounded by other powerful members of the Lu family, I would surely meet my demise on the spot. With his peak cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, attempting to kill Lu Qingzhu, who is at the mid-level of the same realm, would be no simple task. If discovered by other strong members of the Lu family, there would be no escape. How could I possibly allow you to go after Lu Qingzhu? The head of the Wang family replied coldly. The person I want you to eliminate is Qin Feng from the Great Xia royal family. Qin Feng from the Great Xia royal family? Why should we kill him? Tianlang questioned, bewildered. Do you not comprehend? The Great Xia royal family and the Lu family have only recently established contact, and they still harbor considerable distrust towards one another. Furthermore, the members of the Lu family generally harbor a strong aversion to the royal family, a sentiment that is unmistakably felt by the palace maids and attendants. The head of the Wang family, however, wore a calculating expression. If we were to assassinate Qin Feng at this moment, what would the Great Xia royal family think? Even if one suspects that the assailants are not from the Lu family, the Lu family will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the anger. After all, the murder of the emperor's brother will tarnish the dignity of the Great Xia royal family. Only by making the Lu family pay a price can their authority be restored. In this manner, we can achieve great things with minimal cost, employing a cunning strategy to eliminate the Lu family. Upon hearing the master of the Wang family's plan, Tianlang's eyes brightened instantly. What a brilliant strategy! He could not help but praise. Previously, we merely intended to kill Lu Qingzhu to impede the Lu family's progress. But now this method can utterly annihilate them. He could not help but admire the master of the Wang family, truly a ruthless individual capable of usurping power. At that time, my arranged personnel will assist you within the Lu family, the master of the Wang family stated solemnly. Understood, Tianlang nodded, but then inquired with curiosity, however. Does that Qin Feng not have powerful protectors from the Great Xia royal family by his side? Rest assured, the strongest among them on this trip is the one who previously intervened to rescue Lu Qingzhu. Qin Zining, the master of the Wang family, replied coldly. Moreover, Qin Zining has been wandering about Shiyun Island and has not been present to guard him. Excellent. I shall proceed to Shiyun Island at once and seize an opportunity to infiltrate it in the coming days. A cruel glint flickered in Tianlang's eyes. He held Qin Feng in contempt, regarding such a royal family member, at his age, to possess merely the cultivation of the Wheel Sea realm. In the face of his own pinnacle cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, Qin Feng was no more than an insignificant insect. In a moment of urgency, the head of the Wang family intercepted the celestial wolf, retrieving a pill from his storage ring. This is the concealment pill, he explained. I acquired it at great expense. While it has some side effects, it can nearly completely mask your presence. Be wary of that old man from the Lu family. Over 90 years ago, Lu Qingzhu's uncle had, during a maritime excursion, stumbled upon a pill left behind at the resting place of a formidable warrior. In a remarkably short time, his cultivation soared from the 7th layer of the Wheel Sea realm to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, establishing him as the most powerful individual in the Eastern Sea. He had just returned from his travels 6 months prior, so caution was paramount. Understood, the celestial wolf acknowledged. Stowing away the concealment pill, he then began to discuss the detailed plan for infiltrating the Lu family with the head of the Wang family. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had spent the past few days in the rear mountains, occasionally visiting Zhao Wuyo to hone his skills on the guqin. However, he found himself struggling with the intricacies of musical harmony, making slow progress. After all, he had always been somewhat tone-deaf during his time on Blue Star. One evening, as the sun began to rise, casting its warm rays upon Shiyun Island and dispelling the chill of the night, a pristine white fox silently approached the cliff at the rear of the Lu family estate. She settled beneath an ancient tree, gently placing a rare herb, which had thrived for at least 4 centuries, upon the ground. With this ancient herb, my cultivation should fully recover, the little white fox murmured to herself. Since her departure from the imperial palace, she journeyed to the Eastern Sea, utilizing the innate sensitivity of the Fox clan to heavenly materials and treasures. She scoured various uninhabited islands in search of rare, celestial resources. In contrast to the mainland, the islands are seldom guarded by formidable magical beasts, for the truly powerful creatures of the Eastern Sea predominantly reside beneath its waves. Over the years, the little white fox has completely healed from her previous injuries, and her cultivation has ascended to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. As her decline in cultivation was due to her wounds, with the appropriate celestial materials, her advancement is rapid. This time, she has acquired an ancient herb that has matured for 400 years, if all goes well. It should restore her cultivation to its peak, the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. You despicable wretch, I shall not spare you once my powers are restored. The little white fox glared in the direction of the great Xia dynasty, vowing fiercely, when the time comes, I will make you kneel before me and obediently call me master. With this thought, she promptly consumed the ancient herb. In an instant, a formidable surge of medicinal energy surged into her body. The little white fox remained composed, focusing her mind to guide this energy into her meridians, transforming it into spiritual essence to elevate her cultivation. The progress was remarkably smooth. However, at that very moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred. Thunder roared. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking with immense force. It was utterly abrupt, as the sky was undeniably clear for miles. Moreover, this lightning was distinctly different from ordinary strikes. It harbored strands of the profound laws of the universe, shaking the very core of one's being. A calamity is imminent, heralded by the heavens. How infuriating! The little white fox was diligently guiding the potent medicinal essence into her meridians when a sudden thunderous roar sent her spirit reeling. In that fleeting moment, she lost control over the surging medicinal energy, which began to rampage uncontrollably within her body. The little white fox desperately sought to regain control, to redirect the energy into her veins, but it was a futile endeavor. The potency was overwhelming, crashing violently within her, threatening to tear her apart. She lamented her tragic fate. After painstakingly acquiring a 400-year-old elixir, a chance to restore her cultivation, she was thwarted by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. Boom! A resolute determination flickered in the little white fox's eyes as a crimson glow emanated from her being. Reluctantly, she was compelled to summon the last vestiges of her bloodline power to seal the rampant energy, for failure to do so would surely lead to her demise. As the blood-red light enveloped her, the chaotic medicinal essence within her gradually succumbed to confinement. However, having expended all her bloodline energy, the little white fox became exceedingly weak, her spirit waning, leaving her too fatigued even to move, drifting into a drowsy haze. I cannot succumb to slumber. If I do, I may never awaken again. With great effort, the little white fox struggled to rise. She was utterly enervated and in desperate need of rejuvenating spiritual energy. Otherwise, remaining in this state would inevitably lead to her demise. Regrettably, the little white fox was far too weak, rising multiple times yet collapsing back to the ground. Eventually, she found herself utterly immobilized. Chapter 70. Infiltrating the Liu family. As time passed, dusk approached, and the little white fox grew increasingly fatigued, her eyes nearly closing. In that moment, she yearned for the creamy elixir. If only she could have that substance to sustain her, survival would be assured. However, a wry smile of resignation spread across her heart as she realized that the wretched scoundrel was far away, deep within the imperial tomb of the great Xia, and thus could not possibly appear here. At that moment, Qin Feng, just returned from Zhao Wuyo, noticed the little white fox beneath the ancient tree, a look of puzzlement on his face. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, bewildered. Upon hearing his voice, the little white fox struggled to open her eyes, momentarily startled. But she dismissed it as a mere hallucination and slowly closed her eyes again. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy compelled her to open her eyes once more, her gaze fixating on Qin Feng in astonishment. Ah, how delightful! She realized it was no illusion, for in Qin Feng's hand was a small vial containing that creamy liquid. It emanated an extraordinarily rich aura and fragrance, awakening her past memories. "Can you still eat on your own?" Qin Feng placed a vial of earth spirit stalactite liquid before her. However, the little white fox exerted herself twice, yet remained immobile. Her previous struggles had drained her final reserves of strength. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. He dipped his fingers into a small vial, extracting some of the earth spirit's milky essence, and presented it before the little white fox, saying, "Consume this. It will aid in your healing." The small fox, upon hearing his words, struggled to open its mouth. This action prompted a vague sense of unease in Qin Feng, who, after a moment's reflection, dismissed it, reasoning that this little white fox was merely a creature and not a paragon of beauty. As the little fox ingested the earth spirit's milky essence, it was immediately enraptured by the extraordinarily pure spiritual energy, emitting a sound of delight. "Swallow it down. Do not let it spill," Qin Feng urged. The little white fox obediently consumed the essence, and a wave of remarkably pure energy surged into its body, permeating its very limbs and bones. The weariness that had plagued it vanished entirely, replaced by an exhilarating sensation akin to a parched desert finally receiving a refreshing spring. As the ecstasy and comfort reached their zenith, the little white fox could not help but emit a soft sound, its entire form trembling slightly. After a brief moment, it resumed its normal appearance, feeling significantly better, though not entirely restored. I happen to be in need of an audience. Your arrival is fortuitous. From now on, you shall listen to me play the piano here. With that, Qin Feng lifted the little white fox and carried it to the edge of a precipice. Although the little white fox was not fond of being treated as a pet, it restrained itself, remembering how Qin Feng had just rescued it. This fellow could even play the piano. The little white fox murmured to herself, pondering whether the sound of the played zither was pleasing or not, and how it compared to Zhao Wuyo. She had visited the Lu family before and was well acquainted with the cliffs engraved with the name of Guangling Mountain. Thus she was familiar with Zhao Wuyo. As the little white fox contemplated these thoughts, Qin Feng had already placed her upon a stone beside the precipice. While he settled himself on another stone, cross-legged, and took out the ancient zither made of jade, gently plucking its strings. Ding-dong! The sound of the zither resonated, causing the little white fox perched on the stone to shudder. What on earth? Is someone playing the zither? Or are they invoking death? This is utterly discordant. The little white fox was left bewildered, having merely consumed a few drops of milky liquid. She wondered what transgression she had committed to warrant such a punishment. Ding-dong! While the little white fox was startled by the music, the zither's notes continued to play, leading her to question the very essence of her fox existence. Rising from the stone, she turned to flee. Could it truly be so unpleasant? Upon witnessing the little white fox's intent to depart, Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow. The little white fox longed to turn back and exclaim, indeed. But regrettably, she had yet to transform and could not articulate a word. Seeing the little white fox resolutely determined to leave, Qin Feng shook his head in resignation and was compelled to reopen the vial of earth spirit stalactite liquid, placing it atop the neighboring stone. Hiss! The little white fox, catching a whiff of the aroma, abruptly halted her escape, unable to resist glancing back at the small jade vial. The milky liquid within was simply too delectable. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately turned back and chose to compromise. In the following days, the little white fox was compelled to listen to Qin Feng play Guangling San. However, there was a silver lining for her. The medicinal power she had sealed within her body was gradually seeping out, nourishing her meridians and fostering her health, which resulted in her spending most of her time in a state of slumber, free from the incessant strains of Qin Feng's music. During this period, Qin Zining, who had been exploring the surroundings, visited once, urging Qin Feng to venture out more, claiming that Xi'an Island was far more interesting than the imperial city. However, upon realizing Qin Feng's disinterest, she refrained from pressing the matter further. Lu Qingzhu had not sought out Qin Feng even once, having been preoccupied with her own affairs. According to Qin Zining, she seemed intent on suppressing news related to the day the heavenly thunder appeared. In truth, Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback by the emergence of that thunder as well. Typically, cultivators below the martial domain do not require tribulations for ascension, and it was evident that no powerful individuals resided on Xi'an Island. He was perplexed about who might be undergoing a tribulation, yet he was disinclined to inquire further and chose to continue playing his Guangling San. One deep night, a figure from afar stealthily infiltrated the Lu residence. Awaiting him was a woman clad in red, who was the concubine of the third eldest son of the Lu family, positioned there by the head of the Wang family. With Qin Zining out at sea, her absence provided the perfect opportunity to act. The red-clad woman lowered her voice and asked Tianlang, "Where is he now?" "Take me to him," Tianlang replied in a low voice. The woman clad in red nodded and, accompanied by Tianlang, stealthily made her way towards the mountain peak where Qin Feng resided. In a short span of time, they arrived at the foot of the Lu family's rear mountain. Just beneath the cliff, the woman pointed at the precipice above and spoke to Tianlang. He turned his gaze towards the cliff and faintly discerned a figure seated beside it. What? He possesses no cultivation at all. Tianlang, utilizing his formidable spiritual sense, probed further, only to discover that Qin Feng emitted no aura whatsoever. Chapter 71. Danger? What? He lacks any cultivation? The woman in red was equally taken aback. She had not approached Qin Feng before, thus she had never conducted a probe. Had she known this earlier, she would have directly struck him down without awaiting Tianlang. It was worth noting that she was at the second level of the transformation realm. Humph, what a fool, without any cultivation, yet no powerful protector by his side. If he does not perish, who will? Tianlang remarked coldly, preparing to ascend the cliff to eliminate Qin Feng. Just then, a sudden sound of a guqin reverberated through the air, startling Tianlang. What is happening? He questioned, halting in his tracks, bewildered. No worries, it's just that fellow practicing Guangling San, the woman in red replied nonchalantly. With such a level of skill, he dares to perform Guangling San? Tianlang scoffed, truly a fool, unaware of his own incompetence. Although he had no expertise in the art of music, he had certainly heard of the illustrious name of Guangling San. It is my belief that Qin Feng's techniques are utterly unworthy of performing the Guangling San. However, as the melody continued to resonate, both the celestial wolf and the woman clad in red underwent a drastic change in expression. What is happening? The spiritual energy within me is beyond my control, exclaimed the woman in red, her voice tinged with horror. She was not alone in her plight. The celestial wolf shared her predicament, his countenance shifting dramatically. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy wreaked havoc within them, relentlessly battering their meridians with excruciating force. The melody, Qin Feng, is manipulating the spiritual energy within us through the music. The celestial wolf cried out in alarm. Being a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he quickly grasped the anomaly of the melody, realizing its profound impact on his internal energy. How could this be? That Qin Feng's playing is so discordant and clumsy. How can he possess such formidable power to control our spiritual energy with mere sound? The woman in red uttered in disbelief. Fool, how should I know? The celestial wolf retorted, his voice laced with fury. Overwhelmed by terror, he desperately attempted to circulate his cultivation technique to suppress the chaotic energy within him. But to no avail. Spare us, esteemed one. Please, spare us. The celestial wolf, consumed by sheer dread, fell to his knees in supplication to Qin Feng. The woman in red hastily followed suit, pleading for mercy. Regrettably, Qin Feng paid them no heed. In mere moments, the celestial wolf and the woman in red were utterly torn apart by their own spiraling energy, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. At the summit of the precipice, Qin Feng continued to play his Guangling San, though the atmosphere was tinged with a hint of melancholy. The following day, at noon, Qin Feng was engrossed in his music while a small white fox slumbered peacefully beside him, subtly channeling its medicinal energy into its meridians. Suddenly, from a distance, a figure darted towards him. It was Lu Qizhu, her face etched with concern. Upon landing on the cliff, she anxiously inquired, Qin Feng, you encountered no danger last night. Did you? Danger? What danger? Qin Feng responded with confusion. Indeed, there had been a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm seeking his life. But with a single note from his Qin, he had effortlessly vanquished the threat, encountering no peril whatsoever. Thank goodness you were unharmed, Lu Qingzhu sighed in relief. Last night, a band of sea pirates infiltrated this area and met their demise at the foot of the mountain. I feared they aimed to target you. Some individuals who had come to observe the Guangling San reported discovering the corpse of a celestial wolf at the mountain's base. Hearing this, I rushed here. And upon seeing you safe, I could finally breathe easy. I'm sorry to have caused you concern, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Your safety is all that matters. Lu Qingzhu murmured, repeating her reassurances. She then imparted a few final instructions to Qin Feng before departing to investigate the motives behind the celestial wolf's presence and the identity of its slayer. Meanwhile, she arranged for powerful allies to covertly protect Qin Feng, who remained indifferent to the unfolding events. He remains utterly indifferent to the purpose of the celestial wolf. All he desires is to play the piano in peace. The notes he played yesterday, haunting and lethal, have begun to evoke a peculiar sense of enjoyment within him. The Wang family similarly resides on the island, their abode resplendent with gold and brilliance. Within the grand hall of deliberation, the patriarch of the Wang family, along with numerous elders, convenes. It is nearly certain that the patriarch, Lu Qingzhu's uncle, Lu Ting, acquired a longevity elixir during his last maritime expedition, one that purportedly grants a lifespan extension of a century. Just a few days prior, several passing merchant vessels witnessed ominous thunder, heralding Lu Ting's impending tribulation of life and death. The eldest elder of the Wang family spoke gravely. Under normal circumstances, cultivators below the martial domain do not need to face tribulations. However, for those whose lifespans are waning, a significant extension of life necessitates undergoing the tribulation of life and death. Only upon surviving it can they continue to exist. Has that old man Lu Ting truly discovered the elixir of longevity? Upon uttering these words, the countenance of the Wang elders darkened considerably. Lu Ting, at the pinnacle of the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm, towers over the entire East Sea. As long as he remains, coupled with Lu Qingzhu's prodigious talent, no one can impede the progress of the Lu family. Many await Lu Ting's demise, and naturally, the Wang family counts among them. Now that Lu Ting has obtained a means of prolonging his life, this news is undeniably catastrophic for them. The reason Lu Qingshu has kept this information under wraps is to prevent anyone from plotting against Lu Ting during his tribulation. Should we? The eldest elder of the Wang family began to speak slowly, his tone heavy with concern. Upon hearing his words, the gazes of the crowd turned towards the patriarch of the Wang family. Why take such a perilous risk? The patriarch, however, merely scoffed. I have already dispatched the celestial wolf to eliminate Qin Feng and frame the Lu family. When the time comes, whether the great Xia dynasty sends troops or dispatches formidable warriors, the mere presence of Lu Ting, a pinnacle figure of the second realm, shall be utterly insufficient to save the Lu family. His scheme was exceedingly nefarious. He had informed the celestial wolf to ensure that after slaying Qin Feng, he would also cast the concubine of the third elder's son off a cliff, creating the illusion that Qin Feng attempted to assault her and met with an unfortunate demise. When that moment arrives, the imperial family of Great Xia, whether seeking vengeance or striving to conceal a scandal, will undoubtedly intervene on behalf of the Lu family. The patriarch's premeditated schemes left the eldest elder of the Wang family momentarily stunned, as he had only just learned of them. The other elders also displayed expressions of astonishment. The patriarch had chosen not to confer with them earlier to ensure the plan's smooth execution. The patriarch of the Wang family spoke coolly. Having ascended to power through patricide, he faced dissent within his clan. Thus, he sought to prove his worth. Utilizing the might of the great Xia imperial family to annihilate the Lu family was indeed a masterstroke. Fortunately, the family had already devised this impeccable plan. Otherwise, we would still be devising ways to thwart that old fool, Lu Ting, from transcending the tribulation of life and death. The elders of the Wang family unanimously expressed their admiration, feeling immense respect for what they perceived as an infallible stratagem. The patriarch, exuding an air of arrogance, regarded the plan as flawless, eagerly awaiting commendable news from the celestial wolf. At that very moment, his confidant hurriedly arrived at the council hall, appearing exceedingly anxious. Silently, under the cover of night, he came seeking a free gift. Chapter 72. A storm approaches. The confidant burst into the council hall, breathless and frantic. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. What had transpired? Could the news have reached the great Xia dynasty so swiftly, prompting them to dispatch formidable warriors to the Lu family? The head of the Wang family inquired coolly. To him, it seemed that Qin Feng had long since met his demise. The intense agitation of his confidant suggested that something far more astonishing had occurred than the death of Qin Feng. No. The confidant gasped. It is the heavenly wolf who has been slain. What did you say? The head of the Wang family, initially indifferent, was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. The heavenly wolf has been killed? How can that be? Absolutely true, the confidant affirmed. After the heavenly wolf's demise, he was discovered by someone who had come to witness the Guangling San, and now the news has spread throughout the entire East Sea. How could this happen? The head of the Wang family, his countenance darkening with disbelief, exclaimed, the heavenly wolf's infiltration plan into the Lu family was foolproof. Could it be that he encountered some unforeseen complication while attempting to assassinate Qin Feng, leading to his discovery by the Lu family's powerful warriors? It seems impossible. Tianlang, possessing a peak cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, should have found it effortless to eliminate Qin Feng. How could it be that during his attempt, others became aware of his actions? It seems that Tianlang never even encountered Qin Feng before meeting his demise. One confidant remarked, the Lu family remains oblivious to Tianlang's intentions, and now Lu Qingshu is urgently investigating. Being slain without ever seeing Qin Feng? The head of the Wang family was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. As far as the investigation had progressed, that was all they had uncovered. The confidant expressed a sense of helplessness. Within the council hall, a heavy silence ensued, each face marred with concern. They had initially believed the head of the family's plan was foolproof, prepared to watch the drama unfold as the imperial family of the great Xia extinguished the Lu family, but they never anticipated such a complete failure. Not only had Tianlang perished, but Qin Feng also remained unscathed. Moreover, there was a possibility that the Wang family's involvement might be exposed. What should they do now? The elder of the Wang family spoke solemnly. The plan of using another's blade has failed, and with Lu Ting on the verge of transcending his calamity, should he succeed, there would be no one left to thwart the Lu family's ascent. Furthermore, if Lu Qingshu were to uncover that we were the ones orchestrating Tianlang's actions, the Wang family would be utterly doomed. We cannot allow Lu Ting to succeed in his tribulation. The head of the Wang family clenched his fists, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes, declaring, contact the other 3 prominent families to jointly obstruct Lu Ting's ascension. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Wang family nodded in agreement. In the East Sea, among the 5 prominent families, aside from the Lu family, None harbored any desire for Lu Ting to live another 100 years. During the tribulation, Lu Ting found himself at his most vulnerable, presenting them with an opportune moment. Subsequently, the head of the Wang family departed from the council hall, personally visiting the other major families. The news of Lu Ting's impending life and death tribulation swiftly spread throughout the East Sea, leaving those who learned of it in a state of astonishment. Lu Ting's fortune was indeed remarkable, for he had acquired a rare elixir that could extend one's life by a century. The president of a trading association, his eyes filled with a hint of envy, remarked on the extraordinary rarity of such a life-extending pill, noting that even in the vast Kanglan domain, not a single one could be found. Who would have thought that Lu Ting would be so fortunate as to obtain one? If it weren't for the fact that the old man had already consumed the elixir, I would risk everything to seize it from him. A powerful cultivator at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, who had concealed himself for many years and was nearing the end of his lifespan, expressed profound jealousy. Even the slim chance of success was preferable to the prospect of waiting for death. Regrettably, Lu Ting had already ingested the elixir, and the tribulation was imminent. Undoubtedly, due to Lu Ting's upcoming tribulation, the entire Lu family became the focal point of scrutiny in the East Sea, with various spies discreetly placed near Shiyun Island. Upon discovering the leak of this information, Lu Qingzhu felt a surge of anger, yet found herself powerless to act. The divine thunder from that day had been witnessed by too many, making it nearly impossible to conceal. Consequently, Lu Qingzhu attributed the presence of the Tianlang, lurking within the Lu family, to the possibility that it sought to harm her uncle, Lu Ting. The master of the household remarked, currently, the entire East Sea is teeming with hidden currents. According to reliable sources, the formidable elders of several prominent families, who have been in seclusion for many years, have quietly emerged. The storm is brewing. Lu Qingzhu could not help but interject. The members of the other families will undoubtedly be unwilling to see uncle successfully undergo his tribulation. Her mood was considerably heavy. Although the strongest among the various families only reached the initial stage of the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm, if they chose to act while Lu Ting was transcending his tribulation, it would place him in peril. What shall we do? The elder of the Lu family inquired with concern. You should visit the other four major families. Lu Qingzhu replied with a composed demeanor. Gauge their sentiments, and if necessary, we can promise them certain conditions in exchange for their non-interference in this matter. She demonstrated remarkable governance skills, understanding what to relinquish and what to preserve in such critical times. Very well. The elder of the Lu family nodded, then departed to personally visit each family. Lu Qingzhu subsequently instructed the other elders to meticulously arrange the family's powerful members summoned from various locations, ensuring that they were prepared for defensive measures on the day Lu Ting faced his tribulation. Once she completed her duties, Lu Qingzhu hesitated briefly before heading to the precipice of the back mountain. There, Qin Feng and Qin Zining were present, observing the slumbering fox upon the stone. Qin Zining felt an overwhelming fondness. So soft, so warm, she exclaimed, gently caressing the little white fox, unable to suppress her admiration. Whether it is the soft, lustrous fur of the little white fox or its delicate, boneless body, it captivates her completely. What kind of adjective is this? Qin Feng could not help but frown. He wondered if it was he who was out of sorts or if this little girl was peculiar. Your Highness, why is she so still? Has she fallen asleep? Qin Zining gently cradled the little white fox, only to discover that it was utterly unresponsive. Were it not for its warmth and heartbeat, she might have feared the little creature had succumbed to a lifeless state. It must have ingested some ancient medicine. The potency within requires a prolonged period to dissipate. Qin Feng stated calmly. He had already employed his divine eye to observe, knowing precisely what the ancient medicine was. However, he did not elaborate too clearly to Qin Zining. Is that so? Qin Zining nodded and then carefully placed the little white fox back on the rock from which it had climbed, concerned that holding it might hinder its absorption of the medicine's effects. At that moment, a figure soared through the distance. It was Lu Qingzhu. Chapter 73. The arrival of the Thunder Tribulation. You two are here. Just in time. Upon seeing Qin Feng and the other, Lu Qingzhu smiled lightly. Auntie, is there something you need from us? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Yes, Lu Qingzhu nodded, her expression turning grave. You may need to depart from Shiyun Island earlier than anticipated. Why? Qin Feng asked, confusion evident. Is something amiss with the Lu family? Lu Qingzhu nodded, revealing no hesitation as she conveyed the recent events and the potential upheavals to Qin Feng and Qin Zining. This time, it appeared that several prominent families would likely sever ties with the Lu family. With a grave expression, Lu Qingzhu remarked, if my uncle successfully transcends the tribulation, all will be well. Otherwise, the Lu family will face peril. For your safety, it would be prudent for you to leave Shiyun Island, given the already strained relations. After her uncle Lu Ting's potential failure, the other families would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to press further. She wished to shield Qin Feng and Qin Zining from being embroiled in the ensuing turmoil. Upon hearing Lu Qingzhu's words, Qin Zining's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. During our stay here, and has treated us with such kindness. If we were to flee now, it might seem rather cowardly. Qin Feng slowly added, moreover, it is likely that families and merchants throughout the East Sea would mock us for our retreat. He was reluctant to depart. Not only had Lu Qingzhu genuinely treated them as kin, but he had also gained invaluable insights from the musical manuscripts and the notes of formidable musicians he had encountered on Shiyun Island, significantly enhancing his skills. He desired to remain for a while longer to continue this journey of discovery. Indeed, we cannot simply abandon this place, Qin Zining concurred. With my peak cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, I can offer assistance here. She had grown quite fond of her time spent on the island. Yet the looming danger was undeniable. Lu Qingzhu expressed her concerns, as these were her sister's son and granddaughter, and she was unwilling to see them entangled in peril. Should that occur, she would feel utterly ashamed to face her sister, even in death. They are merely a rabble. How much danger could they possibly pose? Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Before Lu Qingzhu could voice her thoughts further, Qin Zining interjected, resolutely insisting on remaining. Observing that both Qin Feng and Qin Zining had chosen to stay, Lu Qingzhu could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. She believed that even if the other prominent families dared to intrude upon the Lu residence, they would refrain from openly targeting Qin Feng and Qin Zining. Mindful of their esteemed identities, staying is permissible, but should any danger arise, you must ensure your safety and never attempt to assist, Lu Qingzhu cautioned, her tone measured. Aware of Qin Feng's limited martial prowess, her emphasis was particularly on Qin Zining, wishing to safeguard her from potential harm while attempting to help. Rest assured, Aunt. I will protect Zining and ensure she remains out of harm's way, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Lu Qingzhu nodded in acknowledgement. After imparting a few more instructions, she departed, as there were numerous matters within the clan that required her attention, as the time of Lu Tingdu's impending tribulation drew ever nearer. An uncanny calm enveloped the East Sea. Yet, all were acutely aware that this tranquility was but the calm before the storm. The atmosphere throughout the East Sea grew increasingly tense, with everyone's focus fixated upon Shiyun Island. One afternoon, in the midst of Shiyun Island, an elderly man with a white beard and a kind demeanor emerged, leisurely making his way to a stretch of sea 50 miles away from the island. Gazing quietly at the sky, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive, Lu Ting murmured to himself. Throughout his life, he had roamed the mountains and rivers, experiencing a certain joy, having scarcely devoted himself to the martial arts. Even if death were to claim him today, he harbored no regrets. The sole motivation urging him to endure the tribulation was the legacy of the Lu family. Had he known that the elixir would grant him an additional century of life, contingent upon enduring the thunder tribulation, he would undoubtedly have refrained from returning to the Lu family, even refusing to consume it. Alas, once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be retracted. Boom. Before long, the sky grew ominously dark, heavy clouds swirling above, accompanied by flashes of silver lightning. The formidable pressure emanating from the heavens was suffocating, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. The thunder tribulation had arrived. As the dark clouds gathered and the lightning crackled, exclamations of surprise erupted from the onlookers. Countless figures soared into the sky, gazing in awe at the tempestuous display, awestruck by the terrifying pressure from the celestial realm. They were acutely aware of the legendary ferocity of the thunder tribulation, yet none had anticipated its sheer magnitude. Simultaneously, over a dozen figures, each radiating a terrifying aura. Observed from a distance, these were members of the other four prominent families. Among them were ancient masters who had just emerged from seclusion, as well as the heads and elders of their respective clans, the weakest among them being mid-stage Purple Mansion realm practitioners, while the strongest had already reached the early stage of the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Gazing upon the terrifying Thunder Sea, it seemed unnecessary for us to intervene. Indeed, the prospects of Lu Ting's survival appeared grim. The head of the Qin family remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. The sheer magnitude of the Thunder Sea's ferocity surpassed my expectations. The patriarch of the Wang family stated coldly, since we are all gathered here today, we might as well wait a while. Should Lu Ting exhibit any signs of withstanding the tribulation, we shall lend him our assistance. Today, Lu Ting's demise is inevitable. No one can rescue him. The previously silent head of the Su family spoke with a detached demeanor. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Faced with a direct confrontation, even their combined strength would falter against Lu Ting. However, if they merely attacked him from the periphery of the Thunder Sea while he was undergoing the tribulation, victory would come easily. Crack! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth. Silver lightning descended like a serpent, striking downwards. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Ting's expression turned grave. His hands swiftly formed a complex seal, while an astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from within him, sweeping across the surroundings. As Lu Ting completed his seal, a yellowish barrier coalesced above him. This barrier was a formidable defensive technique, adorned with swirling yellow runes that radiated an impressive aura. With a thunderous roar, the first bolt of lightning descended, crashing upon the barrier with a ferocious display of energy that sent tremors through the onlookers, leaving them awestruck by its terrifying might. The initial strike was weathered by Lu Ting without excessive difficulty, yet the subsequent crack of thunder was an entirely different matter. A cacophony of sound erupted as hundreds of silver bolts, resembling a multitude of serpents, plummeted from the heavens, intent on tearing Lu Ting to shreds. Chapter 74. The Arrival of All Parties. Boom. 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 The multitude of lightning bolts descended upon the barrier Lu Ting had erected, engulfing it entirely and unleashing an even greater surge of energy that swept across the surroundings. Though Lu Ting appeared to be of considerable age, seemingly as fragile as a leaf in the wind, he stood resolute against the onslaught of such formidable lightning, remaining steadfast and unmoving. Crack! Yet, the tribulation was far from over, as the heavens unleashed yet another onslaught of thunderbolts, each wave more powerful than the last. Lu Ting's expression grew grave as he swiftly channeled all the spiritual energy within him into the barrier, striving to withstand the relentless barrage of divine lightning. The intense fluctuations of energy erupted around him, and he stood firm like a pine tree rooted in a precipice, enduring the violent strikes with unwavering resolve. The sheer ferocity of the lightning was astonishing, yet Lu Ting managed to withstand it. Upon witnessing this scene, the multitude of onlookers from afar could not help but gasp in astonishment. When they first beheld the emergence of the thunderous sea, they presumed that Lu Ting would not endure for long, destined to be reduced to ashes. However, they soon realized they had underestimated his prowess. With remarkable defensive martial skills, he was capable of withstanding the terrifying lightning descending from the heavens. Just then, a multitude of arrows, infused with spiritual energy, suddenly surged through the distant sky, hurtling towards Lu Ting, who was in the midst of his tribulation. The patriarch of the Wang family could no longer remain passive and commanded the celestial wolf pirates to take action. These formidable celestial wolves had salvaged powerful spiritual arrows from the depths of their warships, unmatched in strength. A wave of murmurs spread among the spectators. For although they had anticipated an assault on Lu Ting during his tribulation, they did not expect it to occur so rapidly. Moreover, the initial barrage consisted of such rare spiritual arrows, clearly aimed at ensuring Lu Ting's demise. A band of pirates, even after suffering significant losses, dared to act with such audacity. At this critical moment, a sharp voice resonated from within the Lu family. Lu Qingzhu soared into the air, having long been prepared for this eventuality. The heavy sword in her grasp radiated with fiery spiritual energy, akin to flames ablaze, emanating an intensely scorching aura. With a swift motion, Lu Qingzhu unleashed her sword, sending forth a blazing sword light that surged towards the incoming arrows, imbued with searing energy and formidable might. Under the guidance of Lu Ting, she has now reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. The martial skills in her possession have grown significantly more powerful than before. A tremendous roar echoed as the spiritual arrows collided with the searing flames, erupting into a multitude of burning fragments that plummeted towards the sea below. In the distance, the celestial wolves among the marauders were also caught in the aftermath, reduced to a mist of blood. Lu Qingzhu, with her striking demeanor, captivated many cultivators. Suddenly, applause erupted. The head of the Wang family, smiling, remarked, "It is no surprise that you, Lu Qingzhu, have achieved yet another breakthrough in such a short span of time, reaching the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. I am truly impressed." He soared through the air, landing gracefully within 100 paces of Lu Qingzhu. Beside him stood several other clan leaders and formidable figures, a dozen silhouettes in total. "Thank you for your praise," Lu Qingzhu replied with a cold expression. "I never expected your Wang family to be in collusion with the celestial wolf marauders." During her investigations a few days prior, she had harbored suspicions. It was only upon witnessing the marauders heed the commands of the Wang family head that her doubts were confirmed. "Humph, the affairs of my Wang family are not for you to meddle in," the Wang family head retorted with a disdainful snort. "You would do well to contemplate what will become of the Lu family now that old man Lu Ting has failed in his tribulation." As he spoke, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy emanated from within him, unabashedly revealing the intent behind his visit. Not only did the head of the Wang family emerge, but over a dozen other formidable cultivators also revealed their immense prowess, with a total of 10 individuals reaching the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. The remaining few had all attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The many onlookers from the East Sea felt their faces pale as they sensed a tremendous pressure, retreating further away in haste. Do you truly intend to thwart my uncle's tribulation? Lu Qingzhu's complexion darkened as she questioned, what fate awaits you should my uncle successfully transcend? As she spoke, more than 10 figures soared forth from the Lu family, apart from several at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. There were indeed 5 whose cultivation reached the mid to peak stages of the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. The Lu family, already formidable, had further strengthened their ranks by expending considerable resources to enlist various Lu's cultivators, forming an astonishingly powerful force, all standing ready for battle. Haha, Lu Qizhu. Are you lost in delusion? The head of the Wang family laughed heartily, mockery evident in his eyes. Today, with the might of the 4 great families assembled, if we cannot slay Lu Ting, who is currently undergoing his tribulation, it would be better to meet our demise by colliding with the tofu. The laughter of the other powerful figures from the various families resonated with derision. Even the numerous cultivators from the East Sea, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief, convinced that with so many formidable warriors from the 4 great families converging, no one could obstruct their assault on the tribulation-bound Lu Ting. Just then, someone made a move, executing a formidable technique to bypass Lu Qingzhu and launch an attack on Lu Ting amidst the thunderous sea. Stop him! Lu Qingzhu exclaimed with a fierce voice, and immediately, the formidable warriors of the Lu family rushed forth to obstruct the intruder, resulting in an intense clash between the 2 factions. The other powerful members of the 4 great families also sprang into action, enveloped in potent spiritual energy, transforming into brilliant streaks of light as they surged toward the Thunder Sea. They did not intend to venture into the Thunder Sea itself, but planned to strike from its periphery, targeting Lu Ting, who was currently undergoing tribulation within its depths. Lu Qingzhu and several other strong fighters stepped forward to impede these assailants. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle erupted instantaneously. The collision of spiritual energies illuminated the sky with dazzling brilliance, instilling a sense of dread. The practitioners at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm were evenly matched. However, it was evident that the 6 powerful beings from the Lu family were at a distinct disadvantage when confronted by the 10 formidable practitioners from the 4 great families. In a contest where cultivation levels were comparable, sheer numbers dictated the outcome. Frustratingly, Lu Qizhu found herself retreating repeatedly against 2 peak practitioners at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, her expression growing increasingly grim. If this situation persisted, they would be unable to prevent the head of the Wang family and his allies from advancing. At that moment, even more dire circumstances unfolded. A shockingly powerful aura suddenly erupted. Rumbling, the previously silent ancestor of the Qin family was preparing to make his move. In the early stages of the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm, his terrifying presence far surpassed that of Lu Qizhu and her companions. No one had the strength to impede him, and none could stand in his way. In just a few strides, he arrived at the edge of the Thunder Sea. Coldly gazing at Lu Ting, who was undergoing his tribulation, "Brother Lu, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Today, you must perish." The old ancestor of the Qin family remarked icily. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hands, and 2 formidable whirlwinds coalesced within them, their howling sound utterly fearsome. Chapter 75, Nonsensical Imperial Uncle Not Good. Lu Qingzhu's expression shifted as she attempted to intervene and thwart the elder of the Qin family. However, before she could extricate herself, she was suppressed by 2 formidable beings of the Purple Mansion realm. With a swift motion, the Qin elder unleashed the 2 whirlwinds, directing them towards Lu Ting in the Thunder Sea, where they rapidly expanded, resembling twin tornadoes in an instant. The entire heavens echoed with ghastly wails. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ting, who was desperately battling the heavenly tribulation, felt his countenance change. He was utterly powerless to resist. Was it truly the end for Lu Ting? The myriad cultivators from the East Sea, who had come upon hearing the news, could not help but exclaim at the sight. To them, it seemed that the Lu family no longer possessed any formidable warriors capable of obstructing the Qin elder. Great River's sword intent. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Qin Zining, who had been persistently held back by Lu Qizhu, finally made her move. The surging sword intent, reminiscent of a mighty river, surged forth towards the twin tornadoes, resonating with a thunderous roar wherever it passed. All the observers were astounded, having never witnessed such an awe-inspiring and pure manifestation of sword intent. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the surging sword intent, akin to a mighty river, collided with the 2 swirling tornadoes, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. The shattered sword intent and fierce winds swept outward in all directions. How could this be? The elder of the Qin family, astonished, turned his gaze to Qin Zening and exclaimed, "You are merely at the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could you possibly shatter the fierce winds I have conjured with a single sword stroke?" He himself was at the initial stage of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, and logically, he should have been able to completely overpower Qin Zening. Not only the elder of the Qin family, but also the head of the Wang family and others were equally bewildered, including Lu Qingzhu. They had long been aware of Qin Zening's remarkable prowess at such a young age. Yet they had not anticipated that she had grown powerful enough to fight beyond her level. As my royal uncle often says, nothing in this world is impossible. Qin Zening replied coldly. Whenever she encountered doubts in martial arts, she often recalled Qin Feng's words, which she had silently etched in her mind. What nonsense about a royal uncle. The elder of the Qin family laughed heartily and declared, "Let me tell you, today I shall kill Lu Ting, and there is nothing you can do to stop me." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a battered small cauldron flew towards Qin Zening, instantly hovering above her head. Despite its rusted appearance, the cauldron emanated a terrifying pressure that nearly rendered Qin Zening powerless, leaving her pale and breathless. What kind of secret treasure is this? Qin Zening was horrified to discover that the spiritual energy within her body was almost brought to a standstill under this overwhelming pressure. Not only that, but she was also completely immobilized. The ancestral figure of the Qin family let out a cold laugh, disregarding Qin Xiling, as he prepared to strike once more at Lu Ting, who was ensnared within the Thunder Sea. On the precipice, Qin Feng glanced at the slumbering little white fox, feeling somewhat at a loss. Despite the fierce battle raging outside, the little white fox remained undisturbed in its sleep. It seemed that he would need to pay special attention to the little creature later to help alleviate the effects of the medicinal power within it. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng took a bold stride, covering hundreds of feet in a single step, making his way toward the stone wall inscribed with Guangling San. The distance was traversed in mere breaths, as all present had turned their gaze toward the celestial conflict, leaving only the soon-to-be transcended Zhao Wuyo behind. Qin Feng quietly settled onto a stone, withdrawing a jade-green ancient zither. "Young friend, you have not departed?" Zhao Wuyo exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qin Feng. "You must leave at once. Lu Ting is on the verge of failure in his tribulation. This place is far too perilous." Having not seen Qin Feng for several days, he had assumed that Lu Qingzhu had sent him away. Now, witnessing Qin Feng's presence here, he felt a deep concern for this future genius of melody. "The greatest aspiration of my life has been to hear the complete piece of Guangling San. As you are about to transcend, I have come here to express my gratitude for your teachings by performing the entire composition for you." Qin Feng replied calmly, his fingers poised to caress the strings of the zither. The complete piece of Guangling San. Zhao Wuyo was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but let out a wry smile. For so many years, no one has been able to restore Guangling San in its entirety. How could you possibly perform the complete piece? Yet Qin Feng offered no explanation, gently caressing the strings of the zither. The melodious notes resonated, enchanting and delightful, akin to the sound of flowing water over high mountains. Upon hearing the music, Zhao Wuyo's countenance transformed dramatically. His understanding of musical harmony was profound, and Qin Feng's comprehension of the Guangling San was undoubtedly far superior to his own. He could scarcely believe that this individual, who not long ago had been entirely ignorant of musical nuances and clumsily handled the instrument, had now attained such an astonishing level of mastery. Despite the shock that gripped him, Zhao Wuyo chose to remain silent, as he longed only to immerse himself in the exquisite rendition of Guangling San performed by Qin Feng. He even began to entertain the notion that he might hear the complete piece today. In the distant sky, the formidable tornado conjured by the Qin family's ancestor roared toward Lu Ting, who was ensnared in the tribulation, its power increasingly fearsome. "Uncle, be careful!" Lu Qingzhu exclaimed urgently. Feeling utterly powerless to extricate herself, she could only warn Lu Ting, her heart heavy with guilt for failing to save him as both a family head and a relative. Lu Ting is surely doomed. Observing this scene, the heads of the Wang family and others sneered with cruel delight. Their eyes gleamed with malice and joy, for these prominent families had openly severed ties with the Lu family. Today, after thwarting Lu Ting's tribulation, they would not rest until they had taken further action to divide the Lu family amongst themselves. Even Lu Ting, upon witnessing the approaching tornado, felt a bitter resignation. Convinced that his demise was inevitable, he fought desperately against the divine thunder in the sky, with no strength to spare. However, at that moment, a melody resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, akin to an ethereal sound, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. All were astonished, feeling that this celestial music was akin to a divine revelation, utterly inconceivable in the mortal realm. Suddenly, the tornado that had entered the tribulation zone, rushing towards Lu Ting, disintegrated beneath the enchanting melody. Countless gusts of wind dissipated into the void, as if they had never existed. What is happening? Listening to this heavenly melody and witnessing the tornado's instantaneous shattering, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, rendered speechless in shock. Chapter 76. This melody should only exist in the heavens. What is this? Observing the suddenly shattered tornado, the Qin family patriarch, whose face had previously been filled with cruelty and coldness, now bore an expression of astonishment and incredulity, utterly horrified. That tornado had consumed a significant portion of his spiritual energy, yet it was effortlessly shattered by this single melody. What sort of person is playing this? Guangling San. Someone is playing Guangling San. A voice exclaimed in awe. Due to Qin Feng's unparalleled comprehension of Guangling San, his rendition was vastly different from what they had previously heard. After a moment of stunned silence, they finally recognized it. The melody of the Guangling San shattered the formidable martial prowess of the Qin family's elder. Who could possibly be playing such a piece? The elder of the Wang family, his countenance darkened with dismay, spoke in a grave tone. He had heard Zhao Wuyo perform the Guangling San, and it paled in comparison to the current strains. He could not fathom when such a master of melody had emerged in the East Sea. The other powerful figures from the four prominent families also exhibited expressions of grave concern. This indicated the presence of an immensely powerful musical adept aiding Lu Ting, which was far from favorable news for them. Ding dong. Amidst the collective astonishment, the music continued to resonate, emanating from Shiyun Island and radiating outward. Where the melody traveled, celestial cranes danced gracefully, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and birds and beasts frolicked with joy. Yet, for the patriarchs of the Wang family and their kin, this heavenly sound was akin to the harrowing echoes of hell, terrifying in its intensity. Focus your mind. Do not heed this melody. The Wang family patriarch bellowed. This individual must be employing some secret technique to produce such a dreadful sound. We simply need to endure it. He quickly enveloped himself in spiritual energy, attempting to insulate himself from the music. The elder of the Qin family, positioned at the edge of the Thunder Sea, did the same. Unfortunately, they had grossly underestimated the potency of the melody. Boom! In an instant, the music shattered the protective spiritual aura surrounding the elders. Furthermore, it unleashed chaos within their own energies, violently assaulting their meridians. Each of them emitted anguished cries, their faces contorted in pain, utterly stripped of their combat capability. Yet, despite their appearance, none among Lu Qingzhu and the others dared to intervene. Unbeknownst to them, the musician intended for the Wang family head and his kin to meet their demise. They feared flouting the musician's will. Spare me, esteemed senior. I am willing to offer everything belonging to the Qin family in tribute to you. The elder of the Qin family, in abject terror, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The formidable members of the other prominent families followed suit, prostrating themselves and weeping, ready to relinquish all their fortunes. However, the haunting melody persisted, undeterred. With an ominous sound, the elders of the Qin family could no longer endure. One by one, they succumbed, their bodies torn apart by the very essence they wielded, akin to crimson fireworks bursting across the night sky. Witnessing this spectacle, all the cultivators present were left in profound shock. They had only heard tales of formidable beings wielding the power of melody, capable of repelling legions with but a fragment of the Guangling San. Today, they bore witness to the true terror of this melody. Even after the demise of the Qin family's elder, the music continued unabated. The dilapidated small cauldron hovering above Qin Zining, which had been suppressing her, shattered like porcelain under the weight of the melody, its shards cascading into the sea. Boom boom in the tempestuous sea of thunder, wherever the melody resonated, lightning was shattered, sparing Lu Ting from its wrath. Engaged in transcending his tribulation, Lu Ting, upon hearing the melody and witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt an even deeper sense of astonishment. No one understood the peril of this thunderous tribulation better than he. He could merely withstand the thunderous force, while the melodious strains from the adversary's zither effortlessly shattered the tempest. How terrifying was that? This ethereal music, akin to the celestial sounds of heaven, not only aided Lu Ting and Qin Ziling, but also inspired a sense of transcendence in some listeners, compelling them to sit cross-legged in midair, attentively absorbing the melodies. The once tense expanse of the sea had transformed into an astonishing tranquility. All present stood in silent reverie, as though time itself had come to a standstill. The enchanting notes emanated from the cliff, discernible to all adept in the art of music. Ordinarily, one would expect such a remarkable figure to incite an eager rush toward the source of the melody, to uncover the identity of the performer. Yet, in this moment, They remained utterly still, feeling that merely hearing such divine music was a fulfillment of a lifetime's desire, daring not to divert their focus. Each individual was lost in profound contemplation of the zither's resonance. After a considerable interval, as the tempest in the sky dissipated, the melodies gradually came to a close. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dozens of individuals experienced breakthroughs in their realms, unleashing a formidable aura of spiritual energy. They were all filled with immense joy, expressing profound gratitude toward the one who played Guangling San. This melody, it seemed, was a treasure only found in the heavens, rare to be heard in the mortal realm. As the music finally faded away, someone inevitably exhaled in awe, recognizing it as the legendary celestial sound. Am I dreaming? Lu Qizhu, regaining her senses, surveyed her surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. The four great families had united, and amidst such a multitude of powerful beings, she had nearly succumbed to despair. Unexpectedly, the final outcome was a strand of melodic notes that could turn the tide of despair. The power of music proved to be both terrifying and astonishing. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, I have heard that my royal uncle possesses a remarkable talent for music. Could it be that he too will one day reach such a formidable level? Beneath the enchanting melodies, she experienced a breakthrough, achieving the mid-stage of the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm. She genuinely felt the immense strength of music, capable not only of vanquishing foes from 1,000 miles away, but also of facilitating breakthroughs. It seemed to rival the path of the sword. Initially, Qin Feng had found Qin Feng's playing unpleasing, but now she resolved to encourage him earnestly, refraining from any criticism of his performance. Did you notice that the esteemed elder just now played the Guangling melody, and it was not merely the first part? Could it be that he has completed the second part himself? An expert in music could not contain his astonishment. The harmony between the two sections is nothing short of flawless. Were it not for the fact that the second part of Guangling melody has long been lost without a trace, I might suspect he was performing the original composition. Gasps of disbelief reverberated through the air, as they found the situation utterly astonishing. The source of the music seemed to emanate from the cliffside, someone urged. Let us hasten to investigate. At this, many music practitioners reacted swiftly, soaring towards the cliff. Chapter 77. Unparalleled elegance. The music master who just saved our Lu family deserves our heartfelt gratitude, murmured Lu Ting as he approached Lu Qizhu. Even in solitude, the trials he faced would have inevitably left him grievously wounded. Yet, thanks to the ethereal resonance that shattered the tempest, he emerged unscathed. Lu Qizhu, with a grave expression, nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, he, along with the other formidable members of the Lu family, soared towards the precipice. Before the cliff, the lingering echoes gradually faded into silence. Qin Feng meticulously stowed away the ancient jade zither. At that moment, Zhao Wuyo, having regained his composure from the enchanting strains, gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief. You have actually mastered the entirety of Guangling San. The waning vitality of Zhao Wuyo was evident, his expression filled with incredulity. With his profound understanding of music, he could discern that Qin Feng's performance was indeed the complete Guangling San, impossible to have been self-composed. He could hardly fathom that a once disgraced prince of the great Xia royal family had acquired the legendary Guangling San in its entirety. Moreover, despite the apparent absence of any spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng, the aura he exhibited during the performance unmistakably belonged to a formidable individual. This revelation far surpassed Zhao Wuyo's expectations. It was merely a stroke of luck, Qin Feng spoke softly. Zhao Wuyo could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, overwhelmed by astonishment. Today's performance is a heartfelt tribute to my esteemed predecessor for imparting the profound mysteries of music during this time, Qin Feng continued. As Zhao Wuyo's vitality ebbed away, he found himself powerless to intervene. My greatest aspiration in this life has been to complete the Guangling San, Zhao Wuyo sighed, lamenting that his mastery of musical tones fell far short of that level. However, to have the opportunity to hear you perform the original composition of Guangling San today, he felt he could die without regret. In the future, your proficiency in the realm of music will undoubtedly surpass all those from ancient times to the present. He genuinely believed this in his heart. Recently, while he was astonished by Qin Feng's ability to memorize Guangling San in such a brief period, he still regarded Qin Feng as a genius yet to reach maturity. The future was rife with uncertainties, and the path ahead remained unknown. Yet, to think that Qin Feng could play the complete Guangling San in merely a few days could only be described as a prodigious talent. You flatter me, senior. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Someone is about to arrive. At that moment, Zhao Wuyo glanced into the distance and then withdrew his gaze, speaking slowly. I assume you are not one to invite trouble. You should take your leave. After a brief acquaintance, he had gleaned a slight understanding of Qin Feng. Indeed. Qin Feng nodded, then spoke gently. In that case, I shall not accompany you on your final journey." Subsequently, he chose not to linger any longer, striding away with great purpose towards the precipice. Just as Qin Feng had walked for less than 10 breaths, Lu Ting and the others had already arrived at the cliffside. However, they found no formidable musicians as they had anticipated, only the fading vitality of Zhao Wuyo, who was on the verge of passing. "Senior, was it you who played the Guangling San just now?" Upon encountering Zhao Wuyo, Lu Ting could not help but step forward, channeling his own spiritual energy into Zhao Wuyo's body to help delay the dissipation of his life force. All eyes were fixed upon Zhao Wuyo. Although they had previously believed that the skilled musician who played the Guangling San possessed a far deeper understanding of the piece than Zhao Wuyo, they could not dismiss the possibility that Zhao Wuyo had achieved enlightenment in his final moments. Yet, Zhao Wuyo shook his head, his breath exceedingly faint, and inquired, "May I ask which esteemed predecessor played the ethereal strains of Guangling San just now?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Ting posed the question. All gazes converged on Zhao Wuyo, holding their breath in anticipation. A figure of unparalleled grace. In Zhao Wuyo's eyes, there sparkled a glimmer of hope for the future of musical mastery. As he softly murmured, before his life force completely faded away, silence enveloped the area. Not only due to the passing of a musical virtuoso, but also because Zhao Wuyo had openly acknowledged that there existed a musician of far greater skill in the East Sea. Regrettably, Zhao Wuyo clearly hesitated to reveal the identity of this individual. "A musical genius of extraordinary talent," murmured a powerful figure, a flicker of enlightenment gleaming in their eyes. "Isn't there a musical prodigy who recently memorized the entirety of the first part of Guangling San in mere moments? Could the person Zhao mentioned be him?" Upon hearing this, many recalled Qin Feng. However, a counterargument soon arose. What a jest! Although it is indeed remarkable that Qin Feng could memorize Guangling San in such a brief span and perform it reasonably well, the notion that he could surpass Zhao Lao in his comprehension of the piece within just a few days, let alone compose a continuation, is utterly implausible. No one in this world could achieve such a feat. The speaker, though younger than Zhao Wuyo, stood as an equal among peers, renowned for his mastery of musical principles. He never entertained the thought that the individual in question was Qin Feng, for it was simply inconceivable. The elder's words rang true. Not only is it impossible to grasp Guangling San to such an extent, but even if one were to achieve that understanding, Qin Feng's lack of cultivation would render him incapable of playing it. Others, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. The one who initially spoke felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his youthful naivety had led him to overlook such complexities. Subsequently, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, engaging in speculation. "Alas, that esteemed elder has departed, and we were afforded no opportunity to express our gratitude," lamented Lu Ting with a heavy sigh. Beside him, Lu Qingzhu and several elders of the Lu family also shook their heads in resignation. If such powerful beings wished to remain hidden, even residing within the confines of their household, they would be impossible to locate. Moreover, it is highly probable that this formidable individual merely came to bid farewell to Zhao Wuyo, and may not even be from the East Sea. Thus, any hope of finding him is futile. How splendid it would be if he were indeed the emperor's uncle. When Qin Xiling first overheard the discussions, she felt a flicker of joy, contemplating the possibility that the one who played the Guangling San might be Qin Feng. In such a case, her father would have ample reason to pardon him, and no official in the court would dare to oppose. However, upon hearing the masters of melody ultimately deny that it could be Qin Feng, she shook her head in disappointment. As time passed, the crowd gradually dispersed. The Lu family attended to the aftermath of the recent battle, while also coordinating with Zhao Wuyo's descendants to arrange his funeral. Meanwhile, the question lingered. Would they find a way to eliminate him to secure their own positions and prevent him from joining other sacred places? Chapter 78, The Consort. Li Man, unbeknownst to Qin Feng, the chatter by the cliff held little significance for him. Upon returning to the precipice, he assessed the condition of the little white fox. Indeed, with the assistance of the melody, the absorption rate of the medicinal effects had accelerated. In the future, it would no longer require a constant state of slumber to assimilate this essence. After examining the little white fox's meridians with his divine eye, Qin Feng murmured contentedly to himself. He then found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged and commenced his cultivation. The melody he had just played not only benefited those who had heard it immensely, but it also proved even more advantageous for him. He sensed that with a bit more spiritual energy absorption, he was on the verge of breaking through to the second level of the void refinement realm. Since the last breakthrough of Qin Feng, only a few years have passed, yet he is on the verge of another. Should the other formidable practitioners of the void refinement realm, who often seclude themselves for centuries, learn of this, they would surely be consumed with envy. In the following days, the events on Xi'an Island reverberated throughout the East Sea, creating quite a stir. The incident involving Lu Ting being obstructed from transcending his tribulation was widely speculated upon by the practitioners of the East Sea, leading many to lose interest in witnessing it firsthand. However, they could hardly anticipate the emergence of a master of musical arts who played Guangling San, not only aiding Lu Ting in successfully overcoming his tribulation, but also inspiring numerous listeners among the practitioners to gain insight, with some even achieving breakthroughs themselves. This left those who chose not to attend filled with profound regret. Had they known that such a musical virtuoso would appear, they would have forsaken attending any weddings just to witness it. An opportunity of a lifetime had slipped through their fingers. Many swore never to visit brothels again, lamenting their decision not to go to Xi'an Island that day. At the same time, they were filled with envy towards those who had seized the opportunity. Although they were unaware of the identity of the one who played Guangling San, they understood that such a powerful figure would not easily reveal themselves again. After this event, it would be uncertain when they might next have the chance to hear such enchanting melodies. At this moment, the happiest of all were undoubtedly the members of the Lu family, since Qin Feng was the one who played Guangling San on Xi'an Island. The greatest beneficiaries were naturally the Lu family, with several of their members achieving breakthroughs in their realms in recent days. The entire strength of the Lu family has witnessed a significant enhancement. Not only that, but the formidable figures from the other prominent families have been ruthlessly slain, resulting in a substantial decline in their power. After Lu Ting personally visited the major families for discussions, they collectively surrendered the majority of their enterprises to the Lu family. As it stands, the Lu family has rightfully ascended to the position of the foremost family in the entire Eastern Sea. This news, upon reaching the Kanglan region, has stirred considerable commotion. After all, a unified Eastern Sea represents a force that is undeniably comparable to any imperial dynasty. However, Lu Qingzhu and the numerous elders of the Lu family harbor no ambitions for expansion into the Kanglan region. Instead, they sent missives to the various imperial dynasties and sects, clearly stating that the Lu family seeks only to engage in commerce, not territorial expansion. In the imperial study, after 3 consecutive days of reviewing memorials and convening with key ministers on matters of state, Qin Junyan received the letter from the Lu family. The Lu family has unified the entire Eastern Sea. Qin Junyan gazed at the contents of the memorial with astonishment. How swiftly circumstances have transformed. The situation in the Eastern Sea has undergone such a dramatic upheaval, leaving him utterly unprepared. The emperor is indeed sagacious. Thankfully, not long ago, you dispatched the princess to the Lu family to pay respects to the late Empress Dowager, thereby fostering a bond with the Lu family. The Grand Scholar of Weiyuan Pavilion could not help but commend, stating, otherwise, given our prior relationship with the Lu family, their attitude towards us would certainly not be as amicable now that they have unified the Eastern Sea. Many ministers present echoed this sentiment, exclaiming, indeed, the emperor possesses remarkable foresight. Those old princes who once vehemently opposed are likely now filled with an overwhelming sense of shame. Within the confines of the imperial study, the other ministers offered their praises in abundance. It is worth noting that when Qin Junyan sent Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing to pay homage to their late mother, there was considerable opposition from numerous antiquated officials within the royal court. Nevertheless, Qin Junyan withstood immense pressure. The unfolding events have since validated his decisions. Establishing a cordial relationship with the Lu family, one of the 5 prominent families of Donghai, can hardly be deemed a misstep. Given that the Lu family has extended their goodwill towards us, let us have our esteemed teacher personally compose a letter in response. Qin Junyan spoke slowly, not allowing the flattery of the ministers to inflate his pride, for he understood all too well that the current situation in Donghai lay beyond his calculations. His decision to send Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing to the Lu family was primarily to seek assistance in honoring their mother's memory, while also providing Qin Feng an opportunity to momentarily escape the confines of the royal mausoleum and ease his mind. The Grand Scholar of the One Yuan Pavilion nodded in acquiescence, responding respectfully. Subsequently, he proceeded to draft a letter to the Lu family in accordance with Qin Junyan's wishes. The Li family of Chongqing City was once an inconspicuous clan. However, due to the remarkable prowess of the clan leader's son, who distinguished himself through numerous military achievements, they ascended to prominence when he was appointed as the general who guards the north 170 years ago, catapulting the Li family into the ranks of the illustrious families of the Great Xia dynasty. Their residence was typically bustling with visitors, a scene of remarkable liveliness. Yet, in recent days, an unusual tranquility enveloped the household, as the clan leader withdrew from public engagements. Due to his daughterly Man, who is the consort of Qin Junyan. Returning home to visit her family, the entire Li residence is under heavy guard to ensure her safety. Ding dong. The melodious sound of the zither resonates in the opulent back garden of the Li family. However, the emotions intertwined within that melody are tinged with a hint of melancholy and gloom. In a small pavilion beside the pond, the stunningly beautiful Li Man gently plays the zither. Although her face bears no frown, she does not appear particularly joyful, clearly lost in thought. A maid stands respectfully beside her. After a considerable time, the zither's notes gradually fade. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the sudden sound of applause nearby is jarringly out of place. Upon hearing the clapping, Li Man cannot help but furrow her brow. As the consort of Qin Junyan, she seeks solace here, and no one is permitted to intrude. Even her father would send a maid to announce his presence before entering the garden. How could anyone dare to enter the sanctuary without her permission? However, when Li Man turns to see the figure, her expression changes drastically, shock overwhelming her. She never imagined that this person would have the audacity to appear here. Chapter 79. The heartless nature of royalty. The sight before her leaves Li Man in disbelief. Utterly astonished. The virtuous consort truly excels in the art of music. Your zither playing is exquisite, praises the Jin Wang, applauding her performance. The title of virtuous consort is the honor bestowed upon Li Man by Qin Junyan. Qin Shenzhan. How audacious you are to dare leave your fief without permission and come here privately. Do you not realize that such an act is punishable by death? Li Man immediately reprimanded, her charming face filled with coldness. According to the rules established by the founding emperor, no royal vassal may leave their territory without the emperor's command. It is one thing for King Jin to leave his fief, but to come here to see me is simply a death sentence. Should any rumors arise, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Why must the noble consort be so quick to anger? Are you not curious as to why I have risked my life to come here? King Jin Qin Shenzhan replied, unperturbed, with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Li Man's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she said, you had better possess a significant reason for being here. Otherwise, you cannot escape the death penalty. I have indeed come for an important matter, Qin Shenzhan responded slowly. I am here to save the noble consort's life and to rescue the members of the Li family. What nonsense are you speaking? Li Man retorted, her face icy with frost. When have I ever been in danger? The Li family has never required your assistance. She felt that Qin Shenzhan was merely toying with her, and her anger intensified. Alas, the noble consort is still too kind-hearted and lacks understanding of the royal intrigues. Upon hearing this, King Jin Qin Shenzhan shook his head and sighed softly. You remain unaware of the impending calamity. What on earth are you trying to say? Li Man demanded, her cold demeanor intensifying. How could I possibly be facing a grave danger? Does the noble consort truly not know? Still unwilling to acknowledge the truth? Prince Qin Shenzhan spoke slowly. If you truly remain oblivious, then why does the music just now resonate with such somber emotions? Li Man, taken aback by his words, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. If memory serves me correctly, your ascension as a consort was the desire of the late emperor, and the rationale behind it is rather straightforward. Your brother is the Grand General of the North. In a grave tone, Prince Qin Shenzhan continued. Only by marrying you could Qin Junyan swiftly seize military authority and solidify his hold on the throne. Yet, it appears that Qin Junyan has forgotten the late emperor's explicit declaration that the position of empress must be bestowed upon you. The Northern Army is tasked with repelling the incursions of the northern tribes and guarding against the demonic sect. It holds the highest status among the 4 great generals, with the largest military force, making it the most vital. Emperor Xia mandated Qin Junyan to wed Li Man primarily with this consideration in mind. The sovereign merely overlooked this matter due to his preoccupation with state affairs. Li Man's countenance darkened, and she retorted coldly, Do you genuinely believe that Qin Junyan has been so engrossed in governance that he has neglected this issue? Qin Shenzhan chuckled derisively, deep down. You understand that the reason His Majesty has yet to declare you as empress is entirely because the demonic sect has been eradicated. The Northern Army no longer requires such a formidable force to safeguard the North. Henceforth, the Grand General of the North will inevitably see his status diminish significantly, rendering him no different from the other 3 generals. The significance of appointing you as empress, therefore, dissipates. Qin Junyan would undoubtedly elevate concubine Zhao to the position of empress, for her daughter possesses an unparalleled sword physique, promising a future of immense potential. Each of his words pierced Li Man's heart like silver needles, rendering her countenance as pale as a ghost. What Qin Shenzhan articulated echoed her innermost thoughts and daily anxieties, which she dared not share with anyone. Yet, Even if His Majesty were to dismiss the notion of making her empress, what of it? Li Manman endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, countering Qin Shenzhan's assertions as a means of self-reassurance. I remain His Majesty's concubine, and the Li family shall continue to flourish. If one were merely an ordinary concubine, not being chosen as empress could indeed allow for a stable life. After a brief pause, Qin Shenzhan continued, regrettably, your elder brother is the general of the northern garrison. Your very existence poses a potential threat to concubine Zhao's standing. She will never permit you to live. Should concubine Zhao ascend to empress? With a daughter of extraordinary sword physique as her safeguard, plotting your demise within the harem would be a trivial endeavor. If she were to eliminate you, what fate awaits your brother, your family? Would they survive? As Qin Shenzhan's relentless analysis unfolded, Li Manman's complexion turned ashen, her heart racing in disarray. She could reconcile the loss of the title of empress, yet could she accept the grim prospect of losing her life and witnessing the annihilation of the Li family? No, it cannot be. Li Manman reassured herself, murmuring, concubine Zhao is known for her virtue and grace. She would never resort to such ruthless actions. Would she? Qin Shenzhan chuckled coldly and slowly remarked, the most ruthless are those of the imperial family. This statement was uttered by the first emperor's beloved wife. This proclamation utterly shattered Li Manman's psychological defenses. Throughout history, the intrigues and murders among concubines in the imperial harem have been countless. She could not place all her hopes on the virtues of concubine Zhao. Is what Uncle Wang said about saving me true? Li Manman finally could not restrain herself from asking. Out of fear and concern, her attitude towards Qin Shenzhan shifted to one of respect. It is indeed true. Observing her reaction, a fleeting glimmer of mockery appeared in Qin Shenzhan's eyes as he said, otherwise, why would I come here today, to witness your misfortune? If that is the case, I implore Uncle Wang to clarify. Li Manman hastily replied. Qin Shenzhan did not respond directly. Instead, he approached Li Manman and placed a small jade vial on the stone table that held the guqin. Poison concubine Zhao, Qin Shenzhan articulated deliberately. What did you say? An expression of horror emerged in Li Manman's eyes. She had not anticipated that Qin Shenzhan's scheme would be so insidious. Only with concubine Zhao's death will you be safe, he continued after a brief pause. Your brother and the Li family will also find security. Have you lost your mind? If I poison concubine Zhao, I would be doomed for certain, Li Manman exclaimed. At that point, the Li family would undoubtedly face complete annihilation. Rest assured, no one will discover that you poisoned concubine Zhao. Qin Shenzhan spoke slowly. This narcissus powder is colorless, tasteless, and non-toxic. It was concocted by the esteemed scholar Su Shijun's younger brother. It only becomes lethally toxic upon contact with the pollen of the ice spirit flower. Upon hearing this, Li Manman's expression changed drastically. The ice spirit flower was the favorite of consort Zhao, a bloom that only thrives in the frigid northern regions. Qin Junyan had specially transplanted a few specimens during his inspections of the north, and they could only be found in the vicinity of consort Zhao's residence. Are you suggesting that I discreetly administer the poison amidst a crowd, and then await consort Zhao's return to succumb to the toxin myself? Li Manman asked in a grave tone. Precisely, Qin Shenzhan replied. 3 months hence, the Wanshou festival will take place, during which His Majesty will host a grand banquet for the officials. Although you and the various consorts may not be able to attend, you must still prepare the feast within the inner palace. Once His Majesty has entertained the officials, you can then join the banquet in the inner palace. At that point, all the consorts will be present, providing the perfect opportunity for you to administer the poison. Hearing Qin Shenzhan's words, Li Manman fell into a profound silence. Grappling with immense hesitation, she was reluctant to undertake such a perilous risk. Yet she was even less inclined to lose her position as empress and ultimately be harmed by consort Zhao. What benefit would it bring you to have me eliminate consort Zhao? After a long pause, Li Manman spoke coldly. While she did not know much about Prince Jin, she understood that he would not assist her without cause. He must have ulterior motives. Naturally, there are advantages to be gained. Qin Shenzhan chuckled lightly, saying, if the Empress Zhao were to perish, it would be an effortless task for you to devise her 2 sons' downfall in the ensuing time. Once your son ascends to the position of crown prince, I would have a trustworthy ally within the court, regardless of the strategies Qin Jianyan formulates against the feudal lords. I would be privy to them in advance and could prepare accordingly. He unabashedly articulated his intentions, fully aware that if he claimed to merely wish to assist Li Manman, she would undoubtedly be skeptical. Upon grasping Qin Shenzhan's motives, Li Manman understood the rationale behind his support. When Qin Junyan was still the crown prince, he had shown considerable discontent towards the arrogant feudal lords across the regions. It was almost inevitable that he would establish policies targeting them in the future. As the most formidable feudal lord, Qin Shenzhan naturally needed to prepare in advance. How about it? Can you trust me now? Qin Shenzhan observed Li Man and spoke with a calm demeanor. Li Man, lost in thought, hesitated for a moment before slowly placing the small jade vial into her storage ring. Uncle Wang, I shall not see you off, she said softly. Seeing Li Man accept the vial, a flicker of mockery passed through Qin Xuanshan's abyss-like gaze. He chose not to say anything further and turned to leave. The area was heavily guarded, yet as a prominent feudal lord with countless retainers and formidable allies, it was a simple matter for him to move discreetly in and out of this place. On a tranquil island in the East Sea, abundant in spiritual energy yet typically devoid of human presence, the serenity remained undisturbed. Thunder rumbled ominously, yet suddenly, an astounding aura erupted forth. The sound of swords clashing resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. A fearsome sword intent emanated from the island, radiating outward and sweeping across the ocean, stirring up colossal waves as if an ancient ferocious beast had emerged into the world. This astonishing spectacle persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. The entire island was enveloped in rampant sword intent, creating a scene of unparalleled awe. In the second level of the void refinement realm, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his cultivation speed. Initially, he had anticipated that, due to his unique constitution and the immense demand for spiritual energy, breaking through each minor realm after reaching the void refinement realm would prove exceedingly challenging. To his surprise, the progress was quite commendable. Having successfully broken through, Qin Feng prepared to depart. He was concerned that the commotion caused by his breakthrough on Shiyun Island would be too significant and destructive, so he had chosen a random island to make his advancement. Now that he had achieved success, he did not intend to linger. It seems I have yet to check in today, Qin Feng suddenly recalled, halting his steps to summon the system. System, please assist me in checking in here. As soon as his words fell, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations. Master, check-in successful. You have received a fishing rod. Simultaneously, within the system's space, a fishing rod materialized. The rod was entirely of vibrant green, resembling jade, with a fishing line so fine it was nearly invisible. Most notably, its hook was straight, distinctly different from conventional fishing rods. What exactly is a straight hook? Qin Feng pondered, subsequently examining the information regarding the fishing rod. It was rumored that this rod belonged to the sage Jiang of the Great Zhou dynasty, used during his fishing by the banks of the Wei River, inviting willing fish to bite. The very rod once wielded by sage Jiang? Qin Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that sage Jiang had once visited the Eastern Sea? His curiosity was piqued. However, given the remote nature of the Kanglan domain, records regarding sage Jiang were scarce, predominantly shrouded in legend. Thus, he remained oblivious to the true circumstances. With lingering questions, Qin Feng decided to leave, intending to return to Shiyun Island, where he hoped to find a suitable spot for fishing. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng refrained from playing the lute and instead began to fish at a designated area on Shiyun Island, wishing for a willing catch. Yet, fortune was not on his side. The bait remained untouched, with no fish nibbling at the hook. As for the little white fox, though she was no longer required to slumber, she continued to absorb the effects of her seal and was not fit to roam freely, thus she remained beside Qin Feng. Lazily sprawled atop a stone by the seashore, she allowed the ocean breeze to caress her. Did this creature not realize she was using a straight hook? After a brief nap, the little white fox awoke, peering through the crystalline waters at the small fish nibbling at the bait, unable to suppress her disdain. Shaking her tiny head, she prepared to drift back into slumber. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, soaring through the sky on a sword. It was Qin Zining. Although her cultivation had reached a level where she no longer needed to ride the sword, she could still fly effortlessly. However, she believed that flying on a sword truly embodied the essence of a sword cultivator. Thus, she often chose to soar through the skies on her blade. Alas, it was that wicked woman. Upon seeing Qin Zining, the little white fox attempted to flee. Yet, Qin Zining was swifter, playfully drawing her into an embrace, unabashedly teasing her. Though the little white fox had regained her strength, reaching the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, she found herself utterly unable to escape Qin Zining's grasp. Hiki, it has only been 2 days, yet your touch has become increasingly delightful. Qin Zining chuckled as she addressed the little white fox. The little white fox's expression turned sour, though her heart brimmed with indignation. She was no match for Qin Zining and could only endure her playful antics. She realized that this girl, seemingly innocent and kind, was in fact more mischievous than her royal uncle. What has piqued my uncle's interest in fishing? Qin Zining mused, holding the little white fox as she approached Qin Feng, who was still engrossed in his fishing. I find solace in fishing, a means to cultivate one's spirit, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully before saying, "Uncle, I must return home." "What? Do you miss your family?" Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. He had observed Qin Zining enjoying herself here and was taken aback by her sudden desire to leave. "In a little over 10 days, it will be the longevity festival. And I must return to celebrate my father's birthday," Qin Zining explained slowly. The longevity festival marked the emperor's birthday, and as the most cherished daughter of Qin Jiuyan, she was obliged to return for the occasion. "Very well. Whenever you wish to depart, simply let me know," Qin Feng replied calmly. "Is the royal uncle also returning?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ziling replied, "The royal uncle may remain here for a while longer. There is no need for him to accompany me back." Chapter 81. Embarking on the journey home, Qin Ziling felt that, in comparison to Shiyun Island, the royal tomb was exceedingly dull. Qin Feng had no obligation to return with her. He could linger on Shiyun Island a bit longer. "To me, it matters not where I am," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Just call for me when you are ready to depart." "Very well," Qin Ziling nodded and then departed to make preparations for her journey. Bidding farewell to Lu Qizhu and the others, the little white fox, finally free from Qin Ziling's grasp, resumed its place atop a stone, absorbing the effects of the medicine within while basking in the warmth of the sun. Qin Feng, however, felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering that perhaps no fish would willingly take the bait. 3 days later, an ancient vessel glided slowly above Shiyun Island. Qin Feng and Qin Ziling were preparing to leave, and Lu Qizhu, along with several core members of the Lu family, came to bid them farewell. "Qin Feng, are you truly returning? Why not stay here a little longer?" Lu Qingzhu couldn't help but exclaim. She believed that while Qin Ziling must attend Qin Jiuyan's birthday celebration, there was no pressing need for Qin Feng to be present. He could enjoy more time on Shiyun Island. "No, I shall not," Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile. "I will come to visit my aunt after some time." "Very well then." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhu could only nod in agreement. She then said, "However, I have prepared some elixirs for you. You must accept them." As she spoke, she retrieved several spiritual fruits and elixirs from her storage ring and handed them to Qin Feng. "What are the effects of these elixirs?" Qin Feng inquired, perplexed. "These elixirs are designed to extend one's lifespan. Although they are not particularly rare and hold little value for cultivators above the Wheel Sea realm, they will be beneficial for you," Lu Qingzhu replied gently. She was genuinely concerned about Qin Feng's relatively low cultivation level, worrying about his longevity. Recently, while managing the assets of several influential families, she had acquired some elixirs that could prolong the lives of cultivators below the Wheel Sea realm. She selected the highest quality ones to gift to Qin Feng. "Thank you very much, Aunt," Qin Feng said, accepting them with a smile. Though he might not need them, he appreciated Lu Qingzhu's heartfelt gesture. There was no need for formality with his aunt. After a brief pause, Lu Qingzhu continued, "Whenever you wish to visit, you are more than welcome. If those ancient relics from the royal family dare to obstruct you, I will personally go to the imperial city to seek an explanation from them." With the Lu family now reigning over the East Sea, the old aristocrats of the Daxia royal family would certainly show her the respect she deserved upon her arrival. "Very well," Qin Feng replied with a smile, then added, "By the way, I have a jade pendant that is said to nourish the meridians when worn. I would like to give it to you." He presented the jade pendant to Lu Qingzhu. "It is truly beautiful. You are very thoughtful," she remarked. Lu Qingzhu discovered that the jade pendant was indeed quite exquisite. After complimenting Qin Feng, she adorned herself with it around her neck. As for the effect of nourishing the meridians, she scarcely gave it a second thought. If such a miraculous jade truly possessed that capability, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the Kanglan domain. How could Qin Feng possibly acquire it? Little did Lu Qingzhu know that this precious stone was obtained by Qin Feng from a spiritual stone vein, and the effect of nurturing the meridians was indeed authentic. Subsequently, she reluctantly exchanged a few parting words with Qin Zining before the ancient ship set sail towards the great Xia imperial city. It was not until the vessel vanished from sight that she turned back to Shiyun Island with lingering reluctance, due to Qin Zining's need to return in time for Qin Jiuyan's birthday celebration. The ancient ship traveled at a much swifter pace than it had on the journey to Shiyun Island. Within a few days, they returned to the palace, which was abuzz with activity as the maidservants and attendants prepared for the forthcoming banquet. Although Qin Jiuyan was not fond of extravagant displays that burden the people, having recently ascended the throne, he was reluctant to directly alter ancestral customs. He merely instructed for simplicity and to reduce the scale of the feast, allowing only esteemed ministers and well-regarded officials from various regions to attend. This not only served to motivate other officials but also allowed for a deeper understanding of public sentiment. With a thunderous sound, the grand ancient ship descended into the square, capturing numerous gazes. Upon hearing the news, Qin Jiuyan hurried over, surprised to learn that Qin Feng had returned as well. as he had anticipated that Qin Feng would linger a while longer on Xi'an Island. However, since Qin Feng had returned, he refrained from further comments, merely inquiring about the experiences on Xi'an Island and the Lu family's stance towards the Great Xia dynasty. After conversing with Qin Jianyan for a while, he returned to the imperial tomb. Ah, it is indeed more comfortable here. Upon lying on the recliner, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. His inclination to recline was not due to laziness, but rather a desire to guard the tomb of the founding emperor. So lazy. Glancing at Qin Feng, the little white fox shook her head. She had initially pondered how to repay Qin Feng for saving her twice, as she disliked being indebted to others, particularly men. Now, she had devised a plan. The little white fox intended to help Qin Feng forcibly elevate his cultivation to the ninth heaven of the transforming spirit realm when her own powers were sufficiently restored. That would suffice. By then, the almost powerless Qin Feng would undoubtedly be immensely grateful to her, thus settling her debt of gratitude entirely. With this thought in mind, the little white fox paid no further heed to Qin Feng, finding a spot to lie down and began to absorb the medicinal effects. Meanwhile, atop a southern mountain peak stood a thatched cottage surrounded by an array of rare herbs, the air thick with their fragrant aroma. A young man sat in calm meditation, resembling a reclusive sage. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed towards the distant sky. The Jin Wang, Qin Shun's Han, has arrived. How goes the progress of the plan? The young man inquired slowly. The plan, though ostensibly unrelated to him, was intricately tied to his fate. A woman devoid of intellect was, of course, easily persuaded by me. After a brief pause, Prince Qin Shun's Han spoke slowly. I have come here today to request the young master's head. Then I shall congratulate you in advance, replied the young man, as he unsheathed a nearby longsword. With a swift motion, he took his own life, the act both clean and decisive, his body falling heavily to the ground. Observing the lifeless form of the young man, Qin Xuanshan's expression was complex, yet it quickly transformed into one of steely determination. A general's success often rests upon the corpses of many. As long as his plan succeeded and he seized the throne, all sacrifices would be deemed worthwhile. He would repay the Su family tenfold. Titles of nobility and military ranks awaited him. Chapter 82. A tenfold assurance shaking his head. Qin Shunhan instructed his men to sever the young man's head and present it to Su Shijun. He spoke with deliberation. He was a renowned scholar from the south, celebrated far and wide, with disciples scattered across the realm. The one who perished was his own brother, and thus his words carry formidable weight. The elder beside him nodded in understanding. After a moment's hesitation, he could not restrain himself from questioning. Your Highness, this plan has exhausted the late king's goodwill towards Su Shijun. What are the actual odds of success? The very fact that I dare to embark on this scheme signifies that I possess absolute confidence in its success, Qin Shunhan replied with a grave tone. In the past, the founding emperor sought to bequeath the throne to our lineage, but was compelled to abandon this ambition due to the vehement opposition of the court officials. For many years, the Jin Wangfu has been secretly gathering strength, and now it has finally reached its zenith. It is time to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, the imperial throne. Qin Junyan's desire to diminish the power of the various feudal lords is not the true motivation behind Jin Wang's intention to rise in arms. This plan has been in motion since the moment the youngest son of Emperor Taizu was unable to seize the throne and was instead conferred the title of Jin Wang. However, the opportune moment had eluded them until now. The recent opening of the spirit path has yielded a plethora of heavenly materials and treasures, resulting in a surge of formidable Zifu realm experts within the Kanglan domain over the years, convincing the Jin Wangfu that the time has finally arrived. The elder, upon witnessing Qin Xuanshan's overwhelming likelihood of success, nodded slowly and departed without delay, heading to seek the renowned southern sage, Su Shijun, at the Su family estate. Since Qin Jianyan ascended to the throne, following his directives, Qin Feng has been granted regular access to abundant cultivation resources. Additionally, Lu Qizhu has bestowed upon him numerous elixirs and spiritual fruits that enhance cultivation and prolong life. Qin Feng felt that it would be unreasonable to remain stagnant in his progress. After all, although this body was not a prodigy, it certainly was not worthless. Furthermore, having maintained his appearance over the years, he had reached the limits of a normal human. Continuing in such a state of feeble cultivation without any change in visage would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Therefore, during one of Qin Xining's visits to Qin Feng's abode for a meal, he seized the moment to break through to the 5th level of the transformation realm in her presence, filling her with delight and astonishment. She calculated that with the consumption of so many elixirs, coupled with his breakthrough in realm, Qin Feng could extend his lifespan by at least 70 to 80 years. For the time being, there was no need to worry about his longevity. To celebrate Qin Feng's advancement, Qin Feng encouraged him to prepare 2 additional dishes. As the Wancho festival drew near, the atmosphere within the imperial palace became increasingly lively. Though Qin Feng was asleep in the royal tomb, he was in a state of half-dream, half-awake, routinely summoning the system for sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in and obtained the spirit concentration technique. The system's emotionless notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Initially, he had paid little heed to the sign-in rewards, merely treating it as a customary routine. However, upon hearing the system's prompt, he was immediately roused. The spirit concentration technique? It feels as though it pertains to the cultivation of consciousness, he murmured to himself. After so many years of signing in, he had acquired numerous elixirs that could restore and even enhance his consciousness. Yet he had never received a technique specifically aimed at cultivating it. Thus, he was quite astonished and promptly examined the information regarding the spirit concentration technique within the system's inventory. This technique could be utilized to condense consciousness? Upon reviewing the details, Qin Feng was surprised to discover that this method was not for cultivating consciousness, but rather for assisting in its condensation. Furthermore, the condensed consciousness could be wielded for combat, proving to be extraordinarily formidable. This revelation filled Qin Feng with elation. The realms beyond the void refining stage are martial domain. Heavenly Gang Supreme. Under normal circumstances, only after reaching the Heavenly Gang realm can one condense their consciousness and employ it as a means of combat. The concentration technique possesses the remarkable ability to assist Qin Feng in consolidating his spiritual awareness even before achieving the celestial realm, which fills him with immense joy. This amounts to an extraordinary ace up his sleeve. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng embraced this opportunity. Soon enough, information regarding the concentration technique flooded into his mind. Intricate and profound. Upon thorough examination, Qin Feng discerned that while this technique could aid practitioners lacking the celestial realm in gathering their spiritual awareness, it also demanded a significant strength of spirit from the practitioner. Should one's spiritual awareness be insufficiently robust, the technique would yield no results despite its practice. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Feng's spiritual awareness was already formidable. Coupled with the enhancement provided by the ancient chaotic sword body and the numerous rare elixirs he had consumed over the years to bolster his spiritual awareness, he mused that consolidating his spiritual awareness should pose no great challenge. With a hint of doubt, he began to delve deeply into the nuances of the concentration technique. Before long, the Grand Longevity Festival arrived. Not only within the imperial palace but throughout the entire royal city, a festive atmosphere prevailed. The Grand Longevity Festival marks the emperor's birthday, celebrated widely among the populace. Arrows of spiritual energy shot into the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors, transforming into magnificent fireworks that captivated throngs of onlookers. In the main hall, Qin Jionian occupied the esteemed position at the head of the table, laden with an array of fruits. Flanking him were esteemed ministers and well-regarded officials from various regions. This banquet served not only to celebrate Qin Jionian's birthday but also as an occasion to reward his loyal ministers. Your Majesty possesses remarkable talent and vision, even establishing the precedent of summoning local officials during the Longevity Festival to gain insight into the sentiments of the people. Under your governance, the great Xia dynasty flourishes more than ever. The Minister of Personnel rose to command, and many other officials echoed his sentiments, particularly the local officials, who were overwhelmed with gratitude at their first opportunity to partake in the emperor's birthday celebration. Enough, please be seated, Qin Jionian said with a hint of resignation. He was not fond of the adulation he received from the ministers for merely engaging in trivial matters. Despite his repeated requests for them to refrain from such flattery, they remained unchanged, leaving him with no recourse. Upon hearing his words, the ministers finally took their seats. Today, I have invited all of you to this banquet, and I shall establish a rule. Qin Jionian spoke slowly. Here, everyone is free to express their thoughts without reservation, regardless of whether what is said is right or wrong. From this day forth, no one shall use these words as grounds for impeachment. I shall not pursue any accountability. His intention was to encourage ministers to speak candidly, particularly the local officials, as they possessed the deepest understanding of the people's sentiments. Your Majesty is wise, the ministers responded in unison. One minister then stood and respectfully inquired. Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. I just stated that all matters may be freely spoken of. Qin Jionian replied calmly. Speak. As for spiritual awareness, it exists within all realms, though it varies in strength. Chapter 83, The Great Scholar of the South. Su Shijun, in light of this, I shall speak candidly, the Minister of Rights articulated slowly. Since your Majesty ascended the throne, the position of Empress has remained unfilled, and this matter can no longer be postponed. The role of Empress is of utmost significance. not only in embodying maternal grace but also in ensuring the stability of the inner court. I hope your majesty will make a decision soon." Upon the utterance of these words, the officials present fell into a pensive silence. The appointment of an empress is no trivial matter. Logically, given that Qin Junyan had not yet chosen an empress, they should have voiced their counsel long ago. However, these high-ranking officials, having narrowly escaped the wrath of the late Emperor Xia, were unwilling to further entangle themselves in the intrigues of the harem. It was clear to all discerning eyes that Qin Junyan's favored consort was the beloved Zhao Fei and her daughter, Qin Zining. Yet, it was the late Emperor Xia who had explicitly designated Xu Fei as the future empress. Should they step forward to recommend anyone for the position, they could very well find themselves in irreparable peril. The mention of appointing an empress prompted Qin Junyan to lapse into contemplation, before murmuring, "I have been preoccupied with state affairs and have not wished to expend my energies on matters beyond that. Yet, having been on the throne for a considerable time now, this issue indeed should not be delayed any further. The appointment of an empress is not merely a matter of words. It involves various rituals, sacrifices, and grand ceremonies. Such undertakings require months of preparation, and he had originally wished to avoid wasting time on this. Nonetheless, he understood that the matter could not continue to languish. Upon hearing that Qin Junyan had reached a resolution, the ministers held their breaths in anticipation. Who, they wondered, would His Majesty choose as the new empress? The Minister of Rites cautiously inquired, knowing that such questions could only originate from him and must be posed by him. "Why do you pose such a question, my dear minister?" Qin Junyan responded with a hint of confusion, recalling his prior commitment to his father, the emperor, to elevate the noble consort to empress. Having made this promise, he felt compelled to adhere strictly to it. Otherwise, how could he set an example for his ministers if he were to change his mind at will? The notion of elevating the noble consort was met with astonishment from many present. They had anticipated that Qin Junyan would undoubtedly appoint the favored consort as empress. Given his evident affection for her and the fact that her daughter, Qin Zining, possessed an unparalleled sword physique. Additionally, with many soldiers from the northern garrison likely to be reassigned, the significance of crowning the noble consort would diminish. Yet, it was unexpected that Qin Junyan intended to honor his initial promise and elevate the noble consort to empress. "Is there a problem?" Qin Junyan inquired, observing the astonished expressions of the Minister of Rites and others. Throughout this deliberation, he had never contemplated breaching his promise. "And no problem." The ministers hastily shook their heads. With Qin Junyan having made his decision and chosen to uphold his prior commitment, they dared not voice any objections. "Very well. This matter is settled. If anyone has further remarks, feel free to express them," Qin Junyan said with a smile. However, just as his words concluded, a commander from the Imperial Guards hurried to his side and whispered a few words in his ear. The ministers looked on with puzzled expressions, uncertain of what had transpired. Had the esteemed scholar from the south, Su Shijun, also arrived for the banquet? Qin Junyan was taken aback for a moment, but soon his face brightened with joy, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Please invite the esteemed elder in." In the contemporary world, there were but 2 or 3 individuals who could be rightfully regarded as great scholars. These luminaries possessed unique styles and an innate pride, treating wealth and official titles with disdain. When they criticized the court, they did so without holding back, earning the reverence of scholars across the land. Before the banquet, Qin Junyan had contemplated inviting Su Shijun, yet he believed the latter would not deign to acknowledge him, leading him to abandon the thought. Little did he anticipate that Su Shijun would take the initiative to attend the banquet, which filled him with immense delight. "As you command," replied the commander of the Imperial Guard, who promptly went to fetch Su Shijun. Qin Junyan, equally exhilarated, rose to his feet. "My esteemed ministers, the great scholar Su Shijun from the south is coming to the banquet. Let us go out together to welcome him." With that, he made his way toward the entrance of the grand hall. The ministers, upon hearing this, were utterly astonished. "Su Laoshi is coming of his own accord?" They murmured in disbelief, for many among them held Su Shijun in the highest esteem. They hurriedly followed Qin Junyan to the entrance of the hall. Outside, an aged figure appeared, holding a wooden box in his right hand, his expression grave as he approached. It was none other than Su Shijun. Upon sighting him, the ministers immediately displayed expressions of deep respect. "I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty," Su Shijun said, bowing respectfully upon seeing Qin Junyan. This display of deference left Qin Junyan somewhat taken aback, for even in the presence of his father, these great scholars had never shown such humility. "You honor me, esteemed elder. Please, do come inside." Qin Junyan hurriedly stepped forward to support Su Shijun, saying, "Your Majesty, I am here to plead for forgiveness." However, Su Shijun did not intend to enter the palace. He slowly replied, "Plead for forgiveness?" Qin Junyan was taken aback and responded, "What do you mean, esteemed elder?" What crime have you committed? I have failed in my duty as a guardian. My younger brother has committed the heinous crime of treason. Su Shijun spoke with a measured tone. His words left Qin Xiaoyan, along with the gathered ministers, in a state of bewilderment, their faces awash with confusion. Although the Su family hailed from the southern gentry, they had long been devoted to the scholarly arts, and while they had a few retainers, they were not particularly powerful. How could anyone in their household be guilty of treason? Why do you say such things, esteemed elder? Qin Xiaoyan inquired, perplexed. The concubine Shu, along with her brother, the general of the northern front, harbored treasonous intentions. During their visit to the Li family, she demanded a lethal poison, narcissus powder, from my younger brother. Intending to poison your majesty, Su Shijun revealed slowly. At this proclamation, the assembled officials were all struck with shock. His words fell like a massive stone into a placid lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. What did the esteemed elder just say? Qin Junyan questioned, doubting his own hearing. The concubine Shu and her brother plotted treason and sought to poison me? How is that even conceivable? He found it utterly implausible. Had anyone else made such a claim, he would have erupted in fury. Only Su Shijun, a revered scholar from the south, held such stature that he refrained from anger, yet he remained skeptical of the assertion. Though the general of the north holds a formidable military force, his family resides in the south, and the supply lines for military provisions must be transported from there. Furthermore, the generals of the east, west, and south command a combined army that vastly outnumbers the forces of the north. Additionally, among the northern army, there is but a solitary warrior of the first realm of the Purple Mansion. If Consort Shu and her brother were to conspire against the throne, their defeat would be inevitable, leading only to their demise and the annihilation of their lineage. What I state is undeniably true, Su Shijun declared, as he gently opened a wooden box, saying, upon learning of this matter, I acted with righteousness and severed my younger brother's life to atone in the imperial city. With that, he slowly revealed a severed head from the box, the very head of the young man who had drawn his sword and taken his own life after meeting with Prince Qin Shenzhan. Chapter 84. A scheme within a scheme. The sight of Su Shijun's brother's head left everyone present utterly stunned. Initially, they could not fathom that Consort Shu and her brother would plot treachery, believing instead that Su Shijun had merely heard some baseless rumors. However, upon witnessing the grim evidence, their perceptions shifted. How could the esteemed scholar Su Shijun jest with the life of his own brother? What benefit could he possibly gain from such an act? If His Majesty harbors any doubts, I shall confront Consort Shu directly, Su Shijun calmly asserted. Summon Consort Shu, Qin Junyan commanded solemnly. The realization that Su Shijun had brought his brother's severed head to the palace led him to nearly accept the truth of Consort Shu's alleged plot against him. After all, this is a sage of the age. Upon hearing this, the commander of the Imperial Guard immediately turned and departed for the inner palace to summon the noble consort. Li Man. The entire square was enveloped in an eerie silence. If the noble consort, Li Man, truly conspired with her elder brother, the general of the northern defense, to rebel, it would be a monumental affair, one that could incite turmoil throughout the entire dynasty. Your Majesty, it is grave news. Not long after, the commander of the Imperial Guard hastily returned alone. What has transpired? Qin Junyan inquired, perplexed. The noble consort has died. The commander replied. What did you say? Qin Junyan immediately questioned. Was she not in the inner palace preparing a banquet with the other concubines, awaiting my arrival? How could she suddenly perish? My subordinate went to summon the noble consort, and she appeared visibly anxious, as if troubled by something. Yet, she said nothing and agreed to accompany me here. The commander of the Imperial Guard reported earnestly. However, while we were en route, the noble consort suddenly turned pale, gasping for breath, and collapsed, losing her life thereafter. Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the noble consort plotting to poison Qin Junyan? How could she have died so unexpectedly? Your Majesty, according to the commander of the Imperial Guard, the noble consort was indeed poisoned with narcissus powder, Su Shijun interjected, speaking slowly. It seems she realized that her scheme had been exposed and, in her fear of punishment, took her own life. In truth, while narcissus powder is colorless and tasteless, it is far from harmless. The Prince Qin Shenzhan, had deceived the noble consort. Once ingested, the narcissus powder can claim a life in a remarkably short span of time. When Prince Qin visited the noble consort, he sprinkled a unique fragrant powder on himself, which, while conversing, would subtly enter the consort's body through her breath. Meanwhile, Su Shijun discreetly scattered another type of powder onto the commander of the Imperial Guard as he approached. Both powders were innocuous. However, should the consort inhale both simultaneously, she would instantly succumb to the poison of the narcissus powder. creating the illusion that she took her own life out of fear of punishment. The notion of the narcissus powder's toxicity and the idea of a suicide out of guilt rendered Qin Junyin's expression grim. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard spoke again. "Your Majesty, I have found this small jade vial within the consort's storage box," he said, presenting the vial with a respectful gesture. "This vial is typically used by my younger brother for his medicinal concoctions. Yet I never anticipated that he would venture into the realm of poison and conspire with the consort." Su Shijun, with a face full of disappointment, implored, "I beseech your Majesty to punish him." He knelt on one knee as he spoke. "There is no need for such formality." Qin Junying quickly assisted him to rise, stating, "This matter is not of your doing, and you have already acted with great integrity by denouncing your kin and traveling such a distance to report to the palace. You have done remarkably well. Otherwise, I fear I might have met an untimely demise today." The esteemed scholar had orchestrated a plot using his own brother's life, compounded by the consort Li Manman's premeditated intent to poison consort Zhao. Such a convoluted scheme could ensnare even the most astute of emperors, let alone the newly enthroned Qin Junying. He had placed his complete trust in Su Shijun. "Thank you, your Majesty, for your magnanimity." Su Shijun expressed his gratitude once more. "Old sir, please return to the station and rest," Qin Junying said gently. "Very well." Su Shijun nodded, and subsequently departed the palace under the guidance of his attendants. "What shall we do now, your Majesty?" queried several high-ranking ministers after Su Shijun had left. "First, we must find someone guilty of a capital crime to test whether the poison in this small jade vial affects the consort," Qin Junying replied, his expression grave. "At the same time, immediately order the commanders stationed at the eastern, western, and southern fronts of the empire to each mobilize 200,000 troops to join the 100,000 elite soldiers in the imperial camp. The Northern Town Army boasts a total of 500,000 troops. Being exceedingly cautious, he decided to amass 700,000 soldiers. As you command, the assembled ministers responded with utmost respect. The longevity banquet was promptly concluded, and the ministers busied themselves with various tasks. A few senior officials proposed specific strategies, suggesting that the armies approaching from the other three directions should bypass the imperial city and directly march north to flank the Northern Town Army. The commander of the Imperial Guards proposed to seize control of Su's family to intimidate the northern general. However, Qin Junying dismissed these suggestions, as he found it hard to believe that General Li Fengqi of the Northern Town Army would rebel, knowing it would lead to his demise. He ordered that someone be dispatched immediately to the north to summon Li Fengqi back to the palace, despite Qin Junying's efforts to seal off the news. However, through the efforts of Prince Jin and his associates, the treacherous plot of General Li Fengqi of the Northern Command, in collusion with his sister, the concubine Shu, to poison the emperor and instigate a rebellion, swiftly spread throughout the vast Daxia dynasty. An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the populace. After all, there lay in the north an elite army of 500,000. Should they march southward, countless cities would be ravaged and innumerable citizens would be displaced. Within the confines of the Northern Command's main tent, General Li Fengqi, upon receiving the news, found himself utterly bewildered. Although he harbored dissatisfaction with the court's intention to withdraw a portion of the Northern Army, he had never once contemplated rebellion. In the north, he was akin to a local sovereign, never willing to risk the annihilation of his lineage for such treasonous ambitions. "General, envoys from the court have arrived, requesting your presence in the imperial city," a vice-general announced respectfully. "Requesting me to return to the imperial city?" Li Fengqi replied, immediately inquiring, "Where are the court's envoys? Bring me to them." He believed that Qin Junying still trusted him. Otherwise, they would not have sent someone to summon him. At that moment, another vice-general approached to report, "General, Prince Jin has arrived." The vice-general spoke solemnly. He said if you do not see him promptly, you will surely regret it. The military camp was fortified with great formations for protection, and with an army of 500,000 capable of forming a battle array. Even Prince Jin, accompanied by two formidable experts of the second realm of the Purple Mansion, would not dare to intrude. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet with his doom. Thus, he could only send his vice-general to report to Li Fengqi. "Prince Jin has arrived?" Li Fengqi exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting the prince to show up at such a critical moment. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, "Let Prince Jin enter first. I wish to ascertain what matters he seeks to discuss with me." "Very well," the deputy nodded, then withdrew from the central military tent. Before long, a figure clad in a black robe gradually made his entrance into the military camp. It was none other than Prince Jin, Qin Shunhan. Chapter 85, The Rise of Arms. At this moment, General Li still harbored the desire to return to the imperial city to meet with Qin Junying. Did he not fear being left without a grave? Upon entering the military tent, Qin Shenzhan coldly remarked. Why does the prince speak in such a manner? Li Fengqi replied. During my return to the imperial city, I shall clarify all matters thoroughly. With his majesty's sagacity, he should comprehend that I have no intentions of rebellion. Ha! Qin Shenzhan laughed heartily, saying, does the general truly believe that Qin Junyuan is unaware of your lack of rebellious intent? This is merely a scheme devised by him. He killed your sister to compel you into rebellion. He revels in sowing discord. It is a tactic he employs time and again. Nonsense. Why would his majesty force me into rebellion? Li Fengqi retorted, utterly unconvinced. It is quite simple. Qin Junyuan has never intended to establish your sister as empress. Qin Shenzhan coldly stated. Only by branding you and your sister with the charge of treason can he elevate Zhao Fei to empress while avoiding the infamy of violating the late emperor's decree and being deemed untrustworthy. Ultimately, this is nothing more than your speculation, Li Fengqi said, his countenance darkening as he spoke coldly. Hiki, even if this is merely my conjecture, Qin Junyuan believes that the matter of your treason is nothing but a misunderstanding. However, after Qin Junyuan's thorough investigation of you, what fate do you think awaits you? Qin Shenzhan scoffed, saying, over the years, as you guarded the north, how much military funds have you embezzled? How many women have you sold into slavery in the northern wastelands? How much land belonging to the common folk have you usurped? Once Qin Junyuan uncovers these truths, even if you never intended to rebel, he will undoubtedly reduce you to dust. Before executing his plan, he has already scrutinized Li Fengqi meticulously. The things the court cannot uncover, Qin Shenzhan can easily discern. Because Li Fengqi's actions largely mirror his own, he understands better than anyone how Li Fengqi conducts such deeds and conceals them. When corrupt officials investigate their peers, the results are invariably precise. Upon hearing Qin Shenzhan's words, Li Fengqi was drenched in cold sweat. He had been solely focused on his innocence concerning treason, neglecting the misdeeds of his past, which could not withstand Qin Junyuan's scrutiny. If you wish to preserve your life, there is but one path left, Qin Shenzhan stated slowly. What path? Li Fengqi asked in a low voice. Raise an army. Qin Shenzhan articulated each word with gravity. Raise an army. Despite having anticipated Qin Shenzhan's suggestion, Li Fengqi's complexion turned ashen upon hearing those two words. His expression darkened as he replied, I command merely 500,000 troops. And even with the addition of the two powerful figures I have covertly recruited, there are only 3 of us in total. If a rebellion were to be initiated, it would undoubtedly lead to defeat. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. If it were a path to certain doom, would I allow you to tread that way? Yet, Qin Shenzhan slowly articulated, you shall rise in arms in the north to draw the imperial army to besiege you, while I, along with the other 4 grand princes, will stealthily advance from the south and deliver a devastating blow to the imperial forces from behind. Upon hearing this, Li Fengqi, who had been pale-faced, suddenly brightened with hope. Excellent. If the esteemed princes unite, we shall surely vanquish the imperial army. Li Fengqi was filled with elation. He had thought his fate was sealed. But the arrival of Qin Shenzhan had unexpectedly provided him with a glimmer of salvation. Consequently, the two began to deliberate the intricate details of their ambush against the imperial forces. In the ensuing month, a tempest brewed within the great Xia dynasty. The northern general Li Fengqi raised the banner of purging the usurpers, leading an army of 500,000 in a bid for rebellion. The populace was engulfed in trepidation. This formidable force, stationed in the north for years, had valiantly defended against the northern tribes and quelled the demonic sect, comprising the finest soldiers. They even boasted the most elite battle formations of the entire Great Xia dynasty, despite the court mustering a staggering 70,000 troops in the imperial city. Bolstered by several formidable figures of the Purple Mansion realm, they struggled to maintain public confidence, with rumors swirling incessantly. Numerous northern cities witnessed their commanders surrender in fear, unwilling to mount any resistance. In a bid to stabilize the hearts of the people, Qin Junyuan proclaimed to the realm that he would personally lead the charge to crush the 500,000 troops commanded by Li Fengqi. Under his leadership, a vast army of 700,000 marched resolutely towards the north. Qin Junyuan had never contemplated defending the imperial city, for to do so would amount to forsaking the northern populace, leaving them vulnerable to the ravages of the northern suppression army. Over time, should the people's hearts wane, even with an army of 700,000 at his command, he could scarcely hope to safeguard the imperial city. In stark contrast to the tumult outside, the imperial mausoleum exuded a profound tranquility. Although Qin Feng reclined in his chair, his consciousness traversed the realm of divine awareness, where he endeavored to consolidate his spiritual essence. After enduring a lengthy period of arduous attempts, a nascent form finally crystallized within his consciousness, emanating an extraordinary resonance. The silhouette bore a resemblance to Qin Feng himself. depicted as a small figure seated in meditation. Yet, this apparition remained exceedingly indistinct, its features obscured, discernible only as a vague outline. Surely this time it will succeed, Qin Feng murmured, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. This marked the closest he had ever come to success since embarking upon the cultivation of the mind consolidation technique. However, scarcely had his words fallen when the silhouette within the realm of awareness shattered, dispersing into wisps of consciousness that vanished into the abyss of darkness. As if it had never existed at all. Once again, the attempt to consolidate his divine awareness had ended in failure. Coughing softly, Qin Feng's pallid countenance betrayed the toll of his efforts. Each unsuccessful attempt to consolidate his spirit inflicted considerable damage upon his divine awareness. In comparison to his usual state, Qin Feng's perception of the surrounding world had significantly diminished. Alas, could it be that my spiritual awareness is still insufficiently potent? Qin Feng shook his head in resignation, unable to recall how many times he had encountered failure. Yet, he did not allow despair to take root in his heart. Casually, he retrieved 3 spirit-nourishing pills from his storage ring and swallowed them, preparing to attempt the condensation of his spiritual awareness once more. Typically, practitioners would refrain from attempting to break through or condense their spiritual awareness again for a duration of 5 to 6 years after a failure, as any misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. He possessed an abundance of spirit-nourishing pills, which could restore his damaged spiritual awareness. For other practitioners, such precious pills were treasured like gems, but for Qin Feng, they were as commonplace as ordinary candies. Just as he was about to continue condensing his spiritual awareness, the long-absent Chu Xiong arrived at the imperial tomb. Chapter 86. Indifferent to the affairs beyond the window, Your Highness, Chu Xiong greeted Qin Feng with a respectful bow. With Qin Junian now ascended to the throne, his address had naturally shifted to Your Highness. Qin Feng nodded and inquired, what brings you to the imperial tomb? Isn't the training at the royal army camp rather intense lately? Your Highness is not yet aware, Chu Xiong responded, somewhat puzzled. The troops at the royal army camp have mostly accompanied His Majesty on the campaign. I, having sustained an injury, remained behind to guard the imperial city. Campaign? Qin Feng asked, perplexed. Since he began practicing the concentration technique, he had been immersed in cultivating his spiritual awareness, remaining largely oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. When he discovered that Qin Feng was genuinely unaware of recent events, Chu Xiong was taken aback. It seemed that this prince lived a life of remarkable leisure, utterly detached from the tumultuous happenings around him. The rebellion of the northern general had stirred widespread unrest throughout the Great Xia dynasty, yet he appeared completely uninformed. Without reservation, Chu Xiong proceeded to inform Qin Feng of the recent developments. Is it true that the consort intends to poison Junyan, and that General Li Fengqi has rebelled? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression grew somber, and he murmured, Junyang has only recently ascended the throne, and now he faces such a grave crisis. I wonder if he can manage the situation. In contrast to the seasoned demeanor of the late emperor, Jianyan was still rather youthful. The emperor has personally taken command, leading an army of 700,000 and accompanied by over a dozen formidable cultivators at the Purple Mansion level. They will undoubtedly quell the rebellion, Chu Xiong asserted with confidence. However, Qin Feng remained silent, sensing that the matter was far from straightforward. He believed Li Fengqi had no compelling reason to rebel. His forces were at a disadvantage, and he lacked significant Purple Mansion experts among his ranks. This battle was destined for defeat. Rebelling was tantamount to courting death. Though he felt something was amiss, Qin Feng refrained from voicing his doubts to Chu Xiong. He then proceeded to inquire further about the details of these recent events. And it was not until dusk that he allowed Chu Xiong to depart from the imperial mausoleum. Just as Chu Xiong left, the little white fox, previously roused from its medicinal reverie by their conversation, leapt onto the chaise lounge beside Qin Feng. With eager eyes, she gazed at Qin Feng. What, do you still wish to savor the dishes I prepare? Qin Feng inquired, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The last time Qin Ziqing visited, he had cooked for her and allowed the little white fox to partake as well, leading to the fox developing an insatiable fondness for his culinary creations, often pestering him thereafter. Upon hearing his words, the little white fox nodded fervently, realizing that Qin Feng's cooking was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the finest chefs in her fox clan. She even entertained the notion of abducting him to ensure he would cook for her for eternity. You're already so plump, and yet you still want to eat? Perhaps we should postpone this for a while, Qin Feng remarked as he gently grasped the nape of the little white fox and tossed her into the nearby thicket. I have matters to attend to today. With that, he rose and made his way toward the entrance of the imperial mausoleum. How dare you call this princess fat? I shall surely bite you to death. The little white fox exclaimed furiously, her ire ignited. She despised being called fat more than anything else. However, to Qin Feng, her words merely sounded like the chattering of a fox, and he paid her no heed. After rolling around in the grass a few times, when she finally regained her footing, he had already distanced himself. The little white fox shot him a menacing glare, but ultimately restrained herself from truly biting him, for she wished to continue enjoying his delectable meals in the future. Upon exiting the palace, Qin Feng proceeded directly toward the station. From the information conveyed to him by Chu Xiong today, he surmised that if there were any issues with the entire affair, the primary culprit would undoubtedly be Su Shijun. For all the details had originated from his lips. Astonishingly, Xu Fei, one of the masterminds, had perished without uttering a single word. At that moment, within the inn, an elderly servant hurriedly entered the room where Su Shijun resided. "My lord, a letter from Prince Jin has arrived," the old servant announced with deference. "What does it say?" Su Shijun inquired coolly. "He instructed us to devise a means to poison the generals defending the imperial city during this period." The old servant continued. "Once he leads his army north and, in conjunction with Li Fouqi, annihilates the 700,000 troops led by Qin Jianyan, he will then swiftly turn to assault the imperial city. Reply to Qin Shenzhan that I am prepared to poison those generals at any moment. But he must not forget his promise," Su Shijun remarked after sipping his tea, his tone nonchalant. The reason he chose to assist Qin Shenzhan this time was not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also because, beyond his identity as a great scholar, he was secretly a master poisoner. The Su family was renowned as a lineage of poisoners, requiring a substantial population to cultivate their toxic strains. This was an endeavor that would be met with universal disdain. Yet, Qin Shenzhan had assured Su Shijun that upon his ascension to the throne, he would allocate a prefecture to the Su family, thereby allowing them free rein to cultivate their poisons without interference. Very well. The old servant nodded and prepared to draft a response. However, just at that moment, the door to the room suddenly creaked open. A figure slowly stepped inside. "Who goes there?" Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, the old servant was taken aback. Despite his formidable cultivation at the ninth heaven of the Wheel-Sea realm, how could someone enter without his notice? It appears my suspicions were correct. You have indeed conspired with Qin Shenzhan. Qin Feng, stepping into the room, spoke with an air of indifference. He had been keenly attuned to the conversation between Su Shijun and the old servant moments ago. "Who are you?" Su Shijun's eyes glinted with coldness as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. "To have silently infiltrated this place. Are you perhaps at the level of the Purple Mansion realm?" He found it hard to believe, for judging by Qin Feng's attire, he clearly belonged to the same royal generation as Qin Jianyan. How could one so young possess such formidable prowess? "Close enough," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Since I am already aware of your collusion with Qin Shenzhan, you might as well divulge to me the specifics of his plans." "Ha!" Su Shijun burst into laughter, mockery evident in his eyes. "Do you truly believe that your Purple Mansion cultivation can intimidate me? You underestimate the potency of a poison master." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a fragrant aroma swiftly enveloped the entire room. "Oh, you are a poison master?" Qin Feng expressed his astonishment. He had read of such a profession in ancient texts, yet had never encountered one. Poison masters were scorned in the cultivation world, hunted down by all. He had assumed Su Shijun merely dealt and purchased poisons, not realizing that the toxins in question were of Su Shijun's own concoction. Chapter 87. Bad news. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was already too late. Su Shijun coldly remarked, "The entire inn has been laced with potent poison, ensuring that anyone who enters will immediately succumb to its effects. The fragrance you sensed earlier was merely a catalyst for the venom. Even cultivators below the third level of the Purple Mansion realm will find their spiritual energy halted and their physical bodies weakened upon exposure. Given Qin Feng's age, it is likely that even if he has fortuitously ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, he would barely be at the first level, utterly incapable of resisting such toxicity. It is no wonder that poison masters are universally reviled." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, what a treacherous scheme, one that is nearly impossible to guard against. If you wish to preserve your life, kneel and submit. Considering your commendable martial talent, I might allow you to become one of my loyal subordinates." Su Shijun spoke slowly, convinced that he was being magnanimous enough to earn Qin Feng's gratitude. "Alas, I must regretfully inform you that you are destined for disappointment." Qin Feng retorted with a cold smile. "Since you refuse to divulge Qin Xuanshan's plans, I shall uncover them myself." As he spoke, he took a step forward, arriving directly before Su Shijun. The old servant, attempting to take action, was instantly subdued by the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng, collapsing to the ground, pale and immobilized. "What? You remain unaffected by the poison?" Su Shijun exclaimed in disbelief. "How can this be?" Perhaps it is because I have already reached the void refinement realm, Qin Feng responded. As Qin Feng spoke, mysterious and profound runes gradually emerged within his eyes. He began to observe Su Shijun's consciousness. No, although Su Shijun appeared to be a proud and scholarly figure, in reality, he was exceedingly timid. Unable to endure the agony of Qin Feng probing into his memories, emitting a wretched scream. Unfortunately, this sound was muffled by the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng. Failing to escape into the air. Before long, Qin Feng had perused all of Su Shijun's memories, not only uncovering the plans of Qin Shun's Han, but also acquiring numerous formulas for poison refinement. How could you possibly be at the void refinement stage? Su Shijun gasped in horror as he gazed at Qin Feng, panting heavily. The youth's age was so astonishingly young that throughout the history of the Kanglan domain, there had never been such an extraordinary prodigy. Both he and his elderly servant were unable to comprehend this reality. What use is that knowledge? It only leads to a dead end, Qin Feng remarked indifferently. With that, the spiritual energy he emitted crushed both Su Shijun and his companion into a mist of blood. Subsequently, Qin Feng activated his cultivation technique, absorbing all the potent toxins within the station into his body. While this venom posed no threat to him, it proved quite beneficial for body tempering. Feeling the toxins coursing through him, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had initially intended to assess the potency of the venom. But alas, his formidable physique rendered him impervious to such toxins. Should Su Shijun have heard these words, he would surely have been enraged beyond measure. The toxic concoction he painstakingly refined had already claimed the lives of hundreds of those tasked with testing its potency, yet now, before Qin Feng, it could merely serve as a means for body tempering. Without lingering at the station, Qin Feng emerged, gazing towards the expanse beyond the imperial city. Qin Shun's Han had conspired with the other 4 princely states to orchestrate a pincer attack alongside Li Fouqi against the formidable army of 700,000 led by Jiunyan. Qin Feng murmured to himself, if this is the case, Jiunyan is undoubtedly doomed. Although the laws of the Great Xia stipulated that each regional prince could only train a limited number of personal troops, the 5 major princes had covertly amassed nearly 600,000 soldiers. Moreover, with the opening of the Spirit Road, a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had emerged, resulting in a surge of formidable Purple Mansion realm warriors in the Kanglan domain. The Purple Mansion experts summoned by the several princes at great expense were not inferior in number to those commanded by Qin Jiunyan. Their coordinated assault with Li Fouqi would render Jiunyan's 70,000 troops utterly defeated. Regrettably, Su Shijun was unaware of Qin Xuanshan's precise strategy and the location where the armies of the several princes would converge. Qin Feng continued to ponder, otherwise, I could simply locate them and annihilate them. The numerical advantage of several 100,000 soldiers held sway over cultivators below the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet for those above, they were akin to mere insects. Shaking his head, Qin Feng departed the imperial city, soaring northward. Although he was uncertain of where Qin Shun's Han and the other princes would unite in their northern advance, he was aware that their intention was to launch an attack from the rear against the army led by Qin Jiunyan. Thus, he resolved to remain patient and wait. In the ensuing 2 months, the war in the north raged with fervor. Qin Jiunyan commanded an army of 700,000, maintaining an undeniable advantage throughout the conflict. One by one, he subdued cities and repelled the forces led by Li Fouqi back to Yinmen Pass, preparing to utterly vanquish them there. The earlier tide of panic had begun to recede. Qin Jiunyan, leading the charge alongside numerous ministers, breathed a sigh of relief, believing that this insurrection would soon be quelled. Outside Yinmen Pass, over 600,000 soldiers remained encamped. Within the main tent of the Central Army, Qin Jiunyan was engaged in discussions with several esteemed ministers and generals regarding strategies to dismantle Li Fouqi's forces. The formidable Yinmen Pass, renowned for its defensibility and fortified by tactical formations, posed a significant challenge. They deliberated on how to conquer the pass with minimal losses. Your Majesty, a confidential report has been delivered by an envoy from the Jinui. At that moment, a soldier hurried into the central tent, kneeling on one knee. A report from the Jinui? Qin Jiunyan responded, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Given that Li Fouqi's army was now trapped at Yinmen Pass, their troop deployment was well understood. Why would the Jinui be in such haste to convey a message? With a heart full of uncertainty, Qin Jiunyan opened the report. In the next instant, his expression froze. What troubles your Majesty? The other generals and ministers inquired, their faces etched with concern. The 5 great feudal lords of the Jin kingdom have united in rebellion, leading an army of 600,000 and over 10 formidable Purple Mansion realm experts, marching towards us. Qin Jiunyan's expression was exceedingly grim as he stated, according to the information gathered by the Jinui, They will arrive here within 2 days at most. The training grounds of the various princes, including Qin Feng, had always been shrouded in secrecy. During this period, they had quietly led their troops northward, only recently converging in large numbers, which ultimately drew the attention of the Jinhui. My novels typically do not contain significant logical inconsistencies. Chapter 88. A pincer attack. What? The Jin prince and the others have united in rebellion? The expressions of numerous ministers and generals shifted dramatically upon hearing this news. Ever since Emperor Xia initiated preparations for Qin Jianyuan's ascension to the throne, the regional princes had behaved with remarkable decorum, refraining from any egregious actions. Even during Qin Jianyuan's coronation ceremony, there had been no disturbances, and their conduct was noticeably more restrained than in previous years. They had believed that the princes had settled down, yet they had not anticipated that they would seize this opportunity to rise in revolt. With an army exceeding 600,000, we would be in peril if we were to be attacked from 2 fronts, the Grand General of the South remarked solemnly. Having previously commanded troops to deter the barbarian tribes in the south, the Grand General was well versed in military strategy and had been leading the recent battles alongside Li Fengqi's forces. Indeed, we must not allow ourselves to be caught in a pincer movement. After a brief pause, Qin Jianyuan inquired, "Is it possible for us to defeat Li Fengqi's army within the Yinmen Pass in the next 2 days and then use the pass as a natural fortress to defend against the Jin prince's assault?" Hearing his words, the general of the south, with a bitter smile, remarked, "The Yinmen Pass is fraught with peril. If we are to vanquish Li Fengqi's formidable forces, we would require at least half a month. 2 days is utterly implausible." The other commanders present also bore expressions of resignation. If not for the daunting dangers of Yinmen, Li Fengqi would not have retreated to its stronghold. "What shall we do?" one minister inquired anxiously. "We may have no choice but to temporarily withdraw to the nearest garrison and summon additional troops from various regions for support," the general of the south replied gravely. Upon his words, silence enveloped the military tent. Everyone recognized this as the most prudent course of action. Yet none dared to voice their agreement for fear that Qin Jianyuan would oppose the retreat. After all, these past months of fierce combat had exacted a tremendous toll, pushing Li Fengqi to a point of no return. To retreat now would leave anyone feeling discontented, and it could very well tarnish the emperor's dignity. In that case, let us heed the general's counsel and withdraw to avoid being caught in a pincer movement, Qin Jianyuan stated without hesitation. His greatest virtue lay in his ability to recognize talent and delegate responsibilities. He understood that leading troops into battle was not his forte. The purpose of this expedition was merely to bolster morale. As long as the general of the South's decisions were not contested by other commanders, he had never raised any objections. As for the emperor's dignity, it was of little concern to him. What he sought was peace for the realm and the well-being of the people, not his own reputation. "As you command." Upon witnessing that Qin Jianyuan did not reject his proposal, the general of the southern army promptly spoke, preparing to depart the camp to arrange the specifics of their retreat. After all, a retreat must be executed in an orderly manner to prevent a counterattack from Li Fengqi's formidable forces. However, at that moment, the air was pierced by the thunderous sound of war drums. "Your Majesty, Li Fengqi within the Yinmen Pass has taken the initiative to mobilize his troops." An urgent deputy rushed into the central command tent, breathless. "Li Fengqi has taken the initiative?" Qin Jianyuan was taken aback. Having retreated to this position, does he not intend to hold his ground? "Ha ha! Truly, heaven favors your Majesty," exclaimed several other ministers with delight. If Li Fengqi emerges for a decisive battle, victory would be certain, alleviating their concerns of being besieged from 2 fronts. Yet, the general of the southern army wore a grave expression. "Li Fengqi's emergence may not bode well for us," he said solemnly. "If he chooses not to engage us in battle but merely seeks to delay our retreat, our situation will become exceedingly dire." Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyuan's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Although Li Fengqi's forces had suffered significant losses, they still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Should they merely stall their retreat for 2 days, it would be an effortless endeavor. "What do you suggest we do, General?" Qin Jianyuan inquired. "Regardless, since Li Fengqi has taken the initiative, we must ascertain whether he intends to confront us in battle or merely hinder our withdrawal." The general of the southern army replied with a hint of resignation. In this predicament, should they attempt to forcibly retreat, they would inevitably be pursued by Li Fengqi's formidable army, suffering utter humiliation and catastrophic losses. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyuan could only nod in acknowledgement, subsequently instructing General Zhun Nan to personally lead troops to engage and see if they could decisively annihilate Li Fengqi's forces. However, disappointment was destined to ensue. Li Fengqi had long conspired with Prince Qin Feng and others. His deliberate emergence from Yinmen Pass was intended solely to harass and delay the 70,000 troops led by Qin Jianyan for 2 days, with no intention of engaging in a decisive battle. During the ensuing 2 days, Prince Jin and the other 4 feudal lords, commanding a combined force of 600,000 troops, hastened towards Yinmen Pass. The entire army advanced in battle formation, poised for combat at any moment, exuding a powerful aura of menace that instilled fear in all who beheld them. News of their mobilization to flank Qin Jianyan alongside Li Fengqi swiftly spread throughout the empire, creating an atmosphere of trepidation. Upon learning of the prince's formidable force, the noble families and sects across the realm concluded that Qin Jianyan's army was doomed to defeat. Numerous ancient ships sailed day and night towards the south, bearing lavish gifts to curry favor with the future emperor. "My lord, we should reach Yinmen Pass by this evening," one of the commanders respectfully informed Prince Qin. At that moment, Prince Qin Shenzhan rode a lion with a golden mane, clad in heavy armor, exuding an aura of fierce ferocity. "Excellent," Qin Shenzhan spoke coldly. "Li Fengqi has conveyed news to me. Over the past few days, he has successfully delayed Qin Jianyan's army, preventing their retreat. If we arrive today, we shall eradicate Qin Jianyan's forces in one fell swoop, and the realm will be ours." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with avarice and excitement. A hearty laugh erupted from the Qi Wang and several other feudal lords, who shared in the mirth. "This operation has been remarkably effortless, thanks to the meticulous strategy devised by the Jin Wang. Indeed, without the Jin Wang's guidance, we could not have attained such ease in seizing the world." They all praised Qin Shenzhan, seemingly envisioning themselves standing atop the imperial city, surveying the dominion below. After all, as long as their army could reach Yinmen Pass, the outcome would be secured. "It is not solely my merit," Qin Shenzhan remarked nonchalantly. "Were it not for the staunch support of several esteemed lords, my own 150,000 troops would scarcely achieve such grand ambitions." Although he had already devised a plan to use Su Shijun's potent poison against the other feudal lords, he refrained from revealing it at this moment. The Jin Wang feigned humility, while the others chuckled in response. Qin Shenzhan chose not to elaborate further and continued guiding the army towards Yinmen Pass. However, shortly thereafter, the troops abruptly came to a halt. Chapter 89. An obstruction on the path. What is happening? The sudden stop of the army left Qin Shenzhan and others in the central command with perplexed expressions. At that moment, a general from the vanguard hurriedly approached. "Your Highness, there is a person obstructing our path ahead," an anxious general reported. "Preposterous. If someone is blocking the way, then simply eliminate them. Is it necessary to report such trivial matters to us?" Qin Shenzhan retorted angrily. Before the various armies converged, they had left a trail of bloodshed in their wake, eliminating countless lives to conceal their northern advance. "Indeed, just kill him. Can one man truly impede the advance of our 600,000 troops?" The other princes chimed in, asserting their impatience. They felt that an imminent clash with Qin Jianyan's forces was at hand, and the sudden halt of their army felt ominous. "Your Highness, it is not that I do not wish to kill him, but rather that he appears far too formidable," the general lamented. "He is likely a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm." "A cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shenzhan furrowed his brow. Could it be that Qin Jianyan, unable to spare sufficient forces to obstruct us, has instead dispatched a single Purple Mansion cultivator to stand in our way? This theory seemed plausible, as the other princes nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Qin Shenzhan's analysis. "Then let it be so," Qin Shenzhan declared, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Let us summon the Purple Mansion cultivators we have invited to take action and behead him as a flag for our cause. This will bolster our morale." "Agreed." The other princes concurred. Subsequently, Qin Shenzhan and his companions called upon the Purple Mansion cultivators they had summoned, proceeding together toward the front lines of their army. On one hand, it was imperative to eliminate the obstructive figure. On the other, it served to demonstrate their might to the grand army and inspire the soldiers. At this moment, several hundred yards ahead of the 600,000 troops, Qin Feng sat cross-legged atop a massive stone, enveloped by an ethereal aura of sword energy. Before him, at a distance of several dozen yards, lay the remnants of hundreds of cavalrymen, obliterated by his formidable sword aura. This was a crucial passage leading southward to Yinmen Pass. Ever since Qin Jianyan had driven Li Fengqi back to this point with his army, Qin Feng had awaited here, simultaneously consolidating his spiritual awareness. The cavalrymen were not slain by Qin Feng's direct action. They merely fell victim to the sword energy surrounding him and met their demise. "Are you a royal offering?" Qin Shenzhan approached the front of the army, gazing from afar, and coldly inquired. "Have you come today to abandon the shadows for the light and surrender to us? Or are you merely attempting to pit your strength against our might?" The last time he had encountered Qin Feng, The latter had been merely a youth of little more than a decade. Additionally, Qin Feng had refrained from wearing royal garments during his journey to avoid drawing attention, thus Qin Shenzhan had failed to recognize him as the once disgraced crown prince. Neither. Slowly opening his eyes, Qin Feng, having once again failed to consolidate his spiritual awareness, spoke with an air of indifference. I am here today to eliminate you all. As he uttered these words, Qin Feng rose gradually, his gaze coolly fixed upon the vast assembly of 600,000 soldiers. The moment his statement was made, Qin Shenzhan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, surprised by Qin Feng's audacious declaration. However, this surprise quickly erupted into raucous laughter. Haha, you, a mere individual, dare to obstruct my army of 600,000 and over a dozen formidable experts of the Purple Mansion realm? Qin Shenzhan laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with mockery and derision as he declared, I have encountered those who overestimate themselves, yet I have never witnessed such unparalleled arrogance. Is an army of 600,000 truly formidable? Qin Feng, with a demeanor of indifference, did not regard this 600,000 strong force with any seriousness. As he spoke, his surroundings, enveloped in a radius of several dozen feet, began to shimmer with an almost translucent sword aura, which started to waft around him. In his hand, a golden sword spirit gradually took shape. Such audacity is utterly outrageous. At these words, a chilling glint appeared in Qin Shenzhan's eyes. He then commanded a nearby cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, bring me his head for the blood sacrifice banner. Understood, replied the cloaked figure of the Purple Mansion cultivator. His voice cold. In an instant, he transformed into a series of afterimages, dashing towards Qin Feng with astonishing speed. His peak cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm evident. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Feng made no move. The cultivator collided with the sword aura encircling him and was instantly torn to shreds, his life extinguished as if he had committed an act of self-destruction. This scene sent shockwaves through all present, their gazes filled with horror and disbelief as they murmured in confusion. What just transpired? This fellow didn't even lift a finger. And our Purple Mansion cultivator inexplicably perished? Within the ranks of the army, a cacophony of astonishment and incredulity erupted. They questioned whether they had truly witnessed what had just happened, for the spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. What is happening? How did he accomplish this? Qin Shenzhan gazed at the scattered remnants of limbs strewn across the ground, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief, his voice trembling. A formidable warrior of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm could not even approach Qin Feng before being utterly annihilated? This is truly terrifying. Gulp. The Qi King could not help but swallow hard, feeling his throat dry, and remarked, This person's cultivation appears to be far stronger than we had imagined. Is not the most powerful sword master among the royal offerings that old man surnamed Qin? When did such a figure emerge? The other feudal lords were equally engulfed in fear. Not only they, but the other Purple Mansion realm experts were also struck with dread by the earlier scene, exchanging glances in confusion, unable to discern the true level of Qin Feng's power. How infuriating. No matter how strong he is, what does it matter? Qin Shenzhan, suppressing the shock within, gritted his teeth and declared, We have 600,000 troops and so many Purple Mansion realm experts. I refuse to believe we cannot kill him. He promptly issued military orders. The 600,000 troops awakened the battle formation. Rumble. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth turned tumultuous. The battle formation formed by the 600,000 troops was exceedingly formidable and fearsome. In the blink of an eye, a faint blood-red glow enveloped each soldier, significantly enhancing their auras. Moreover, they established a peculiar bond among themselves. In the midst of this battle formation, any harm inflicted upon a soldier will be shared among the remaining 600,000 troops. This is indeed terrifying. It is important to note that these soldiers are already cultivators, and with the enhancement of the battle array, each one becomes even more formidable, if the majority of the damage can be distributed. Even a formidable individual at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm may find it exceedingly difficult to slay many soldiers, and instead may be vanquished by them. Given this, let us see if your 600,000 strong army can withstand the force of my sword. Qin Feng stated indifferently. As he spoke, a golden sword soul coalesced in his right hand. This sword soul was formed from pure sword intent, with intricate golden runes spiraling around the hilt, emanating an extraordinarily fearsome aura. Utterly arrogant. Kill for me, Qin Shenzhan bellowed. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of soldiers surged towards Qin Feng. The radiance emanating from each soldier became increasingly brilliant and dazzling. Boom. However, at that moment, 100-foot-long golden sword light swept towards the soldiers. This golden sword light unleashed a terrifying sword intent, leaving a dreadful chasm in its wake, as if it intended to rend the very earth asunder. Chapter 90. Are these the people from the corpse-driving sect? in the face of this dreadful swordlight. Both the 600,000 troops and the powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Their eyes were filled with panic, realizing they could hardly withstand it. Yet, with no path of retreat available, they could only brace themselves and charge forward. With a resounding roar, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a cacophony that pierced the ears. The rampant energy surged forth like a tsunami, radiating outward from the epicenter and sweeping across the surroundings. In its wake, boulders and trees were instantaneously reduced to mere dust, leaving a desolate expanse behind, as if the apocalypse had descended upon this realm. This horrific spectacle persisted for an extensive duration, only subsiding gradually as the energy waves diminished. The 60,000 soldiers, under the dread of Qin Feng's formidable sword strike, found their ranks shattered, suffering losses numbering in the tens of thousands. Those who remained were not spared. They bore varying degrees of injury, incapacitated and writhing on the ground in agony. Even the summoned experts of the Purple Mansion realm fared little better, their conditions scarcely superior to that of the soldiers. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. In stark contrast, Qin Feng emerged unscathed amidst the catastrophic energy fluctuations, his composure unwavering. Only his garments fluttered in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. No. How is this possible? This cannot be. Qin Shunzhan uttered in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. His 60,000 troops and over a dozen formidable Purple Mansion experts had been unable to withstand even a single strike. As I mentioned before, a mere 60,000 soldiers cannot hinder me, Qin Feng remarked with an air of indifference. He harbored no intent to kill, for the conflict between Qin Junyuan's forces and Li Fengqi's army would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties for both sides. These soldiers would serve as a valuable reinforcement for the Northern Town Army and several other forces. At this moment, Qin Xuanshan's eyes brimmed with terror, rendering him speechless. Enough of the idle chatter. Your body will serve my purpose, Qin Feng remarked indifferently, having just harnessed the energy of the battlefield through the demon absorption pearl. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy transformed into a tempest that surged towards Qin Shunzhan and his companions. No. Amidst the anguished screams of fear, all of Qin Xuanshan's party was swept away by this fierce wind, cascading into the distant mountains. Qin Feng, unfazed, turned and departed, leaving behind an army of over 500,000, each soldier engulfed in bewilderment, questioning whether they were ensnared in a nightmarish vision. Their grand force of 600,000 had initially set out to vanquish Qin Junyuan's army, yet they found themselves utterly routed by a solitary figure wielding a sword. With even the Jin Wang and others captured, who was that formidable warrior just now? Could it be the legendary swordsman who had once severed the ancient corpses of the corpse-chasing sect? Was it not rumored that he had no ties to the Daxiao royal family? Whispers of speculation echoed among the soldiers, their voices tinged with disbelief and trepidation. Although those who had glimpsed Qin Feng's visage at the front lines had been annihilated by that singular strike, the remaining soldiers had yet to behold his form. Nevertheless, an indelible image of a shadowy figure brandishing a long sword was forever etched in their minds, a memory they would find impossible to erase. Meanwhile, amidst the dense forest, Qin Shunzhan and his companions were violently swept down by the raging winds. As they landed heavily, Qin Feng had already arrived. Who are you, and why do you assist Qin Junyuan? They asked, filled with bewilderment as they gazed at him. To them, Qin Feng appeared to be at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, perhaps even stronger, an invincible entity within the entire Kanglan domain. They struggled to comprehend what conditions Qin Junyuan had proposed to summon such a formidable ally. Because he is my third brother. Is that reason sufficient? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shunzhan and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. After a brief pause, their expressions shifted dramatically. Qin Feng, you are indeed Qin Feng? In that instant, they finally grasped why Qin Feng seemed vaguely familiar to them at first. In this world, only two individuals could refer to Qin Junyuan as third brother. Moreover, Qin Feng was the only one they had not seen for many years, having even been absent at Qin Junyuan's coronation ceremony. But you are still under 100 years old. How could you possibly be so powerful? Qin Xuanshan's eyes were filled with disbelief, not to mention that they had never heard any rumors regarding Qin Feng's extraordinary talent, even if he were exceptionally gifted. Having been confined within the royal tomb for so long, he should have long since fallen into obscurity in martial arts. Since death is imminent, what use is there in knowing so much? Qin Feng remarked indifferently. As he spoke, a faint aura of ethereal energy emanated from his palm. What do you intend to do? The presence of Qin Feng instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Qin Shunzhan, the other feudal lords, and the formidable beings of the Purple Mansion realm. The effortless manner in which Qin Feng had obliterated an army of 600,000 left them acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. Yet, they were perplexed as to why Qin Feng had not executed them on the spot, instead choosing to bring them into this secluded forest. They could not fathom his intentions. "Did I not mention? I have a use for your bodies," Qin Feng replied coolly. "Let me test my mastery of the corpse-controlling technique." Having comprehended the intricacies of this technique, he had yet to employ it in practice. Now, with Qin Shunhan and the others at hand, he intended to experiment with their forms. "The corpse-controlling technique? Are you of the corpse-chasing sect?" A figure of the Purple Mansion realm exclaimed in terror upon hearing this. Wasn't the corpse-chasing sect eradicated by a mysterious powerhouse? How could such a practitioner still exist? Qin Feng, undeterred by their panic, swiftly formed intricate hand seals, channeling a series of runes into their bodies. The corpse-controlling technique allowed for the manipulation of both corpses and the living. While refining corpses was relatively straightforward, such entities rarely retained the martial skills they possessed in life, relying solely on their physical might in battle. However, the direct refinement of the living presented a different challenge altogether. As this was his inaugural attempt at employing the corpse-controlling technique, he resolved to commence with the more arduous approach. A chorus of anguished screams soon echoed through the dense forest, resonating with profound despair. A flock of startled birds took flight. At this moment, Qin Shunhan and his companions were engulfed in profound regret, lamenting their choice to abandon their noble status as princes and instead rise in rebellion. Now, they found themselves in a dire predicament, where even the prospect of death seemed unkind. As they cried out in anguish and pleaded for mercy, Qin Feng remained impassive, devoid of any semblance of compassion. The torment they now endured paled in comparison to the malevolence they had once inflicted upon others. Chapter 91. The army of Prince Jin approaches in the span of these past 2 days. The forces led by Qin Jianyan sought to engage in a decisive battle with Li Fengqi, who remained entrenched at Yinmen Pass, unwilling to emerge. Attempts to withdraw from Yinmen Pass were continually thwarted. The news of Prince Qin Xuanshan's advancing army infiltrated the camp, sowing seeds of panic among the more than 600,000 soldiers, causing morale to plummet. Only the 20,000 troops led by the Grand General of the South and the 100,000 from the imperial camp managed to maintain their high spirits. In stark contrast, Li Fengqi's army was invigorated, each soldier brimming with zeal and confidence. Standing atop Yinmen Pass, Li Fengqi surveyed the army of Qin Jianyan before him, his eyes glinting with mockery and derision. A deputy approached Li Fengqi with utmost reverence, delivering news that the envoy from Prince Jin had just arrived, indicating that his forces would soon reach Yinmen Pass. The deputy conveyed, "He has commanded us to exit the pass at once and confront Qin Jianyan's army, facilitating a rear assault to achieve a decisive victory." "Haha, splendid," Li Fengqi exclaimed, laughter erupting from him as he declared with fierce determination. "I have fought countless battles over the years, yet I have never felt so constrained." A command was issued. "The army shall march forth from the pass to engage in a decisive battle against Qin Jianyan." "As you command." The vice-general responded with utmost respect. The news of the impending arrival of Qin Xuanshan's formidable forces swiftly spread within Yinmen Pass. Hundreds of thousands were poised to exit the pass and confront Qin Jianyan's army in a battle to the death. Given the proximity of the two armies, their movements were naturally perceived by Qin Jianyan and his commanders. "Your Majesty, it appears that Li Fengqi's army is not merely intending to harass us, but rather to engage in a life-or-death struggle," remarked the general of the southern town, his expression darkened. "Is Qin Xuanshan's army nearly upon us?" Qin Jianyan's eyes reflected a sense of unwillingness. Over the past few days, they had exhausted every strategy, yet had failed to annihilate Li Fengqi's forces or successfully retreat from this perilous location. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue should Qin Xuanshan's army arrive. "Do not resign yourself to failure so easily, Your Majesty. It would be prudent to have General Chun and the others escort you to safety," urged the general of the southern town. "Indeed, this place is fraught with danger. Father, you must leave at once." Qin Xiling expressed her concerns, her demeanor transformed by the countless battles she had fought, emanating an aura of fierce determination reminiscent of Lu Qingzhu. "A nation cannot endure a day without its sovereign," echoed several other high-ranking officials, all nodding in agreement. They all harbored the belief that victory in this impending conflict was nearly impossible. The presence of Qin Jianyan in such a perilous situation was exceedingly hazardous. If the esteemed Elder Chun and his fellow experts of the Purple Mansion realm were to escort me, there might still be a chance of stealthily escaping this place. However, should I abandon my post in the heat of battle, the morale of my troops would undoubtedly shatter, leaving us with no hope of victory. Qin Jianyan, however, shook his head and declared, "If I remain here, There may still be a glimmer of hope to vanquish Qin Shun's Han and his forces. Even if we cannot achieve outright victory, we can at least inflict significant damage upon them. Buying precious time for the officials within the imperial city to muster their armies and defend the capital. Over the past few days, he had deliberated deeply. Even if defeat was inevitable, it was essential to weaken Qin Shun's Han's grand army, thus allowing the officials in the imperial city the opportunity to gather forces for its defense. This was the best course of action he could undertake. Upon hearing Qin Jianyuan's words, General Jinnan and the others exchanged glances, uncertain how to further counsel him, for his reasoning was undeniably sound. At such a critical moment, if Qin Jianyuan were to depart, the morale would surely collapse. Enough of my fate. Swiftly arrange the troops and prepare to meet the enemy, Qin Jianyuan urged. It would be ideal to eliminate Li Fengqi's forces before Qin Xuanshan's army arrives. Though he recognized the improbability of this outcome, he could only offer words of encouragement. Understood. General Zhun, Nan, and the other commanders nodded in unison. Without wasting another moment, they began to direct their forces in preparation for the impending confrontation. An hour later, fierce combat erupted outside Yanmen Pass. The battle cry of kill rang out, deafening in its intensity. On the vast battlefield, soldiers from both sides clashed, their distinct energies colliding and unleashing waves of spiritual fluctuations. The battle among the commanders in the sky is particularly fierce. Although both sides are engaged in warfare, soldiers continue to fall, lifeless, with corpses strewn across the ground, and the scent of blood pervading the air, creating a scene of unparalleled carnage. Despite the numerical superiority of the Purple Mansion Realm warriors led by Qin Jianyuan, their soldiers' morale is exceedingly low, in stark contrast to the high spirits of their adversaries. Furthermore, Li Fengqi's objective is not to completely annihilate Qin Jianyuan's forces, but rather to create chaos within them. As the battle commences, the soldiers from both sides become thoroughly intertwined, with the Purple Mansion Realm warriors constrained in their actions to avoid harming their own men, resulting in a peculiar stalemate. The army of King Jin is on the verge of arrival. Those who do not wish to accompany this wretched emperor to his doom, distance yourselves from the battlefield. Li Fengqi, single-handedly confronting two opponents of equal standing, remains undaunted, his voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resounding across the entire battlefield. It is not merely he who shouts. All the soldiers of the Northern Guard echo the same fervent cry. The news of King Jin's forces preparing to flank them is already common knowledge, and now, with Li Fengqi leading the Northern Guard in a desperate assault, combined with their thunderous roar, the morale of Qin Jianyuan's army plummets further. Indeed, some soldiers begin to flee in the face of adversity. Haha, this wretched emperor's army is but a feeble force. We need not the assistance of King Jin's troops to vanquish them, declared a highly esteemed deputy general within the Northern Guard, his laughter, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberating throughout the battlefield. For a moment, the morale of the Northern Town army soared even higher. However, this could not continue. Qin Ziqing, who had steadfastly stood by Qin Jianyuan's side, observed the drastic decline in morale, her delicate face etched with concern. After a brief hesitation, her gaze fixed upon the vice commander. Great River Sword Intent, she exclaimed, unleashing her most formidable sword technique towards the vice commander. The sword intent surged forth like a torrential river, instilling fear in all who beheld it. What? The vice commander had only just broken through to the Purple Mansion realm last month and had been on guard against other experts of the same realm, completely unprepared for Qin Ziqing's sudden assault. Moreover, she had launched a lethal attack right from the outset, leaving his face a mask of terror. He turned to flee. But alas, he was confronted with Qin Ziqing wielding the Great River Sword Intent, leaving him with no chance of escape, and he was swiftly obliterated by a single strike. With a splatter, his bloodied form plummeted to the ground, carving a crimson streak through the air. Witnessing their commander's demise, the 200,000 troops led by the Grand General of the Southern Town, along with the 100,000 soldiers from the Imperial camp, found their spirits invigorated, fiercely engaging in battle alongside the Northern Town army. For the next 2 full hours, the battlefield erupted in an extraordinarily intense clash. Despite the Northern Town army's high morale, they were outnumbered and lacked sufficient Purple Mansion realm experts. As the relentless fighting continued, they ultimately found themselves at a disadvantage. What is happening? It has already been 3 hours. The sky is nearly dark. Why has the army of Prince Jin not yet arrived? Li Fengqi, drenched in blood, bellowed in anger. The expressions of the other vice commanders were equally grim. According to the secret letter sent by King Jin, their grand army should have arrived half an hour ago. Look, the King Jin is coming. At that moment, a deputy general pointed towards the distant sky, his voice brimming with excitement. Chapter 92. The turn of events. Upon hearing the exclamation, Li Fengqi's gaze shifted to the horizon, where indeed several figures were swiftly approaching. Leading them was none other than King Qin, Qin Shun's Han. Haha, King Qin has arrived, splendid. Li Fengqi exclaimed joyfully. With the support of King Jin's army, we shall soon annihilate the forces of that treacherous emperor. Though he was curious and puzzled as to why Qin Shun's Han and several other feudal lords did not personally lead their armies to attack Qin Junyuan's troops from the north, but instead flew directly to their location, he chose not to dwell on it. Hope finally glimmered in his heart. Welcome, King Qin. Welcome, King Qin. The soldiers of the Northern Defense Army, who had been embroiled in fierce combat, now raised their voices in unison, filled with overwhelming excitement. Previously, they had been at a disadvantage, suffering heavy casualties. Now, with the appearance of King Qin and his entourage, they felt the arduous battle was nearing its end, and they could finally crush the army led by Qin Junyuan. With the arrival of Qin Xuanshan's forces, everything was coming to a conclusion. Meanwhile, the soldiers under Qin Junyuan's command were engulfed in despair. Although they could not yet see the 60,000 troops of Qin Shun's Han flooding onto the battlefield, they surmised that since King Qin had arrived, the Grand Army must have followed closely behind. They speculated that the king was biding his time, intending to encircle them without direct assault, compelling them to surrender outright. The previously soaring morale has abruptly plummeted to the depths of despair. How infuriating. If only we could have just one more hour, merely 1 hour, we would utterly annihilate Li Fengqi's formidable army. Alas, the heavens do not favor us. We can only hope to inflict severe damage upon Qin Xuanshan's forces soon. General Zhun, Nan, and others. Upon witnessing the arrival of Qin Shun's Han and several other powerful lords soaring through the sky, expressed their profound bitterness. For 2 hours, Qin Xuanshan's army had yet to arrive, and they had hoped that some unforeseen circumstance had delayed them. Thus, they were determined to first vanquish Li Fengqi's forces, intending to fortify their position at Yinmen Pass. Even if Qin Xuanshan's army were to arrive, they would have no reason to fear. However, they did not anticipate that. At the critical moment of their impending victory over Li Fengqi's army, Qin Shun's Han and his forces would suddenly appear. Ziqing, find a way to leave this place. Do not concern yourself with me any longer, Qin Junyuan said, his hope having also sunk to the nadir of despair. He could accept his own death, yet his daughter, being a peerless sword body with unimaginable potential, must not perish here. Father Qin Ziqing began to speak, but with a clang. Qin Junyuan had already drawn the heavenly emperor's sword, preparing to ascend and confront King Qin, Qin Shun's Han, and his men in a desperate battle to defend their final dignity. Even in certain defeat, they aimed to inflict significant damage. Other generals and esteemed officials resolved to make one final stand. Meanwhile, Li Fengqi, wearing a look of joy, stepped into the void and swiftly advanced to meet Qin Shun's Han. He respectfully bowed, his voice imbued with a certain ethereal quality, slowly proclaiming, I extend my greetings to all esteemed princes. In an instant, his words reverberated across the battlefield, abruptly halting the fierce combat. As all eyes turned skyward to behold the figures of a select few, the soldiers of the Northern Defense Army were stirred with fervent excitement, while the troops led by Qin Junyuan were enveloped in profound despair, bracing themselves for a final confrontation. However, the ensuing scene unfolded in a manner that astonished everyone present. With a thunderous roar, the seemingly respectful Li Fengqi was met with the sudden aggression of Qin Shun's Han, who uttered not a word but immediately unleashed a formidable martial technique aimed directly at Li Fengqi. The attack was utterly unexpected. Though he had only been at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm during his lifetime, and was now even weaker, this surprise assault caught Li Fengqi off guard, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. What are you doing, Prince Qin? Li Fengqi exclaimed incredulously as he distanced himself from the conflict, staring at Prince Qin in disbelief. The other individuals on the battlefield were equally taken aback. What transpired? Wasn't Qin Shun's Han supposed to assist Li Fengqi? Indeed, why did he suddenly turn against him? A chorus of bewildered voices arose, as both the soldiers of the Northern Defense Army and those under Qin Junyuan's command wore expressions of utter confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In the skies above, however, Qin Shun's Han paid no heed to Li Fengqi's inquiries and struck again. He was not alone. The other princes and the formidable experts of the Purple Mansion realm followed suit. Qin Shun's Han, have you all lost your minds? Why are you attacking me instead of swiftly eliminating that treacherous emperor? Li Fengqi bellowed in fury. Yet, what greeted him was not a response, but rather the ferocious martial prowess of Qin Shun's Han and his cohorts. His face turned ashen, and he had no choice but to engage in combat. Boom! A fierce battle erupted in the skies above, as dazzling techniques clashed and unleashed radiant bursts of light. Qin Shun's Han and his allies struck with unrelenting ferocity, each move aimed at taking Li Fengqi's life, leaving everyone on the battlefield in stunned silence. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and assist me. Li Fengqi shouted through gritted teeth. Although it was Qin Feng's first experience commanding the corpses in battle, none of the princes or the formidable experts of the Purple Mansion realm could harness their full strength. Yet, they showed no fear of injury and fought with reckless abandon. Li Fengqi found himself unable to withstand such a relentless onslaught. Quickly, help the general. The several deputy commanders of the Northern Town Army and the two Purple Mansion experts finally reacted, raising their voices to join the fray. The combat in the heavens grew increasingly intricate and intense. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies continuously plummeted to the battlefield below. What is happening here? Qin Junyan gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. His uncle, who had clearly come to flank him with troops, was now suddenly attacking Li Fengqi. We are equally perplexed. Several high-ranking officials and generals responded, their faces etched with bitter smiles. The developments had completely surpassed their expectations. Your Majesty, I dispatched someone to scout the periphery of the battlefield, and it appears that Qin Shenzhan did not bring an army of 600,000. At that moment, General Jinan approached Qin Jianyan and respectfully stated, there are only a few formidable warriors, including King Qin Shenzhan. Upon his arrival, he immediately ordered his deputy to investigate the deployment of the 600,000 troops in order to prepare a response, yet to his astonishment, there was not a single soul on the periphery of the battlefield. What? There are absolutely no 600,000 troops? Qin Jianyan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? Just a few days ago, I received a confidential missive from the Jinyue, and the Jinyue inspector has dispatched numerous agents to verify the information, which is undeniably accurate. The subordinate has dispatched over 200 scouts to thoroughly survey the surroundings of the battlefield, and indeed, there are no signs of Qin Shenzhan's 600,000 troops, the General Jinan conveyed with a complex expression. This revelation left not only Qin Jianyan but all the generals and high-ranking officials in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the situation. How could it be that Qin Shenzhan, who clearly led an army of 600,000, had not arrived here at all? Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, this is favorable news for us. One senior official was the first to react, speaking in a grave tone. We should seize this opportunity to completely eradicate this rebel force. Without Qin Shenzhan's 600,000 troops, defeating the Northern Army led by Li Fengqi should pose no difficulty. That makes sense, Qin Junyan acknowledged, nodding in agreement. He then commanded, launch an all-out assault to decisively crush the rebels. He did not intend to annihilate them entirely. Rather, he aimed to defeat them and capture them. These soldiers, having followed the path of rebellion, were not entirely innocent. However, the cultivation of these hundreds of thousands of troops had consumed an immense amount of the dynasty's resources, which could not withstand such depletion. As you command, replied the Grand General of the South and several other commanders with utmost respect. They departed from the scene to oversee the battle. Only Qin Zining remained by Qin Jianyan's side, safeguarding him from any potential threats. Warriors, the enemy lacks reinforcements. Let us strike them down. The furious shouts of numerous commanders reverberated across the battlefield. Had they uttered such words earlier, the soldiers might have doubted them. Yet, with Qin Shenzhan now taking action against Li Fengqi, what doubt could remain? Kill. In that instant, a more ferocious clash erupted. After enduring a prolonged engagement, the Northern Army had already suffered grievously, viewing Qin Shenzhan's 600,000 troops as their last glimmer of hope. Upon realizing that Qin Shenzhan had not only failed to bring the promised forces, but had also turned against Li Fengqi, their morale plummeted to an all-time low. Faced with the counteroffensive commanded by the Grand General of the South, their ranks crumbled in an instant. The tide of battle shifted decisively in favor of the enemy. Within less than half an hour, the conflict reached its conclusion. The battlefield was strewn with soldiers from the Northern Army, who had laid down their arms, clasped their heads with their hands, and knelt in surrender. A portion attempted to flee, yet they were swiftly pursued by the cavalry dispatched by the Grand General of the South. Amidst the thunderous echoes of defeat below, Li Fengqi and his companions in the sky were also facing dire straits. After the collapse of the battle formation, the few of them, stripped of their special protections, were utterly vulnerable before the likes of Qin Lao and others on the battlefield. It did not take long for them to be grievously injured, each one crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater in the hardened earth. Damn it, Qin Shenzhan, may you meet a wretched end, shouted Li Fengqi, who was heavily wounded and suppressed. He could not fathom why Qin Shenzhan had so abruptly changed his mind. They could have united to defeat Qin Junyan and seize the throne, yet instead, he chose to assist Qin Junyan. Their cultivation was entirely crippled, and they were prepared to be escorted to the imperial city. The Grand General of the South looked coldly upon the unwilling and lamenting Li Fengqi and his companions. Several deputy generals approached at his command, rendering Li Fengqi and the others powerless, binding them with chains and leading them away. Awaiting them would be a trial by the three departments, followed by the dark and oppressive imperial prison. After the war concluded, in a shadowy forest, Qin Feng opened his eyes. This is my first time employing the corpse control technique, although I could not fully harness the combat potential of these corpses. The overall outcome was satisfactory, he murmured to himself. The corpse control technique demands an exceptionally high level of spiritual awareness. Typically, disciples of the corpse transport sect require decades of practice to master it. However, for Qin Feng, it was a facile endeavor, taking merely over 3 hours. Regrettably, these corpses were too feeble, unworthy of my further efforts in refining them. After achieving a measure of satisfaction, Qin Feng expressed a hint of disappointment. After all, this was his inaugural attempt. He initially intended to retain the corpses for further enhancement, yet the inadequacy of Qin Shun's Han and his companions rendered them unworthy of his investment. Shaking his head, Qin Feng resolved to abandon the corpses. He did not linger any longer in that place and rose to depart. On the blood-soaked battlefield, Qin Jianyan gazed at the victorious army, his emotions a tumultuous sea. In the brief span of a few days, he had traversed the harrowing realms of despair and hope. As if teetering on the brink between heaven and hell, the weight upon his heart immensely burdensome. At last, the victory was assured. "Father, are you unscathed?" Noticing Qin Jianyan's unusual demeanor, Qin Zining hastily inquired, "Shall I summon the imperial physician for you?" "No, the Prince Qin and his men are injured. Quickly have the physician attend to them," Qin Jianyan replied solemnly, observing the bloodied figures of Qin Shun's Han and his companions suspended in the air. Although he was unaware of why Qin Shun's Han chose to assist him, he recognized that the immediate priority was to attend to Qin Xunshan's wounds to prevent further deterioration. The others, upon hearing his words, turned their gazes towards the figures of Qin Shun's Han and the others in the sky, their expressions a blend of confusion. Utterly perplexed by the intentions of Qin Shun's Han and his faction. Suddenly, however, Qin Shun's Han and his companions seemed to lose consciousness, plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground. "What is happening?" Qin Jianyan and the others exclaimed in astonishment, rushing forward in haste. However, when they observed Qin Shun's Han and the others up close, their expressions shifted dramatically. All were devoid of breath. They had perished. The general of the southern town exclaimed in horror, "How could this be? Just moments ago, they appeared to be in good health. Why have they suddenly succumbed to death?" Qin Jianyan bore an expression of disbelief. Even if these individuals had sustained severe injuries in their previous battle, it was unfathomable for them to have died all at once, and so abruptly as if it had been preordained. At that moment, the imperial physician hurriedly arrived, promptly examining the bodies of Qin Shun's Han and several other princes. "Your Majesty, these individuals have been deceased for at least 3 hours. After a brief pause, the physician's eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. He had clearly witnessed the battle between Qin Shun's Han and Li Fengqi. How could it be that Qin Shun's Han had already been dead for over 3 hours? What? They have been dead for 3 hours? Qin Jianyan was utterly bewildered. Not only he, but the numerous generals and several high-ranking officials were also left in a state of shock. How could those who had died 3 hours prior have just fought valiantly against Li Fengqi before their eyes? What a mockery. Chapter 94. The identity of the mysterious powerhouse, Your Majesty. They indeed perished 3 hours ago. The physician paused, his expression grave as he continued. I suspect they were corpses manipulated by the techniques of the corpse-driving sect. Upon hearing this, the attendees' faces changed once more. They exchanged glances. Realizing that if Qin Shun's Han and the others had truly died 3 hours ago, then this could only be the explanation. Could it be that the members of the corpse-driving sect are assisting us? Qin Jianyan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "It is impossible. The corpse-driving sect is our sworn enemy, and they have been annihilated. How could anyone possibly come to our aid?" The others echoed his sentiments. Their brows knitted in disbelief. Their enmity with the corpse-driving sect ran deeper than that with the evil forces. The eradication of the evil was a matter that involved the concerted efforts of several great dynasties, while the devastating blow dealt to the once magnificent corpse-driving sect was solely the achievement of the great Xia dynasty. At that moment, a soldier resembling a scout rushed through the battlefield, urgency etched on his face. "Your Majesty, we've located the 600,000 troops of Qin Shun's Han." The scout knelt on one knee, his countenance betraying an unmistakable shock. "Located them? Where?" Qin Jianyan immediately inquired. Why did they not accompany Qin Shun's Han here? "The 600,000 troops have already been defeated," the scout replied slowly. Those few words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. They questioned if their ears had deceived them. After all, it was 600,000 soldiers, not merely a herd of swine. This represented the culmination of countless years of effort from several feudal lords. Even the likes of Elder Qin would find it difficult to retreat unscathed in the face of such an army. The scouts' assertion that those 600,000 troops had been vanquished was simply staggering. "What nonsense are you spouting?" the Grand General of the South roared. "That is a force of 600,000. Apart from the army we lead, there is no other force in the entire Great Xia dynasty capable of contending with them. How could it possibly be that they were inexplicably defeated? If these scouts were not personally trained by him, he would undoubtedly suspect them of being spies." "General, I would never dare to speak recklessly," one of the scouts said, his expression filled with helplessness and bitterness. The 600,000 troops were already vanquished over 3 hours ago, and it was not a particular army that defeated them, but rather a single individual. From the mouths of the defeated soldiers, he had gleaned the general course of events. A single person? The Grand General of the South was taken aback, and his brow furrowed even deeper as he inquired, what exactly transpired? The scout, without any concealment, promptly reported all the information he had gathered from the defeated 600,000 troops. Upon hearing his words, Qin Jianyan and the numerous high-ranking officials and generals were all taken aback, their faces displaying profound shock. One man, with a single sword, had shattered an army of 600,000. They marveled, struggling to fathom the terrifying scene that must have unfolded. Some even doubted the scouts' honesty, for it was indeed 600,000 troops, bolstered by formations. How could they possibly be so easily vanquished by one individual? "Let us investigate," Qin Jianyan spoke solemnly. "Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing." Subsequently, they instructed the scout to lead them toward the direction where the 600,000 troops had been defeated, swiftly soaring through the air. At that moment, among the 600,000 troops, apart from the generals, very few had managed to escape. Most were seated in meditation, tending to their wounds, awaiting the arrival of the imperial forces. The soldiers were acutely aware that if they surrendered obediently, although Qin Jianyan would impose punishment upon them, their lives would at least be spared. However, should they attempt to flee at this moment, being recaptured would undoubtedly seal their fate. Before long, Qin Jianyan and his forces arrived at the scene. The sight of the disheveled and decimated army of 600,000 left many generals and ministers gasping in shock. The spectacle was truly overwhelming, with a potent sword intent lingering in the air. Elder Chun, his expression grave, remarked, "This feels eerily familiar. It resembles the powerful swordsman who has aided us on several occasions. Since the assassination of that elderly eunuch, he had encountered the residual sword intent of Qin Feng multiple times, and it was all too recognizable to him. The sheer ability to obliterate an army of 600,000 with a single strike seemed beyond the reach of even a fifth-layer Purple Mansion realm expert." General Zhen Nan, equally solemn, expressed his confusion, stating, "It seems that only an expert of at least the 8th-layer Purple Mansion realm could accomplish such a feat. It is known that a 5th-layer expert, when faced with an army of this magnitude, would not be in immediate danger. Yet to dismantle it with a single sword strike is utterly impossible. A swordsman of this caliber must indeed be at least at the 8th-layer Purple Mansion realm." Upon hearing this, a minister interjected, "Wasn't he the swordsman who previously assisted us in defeating the corpse-driving sect's ancient corpses only at the 5th-layer Purple Mansion realm? How is it that within just a few decades, they have ascended to the 8th layer? The progression through the ranks becomes exceedingly slow after attaining the 5th layer in any realm. Under normal circumstances, it would require at least 50 years for one to ascend from the 5th to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, let alone advance to the 8th level. How is it that merely a few decades have passed, and that formidable swordsman has already reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion? Indeed, this rate of cultivation is rather astonishing, is it not?" The other generals and ministers expressed their disbelief in unison. "The mysterious swordsman possesses extraordinary abilities, beyond our comprehension," Elder Chun remarked gravely. After all, that enigmatic swordsman had once manifested an avatar within the spirit road and saved Qin Ziqing. The others nodded thoughtfully in response. Could it be that the one who controlled the bodies of the prince and his entourage was this swordsman? A general suddenly recalled, his eyes widening in horror. His words left everyone present momentarily stunned, only to realize the truth thereafter. They had previously wondered why the corpse-controlling sect's members were able to manipulate Qin Shun's Han to aid in their assault on Li Foqi. If it were not the sect, but rather the swordsman who had assisted them on multiple occasions, it would indeed make sense. However, one voice raised a question. "But this mysterious master is a sword cultivator. How could he possibly find the time to practice the techniques of the corpse-controlling sect?" This inquiry echoed the sentiments of the others, filled with profound confusion. The limited resources of human energy and time made it evident that for one to achieve such mastery in swordsmanship, the endeavor would be exceedingly arduous. How is it possible for one to possess the energy to cultivate the techniques of the corpse-driving sect? Yet, none could provide answers to their astonishment and confusion. What is the emperor contemplating? General Jin Nan observed that Qin Jianyan had remained silent and could not suppress his curiosity. I am pondering the true identity of that enigmatic powerhouse, Qin Jianyan replied gravely. If his previous assistance stemmed solely from a connection to the Xia imperial family, then he should not have intervened on my behalf this time. After all, this conflict merely represents an internal struggle for the throne within the royal family. Nevertheless, he chose to aid me, which is quite perplexing. I suspect. Could he perhaps be a member of the Xia imperial family, and specifically one of our lineage? The support of all present serves as my motivation to continue updating. Chapter 95. The shock of the Kanglan domain upon hearing Qin Jianyan's words. The expressions of all in attendance shifted dramatically, recognizing the validity of his analysis. If that mysterious swordsmanship expert was merely connected to the imperial family, there would be no necessity to obstruct Qin Shun's Han, for he is also a member of the royal lineage. Thus, the most plausible conclusion is that he shares blood ties with Qin Jianyan. If this speculation holds true, then the Xia imperial family would gain an additional formidable presence at the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. A senior official exclaimed with great excitement, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid alerting the soldiers in the distance. The others were equally filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Yet, who could he possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jianyan's face reflected a struggle as he remarked, among the royal offspring of our lineage, there exists no one who resembles a formidable swordsman of the 8th heaven of the Purple Mansion. The royal descendants of their faction resided within the imperial city and its vicinity, frequently within reach. Yet he had not perceived any of them as a powerful figure of such caliber. I believe His Majesty might authorize the genie Wei to discreetly investigate the palace under the pretext of probing for foreign spies, he suggested. Old Qin's expression grew grave as he slowly articulated, should that enigmatic swordsman indeed be a member of the royal family, it is highly probable that he is concealed somewhere within the palace. After all, the palace is fortified by the formidable Jinglong Formation, rendering it the most spiritually abundant locale in the entire dynasty. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyan felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. The mysterious swordsman had previously cautioned him against probing into his identity when he had rescued the emperor. He was reluctant to disturb this enigmatic figure. Let us first clear the battlefield. We shall deliberate upon our return to the imperial city, Qin Jianyan stated slowly. He intended to confer with Qin Feng upon their return, contemplating whether to authorize a covert investigation of the palace under the guise of seeking foreign spies. After all, there had been numerous uncertainties he had sought Qin Feng's counsel on in the past, trusting that he would provide invaluable insights regarding this matter. In the ensuing moments, several commanders began to direct their soldiers in the task of cleaning the battlefield and recording all surrendered troops. They ensured mutual identification among the soldiers, ordering the execution of those who had slaughtered civilians during the Northern Town Army siege and pillaging. The most occupied figure was General Jin Nan, who showed no signs of pause as he led an army of 150,000 northward. The eastern, western, and southern territories of the dynasty remained relatively peaceful during this period. However, the north was a different story. Following Li Fengqi's rebellion, the northern defenses were severely weakened, allowing the Northern Yi to launch a large-scale invasion and plunder. He aimed to drive the invaders away and rescue the common people from their plight. After the conclusion of this battle, Qin Jianyan did not hasten to return to the imperial capital but instead took residence at Yemen Pass. He intended to remain in the north for a while longer to stabilize the hearts of the populace. After all, with Li Fengqi's uprising, the entire northern region was thrown into chaos. Countless cities lay in ruins, and a large number of citizens were displaced, leading to a loss of public trust. His presence in the north would not only serve to oversee local officials, but also significantly restore the confidence of the people. Simultaneously, news of the defeats suffered by Li Fengqi and Qin Shun's Han began to circulate rapidly within the dynasty. Many were closely monitoring this rebellion. Not only the numerous noble families and sects within the Great Xia dynasty, but also several other major dynasties. Although these dynasties hesitated to seize the opportunity for invasion, fearing that the royal family of Great Xia might retaliate by unleashing the Devil Suppression Tower, they remained vigilant. Yet, no one anticipated that the ultimate victor would be Qin Jianyan, leaving many astonished. It is worth noting that the combined forces of Li Fengqi and Qin Shun's Han amounted to a staggering 110,000 troops. Furthermore, it later emerged that Qin Shun's Han, under the condition of ceding territory, had enlisted the aid of over 10 formidable experts from various powerful sections. This grand conflict, one would presume, was destined for the inevitable triumph of Qin Shun's Han. The bewilderment arose as they pondered why the ultimate victor turned out to be Qin Jianyan. However, it was not long before the astonishing news of a mysterious sword master, who single-handedly vanquished an army of 600,000 with but a single stroke, began to circulate. This revelation eclipsed even the announcement of Qin Jianyin's victory in terms of shock value. How could it be that an entire legion was obliterated by a solitary, enigmatic swordsman? Was this formidable figure truly of the 8th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, or above? Could it possibly be the renowned Sword Immortal? Known for annihilating the demon sect with his unparalleled skill, the prowess of the Sword Immortal was indeed formidable. Yet, what could have compelled him to assist Qin Jianyin? In a fleeting moment, the entire Kanglan domain became a cacophony of speculation. They marveled at the might of the Swordmaster while simultaneously questioning his motives for aiding Qin Jianyin. The conjectures were as varied as they were abundant. While most acknowledged the possibility that the one who intervened was the Sword Immortal, the reasoning behind his actions against Qin Xuanshan's forces remained elusive. Some posited that the Sword Immortal was affiliated with the royal family of the Great Xia, while others suggested that Qin Xuanshan's habitual arrogance may have unwittingly offended him. There were even those who believed that such a powerful figure acts at his whim, unencumbered by the need for justification. Perhaps he merely chanced upon the vast army and sought to test his swordsmanship. As for the news of Qin Shunhan and his men being transformed into ancient corpses, it remained under wraps, known only to high-ranking officials and generals, further sealed by Qin Jianyin's directive to suppress the information. After departing from the dense forest, Qin Feng did not hasten to return to the imperial tomb. Instead, he sought a secluded spot within a mountain range, seldom traversed even by mercenaries, to once again endeavor in condensing his divine consciousness. Although the corpse-controlling technique of the corpse transport sect demands a high level of divine consciousness, mastering it significantly enhances one's awareness. Qin Feng felt that he was on the verge of success in this endeavor. Deep within the mountain range, in a place rarely touched by human presence, lay an immense lake. The surface of the water shimmered under the sun's rays. At the center of the lake, approximately half a foot above the water, sat a figure in tranquil meditation, exuding an aura of profound peace and serenity. No fluctuations emanated from him, rendering him akin to a vividly lifelike statue. Even the fish swimming in the lake displayed no fear, some daringly nibbling at the garments that hung above the water. Qin Feng maintained this serene and tranquil state for an entire month. By the end, the creatures that frequented the lake for water had grown accustomed to his presence, perceiving him merely as a statue. In truth, Qin Feng's consciousness resided within his divine consciousness space, a domain enveloped in darkness. Within this obscurity, peculiar waves of divine consciousness flickered in and out of visibility. Amidst the darkness, a phantom figure sat in meditation. Wisps of divine consciousness drifted into this phantom's form, gradually merging with it, further solidifying its essence. The process was slow, yet Qin Feng remained entirely unperturbed. Chapter 96. The clever little white fox. Thus, an entire month passed. As the morning sun gradually ascended, it dispelled the chill of the night, casting its warm glow upon Qin Feng, who sat cross-legged a mere half-foot above the lake's surface. Perched upon his shoulders were a few delicate birds, chirping animatedly, as if engaged in a spirited debate. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave of energy emanated from within Qin Feng's being. This wave bore no aura of violence. However, it swiftly enveloped a radius of 100 miles. In that moment, all beasts and birds within that expanse trembled as though they were under the gaze of an ancient, fearsome creature, their souls quaking in terror. Their bodies grew rigid, rendering them immobile. Had it not been for the occasional flutter of falling leaves, one might have believed time itself had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate duration, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing an indescribable depth, as if a galaxy resided within. At that moment, the little birds that had been perched upon his shoulders were finally released from their strange stupor and hastily flapped their wings, distancing themselves from him. It was then that they realized Qin Feng was not a mere lifeless entity, but rather a formidable human cultivator. Meanwhile, the beasts and creatures within the 100-mile radius, which had seemed ensnared by the gaze of an ancient beast, began to regain their senses and were able to move. Fear filled their eyes as they pondered the recent events, questioning whether a true ancient beast had indeed traversed their path. With a deep sigh, Qin Feng finally opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of relief. He murmured, "It has taken nearly a year for my consciousness to successfully coalesce. It has not been an easy journey." Prior to this, although he had to absorb an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy due to the requirements of the primordial chaotic sword body, which far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, his realm had progressed slowly. However, as long as he absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, he could easily break through, even during the transition to the void refinement stage, which presented no significant barriers. This time, the process of consolidating his consciousness made him acutely aware of the challenges involved. I wonder, with my current strength, if I could contend against and defeat a cultivator at the 5th level of the void refinement stage. Qin Feng pondered uncertainly. Should anyone overhear these thoughts, they would undoubtedly consider him delusional. It is important to note that as one ascends in rank, the disparities between each minor stage grow increasingly vast. The average person is incapable of fighting beyond their level. Each fifth tier of a major realm signifies a qualitative leap, creating an insurmountable chasm. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's confidence was not born of folly, but rather a testament to his numerous hidden advantages. The primordial chaotic sword body is an unparalleled and unique constitution, inherently granting him superiority over his peers. Coupled with his mastery of the supreme sword technique, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, and the establishment of a pure land within the Buddhist domain at the Purple Mansion stage, he now felt capable of consolidating his consciousness at the Void Refinement stage. The prospect of slaying a cultivator at the 5th level of the Void Refinement stage seemed to him to be a task of minimal difficulty. Regrettably, within the entire Kanglan domain, there exists not a single formidable individual, let alone one at the 5th level of the Void Refinement realm. I find myself without the opportunity to test my abilities. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng shook his head, a hint of resignation apparent. It seems that, at times, possessing excessive strength is not necessarily advantageous, as there is not even a whetstone to hone one's skills. Although there are stronger domains housing powerful practitioners, Qin Feng has no intention of venturing to other realms for the time being, as he values stability above all else. To persuade him to leave the Kanglan domain would require him to attain an invincible status within the Void Refinement realm at the very least. Subsequently, Qin Feng rose slowly. Opting not to linger any longer in that place, he stepped into the void and departed from the tranquil lake. Upon returning to the imperial city, he discovered that Qin Junyan and the others were still in the northern region, yet they had not encountered any peril. Rather, they were focused on stabilizing the hearts of the northern populace. Thus, Qin Feng paid it little mind and proceeded directly to the imperial mausoleum. The little white fox, basking in the sunlight on a lounge chair, was taken aback upon Qin Feng's return. She distinctly recalled him being the discarded prince, forbidden from leaving the mausoleum. How had he managed to be away for several months? Were the imperial guards indifferent to his absence? Despite her curiosity, she refrained from asking further questions and continued to soak up the sun. You haven't left? Qin Feng remarked in surprise, noticing the little white fox reclining on his lounge chair. Previously, she had fled several times, even journeying to the Eastern Sea. He had assumed that after his prolonged absence of a few months, she would have long since departed, yet here she was, still present. The audacity of this wretched being to disdain a princess is utterly intolerable. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the little white fox was filled with indignation. How could this human possibly reject her? Yet, her complaints fell upon deaf ears. Qin Feng, oblivious to her grievances, simply seized her and gently tossed her into the nearby thicket before reclining comfortably in his chair. How delightful it is to rest upon this lounge, Qin Feng mused, unable to suppress his admiration for its comfort. His spiritual awareness had just coalesced successfully, but it demanded further time to cultivate. How infuriating! The little white fox, cast aside in the grass, seethed with anger. However, preoccupied with honing her sword heart, she decided it unwise to engage in a quarrel with Qin Feng. During this period, as her cultivation gradually restored, she was astonished to discover that her comprehension of the sword path was accelerating remarkably while within the confines of the royal tomb. This revelation left her astounded. Previously, such rapid advancement had only occurred in the presence of formidable sword masters during their seclusion. Nevertheless, the little white fox was quite perceptive and swiftly deduced the underlying cause. Certainly, it was due to the interment of the founding emperor within the mausoleum, a master of the sword in his own right. Finding a soft patch of grass, she nestled herself down and closed her eyes, eager to seize this opportunity to cultivate her sword heart, aspiring to elevate her swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. In the ensuing 6 months, numerous events unfolded within the Great Xia dynasty. After stabilizing the northern front, Qin Junyan returned to the capital and promptly set about addressing the affairs concerning the fiefdoms of the various princes. The Prince of Jin and the Prince of Qi, alongside the 5 major feudal lords, have risen in rebellion, and their soldiers have been conscripted. Naturally, he would not show leniency towards these lords. 50,000 soldiers, under the command of court ministers, were dispatched along 5 routes to raid the residences of the various lords. The families of these lords had long been under the surveillance of the Jinyui, making escape impossible. They were all handed over to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation, with those implicated in the rebellion or who had oppressed the common people facing charges and punishment. The wealth and lands accumulated by these lords over millennia would be partially returned to the exploited populace, while the remainder would be transported by merchant ships to the imperial capital, contributing to the national treasury. for several consecutive months. Merchant ships have been arriving at the imperial capital in unending streams, creating a magnificent spectacle. A vast array of gold, silver, jewels, and cultivation resources has been deposited into the national treasury, with numerous officials tasked with cataloging these treasures, resulting in an atmosphere of bustling activity. Even before half of these treasures had been delivered, the treasury was already nearing its capacity. Fortunately, since Emperor Qin Junyan ascended the throne without taking a consort, many palaces in the inner court remained vacant, perfectly suited for the storage of these riches. Your Majesty, such an immense wealth being entirely incorporated into the national treasury will undoubtedly elevate the power of our great Xia dynasty to unprecedented heights, far surpassing that of the other major dynasties, the Minister of Revenue expressed with great joy to Qin Junyan. While this wealth might have allowed the feudal lords to indulge in extravagance, its presence in the treasury signifies a different purpose. It can be utilized for the benefit of the people. The wealth amassed by the 5 great feudal lords over millennia is indeed several times that of the national treasury. It is truly lamentable to think of the countless common folk who have suffered at their hands. Qin Junyan could not help but exclaim. The Minister of Revenue, upon hearing this, fell silent. He had known that the 5 feudal lords were extraordinarily wealthy, yet he was still taken aback by the enormity of their riches. This wealth is a manifestation of the blood, sweat, and even lives of the people. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the other feudal lords? Inquired the Grand Scholar of the Wenyan Pavilion. With the assistance of the Jinui and the Ministry of Justice, we shall investigate these lords. Any who have violated the law shall have their fortunes confiscated and be dealt with according to their crimes, Qin Junyan replied coldly. Even those who have not transgressed must surrender all their fertile lands to be returned to the populace. Despite the numerous antiquated members of the royal family urging him to consider their feelings during this period, he had no intention of showing leniency. As you command. The assembled ministers responded with utmost respect. Subsequently, they all busied themselves with their tasks. After addressing numerous matters, Qin Junyan made his way to the royal tomb. Brother, these 2 300-year-old blood ginsengs have been sent from the residence of the Prince of Jin, possessing longevity-enhancing properties. Upon entering the tomb, Qin Junyan produced a sandalwood box. Qin Feng had only recently reached the spirit transformation realm, progressing rather slowly. He believed this was due to Qin Feng missing the prime age for cultivation, and it would be difficult for him to make further advancements. Thus, he had specifically brought these 2 ginsengs to aid Qin Feng in prolonging his life. Thank you, Qin Feng said, accepting the gift with a smile, not declining it. After a brief pause, he inquired, how is the matter regarding the feudal lords being handled? It is nearly resolved, Qin Junyan replied, his face betraying a look of indignation. Those feudal lords have plundered the wealth accumulated over millennia, which far exceeds the national treasury. That is to be expected. Those lords are exempt from taxes and have continuously annexed land, naturally becoming wealthier than nations, Qin Feng remarked, unfazed. Brother, with the treasury currently in such abundance, where do you believe the funds ought to be allocated? Qin Junyan could not help but ask, as he planned to consult with the ministers in a few days and wished to gauge Qin Feng's opinion first. If this wealth goes unused, it would be a sheer waste. Education, naturally, Qin Feng replied calmly. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. Education? Qin Junyan was taken aback, clearly surprised. His earlier plan had been to enrich the people by alleviating decades of taxation and recruiting powerful experts from the Purple Realm to bolster the empire's deterrent strength. In recent times, the major dynasties had very few academies, whether for literary or martial studies. Many ordinary individuals aspiring to serve in government or pursue cultivation had no choice but to join those sects and families, inadvertently augmenting their power. Qin Feng continued. Utilizing that wealth to establish more academies and select talent is the wisest course of action. Upon hearing Qin Feng's analysis, Qin Junyan experienced an epiphany, realizing that his focus on tax reduction was somewhat myopic. What you say is indeed profound, brother. In a few days, I shall convene the ministers to deliberate on the establishment of additional academies, Qin Junyan said joyfully. Subsequently, he inquired further about Qin Feng's reform proposals. With the local feudal lords already eradicated, the resistance to his reforms had diminished significantly. Qin Feng also suggested several timely reforms, which left Qin Junyan astounded. He felt that Qin Feng's thought process was utterly unique, unlike anyone he had encountered in the Kanglan domain. Were it not for their shared upbringing, he might have doubted whether Qin Feng truly belonged to the Kanglan domain. By the way, brother, during your years here, have you encountered any suspicious individuals? After addressing the matter of policies, Qin Junyan could not resist asking, what prompted this sudden inquiry? Qin Feng responded with a hint of confusion. Is there a malevolent entity infiltrating the palace? Not quite. Qin Junyan shook his head and then spoke solemnly. I suspect that the Xianyao sword god is a member of our royal lineage, which is why I instructed the Jinyui to conduct a discreet investigation throughout the entire imperial city, including the palace. However, they have yielded no results. The only exception is the imperial tomb of our great ancestor, which has not been investigated by the Jinyui. Hence I wanted to ask if you have seen anyone suspicious near the tomb. Upon hearing this, a subtle change crossed Qin Feng's expression. He was well aware that after vanquishing the demonic cult, he had earned the title of Xianyao sword god. But he had not anticipated that Qin Jionyuan would inquire whether he had encountered this figure. In that case, after a moment's pause, Qin Feng shook his head and replied, I have not seen any suspicious individuals. Although Qin Jionyuan felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, it did not come as a surprise. Within the imperial mausoleum, the spiritual energy was rather sparse. It would be prudent for formidable beings to conceal themselves in locales abundant with such energy. Soon, Qin Jionyuan decided not to linger any longer. After exchanging a few words, he took his leave. A few days after Qin Jionyuan's arrival, Qin Xiling also visited the mausoleum, albeit primarily to partake in a meal. It had been quite some time since her last visit, and she yearned for the culinary delights crafted by Qin Feng. With a hint of helpless amusement, Qin Feng did not refuse her request and prepared several of his signature dishes. The little white fox, observing this, was naturally elated. Despite Qin Xiling's playful tormenting, she tolerated it, especially in light of the delicious food. During their meal, Qin Xiling spoke of many matters. She mentioned that the Sword Burial Valley was set to open in 3 years, expressing her uncertainty about acquiring a fine sword at that time. As their conversation flowed, she suddenly voiced her concerns. The Sword Burial Valley? Qin Feng furrowed his brows at her words, inquiring, is there such a place in the Kanglan domain? I was unaware of it. Uncle, are you unfamiliar with the Sword Burial Valley? Qin Xiling responded with a hint of surprise. It is not located in the Kanglan domain. It resides within the vast mountains between the Kanglan domain and the East Song domain. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's brow knitted in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he managed to recall some fragments of memory regarding the Sword Burial Valley, albeit scant. Noticing his struggle, Qin Xiling proceeded to share what she knew about this enigmatic place. Chapter 98. Journey to the Eternal Ancient Continent. The Eternal Ancient Continent comprises numerous domains. The Kanglan domain is situated in the southeastern corner of this vast expanse, while the East Song domain lies to its west, with the two domains adjacent to one another. However, due to the formidable expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where mercenaries and bandits roam freely, the connection between the two domains is rather tenuous. The Valley of Sword Burials is nestled within these mountains. This valley, once unremarkable, became significant when a master of the sword, after achieving the status of a saint, interred the sword he once wielded here. Subsequently, many sword practitioners from both domains emulated this act, choosing to bury their swords in the valley before their demise. As the number of buried swords increased, the valley earned the name Valley of Sword Burials. It remains a mystery how many exquisite swords lie beneath its surface. Typically, the valley is not accessible. Only swords may enter, and once they do, they cannot exit. Occasionally, it opens, allowing entry. On such days, the sword geniuses from both domains flock there, hoping to gain the approval of the extraordinary swords within and claim them as their own. You are remarkably young, yet possess such martial prowess and swordsmanship. Even before the Demon Sealing War, you would be considered a prodigy. Why worry about not obtaining a fine sword? Qin Feng reassured with a smile. Nevertheless, concern lingered on Qin Xiling's delicate face. Gaining the approval of the swords in the Valley of Sword Burials is not contingent on one's cultivation level or swordsmanship. It entirely depends on the preferences of those swords. No matter your cultivation or talent, if you fail to earn their recognition, all is in vain. Hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Is it truly so? Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in understanding. The swords within the valley are of high caliber, imbued with spirit, and are not newly forged. Each once had a master. To earn their recognition, the shadow of their former masters is likely of paramount importance. If that is the case, then there is no need for further worry. Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. Ultimately, worrying serves no purpose. Upon hearing his comforting words, Qin Xining was momentarily at a loss. Yet, she found some sense in it and soon resumed joyfully savoring the meal prepared by Qin Feng. After finishing, they engaged in conversation for a while before she took her leave. As for the Sword Burial Valley, I happen to be in need of a sword and shall take a look. Qin Feng murmured to himself. After years of signing in, he had acquired numerous weapons. Yet swords were scarce, and those he possessed were of rather mediocre quality. They shattered after but a few uses. He believed a visit to the Sword Burial Valley might be worthwhile, considering it was a resting place for many swordsmanship masters who had interred their blades there. Moreover, even if he failed to find a suitable sword, he might still obtain a commendable one after signing in. "You lazy good-for-nothing, dreaming away in the middle of the day," the little white fox remarked, shaking her head. She felt that even if the fine swords within the Sword Burial Valley were not overly concerned with the cultivator's prowess or talent, they could hardly recognize someone like Qin Feng, who had merely attained the spirit transformation realm. After all, laziness is hardly a virtue befitting a sword cultivator. 3 years passed swiftly. During this time, within the realm of the great Xia imperial family, various academies, both martial and scholarly, sprang up like mushrooms after rain. A multitude of ordinary individuals were recruited into these institutions. Furthermore, even people from other empires flocked to the numerous academies of the great Xia dynasty. Such a spectacle has rendered the other dynasties somewhat vigilant, for it is evident that in due time, the might of the great Xia dynasty will undoubtedly surpass that of the prominent dynasties. Yet, despite their apprehension, these dynasties find themselves powerless. For establishing numerous academies demands considerable resources. Their national treasuries are insufficiently bountiful, and they cannot afford the drastic measures of curtailing feudal lords. They are left merely to lament their circumstances. Before long, the day of the opening of the Sword Burial Valley arrives. In a grand plaza within the imperial palace, a colossal ancient vessel hovers in midair, with figures such as Qin Jionian gathered below. The age requirement for entering the Sword Burial Valley is quite lenient. As long as one is not over a century old, they may partake. However, due to the scarcity of sword cultivators, the number destined for Sword Peak is fewer than 10, among whom is Qin Feng. Brother, even if you fail to find a suitable sword within the Sword Burial Valley, it is of little consequence. Do not be disheartened. Even the most talented sword prodigies sometimes return empty-handed, Qin Jionian reassures Qin Feng. Though he does not fully comprehend Qin Feng's desire to visit the Sword Burial Valley, he acquiesces, for this marks Qin Feng's first earnest request to leave the imperial mausoleum. He is elated rather than inclined to refuse. Indeed, Qin Feng nods, smiling. "I am certain I will not be disappointed." Observing Qin Feng's optimistic demeanor and preparedness for the possibility of returning without a sword, Qin Jionian refrains from further comments. Subsequently, the group boards the ship, including Elder Qin, who accompanies them for protection. The ancient vessel ascends slowly, making its way towards the vast mountain range nestled between the Kanglan domain and the eastern Song domain. The distance to the 10,000 Great Mountains from the Daxia dynasty remains considerable. However, the ancient vessel sails with remarkable speed, and within less than half a month, it reaches the heart of the magnificent mountain range. Here, one is surrounded by endless peaks, towering into the clouds, many of which are crowned with layers of snow. Shrouded in mist, the scenery is breathtaking. Yet, the usually lively Qin Zining does not emerge to relish the view. Instead, she is engrossed in a compendium. After such a long passage of time, countless formidable beings have ventured into the Sword Burial Valley, and some have compiled a guide for sale. This guide details the shapes, ranks, and attributes of various swords. Qin Zining diligently records this information, for once they enter the Sword Burial Valley, she will be able to swiftly discern which sword suits her, thus saving a considerable amount of time. Roars of magical beasts resonate throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains, echoing in succession. Given the multitude of peaks and the absence of human settlements, save for a few mercenary bands and brigands, the number and variety of magical beasts here are abundant. It is not uncommon for these beasts to launch attacks on their ancient vessel. Nevertheless, this vessel, a relic from the era before the Demon War, possesses formidable protective formations, rendering the magical beasts powerless against it. During their journey to the Sword Burial Valley, Qin Feng and his companions occasionally glimpsed battleships from other dynasties or sects within the Kanglan domain, all steering toward the valley, clearly having been informed in advance of its impending opening. Thus, they continue their voyage for over 10 more days. Ah, what astonishing sword intent! Qin Shou gazed at the sky in the distance, where the sword intent soared into the heavens, unable to contain his exclamation. Although he himself was not a swordsman, his brother was a prodigious talent in the way of the sword, thus he had accompanied him. As soon as he uttered these words, many eyes on the ancient ship turned towards the distant sky. There, an overwhelming sword intent surged, piercing through to the 9th heaven. The terrifying aura of the sword could be distinctly felt even from thousands of miles away. Such a formidable essence of the sword, how many unparalleled swords must lie within? It is said that the sword sage once wielded several weapons that remain buried there. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. Regardless of the truth about the weapons once used by the sage, it would suffice for me to claim even one. The numerous royal offspring aboard the ancient ship could not help but exclaim in wonder. Even the murky eyes of Elder Qin displayed a complex expression. Although only swords were entombed here, they represented the lifelong pursuits of countless swordsmen. Qin Feng also opened his eyes, observing the distant sword burial valley. Though his demeanor remained remarkably calm. Chapter 99. The City of Sword Burial above the Sword Burial Valley. No matter the strength of any being or the might of powerful beasts, none dared to approach. For those who ventured near would be instantly torn to shreds by the astonishing sword intent. When Qin Feng and the others arrived at the entrance of the Sword Burial Valley, they could sense the formidable sword intent within. Yet it was not as terrifying as that which hovered above the valley. However, the area was desolate, devoid of any other ancient ships from rival factions. With only a handful of individuals present. What is happening? Has the Sword Burial Valley been opened? Qin Zining inquired with a hint of confusion upon witnessing the scene. It should not be the case, Qin Feng replied calmly. The Sword Burial Valley only permits the entry of prodigies under a century old. If it had indeed opened, those factions escorting the young talents would undoubtedly be waiting at the entrance. Qin Zining nodded, finding his reasoning plausible. The forces that had sealed the Sword Burial Valley were evidently waning, and it was likely to open in 3 months' time. Elder Chun produced a jade artifact and, after sensing its energies for a moment, remarked slowly, the Great Xia dynasty has sent individuals to the Sword Burial Valley before. Hence they possess a special item capable of detecting the sealing force. Subsequently, to verify the information, Elder Chun dispatched someone to inquire further and learned that other factions held the same conjecture. After a brief investigation of the area, they left one individual to guard while the rest proceeded to the Sword Burial City to rest. 3 more months? Qin Zining exclaimed. We arrived here quite early. Arriving early is certainly preferable to arriving late, Elder Chun replied thoughtfully. Let us also proceed to the Sword Burial City and await developments. With that, the ancient vessel set sail towards the Sword Burial City, located 30 miles away. Once a haven for bandits and mercenaries to rest and trade, the city had now transformed into a bustling gathering place for formidable factions awaiting the opening of the Sword Burial Valley. At this moment, numerous ancient ships had already anchored outside the Sword Burial City, some coming from the eastern Song domain, while others hailed from the Kanglan domain. In the realm of Kanglan, the imperial dynasty reigns supreme, while in the eastern Song realm, sects hold sway. Within the bustling taverns of the city, powerful figures from various factions and formidable rogue cultivators engage in lively conversations, exchanging information about their respective domains. Suddenly, a majestic ancient vessel glides into view, anchoring just outside the city. This is the legendary ship of the Xia dynasty. It is indeed curious that despite the lack of a reputable swordsmanship sect in Kanglan, a prodigy like Qin Zining has emerged from the Xia dynasty. The speaker is none other than the leader of the lone swordsmanship sect in the 2 realms, the Cold Sword sect. After all, Qin Zining is hailed as the foremost swordsmanship talent in Kanglan. And during his exchanges with the imperial experts and rogue cultivators of the region, he has certainly heard a few tales. Yet, these are merely rumors, without first-hand experience. Who can ascertain the veracity of his reputed prowess? A leader of a sect from the eastern Song realm dismissively remarked. To comprehend sword techniques in dreams, such a talent has never been heard of throughout history. Several other sect leaders from the eastern Song realm nodded in agreement, believing that the tales surrounding Qin Zining are likely exaggerated. The leader of the Cold Sword sect, however, chose to remain silent, lost in contemplation, clearly deep in thought. Once Qin Feng and his companions disembarked from the ancient ship, they set off in search of an inn. Although they could overhear the discussions along the way, they paid them no mind. Elder Chun, after a thorough search, soon realized that due to an influx of visitors, the inns in Burial Sword City were already fully booked. However, they were not short on funds, and promptly acquired a residence in the city for a mercenary group, using it as a temporary abode. The establishment boasted numerous rooms to choose from. Qin Feng selected a relatively quiet one, and after a thorough cleaning, he settled in. System. Please register my presence in Sword Burial City, he stated calmly upon entering the room. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully checked in at Sword Burial City and received the reward, Mountain River Seal. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Mountain River Seal? Is it a weapon? Qin Feng furrowed his brows upon hearing this and proceeded to examine the information regarding the Mountain River Seal. He discovered that it was not a weapon, but rather a martial technique. Mountain River Seal. Upon invocation, it can summon a formidable seal resembling a towering mountain, wielding immense power. However, it possesses a critical flaw. A critical flaw? Upon seeing these words, Qin Feng's brows knitted together. He was not fond of incomplete martial techniques. Yet, upon investigating the nature of this flaw, he found that it entailed a substantial consumption of spiritual energy during its execution. A significant depletion of spiritual energy, could this truly be deemed a flaw? Qin Feng appeared perplexed and murmured, perhaps for others, this might be considered a drawback. He felt no concern. It was known that due to his unique constitution, the spiritual energy within him was as vast as the ocean, leaving him unconcerned about depletion. With this thought, Qin Feng did not hesitate and promptly integrated the mountain river seal. A torrent of profound information surged into his mind. He realized that the mountain river seal was even more potent than he had anticipated, sparking his interest and prompting him to consider practicing it when time permitted. In the ensuing month, the influx of forces to the sword burial city did not significantly increase. Most of the formidable factions had already received the news regarding the impending opening of the sword burial valley and had arrived in advance. Only a small number of wandering cultivators, who were late to learn of the news, made their way there during this period. Amidst a desolate mountain range far from sword burial city, Qin Feng stood suspended in the sky, his hands forming a posture reminiscent of embracing the moon. As he gathered vast amounts of spiritual energy between them, gradually, a mountain, ethereal and entirely composed of condensed spiritual energy, materialized between his hands. With a sudden force, he hurled this mountain downwards. The mountain, imbued with terrifying might, descended upon the peak below and swelled with the winds. In the blink of an eye, it appeared as a true mountain, complete with flowers, grass, trees, and various creatures, all vividly discernible. The mountain, conjured from Qin Feng's spiritual energy, crashed onto the peak beneath it, obliterating it into a flat expanse. The original position of the mountain had been entirely replaced by the mountain he had summoned. The scene was breathtakingly astonishing. The might of this imprint of mountains and rivers is quite commendable, Qin Feng murmured to himself. It should prove useful when facing formidable adversaries. Although he was a sword cultivator, mastering techniques beyond swordsmanship was by no means a disadvantage. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, the mountain of condensed spiritual energy below dissipated into nothingness. Only a flat expanse remained, as if a towering peak had never existed. Content with his own cultivation accomplishments, Qin Feng turned to depart from the locale, intending to return to Burial Sword City. Chapter 100, Challenge due to the necessity of remaining here for 3 consecutive months. Qin Zening had not spent all her time within the city. Instead, she had been honing her skills in the nearby mountains. However, at this moment, she was no longer hunting magical beasts. In the skies above, Qin Zening stood poised in the void, her expression indifferent as she confronted a young man who blocked her path. In the distance, several peers of similar age had gathered, drawn by the commotion. What is happening here? What is this about? A newcomer inquired eagerly. Chen Xiong, a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Cold Sword sect in the Eastern Song domain, is challenging Qin Zening, the foremost swordsmanship prodigy of the Kanglan domain. An onlooker, privy to the unfolding events, provided an explanation. Upon hearing this, many of the recently arrived spectators displayed expressions of surprise, tinged with excitement. Chen Xiong's swordsmanship talent is undoubtedly among the top 3 in the Eastern Song domain. Yet, Qin Zening stands as the unrivaled genius of swordplay in the Kanglan domain. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious and who will falter. Is there even a question? It must be Chen Xiong, one spectator exclaimed. After all, the Kanglan domain lacks any prominent sword sections. The reputation of Qin Zening as the Kanglan domain's foremost swordsman is greatly exaggerated. Indeed, that so-called Great River Sword intent is likely an inconsequential technique, merely elevated to mythic status due to the scarcity of high-ranking sword arts in the Kanglan domain. The crowd buzzed with lively discussion. Speculation abounds regarding the confrontation between Qin Zening and Chen Xiong, with many believing that victory will favor Chen Xiong. After all, he hails from the esteemed Hanjian sect, a prominent force in the swordsmanship realm. While Qin Zening is indeed the foremost swordsman of the Kanglan domain, it must be noted that the domain lacks a genuine swordsmanship sect. Miss Zening, I have come today to seek your swordsmanship, Chen Xiong declared with a courteous smile. Over the years, he has aspired to claim the title of the greatest prodigy in the Eastern Song domain, but has yet to achieve success. Thus, defeating Qin Zening, the leading swordsman of the Kanglan domain, would enhance his reputation. I am afraid I have no interest, Qin Zening replied coldly. Why is that? Chen Xiong inquired, furrowing his brow. He then sneered. Is it fear? His demeanor radiated arrogance. My swordsmanship is exceedingly formidable, Qin Zening replied nonchalantly. I fear that I might inadvertently kill you, thus provoking a conflict between the Hanjian sect and the Great Xia dynasty. Chen Xiong is indeed a powerful opponent, and relying solely on ordinary sword techniques may not suffice to defeat him. However, should she unleash the Grand River Sword intent, the lethal force would be overwhelming, and she fears that she might accidentally take his life. The Hanjian sect, though distant in the Eastern Song domain, is still a significant sect, and such an incident would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. You are arrogant. Chen Xiong's expression darkened at her words. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. In a flash, he drew his sword and charged towards Qin Zining. With a swift motion, Qin Feng brandished his long sword, its blade glistening with a chilling radiance under the sun, exuding a formidable sword aura that swiftly closed the distance to Qin Zining. The momentum surged like a tempest. Sensing the impending danger, Qin Zining reacted with alacrity, drawing her sword and striking forth. The clash of their swords, each imbued with astonishing energy, unleashed a remarkable wave of spiritual force, sending shards of sword energy spiraling outward, wreaking havoc around them. The onlookers, startled by the spectacle, hastily retreated. In this exchange, both combatants found themselves evenly matched, each staggering back several dozen paces. Qin Feng expressed his surprise, stating, "I did not anticipate that you would be considerably stronger than I had envisioned." He had initially believed that a single strike would suffice to vanquish Qin Zining, only to discover that her own blow was equally formidable. "You will come to regret this," Qin Zining retorted coldly. Having recognized Qin Feng's aggressive intent, she resolved to forego any semblance of courtesy. Though she often appeared as a mere child in the presence of Qin Feng, her years of experience had cultivated a mature disposition, and she would not show leniency in the face of an adversary. With determination, Qin Zining launched her own assault. The sword energy emanating from her blade flowed like water as it surged toward Qin Feng. Witness how I shall defeat you and shatter your confidence." Qin Feng laughed heartily as he advanced to meet her challenge. Thus ensued a fierce confrontation, the clashing of their swords resonating in a symphony of sounds. Ting, ting, clang, clang. In the heavens above, their figures intertwined. The swords collided, erupting in dazzling brilliance that was almost blinding. The fragmented sword energy continued to shoot outwards, a testament to their advancing sword techniques. Having just completed his training in the Mountain River Seal, Qin Feng, passing through the area, could not help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing the scene before him. Compared to before, Qin Ziling's swordsmanship had significantly advanced during this period of hunting magical beasts. The ensuing battle remained intensely fierce and precarious. Qin Feng, who was several decades older, possessed a cultivation level that surpassed Qin Ziling by a minor realm. However, the intricacy of Qin Ziling's swordplay made it difficult to determine a victor between the two. With a resounding clash, both Qin Feng and Qin Ziling were propelled backward, each retreating over 100 feet. Qin Feng, in particular, found himself at a disadvantage, retreating even further. How can a sword cultivator without a sect possess such strength? Qin Feng seethed with rage. During their earlier confrontation, he had realized the exquisite nature of Qin Ziling's swordsmanship. He was utterly outmatched. He had never encountered an opponent of such equal standing. "Strength is not dictated by sect affiliation," Qin Ziling remarked coolly. "Humph." Qin Feng snorted in response, retorting, "Without the backing of a formidable sect, how can one wield powerful sword techniques? Allow me to demonstrate the unparalleled swordsmanship of my cold sword sect." As he spoke, a chilling sword intent erupted from within him, causing the long sword in his hand to rapidly freeze, resembling a glistening ice sculpture. The temperature in the entire vicinity plummeted dramatically. With a swift motion, Qin Feng unleashed a strike. The frigid sword light darted towards Qin Ziling, leaving behind a spectacular trail of ice in midair, exuding an aura of immense danger. A terrifying sword indeed. Is this truly the pinnacle of the swordsmanship of the cold sword sect? Sword cultivators are inherently formidable, and with such a potent technique at their disposal, it seems that Qin Feng could even challenge an adversary from a higher realm. Qin Zining's performance is undeniably impressive. Yet beneath the weight of such overwhelming swordplay, her defeat appears inevitable. Gasps of astonishment reverberate through the crowd. Even those who stand a tier above Qin Feng sense an ominous aura, feeling an insurmountable threat. If you deem the Grand River Sword intent to be mere trifles, then allow me to unveil its true essence. As Qin Zining perceives the encroaching chill of the sword radiance, she lets out a fierce cry, unleashing an astonishing sword intent from within. This intent surges forth like a torrential river, its sound echoing like crashing waves. With a single stroke, she unleashes her formidable sword intent, charging fiercely towards the frigid sword glow. A colossal wave of energy erupts forth. The shattered sword energy wreaks havoc in the surroundings, prompting the onlookers to hastily retreat, some even enveloping themselves in spiritual energy for protection, wary of potential harm. Chapter 101. Someone is fixated on Qin Zining. The sword intent, resembling a mighty river, swiftly shatters the chilling sword radiance and continues to surge towards Qin Feng. Boom. This terrifying torrent of sword intent directly brings Qin Feng crashing down from the sky, slamming him forcefully into the ground, creating a massive pit several dozen feet in diameter. With dust swirling into the air, silence ensues. The entire area is engulfed in a profound stillness. The crowd stared in astonishment at the scene before them, their eyes filled with disbelief. After a long pause, gasps of shock broke out. Defeated. Qin Feng had actually been vanquished. He was one of the top 3 swordsmanship prodigies of the Eastern Song domain. How could he possibly not be a match for Qin Zining? The river sword intent displayed moments ago was truly terrifying. I had never witnessed such astonishing swordplay, which seemed to eclipse all the sword techniques of the Kanglan domain. Exclamations echoed throughout the crowd. They had believed Qin Feng would surely triumph, yet unexpectedly, it was Qin Zining who emerged victorious. Moreover, the legendary river sword intent was indeed as formidable as rumored. They were all left in a state of shock. Ah, my meridians. At that moment, Qin Feng below let out a painful wail. Although Qin Zining's strike had not directly killed him, it had severed all his meridians. He had become utterly incapacitated. Hiss. Upon hearing Qin Feng's agonized cries, gasps of horror filled the air. No one could have anticipated such a fate for a swordsmanship genius. I had warned you. Qin Zining remarked, gazing down at the stricken Qin Feng with indifference. Despite his tragic state, she felt no sympathy. She had not wished to accept his challenge. It was he who insisted on attacking her, and she had merely acted in self-defense. Swoosh. At that moment, an elder appeared. His expression grim as he looked upon the severely injured Qin Feng. He is the protector of Qin Feng, tasked with ensuring his safety. Now, to his dismay, Qin Feng has been rendered incapacitated. Should the leader of the Hanjian sect become aware of this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Despite his dismal countenance, the elder refrains from attacking Qin Zining, for it was Qin Feng who willingly challenged her and subsequently fell short. To strike at her would tarnish the reputation of the Hanjian sect. Moreover, he is acutely aware that there are likely others safeguarding Qin Zining, perhaps even more formidable than himself. Even if he were to engage, it is uncertain whether he could contend with her. Let us depart, the elder declared. His expression grim as he grasped Qin Feng's shoulder and soared into the distance. He must find a way to salvage Qin Feng, preventing his complete ruin. Once Qin Feng was taken away, Qin Zining did not linger, opting to continue her journey of cultivation. Observers in the vicinity, witnessing the departure of the two, murmured among themselves, astonished by the outcome of the day's challenge. As for Qin Feng, he too prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, he furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the direction in which Qin Zining had vanished. He noticed 2 individuals fixated on her, stealthily following in her wake. Although their cultivation levels were not as formidable as that of the royal protector assigned to Qin Zining, they emanated an aura of potent spiritual artifacts, posing a significant threat. Boss, why are we pursuing Qin Zining? Inquired a muscular bald man, his heart filled with confusion. What else could we do? The river sword intent that Qin Zining cultivates is immensely powerful and fearsome. Shen Lian, clad in a black robe, exuded an air of sinister charm as he remarked. If we manage to acquire the method of cultivation, we shall undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Isn't that too perilous? The bald man responded immediately. The one tasked with protecting that girl must possess formidable strength. We may not stand a chance against him. If we engage in a prolonged struggle, we could draw the powerful figures of the great Xia dynasty from the sword burial city, and our fate would be sealed. Fool, have you forgotten that we still possess a replica of a 6th-tier spiritual artifact? Shen Lian retorted coldly, though their 6th-tier artifact was merely a replica, usable only once. Its might equated to half that of an authentic 6th-tier artifact, effortlessly suppressing practitioners below the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. What? The boss intends to use that 6th-tier artifact replica? The bald man exclaimed, his heart aching at the thought. We nearly lost our lives to acquire that. Using it would be a tremendous waste. Rest assured, as long as we obtain the cultivation method of this girl's river sword intent, selling it will certainly yield more than this 6th-tier artifact replica, Shen Lian continued after a brief pause. Moreover, we could simply abduct the girl, given her talent. She would fetch a substantial price if sold in another domain. Despite the presence of many strong individuals from the great Xia royal family within Sword Burial City, he remained unfazed. He was, after all, a notorious bandit renowned in the 10,000 Great Mountains, having lived here for several centuries. He sought to conceal himself, as few could navigate the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains to locate him. The bald man beside him, upon hearing Shen Lian's scheme, was illuminated with inspiration. Not only could they seize the great river sword intent, but they could also abduct Qin Ziling. Indeed, the leader was astute. The bald man, filled with admiration, remarked that this plan could yield substantial profits. Perhaps they could establish their own sect in the future, no longer needing to operate as bandits within these mountains. Subsequently, the two hastened their pace, continuing their pursuit of Qin Ziling. After defeating Qin Feng, Qin Ziling ventured into a valley, intending to hunt a frost giant python residing there. The royal offering accompanied her into the valley as well. Haha, this young lady belongs to us now. Amidst the dense forest, Shun Lian gazed at the distant entrance of the valley, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The bald man beside him was equally exhilarated. However, abruptly, the two halted in their tracks. Beneath an ancient tree ahead, a figure stood, gazing at them with indifference. "Might I inquire what brings you two on this pursuit?" Qin Feng asked coolly. He was genuinely curious about the motives behind the duo's chase of Qin Xiling. Initially, Shun Lian and the bald man were puzzled about Qin Feng's presence, but upon hearing his words, they realized he was aware of their tracking. Concurrently, they speculated that Qin Feng shared their intentions, likely harboring designs on Qin Xiling as well. Humph. A question posed with feigned ignorance. Shun Lian let out a cold snort and said, "Kid, I have set my sights on the great river sword intent. I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, you shall find no place for burial." He was certain that Qin Feng had not yet succeeded. Otherwise, he would not be lingering here, but would have departed immediately after obtaining the great river sword intent. Oh, so that is the case. Qin Feng had not anticipated that these two individuals were after Qin Xining's great river sword intent. He then remarked casually, "It seems that I must eliminate both of you today." The two men, sneaking about and tracking Qin Xining, had already ignited a murderous intent within him. Now, having understood their objective, his desire to kill intensified further. In truth, I do not wish to spoil the plot, for revealing too much diminishes the thrill. I can only assure everyone that I have revised the outline and detailed plot of the protagonist's appearance 7 or 8 times, ensuring it is exceedingly captivating. I will present the most exhilarating storyline to all of you. Chapter 102. The opening of the Burial Sword Valley. It appears that you are determined to seek your own demise. Seeing that Qin Feng did not retreat, a cruel glint appeared in Shun Lian's eyes as he said, "Before you die, let me inform you that I am the foremost bandit of the 10,000 mountain range." Shun Lian, do not be surprised in the underworld when you do not even know who took your life. With that, he turned his gaze toward the bald man beside him, signaling him to dispose of Qin Feng. Whoosh! The bald man showed no hesitation and charged directly at Qin Feng. Simultaneously, a ferocious surge of thunder erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. He was like a streak of lightning, and wherever he passed, the surrounding trees instantly turned to charred blackness, an utterly terrifying sight. It was the perfect opportunity to test the mountain river seal. Although Qin Feng could easily obliterate it, he thought it would be an excellent chance to hone his skills with the mountain river seal. As he spoke, a torrent of spiritual energy surged and began to rapidly coalesce in his right hand. In an almost instantaneous moment, a mountain the size of a palm materialized before him. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng hurled the mountain forward, and it began to swell in the wind, quickly expanding to dozens of feet in size, hurtling toward the oncoming bald man. Such a terrifying martial technique. The bald man uttered a cry of terror as he felt an overwhelming pressure. Although the mountain was only dozens of feet in size, to him, it bore no distinction from a real mountain. In the next instant, the mountain collided with the bald man, reducing him to a mist of blood. Before this mountain, he was as fragile as clay. The scent of blood permeated the air. What? Shun Lian was taken aback. His companion possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, not some insignificant character, yet before this young man, he was so easily crushed to a mist of blood. Just as he was reeling from shock, the mountain continued its relentless descent toward him, its momentum undiminished. Damn it! I am being forced to use that spirit artifact. Shun Lian, disregarding his astonishment, gritted his teeth and declared, "I will ensure you are ground to dust." In the midst of his words, he summoned a small black tower from his spatial ring. The small tower, though diminutive, exuded a dreadful aura. Under Shun Lian's command, the tower charged directly at the mountain, intent on shattering it. However, the subsequent scene rendered Shun Lian's complexion pale, filled with despair. Crack! The tower was instantly obliterated, proving utterly incapable of withstanding such a formidable mountain. Thud! Thud! Shun Lian was immediately pierced through by the shards of the tower. His vitality waned rapidly, his gaze fixated on Qin Feng, unable to believe that he had been vanquished by an inconspicuous individual. With a heavy thud, as Shun Lian's breath ceased entirely, he crashed to the ground. The dense forest fell into a serene stillness. After eliminating Shun Lian and his companion, Qin Feng did not linger, turning to depart. News of Qin Chang's downfall swiftly circulated among the various factions within Sword Burial City, leaving many astonished. They had not anticipated that the foremost sword prodigy emerging from the Kanglan domain, devoid of any sword sect, could so easily incapacitate the prodigy Qin Chong from the Cold Sword sect. Those who previously dismissed Qin Xining, perceiving her reputation as inflated, now fell silent. Meanwhile, the Cold Sword sect seethed with rage. Qin Chong was a prodigy they had painstakingly nurtured, and his abrupt incapacitation struck a devastating blow to them. Yet, despite their indignation, The Cold Sword sect dared not engage in open conflict with the Great Xia dynasty, a formidable power that stood on equal footing with them. The commencement of war would only lead to mutual destruction. In the blink of an eye, the day for the unveiling of the Sword Burial Valley has arrived. As the morning sun has yet to fully rise, ancient vessels within the Sword Burial City set sail towards the valley. These ancient ships serve not merely as means of transportation but possess formidable defensive capabilities, ensuring the safety of their elite members from being usurped by rival factions after acquiring the unparalleled sword. Before long, a multitude of ancient ships has gathered at the entrance of the Sword Burial Valley, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Numerous representatives from various factions await in silence for the valley to open. Naturally, many eyes are fixated on Qin Feng, eager to behold the woman who has defeated Qin Feng, a true prodigy. Is this the woman who has rendered Qin Feng incapacitated? The first genius of the Cold Sword sect, Qin Feng, renowned as the foremost swordsmanship talent of the Eastern Song region, gazed at Qin Feng and inquired in a deep voice. Indeed, her great river sword intent is undeniably powerful, affirmed an elder from the Cold Sword sect with a nod. Today, I shall ascertain just how formidable her great river sword intent is and whether she can survive beneath my blade. Qin Feng promptly prepared to depart from the warship. Ever since Qin Chang's defeat, his reputation has suffered, which has fostered a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Feng. However, the leader of the Cold Sword sect interjected with a stern command. Why? Qin Feng, perplexed, furrowed his brow in response. She has incapacitated Qin Feng, bringing disgrace upon our sect. Defeating her now would restore our honor. You may challenge Qin Feng at any time, but it must not be at this moment. The master of the Cold Sword sect spoke solemnly. The Sword Burial Valley is about to open. You must retrieve the Blue Wave Sword this time and not squander your energy. The Blue Wave Sword belonged to an elder of the Cold Sword sect from 7 millennia ago. However, due to severe conflicts with the sect, he departed, wandering the ancient continent. By the time of his return, he had reached the realm of void refinement, and before his demise, he buried the Blue Wave Sword within the valley. Over the years, the Cold Sword sect has longed to reclaim the Blue Wave Sword but has always met with failure. For both the sword and its former master harbored deep resentment towards the sect. Now, however, the Cold Sword sect has located the descendant of the master craftsman who forged the Blue Wave Sword, and at last, there exists a method to forcibly control the sword using the sect's techniques. Failure is not an option. Very well, Qin Feng nodded and declared. After I retrieve the Blue Wave Sword, I shall challenge Qin Feng. I will surely slay her to avenge Qin Feng. He refrained from glancing at Qin Feng again, instead directing his gaze towards the Sword Burial Valley. Boom. Before long, accompanied by a deafening roar and violent fluctuations of spiritual energy, the Sword Burial Valley became accessible. Instantly, the various factions gathered outside the valley erupted in excitement. The Sword Burial Valley is opened. Hurry, let us enter. Seeing this, Elder Qin slowly remarked, remember, you have only 3 hours. Do not be greedy. Choose a sword that befits you. His words were primarily directed at Qin Feng. Among these individuals, only Qin Feng possesses the greatest likelihood of retrieving a high-grade sword. Nodding in agreement, Qin Feng and her companions proceeded into the Sword Burial Valley. Qin Feng was among them. Chapter 103. The fruit of a forcibly plucked tree is not sweet. Swish. 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 Meanwhile, individuals from various major factions, who met the qualifications, also began to enter the Sword Burial Valley in droves. The valley stretched for dozens of miles, filled with towering ancient trees that had thrived for thousands of years, casting a formidable shade. Moreover, the potent sword intent within was truly remarkable. Upon entering the valley, a multitude of people surged toward its inner regions. The deeper one ventured into the Sword Burial Valley, the more formidable the swords became. Yet the intensity of the sword intent that one had to endure also escalated. Your Highness, which area do you intend to explore for a sword? Qin Feng inquired of Qin Feng after they had entered the valley. I shall wander about and observe. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. You may proceed to find your swords without concern for me. Very well. Qin Feng nodded, cautioning, Your Highness, do be careful and avoid venturing too deep into the valley. As she spoke, she handed Qin Feng a sword for his protection before joining several other royal offspring to journey deeper into the valley. This young girl even thought to leave a sword for my protection. Observing the weapon in his hand, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Although Qin Feng had attempted to conceal it, he could still discern the powerful sword intent within, equivalent to her peak swordsmanship. If Qin Feng were to encounter peril, the sword's intent within would instinctively be unleashed to safeguard him. Shaking his head, Qin Feng sheathed the sword and proceeded directly towards the innermost depths of the Sword Burial Valley. As he traversed the valley, he frequently encountered numerous swords of considerable rank. Some were embedded in stone, others floated in midair, and still, others hung from trees. Although these swords appeared easily attainable, they bore an insurmountable weight for those unrecognized by them. Moreover, should one's luck falter and they attempt to forcibly seize a sword, there was a risk of being harmed by its sword energy. Consequently, it was rare for anyone to attempt a forcible acquisition. Instead, they sought the sword's acknowledgement. The swords were indeed impressive, yet none seemed suitable for him. As Qin Feng walked through the central area of the valley, he observed the swords around him and murmured to himself. After shaking his head, he resolved to venture deeper into the valley, intending to claim a fitting sword if he found one. Otherwise, he would merely take a look. With this thought in mind, he continued onward without pause. Not long after, he arrived at the boundary between the deepest part of the valley and its central region, where the number of sword seekers had dwindled significantly. The azure wave sword? Just as he walked, Qin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, noticing a long sword of a deep azure hue, reminiscent of the sea, embedded in a stone nearby. The foremost prodigy of the cold sword sect was attempting to forcibly extract the azure wave sword. The reason Qin Feng instantly recognized the name of the Baibo sword and turned his gaze towards it was that the sword sensed his exceptional and powerful swordsmanship physique, actively seeking his assistance. The Baibo sword trembled slightly, as if emitting a mournful cry. This caused Qin Feng to furrow his brow. He could discern that Lu Feng was employing a peculiar secret technique to forcibly suppress the Baibo sword and seize it for himself. Such actions were looked down upon by sword cultivators and constituted an affront to the way of the sword. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Why resort to such measures? Qin Feng glanced at Lu Feng and spoke slowly. What do you consider yourself to dare to lecture me? In response, Lu Feng coldly remarked, though a forcibly twisted melon may not be sweet, it can quench thirst. Do you understand? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Despite the rudeness of the man's words, there seemed to be a semblance of logic to them, leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. Forget it, Qin Feng sighed in resignation, since I cannot dissuade you, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. As he spoke, he reached out into the air. Whoosh! The suppressed Baibo sword immediately broke free from its constraints and soared into Qin Feng's hand. What? At this sight, Lu Qingfeng's expression drastically changed. He had been unable to control the Baibo sword for such an extended period using his secret technique, yet Qin Feng had merely reached out and claimed it? Whoosh! Just as Lu Qingfeng was still in shock, Qin Feng unleashed a swift strike with the sword, showing no intention of mercy. The astonishing sword light surged forth like a colossal wave, rushing towards Lu Qingfeng. No. As he beheld this terrifying sword light, fear filled his eyes, and he cried out in panic, turning to flee for his life. Alas, his cultivation was far too feeble. The dreadful sword light arrived in an instant. With a chilling sound, it shattered Lu Qingfeng into countless fragments, leaving behind only a scattering of severed limbs. After Qin Feng had slain Lu Qingfeng, the Baibo sword quivered gently, seemingly expressing gratitude towards him. It conveyed an emotion, yearning to become Qin Feng's weapon. Your rank is too low. Becoming my weapon would not bode well for you, Qin Feng remarked, sensing the sword's sentiment. The Baibo sword was merely a 6th-grade upper-tier weapon. Should he leave the Kanglan domain and encounter a rival of equal strength, it would be incapable of withstanding the might of his formidable sword intent, shattering under the pressure. The Baibo sword trembled lightly, emanating a sense of desolation, clearly disheartened. It could perceive that Qin Feng possessed an extraordinarily powerful sword physique and longed to accompany him as his weapon, which would greatly benefit it. However, with Qin Feng unwilling to accept, it found itself powerless. Should this scene be witnessed by other sword cultivators within the Kanglan domain, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. A 6th-tier exquisite longsword astonishingly yearned to become the weapon of a certain sword cultivator, only to be met with rejection, an utterly incredible occurrence. However, its attributes align remarkably well with my niece, Ziqing, making it a worthy candidate to become her weapon. Qin Feng spoke once more, his voice measured. Although the grade of this Baibo sword may seem somewhat beneath him, it is perfectly suited for Qin Ziqing, and moreover, it is indeed a sword befitting a woman. With a thunderous rumble, Qin Feng drew the long sword he had given to Qin Ziqing. In an instant, an astounding sword intent surged forth from the blade, cascading like the mighty Yangtze River, rushing outward in all directions. Upon sensing Qin Ziqing's sword intent, the Baibo sword quivered with excitement. Recognizing the exquisite compatibility it shared with her essence, realizing it could not become Qin Feng's weapon, it considered the prospect of becoming his niece's weapon quite favorable, as it would still provide opportunities for interaction with Qin Feng. In a swift motion, the Baibo sword transformed into a beam of sword light, propelled towards Qin Ziqing in response to the sword intent it had detected. Observing this, Qin Feng chose not to linger, continuing deeper into the sword-bearing valley. The further he ventured, the more formidable swords he encountered along the path, alongside an immense pressure emanating from the sword intense. Yet, for someone of Qin Feng's cultivation and unique sword body, this pressure was negligible and easily dismissed. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the innermost sanctum of the sword-bearing valley. A vast expanse of open ground lay before him. Beneath the vast expanse of sky, there stood not a single tree, only a collection of colossal stones. Adorning these stones were numerous exceptional swords, each displaying remarkable craftsmanship, most being of 7th tier or higher. Their entire blades were enveloped in formidable sword energy, emanating an aura of terror. However, it was said that no weapons once wielded by sages resided here. Perhaps time had eroded their essence, reducing them to mere ordinary weapons, or perhaps they had been claimed by others. As Qin Feng arrived, the swords seemed to sense his presence, soaring toward him in eager haste, each vying for his attention. Before him, their blades quivered lightly, revealing their sentience. They instinctively recognized Qin Feng's unique sword body, a manifestation of unparalleled strength. Yet, as they drew closer and discerned the true magnitude of his power, they retreated, distancing themselves from him like startled rabbits. This peculiar scene was undeniably strange. "Do not think yourselves unworthy of me," Qin Feng stated calmly, acutely aware of the emotions radiating from the swords. Upon hearing his words, the swords trembled in delight, for their earlier retreat stemmed from the belief that their own caliber was insufficient to match Qin Feng's formidable presence. Now, upon receiving his reassurance, their spirits lifted. However, in that moment, Qin Feng spoke again, his tone unyieldingly serene. "Though, in truth, you are indeed not worthy of me." After a brief pause, he continued, "Although I possess an unparalleled swordsmanship physique, I am not yet sufficiently strong. Your ranks are already adequate." The numerous swords fell silent upon hearing his words, exuding a complex array of emotions. Overall, however, they remained joyful, for this indicated that they still had the opportunity to become Qin Feng's weapons. Just then, a powerful consciousness surged from within Qin Feng, enveloping the entire area. He sought to discern whether any of these swords possessed attributes that could harmonize perfectly with him. After a considerable time, Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness, his expression tinged with disappointment, for none of the swords met his expectations. The swords, too, were disheartened. They had initially believed they had a chance to become Qin Feng's blades, only to find it was a false hope. "Well then, let us check in first," Qin Feng murmured to himself. He then prompted the system to register at the Sword Burial Valley. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in. You have received the Zhuxian sword." The system's notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. "The Zhuxian sword?" Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. "What rank of weapon is this?" With curiosity piqued, he examined the information regarding the Zhuxian sword, discovering that its rank was rather modest, merely a first-tier weapon. However, this sword possessed a unique attribute. Through continuous slaying, it could elevate its tier. It was, in fact, a weapon with growth potential. Qin Feng was astonished, then pondered, "I wonder how far it can ultimately evolve." He extracted it from the confines of the system space and held it in his hand. A low hum resonated. The numerous long swords surrounding him trembled once more at the sight of the Zhuxian sword in Qin Feng's grasp, but this time it was a quiver of fear. The aura of slaughter emanating from the Zhuxian sword was undeniably terrifying. Such a palpable aura of carnage? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. If that were the case, simply drawing the sword would inevitably reveal his presence. He resolved to attempt concealing this aura of slaughter, at least until he made his move, ensuring it would not betray him beforehand. However, Qin Feng soon realized that in order to suppress the murderous aura of the Zhuxian sword, he must first refine it. Reluctantly, he returned the Zhuxian sword to the system space, intending to refine it when time permitted. It was time to depart. Having acquired the Zhuxian sword, Qin Feng spoke slowly. There were no suitable swords for him here, and with the Zhuxian sword in his possession, he saw no reason to linger. The swords trembled at the notion of his departure, clearly reluctant. Observing this, Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless, as though he were a man abandoning a beloved. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision to leave, making his way beyond the valley. The swords had no choice but to permit Qin Feng's exit. Chapter 105, shocking everyone meanwhile. Outside the valley, numerous individuals from various sects and dynasties, as well as solitary cultivators, awaited the emergence of their comrades, disciples, or brethren from the valley, eager to see what splendid swords they might retrieve. As time progressed, individuals gradually emerged from the sword-bearing valley. Some unveiled exquisite swords that garnered envious glances, while others revealed blades that had long lost their spirit with the passage of time, leaving them profoundly disappointed. It was truly a case of mixed fortunes. Qin Feng also calmly exited the valley. He surprisingly did not draw a single sword. An elder from the Cold Sword sect noticed Qin Feng and furrowed his brow. With merely his cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, what sword could he possibly retrieve? The sect leader of the Cold Sword sect, upon hearing this, glanced over with a cold sneer, dismissing Qin Feng entirely. Their exchange drew the attention of many other factions, who began to murmur amongst themselves. When Qin Feng first entered the sword-bearing valley, they had been curious as to why the Daxia royal family would permit such a weak individual to enter. Initially, they speculated that he might be a concealed powerhouse. However, it now appeared they had overestimated him. Observing the situation, Elder Chen quickly spoke to comfort Qin Feng, saying, "It is quite normal not to draw a sword in the sword-bearing valley, as the swords there possess peculiar tempers." "Yes, I understand." Qin Feng replied with a smile and a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, as other cultivators began to emerge from the valley, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted away from Qin Feng, deeming it unworthy to expend energy on someone of such mediocre talent. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Lunan has emerged." As everyone awaited, a multitude of gazes converged on the figure that had just stepped out. Lunan is the younger brother of Lu Qifeng and the second most talented prodigy of the Cold Sword sect, second only to Lu Qifeng. That is, the Breaking Wave sword. Upon seeing the sword in Lunan's hand, many gasped in astonishment. The former Void Refinement Realm expert of the Cold Sword sect, upon returning, buried the 3 swords he had wielded in his lifetime within the Sword Burial Valley before his demise. Naturally, the most formidable among them is the Azure Wave sword. Although the Breaking Wave sword does not match the power of the Azure Wave sword, it is nonetheless a rare and formidable 5th-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon. With Lunan drawing the Breaking Wave sword, could it be that Lu Chengfeng has also unearthed the Azure Wave sword? I have heard that the Cold Sword sect has been tirelessly seeking a means to control the weapons left behind by that swordsmanship master over the years, and it seems they have succeeded. If this is indeed the case, the strength of the Cold Sword sect is poised to ascend several tiers. Various discussions erupted. Members from various empires and sects could hardly conceal their envy. After all, the Azure Wave sword and the Kanglan sword are a 6th-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon and a 5th-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon, respectively. Few exist within the 2 realms. Splendid. Witnessing this, the sect master of the Cold Sword sect erupted in laughter. In his view, if Lunan can wield secret techniques to control the Breaking Wave sword, then Lu Qifeng wielding secret techniques to control the Azure Wave sword should pose no issue whatsoever. Why has the first swordsmanship genius of the Kanglan domain, Qin Zining, yet to make an appearance? Emerging from the Valley of the Sword Burial, Lunan cast a sweeping glance around, the mockery in his eyes unabashed as he remarked, "Having lingered within for such an extensive duration, I wonder what caliber of sword she managed to retrieve." Now, wielding the Wavebreaker sword, he possessed the means to flaunt his prowess, naturally seizing the opportunity to indulge in some derision, aiming to restore the prestige lost by the sect due to Chen Chang's defeat. Upon uttering these words, numerous gazes turned towards Elder Chun and his companions, curiosity evident in their expressions as they anticipated the unfolding drama. "You need not concern yourself with the affairs of Zining," Elder Chen replied, his demeanor somewhat displeased. Could it be that she was unable to procure even a respectable sword from the Valley of the Sword Burial, leaving her too embarrassed to show her face? Lunan continued, unabashedly escalating his mockery. "Such arrogance is intolerable." Qin Zhou's expression darkened with indignation. Although Elder Chun harbored similar feelings of anger, he found himself compelled to exercise restraint, preventing Qin Zhou from acting impulsively. Noticing this, Lunan was poised to continue his taunts. However, at that moment, Qin Zining slowly emerged from the Valley of the Sword Burial. "Qin Zining has come out," a spectator exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, a multitude of eyes turned toward her, initially filled with anticipation for her humiliation at Lunan's hands. Yet, when they beheld the sword she had retrieved, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. The Wavebreaker sword. What is happening? How could it be that Qin Zining has claimed the Wavebreaker sword? A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. Initially, they had anticipated that the Bai Bo sword would undoubtedly be claimed by Lu Chengfeng. However, to their astonishment, it was Qin Zining who emerged wielding the sword. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in disbelief. The leader of the Han Sword sect wore a rigid expression, his speech faltering with confusion. After expending great effort to acquire the secret technique to control the Bai Bo sword, they had believed it was assuredly theirs, only to find it in the possession of Qin Zining. As the crowd grappled with their shock, Qin Zining had already approached Elder Chun and the others. "Princess, how is it that the Bai Bo sword is in your hands?" Elder Chun asked, his face a mask of astonishment and perplexity. Logically, Lu Qingfeng would have sought out the Bai Bo sword immediately upon entering the Sword Tomb Valley. Furthermore, Qin Zining had previously shown no intention of pursuing the sword. Her goal had merely been to find a suitable 5th-grade mid-tier spiritual weapon. How could the Bai Bo sword now be in her possession? I was merely selecting a suitable sword when it flew into my hands of its own accord, Qin Zining replied slowly. She too was puzzled, uncertain as to why such a high-grade sword would willingly acknowledge her as its master. Yet, upon perceiving the attributes of the Bai Bo sword, which resonated deeply with her, she felt no inclination to refuse it. Her words, once spoken, deepened the astonishment of all those present. They found it hard to believe. Although Qin Zining possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, the Bai Bo sword was a 6th-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon. How could it possibly choose her as its master? It is known that those who enter the Sword Burial Valley often speak nonsensically. How could the Bai Bo sword possibly fly into your hands? The leader of the Cold Sword sect, utterly unconvinced, exclaimed in anger, "Do you take us for mere children?" The others present nodded in agreement, believing that Qin Ziling was merely spouting nonsense. "Your beliefs are of no concern to me," Qin Ziling replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the leader of the Cold Sword sect. "This Bai Bo sword does not belong to your Cold Sword sect." Given the leader's contemptuous demeanor, she felt no obligation to be polite in return. Feeling a lack of audience, my motivation to write waned. Might everyone kindly press the update button? I wish to gauge how many are reading. If the number of requests surpasses 500, I shall add an additional chapter tomorrow. The leader of the Cold Sword sect's expression darkened, and a palpable aura of menace emanated from him. "What do you intend to do?" Elder Chun inquired coldly, fixing a stern gaze upon the leader. A formidable surge of spiritual energy radiated from him, astonishing in its intensity. He was the mightiest of the great Xia dynasty, his cultivation level rivaling that of the Cold Sword sect leader. "I merely wish to ascertain how this Bai Bo sword came to be in her possession." The leader of the Cold Sword sect retorted icily. Elder Chun was about to respond when, at that moment, several figures rushed out from the Sword Burial Valley in haste. "Master, it's bad news." The individuals, all disciples of the Cold Sword sect, bore expressions of sheer panic. Clearly, a significant event has transpired. What happened? The leader of the Cold Sword sect, feeling a sudden unease, inquired hastily. "Brother Qingfeng is dead," the group gasped for breath. They had failed to acquire the swords they desired and had intended to see if Lu Qingfeng had taken the Bibo sword, hoping he could assist them. However, upon reaching the location of the Bibo sword, they were met only with the remnants of Lu Qingfeng's severed limbs. "What did you say?" The leader of the Cold Sword sect's countenance turned ashen with disbelief. Lu Nan was equally horrified, unable to accept this grim reality. His elder brother was the foremost swordsmanship prodigy of the Eastern Song domain. How could he be dead? Brother Qifeng perished at the sight of the Bibo sword. "And the sword itself has vanished," continued the disciple of the Cold Sword sect. At this revelation, all gazes fell upon Qin Ziqing. Lu Qingfeng was dead, and the Bibo sword had disappeared. Within the Sword Burial Valley, the only person who could have slain Lu Qifeng was Qin Ziqing. And now that very sword was in her possession. All evidence seemed to point towards her as the perpetrator of this tragedy. Feeling the weight of the accusatory stares directed at her, Qin Ziqing furrowed her brow, her delicate features reflecting her discontent. She had never anticipated being unjustly burdened with such blame. "I did not kill Lu Qifeng," Qin Ziqing declared in a measured tone. Although she was unafraid of the Cold Sword sect, she had no desire to be made a scapegoat for another's transgressions. "Do you think I would believe you?" The master of the Cold Sword sect gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "If it was not you who killed him, then did the wave-breaking sword in your hand slay Lu Qifeng by itself?" As he spoke, a formidable wave of energy surged from within him, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Xinqiang had been incapacitated, and now Lu Qifeng lay slain. The Cold Sword sect suffered grievously. Today, he was determined to eliminate Qin Zining, even if it meant provoking a war with the great Xia dynasty. "You all return to the ancient ship." Elder Qin hastily instructed Qin Feng and the others. The ancient ship was safeguarded by formations, making it relatively secure. The other royal descendants nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of not burdening Elder Qin outside. However, Qin Feng had no intention of retreating to the ancient ship. Instead, his gaze fell upon the wave-breaking sword in Lu Nan's grasp, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a thought, Qin Feng effortlessly dispelled Lu Nan's control over the wave-breaking sword. The sword, which had long sought to break free from Lu Nan's grasp, sensed the sudden absence of restraint and trembled with exhilaration, unleashing an unfathomably terrifying sword aura. In a mere instant, Lu Nan, who glared fiercely at Qin Zining, was torn to shreds, unable to emit even a cry of despair. Had Lu Nin been fully prepared, the sword aura released by the wave-breaking sword would not have instantaneously obliterated him. Alas, he was caught off guard and had grown complacent. Upon breaking free from Lu Nan's control and dispatching him, the wave-breaking sword did not linger, shooting forth towards the soon-to-be closed sword burial valley. Fearing further domination by the Cold Sword sect, the sudden upheaval left everyone present in a state of astonishment. What had just transpired? Had Lu Nan truly been slain by the sword energy unleashed by the breaking wave sword? Wasn't the Cold Sword sect supposed to have a secret technique to suppress the breaking wave sword? How could Lu Nan have been so abruptly killed by its sword energy? Could it be that the secret technique of the Cold Sword sect was flawed? In an instant, a cacophony of bewildered discussions and speculations erupted. The shocking scene had indeed taken everyone by surprise. All were convinced that Lu Nan's sudden demise at the hands of the breaking wave sword was undoubtedly due to a deficiency in the secret technique discovered by the Cold Sword sect. Everything had unfolded far too suddenly, without any warning whatsoever. As they gazed upon the shattered form of Lu Nan, the sect leader of the Cold Sword sect stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the blow, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. The other disciples of the Cold Sword sect were expressions of disbelief. Just moments ago, Lu Nan had been standing beside them, and now he had vanished in the blink of an eye. It appears that your earlier conjecture was indeed correct. It was the Azure Wave sword that killed Qin Feng. Chen Lao remarked with a cold smirk. Not only he, but others who had been speculating also shared the same conclusion after witnessing the scene. How could this happen? The sect leader of the Cold Sword sect's countenance darkened at these words. He had initially believed that Qin Ziqing was responsible for Qin Feng's death, prompting him to consider waging war against the Great Xia dynasty. However, Lu Nan's sudden death had begun to shake his convictions. He harbored some doubts. Perhaps it was indeed the case that they had exploited the sect's techniques to manipulate the secrets of the Baibo sword and the Palang sword, which harbored significant flaws. If you still believe that Princess Zining is responsible for the demise of Lu Changfeng and wish to take further action, I, Chen, stand ready at any moment. Chen Lao spoke once more, pausing briefly before continuing. The Daxiao royal family shall also remain at your service. The expression of the Cold Sword sect's leader darkened, plunging him into silence. Should Lu Changfeng have truly fallen at the hands of Qin Zining, he would not hesitate to wage war against the Daxia Empire. Yet, in the current circumstances, he found himself wavering. Humph, let us depart. Ultimately, the leader of the Cold Sword sect snorted coldly and declared loudly. It had been an exceedingly embarrassing day, and he wished to linger no longer. Soon, amid the complex gazes of the onlookers, the warship of the Cold Sword sect ascended slowly into the sky, sailing off into the distance. As the sole sword sect in the two realms, the Cold Sword sect had not only failed to gain from the opportunities presented in the Sword Burial Valley, but had also suffered the loss of 3 prodigies. Watching the ancient vessel of the Cold Sword sect depart, many could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Prior to this, numerous individuals had believed that the greatest beneficiaries of this opportunity would undoubtedly be the Cold Sword sect. They had not anticipated such an outcome. They even speculated whether the Cold Sword sect had attracted some fateful calamity, for such misfortune seemed unwarranted. Let us also take our leave. Chen Lao observed the scene and slowly addressed Qin Feng and the others. Those who had entered the Sword Burial Valley had all emerged, and the valley was soon to close. There was little purpose in prolonging their stay here. Qin Feng nodded slightly, refraining from elaborating further, and returned to the ancient ship alongside Qin Zining and the others. Soon, the ship ascended gracefully into the sky, setting its course toward the grand capital of the Great Xia Empire. Chapter 107. The arrival of powerful beings across several domains as the ancient warship of the Great Xia imperial family departed. It captured the attention of all present at the Sword Burial Valley. The emergence of a prodigious swordsmanship talent like Qin Zining, who could command a 6th-tier spiritual weapon to recognize its master, undoubtedly heralded an unstoppable rise in the future. Some individuals could not help but express their awe. Those from other factions nodded in agreement, recognizing that with the prodigious talent Qin Zining had displayed, given a century of cultivation, her growth would reach an unfathomable and terrifying magnitude. After sharing their astonishment, many members of various factions did not linger and promptly departed, taking their own exceptional talents with them. Several of their outstanding individuals had acquired commendable weapons, and remaining in such a perilous environment was deemed unwise. The ancient ship of the Great Xia imperial family sailed through the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Many aboard felt a sense of unease, maintaining a vigilant stance. After all, with Qin Zining possessing the exquisite Baibo sword, a top-tier 6th-tier spiritual weapon, there was a legitimate concern that others might covet it. Elder Chun, on the deck, extended his consciousness with utmost caution, remaining vigilant. Only Qin Feng remained undisturbed, meditating calmly within the cabin. "Uncle, are you not worried that someone might ambush us to steal?" Qin Zening inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "There is nothing to worry about," he replied. Qin Feng spoke lightly. "The defensive formation of this ancient vessel is sufficiently formidable. To breach, it would require the other major dynasties of the Kanglan domain to directly ram their own ancient warships against it. However, any dynasty that undertakes such an action would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing other dynasties to reap the benefits. Only a fool would consider such a course of action." Qin Zening, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Will the other major dynasties not unite? Whether it be an alliance with other dynasties or a direct confrontation with us, it is a matter of great significance, requiring deliberation among the emperors and numerous ministers of the various dynasties." Qin Feng chuckled softly and retorted, "Among those who have come to the burial Sword Valley, who would dare to make such a decision?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Qin Zening nodded thoughtfully, finding his reasoning sound. Meanwhile, Elder Qin, who was in the cabin, was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that after being confined within the imperial mausoleum for so many years, Qin Feng would not only retain his sanity but also exhibit such remarkable intelligence and meticulous thought. Nevertheless, despite Elder Qin recognizing the validity of Qin Feng's assertions, he remained vigilant, concerned about unforeseen events. In the ensuing time, the ancient ship traversed at an astonishing speed, taking nearly half the time of their initial journey to enter the territory of the great Xia royal family. As Qin Feng had predicted, the other major dynasties made no attempt to engage them. Along the way, only a few scattered cultivators banded together to assault the ancient vessel. Yet, these individuals could not even hope to seize the bow sword, let alone disturb the vessel's defensive formation, ultimately returning empty-handed. Previously, Elder Qin had dispatched someone to contact the general of the West Town. Upon arriving within the imperial borders, the general was met by numerous formidable warriors who came to greet him, escorting the ancient ship towards the royal city. In the northern wilderness, the biting wind howled. Atop a snow-capped mountain, a sudden flash of light illuminated the surroundings. A stunningly beautiful young woman materialized, her figure elegantly curvaceous, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a hint of pink radiance, exuding an irresistible allure. Strikingly, a snow-white foxtail gracefully adorned her back, adding to her unique charm. Before the young maiden stood a nebulous apparition, its features obscured yet radiating a formidable presence, unmistakably indicative of extraordinary prowess. "I truly will not run away again. I beseech you to allow me to stay here a few more days. I promise I will obediently return with you," pleaded the little white fox, yearning for a proper farewell with Qin Feng, wishing to assist him in enhancing his cultivation. After all, Qin Feng had aided her numerous times, and leaving without a word felt inappropriate. "Absolutely not." The voice of the apparition resonated with sternness. "Your reckless escape has driven the elders of our clan nearly to madness as they traverse several realms in search of you. We cannot grant you another day." Had it not been for the little white fox's esteemed status, the whip might have already descended upon her. But, the little white fox attempted to voice her thoughts further. However, with a wave of the phantom's grand sleeves, the little white fox was enveloped in a sphere of light, completely severed from the outside world. Was her desire to remain here a sign that she had developed affections for someone and wished to bid farewell? The phantom murmured to itself, a surge of murderous intent swelling within. As a princess of the Fox clan, how could she harbor feelings for another? Perhaps it was best to abandon this line of thought. Maintaining this state could not last long, and returning to annihilate that dynasty would be a colossal waste of time. After a moment's hesitation, the phantom muttered, "Regardless, our realms are distant, and these two shall never meet again in this lifetime. Even if there are feelings, they serve no purpose." Unbeknownst to her, she did not know whom the little white fox cherished. Thus, to eliminate that person, she would have to obliterate the entire Great Xia dynasty, a task she deemed excessively time-consuming. Moreover, given the vast distance between their realms, the little white fox, regardless of whom she favored, would have no chance of reuniting, rendering any act of slaughter unnecessary. Subsequently, the phantom shattered a teleportation scroll, whisking the little white fox away. Vanishing from that place, the events that transpired within the Sword Burial Valley swiftly spread across the two realms. The Great Xia dynasty's acquisition of a 6th-tier superior spiritual weapon sparked immense uproar, an astonishment that could hardly be overstated. It is essential to recognize that this was a weapon of a cultivator at the void refinement stage. In the two realms, aside from the legendary carefree sword Immortal, there was not even a single practitioner at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion stage. It appeared that the rise of the Great Xia dynasty was unstoppable. Upon receiving the news, the emperor of the Taishan dynasty expressed a hint of bitterness. The officials in the imperial court wore expressions of helplessness. "Sigh. Ever since the sound of the sword resonated within the Great Xia dynasty, the entire realm has flourished as if aided by divine forces. The prime minister of the Taishan dynasty could not help but express his sentiments. Similar conversations echoed across several other major dynasties in the eastern Song domain, where they lamented the rise of the Great Xia dynasty while secretly rejoicing in their shared interest of having sealed away the evil forces alongside it. A few days later, the ancient vessel of the Great Xia royal family descended slowly onto the plaza. Qin Junyan, along with numerous esteemed officials and royal family members, awaited its arrival. Haha. Ziqing is truly remarkable, having gained the allegiance of a 6th-tier superior spiritual artifact. Upon the descent of the crowd from the ancient ship, Qin Junyan immediately stepped forward, laughing heartily in praise. Hearing her father's commendation, Qin Ziqing beamed with delight. Simultaneously, the other dignitaries and royal members showered her with accolades, considering her the beacon of hope for the future of the Great Xia dynasty, which made the usually reserved Qin Ziqing feel somewhat bashful. Chapter 108. Refinement. After departing the plaza, Qin Feng returned directly to the royal tomb. Has it left? Noticing the absence of the little white fox within the tomb, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. However, he dismissed the thought, assuming the little white fox had merely ventured out to amuse itself. It is time to refine the Excalibur, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Although the Excalibur was now in his possession, it did not truly belong to him, nor could it unleash its full power. To truly unleash the formidable power of the Zhuxian sword, one must thoroughly refine it. After finding a stone to sit upon, Qin Feng retrieved the Zhuxian sword from the confines of the system space. With a few tentative swings, he discerned a certain awkwardness. It felt distinctly different from the other swords he wielded. He then planted the Zhuxian sword before him. Thunderous rumbles echoed as a powerful aura of swordsmanship emanated from within Qin Feng, astonishingly potent. However, due to the presence of the divine concealment array, such a formidable disturbance did not attract the attention of others within the palace. Qin Feng adeptly controlled his sword intent, swiftly enveloping the entire Zhuxian sword and initiating a gradual process of refinement. He also endeavored to infuse a part of his consciousness into the sword's body. As night descended, the sky adorned with a resplendent moon, the boundless ocean cradled a fragmented continent that, until now, lay in tranquil stillness. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted. On either side of the immense chasm at the heart of the continent, various crimson runes ignited, exuding a sinister glow. A terrifying demonic formation began to operate. Simultaneously, within the chasm, blue luminescent runes also illuminated, remnants of the array sealed by the Moonshade ancestor upon his arrival, equally fearsome. The two disparate formations commenced a fierce consumption of one another, the tumultuous energy fluctuations radiating outward from this epicenter. Across the entire fractured continent, a tumultuous uproar ensued, akin to a devastating earthquake. This time, I must prevail, roared the ancestor of Moonshade in a fit of rage. Should he fail, his demise would be inevitable. A surging tide of malevolent energy emanated from the ancestor, relentlessly corroding the intricately designed blue glowing runes. The demonic formations on either side of the chasm sought to tear apart this array. Thunderous booms reverberated as the dreadful energies clashed, causing both the blood-red and blue runes to steadily dim. Even the ancestor himself found the overwhelming malevolence dissipating. At this rate, it seemed that he would perish alongside the very array that bound him. Blood Moon descends. Yet, in that moment, the ancestor let out a powerful bellow. He resolutely ignited a portion of his primordial essence, forcibly commencing the conjuration of a blood moon. Within the vast chasm, the blood moon slowly ascended, only to be thwarted by the array radiating with blue light. However, from the heavens above, the pristine white moon cast down glimmers of moonlight, fortifying the blood moon and rendering it increasingly resplendent and sinister. With a crack, the array pulsating with blue light suddenly witnessed shards of its runes shatter. While the fragmentation of a single rune bore minimal impact on the entire formation, it signified that the ancestor's power was gaining the upper hand. This revelation filled the ancestor with immense elation. In the ensuing moments, more runes of the blue glowing array began to fracture, and the array's strength waned progressively. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, the ancient Moon Ming ancestor proclaimed, "Break free." The formidable array that had sealed him for countless years shattered completely. A blood-red moon ascended into the sky, releasing a torrent of demonic energy from the vast chasm below. Haha. The Moon Ming ancestor howled in exultation. After all these years, I have finally returned to the mortal realm. His terrifying voice reverberated for miles, causing the myriad beings on the islands to tremble and prostrate themselves in fear. We greet the Moon Ming ancestor. The other demonic cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were overwhelmed with excitement and hurried forward to express their congratulations. "Bring all the beings from the islands to me," commanded the Moon Ming ancestor, his tone chilling. "I seek to restore my strength and descend into the Kanglan domain." For years, he had refrained from gathering all the creatures from the islands, fearing the sustainability of his blood sustenance. But now that he had broken free from his seal, he could venture into the Kanglan domain. There was no longer a need to leave any behind. At once, the assembled demonic cultivators responded, swiftly departing into the distance. The Moon Ming ancestors' focus shifted to the chasm below. "This formation has confined me for far too long. It is time it served to enhance my power," he declared with a grim determination. Compared to the sustenance from the various islands, the residual power of this formidable array was far more beneficial to him. He began to ravenously absorb the remnants of the shattered formation within the abyss. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Within the imperial tomb, Qin Feng remained seated upon a stone, diligently refining the formidable Zhuxian sword before him. This sword, being an extraordinary weapon, possessed the capacity for infinite growth and emanated an intense aura of slaughter. Thus, its complete refinement posed a considerable challenge. However, through Qin Feng's relentless efforts, the progress of the refinement was remarkably swift. Suddenly, one morning, an extraordinary wave of energy erupted from the Zhuxian sword. The surrounding landscape transformed dramatically. The area was desolate beyond measure, and the sky was filled with cataclysmic energy surges that shattered the void, only to be restored repeatedly. Numerous figures plummeted from the heavens after meeting their demise. What was unfolding? Witnessing this terrifying battle, Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The world-destroying energy fluctuations in the sky left him feeling akin to an insignificant ant. Yet, before long, this peculiar phenomenon vanished entirely, reverting to the familiar setting of the imperial tomb. In that moment, Qin Feng felt an unprecedented connection with the Zhuxian sword, achieving a state of unity. The sword had been wholly refined by him. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from within Qin Feng, causing his presence to surge uncontrollably. His cultivation level ascended, as the swirling spiritual energy roared like a colossal wave. At this moment, the primordial chaotic sword body of Qin Feng radiated a resplendent brilliance, enveloping him in a divine glow, as if he were shrouded in celestial light. This astonishing spectacle did not dissipate quickly. Instead, it persisted. Chapter 109, The Essence of the Tao. It continued until the deep hours of the following night. Qin Feng's exterior remained surrounded by sacred light, resembling a star that had descended from the heavens to the mortal realm. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, Qin Feng's aura surged to its zenith, erupting with intense sound. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which glimmered with divine radiance. The extraordinary phenomena around him began to fade rapidly. The refining of the Excalibur not only elevated him by a minor realm, reaching the third heaven of the void refinement stage, but astonishingly, it also granted him a thread of the Tao's principles. Qin Feng gazed with astonishment, filled with incredulity. The previous extraordinary occurrence was indeed triggered by this thread of the Tao's principles. Although it seemed to offer little assistance to Qin Feng's cultivation and physique, it significantly clarified his understanding of the universe. Previously, he felt ensnared in a quagmire. Now, he found himself immersed in a crystal-clear spring, experiencing a profound transformation in his comprehension of the world. This thread of the Tao's principles was worthy of thorough contemplation. Qin Feng murmured to himself. With these thoughts in mind, he wasted no time and closed his eyes once more, continuing to delve into the understanding of that thread of the Tao's principles. In recent years, the imperial city of the Great Xia was bustling with extraordinary activity. The population has multiplied several times compared to the past. This has resulted in a scarcity of land within the imperial city, prompting the construction of several fortifications nearby to accommodate the influx of people. The rationale behind this is the widespread belief among the inhabitants of the Kanglan realm that the rise of the Great Xia dynasty is inevitable. Investing in shops or land here is bound to yield significant appreciation, leading to substantial profits. Your Majesty, during these years, not only have ordinary citizens flocked to the imperial city, but a considerable number of cultivators have also arrived, resulting in continuous friction among them, which poses a considerable challenge. In the imperial study, a courtier respectfully reported to Qin Junyan. Although the royal family boasts many formidable individuals, few possess the time to patrol and manage the conflicts among common cultivators. Furthermore, regular soldiers would require an overwhelming number to subdue those cultivators, making mobilization exceedingly cumbersome. Upon hearing this report, Qin Junyan furrowed his brow. While ordinary brawls might result in 1 or 2 casualties, the consequences of conflicts among cultivators are vastly different, potentially affecting hundreds or even thousands. Issue a decree to appoint Chu Xiong as the commander of the Wuqing military division, armed with the seal of imperial authority. Any cultivators engaging in combat shall be suppressed and severely punished, he commanded after a moment of contemplation. The officials present were taken aback by this declaration. Typically, only members of the royal family can wield the imperial authority. They had not anticipated that Qin Junyan would permit Chu Xiong to utilize the seal imbued with the dynasty's fortune. As you command, the courtier replied, albeit with a hint of surprise, nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Junyan maintained a serene expression, while Chu Xiong, possessing formidable strength at the 8th heaven of the Wheelsea realm, was characterized by his simple-heartedness and unwavering dedication to his duties, earning Qin's utmost trust. He bore no reservations in permitting Chu Xiong to utilize the official seal imbued with the destiny of the dynasty. Your Majesty, I have another matter to report, he stated. At that moment, the commander of the Jinyui stepped forward. What is it? Qin Junyan inquired. Of late, the frequency of demonic cultivators appearing within the Kanglan domain has markedly increased, the commander of the Jinyui replied slowly. Following the demon suppression war, although a few malevolent entities remained unsealed, they were significantly weakened, relegated to hiding in the depths of mountains and forests, barely surviving. With only a scant number of enticing demonic cultivators, once discovered, they would be swiftly hunted down by the powerful figures of various dynasties. Thus, traces of demonic activity have been exceedingly rare. However, recently, our investigations have revealed a discernible uptick in the emergence of these demonic cultivators. An increase in the frequency of demonic appearances? Qin Junyan could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing this. Reports from officials indicate that with the surge in sightings of demonic cultivators, a plethora of speculations has arisen, resulting in widespread public unrest, the Minister of Personnel added. Speaking slowly, other ministers also wore grave expressions. They were all aware of the recent reports regarding the frequent appearances of demonic cultivators in the Kanglan domain, yet had remained uncertain until now, when the commander of the Jinyui confirmed their concerns, provoking a sense of unease among them. Let the Jinyui prioritize the investigation into the occurrences of demonic cultivators. To ascertain the true nature of this situation, Qin Junyan declared, his demeanor grave. Understood, came the affirmative response. Upon hearing this, the Jinyui town protector nodded thoughtfully. Your Majesty, the frequent emergence of demonic cultivators suggests that significant events may be on the horizon. Should we consider strengthening the Dragon's Awakening formation? In attendance was a royal strongman overseeing the formation's core, who could not restrain his inquiry. The current state of the Dragon's Awakening formation is far from its peak operational capacity. To enhance its power, it requires the infusion of greater spiritual energy. Previously, the dynasty could not endure such substantial spiritual consumption. However, following the confiscation of assets from several feudal lords, an abundance of spirit stones has become available, allowing for a notable increase in the formation's strength. Nevertheless, Qin Junyan deemed it unnecessary and thus refrained from proceeding. Very well, Qin Junyan pondered momentarily before nodding in affirmation. You may commence the fortification of the Dragon's Awakening formation. The royal strongman overseeing the formation acknowledged this with a nod. Subsequently, other ministers began to report on various matters. As autumn yielded to winter, 2 years swiftly elapsed. Reports of demonic cultivators emerging from the Kanglan domain became increasingly frequent. Those malevolent beings, previously concealed and not particularly powerful, now brazenly manifested, often devouring the inhabitants of villages and towns. This left several dynasties caught off guard. Logically, these fiends should pose little threat, and with the dispatch of their formidable warriors and armies, they could swiftly eradicate them. Yet, in reality, only the army and strongmen of the great Xia dynasty ventured forth to eliminate the malevolent entities and demonic cultivators wreaking havoc upon the world. Due to the peculiar circumstances perceived by the denizens of the other major dynasties, they deemed it necessary to rally their formidable warriors and armies near their respective imperial cities in preparation for any unforeseen eventualities. This, in turn, emboldened the malevolent forces, allowing them to act with increasing audacity. However, the reason why the great Xia dynasty dared to dispatch its elite and military to eradicate these dark entities was not solely due to Qin Junyan's benevolent governance, but also because of the formidable presence of the Dragon's Awakening formation. With a substantial infusion of spiritual energy, the potency of the formation has ascended to a new echelon. Even a practitioner at the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm would find themselves perilously outmatched should they attempt to infiltrate the imperial palace. Such a powerful array is unparalleled among the other major dynasties. As a wave of panic began to spread, an ominous, billowing cloud of darkness suddenly drifted over the East Sea. In the ensuing dramatic developments, the atmosphere turned increasingly foreboding. Amidst the swirling snow, the sky darkened further with the arrival of the sinister cloud, enhancing the already gloomy ambience with an unsettling aura. Within the depths of this inky cloud, indistinct figures emerged, exuding a terrifying demonic presence that instilled profound fear among the inhabitants of the East Sea. What could this possibly be? Lu Qingzhu gazed at the ominous cloud, her beautiful eyes wide with horror. Is it yet another manifestation of dark forces? Observing the foreboding sky, Lu Ting's complexion turned pale. The last emergence of such malevolence had wrought unimaginable calamity upon the Qinglan domain. Unexpectedly, after countless years, the malevolent beings that were suppressed by various dynasties have not been entirely eradicated and have once again emerged in great numbers. It is over. The Qinglan domain is finished. The patriarchs and formidable individuals from other prominent families gazed at the ominous black clouds in the sky, their faces etched with terror. They looked up at the heavens, their legs trembling with fear. Some were so frightened that they fell to their knees. Within the dark clouds loomed a particularly striking palace, entirely constructed from bones, stained with blood, exuding an aura of dread and horror. Surrounding it were numerous demonic cultivators and ferocious evil beasts, their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on the humans below. Inside the palace resided the likes of the ancestor of Moon Ming and others. The body of the ancestor of Moon Ming had long since shattered, and now he had seized the form of a young man clad in pure white robes, resembling a scholar. Yet his appearance starkly contrasted with the desolate throne of bones upon which he sat, and the malevolent energy emanating from him. Ancestor. Ahead lies the Qinglan domain, spoke a heavily armored demonic cultivator, who bore a massive sword on his back, addressing the ancestor with respect. Excellent, replied the ancestor of Moon Ming, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Qinglan domain was vast and teeming with people. Moreover, it lacked even a single cultivator of the void refinement realm, while he had already attained the 5th level of that realm. Should we not first abduct some of those from the prominent families of the East Sea? One of the demonic cultivators inquired respectfully. There is no need to rush. Once we have mastered the Qinglan domain, we shall have ample time. The elder Moonshade shook his head and inquired, how is the investigation proceeding? Who was responsible for Baiyue's demise? Prior to his arrival, he had already instructed the nefarious beings within the Qinglan domain to commence their inquiries into the matter. Over the years, the frequent emergence of demonic cultivators was largely due to the pursuit of answers regarding this incident. Report to the elder. The individual who killed Baiyue is likely the legendary Xiangyao Sword Immortal, intoned the heavily armored demon cultivator. The Xiangyao Sword Immortal? The elder Moonshade furrowed his brow and murmured, where might he be found? That is rather unclear. The armored cultivator hesitated before continuing. However, our investigations reveal that the Xiangyao Sword Immortal has previously intervened to assist the Great Xia dynasty. Some speculate that he may be a certain ancestor of the Great Xia, yet this remains unconfirmed. Upon hearing this analysis, a glimmer of coldness surfaced in the elder Moonshade's eyes. The Great Xia dynasty. He spoke in a solemn tone. In that case, our plan to dominate the Qinglan domain shall commence with the annihilation of the Great Xia dynasty. After all, our conquest of the Qinglan domain must begin with these dynasties. Even if the Xiangyao Sword Immortal is not affiliated with the Great Xia, he can be sought out gradually after their destruction. Thereupon, under the elder Moonshade's command, the ominous black clouds enveloping the palace drifted toward the Great Xia imperial city. As they passed, those who beheld the ominous clouds were seized by terror, fleeing in all directions. The atmosphere of panic, coupled with the news of the demon generals, began to spread rapidly throughout the entire Qinglan domain. Upon arriving at the royal mausoleum, Chu Xiong felt an inadequacy in his intellect, mistakenly believing that his appointment as the commander of the 5 cities military division was due to Qin Feng's recommendation to Qin Jianyan. Hence, he had come specifically to express his gratitude to Qin Feng. However, upon entering the mausoleum and beholding the scene before him, he stood utterly astounded. In this winter season, when the mausoleum should have been blanketed in snow, an entirely different spectacle unfolded. Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon a stone, enveloped in an enigmatic aura of the Tao, appearing as if he had completely merged with the cosmos. Moreover, this mysterious essence radiated outward from him, spreading in all directions. The towering ancient trees, which should have been bare, were now adorned with tender sprouts, their branches lush and verdant, reminiscent of early spring. The ground was a vibrant green, with the grass glistening with vitality. It was as though he had stumbled upon a divine realm. Wang Yi. Was he not merely at the transformational spirit realm? Gazing at Qin Feng, Chu Xiong's face reflected an uncontainable shock, his voice trembling as he uttered, how could this be? He appears like an immortal. Though not particularly astute, he grasped that the Qin Feng before him was certainly beyond the transformational spirit realm. At that moment, a multitude of questions flooded Chu Xiong's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. He stood there in a daze, reluctant to disturb Qin Feng or to depart. Within the palace, the morning court session had yet to conclude. Qin Junyan sat upon the throne, attentively listening to the reports of numerous ministers regarding various matters. Your Majesty, the first batch of disciples from the academy have already secured numerous positions within the military and local governance. The students from Wenyuan Pavilion expressed their delight, stating that their performance far surpasses that of individuals recommended by the prominent noble families, and they possess no excessively deep backgrounds. Thus, there are no significant concerns during their appointments. Other ministers also reported on the benefits brought to the empire by the establishment of the Academy of Literature and the Academy of Martial Arts. We owe a great debt of gratitude to the Emperor Brother for his sage advice. Qin Junyan could not help but exclaim that starting this year, the treasury would increase the funding allocated to various academies by 30%. The Emperor is indeed wise, many ministers echoed. Just as Qin Junyan was preparing to speak further, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. What is happening? Qin Junyan furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard rushed into the court, disregarding protocol, his face filled with alarm. What is the matter? Seeing the commander so distraught, Qin Junyan inquired in a solemn tone, while the other ministers looked on with puzzled expressions. Since the attack by the corpse driver sect on the imperial city, they had never witnessed the commander in such a state of panic. Your Majesty, at the horizon, a vast expanse of ominous clouds is gathering, and within them swirls a formidable demonic energy. It is likely that a massive assault by evil forces is imminent. The commander of the Imperial Guard spoke in an extremely distressed tone. He had only caught a distant glimpse, yet he knew that the malevolent beings within those dark clouds were undoubtedly stronger than any adversary he had ever encountered. The atmosphere and imagery were utterly terrifying. What? The fiends are launching a massive assault. Upon hearing the words of the commander of the Imperial Guard, all the ministers present gasped in shock. Chapter 111. Generously Marching to Death. As they heard the commander's proclamation, Qin Junyan and the others hastily exited the grand hall, gazing into the distance. They discovered ominous, dark clouds obscuring the sky, advancing ominously towards them from the horizon. Though the distance was great, the terrifying aura of the fiends was palpable, instilling fear at a mere glance. Thunder rumbled. In the sky, lightning flashed, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. The hearts of Qin Junyan and his companions sank instantly. These were not the remnants of the fiends from the Kanglan domain. They were not this formidable. The Minister of Revenue spoke solemnly. It is likely the fiends from beyond the realm. This is troublesome indeed. The complexion of the Grand Scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion also turned pale. The other ministers, upon hearing this, wore expressions of grave concern. The incursion of the fiends from beyond a millennium ago had decimated the entire Kanglan domain, leaving not a single formidable cultivator of the Void Refinement or Purple Mansion realms. Even after 1,000 years, the domain had yet to recover. Now, with the fiends from beyond once again threatening Kanglan domain. Although they were unaware of the true strength of these fiends, they knew it would undoubtedly lead to a protracted and brutal struggle for survival. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, other royal offerings also arrived at the scene, each one gravely aware of the dark clouds looming on the horizon. Your Majesty, you should leave this place at once. The malevolent entity shrouded within the ominous black clouds is exceptionally formidable. It is feared that even the formidable Dragon Shock formation may prove inadequate against it. A royal powerhouse, wielding the formation's pivotal staff, spoke in a grave tone. With the staff in hand, his perception of danger sharpened. The sinister aura emanating from within the dark clouds felt akin to confronting a demonic deity, rendering him breathless. What? Even the Dragon Shock formation may falter against this malevolence lurking within the black clouds? The crowd erupted in exclamations. They understood that the Dragon Shock formation was their greatest reliance. Should it prove ineffective against the dark forces, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. Convey the edict, all ministers. Consorts and imperial guards must vacate the royal city at once, commanded Qin Junyan coldly. I shall remain to defend the palace alone. Given that even the Dragon Shock formation might not withstand the fiendish entities, he was unwilling to allow so many lives to perish alongside him. In truth, only Qin Junyan possessed the capability to harness the full fortune of the dynasty. Thus, he resolved to wield this fortune in a desperate battle against the malevolent forces, buying time. Only if the ministers survived could the dynasty maintain its normal operations and unite with other major dynasties to launch a counteroffensive against the demonic threat. However, to Qin Junyan's astonishment, his pronouncement was met with silence, as he turned to survey the gathered ministers, royal advisors, and numerous imperial guards. He found them all gazing at him with solemn expressions. Your Majesty's wisdom is rare throughout the ages, in the face of such a calamity. We shall fight to the death. How can we retreat? Declared the Grand Scholar of Wuyuan Pavilion with fervor. The strength of the Great Xiao lies in its ability to rise against injustice when faced with adversity and to courageously confront formidable foes when they invade. We are willing to fight to the death. The other ministers echoed loudly in agreement. To rely on the protection of the fallen and to entrust one's life to a distance of 100 miles, while remaining steadfast in the face of great tribulation, is the hallmark of a true gentleman. They are all gentlemen. Now that evil forces encroach, how could they possibly retreat in the face of danger? Hearing the words of his ministers, Qin Jionian was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with profound emotion. He had thought that although he cared for the people, he had been too demanding of his officials. In such perilous times, he believed few would choose to stand by him in battle. To his astonishment, his ministers were willing to risk their lives to fight alongside him against the malevolent forces. Very well, if that is the case, let us prepare ourselves to confront the evil at any moment, Qin Jionian declared solemnly. Immediately, the numerous ministers and the imperial guards busied themselves, determined to utilize every item of spiritual essence within the treasury to fortify the dragon's awakening formation. Simultaneously, Qin Jionian dispatched messengers to various imperial dynasties, summoning their strongest warriors to aid in resisting the invasion of evil. The palace was enveloped in an incredibly dense spiritual energy, almost forming a mist, which was continuously absorbed by the dragon's awakening formation. As the formation activated, it experienced a significant enhancement. With the complete operation of the dragon's awakening formation within the palace, a faint glow began to emanate from the bodies of the ministers and the imperial guards, all of whom benefited from its power. Meanwhile, the ominous black clouds of evil continued to approach slowly from the horizon. Master, ahead lies the imperial city of the Great Xia, just 6,000 miles away. Clad in formidable armor, the dark sorcerer respectfully addressed Ancestor Yuming. The strongest within this dynasty are merely cultivators of the second and third layers of the Purple Mansion realm. They are hardly worth mentioning. It all hinges on whether the carefree sword Immortal is present. Upon hearing these words, Ancestor Yuming emerged from the palace, gazing into the distance. Although this location lay 6,000 miles from the imperial city, he could distinctly perceive the scenes unfolding within it. You shall proceed first to ascertain whether the carefree sword Immortal resides within the imperial city. If he is absent, seize the city and prepare for my descent. Ancestor Yuming commanded coldly. The ominous black clouds, though moving slowly, constituted a remarkably potent formation, serving as his greatest reliance. Having previously danced on the brink of death during the demon-sealing war and enduring a millennium of confinement, he had become exceedingly cautious. Unlike other malevolent beings who acted thoughtlessly, buoyed by their strength, he was determined to maintain composure, believing that stability would enable him to effortlessly dominate the Kanglan domain. Thus, he would never abandon the formidable black cloud formation lightly. Understood. The armored sorcerer replied with utmost respect. Under his command, a multitude of dark sorcerers, along with corrupted beasts ensnared by dark magic, surged forth from the black clouds, advancing toward the distant imperial city of Daxia with overwhelming ferocity. As they reached the skies above the imperial city, countless inhabitants who had yet to escape gazed upward, their eyes brimming with despair. It is over. We are doomed, echoed the voices of the human populace within the imperial city, filled with hopelessness. The malevolent cultivators and sinister beasts have already arrived above the imperial palace. Clad in heavy armor, the dark cultivators gazed downwards. The ancestor of Moonshade is about to descend. Will you not kneel and bow in submission? His voice, amplified, reverberates throughout the entire imperial city, deafening those who hear it. He has attained the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and upon hearing his voice, countless members of the human race are struck with terror and collapse to the ground in supplication. Only Qin Jionian and his companions within the palace, bolstered by the dragon-soaring array, remain unaffected. Humph! You, as members of the human race, pledge allegiance to evil demons. What a disgrace to humanity, rather than kneeling in fear. Qin Jionian retorts with scorn. Among the army in the sky, save for the yet-to-arrive ancestor of Moonshade, none are true demons. They are all dark cultivators. How dare these ignorant beings insult me? The armored dark cultivator, upon hearing this, is filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he commands. Flatten the palace and capture this fellow alive. Following his orders, the dark cultivators and sinister beasts in the sky erupt with jubilant cries. They are finally about to savor the taste of fresh blood. Kill! Roar! The shouts of the dark cultivators intertwine with the roars of the sinister beasts as they plunge downwards. Chapter 112. The ant shakes the tree, observing the descending dark cultivators and sinister beasts. Qin Jionian's expression grows grave as he channels the entire fortune of the dynasty to augment his own power. A golden radiance envelopes him, and his cultivation rapidly ascends to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm, further enhanced by the defensive capabilities of the Dragon Soaring Array. "Join me in resisting the malevolent forces," Qin Feng declared with a chilling voice. His figure soared into the air, confronting the descending demonic cultivators and sinister beasts. Qin Ziqing, enveloped in swirling sword energy and wielding the Azure Wave Sword, followed closely behind. The ministers and officials, regardless of their strength, did not falter. They stood resolute in their defense against the evil, committed to safeguarding humanity. The imperial guards within the palace, along with the recently arrived 100,000 troops from the imperial city camp, ascended into the sky. Above, the malevolent cultivators and beasts, cloaked in dark demonic energy, clashed with the army, surrounded by a faint golden radiance from the dragon array, ascending from below. The moment of battle exploded with an overwhelming surge of energy. Golden light and black demonic energy collided fiercely as both sides engaged in a brutal skirmish. Soldiers and demonic cultivators alike plummeted from the sky, the conflict proving to be exceedingly fierce. Initially, these demonic cultivators were merely assisting the Moon Shadow ancestor in capturing prey, possessing only modest prowess. However, they had received the ancestor's boon, significantly enhancing their abilities. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers and the assistance of formidable evil beasts, the Imperial guards and soldiers from the Imperial city camp suffered severe casualties. Eliminate these fiends. Yet, despite the dire losses, not a single soul retreated. The vast territory of the Great Xia dynasty was overshadowed by the millions residing in the Imperial city behind them, leaving them with no path of retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle raged on relentlessly. These demonic cultivators were inherently timid and fearful. Faced with the valiant Imperial guards and soldiers, they quickly fell into disarray. As time passed, those who had initially held the advantage, the demonic cultivators and evil beasts, found themselves gradually at a disadvantage. "A bunch of useless wretches," exclaimed a powerful demonic cultivator clad in heavy armor, his voice laced with fury as he surveyed the incompetence of his subordinates. In his hand, a fiery red spear materialized, resembling molten lava, exuding an extraordinary aura. Coupled with his formidable cultivation at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, he appeared invincible. With a thunderous rumble, this armored demon entered the fray. His overwhelming power drastically altered the course of battle. No one could withstand his assault as he advanced with the ease of traversing an uninhabited realm. The demonic cultivators and evil beasts transitioned from a position of weakness to one of dominance. "Damn it, has the dragon spirit been successfully condensed?" Qin Jinyan inquired solemnly, witnessing this formidable demonic cultivator join the battle and mercilessly slay the soldiers. Previously, they had infused a considerable amount of spiritual energy into the Dragon Awakening formation, requiring a significant amount of time to condense a more powerful dragon spirit. "It has just been successfully condensed," replied the royal expert overseeing the formation's core. "Good," Qin Jionian responded gravely. "Summon the dragon spirit and eliminate that 7th level Purple Mansion realm demonic cultivator first." The royal expert, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and began channeling spiritual energy into the formation's core. The center of the formation emitted a radiant golden light. Suddenly, from deep within the palace, an echoing dragon's roar resonated at the heart of the entire formation. A golden dragon soul surged forth, shattering the great hall of ceiling into fragments as it ascended towards the heavens. The immense dragon form spanned the sky. The presence of this astonishing dragon soul instilled terror in the hearts of the demonic cultivators and malevolent beasts present. The overwhelming aura of the colossal golden dragon soul filled them with an indescribable dread. How could it possess such strength? The armored demonic cultivator gazed in disbelief. According to his intelligence, the dragon soul that had attacked the royal city during the last onslaught was nowhere near this formidable. Boom. At that moment, the massive golden dragon soul unleashed a beam of golden light directed at the heavily armored cultivator. "Ancestor, save me," the armored cultivator cried out, sensing the imminent threat of death. However, as the dark clouds neared the royal city, there was no response. With a piercing sound, the armored cultivator was obliterated beneath the golden light, leaving no trace behind. The formidable golden dragon soul left all demonic cultivators and malevolent beasts in utter shock. How could this dragon soul be so powerful? Panic-stricken voices erupted as these demonic cultivators and beasts found themselves paralyzed in place, overwhelmed by the dragon's might. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Was everything coming to an end? In the heart of the imperial city, the multitude of human beings could not suppress their gulping, murmuring among themselves. The formidable power of the dragon soul had exceeded all their expectations, even the mightiest among them. The 7th layer demonic cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm had been slain, leading them to believe that this crisis might soon come to an end. However, in the distance, ominous black clouds began to drift closer, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun. With a thunderous roar, a colossal palace emerged from the depths of the black clouds. Standing at the palace's entrance were the venerable ancestors, including Mu Shade. To their astonishment, the dragon chakra of the great Xia dynasty proved to be exceedingly powerful. Moonshade gazed at the dragon's soul, a hint of surprise in his tone. He had not witnessed the great battle against the ceiling of demons in the past, having been defeated and wounded by other formidable beings, making this his first encounter with the dragon chakra. Subsequently, Moonshade's gaze shifted from the dragon's soul, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. You are fortunate. If you obediently surrender the array's core, you may avoid becoming blood fodder and instead assist me in maintaining order among humanity. The strength of the dragon chakra had not yet reached its zenith, yet it was already so potent. If it were to attain its pinnacle, it would be exceedingly beneficial to him. The despicable and shameless evil beings had wrought havoc upon countless lives of the human race, and they would never expect him to submit. Qin Junyan, upon hearing these words, did not hesitate to respond with a fierce reprimand. Not only he, but numerous soldiers from the Imperial Guard and the capital's army also vociferously denounced, with none willing to bow their heads in submission. Before the appearance of Moonshade, the scattered evil beings throughout the Kanglan domain had been engaged in the nefarious act of devouring humanity. They stood resolutely against the malevolent forces. Roar. Meanwhile, the golden dragon's soul let out a furious roar once more, charging directly towards the Moonshade ancestor, intent on obliterating him. In an instant, countless human eyes within the imperial city turned towards the golden dragon soul, their hearts silently praying. Only if the golden dragon soul triumphed over the Moonshade ancestor would they have any chance of survival. It was a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. As the golden dragon soul surged forth, enraged and intent on destruction, the Moonshade ancestor remained unfazed, casually uttering a few words. His hand slowly extended, and from the swirling black clouds emerged a torrent of demonic energy, rapidly coalescing into a colossal hand that obscured the sky. Boom! This immense hand descended upon the golden dragon's soul, resembling a gigantic mountain in motion. To the astonishment of countless onlookers, the formidable hand, wrought from the tumultuous demonic energy, ensnared the golden dragon's soul within its grasp. Then, with a sudden, forceful squeeze. Chapter 113. A sword's call from the imperial tomb. With a deafening crack, the black hand, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, tightened its grip, causing the captured golden dragon soul to erupt in a dazzling explosion, scattering into myriad points of golden light. The terrifying wave of energy surged through the sky like a tsunami, cascading outward in all directions. The radiant golden glow of the dragon's soul quickly dimmed, ultimately vanishing entirely, absorbed by the Moonshade ancestor into his being. Thud, thud, such a fearsome upheaval overwhelmed Qin Junyan and the others, sending them crashing helplessly to the ground. The Imperial Guard and the soldiers of the royal camp, in overwhelming numbers, caused numerous palaces to collapse with a thunderous crash. Blood trickled from the corners of many mouths, their faces ashen, revealing the deep extent of their suffering. The dragon soul conjured by the dragon array was effortlessly shattered before their eyes. Qin Junyan gazed skyward, witnessing the fragmented dragon soul, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was the most formidable manifestation of the dragon array in the millennia since the War of Demon Sealing. The other ministers and royal attendants were equally astonished. They had assumed that even if the ancestor Yu Ming were exceptionally powerful, the dragon soul materialized by the dragon array could withstand for a while, allowing them to deliberate on a counter-strategy. However, the might of ancestor Yu Ming surpassed their expectations. The dragon array lay in ruins, and it would take no less than a century to restore it. The royal powerhouse overseeing the array's core, gazing at the now dimmed staff in his hand, murmured, "This malevolent being's cultivation level must be at the void refinement stage." Upon hearing this, the faces of all present turned grim. A void refinement expert. Such an entity was beyond their reach. Not only those gathered, but even the strongest in the entire Kanglan domain would be incapable of withstanding a practitioner of the void refinement stage. It is indeed a malevolent being of the void refinement stage. We are doomed. The millions within the royal city, having witnessed the recent events, erupted in panicked cries. Fear spread rapidly among the crowd, and desperate voices rose and fell in a cacophony. Ha! As the ancient ancestor of Moonshade gazed upon the terrified human race below, a mocking and derisive smile emerged upon his visage. "Foolish humans," he proclaimed, "do you finally comprehend the magnitude of my power? Alas, it is too late. I have already granted you the opportunity to submit, an opportunity you have squandered. Weakness is not a sin, ignorance is. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy coalesced, forming a colossal demonic blade, towering 100 feet high. Poised to sever the heavens. Utilizing his formidable divine sense, he had thoroughly surveyed the imperial city. Finding no traces of sword aura emanating from those at the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm or above. Hence, he concluded that the carefree sword Immortal was absent from the city. He intended to shatter the great Xia imperial city, setting an example and instilling dread within the hearts of the entire human race of the Kanglan domain. Thunderous roars filled the air as the demonic blade, radiating with boundless malice and an infinite array of sword light, descended upon the ground. The very fabric of the void trembled in its wake, as if all existence itself were on the brink of annihilation. Witnessing this scene, Qin Junyan and Qin Ziqing were engulfed in despair. The sheer might of the strike was terrifying beyond measure. They found themselves devoid of any will to resist, merely watching in horror as the blade descended slowly, awaiting their impending demise. Clang! At that moment, however, a resounding cry of a sword echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, soaring towards the lofty skies, as if an unparalleled divine weapon had emerged. Simultaneously, a fiery red sword spirit burst forth from the void, hurtling towards the descending blade of the ancient ancestor of Moonshade. Who could be making such a move? Qin Junyan's eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion as he exclaimed in disbelief. In the face of life and death, how could a sword soul of such formidable power suddenly emerge from the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum? He could not recall any sword master stationed there. All the powerful individuals within the royal family had already gathered here. Qin Xiling and the assembled ministers were equally perplexed. They could not fathom who had initiated this attack. Humph! Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the sword soul, the ancient ancestor of the Moonshade merely scoffed dismissively, unconcerned. He believed that the blade he had forged was sufficiently potent, impenetrable to anyone below the void refinement realm. At that moment, the blazing red sword soul collided with the demonic blade. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted in the sky. However, the sword soul was evidently far more powerful, shattering the demonic blade and continuing its assault towards the ancient ancestor of the Moonshade. Boom! The ancient ancestor had not anticipated such an abrupt intervention. He could only retaliate with a punch, meeting the sword soul in collision. Although his strike shattered the sword soul, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, appearing somewhat disheveled. Cursed be it, who dares to show themselves? The ancient ancestor of the Moonshade glared towards the Imperial Mausoleum, his voice seething with rage. Meanwhile, everyone turned their gaze towards the mausoleum, their expressions filled with disbelief. What? This sword soul actually shattered the ancient ancestor's demonic blade? Qin Junyan and the others were even more astonished. That demonic blade was so fearsome that even with all their might, they could never withstand it. Yet, it had been shattered by a sword soul that had suddenly appeared from within the Imperial Mausoleum. They found it utterly unbelievable. Who could be wielding such a sword? All eyes turned towards the direction of the royal tomb. At that moment, a figure radiating an aura of sword intent emerged from the royal tomb, soaring through the air with an ethereal grace. The overwhelming sword intent surged like a tumultuous sea, enveloping the skies. Wherever this figure passed, the dark clouds, formed by malevolent energy, were torn asunder. Such terrifying sword intent. Could this be the legendary sword Immortal of Leisure? It was astonishing to realize that the sword Immortal truly belonged to the imperial family of the Great Xia. In the imperial city, millions gazed upwards in awe, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. Although rumors had circulated, few had taken them seriously, dismissing the notion that the seemingly modest imperial family of Great Xia could possibly produce such a formidable figure. Yet today, the truth had been unveiled. Among the most astonished were Qin Junyan and his companions. Despite the overwhelming sword intent swirling around Qin Feng, obscuring his features, Qin Junyan and the high-ranking officials recognized him at once by his silhouette. Your Majesty. Staring at the figure in the sky, Qin Junyan stumbled over his words, unable to fathom that the one who had just wielded the sword was none other than Qin Feng. How could this be possible? The numerous ministers and imperial courtiers, witnessing Qin Feng's presence, were equally shaken, doubting their own eyes. Once discarded, the former crown prince Qin Feng could hardly be the legendary carefree sword Immortal as rumored. It is well understood that residing in a realm where spiritual energy is scarce would render even a genius indistinguishable from the masses in the end. At this moment, Elder Chun and the others exchanged glances, finally comprehending why the carefree sword Immortal had intervened multiple times to aid the Great Xia dynasty. The reason was simple. This carefree sword Immortal was none other than the former crown prince Qin Feng. Chapter 114. The powerful Qin Feng. The revelation that her uncle was the fabled carefree sword Immortal left Qin Zining in awe. Her mouth agape and her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Memories of past events flooded her mind, and many of her former confusions were suddenly clarified. Is it truly you, the carefree sword immortal? Gazing intently at Qin Feng, the ancient ancestor Yuming spoke in a grave tone. No wonder I could not sense your presence earlier. You are protected by a grand formation. The moment Qin Feng emerged from the imperial tomb, he too had noticed the existence of the concealed formation. You should not have interrupted my comprehension of the heavenly principles. Qin Feng did not respond directly but spoke slowly, feeling quite agitated as he had just begun to grasp a fragment of the great laws of the universe, only to be interrupted by Yuming. You, a mere cultivator at the third level of the void refining realm, dare to boast about comprehending the heavenly principles? Yuming laughed heartily. Although Qin Feng appeared to be under 100 years of age, his rapid breakthrough to the third level of the void refining realm astonished him. However, compared to his realm of the fifth level of the void refinement stage, there remained a vast chasm, a stark contrast akin to that of heaven and earth. Even he could not comprehend the grand principles of the universe. How could Qin Feng possibly grasp such profound truths? A mere frog at the bottom of a well. Qin Feng, weary of unnecessary discourse, summoned a long sword into his hand, the Zhuzhen sword. The sword aura surrounding his body surged violently, resonating with a thunderous roar, much like a tsunami. Humph! You have slain Bai Yu, forcing me to break the seal in the most perilous manner. Today, you dare to obstruct my dominion over the Kanglan domain. I shall ensure that you find no solace in life, nor peace in death. Old ancestor Yuming spat through gritted teeth. You misunderstand. I am not obstructing your rule over the Kanglan domain, Qin Feng replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyan and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Meanwhile, the millions within the imperial city wore expressions of dismay. If the carefree sword immortal was not hindering old ancestor Yuming, did it imply his allegiance to the dark forces? The already despairing human populace sank deeper into hopelessness. You are not obstructing me? Old ancestor Yuming was taken aback, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. If you wish to submit to me, it is not out of the question. First, kneel and swear the heart demon oath of loyalty to me. The heart demon oath is an ancient vow, once taken. Any betrayal would invite divine retribution. Old ancestor Yuming perceived Qin Feng's talent as remarkable, surpassing any of the dark beings under his command. Thus, if Qin Feng were willing to pledge his loyalty through the heart demon oath, he would gladly accept him as a servant. Allow me to be your slave? You are not worthy. Qin Feng replied calmly. I do not intend to obstruct your dominion over the Kanglan domain. Rather, I have come to eliminate you. These malevolent beings had repeatedly sought to instigate trouble, and now, with their forces converging for an assault, he felt no obligation to show mercy. To kill the ancestor of Moonshade? Upon hearing this, the millions of humans within the imperial city finally exhaled in relief, though they doubted the veracity of Qin Feng's claim. At the very least, he was not pledging allegiance to the ancestor of Moonshade. Arrogance! You are far too presumptuous. The ancestor of Moonshade, upon hearing this, was consumed by a furious rage. Today, I shall make every soul present here pay the price for your insolence. He could distinctly sense the turbulent clouds of darkness swirling around him, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from his being. With a swift motion, the ancestor of Moonshade formed intricate seals with his hands, exuding a sinister, obsidian light. The demonic energy surrounding his body instantly transformed into tens of thousands of malevolent entities that surged forth like a relentless tide, lunging at Qin Feng. Each one roared with ferocity, akin to bloodthirsty beasts. This attack was unrelentingly vicious. He intended for these manifestations of demonic energy to rend Qin Feng into shreds, subjecting him to the agony of 1,000 cuts. Be careful. Upon witnessing this, Qin Zening and the others gasped in alarm. They could sense that these tens of thousands of malevolent entities, born from the demonic energy, were significantly more formidable than the previous demonic blade, posing a grave danger. The millions of humans within the imperial city held their breath, anxious that Qin Feng might be unable to withstand this onslaught of transformed demonic entities. After all, Qin Feng had become their last glimmer of hope. As he gazed upon the multitude of approaching malevolent entities, his expression remained remarkably serene. In an instant, he moved with the swiftness of a striking sword, wielding an overwhelming surge of sword energy as he boldly confronted the throngs of evil spirits. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Qin Feng transformed into a blade of unparalleled might wherever he passed. There was no need for physical strikes. Those nefarious beings were effortlessly torn apart by his sword energy as if they were mere clay. The scene was utterly breathtaking. What? The elder of the Moonshade sect, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with immense horror. The legion of malevolent spirits he had summoned, Meant to annihilate cultivators below the fifth realm of the void refinement stage, should have posed no challenge. How could they be so easily obliterated by Qin Feng? In that moment, Qin Feng had already traversed through the vast assembly of evil spirits, dismantling them entirely, and stood before the elder of the Moonshade sect. In his hand was the Excalibur, its sword energy surging violently as he unleashed a decisive strike. Despicable. The elder, stunned to find Qin Feng at his very doorstep and acting with such resolve, hastily summoned a long, obsidian blade infused with dark demonic energy to counter the impending attack. This fearsome dark blade radiated an eerie light. Merely gazing upon it inflicted a sharp pain upon one's consciousness, akin to being cut by a knife. With a resounding clash, the sword and the blade collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. The shattered remnants of sword and blade energy surged outward. Countless unfortunate demonic cultivators, despite the protective barrier of the dark cloud formation, found themselves pierced by the remnants of the shattered energies, emitting anguished cries. While some were utterly annihilated. With a resounding thud, the venerable Moon Ming ancestor was propelled by Qin Feng's sword strike, crashing heavily into the palace behind him, causing its collapse. The flesh he had seized was shattered, revealing his true form, a swirling mass of demonic energy devoid of a physical body. Its eyes emanating a ghastly light akin to ghostly flames. Your cultivation clearly falls beneath mine. How can you possibly possess greater strength? The Moon Ming ancestor fixed his incredulous gaze upon Qin Feng, disbelief etched across his features. Just moments earlier, he had found himself utterly defenseless against Qin Feng's sword strike. A fact that left him astounded, for Qin Feng was merely at the third level of the void refinement realm, while he himself was at the fifth level. You may pose the question to the King of Hell after your descent, Qin Feng replied coldly, preparing to strike again. Unwilling to grant the Moon Ming ancestor a moment's respite. To think you can extinguish my life is but a fool's dream. Despite sensing the encroaching threat of death, the Moon Ming ancestor remained undaunted, gritting his teeth defiantly. If you force me to expend my fundamental power, I shall ensure you regret ever entering this world. As his words echoed, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth from the roiling black clouds toward him. A colossal spectral figure swiftly coalesced behind the Moon Ming ancestor. Towering hundreds of feet high, its countenance grotesque like a fiend, adorned with 6 massive wings, and bristling with an array of weapons embedded throughout its form, radiating an even more terrifying aura of malevolence. If there are enough free gifts, I shall pour forth my heart's blood by dawn. As a working individual, finding time amidst my busy schedule to write is indeed a challenge. I implore you. Oh dear. Chapter 115, The Demon Ancestor. The Demon Ancestor. This is the ethereal manifestation of the Demon Ancestor. Upon witnessing this apparition, countless voices erupted in astonishment. It is worth noting that even during the fierce battles against the demons, only the most formidable of the vile entities possessed the power to conjure the specter of the Demon Ancestor. No one anticipated that the venerable Yu Ming had grown so powerful as to summon the very essence of the Demon Ancestor. Oh, this exceedingly grotesque figure is the legendary Demon Ancestor? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had perused ancient tomes in the library that depicted the Demon Ancestor. And while the illustrations conveyed an aura of malevolence, they also exuded a certain majesty. However, in this moment, the reality appeared rather unsightly. How dare you show disrespect to the Demon Ancestor? You seek your own demise. Hearing Qin Feng's lament, the already furious Yu Ming became even more incensed. He commanded the specter of the Demon Ancestor, unleashing a colossal fist that hurtled towards Qin Feng with ferocity. This immense fist resembled a mountain, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, intent on obliterating all in its path. The very void trembled in its wake. Yet, it is but a mere trifle. Observing the gigantic fist descending from the heavens like a mountain, Qin Feng responded with indifference. The sword of extermination he wielded erupted with a resplendent golden radiance. Intricate and profound inscriptions spiraled around the hilt, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Desolation's cataclysmic severance. With a chilling shout, Qin Feng unleashed a sword strike. A blade of light, extending hundreds of zhong, surged forth to meet the descending fist. The dazzling sword radiance, accompanied by resonant clang that echoed through the heavens and earth, tore asunder the malevolent energy in its path, as if it could cleave the very sky. Boom. The sword light collided with the colossal fist, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Remarkably, the sword failed to shatter the fist, resulting in a stalemate between the two forces. Aha. Did you think the shadow of the Demon Ancestor was merely a simple aggregation of malevolent energy? The Moonshade Ancestor laughed heartily. Within this illusion lies a fragment of the Demon Ancestor's demonic might. Though it pales in comparison to the true power of the Ancestor, it provides a substantial enhancement. Prepare to meet your demise. The manifestation of the demon ancestor was no trivial feat. It required not only the mastery of a unique technique, but also consumed a portion of his own primordial energy, dimming the dark mist that constituted his true form. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng retorted with a cold smirk. If one strike cannot shatter it, then let us try again. As he spoke, the Zhujian sword in his hand erupted once more with golden brilliance. In a brief span, he executed the archaic destruction of the divine with astonishing rapidity, unleashing 8 successive blades of light. Hiss! Is the spiritual energy within this carefree sword immortal truly boundless? Such formidable sword radiance, unleashed in relentless succession in such a short time, astounded both the human race and the demon cultivators alike, eliciting gasps of admiration. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng, due to the primordial chaotic sword body, possessed an ocean of spiritual energy within him, coupled with the rapid absorption of spiritual energy by the Longevity Sutra. His reserves were practically boundless. Such a formidable sword technique, which would leave others breathless after a single execution, was remarkably simple and effortless for Qin Feng. Swish, swish, swish. 7 or 8 sword lights, each 100 zhang long, surged forth towards the colossal black fist. The sound of the swords rang out, deafening in its intensity. The terrifying sword aura sent shivers of fear through the ranks of demonic cultivators hidden in the black clouds. Boom. As several sword lights struck down, the black fist of the demonic ancestor's phantom was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught and exploded into fragments. Moreover, the potency of these golden sword lights showed no signs of waning. They continued their relentless assault towards the true form of the Moon Ming ancestor. Ah, no. A wretched scream suddenly echoed through the skies. The golden sword lights struck his true form, ultimately tearing him asunder. His essence transformed into wisps of demonic energy, dissipating into the cosmos. The entire world fell into a profound silence. Did the carefree sword immortal just slay the Moon Ming ancestor? Within the imperial city, countless spectators gazed in astonishment at the scene above, their hearts brimming with joy, though disbelief lingered. The Moon Ming ancestor had arrived with such ferocity that it was hard for them to accept that he had been vanquished so easily. The demonic cultivators shrouded in the black clouds were equally astonished, thrown into disarray for a moment. Hiki, no need to pretend. I know you are not dead yet. Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he sneered. As his words echoed through the air, the tumultuous black clouds above began to shimmer with blood-red runes. The dark cloud formation commenced its operation. The shattered remnants of the Moonshade ancestor's body gradually reconstituted, eventually transforming back into the previous mass of black mist. Within this dark cloud formation, regardless of how many times he was slain, he could expend a portion of his primordial energy to resurrect himself, until all of his essence was depleted. This was precisely why he remained within this ominous array. You insolent creature, I never imagined you would be so formidable. The Moonshade ancestor seethed, his eyes, aglow with ghostly flames, fixated on Qin Feng. It appears your physique is indeed exceptionally powerful. Just in time, for my new body has been shattered. Your form shall serve as my new vessel. He was intensely covetous of Qin Feng's body, for he had never encountered anyone capable of slaying a 5th-tier cultivator of the void refinement realm with merely a 3rd-tier cultivation. Desire my body? You are sorely mistaken, Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. Even if this dark cloud formation allows you to resurrect endlessly, what of it? For each time you return, I shall strike you down anew. There will come a moment when your primordial energy is utterly exhausted. As he spoke, the sword of extermination surged with an astounding wave of sword energy, prepared to strike once more and slay the recently revived Moonshade ancestor. Haha, truly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor of the Moonshade let out a derisive laugh and declared, This grand formation is not merely capable of resurrecting me. It is far more formidable than you can possibly imagine. As he spoke, his very essence began to fracture, transforming into 3 identical wisps of black mist, which continued to divide until they became 9 such entities. Simultaneously, the dark clouds above roiled ominously, and a multitude of blood-red runes illuminated the air. In concert, crimson beams of light drifted from the blackened heavens, weaving their way into the 9 swirling mists. Before long, these mists were enveloped in the sanguine glow, as more and more crimson radiance poured forth from the clouds. Ultimately, the 9 mists coalesced into 9 blood moons, suspended ominously in the sky, a sight both terrifying and surreal. Chapter 116, Domain What? What is this? The onlookers gasped in horror at the sight of the 9 blood moons radiating an eerie luminescence. At that moment, every inch of land was bathed in the light of these moons. The bizarre spectacle rendered all present as if they were ensnared in the depths of hell. Their eyes wide with dread, Many felt their inner energies come to a complete standstill. What sort of dreadful sorcery is this? It feels exceedingly perilous. Surely, my uncle is not in danger? Qin Feng's beautiful eyes brimmed with concern. The ancient text regarding malevolence held no record of such a technique. It must indeed be a secret art unique to the Moonshade ancestor. Qin Junyin's expression grew grave. The other ministers and officials, along with the royal family, wore expressions of profound gravity, their hearts heavy with concern for Qin Feng. Despite the vast distance separating them, they could feel the terrifying atmosphere akin to that of hell itself. What of Qin Feng, who was ensnared within it? Surely, he was in even greater peril. Was this an enhanced version of the moon worshipper's secret technique? Gazing at the 9 blood moons suspended in the sky, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, casually inquiring, That worthless moon worshipper's comprehension of the secret technique pales in comparison to my own prowess. The ancient ancestor, Yu Ming, scoffed derisively, asserting, Under the illumination of these 9 blood moons, the laws of this realm shall be under my dominion, and your demise is inevitable. Only those of the martial domain could unlock their own realms. However, leveraging the power of the dark cloud formation and the might of the 9 blood moons, he believed he could render this expanse nearly akin to his own territory. He fancied himself invincible against Qin Feng, who was merely at the void refinement stage. In my eyes, you and the moon worshipper are not vastly different, Qin Feng replied with a light chuckle. Although the spiritual energy of the world was entirely sealed by the blood moons, and an immense pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, he felt no trace of danger whatsoever. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness, Yu Ming retorted coldly, convinced that Qin Feng could not even grasp the concept of a realm. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such demeanor. Suddenly, the 9 blood moons in the sky erupted with an even more resplendent radiance. A dreadful demonic law began to infiltrate Qin Feng's being, intent on transforming him from a human into a malevolent entity under Yu Ming's control. Even within the vast expanse of the demonic realm, the means to transform humans into fiends are scarce among the malevolent beings. The practitioners of the dark arts, shrouded in black clouds, erupted with exclamations of joy. The radiance of the blood moon enveloped them, bestowing upon them a sensation akin to basking in divine light. Conversely, the human race below experienced profound agony, as if they were ensnared in the depths of hell, their thoughts consumed with concern for Qin Feng. Today, I shall unveil to you the essence of true dominion. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke with an air of indifference. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light erupted from within him, a sacred aura radiating forth, expanding swiftly from his very being. The resounding echoes of Buddhist chants reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The golden luminescence began to coalesce within a radius of several hundred feet around Qin Feng, transforming into numerous golden inscriptions that intensified the sanctity of the atmosphere. The surroundings resembled a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom, with Qin Feng at its core, embodying the supreme sage of this holy domain. What is this? I feel an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. In an instant, both demonic practitioners and humans alike gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. An uncontrollable desire to prostrate themselves before Qin Feng surged within their hearts. Although monks had once appeared in the Kanglan domain, various complexities had hindered the successful transmission of teachings, and the ancient texts bore no record of such phenomena. Thus, none could recognize its significance. A domain. Gazing at the pure land of Buddhism manifested by Qin Feng, the ancient ancestor Yu Ming uttered incredulously, How is this possible? You are merely at the 3rd level of the void refining realm. How could you have already established a domain? His voice trembled, filled with disbelief. It is important to note that he had barely managed to create an area akin to a domain through the dark cloud formation and the secret art of the 9 blood moons. Yet now, what Qin Feng was manifesting was undeniably a true domain. The sacred aura of the Buddhist realm enveloped him, imposing an immense pressure, as if he were immersed in a world transcending this realm. Indeed, but this will not alter your destined fate of transcendence, Qin Feng stated calmly. His tone, though unintentional, resonated like the melodious chants of a Buddha, echoing across great distances, reverberating throughout the cosmos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The force of the laws within the pure land of Buddhism swiftly ascended towards the 9 blood moons in the sky, effortlessly penetrating into their essence, dissipating the power of the Moonshade ancestor. The 9 blood moons began to exude a golden radiance. No, stop. The Moonshade ancestor screamed in terror. Despite the seemingly serene and sacred nature of the Buddhist laws, the despair they instilled in him was unprecedented. He struggled desperately to resist. However, within this pure land, Qin Feng was the ultimate sovereign. Resistance was futile. He could only watch helplessly as his power was dismantled by the Buddhist principles. Finally, amidst the anguished cries of the Moonshade ancestor, his strength was entirely obliterated. In that moment, the 9 blood moons in the sky transformed into 9 blazing suns, dominating the heavens. The once dim and sinister world was now bathed in divine brilliance. Is the moonshade ancestor dead? Amidst the ominous black clouds, the demonic cultivators gazed at the 9 blazing suns in the sky, acutely aware of the overwhelming sense of peril that enveloped them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. For countless years, they had gathered blood offerings for the venerable moonshade ancestor, and now, with his emergence in the Kanglan domain, they had anticipated an easy dominion over the realm, relishing in power and privilege. Yet, to their utter shock, the moonshade ancestor had been slain. Flee! Quick, escape! After the initial shock, the demonic cultivators erupted in panicked cries, hastily turning to flee from the scene. Think you can escape? Stay right where you are. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at the fleeing demonic cultivators, his tone devoid of mercy. Though these cultivators had not yet fully succumbed to malevolence, they were scarcely distinguishable from the true evildoers. Each one deserved their fate. With a thunderous roar, the 9 suns in the sky erupted in blinding golden radiance. Any demonic cultivator caught in that light emitted anguished screams as their forms began to dissolve, ultimately transforming into wisps of demonic energy. The entire black cloud formation was absorbed into the sanctified grounds of the Buddhist realm. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Chapter 117. The conclusion. With the demise of the moonshade ancestor and the countless demonic cultivators who perished, the black clouds in the sky dissipated. The entire world fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone stood as if petrified, their expressions a tableau of astonishment and disbelief. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had transpired, it was akin to a newborn witnessing, for the first time, a figure soaring gracefully through the sky. The shock they experienced was beyond the capacity of language to convey. Especially Qin Junyan and Qin Ziding, they could hardly believe their eyes. Within the span of a single day, they had experienced an overwhelming tide of hope and despair. Prior to this, they could never have imagined that the legendary immortal swordsman, known in rumors, was none other than Qin Feng himself. Moreover, he had reached the terrifying realm of void refinement. Even the formidable Yuming, who had attained the 5th level of void refinement, was no match for him. The shock was utterly staggering. However, the silence of the imperial city was soon shattered by a wave of fervor. The sounds of astonishment swept through the city like a tempest. Yuming was dead. We are safe. We no longer need to serve as the blood offerings for the evil spirits. Countless voices erupted in jubilant cheers, echoing like a chorus of salvation. How fortunate we are to have the immortal swordsman among us. His prowess is simply fearsome. I even suspect he may not be of this world. Could he truly be a celestial being descended from the heavens? Upon my return, I shall undoubtedly erect a monument and temple in honor of the immortal swordsman, allowing future generations to pay their respects. A cacophony of voices continued to resonate. The millions within the imperial city were engulfed in a euphoric celebration of survival and astonishment at the immortal swordsman's formidable strength, perceiving him as a reincarnated deity. Every gaze cast towards Qin Feng in the sky was filled with admiration and gratitude, with some individuals even bowing in reverence. They truly regarded Qin Feng as a celestial being. Yet, in response to their fervent reactions, Qin Feng remained as composed as ever. After utilizing the pure land of Buddhism to absorb the demonic energies of the world, he had no intention of lingering any longer in this place. Instead, he turned and returned to the palace. I still have matters to attend to, Qin Feng spoke, his tone deliberate. Any questions you wish to pose can wait until I complete my seclusion. Following the demise of ancestor Yuming, his responsibilities had only multiplied. Whether it was refining the demonic energy that had infiltrated the pure land of the Buddhist sect, continuing to comprehend the essence of the great Tao, or digesting the insights gained from the recent battle, each task demanded immediate attention. With that, Qin Feng did not linger. He transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring towards the imperial mausoleum. Left behind were Qin Junyan and the assembled ministers, their hearts brimming with unspoken words. Yet they could only swallow their thoughts in silence. Father and uncle. Qin Xiling could not help but speak. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Qin Junyan. I understand you harbor many questions, Qin Junyan replied with a hint of helplessness. Yet, I too am unaware of the answers. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiling managed a wry smile, discerning a semblance of understanding from Qin Junyan's earlier shock. Your Majesty, you were not injured during the battle, were you? At that moment, Elder Qin stepped forward, his concern evident. I am unscathed, Qin Junyan replied, shaking his head. Let us first check on the imperial guards and the soldiers from the royal camp. We must see who is injured and promptly distribute medicinal pills to them. Understood. A minister immediately responded. Soon, a substantial quantity of elixirs was extracted from the alchemy hall within the imperial palace and distributed by the uninjured soldiers to their wounded comrades. Should we issue a decree to inform the realm that the malevolent forces have been vanquished? Inquired the Grand Scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion. The news of the demonic cloud's incursion had undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Kanglan domain. The paramount concern now was to stabilize public sentiment and prevent panic. Indeed, this matter shall be entrusted to you, Qin Jianyan replied after a brief pause. He continued, simultaneously, dispatch an edict to the generals stationed at the borders, instructing them not to return to the capital, but to swiftly eliminate the recently rampant malevolent entities. As commanded, the Grand Scholar nodded before departing. Numerous ministers busied themselves with various tasks. Qin Jianyan surveyed the surrounding ruins of the palace, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. Meanwhile, an ancient warship was sailing towards the imperial city of the Great Xia. It was a vessel from the Great Yin dynasty, crewed by formidable beings of the Purple Mansion realm. Your Majesty, is it not somewhat reckless for our dynasty's elite to venture forth solely to aid the Great Xia dynasty? The Prime Minister of Great Yin could not help but express. The other prominent officials of Great Yin echoed his sentiments, believing that while Qin Jianyan had sent a plea for assistance, the relationship between their dynasties did not necessitate such intervention for the Taishan dynasty. You do not comprehend, interjected the middle-aged emperor of Great Yin at the forefront of the ship, his voice cold and resolute. During the several dynasties participated, slaying and sealing countless malevolent beings. If the Great Xia dynasty were to fall, would the other major dynasties have a chance of survival? Upon receiving the plea for aid from Qin Jianyan and confirming the intelligence, he immediately made a calm judgment, leading all the formidable warriors, heading to the capital of the Great Xia dynasty to forge an alliance against the malevolent forces is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. He had already received word that the powerful figures from the other major dynasties were also embarking on ancient warships, sailing towards the Great Xia dynasty. However, the malevolent beings amidst the ominous clouds, emboldened to launch a massive assault on the Great Xia dynasty, must possess a formidable assurance of victory. The Prime Minister of the Great Yin could not help but remark, by the time we arrive, it is likely that the capital of the Great Xia has already been breached, and their strong warriors may have suffered devastating losses. Hearing this, the Emperor of Great Yin fell silent, for he had not overlooked this possibility. Yet, he did not command the warships to halt. Instead, he urged them to continue their voyage. Even if the capital of the Great Xia had indeed fallen, he was determined to join forces with the powerful warriors of other dynasties to confront the malevolent beings. This was the final opportunity. Otherwise, once the malevolent forces began to voraciously consume the human race and grew excessively powerful, it would spell utter doom. Dynasties differ fundamentally from sections. When sects face existential crises, they can abandon their foundations and flee at any moment. But the major dynasties carry legacies spanning over 10 millennia and countless kin. If they were to be destroyed, no emperor could bear such a monumental sin. The path of the sword remains paramount. The hour is late. I seek a humble gift. Chapter 118. The arrival of the great dynasties for aid. A fleet of ancient vessels, carrying formidable warriors from several great dynasties, swiftly converged and sailed toward the direction of the Great Xia dynasty. To enhance their speed, they infused the ships with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, propelling the ancient warships at a velocity far exceeding their usual pace. Before long, several ancient warships reached a point merely 3,000 miles from the capital of the Great Xia. They gazed ahead into the sky, perplexed, as it displayed no sign of the ominous clouds that they had anticipated. What transpired? Was there not a massive demonic assault on the Great Xia capital? Witnessing the tranquility and serenity above the Great Xia capital, the Emperor of the Great Yin expressed his confusion. Why is there nothing here now? The accompanying ministers shared his bewilderment. All the great dynasties had received identical reports, leaving no room for error. Could it be that the Great Xia capital had already fallen, and the demons had infiltrated its walls? At this moment, the Chancellor of the Great Yin, with a grave expression, remarked on the dire implications of such a scenario. Hearing his words, the monarchs and warriors from the other great dynasties grew increasingly anxious. If this were indeed the case, it would signify that the demons they were about to confront would be extraordinarily formidable. Yet, something was amiss. Even if the demons had breached the capital, the sky should still be shrouded in dark, oppressive clouds. The Emperor of the Taishan dynasty voiced his confusion. How is it that there are neither ominous clouds nor even a trace of demonic energy present? Moreover, this realm is not only devoid of any malevolent energy, but it also emanates a profoundly sacred aura. Prime Minister Taishan questioned whether his divine perception had erred. The dialogue between the two individuals prompted the representatives of several major empires, who were initially fraught with tension, to sense an anomaly. It appeared somewhat illogical. Regardless, they resolved to investigate promptly. The Emperor of Dian, with a grave expression, declared that under no circumstances should they allow those nefarious entities the opportunity to devour the human race and enhance their power. His words garnered nods of agreement from many present. With a population of tens of millions, the capital of Taixin could face dire consequences if those malevolent beings were permitted to feast unchecked. Booming sounds echoed as the ancient warships of the various empires continued their course towards the capital of Daxia. However, at this moment, all the formations aboard the ships illuminated, radiating a gentle glow as the defensive arrays activated. Numerous formidable warriors enveloped themselves in spiritual energy, ever prepared to engage in combat with the malevolent forces. Before long, the ancient vessels of the major empires had arrived above the capital of Daxia, yet the scene before them left them utterly astonished. Below, although the imperial palace was marred by collapsed structures and littered with fallen soldiers, evidence of a fierce battle, it now lay in a state of tranquility. Some were seen transporting bodies, while others cleared the ruins, as if the turmoil had long since passed. What could this mean? Had the invading malevolent entities been repelled? The Prime Minister of Taixin wore a look of disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. Informed by those dispatched by Qin Junyan and the intelligence from the dynasty, it became evident that within the tumultuous demonic clouds lay perilous evils, alongside a vast multitude of demonic cultivators and malevolent beasts. It would be exceedingly challenging for the formidable forces of the great Xia imperial family to contend with such threats. With Qin Junyan present, let us descend and investigate, declared the sovereign of the great Yin dynasty, who had keenly observed Qin Junyan within the palace below. Subsequently, the rulers of several great dynasties departed from the ancient warship, landing within the palace. At that moment, Qin Junyan was engaged in discussions with numerous ministers regarding state affairs, and he naturally noticed their arrival, greeting them with a smile. I extend my gratitude to all of you for traveling such great distances to assist us in resisting the malevolent forces, Qin Junyan expressed appreciatively. Although the powerful figures from the various dynasties had yet to provide assistance, their prompt arrival upon receiving the call for help warranted his gratitude. What on earth is happening here? Why is there not a single trace of the malevolent beings? Could the information have been erroneous, suggesting that the assailing evils are not formidable? Inquired the Emperor of Taixin, his impatience evident. How could they possibly be weak? Qin Junyan replied, a chill creeping down his spine as he continued. The cultivation of the Moonshade ancestor is at least at the 5th level of the Void Refinement Realm. What? A cultivator of the Void Refinement Realm? The exclamations of astonishment erupted from the assembled emperors. They had initially surmised that the malevolent beings, while undoubtedly strong, would merely be at or above the 5th level of the Purple Mansion Realm, never anticipating that they were, in fact, of the Void Refinement Realm. Faced with such formidable opponents, the combined might of all the powerful figures from the great dynasties would stand no chance of victory. Had they known this earlier, they would have borne the identity of sinners of the dynasty and led their kin to flee from the Kanglan domain. Surely, you jest? If the malevolent beings of the Void Refinement Realm had intervened, the entire imperial city would have undoubtedly been reduced to ashes by now. How could you possibly still be alive? The Emperor of Dian expressed his disbelief, and others shared his skepticism, wondering if Qin Junyan was merely deceiving them. Is there any need for me to mislead you? Qin Junyan replied with a helpless smile. Today's battle was witnessed by millions. If that were the case, how did you survive? And why did the ancestor of Moonshade retreat? The Emperor of Taixin inquired, his heart brimming with countless doubts. Because the carefree sword Immortal intervened. Subsequently, Qin Junyan recounted the events of the day to the Emperor of Taixin and others, omitting only the identity of Qin Feng, revealing nothing else. After all, the fierce battle had been observed by countless onlookers. Even if he wished to conceal the truth, it would have been impossible. As they listened to Qin Junyan's narrative, the expressions of the assembled sovereigns transformed dramatically. Upon learning that the ancestor of Moonshade had effortlessly crushed the dragon soul of the surging dragon formation, their faces betrayed anxiety and fear, allowing them to empathize with the despair experienced by Qin Junyan and his companions. The disparity in power was indeed staggering. It was only when they heard of the emergence of the carefree sword Immortal, who ultimately vanquished the ancestor of Moonshade, that their expressions shifted from terror and tension to astonishment and disbelief. The celestial sword Immortal, astonishingly, single-handedly vanquished all the malevolent beings and dark cultivators that dared to invade. Upon hearing Qin Junyan's account, the assembled royals could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. A solitary figure, armed with but a sword, confronting the surging black clouds and the relentless tide of evil. Merely contemplating this scene is profoundly shocking. Decades ago, when the celestial sword Immortal struck down the ancient corpses of the corpse transport sect, he had only attained the Purple Mansion realm, and now he possesses the might to slay those at the 5th level of the Void Refinement realm. The Emperor of the Great Yin, in a state of disbelief, could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this rate of cultivation simply terrifying?" The other sovereigns began to recognize the sheer pace of the celestial sword Immortal's advancement. Even during the peak of martial prowess in the Kanglan domain, prior to the Demon Sealing War, no such prodigy had ever emerged. Listening to the murmurs of admiration, Qin Junyan remained silent, choosing not to speak. If these individuals were to learn of Qin Feng's age, it would surely be enough to send them into a state of shock. By the way, since the celestial sword Immortal is a predecessor of your dynasty and possesses such formidable strength, why have you still sought our assistance? The Emperor of Taishan furrowed his brow, unable to contain his curiosity. Previously, when the celestial sword had intervened multiple times to assist the Great Xia dynasty, they had speculated that the celestial sword Immortal might be a relic of their dynasty, thus their surprise was minimal. However, they could not comprehend why. Given the celestial sword Immortal's immense power, Qin Junyan still sought aid. "I only learned of this today," Qin Junyan replied with a wry smile. Had he known earlier about Qin Feng's cultivation level, he would not have summoned aid from the various imperial dynasties at the very first moment of the demonic assault. "You only just realized this. How could that be?" Upon hearing his words, the other sovereigns displayed a clear skepticism. It is well known that the resources required for a cultivator in the Void Refinement realm are immensely vast and would undoubtedly create a significant stir. As the Emperor of the Great Xia, how could Qin Junyan be entirely oblivious to such news? "I truly only learned of it today," Qin Junyan replied with a somewhat bitter smile. "My astonishment upon discovering that the carefree sword Immortal was indeed a formidable figure from our royal lineage far exceeded what any of you might feel." Upon hearing this, the gathered sovereigns could not help but furrow their brows. While they found it hard to believe that Qin Junyan was unaware of the carefree sword Immortal's existence, they also sensed that he had no reason to deceive them. "Very well, if you claim ignorance, we shall accept it." The Emperor of Dian, however, did not dwell on it, stating instead, "We have traveled great distances to render assistance. It would not be excessive to pay our respects to that esteemed elder, would it?" Upon hearing this, the other sovereign's eyes brightened. If Qin Junyan truly did not know of the carefree sword Immortal's existence, it was quite possible that this figure was not affiliated with the Great Xia royalty, but rather a wandering powerhouse who had merely resided in this locale for several decades. They might yet have hope of inviting the carefree sword Immortal back to their own dynasties. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that the carefree sword Immortal has declared his intention to enter seclusion for a period of time after vanquishing the malevolent forces. Qin Jiyir, with a youthful smile, slowly remarked that he does not wish to be disturbed by others. He could certainly perceive the intentions of those around him. Although he knew that Qin Feng would not be swayed by their entreaties, he felt compelled to respect Qin Feng's desire for solitude. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Taishan furrowed his brow slightly, harboring doubts about the authenticity of Qin Jiyir's words. He stated, "Since that esteemed elder wishes to remain undisturbed for the time being, we shall remain here for a while longer to see when the venerable elder chooses to emerge." Indeed, with little pressing matters within the dynasty at present, a visit to the carefree sword Immortal seemed of utmost importance. The other emperors echoed similar sentiments, which left Qin Jiyir somewhat speechless yet resigned. Currently, he was the one seeking assistance, and given the distance they had traveled, it would be impolite to send them away. Ultimately, he instructed the Ministry of Rites to arrange accommodations for these emperors. Within the imperial tomb, Chu Xiong had already departed. Initially, upon discovering Qin Feng's secret, he felt somewhat at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. However, with Qin Feng having voluntarily revealed his secret, he no longer lingered on it and resolved to return swiftly to the Wuqing military command. The chaos brought about by the invasion of the malevolent forces had undoubtedly caused considerable friction, and he needed to address it promptly. Meanwhile, upon returning to the imperial tomb, Qin Feng remained entirely indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. Once back, he immediately commenced his meditation. Having absorbed a substantial amount of demonic energy into the sanctified grounds of the Buddha's domain, he must expedite its refinement. This process, however, is bound to be protracted. Yet, with the demise of the elder Moonming, he finds himself with ample time. Time flows like water, often slipping away unnoticed. Autumn gives way to winter, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. After waiting for several months without witnessing the emergence of Qin Feng, the various monarchs of the royal families reluctantly departed. After all, They were sovereigns of their respective empires, with numerous affairs demanding their personal attention. Concurrently, news of the invasion by the malevolent elder Mu Ming of the Void Refinement Realm and the subsequent slaying by the carefree Sword Immortal began to spread like wildfire throughout the Kanglan domain. The revelation of a powerful sword cultivator of the Void Refinement Realm appearing in Kanglan astonished the world. Countless sword practitioners flocked to the imperial city of the Great Xia, eager to pay their respects. Faced with this influx, Qin Junyan found himself exceedingly troubled. Ultimately, he entrusted the matter to the Minister of Rites for resolution. Within the imperial mausoleum, following the battle against the elder Mu Ming, Qin Feng's cultivation had ascended to the 4th level of the Void Refinement Realm, a remarkable advancement. Moreover, after refining a significant amount of demonic energy, the expanse of the Buddha's sanctified grounds had been greatly enlarged. At this moment, Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, surrounded by resplendent golden light. Intricate and profound Buddhist scriptures floating around him. The ethereal sound of the Buddha resonated like a grand bell. Most notably, a faint, shimmering halo of glass-like brilliance hovered behind his head, further accentuating his divine presence. However, the Excalibur of Slaughter, thrust before Qin Feng, emanated a murderous aura that felt somewhat discordant with the radiance of the Buddha. Wisps of potent killing intent continuously wafted into his being. Suddenly, amidst Qin Feng's meditation, a piercing sound of a sword echoed, reverberating throughout the royal mausoleum. At last, the power of faith that had lingered within him was expelled. Qin Feng murmured to himself, exhaling a deep sigh. For the past 3 years, he had not been refining demonic energy, but rather purging the power of faith from his body. The battle against the Moon Ming ancestor had resulted in countless mortals within the imperial city venerating him as a deity, thus generating an immense reservoir of faith. The Buddhist Pure Land he cultivated could absorb this faith to expand its domain, but in the process of absorbing demonic energy, he inadvertently assimilated those faith energies as well. It was only upon his return that he recognized this. Yet, Qin Feng soon discerned that although the power of faith could greatly benefit him by broadening the scope of the Pure Land, it would also entwine him in a web of karmic relations with those people, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After some contemplation, he resolved to harness the murderous essence of the Excalibur to eradicate the faith energies. This endeavor was painstakingly slow, yet ultimately successful, leaving Qin Feng feeling remarkably unburdened. Subsequently, he retrieved a fragmentary bronze tablet from his spatial ring. Though the tablet was rusted and appeared exceedingly mundane, it was, in truth, the sole item that the Moon Ming ancestor carried with him. The support of everyone is my motivation to continue updating. Chapter 120. Entering the Imperial Tomb for a visit. The surface appears to resemble a map. Could it be a treasure map? Gazing at the patterns etched on the bronze plate, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He toyed with the bronze plate in his hand, attempting to glean any information from it. Qin Feng's fascination with this bronze plate stemmed not only from the fact that it was the sole item belonging to the esteemed ancestor, Yu Ming, but also due to the plate's extraordinary material. He found himself utterly unable to inflict even the slightest damage upon it, despite exerting all his strength. As time passed, Qin Feng felt a sense of disappointment. Whether he infused it with spiritual energy or probed it with his consciousness, he could not uncover any useful information from the bronze plate. Must he find additional fragments of the bronze plate to proceed? He pondered. His interest in the bronze plate only deepened. However, as he presently lacked any means to extract more valuable information, he placed it into the system space. Subsequently, Qin Feng's gaze shifted towards the direction outside the Imperial Tomb. Since he was already here, he might as well enter. Qin Feng stated calmly. Not long after his words fell, the figure of Qin Zining appeared within the Imperial Tomb. Over the past 3 years, Qin Zining had visited every few days, and upon seeing Qin Feng in the midst of his cultivation, she would leave. However, upon hearing his voice just now, she was filled with immense joy. Though Qin Zining had visited the Imperial Tomb numerous times, this occasion found her feeling somewhat reserved and unaccustomed. Having encountered her royal uncle, she approached him, her previous vivacity replaced by a timid adherence to etiquette, expressing her respect with deference. Observing her demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. If you were as meticulous about manners in your daily conduct, your father wouldn't have needed to assign palace maids to oversee your propriety, he remarked, shaking his head with a light-hearted chuckle. Hearing his words, Qin Zining's delicate face flushed slightly, and she offered an awkward smile. There's no need to be so formal. Just act as you usually do, Qin Feng said gently. Understood. Qin Zining nodded, feeling a sense of relief as she noted that Qin Feng's attitude towards her remained unchanged. She then inquired, Why has my royal uncle never revealed such strength before? Why should he? Qin Feng countered with a smile. A peerless divine sword is most perilous when it remains sheathed and unknown to the world, just like the recent incursion by the Moonshade ancestor. Had his identity been revealed earlier, would the Moonshade ancestor have refrained from invading? Certainly not. He would merely have prepared himself more thoroughly beforehand. In such a scenario, even if I possess many hidden cards, the situation would still be exceedingly troublesome. What remains unknown to the world is what poses the greatest danger. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully. After a moment's hesitation, she could not help but inquire, "Uncle, is my current achievement in the swordsmanship due to your influence?" She had suffered from congenital meridian damage. Yet her sudden recovery and extraordinary talent in swordplay led the world to believe she possessed an unparalleled sword body. Even she held this belief. However, upon Qin Feng's appearance and the demonstration of his formidable prowess, her conviction began to waver. "Not entirely," Qin Feng replied. "Your own efforts are equally significant." Hearing Qin Feng affirm her speculation, Qin Zining felt unsurprised and gently nodded. "Thank you, uncle. Without your guidance, I would likely have been married off to the southern barbarians or the northern tribes as part of a political alliance." Qin Zining expressed her gratitude. Qin Feng smiled at her words and, seizing the opportunity, began to impart some swordsmanship knowledge to Qin Zining. Each word resonated with profound depth, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. She promptly settled into a meditative posture, closing her eyes to absorb the wisdom Qin Feng had shared with her. Meanwhile, a member of the Imperial Guard, tasked with overseeing the royal mausoleum, hurriedly arrived at the study to report to Qin Junyan that Qin Feng had concluded his seclusion and permitted Qin Zining to enter the royal tomb. "Has my elder brother finished his retreat?" Qin Junyan, who was listening to Elder Qin and several high-ranking officials regarding matters of the martial arts academy, immediately rose in excitement upon hearing the news. He promptly instructed a palace maid to fetch his more formal attire, for he was eager to meet Qin Feng. Since the defeat of the Moon Ming ancestor, Qin Junyan had longed to see Qin Feng, yet the latter's continuous seclusion had thwarted this opportunity. At last, Qin Feng has concluded his secluded cultivation. "Your Majesty, may we accompany you?" Elder Qin and several prominent ministers inquired, unable to suppress their eagerness. Although they had encountered Qin Feng numerous times during his tenure as crown prince, he has now ascended to the realm of the void refinement, becoming a venerable martial artist. They yearned for another opportunity to behold him up close. Qin Junyan hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether Qin Feng desired the presence of outsiders. Yet, recalling a pressing matter he needed to address, he nodded in agreement, realizing that Elder Qin and the esteemed ministers would be apt companions. "Upon our arrival at the royal mausoleum, I shall inform the attendants to relay our presence. Should my elder brother consent to your entry, you may then proceed within," Qin Junyan stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin and the others nodded in acceptance. Subsequently, after leaving the imperial study, they hastened towards the royal mausoleum. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. Initially, Qin Junyan intended to wait outside for a moment, allowing someone to report their arrival. However, Qin Feng had already perceived their presence and invited them inside. Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan and the others felt a surge of apprehension, adjusting their attire before stepping into the mausoleum. Inside, the divine concealment formation now served merely to prevent the leakage of energy. It no longer obscured their surroundings. As they entered the mausoleum, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The air was thick with formidable sword intent and lingering Buddhist radiance. They collectively inhaled sharply, utterly captivated by the spectacle. In the battle where the Moon Shadow ancestor was slain, although they recognized Qin Feng's formidable strength, the distance rendered the impact far less profound. The imperial tomb was not enveloped by the shock dragon formation, and the spiritual energy within was required to sustain the tomb's formation, originally exceedingly sparse. The energy here now resembled that of a divine realm. The Grand Scholar of Wenyuan Pavilion could not help but exclaim. The appearance of the imperial tomb now was a stark contrast to when he first accompanied Qin Junyan. Even in the most spiritually potent restricted area of the palace, the energy density could not compare to even a fraction of what was present here. Elder Qin also expressed his astonishment. What they were unaware of was that the richness of the spiritual energy here was not due to Qin Feng's establishment of a gathering formation, but rather a natural release from his body during cultivation. Had they known, their astonishment would have multiplied. Chapter 121, The Sealing Demon Valley Esteemed Guests. Behold these birds and the stray cats and dogs. Suddenly, Elder Qin turned his gaze toward the side of the road, marveling. Stray cats and dogs? Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan and the others were momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Elder Qin's attention was drawn to these animals at such a time. When they turned to look, they were met with sheer astonishment. Fourth-tier advanced magical beasts. These stray pets were, in fact, fourth-tier magical beasts. Qin Jianyin's voice trembled. In ordinary circumstances, he could not discern their true nature due to the divine concealment formation. Now, he was shocked to discover that these stray cats and dogs had, over time, been influenced by their prolonged association with Qin Feng, absorbing the formidable sword intent and dense spiritual energy, each one a fourth-tier advanced magical beast, equivalent to formidable beings above the 8th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. It is essential to recognize that while fourth-tier magical beasts are not particularly rare in the Kanglan domain, these stray cats and dogs are merely the most mundane of creatures, relegated to the status of pets. Throughout their lives, achieving even the second tier is a cause for profound gratitude. Yet, astonishingly, these creatures are all of the fourth tier. Their ages do not exceed a century. Elder Chun, after a brief calculation, could not suppress his astonishment. Their cultivation speed surpasses even my own. It is worth noting that although he was once the foremost swordsmanship prodigy of the Great Xia dynasty, he reached the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm at the age of over 130. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The stark contrast of being outdone by mere animals was indeed jarring. They could never have imagined that they would one day envy these cats, dogs, and birds. Let us refrain from looking further, Qin Jianyin said slowly, fearing he might not withstand such a blow. The others nodded with wry smiles and made their way toward Qin Feng. Your Highness, Prince. Qin Jianyin and the others respectfully bowed. At that moment, Qin Feng's gaze was fixed upon Qin Zining, who was seated in meditation. Upon hearing their words, he turned his attention to Qin Jianyin and the others. There is no need for such formality. Simply behave as you always have, he said with a gentle smile, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the reverence. Nevertheless, Elder Qin and several high-ranking officials maintained their respectful demeanor, for they had only met the Crown Prince a few times. Unlike Qin Zining, who shared a deeper familiarity with him, Qin Jianyin retrieved a jade seal from his storage ring. What is the purpose of this? Qin Feng inquired, perplexed. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Xia should be you. Qin Jianyin replied gravely, extending the seal towards Qin Feng. This scene astonished Elder Chun and the others, as they had not anticipated that Qin Jianyin was prepared to abdicate, even bringing the imperial seal with him. Why would you relinquish the throne when you were doing so well? Qin Feng responded, declining to accept the seal. In terms of cultivation and strength, I am but a fraction of your prowess. Regarding contributions to the Great Xia dynasty, without your intervention, our dynasty would have faced annihilation 3 years ago. Moreover, your governance and strategies far surpass my own. Qin Jianyin replied thoughtfully, thus, the throne should rightfully belong to you. This was a conclusion he had arrived at after much contemplation. Considering your reasoning, it does seem more fitting for the throne to be entrusted to me. Qin Feng mused with a smile. However, I hold no interest in the throne, nor do I possess the energy to manage state affairs. It would be more suitable for you to continue as emperor. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianyin was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Qin Feng might refuse. Yet he did not expect the reason to be a lack of interest in rulership. However, he soon found solace in this thought. A powerful cultivator at the void refinement stage could easily command the entire Kanglan domain, rendering the title of Emperor of the Great Xia rather unappealing. If you have no interest in the throne, then so be it. However, should you change your mind, the seal is yours to take at any time. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Jianyin spoke slowly. Deep within his heart, he genuinely believed that Qin Feng was more suited to be the Emperor of the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng did not elaborate further and merely nodded lightly. Then, recalling something, he inquired, by the way. During the last incursion of the Moon Ming Patriarch into the Kanglan domain, the sealing Demon Valley did not exhibit any unusual activity, did it? After the great battle against the demons, there remained countless malevolent entities that required confinement. Only the Great Xia dynasty possessed the treasured demon suppression tower. Thus, the other major dynasties united to suppress a multitude of magical beasts at the borders of their realms, using the imperial fortunes for restraint. Everything was well in that place. In response, Qin Jianyin stated, the combined fortunes of the Great Yin and Tai Xian dynasties effectively suppressed those malevolent entities. They could never forcibly break the seal to escape. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he sought further information regarding the burial demon valley. He intended to visit the valley to ascertain whether the demons there had any knowledge about the mysterious bronze tablet, so he wished to familiarize himself with the entities sealed within. He was particularly interested in any that might have a connection to the Moon Ming Patriarch. Qin Jianyin then relayed all the information he possessed regarding the burial demon valley to Qin Feng in detail. Once Qin Feng acquired the information he sought, his gaze turned towards Elder Qin and the others. You have all come together. Surely you have many questions as well? Feel free to voice any uncertainties regarding martial arts. I shall assist you with whatever knowledge I possess. Since they were already present, he was more than willing to offer guidance to enhance their strengths. Thank you, esteemed senior. Upon hearing these words, Elder Qin and the others were overwhelmed with excitement and promptly expressed their utmost respect. Although Qin Feng was considerably younger than them, his mastery in martial arts surpassed theirs, leading them to honor him with the title of senior. In the ensuing moments, Elder Qin and the others presented numerous queries regarding martial arts, all of which Qin Feng effortlessly addressed. Despite being primarily a swordsman, his prowess in the void refinement realm far exceeded that of Elder Qin and his companions. Even in matters unrelated to swordsmanship, his understanding was superior to theirs. Witnessing Qin Feng's ability to elucidate their doubts with such ease and clarity only deepened their admiration for him, leaving them utterly in awe. With the guidance of a senior, my cultivation may well ascend to another minor realm within just a few years, Elder Qin remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. Should you desire to elevate to another minor realm, it need not take several years, Qin Feng replied, retrieving a small jade vial and presenting it to Elder Qin. Calmly, he stated, within this vial resides the Purple Mansion pill. Upon consumption, practitioners in the Purple Mansion realm can directly advance by one minor realm, though it can only be taken once, as its efficacy would be lost thereafter. The mention of the Purple Mansion pill sent shockwaves through the room. Not only Elder Qin, but all present were astounded. This legendary elixir had long been unavailable in the Kanglan domain, with no alchemist capable of producing it. They were astonished to discover that Qin Feng possessed such a treasure. Thank you, esteemed senior, Elder Qin stammered as he accepted the jade vial, his hands trembling with awe. No need for formalities, it is not a precious elixir, Qin Feng remarked with indifference. These pills were of no use to him any longer. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin and the others displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom how such rare elixirs could be deemed insignificant in Qin Feng's eyes. At that moment, Qin Zining, who had been deep in meditation, concluded her session. Although she had yet to fully grasp the swordsmanship insights Qin Feng had imparted, she no longer felt the bewilderment that had initially clouded her mind. Noticing that dusk had fallen, Qin Junyan decided against further disturbing Qin Feng and prepared to take his leave. By the way, Your Highness, where has that little white fox disappeared to? Qin Zining inquired, realizing something was amiss only upon preparing to depart. The little white fox? Qin Feng was taken aback, finally recalling that the creature had been absent for several years. He furrowed his brow and mused, it is likely out exploring, perhaps reluctant to return at this moment. Qin Zining nodded in response, dismissing the concern. The little white fox was more intelligent than any magical beast she had encountered, so she felt no worry. Once everyone had departed, Qin Feng's gaze turned toward the direction of the Demon Ceiling Valley. He resolved to visit and investigate. Chapter 122. Arrival at the Demon Ceiling Valley. At the juncture of the Tai Xian and Yin empires lies an expansive, desolate plain. At the heart of this wasteland lies a lengthy valley, suffused with a palpable demonic aura that ascends to the heavens. From a distance, it instills a sense of trepidation. This place is none other than the Demon Ceiling Valley. At the entrance of the valley, several stone tablets, each radiating a faint golden glow, stand at intervals. Inscribed upon them are characters such as Tai Xian and Yin. These tablets embody the fortunes of various great dynasties, collectively coalescing into a luminous barrier designed to thwart the escape of malevolent entities from the Demon Ceiling Valley. The formidable guardians of the valley remain stationed 100 miles away, occasionally conducting patrols. Though the demons are confined within the valley, the overwhelming malevolent energy permeating the area poses a significant threat to the minds of those nearby, rendering it exceedingly perilous. However, today is markedly different. Several figures stand before the stone tablet inscribed with Tai Xian. Despite being of the human race, they emanate a potent aura of dark energy, unmistakably identifying them as practitioners of demonic arts. Leading them is the demon cultivator Zhongwu, who wields an ancient sword that emits a soft golden glow, within which flows the fortune of the great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Demon Ceiling Valley, the malevolent energy surges as more than 10 figures materialize. Yet, they dare not emerge, for the nearly transparent barrier, though seemingly innocuous, would bring about dire consequences should they attempt to breach it, potentially costing them their lives. Is the sword properly nurtured? Upon seeing Zhong Wu and his companions, the demon Tu-Ling eagerly inquired. Although he is unable to seduce the outside human populace within the confines of the valley, his great-grandson remains unsealed, hiding within the Kanglan domain. Upon his passing a century ago, he had commanded Zhong Wu and the others to act on his behalf. It has indeed been nurtured well. Zhong Wu nodded slightly and spoke with utmost respect. There should be no issue in severing the monument of the Tai Xian dynasty. Several years ago, When the old ancestor of Moon Ming invaded the Zhonglan domain, the ruler of Taixien led a formidable force to aid the Xia dynasty. Acting under the orders of Tu Ling, they seized the opportunity to infiltrate and deceive several ancient relics of the Taixien royal family. Over the years, they have been leveraging the identities of those royal antiquities, utilizing the fortune of the Taixien dynasty to nurture this ancient sword. Haha, splendid. Tu Ling laughed heartily, proclaiming, "After a millennium, we shall finally see the light of day again. Once we conquer the Zhonglan domain, you shall be our greatest contributors." Tasked with overseeing the order of the human race, the other malevolent beings, equally exhilarated, erupted in laughter. After being sealed for 10,000 years, they finally had the opportunity to leave this place. Lord Tu Ling, once you emerge from the Sealing Valley, it would be wise to vacate the Zhonglan domain first. For the immortal swordmaster is exceedingly powerful, Zhang Wu said with a grave expression. The old ancestor of Moon Ming has already attained the 5th level of the refining void realm, and the formidable black cloud grand formation cannot rival him. However, his words incited a chorus of laughter. Haha, while the old ancestor of Moon Ming is indeed formidable, he is ultimately just a single individual and cannot compare to us. Should we all unite and depart from this place? Our combined strength would far surpass that of the old ancestor, and eliminating that immortal swordmaster would be a trivial task. Indeed, that so-called immortal swordmaster is no match for us. These malevolent beings regard the immortal sword sage with utter disdain. A millennium ago, even their weakest members possessed the cultivation of the 5th realm of void refinement. Although their powers have waned significantly after being sealed for 10,000 years, their numbers exceed several hundred, and their combined strength far surpasses that of the Elder Moonshade. Upon hearing Tu Ling and his companions' unwavering confidence, dismissing the immortal sword sage entirely, Zhang Wu could not help but marvel at their formidable might. Wasting no more time, he unleashed the ancient sword in his grasp, emanating a golden radiance, and struck fiercely. Boom! The sword's aura collided with the steel, erupting in a dazzling blaze of golden light. A violent wave surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. The entire Demon Sealing Valley trembled. Though the steel contained the fortune of the Taixien dynasty and was deemed indestructible, Zhang Wu's ancient sword was equally potent, shattering it into fragments. As the steel crumbled, the luminous barrier in the area became increasingly translucent, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Haha, we can finally leave this place. Witnessing the barrier before them grow faint, Tu Ling and his comrades erupted into joyous laughter. Over the millennia, they had endured immeasurable suffering. Now, they could finally escape this torment and return to the mortal realm. I shall go first. At that moment, from the depths of the Demon Sealing Valley, numerous malevolent entities emerged, with a particularly powerful one rushing ahead of Tu Ling and his group, eager to be the first to depart. Observing this, Tu Ling made no effort to intervene. After all, the barrier had not yet fully dissipated. Allowing the other malevolent beings to exit could further diminish its strength. The malevolent entity emitted a dreadful wail as it made contact with the luminous barrier. Yet, it endured the agony and strode forth with resolute determination. For emerging from the confines signified liberation. As this formidable fiend relentlessly breached the veil of light, it unleashed a torrent of potent demonic energy that swept across the surroundings. Zhang Wu and his companions, practitioners of dark arts, were filled with indescribable excitement. They had pledged their loyalty to the malevolence and lay in wait for years, and now, their efforts were finally about to bear fruit. Soon, they would rise beneath the malevolent one, above all beings. Haha, at last it has emerged. At that moment, the mighty fiend had traversed the barrier and triumphantly roared, "People of the Kanglan domain, you shall all become my sustenance." Tu Ling and the other malevolent beings rejoiced at this sight, preparing to cross the increasingly feeble barrier. It seemed I had arrived at an inopportune moment. Just then, a voice, calm and detached, suddenly resonated. Tu Ling and the others turned to see a youth, seemingly not yet a century old, adorned in regal attire, entirely unfamiliar. A human? Upon witnessing Qin Feng, the malevolent entity that had already crossed the barrier immediately lit up with excitement and declared, "Haha, it has been over 10 millennia since I last savored a human. You shall perfectly satisfy my ravenous appetite." As it spoke, it took a step forward, standing before Qin Feng, revealing its terrifying cultivation at the 1st level of the void refinement realm. It extended its hand, intent on seizing Qin Feng by the throat. As Tu Ling and his companions witnessed this scene, though they were tempted, they refrained from lingering any longer. Their immediate priority was to breach the luminous barrier before them. Once they succeeded, they could feast on as much blood and flesh as they desired. However, at that very moment, a glimmering sword light emanated from Qin Feng's fingertip. Instantaneously piercing through the body of the malevolent creature, causing it to explode into fragments. Its essence and form obliterated, it transformed into wisps of demonic energy, dissipating into the void. This spectacle left Tu Ling and his companions, who were poised to continue their assault on the seal, utterly stunned, their gazes fixed upon Qin Feng, their eyes brimming with disbelief. How could a companion of theirs, merely at the first level of the void refinement realm, be vanquished in such a swift manner by this young man? "Are you the celestial sword immortal?" exclaimed Zhong Wu and his fellow demon cultivators, their reactions swift and incredulous. In the entire Kanglan realm, none possessed such terrifying prowess save for the celestial sword immortal himself. Silence. Qin Feng regarded Zhong Wu and the others with indifference, his voice icy. In an instant, Zhong Wu and his cohort of demon cultivators erupted in a gruesome display, their flesh and blood scattering. Not even having a moment to utter a cry of despair, the area fell into an eerie silence. "How could you suddenly appear here?" Tu Ling seethed with rage within the confines of the demon sealing valley, his teeth clenched in resentment. The other malevolent beings shared in his fury. They were on the verge of breaking through the luminous barrier when Qin Feng's unexpected arrival plunged them into frustration, nearly pushing them to the brink of bloodshed. The area where the light barrier weakens is not vast, and attempting to break through will require a process. If Qin Feng merely waits here, for every one of them that escapes, another shall perish. Do not harbor such deep resentment. Observing the situation, Qin Feng calmly remarked, "Even if I were not here today and allowed you all to leave, in the end, you would find yourselves with no path but death." He has now attained the fourth level of the void refinement realm, and the scope of the Buddhist Pure Land is even broader. These malevolent beings, even if they were to unite, would be utterly no match for him. Arrogant. Tu Ling and the others exclaimed in anger, utterly disbelieving Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng, however, was disinclined to engage in further meaningless discourse. He produced a bronze plate and stated nonchalantly, "This belongs to the ancestor of Moon Ming. Who among you knows what this is?" "Haha. Do you think we would divulge that information?" Tu Ling laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery and derision. "If you were to shatter the stone tablets of these several great dynasties, I might consider telling you where the ancestor of Moon Ming acquired this." "Oh, it seems you are aware." Qin Feng expressed mild surprise. He had initially believed this bronze plate was something the ancestor of Moon Ming had obtained abroad, but it appears that it was acquired during their previous incursion into the Kanglan domain alongside Tu Ling and the others. "Knowing does not change anything," Tu Ling sneered. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall investigate it myself." As he spoke, Qin Feng stepped forward, directly heading into the demon sealing valley. This scene left the infuriated malevolent beings momentarily stunned. What was his intention? Could it be that he intends to enter this valley? Has he lost his mind? "If he dares to step foot in here, we shall slay him as effortlessly as one crushes an ant." Numerous malevolent entities voiced their thoughts. It is crucial to note that within this valley of sealing, there exists an abundance of malevolent beings numbering in the hundreds, each possessing formidable prowess. To them, Qin Feng's entrance into the valley of sealing appeared akin to a lamb wandering into a den of tigers. However, just as Tu Ling and the others were engulfed in astonishment, Qin Feng had already set foot within. The barrier only permits egress for those who exit. It does not obstruct entry. You truly dare to come in? Tu Ling gazed at Qin Feng, mere paces away, utterly incredulous. The other malevolent beings were equally taken aback, but they soon regained their composure. "Haha, you choose to tread the path of heaven when it is available, yet you gravitate towards hell's doors. Let us all converge and vanquish this fellow. Only then can we escape this place. His flesh must surely be delectable." The malevolent beings fixated on Qin Feng, akin to vultures eyeing a sacrificial lamb. Without further hesitation, they unleashed their attacks upon him. Thunderous roars echoed as a myriad of powerful demonic martial techniques surged forth towards Qin Feng. The terrifying tremors sent shockwaves through the entire valley of sealing, akin to an earthquake. Aware of Qin Feng's formidable strength, these malevolent beings held nothing back in their assault. Observers stationed 100 miles away, drawn by the commotion, were left dumbfounded at the sight before them. How could anyone dare to venture into the valley of sealing? Is this not a death wish? Moreover, who is this individual, that he has provoked such a multitude of malevolent beings to act against him? It is nothing remarkable. At this moment, Qin Feng gazed indifferently at the overwhelming demonic energy that obscured the sky and slowly spoke. As he uttered these words, a sudden golden radiance emanated from within him. Instantly, 1,000 zhang radius was enveloped in this golden light, with intricate and profound Buddhist scriptures suspended in midair. The resonant sound of the Dharma echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In an instant, all the demonic martial techniques that came crashing down were shattered, transforming into wisps of demonic energy, subsequently absorbed by the pure land of Buddhism. Within this domain, all evil entities stood frozen in place, unable to move. as if confronted by a venerable master of the Buddhist realm, weighed down by tremendous pressure. What? You have actually grown stronger. The demonic beings led by Tu Ling could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. They had presumed that after the battle with the Moonshade ancestor, even if Qin Feng had not been gravely injured, he would certainly bear some minor wounds, and it would be remarkable if he could recover in 3 years. To their disbelief, not only had Qin Feng remained unscathed, but he had also experienced a breakthrough in strength within a mere 3 years. Moreover, that formidable domain had astonishingly expanded to 1,000 zhang radius. They had initially maintained their distance to avoid encroaching upon Qin Feng's pure land. Yet they found themselves entirely covered by it. It is worth noting that even a powerful practitioner in the martial domain cannot expand their domain at such a rapid pace. Since I have already entered this space, I shall first absorb some demonic energy to further extend the reach of my pure land, Qin Feng remarked calmly. The abundance of demonic energy in this place was too enticing for him to overlook. Should he ever leave the Kanglan domain, this Buddhist pure land would serve as his ultimate trump card, and naturally, the stronger it was, the better. As he spoke, Qin Feng formed a seal with his hands, causing the laws of Buddhism within this pure land to shift, directly beginning to absorb the demonic energy from the bodies of the evil beings. No, the malevolent entities sensed the demonic energy within them being drawn in by Qin Feng's Buddhist pure land, and they emitted sounds of despair. They sought to flee, yet found themselves immobilized. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to their agonizing cries. Instead, he calmly approached Tu Ling. What are you going to do? Tu Ling stammered in terror. I merely wish to ascertain how the bronze plate came into the possession of the Moonming ancestor. Qin Feng replied indifferently. As he spoke, mysterious, inscrutable runes appeared in his eyes, allowing him to delve into Tu Ling's consciousness. In that moment, Tu Ling, already in immense pain, let out even more piercing screams. He deeply regretted not divulging the information to Qin Feng earlier, but it was too late. The Nine Xian domain. Moments later, the enigmatic runes in Qin Feng's eyes vanished, and he murmured to himself. From the information gleaned from Tu Ling's memories, he learned that the Moonming ancestor's bronze plate had been obtained from the Nine Xian domain. However, Qin Feng found himself utterly unfamiliar with the details of the Nine Xian domain. It seemed to lie far from the Kanglan domain, and scant references to it could be found in the ancient texts he had previously perused. Without further ado, I must return to my work. Chapter 124, The Arrivals from Afar. After gleaning the knowledge he sought from Tu Ling's consciousness, Qin Feng turned his gaze upon the demonic beings before him. I implore you, esteemed elder, spare us. I vow eternal allegiance to you. These demons, belonging to the demonic clan, were reduced to pleading for mercy under the looming threat of death. Addressing Qin Feng as their elder, for millennia, the human race in the Kanglan domain could scarcely have imagined such a scene unfolding. After all, the demonic energy within these fiends was being relentlessly siphoned away, leaving them emaciated, nearly drained of life. You are utterly feeble, Qin Feng remarked coolly. Even your loyalty holds no value. As he spoke, a more potent golden radiance emanated from within him, amplifying the weight of pressure upon the demons. Akin to a mighty mountain, a chorus of anguished cries erupted as the demons within this sanctified land were utterly crushed beneath the overwhelming force, their bodies shattering into oblivion. Both form and spirit annihilated. They transformed into wisps of demonic energy, dissipating into the ether, absorbed by this sacred ground. With a resounding roar, having eradicated all demonic entities in the vicinity, Qin Feng swiftly withdrew the surrounding sanctity. He had no intention of leisurely refining the absorbed demonic energy here. There would be ample time for that upon his return to the royal tomb. System, assist me in signing in at the Demon Sealing Valley, he stated with a calm demeanor. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in and obtained the Demon Seal. The system's notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. The Demon Seal? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then promptly examined the system space. He discovered a seal, entirely black and resembling black jade, floating within the system space. Demon Seal. According to legend, this is the seal of a certain supreme entity from the demon clan, forged from special materials, indestructible, and possessing formidable sealing power. As he gazed at the description, Qin Feng gained a general understanding of the demon seal. It seemed to be a weapon used by a supreme demon to seal or suppress adversaries. The artifact appeared impressive, however. He pondered whether he could refine it for his own use. Qin Feng murmured to himself. After all, this was a weapon of the demon clan, while he belonged to the human race. Nevertheless, he dismissed his concerns, deciding to attempt refining it upon his return. Subsequently, he closed the system space and slowly made his way outside. Is the esteemed predecessor the carefree sword immortal? Upon seeing Qin Feng, the guards of the Demon Sealing Valley were overwhelmed with excitement. They hailed from various imperial dynasties, each one immensely aged, some several centuries old. Yet they displayed utmost reverence towards Qin Feng, akin to that of juniors addressing their elders. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded and replied calmly, "I have eradicated all the evil demons here, so you need not continue your watch." Upon hearing that Qin Feng was truly the carefree sword immortal, the guards were somewhat incredulous, astonished that the legendary figure was so remarkably youthful. Upon hearing of the battle that decimated the ancient Mu-shade ancestor, many presumed that Qin Feng must be at least a millennium old. They expressed their profound gratitude to the elder for vanquishing the malevolent forces within the sealing demon valley, granting the Kanglan realm eternal peace. The crowd collectively thanked Qin Feng, believing that once the formidable evildoers within the valley were eradicated, the lurking threats throughout the Kanglan realm would pose no danger. The combined strength of the various imperial dynasties would suffice to obliterate any remaining forces. Qin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging their sentiments. He then chose not to linger, soaring towards the capital of the great Xia dynasty. He had amassed sufficient gains from his endeavors. The powerful guardians of the sealing demon valley watched his figure recede into the horizon, their expressions a mixture of awe and respect. In the ensuing days, the tale of the evildoer being single-handedly vanquished by the carefree sword immortal spread throughout the Kanglan realm, leaving countless individuals in stunned disbelief. The existence of these malevolent beings had been akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, instilling fear and unrest for millennia, with no one capable of resolving the matter other than temporarily sealing and suppressing them. No one had anticipated that a single individual, the carefree sword immortal, could achieve such a monumental feat. The people of the Kanglan realm were immensely grateful to Qin Feng, feeling a newfound sense of security. As for Qin Feng, who had returned from the sealing demon valley, he remained within the royal tomb, diligently refining the demonic essence. The cumulative strength of these evildoers surpassed that of the ancient Moonshade ancestor, and as their demonic essences were not of a singular origin, the process of refinement would require a considerable duration. Meanwhile, the Xiyun island of the Donghai Lu family was abuzz with activity. Here has undeniably become the most prosperous locale in the entire East Sea. This prominence is attributed not only to the Lu family, which currently stands as the foremost family in the East Sea, but also to their intricate connections with the great Xia dynasty, which render them beyond reproach. In the four cardinal directions of Xiyun Island, bustling harbors are filled with merchant vessels. Compared to the other three directions, the northern harbor is somewhat smaller, hosting merely 3 or 4 merchant ships. At this moment, a solitary canoe navigates the vast ocean, appearing exceedingly diminutive in comparison to the imposing merchant vessels. The sound of waves crashing against the harbor resonates as the canoe comes to a halt. On board the small vessel sits a middle-aged man clad in a monk's robe, his head shaven. As the canoe reaches the shore, this middle-aged monk, Xian Yan, gradually opens his eyes. "Is this the Kanglan domain?" he murmurs to himself. "After a century of wandering, I have finally arrived." Over the course of 100,000 years, numerous eminent monks have journeyed from Lingshan to propagate the Buddhist teachings across the ancient continent. However, the vastness of the ancient continent has hindered the spread of Buddhism, which has only taken root in a few major regions, often constrained by the influence of the sacred families. As for the Kanglan domain, since the disappearance of the monk who came here to spread the Dharma a millennium ago, no other high monk has ventured to disseminate the teachings. Chapter 125, The Vastness of the Dharma. As one of the weakest domains in the ancient continent, I should encounter little obstruction in my endeavor to propagate the Buddhist teachings here, Xian Yin reflected quietly. In addition to assessing the disseminator's comprehension of Buddhist teachings, one must also consider the spiritual cultivation of the recipient. Generally, individuals with higher levels of cultivation possess a more profound understanding of the world and a stronger consciousness, making it increasingly challenging to instill in them a belief in Buddhism. At that moment, a sudden surge of intense energy waves erupted from the dense forest far beyond the commercial port. Sword chi and demonic energy intertwined in an astonishing spectacle, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers within the port. With a resounding crash, a sinister being, exuding a terrifying malevolence, was cleaved from the forest by a brilliant sword light, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. Simultaneously, several figures burst forth from the thicket, prominently including Lu Qizhu and Lu Ting. "Even the venerable ancestor of the moonlit abyss has fallen. Do you not wish to surrender obediently?" Lu Qizhu declared, wielding a formidable sword with grace and valor as she addressed the malevolent entity. During this period, they, like the major empires of the Kanglan domain, had been purging the lurking evil from the East Sea. This severely wounded demon believed that the most perilous place was the safest, cunningly hiding within Xiyan Island. Yet they were still detected by Lu Qingzhu and her companions. Cursed humans. The demons seethed with fury. In the past, their demonic clan commanded great prestige. When have they ever endured such humiliation? Reduced to a state akin to a frightened animal, they were left with no choice but to flee for their lives. Despite its overwhelming rage, the demon dared not be complacent. It turned and continued its escape, aiming to leave Shiyun Island and plunge into the ocean, where perhaps a glimmer of survival awaited. With a swift motion, the malevolent entity transformed into a shadow, soaring towards the merchant port. "Beware of this fiend, retreat swiftly," Lu Qingzhu exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing her warning, the individuals within the port hastily fled in a state of utter panic, terrified of being slain by the demon. Meanwhile, Xianyan observed the approaching menace along with the frenzied crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, his arrival in the Kanglan domain presented an opportunity to showcase the profundity of his Buddhist teachings. With a serene smile, he regarded the demon rushing toward him. "What insolent monk dares to obstruct my path?" the demon exclaimed, having never encountered a monk before and unfamiliar with their nature. Noticing the monk's insincere smile, it instinctively uttered the words "bald donkey." With a swift strike, it unleashed a powerful wave of demonic energy toward Xianyan. "Is such fury truly necessary?" Xianyan replied calmly. He pressed his palms together, releasing a gentle golden light from within, an astonishing radiance that enveloped him in an aura of sanctity. Thud. Under the illumination of this Buddhist light, the demon found itself compelled to kneel, as if burdened by an immense weight, unable to move. What level of cultivation do you possess? How can you be so powerful?" The demon stammered in terror. Despite being at the third level of the Purple Mansion realm, it was astonishing that this monk had forced it to its knees without even lifting a finger. Nay, it is not the strength of this humble monk that prevails, but rather the boundless power of the Dharma. After a moment's pause, Xianyan continued, "I perceive a connection between you and the Buddhist path. Perhaps you should relinquish your weapon and embrace Buddhism." "Embrace Buddhism?" The malevolent spirit, initially believing Xianyan intended to slay him, quickly inquired, "If I were to embrace Buddhism, would you spare my life?" He was unaware of the true nature of Buddhism, yet he understood the paramount importance of survival. "If you embrace Buddhism, it signifies your desire to reform, and your past transgressions shall be overlooked," Xianyan replied calmly. "I wish to embrace Buddhism." The malevolent spirit eagerly nodded, devoid of any hesitation. He sensed that this bald monk was far superior to Lu Qingzhu and the others. Since the other party was willing to accept him, he would naturally not refuse. It offered him an additional source of support. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Your insight is remarkable," Xianyan remarked with a serene demeanor. As he spoke, he gently tapped his finger, sending a stream of golden light into the malevolent spirit's body. In an instant, the dark energy within the spirit began to dissipate, transforming into a soft golden radiance. Once steeped in malevolence, he soon radiated an aura of sanctity and tranquility due to the golden light's influence. "From this day forth, your Dharma name shall be Huijue, and you will be my disciple," Xianyan proclaimed softly. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." The malevolent spirit was astounded by the transformation of his dark energy, but there was no time for astonishment. He promptly nodded in agreement. This scene left everyone in the merchant port utterly astonished. Moments ago, the malevolent spirit radiating with sinister energy dissipated in the blink of an eye. The onlookers had only heard tales of formidable evildoers capable of transforming humans into fiends, yet never had they encountered anyone who could reverse such a transformation. Observing the astonishment etched on the faces of the crowd, Xianyan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, ready to impart the profound teachings of Buddhism, hoping to guide them towards enlightenment. However, at that moment, Lu Qingzhu stepped forward. This malevolent being had claimed countless lives, devouring hundreds within the confines of Shiyun Island alone. Coldly, Lu Qingzhu remarked, "Can one mere statement absolve him of his transgressions? Has he truly reformed, or must we resort to annihilation?" Xianyan responded with a tone of indifference, as if the fault lay not with the malevolent spirit, but rather with Lu Qingzhu's narrow-mindedness. This assertion provoked an immediate response from Lu Ting, who could no longer contain his outrage. "Nonsense! If reformation could erase guilt, what purpose would laws serve?" Lu Ting, typically a man of gentle disposition, found himself unable to restrain his exasperation in the face of such absurd reasoning. Meanwhile, the others within the harbor, having regained their composure from the initial shock, began to recognize the logical flaws in Xuanyan's earlier argument. Could the heinous deeds of the malevolent spirit truly be absolved by a single utterance? As the atmosphere shifted, Xuanyan's expression turned cold. He had intended to seize this opportunity to disseminate Buddhist teachings, but with Lu Qingzhu's interruption, his displeasure became evident. He retorted, "It appears you are all still ensnared in the depths of suffering, unable to extricate yourselves. Very well, I shall assist you in escaping from your plight." With that, he began to chant sacred verses, The profound Buddhist incantations enveloped in an overwhelming force of Dharma, drifting towards Lu Qingzhu and the others. What do you intend to do? Lu Qingzhu and his companions hastily shielded themselves with spiritual energy, yet their efforts proved futile. The strands of golden glowing magical script penetrated directly into their bodies. The previously furious Lu Qingzhu and Lu Ting exhibited a moment of bewilderment in their eyes. Moments later, their anger dissipated entirely, replaced by tranquility and serenity. Thank you for your teachings, Master. We have attained clarity. Lu Ting and the others responded slowly, their demeanor entirely transformed from before. As long as you have attained clarity, that suffices. After a brief pause, Xian Yin continued, Is there a place nearby where I might rest? This humble monk seeks respite. You may stay at my Lu family. Lu Ting promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Xian Yin did not hesitate, lightly nodding his head. And then he followed Lu Ting and the others toward the direction of the Lu family. The malevolent entity, now disguised as Huizhu, trailed closely behind. In a short while, they arrived at the Lu residence. Along the way, Xian Yin learned that this was not truly the Kanglan domain, but rather the Eastern Sea, with the Lu family being the foremost clan of the region. Once they reached the Lu residence, many members of the family regarded Xian Yin with curiosity regarding his identity. However, seeing that he was accompanied by Lu Ting and Lu Qingzhu, they refrained from further inquiry. Pray, enlighten me about the circumstances of the Kanglan domain. Xian Yin gently inquired as they entered the guest hall of the Lu family. Lu Ting and his companions revealed everything they knew about the Kanglan domain to Xian Yin without any concealment. Upon hearing about the various empires, Xian Yin exhibited no change in expression. However, when the name of the carefree sword Immortal was mentioned, a frown creased his brow. It was astonishing that even the malevolent beings of the 5th level of the Void Refinement Realm could be vanquished. Xian Yin was evidently taken aback. He had initially believed that there were no formidable beings within the Kanglan domain, but this revelation was unexpectedly surprising. His current cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of the Void Refinement Realm, while the carefree sword Immortal was said to be at the 3rd level. Yet, it was due to possessing a powerful domain that he was able to slay the Moonming ancestor. Huizhu spoke slowly. Oh, a domain? At this, Xian Yin appeared intrigued and urged, do elaborate. Only those who have reached the martial domain realm can manifest a domain. So it was quite unexpected for the carefree sword Immortal to wield such power. Huizhu then shared all that he knew with Xian Yin, deepening the furrow in Xian Yan's brow. From your description, it sounds as if the carefree sword Immortal is employing the pure land of Buddhism. Xian Yin stated incredulously. The pure land of Buddhism? What is that? Huizhu inquired, puzzled. However, Xian Yin paid him no heed, his brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he shook his head, declaring, it cannot be the pure land of Buddhism. Such martial arts are rarely mastered, even among the few in the Spirit Mountain. Since the carefree sword Immortal is not even a disciple of Buddhism, how could he possibly cultivate it? Compared to the ancient methods of other sacred families, the martial arts of Buddhism possess an even lesser possibility of being disseminated. This is because any disciple of Buddhism, upon commencing the recitation of scriptures, will form a form of restriction within their consciousness. As their understanding of Buddhist teachings deepens, this restriction becomes increasingly impenetrable. The martial arts practiced by all Buddhist disciples are safeguarded under this restriction. Whether it is an attempt to impart these martial arts to disciples lacking in Buddhist knowledge or a forceful inquiry into one's consciousness, the restriction will activate, forcibly shattering the consciousness. The transmission of Buddhist martial arts is utterly impossible. Moreover, while there may be a faint possibility of disseminating some ordinary Buddhist martial arts, the profound practice of Pure Land Buddhism has had only a handful of qualified monks since the inception of Buddhism. Furthermore, these monks have never left the sacred mountain from the beginning of their training until their eventual nirvana, making external transmission inconceivable. Master, should I infiltrate the imperial city of the Great Xia to gather intelligence? Huizhu inquired, noticing Xian Yin's apparent concern regarding the matter. There is no need for such inquiries, Xian Yin replied calmly. In due course, you shall visit the imperial city and bring back a few practitioners who have witnessed that battle for me to examine. In his view, if the carefree sword Immortal had indeed wielded the pure land of Buddhism, then following the slaying of the Moonshade ancestor, there would undoubtedly be a surge of faith power. Absorbed by the carefree sword Immortal, he merely needed to observe whether any individuals in the imperial city bore karmic connections with others to ascertain whether the carefree sword Immortal's actions were aligned with the pure land of Buddhism. Understood, Huizhu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Xian Yin issued a series of commands, instructing everyone to depart. While he began to contemplate the most effective means to disseminate the teachings of Buddhism and attract followers. Having journeyed from Lingshan, He was bestowed with a formidable protective artifact by his master before his departure. Throughout his voyage, he encountered several sea monsters, although the artifact preserved his life. It was now rendered inoperative unless infused with additional faith power. Thus, recruiting followers became the swiftest avenue to garner such faith. In the ensuing decade, the entire Kanglan domain experienced an era of peace and stable development. The might of the Daxia dynasty continually ascended, establishing itself as the preeminent dynasty within the Kanglan domain. Though the inhabitants of other major dynasties harbored envy, they were compelled to accept this reality and sought to cultivate favorable relations with the Daxia dynasty. Even several formidable sects from the Dongcang domain sent emissaries to pay tribute. Qin Feng had been diligently refining and vanquishing the malevolent entities within the Sealing Demon Valley, absorbing the demonic essence into the pure land of Buddhism. Although the absorption process was gradual due to the disparate origins of these malevolent beings, the results were markedly evident. At present, the expanse of the Pure Land had surpassed 1,000 zhang. Moreover, as the territory of the Pure Land expanded, Qin Feng's comprehension of Buddhist doctrines deepened significantly. Furthermore, with the presence of the Zhuxian sword perpetually clarifying his mind, he remained untransformed into an unwavering devotee of Buddhism. Moreover, due to the existence of a threat of the laws of heaven and earth, Qin Feng's comprehension of Buddhist teachings diverged significantly from that of any disciple of Buddhism in this world. With the purity of the Buddhist realm at his disposal, once he transcended into the martial domain, he would possess a substantial advantage when confronting the formidable beings of that level. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Of course, this was contingent upon his breakthrough into the martial domain. Currently, at the 4th layer of the void refinement stage, although he could engage in combat across 3 minor realms, facing a master of the martial domain would still present formidable challenges. The disparity between major realms was indeed vast, and particularly at higher tiers. The chasm between these realms became even more astonishing. Qin Feng felt that perhaps only upon reaching the 9th layer of the void refinement stage could he contend with the powers of the martial domain. He pondered whether he could successfully refine the demonic seal. Taking the demonic seal from the system's space, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Merely holding it, he could sense the profound and potent malevolence it harbored. Despite a twinge of concern, he had no intention of relinquishing his endeavor. Gradually, he released his grip, allowing it to hover in the air, and then closed his eyes, channeling a formidable sense of consciousness to envelop it slowly. The Excalibur of Immortals lay nearby. Should the malevolence within the seal attempt to encroach upon him, the sword would resonate with a clarion call, preventing him from succumbing to its allure. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, Qin Feng nonetheless prepared himself. Simultaneously, a piece of news erupted like a massive stone dropping into a lake, stirring up tremendous waves. Above the East Sea Buddhist sect, a colossal golden phantom manifested in the world, wherever the light of the Buddha shines. The cultivation of every practitioner experiences varying degrees of enhancement. Indeed, some practitioners at the Purple Mansion stage have even ascended to a minor realm as a result. The entirety of the Kanglan and Dongcang domains was stirred by this phenomenon. Prior to this, although the entire Eastern Sea had already fallen under the influence of the Buddhist sect, the inhabitants of the Dongcang and Kanglan domains had little understanding of it. This event has rendered the Buddhist sect renowned throughout the world. What manner of sect is this, capable of such extraordinary means to elevate one's cultivation directly? It is said that the Buddhist sect was founded a decade ago by an individual named Xian Yin, who now commands the whole of the Eastern Sea. In a mere 10 years, this sect has grown astonishingly powerful. Could it be that Xian Yin hails from some sacred land? Due to the scant knowledge of the Buddhist sect among the people of the 2 domains, many had never even heard of it, unaware that the sect could harness the power of faith to elevate the cultivation of its followers. Consequently, speculations about the Buddhist sect ran rampant. Some believed it possessed imperial-level secret techniques, while others conjectured that Xian Yin originated from a sacred realm, its cultivation unfathomable. Regardless of the theories, the names Xian Yin and the Buddhist sect have resonated clearly in the ears of every individual in both domains. A considerable number of practitioners have journeyed to the Eastern Sea, eager to join the Buddhist sect. Even those disinterested in Buddhist teachings are intrigued by the prospect of enhancing their cultivation. Naturally, Qin Junyan has also received this news. While he is profoundly astonished by the means of the Buddhist sect, he is even more filled with apprehension. Due to the proximity of the Great Xia dynasty to the Eastern Sea, a formidable sect has emerged within its waters, posing a significant threat to the dynasty. Qin Junyan promptly dispatched a considerable number of the imperial guards to the Eastern Sea to investigate the specifics of the Buddhist sect. However, 3 months later, the The report brought back by the commander of the Imperial Guards left Qin Junyan utterly astounded. Your Majesty, after 3 months of inquiry, we have discovered that the influence of the Eastern Sea's Buddhist sect has long since transcended its coastal confines. A multitude of temples has been erected in the eastern regions of the dynasty, with followers numbering beyond comprehension, the commander stated with a grave countenance. Given the Great Xia dynasty's proximity to the Eastern Sea, the number of temples within its borders surpasses the total of several other major dynasties combined. Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan's expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? He asked, incredulous. The Buddhist sect has infiltrated the dynasty? Why has there been no word of this delivered to the court? Such occurrences should have been reported by local officials and the Imperial Guards long ago. In response, Your Majesty, the adherents of Buddhism in the eastern regions include not only ordinary citizens, but also numerous local officials and members of the Imperial Guards. And even certain officials within the imperial city, the commander replied gravely. Their deliberate concealment and obstruction have prevented this information from reaching Your Majesty. As he spoke, he presented a memorial to Qin Junyan, detailing the officials within the imperial city who professed Buddhism. Upon seeing the first name on the memorial, Qin Junyan was utterly astonished to discover that it belonged to his esteemed mentor, the Grand Scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion. It is worth noting that a significant portion of the memorials submitted from various regions of the dynasty had to pass through his teacher and several other ministers for scrutiny, filtering out the inconsequential. He never anticipated that his mentor had embraced Buddhism. Dispatch an order immediately for the ministers not listed among the 6 departments to convene in the imperial study tonight, Qin Junyan commanded in a low, grave tone. The gravity of the situation surpassed his expectations. Understood, the captain of the Imperial Guards replied promptly before departing from the imperial study. Qin Junyan then made his way towards the royal mausoleum. The Buddhist sect was more formidable and far-reaching than he had imagined, and he feared that he might mismanage the situation. Thus, he sought to consult Qin Feng on the appropriate course of action. Before long, Qin Junyan arrived at the royal mausoleum, where he found Qin Feng engaged in refining a demonic seal. Upon noticing Qin Junyan's arrival, he was slightly taken aback and inquired with curiosity, "Is there something amiss?" "It pertains to the Buddhist sect," Qin Junyan responded with a solemn expression. At the mention of the Buddhist sect, Qin Feng paused, as he recalled that Buddhism had not permeated the Kanglan domain. He had previously sought information on the subject, only to find scant records regarding the Buddhist sect within the Kanglan domain. Subsequently, Qin Junyan recounted the entire sequence of events to Qin Feng. Has the Buddhist sect truly evolved to this extent in a mere decade? After listening, Qin Feng murmured to himself. However, he was aware that this was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. The Buddhist sect relies on the power of its devotees' faith to elevate the strength of the order. As long as the rate of attracting followers is sufficiently swift, the Buddhist sect can rise rapidly. Naturally, it is impossible for the sect to maintain such a pace indefinitely. Once the sect reaches a certain level of power, the faith of ordinary followers will no longer significantly enhance Buddhism. It will necessitate believers of even greater cultivation. This, without a doubt, will lead to considerable conflict with those formidable forces. What do you think I should do, Your Highness? Qin Junyan could not help but inquire. You may act as you wish, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Qin Junyan was clearly taken aback by Qin Feng's response. He could not restrain himself from saying, "The current Buddhist sect is a remarkably powerful force. If the relationship with the sect is not handled properly, it may lead to extremely severe consequences." Yet, Qin Feng remained unconcerned. He replied indifferently, "You may handle it as you see fit. A mere Buddhist sect cannot stir up any significant turmoil." Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan was left speechless. The Buddhist sect was so formidable that all practitioners in the Kanglan and Dongzhang realms were in awe. Many even speculated that there were imperial-level secret arts within the sect, believing that Xianyan's strength far surpassed that of Qin Feng. Little did they know that Qin Feng regarded it with utter disdain. "Thank you, Your Highness. I understand now." Although astonished, Qin Junyan had believed in his elder brother since childhood, so at this moment, he harbored no doubts. After exchanging a few words with Qin Feng, he refrained from further disturbing him and departed from the location. The Buddhist sect, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Upon acquiring the Pure Land of Buddhism, he had harbored great interest in the teachings of this world as Buddhism and sought to learn some martial arts from the sect. However, as his understanding of Buddhist doctrines deepened, his enthusiasm waned considerably. Subsequently, Qin Feng shook his head and resumed the arduous process of refining the demonic seal. This was no trivial endeavor, given that the seal once belonged to a supreme being of the demon race. In the late hours of the night, within the imperial study, all ministers devoid of faith in the Buddhist sect gathered. Qin Jianyan presented to these high-ranking officials the findings from the investigations conducted by the Imperial Guard. Hiss. Upon observing the contents, all present ministers could not help but gasp in astonishment. The influence of the Buddhist sect on the imperial dynasty had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Your Majesty, we must prevent the Buddhist sect from furthering its influence, cautioned the Minister of Personnel with a grave expression. With so many officials adhering to Buddhism, it is only a matter of time before the edicts cease to emanate from the imperial city. Indeed, the Deputy Minister of Revenue stated solemnly, with numerous fertile lands transformed into temples, the populace forsakes agriculture to chant scriptures and seek entry into the ethereal paradise. If this persists, it will undermine the very foundation of the nation. Many ministers echoed this sentiment, united in the resolve to halt the continued expansion of the Buddhist sect within the imperial dynasty. My thoughts align closely with yours, Qin Feng concurred. Qin Jianyan nodded gently and said, we cannot allow the Buddhist sect to develop unchecked any longer. I intend to eliminate the temples in the eastern region of the empire. Even if we cannot eradicate them completely, their numbers must be significantly reduced. If this continues, the very essence of our nation will be at stake. However, such declarations could potentially ignite a conflict between the empire and the Buddhist sect. Elder Qin spoke slowly, his expression grave. Although the Buddhist sect has only been established for a decade, it has already proven capable of significantly aiding numerous practitioners in enhancing their abilities. Their power is indeed formidable, and we may find it challenging to contend with them. He had certainly heard the rumors surrounding the Buddhist sect and believed that even Qin Feng might struggle against it. Upon hearing Elder Qin's words, the faces of the many ministers present grew solemn. The current Buddhist sect was undeniably a formidable adversary. Rest assured, I have already informed my royal brother about this matter, and he has given me the green light to proceed. Qin Jianyan reassured them. Today's orders are straightforward. You need only execute them diligently. He did not conceal what Qin Feng had said, as he sought to instill confidence in everyone. Otherwise, even with a royal decree, many officials might hesitate to act decisively out of fear of the Buddhist sect. Did the prince truly say that? Elder Chun and the others were taken aback. They had initially assumed that Qin Feng, being more aware of the Buddhist sect's might, would hesitate to allow Qin Jianyan to take action. They were surprised to find that Qin Feng had encouraged him to proceed without restraint. Indeed, Qin Jianyan affirmed with a nod. With this confirmation, Elder Chun and the others felt reassured. Since Qin Feng had already spoken, they felt a renewed sense of resolve. They harbored no apprehensions towards the Buddhist sect. Subsequently, Qin Jianyan began to arrange the specific matters pertaining to the expulsion of the Buddhist sect from the empire. Elder Qin and the others expressed no objections whatsoever. Half a month later, a decree from the imperial court reverberated throughout the two realms. Qin Jianyan commanded that 90% of the temples within the empire be dismantled within 10 days and forbade the common folk from visiting these temples to burn incense or listen to the monks recite scriptures, provided it did not disrupt agricultural activities. Concurrently, an assembled army of 500,000 had already arrived in the eastern part of the empire, taking residence in several densely populated cities. In that moment, the world was astounded. Just months prior, the Buddhist sect had demonstrated such formidable power that many had believed its overall strength had surpassed that of the carefree sword Immortal. Yet, no one anticipated that Qin Jianyan would dare to issue such a decree. All attention in the two realms was fixated on the Eastern Sea Buddhist sect, eager to witness Xianyan's response. Meanwhile, on an island in the Eastern Sea, there stood a solitary peak that once appeared quite ordinary. However, it was now enveloped in a gentle golden radiance, exuding an air of sanctity and tranquility. Even the flora and fauna seemed imbued with a unique Taoist charm, evoking a longing for spiritual refuge from afar. Furthermore, the sound of scripture recitation could be heard emanating from within the mountain, not only from the summit, but also from disciples engaged in the practice. After the Buddhist sect became stringent in its recruitment, many individuals who did not meet the criteria sought to join the sect spent their days at the foot of the mountain, reciting scriptures in hopes of moving the elders with their devotion. At the summit of the mountain, numerous edifices, though relatively new, exuded an ancient and venerable aura under the pervasive light of Buddha. In the central area, within a magnificent hall, stood a golden Buddha crafted from rare materials donated by the faithful. However, entry to this sacred space was restricted to ordinary disciples. Only the elders, including Xianyan, were permitted to recite scriptures and cultivate their practice here. In a hurry, Huijue arrived at the largest hall of the Buddhist sect, conveying the content of the edict issued by Qin Jianyan to Xianyan and the other elders. Qin Jianyan had amassed an impressive army of 500,000, evidently resolved to demolish those temples. Huijue's expression turned grave as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the elders present were filled with indignation. How dare he attempt to dismantle the temples we have tirelessly built to spread the Dharma and attract followers? Exclaimed an elder from the Arhut Institute with a cold snort. We must devise a strategy. We cannot allow him to succeed. Indeed, the dignity we have painstakingly established must not be shattered by him, echoed the other elders in agreement. Each individual was filled with immense fury, devoid of the benevolent demeanor they typically exhibited while reciting scriptures and disseminating the teachings of Buddhism. After all, for the devotees, the temple represented their very essence. Although the great Xia dynasty boasted a carefree, sword immortal, these venerable elders of the Buddhist sect remained indifferent, fully aware of the terrifying power of faith that resided within their ranks. Moreover, Xian Yin possessed a sacred artifact brought from the Spirit Mountain, which, if awakened, would unleash even greater dread and terror. What course of action should the master take? In the face of the agitated Buddhist elders, Huiju chose to disregard their anger and instead turned his attention to Xian Yin, who sat in silence upon the central mat. The gazes of the other elders followed suit, fixated on Xian Yin. The response to the great Xia dynasty's decision ultimately hinged upon Xian Yin's judgment. Although they held the title of elders, their roles were primarily administrative. Significant matters rested solely on Xian Yin's decisions. At that moment, Xian Yin, maintaining a serene expression, retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. Since the great Xia dynasty dares to oppose us, let them understand the might of our Buddhist sect, he declared. After a brief pause, he continued, this scroll contains scriptures inscribed with the power of faith, sufficient to enlighten the various commanders among the 500,000 troops. Upon hearing this, Huiju and the others were illuminated with newfound hope, recognizing the brilliance of Xian Yan's strategy. The great Xia dynasty mobilized an army of 500,000 with the intent to dismantle temples. In a shocking turn of events, they managed to convert all the commanding officers, both high and low, to the Buddhist faith. Was this not a direct affront to the dignity of the great Xia dynasty? Initially, all eyes in the two realms were fixated on the movements of the Eastern Sea Buddhist sect, eager to witness their response. However, 3 days passed without a whisper from the sect. Speculation arose. Could it be that the sect feared the elusive Sword Immortal? Yet soon, a revelation shattered all conjectures. Every officer in the great Xia's vast army had embraced Buddhism, and they enforced a decree requiring all soldiers to recite scriptures throughout the day. As these troops were stationed in several major cities, the chants of the soldiers echoed through the streets, audible to the citizens. The astonishing tactics employed by the Buddhist sect left everyone in the two realms astounded. No one anticipated such a response to Qin Junyin's imperial edict. In an instant, the entire great Xia dynasty became a subject of ridicule. When this news reached the imperial palace, the court officials were equally taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. Qin Junyin's countenance darkened, as if he had been dealt a stinging blow to the face. Your Majesty, the methods of the Buddhist sect are truly formidable. In just 3 days, every officer has converted, remarked the Minister of War, his face a mask of distress. Those who held positions of command, regardless of rank, were among the most loyal subjects of the dynasty, and their families resided within the imperial city. The fact that these generals could disregard everything and convert to Buddhism was utterly unexpected for him. Your Majesty, we must find a way to regain control over the military and completely eradicate the influence of the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the dynasty is in grave peril, expressed the Minister of Revenue with profound concern. However, as soon as their words fell, before Qin Junyin could respond, they were immediately met with rebuttals from other ministers. Your Majesty, I believe the Buddhist sect has not committed any specific transgressions against the realm. We need not necessarily eradicate it. I concur, another minister added. The relationship between the dynasty and the Buddhist sect should prioritize harmony. Although these ministers had been investigated by the Jinyui and had not converted to Buddhism. In merely 3 days, the sect had managed to convert all the generals among the 50 major armies, a feat that was truly terrifying. Many ministers felt a sense of dread in their hearts. Upon hearing these statements, the Minister of War and others were filled with indignation and began to argue back. A fierce exchange of words ensued, plunging the entire court into chaos. Listening to the clamor of the arguing ministers, Qin Junyin's expression darkened to an extreme. The unfolding events had surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, within the imperial mausoleum, an extraordinary tranquility reigned. Stray cats and dogs coexisted harmoniously with the chattering birds, creating a serene paradise seemingly detached from the world. Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, utterly still, resembling an immovable statue. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within Qin Feng, sweeping outward like a surging tsunami. Amidst the intertwining energies of sword aura and Buddhist radiance, There lurked an unexpected presence of dark demonic energy. Although this malevolent essence was not overtly apparent, entirely subdued by the sword aura and Buddhist light, its subtlety rendered it profoundly jarring. Under ordinary circumstances, the presence of demonic energy within a being signifies either a fiend or a practitioner of dark arts. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng was neither a fiend nor a practitioner of such arts. He was merely an ordinary human. After a prolonged interval, this demonic energy and the sword aura gradually returned to Qin Feng's being. He slowly opened his eyes, having finally transcended to the 5th level of the void refinement realm. During the process of refining the demonic seal, Qin Feng experienced an elevation in his cultivation, enabling him to surpass a significant threshold and ascend to the 5th level of the void refinement realm. His strength received a remarkable enhancement. The demonic seal itself was intriguing. As he toyed with the pitch-black seal, resembling obsidian, he murmured to himself. Having undergone the refining process, this seal had completely become his own artifact, and he could distinctly sense a formidable sealing power emanating from it. It would prove useful for confining certain individuals or objects, offering a straightforward and effortless alternative to laboriously inscribing formations. Subsequently, Qin Feng stowed away the seal and began nurturing his meridians to adapt to his newfound power. 3 days later, having become aware of the chaos within the imperial court and the predicaments faced by her father, Qin Zining ventured alone to the imperial mausoleum. The entire imperial army barely numbered 2 million, and now, with 500,000 troops dispatched eastward, not even a ripple had been stirred. In her perspective, only Qin Feng could resolve this crisis. Upon arriving at the imperial tomb, she found Qin Feng in deep meditation, nurturing his meridians. Qin Zining cautiously spoke, Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes and inquired, "How have you comprehended the swordsmanship knowledge I imparted to you last time?" "I have grasped about 80 to 90% of it," Qin Zining replied slowly. "However, to achieve complete understanding, I fear more rigorous practice is needed." Qin Feng nodded gently upon hearing this. Although the concepts he shared were not exceedingly profound, Qin Zining's full comprehension over a span of several years was commendable. "Have you come here with a matter of importance?" Qin Feng asked nonchalantly, as he discerned that Qin Zining harbored concerns. "Indeed, there is something," Qin Zining affirmed with a solemn expression. "Not long ago, Father summoned 500,000 troops to dismantle the temples in the eastern part of the dynasty. Yet all the generals were converted by the Buddhist sect. Now, the entire court is in disarray. It seems only you, my uncle, can resolve this issue." During this period, Qin Junyan refrained from informing Qin Feng about the situation, as he wished to independently address the crisis posed by the Buddhist sect. However, after Qin Zining personally visited the eastern part of the dynasty, she realized that the Buddhist sect was exceedingly formidable, and the imperial forces alone were insufficient to confront it. "All the generals have been converted and have taken refuge in Buddhism?" murmured Qin Feng, contemplating. "It appears that the Buddhist sect possesses considerable influence." With that, he slowly rose to his feet. After a moment of contemplation, he surveyed his surroundings within the royal mausoleum, seemingly in search of something. Although Qin Ziqing did not comprehend Qin Feng's intentions, she remained silent and obediently stood there. After a brief search, Qin Feng approached a blooming flower and plucked it. Moments later, he turned and handed the flower to Qin Ziqing. "What does this mean, uncle?" Qin Ziqing inquired, her large eyes filled with confusion. "Take this flower and journey to the East Sea," Qin Feng replied calmly. "If that monk named Xian Yin is willing to disband the Buddhist sect, then all is well. Otherwise, you need only infuse a strand of spiritual energy into this flower." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the bewilderment in Qin Ziqing's eyes deepened. The Buddhist sect, a colossal entity rumored to possess imperial-level secret arts, could not possibly be disbanded by her alone with merely a flower. "Uncle, am I not too weak for this?" she could not help but express. "To persuade the Buddhist sect to comply, it seems you would need to go in person." "A mere Buddhist sect does not warrant my personal attendance," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "You may proceed on your own." Were it any other sect that had grown this formidable, he might have considered making the journey himself. Yet precisely because it was the Buddhist sect, he deemed it unnecessary to go. "Very well," Qin Ziqing nodded. Though her heart was filled with myriad questions, she chose to say no more. Subsequently, she departed from the royal mausoleum. She initially intended to bid farewell to Qin Junyan, but upon learning that he was engaged in discussions with numerous ministers regarding strategies, she refrained from interrupting him and embarked alone on an ancient vessel towards the East Sea. In the realms beyond, nearly 1 million cultivators had arrived at the East Sea, not all seeking to join the Buddhist sect. Many were aware of the sect's efforts to enlighten the generals of the Daxia Empire and anticipated the appearance of the renowned Sword Immortal. They were eager to witness who would prove superior, the Sword Immortal or the Buddhist sect, on an island merely several dozen miles from the Buddhist sect's location. Each towering peak was teeming with cultivators, some meditating in tranquility, while others engaged in leisurely conversations over tea. It had been nearly 10 days. Yet the Sword Immortal had yet to arrive at the Buddhist sect. It was likely he was preparing, as the Buddhist sect was indeed a formidable opponent. The question of who was stronger between the Buddhist sect and the Sword Immortal remained uncertain. Voices of speculation rose and fell among the crowd. Many cultivators were impatient to witness the impending clash between the Sword Immortal and the Buddhist sect. After all, such a fearsome confrontation might not be seen even once in a millennium within the Kanglan realm. To witness it firsthand would be an invaluable experience. The intentions of these individuals were well understood by the Buddhist sect, yet they chose not to disperse the crowd. Xianyan perceived this as an opportunity for the sect. It was a chance to demonstrate the true extent of the Buddhist sect's terrifying power and strength to the cultivators of both realms. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the horizon, where an ancient warship was navigating towards the direction of the Buddhist sect. The multitude of cultivators erupted in fervor, soaring into the air as they hastened towards the Buddhist enclave. Many practitioners from the numerous islands of the Eastern Sea also heeded the call, transforming the area into a bustling scene. Within the ancient warship, Qin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing such a throng of cultivators. She was not afraid of danger. Rather, she worried that if this endeavor failed to intimidate the Buddhist sect, Qin Feng's reputation would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Her imperial uncle had entrusted her with this flower, which indicated his unwavering confidence. Consoling herself with this thought, Qin Feng hesitated no longer. She stepped out of the ancient warship, treading upon the void as she ascended towards the peak of the Buddhist mountain. However, her appearance left all the cultivators momentarily dumbfounded. What has happened? Where is the carefree Sword Immortal? Why has he not arrived? Could it be that he is fearful? Speculation ran rampant. Many cultivators revered the carefree Sword Immortal, yet the sight of Qin Feng led them to ponder whether his absence was due to trepidation towards the Buddhist sect. After all, the various tactics exhibited by the sect over the years had indeed been astonishing. Meanwhile, within the Buddhist sect, Huiju hurriedly arrived at the Grand Hall, seeking out Xianyan. Master, the ancient warship of the great Xia dynasty has arrived. Huiju's countenance was grave as he spoke slowly. The one who has come is not the carefree Sword Immortal, but rather the daughter of the great Xia emperor, Qin Feng. The carefree Sword Immortal did not come? Xianyan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had contemplated directly converting the Sword Immortal, thereby bringing him into the fold of the Buddhist sect. If that were to happen, within 3 years, the Buddhist sect would dominate both the Eastern Song region and the Zhonglan region. He then rose and said, "Come, let us go and see. Should we not retrieve the magical artifact first?" Huiju inquired. Having concealed himself within the Zhonglan region for many years, his survival hinged upon his acute awareness of danger. He had an unsettling feeling that Qin Feng posed a significant threat. Was it truly necessary to extract the magical artifact for a mere young princess? However, Xianyan dismissed the concern nonchalantly. With that, he strode purposefully towards the Grand Plaza outside the main hall. Chapter 131. The Annihilation of the Buddhist Sect Under the Gaze of Countless Observers. Qin Feng gradually made her way to the plaza in front of the Grand Hall atop the Buddhist sect's mountain. Before her stood Xianyan and numerous elder monks of the sect, all regarding her with icy disdain. Why has the carefree Sword Immortal not come? Xianyan regarded Qin Feng with an indifferent expression as he stated, "Is it fear that has compelled you to seek peace with our Buddhist sect?" His voice, amplified with power, resonated like a grand bell, reaching the ears of all the practitioners present. Countless monks displayed an unmistakable air of arrogance, completely disregarding Qin Feng. The onlookers outside the Buddhist sect also fixed their gazes upon her, speculating whether she had come as an envoy for the carefree Sword Immortal to negotiate peace. "I have come here today not to seek peace, but to annihilate the Buddhist sect." Qin Feng, undaunted by the multitude of gazes upon her, spoke with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Her words immediately provoked a stir among the onlookers. Could it be that Qin Feng intends to eradicate the Buddhist sect? Has she lost her senses? Previously, the great Xia dynasty merely sought to dismantle the temples within its borders, yet now, with 500,000 troops effortlessly subdued by the Buddhist sect, Qin Feng brazenly utters such reckless proclamations. The cultivators were incredulous, unable to fathom the reasoning behind Qin Feng's audacity to declare the annihilation of the entire sect. What emboldened her so? The monks of the sect, filled with indignation, denounced Qin Xiling, deeming her words nothing more than the ravings of a madwoman. Xian Yin momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by the revelation of Qin Xiling's true intent. Is this the will of the so-called carefree sword immortal? Recovering from his surprise, Xian Yan's countenance darkened as he coldly inquired. Indeed, Qin Xiling affirmed, stating, the Buddhist sect shall be destroyed today. However, you may choose to leave of your own accord. Which would be for the best? Humph. It seems that the so-called carefree sword immortal is nothing more than an arrogant fool. Oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, Xian Yin scoffed. In his view, the audacity of the carefree sword immortal to send Qin Xiling alone and allow her to speak such words was sheer folly, a testament to utter ignorance. I advise you to depart while you still can. Otherwise, you shall surely come to regret your decision. Qin Xiling spoke slowly. Although she was unaware of the true significance of the flower in her hand, she held an unwavering trust in Qin Feng. You are rather foolish, Xian Yin said coldly. Since you have come today, carry back a move for me, and see if that so-called immortal swordsman of leisure can withstand it. As he spoke, he pointed, and streams of golden light, intertwined with Buddhist scriptures, surged towards Qin Xiling. He intended to use Qin Xiling as a vessel to infuse his formidable technique, planning to unleash it upon her return to the imperial city. Since you are unwilling to eradicate the Buddhist sect, I shall have to proceed as my royal uncle suggested. Watching the golden light approach, Qin Xiling murmured to herself. In the midst of her words, she infused a thread of her spiritual energy into the flower in her hand. Boom! At that moment, beams of golden light suddenly erupted from the flower, resonating with a profound Buddhist chant that echoed across the heavens and the earth. The golden light that Xian Yin aimed to inject into Qin Xiling was instantly shattered. Intricate and esoteric Buddhist inscriptions manifested within a radius of 1,000 feet around Qin Xiling, the astonishing principles of the Buddhist path instilling a sense of awe. Those within this 1,000-foot radius, including Xian Yin and his companions, found themselves ensnared by the power of this law, rendered immobile, their spiritual energies ceasing to circulate. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. What is happening? Huijue and the other monks of the Buddhist sect looked on with disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The Pure Land of Buddhism. This is the Pure Land of Buddhism. Xian Yin was utterly taken aback, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, how could this be possible? It is merely a flower. How could it possibly release the Pure Land of Buddhism? His disbelief was palpable. Qin Xiling, equally astonished by the spectacle, quickly regained her composure and remarked, a flower may indeed appear ordinary, but one must consider to whom this flower belongs. Upon hearing her words, Xian Yin finally grasped the implication. This flower belonged to the carefree sword immortal. It was the very force that had unleashed the Pure Land of Buddhism when the carefree sword immortal vanquished the elder Moon Ming. However, his doubts lingered as he murmured, how could an outsider possibly cultivate the Pure Land of Buddhism? It is known that even among the eminent monks within the sacred mountain, few possess the ability to manifest the Pure Land. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the air. At that moment, the sacred texts within the Pure Land of Buddhism began to emit a soft golden light. From the peaks of the Buddhist sect, streams of golden radiance continuously flowed outward, dissipating into the cosmos. The power of faith. The power of faith was fading. Huiju cried out in alarm, turning to Xian Yin, Master, we must stop this. The power of faith has been painstakingly gathered from our devoted followers, and now it is dissipating into the void. His heart ached at the thought. This is intolerable. Xian Yin gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, the Buddhist sect that I have painstakingly established cannot be destroyed by a mere flower. As his words resonated, a surge of energy coursed through him, causing the grand hall behind him to tremble violently. Rays of golden light began to emanate from within the hall. With a resounding crash, the grand hall collapsed entirely, and a Zen staff soared into the sky, radiating a dazzling golden light, resembling a divine artifact. What manner of weapon is this? How have I never encountered it in the Kanglan domain before? This weapon emanates an aura of sanctity, invoking an overwhelming impulse to kneel in reverence. In the distance, numerous cultivators, upon witnessing the Zen staff, were struck with astonishment. They were all captivated by the Buddha's light that emanated from the staff. We can move. We can move. At that moment, Huijue and the others exclaimed in surprise. They discovered that beneath the golden light released by the staff, they had managed to break free from the constraints of the Buddhist Pure Land and could now move. Although the Pure Land is indeed a domain, Qin Feng's current cultivation level was insufficient to transform it into a realm completely detached from the laws of the Great Tao. The Zen staff, being a potent magical artifact infused with immense faith power, was extraordinarily powerful, allowing them to escape the limitations of the Pure Land. Swiftly, without hesitation, Huijue and the others fled the confines of the Buddhist Pure Land. Only Xianyan remained, not fleeing but instead reaching out with a mighty grasp, summoning the Zen staff to him, which he then held firmly in his hand. Chapter 132. Coincidentally practicing Buddhist teachings. Humph. Xianyan scoffed, declaring, "Break for me." As he spoke, he struck the ground fiercely with the Zen staff. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Upon the ground, numerous fissures suddenly emerged, rapidly expanding like a delicate web. Moreover, wherever these cracks spread, the sacred texts suspended in midair shattered instantaneously, dissipating into the vastness of the universe. The sanctity of the Buddhist realm was crumbling. Alarmed, Qin Ziqing sensed an overwhelming aura of peril, her delicate visage shifting dramatically. At that moment, Xianyan stepped forward, striding towards Qin Ziqing. "Kneel and take refuge in the Buddhist sect." In the blink of an eye, Xianyan had closed the distance to within 10 paces of Qin Ziqing, his voice piercing through the air with a chilling command. A formidable pressure surged towards her. Boom. However, at that instant, within the peaks of the Buddhist sect, a surge of faith power erupted, gathering behind Qin Ziqing and coalescing into a golden, ethereal figure, towering at an impressive height of 81 feet. Though the silhouette was elusive and indistinct, the formidable might of the Buddhist path it emanated was nothing short of terrifying and astonishing, sweeping across the surroundings. The shattered Buddhist realm was instantly restored. Qin Feng harnessed the Buddhist teachings, drawing upon the faith power within the sect. Thud, thud. All the monks within the Buddhist sect found themselves kneeling under this terrifying pressure. Moments ago, they had been filled with relief from the calamity. Yet now their eyes reflected nothing but sheer terror. In that moment, they seemed to behold a true Buddha. Not only the disciples of the Buddhist sect, but also many practitioners observing from the periphery knelt in the void, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure. Their eyes filled only with fear. The phantom was overwhelmingly powerful. Was it the shadow of the Buddha? Upon witnessing the figure behind Qin Ziqing, Xianyan, the only one who remained standing, expressed disbelief. Among the esteemed monks of the sacred mountain, some could indeed manifest the Buddha's shadow, a unique esoteric technique of the Buddhist realm. However, Xianyan soon realized that this was not the Buddha's shadow. For while the elusive figure radiated an astonishing aura of Buddhist might, it possessed long hair and spoke. "This artifact is quite remarkable." Qin Feng's voice resonated like a resounding Buddhist chant, calmly stating. He had initially believed that with the flower in Qin Ziqing's hand, she could effortlessly vanquish the Buddhist sect. To his surprise, it seemed he needed to personally intervene. Who exactly are you? Capable not only of wielding the pure land of Buddhism, but also of controlling the power of faith that our sect has gathered? Xianyan exclaimed, incredulity trembling in his voice. Everything he had witnessed that day had exceeded his comprehension. "I am merely a chance practitioner of the Buddhist teachings," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. This response was difficult for Xianyan to accept. How could someone who had not even undergone ordination possess the qualifications to practice Buddhism, let alone attain such formidable strength? Suddenly, at that moment, the staff in Xianyan's hand began to tremble violently, attempting to escape his grasp. With Qin Feng's understanding of Buddhist principles, controlling the sacred artifact of the sect was a trivial matter. No. Xianyan screamed in terror as he felt the Zen staff slipping from his grasp. It was the very presence of this staff that enabled him to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qin Feng's golden apparition. Should he lose it, his demise would be certain. Alas, Xianyan's struggles proved futile. With a swift motion, the staff broke free from his fingers, drifting towards the towering figure of Qin Feng, before being absorbed into the depths of the system's space. "Please, don't kill me." Trapped within the sacred grounds of the Buddhist realm and unable to summon the power of faith to bolster his own strength, Xianyan's voice trembled with desperation beneath the weight of that terrifying aura. After drifting upon the seas for a century, he had finally arrived in the Kanglan domain from the Spirit Mountain, seeking to accumulate great merit. All he desired was to survive. In that moment, notions of faith and Buddhist teachings were rendered insignificant. However, Qin Feng regarded Xianyan's pleas with cold indifference, harboring no intention of mercy. In an instant, Xianyan was crushed into a mist of crimson, resembling a blossoming scarlet flower, starkly contrasting with the sanctity of the surroundings. Silence enveloped the entire Buddhist sect. All the monks, including Huijue, were plunged into shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they struggled to comprehend the horrific scene before them. Xianyan was dead? Meanwhile, outside the Buddhist sect, the practitioners who witnessed the event could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. In merely a decade and a half, Xianyan had forged such a formidable sect. They had once believed that Xianyan was capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the carefree sword Immortal, perhaps even surpassing him. Yet, they never anticipated that he would be so effortlessly obliterated. The Buddhist sect was no longer meant to exist. Qin Feng spoke softly, his voice carrying an air of finality. With a mere flick of his finger, a beam of golden light surged forth, penetrating the mountain peak where the Buddhist sect resided. In an instant, the countless forces of faith within that mountain dissipated into the cosmos. The peak, once radiant with golden luminescence and imbued with an aura of sanctity, transformed into something remarkably ordinary. Numerous monks of the Buddhist order, who had felt their cultivation forcibly elevated, began to experience a dramatic decline, plummeting even lower than before, emitting sounds of discontent. Many others stared blankly, for as the sacred essence radiating from the Buddhist peak faded, they realized that their own faith in the Buddha was similarly dissipating. Only a handful of true believers remained largely unaffected. The Buddhist sect has been eradicated. You may return now, Qin Feng addressed Qin Zening. As he spoke, his colossal form began to gradually dissolve. Indeed, Qin Zening replied with a gentle nod. She chose not to linger, turning away to board the ancient vessel, steering it towards the direction of the Liu family. Having arrived in the East Sea, she intended to remain for a while longer. As Qin Zening departed, and the vast golden apparition faded, the stunned cultivators who had knelt in the void struggled to rise, engulfed in a surreal sense of disbelief. Was the Buddhist sect truly finished? Many practitioners found it hard to believe, their emotions exceedingly complicated. Over a decade ago, the Buddhist sect emerged in the East Sea, rapidly ascending to become the foremost sect in the two realms, its formidable power instilling fear in all. Yet, within the span of merely half an hour, it had collapsed with a resounding crash, leaving everyone utterly astounded, witnessing its rise, its grand feasts, and now its ruin. A powerful figure from an East Sea family could not help but murmur. Meanwhile, the elders of the Buddhist sect, who had yet to celebrate their survival at the hands of Qin Feng, displayed expressions of sheer terror, for countless practitioners had already set their sights upon them. Over the years, the sect had received innumerable donations from its followers, becoming exceedingly affluent. Now, with their cultivation levels plummeting, the elders were viewed as prime targets. The support of the people is the greatest motivation for my updates. In Chapter 133, The Shock of Shurkan, within the palace of the Great Yin Dynasty, an elderly figure clad in gray robes flew in from afar, landing in the imperial garden where he found the Emperor of Great Yin and several high-ranking officials. Why have you returned so soon, sir? Were you not to observe matters at the Buddhist sect? The emperor inquired, his face etched with confusion upon seeing the elder in gray robes. After the Buddhist sect had guided the 50,000 generals, he anticipated that the transcendent sword Immortal would intervene, thus instructing someone to keep watch at the sect. Your Majesty, the Buddhist sect has been annihilated. The old man in the gray robe chuckled bitterly. Has the Buddhist sect truly been annihilated? Upon hearing these words, numerous ministers could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How could this have transpired in just a matter of days? What on earth happened for the Buddhist sect to have vanished? How could such a phenomenon occur? The sovereign of the Great Yin found it hard to believe, questioning, could the carefree sword Immortal have even stronger allies who joined him in this endeavor? Otherwise, how could such a formidable sect be eradicated so swiftly? He perceived the Buddhist sect as exceedingly powerful, concluding that only the collaboration of the carefree sword Immortal with even mightier companions could lead to such a rapid obliteration. However, the old man in gray shook his head at these words. With a wry smile, he replied, the carefree sword Immortal did not align himself with any more potent allies. In fact, he did not even personally intervene, and yet, he extinguished the Buddhist sect. What? The sovereign of the Great Yin and his entourage were utterly stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. This was the Buddhist sect, after all. In the mere span of a decade, it had come to dominate the Eastern Sea, establishing itself as the preeminent sect. Moreover, it was rumored to possess imperial-level secret arts. How could it have been so effortlessly obliterated? Observing the shock on the faces of the assembly, the gray-robed elder was not taken aback and proceeded to disclose all that he had witnessed to the sovereign and his ministers. Gulping, as they listened to his account, the sovereign and his courtiers could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, a single flower has obliterated the entire Buddhist sect. The carefree sword Immortal is truly terrifying. Had this gray-robed elder not been a revered member of the Great Yin royal family, they would have found it impossible to accept the astonishing revelations he had just shared. The magnitude of it all was simply too shocking. At this moment, the eyes of the Great Yin Emperor and his companions were filled with dread and trepidation. They silently vowed never to offend the unfettered sword Immortal, no matter the cost. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded among all factions within the Kanglan domain. In the brief span of 2 days, news of the annihilation of the Buddhist sect began to disseminate swiftly between the two realms. This outcome astonished everyone beyond their wildest expectations. Many believed that, given the formidable strength of the Buddhist sect, even if the unfettered sword Immortal were to personally intervene, he would not necessarily gain any advantage. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that a mere flower, delivered by Qin Feng, had led to the complete obliteration of the Buddhist sect. The overwhelming might of the unfettered sword Immortal left them utterly speechless. Initially, many factions had intended to sit back and watch the conflict between the Great Xia dynasty and the Buddhist sect unfold, but now their hopes were thoroughly dashed. Their immediate reaction was to urgently seek ways to strengthen their ties with the Great Xia dynasty. When Qin Junyuan and the numerous ministers learned of this event, they too were taken aback. When had Zening ventured to the East Sea, Qin Junyuan appeared utterly bewildered, especially upon realizing that she had wielded a flower bestowed by her elder brother to obliterate the Buddhist sect. The power of the prince was indeed terrifying. It was likely that no such extraordinary figure had ever emerged in the Kanglan domain, even prior to the Demon Sealing War. The Deputy Minister of Rites could not help but remark, there have been no predecessors, and it is unlikely there will be successors. Reflecting on the time he personally escorted Qin Feng to the imperial tomb, he felt a surreal sense of disbelief. With the elder brother present, the Great Xia dynasty was truly blessed. Qin Junyuan could not help but murmur, and many ministers echoed his sentiments. In the ensuing time, Qin Junyuan issued decrees to address the matters concerning officials who had converted to Buddhism. Although most of these officials returned to normal once the influence of the Buddhist faith dissipated, Qin Junyuan, wary of the Buddhist sect, refrained from immediately reinstating them to their former positions. Instead, he ordered a joint review by the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Personnel to determine if they could reclaim their original offices. Similar occurrences unfolded across other major dynasties and sects in the two realms. The rapid rise of the Buddhist sect had instilled trepidation. Following its downfall, there was a collective desire to prevent its resurgence. Consequently, strict examinations were imposed on those who had once embraced Buddhism within their territories. Henceforth, the prospect of the Buddhist sect rising again in the two realms seemed as daunting as reaching the heavens. Within the imperial mausoleum, Qin Feng retrieved the Zen staff from the system space. This artifact was rather impressive. As he examined the staff in his hand, Qin Feng remarked to himself that both its materials and quality were commendable. The only drawback was the presence of someone else's mark upon it. As he grasped the staff, his consciousness and spiritual energy surged into it, intending to erase the mark. However, at that moment, the staff emitted a golden light, and the mark resisted his efforts. The staff is already in my possession. What is the point of resistance? Qin Feng mused lightly with a soft laugh. He remained unhurried, his left hand forming intricate Buddhist scriptures, which he infused into the meditation staff, harnessing the power of Buddhist teachings to erase the marks within. The resistance of those marks swiftly subsided. Crack! Moments later, a crisp sound echoed from within the staff, reminiscent of something shattering. The staff, which radiated a golden light, soon regained its tranquility. The marks within were completely obliterated. Indeed, Qin Feng murmured to himself, then withdrew the staff once more into the confines of the system space. It had now truly transformed into his magical artifact. Meanwhile, above the boundless sea, an ancient ship sailed gracefully. From a distance, the entire vessel shimmered with a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of sanctity. On board, monks were seated in meditation. Master, something is amiss. At that moment, a young monk rushed into the cabin, his face etched with urgency. Within the cabin sat an elderly monk clad in a resplendent robe. What is it? The old monk inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone indifferent. The news from Ling Mountain indicates that Brother Xuanyan's soul jade has shattered. The young monk panted, breathless. Xuanyan's soul jade shattered? The old monk expressed disbelief, saying, how could this happen? Did he encounter danger while crossing the sea? To him, the Kanglan region was a remote corner of the eternal continent, a place where spiritual energy was scarce, unlikely to give rise to formidable beings. If his disciple Xianyan had perished, it must have been due to an encounter with a powerful beast during the crossing. This is rather unclear. The young monk shook his head and said, I have no knowledge of what transpires beyond Ling Mountain. Regardless of the ferocious beast, whoever dares to slay a disciple of Shi shall learn the profound weight of Buddhist teachings. The old monk scoffed. He then prepared to activate the mark within his staff, seeking to uncover who had slain Xianyan and where the act had taken place. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Shi Kan's face was filled with disbelief. Master, what is wrong? The young monk inquired, perplexed. Chapter 134. Preparations before departure. The mark I left within that staff has been utterly erased. Shere Khan's eyes brimmed with incredulity. The mark he inscribed within the staff was intricate. It could only be removed through the exertion of Buddhist power. Otherwise, any attempt to erase it would undoubtedly create a tremendous commotion, alerting him to the act. How could it have been so silently obliterated? How could this be? The young monk was equally astonished. Simultaneously, a terrifying thought emerged within his mind. Could it be that the one who killed Xian Yin is also a disciple of the Buddhist sect? However, scarcely had this notion taken root when Shere Khan cast a cold gaze upon him, stating icily, "Go and reflect in solitude for 10 years. At the moment that such a thought arose in the young monk's mind, the purity of the Buddhist power within him had already been tainted. With Shere Khan's profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, he sensed this clearly. This was my apprentice's mistake. I shall go and reflect in solitude immediately, the young monk hastily replied. Having spoken, he departed from the cabin. Meanwhile, Shere Khan, with his eyes half closed, pondered internally whether he should venture to the Kanglan domain. Although he was unaware of who had erased the mark of the Zen staff, he surmised that Xian Yin was most likely in the Kanglan domain. For the ferocious beasts of the sea undoubtedly lacked the capability to obliterate the mark within the staff. Perhaps it would be wiser to first journey to the Jiuquan domain. He mused. Disseminating the teachings of Buddhism holds greater significance. Once I establish a formidable Buddhist sect in the Jiuquan domain, it will not be too late to explore the Kanglan domain, he murmured to himself. The Jiuquan domain, a vast expanse, similarly lacked a Buddhist sect. His current endeavor, leading numerous disciples away from Ling Mountain, was to establish such a sect in the Jiuquan domain. Thus, the ancient vessel continued its voyage towards the Jiuquan domain of the Eternal Continent. In the subsequent decade, the two domains once again regained their former tranquility. The Great Xia dynasty grew increasingly powerful, attracting a multitude of talents from across the land. It had reached a point where, even without the assistance of Qin Feng, it could independently dominate all forces within the two domains. During these 10 years, Qin Feng did not solely devote himself to cultivation within the imperial tomb. Instead, he enlisted Qin Jianyan to assist in gathering various ancient texts, seeking any records pertaining to the Jiuquan domain. He intended to travel there. But without a comprehensive understanding of the domain, he was not inclined to proceed recklessly. His character was defined by a prudent nature. After perusing a vast collection of ancient texts accumulated over the past decade, Qin Feng discovered several references concerning the Jiuquan domain. Upon learning that the Nine-Xian domain is a vast expanse on the Eternal Continent, its territory being more than tenfold that of the Kanglan domain, it became evident that the spiritual energy there is abundant, and the martial arts flourish far beyond the prosperity found in the Kanglan domain. Most notably, the Nine-Xian domain is a realm where both humans and demons coexist harmoniously. The illustrious Nine-Tailed Fox clan resides within this domain. Speaking of the Nine-Tailed Fox, it suddenly struck Qin Feng that the little white fox had seemingly not returned for many years. He murmured to himself, has she truly departed? Women. Despite having spent several years in the company of the little white fox and having aided her on numerous occasions, he was taken aback by her abrupt departure without so much as a farewell. It felt incredibly heartless. Shaking his head, Qin Feng resumed his work on the formation. Before leaving the Kanglan domain, he intended to establish a formidable formation in the imperial capital. Thus, another 5 years elapsed. The prosperity of the Daxia dynasty had reached a level where it could single-handedly contend against all forces within the two domains. Although Qin Jianyan had not dispatched troops, the sovereigns of the other major dynasties within the Kanglan domain had begun to change their titles, transforming their dynasties into kingdoms and offering their allegiance to the Daxia dynasty. This was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of the Daxia dynasty, which rendered their own dynasties seemingly insignificant in comparison, making it rather embarrassing to continue bearing the title of emperor. Surprised by the willingness of the other dynasties to submit, Qin Jianyan chose not to garrison troops but instead began establishing various martial arts and cultural academies in the other dynasties. Having learned so much from Qin Feng, Qin Jianyan had also come to understand many profound truths. Understanding cultural conquest is far superior to the mere intimidation of brute force. The grandeur of the Great Xia imperial city is truly astonishing. Following its expansion, its area has multiplied several times over, and the numerous fortifications that encircle the imperial city stand sentinel. One serene morning as the sun ascended the horizon, the Great Xia imperial city and its surrounding fortresses buzzed with unprecedented vitality. Merchant caravans, akin to ancient vessels, traversed the bustling thoroughfares, flowing incessantly. Suddenly, an echoing sound of a sword's cry pierced the heavens, resonating throughout the realm. Within the royal mausoleum of the imperial city, thousands of sword spirits surged into the sky. suspended in midair as if poised to pass judgment upon the mortal realm. A terrifying aura of sword intent swept across the sky, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. What could this phenomenon signify? Such formidable sword intent. Could it be the revered immortal sword master making his move? Or perhaps a malevolent force is attempting to invade? In a flurry of astonished exclamations, uncertainty enveloped the crowd, each voice rising in a chorus of confusion. Yet, despite the rampant speculation of an invasion, fear was conspicuously absent. Through numerous encounters, they had come to recognize the unparalleled might of the immortal sword master. Any invasion by dark forces would yield no favorable outcome. In the imperial study, Qin Junyan and his companions, alerted by the commotion, emerged to gaze upward at the sword spirits, their expressions mingling curiosity and bewilderment. At that moment, the myriad sword spirits abruptly dispersed, hurtling towards various locations within the imperial city and the adjacent fortresses that protected it. The swords of spirit, some embedded in the rooftops of edifices, others lodged within ancient trees that have stood for centuries, and still others piercing the city walls. At the moment of their insertion, these swords shattered into fragments, transforming into intricate array patterns that interconnected seamlessly. Moreover, it was not merely these patterns that formed connections. They coalesced to create a formidable nine heavens sword array. This array also linked with the dragon's roar array within the imperial palace. With a resounding rumble, the grand formation began to operate, drawing in spiritual energy from a radius of 10,000 miles, which flowed into the array, sustaining its function. Furthermore, within the imperial city, the shattered dragon's roar array began to mend swiftly as golden array patterns illuminated and activated. The density of spiritual energy within the entire array's domain escalated to several remarkable levels. The restoration of the dragon's roar array occurred with astonishing ease. Witnessing its revival, numerous ministers could not suppress their exclamations of astonishment. They had presumed that it would take over a century to restore the fragmented array. Yet they were taken aback by how effortlessly Qin Feng accomplished it. Each was left in a state of profound shock. Outside the palace, millions were equally astonished. A master of formations? The carefree sword immortal is indeed a master of formations. How could he possibly achieve such formidable prowess in both swordsmanship and array techniques? Such a prodigious talent surely bears the mark of a sage. Countless voices of astonishment reverberated, leaving onlookers dumbfounded by the revelation of the carefree sword immortal's mastery in formations. It is evident that the formation laid out by the immortal sword master is extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 135, The Strategist. The spiritual energy within this royal palace is remarkably dense, making future cultivation efforts exponentially more effective. Elder Chun, who had not experienced a breakthrough in quite some time, could not help but exclaim. The richness of spiritual energy in the imperial city and its surrounding areas has significantly increased, with the palace being even more abundant. Each breath is filled with spiritual essence. The other royal offerings nodded in agreement, all beaming with joy, eager to return and commence their cultivation. Unsurprisingly, during the forthcoming period, the cultivation levels of many formidable figures within the Disya royal family are bound to rise significantly. The effects of the Nine Heavens Dragon Array are quite commendable. Within the royal tomb, Qin Feng, having utilized his formidable spiritual awareness to assess the situation, murmured to himself, "This formation has yet to reach its pinnacle. As the fortunes of the dynasty elevate and it absorbs increasingly more spiritual energy, it will grow ever stronger." Subsequently, after signing for a vial of Earth Spirit Lacteal, Qin Feng resumed his meditation. The intricate Nine Heavens Array, which can merge with the Dragon Array, demands considerable energy and mental focus. So he intends to recover to his peak condition before departing. Moreover, during this time, he can also provide further guidance to Qin Zining. When Qin Feng prepares to leave this place, he does not intend to take anyone else along, for he is uncertain about the true nature of the Nine Xian domain. Adding an extra person only increases the risk. On a midday 5 years later, two figures stood in the void above the chasm where the ancestor Yuming had once been sealed. One was a refined middle-aged man, graceful and elegant, holding a folding fan, while the other was a voluptuous woman clad in red, exuding an irresistible allure. Has the Moon Ming ancestor departed from this place? The cultured man pondered, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon the chasm below. He was a diviner. Centuries prior, in a sacred ground obliterated for unknown reasons, he had discovered a shattered bronze tablet. Although its true nature eluded him, he surmised it was likely a fragment of an imperial weapon. Employing his divination techniques, he learned that one such fragment was in the possession of the Moon Ming ancestor, prompting his search. Yet, to his astonishment, the Moon Ming ancestor had vanished without a trace. It appeared that the seal here had been broken by him. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow and inquired, "My lord, can you discern his current location?" "Of course," the refined man replied calmly. "As long as he has not attained the realm of martial mastery, my divination methods will undoubtedly reveal his precise whereabouts." He then descended slowly to the edge of the chasm, retrieving a scroll from his storage ring. The scroll emanated an ancient aura, indicating its exceptional quality. With a decisive motion, he crushed the scroll, which shattered into myriad sparks of light, coalescing upon the ground into intricate patterns that formed a complete array. Standing within the formation, he lowered his gaze and swiftly began to weave hand seals, conjuring ancient inscriptions as he commenced the divination to ascertain the current location of the Moon Ming ancestor. With a crisp sound, moments later, the inscriptions and formations shattered completely. The refined middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "So it turns out he was slain in the imperial city of the Great Xia. Oh, I never expected that within this small realm of Kanglan, there existed a human cultivator capable of slaying the venerable Moon Ming. Truly remarkable." The alluring woman remarked with a furrowed brow, slightly taken aback. Prior to their arrival, they had indeed deduced the formidable prowess of Moon Ming, realizing his strength. Alas, it is often said that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to calamity. The refined middle-aged man replied coldly. The moment that bronze tablet fell into his hands, his fate was sealed. Let us proceed to the Great Xia imperial city. He was determined that no one must discover his endeavor to collect this bronze tablet. Thus, after obtaining it from Qin Feng, he would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures to silence him. Should we not first deduce the cultivation level of the one who killed Moon Ming? The enchanting woman inquired. No need, the refined middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. He is not strong. I could dispatch him with my bare hands. He had just glimpsed the moment of Moon Ming's demise and made a rough estimation of Qin Feng's cultivation level, deeming it far beneath his own and not worthy of concern. Were he to specifically analyze Qin Feng's current prowess, his perspective would surely shift. However, he believed it entirely unnecessary, considering it a waste of the formation scrolls. A mere few decades hold little significance for a cultivator in the void refinement stage. It is but a fleeting moment, hardly conducive to any substantial elevation in their realm. Very well, the alluring woman nodded. With a swift motion, the figures of the two individuals transformed into a radiant beam, soaring towards the grand capital of the Kanglan domain. To enhance their speed, they incessantly utilized teleportation scrolls, a display of remarkable extravagance. After all, diviners are an even rarer breed than alchemists and blacksmiths. Wherever they go, they are treated as esteemed guests, each one possessing considerable wealth. In recent years, numerous royal practitioners, including Elder Qin, have made significant breakthroughs, greatly augmenting the royal family's strength. However, Qin Junyan felt a pang of discontent. He had just learned that Qin Feng intended to depart from the Kanglan domain in a few days. Royal brother, compared to the Kanglan domain, the other realms are significantly more formidable. You must exercise caution. Although Qin Junyan felt reluctant, he refrained from dissuading him, knowing well that with Qin Feng's formidable prowess, it was impossible for him to remain in the Kanglan domain indefinitely. He would inevitably venture into broader horizons. Rest assured, I am not a reckless individual, Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. His usual prudence would only intensify in unfamiliar territories. Qin Junyan nodded, having no doubts about this aspect. He then inquired about what Qin Feng might require, eager to make preparations. Even though Qin Feng had no pressing needs, he mentioned a few items to honor Qin Junyan's sentiments. With that, Qin Junyan departed the royal mausoleum to make the necessary arrangements. Just then, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. In an instant, his keen perception alerted him to an unsettling sensation of being watched. Why have I not sensed anyone around? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Subsequently, he employed his divine eye to survey his surroundings, while his formidable spiritual awareness radiated outward. However, he made no discoveries. Could it be an illusion? Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. The feeling of being watched was all too vivid. Just as Qin Feng was deep in thought, Qin Zining arrived. Royal uncle, are you leaving? Her beautiful eyes brimmed with reluctance, nearly spilling over with tears. Since entering the royal mausoleum at the tender age of 8, her feelings for Qin Feng had grown deeper than those she held for her own father. I am not a beast. There will be no melodramatic twists in our story. There's no need for further speculation. Chapter 136, The Method of Deduction. Why cry? It's not like we won't meet again. Qin Feng replied with a light laugh. But when we do meet again, who knows how many years will have passed? Qin Zining said sorrowfully. Then you must diligently cultivate. Once you reach the 5th layer of the void refinement realm, you can come to the 9 mysterious domain to find me, Qin Feng said with a gentle smile. Yet, upon hearing his words, The sadness on Qin Zining's delicate face did not diminish. The fifth layer of the void refinement realm felt exceedingly distant to her. Qin Zining wished to say more. But Qin Feng spoke again. By the way, how have you been progressing with the desolate fall divine slash and the myriad swords returning to one that I taught you? In recent years, he had imparted his two most formidable sword techniques to Qin Zining. The cultivation of the falling star severing god technique is progressing well. After a brief pause, Qin Zining continued. However, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect is rather esoteric. Up until now, I have only managed to condense a few sword souls. Indeed, 10,000 swords returning to the sect is profoundly intricate. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, saying, you simply need to practice more. Yes, Qin Zining replied with a nod. At that moment, a deafening voice suddenly reverberated through the sky. Who dares to kill the elder Moonming? Step forward and face me. A refined middle-aged man and an alluring woman floated in the void, their voices amplified by spiritual energy, echoing throughout the realm. Their demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, akin to an eagle soaring high above, surveying the insignificant creatures below. In an instant, countless gazes within the imperial city were filled with astonishment. It was unexpected that someone would dare to provoke the wandering sword immortal. Who are you? Asked Elder Chun and several other royal attendants, who, upon hearing the commotion, ascended into the air and approached the refined middle-aged man, addressing him with utmost courtesy. What brings you to seek the wandering sword immortal? Wandering sword immortal? The refined middle-aged man could not help but sneer upon hearing this title. Indeed, the Kanglan domain is a remote place, filled with a bunch of frogs in a well. Oblivious to true power, such weaklings can be bestowed with the title of sword immortal? His words incited an uproar among the cultivators in the imperial city. Who is this man? So audacious? Many regarded the wandering sword immortal as an object of admiration and felt immense gratitude for his life-saving deeds. Expressing their indignation at the disrespectful words of this refined middle-aged man. Your words, dear sir, seem rather impolite, do they not? Elder Chin and the others, their expressions darkened, retorted coldly. Impolite? Humph. The elegant middle-aged man let out a disdainful snort, and an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from within him. The terrifying pressure rendered the entire imperial city into a profound silence. His cultivation at the 7th level of the void refinement realm made it nearly unbearable for anyone to withstand his might. It felt as though an invisible mountain loomed over them, making even the act of breathing a struggle. Elder Chun and the others were subjected to immense oppression, their faces paling considerably. Inform me, obediently, of the whereabouts of those who killed the moonlit ancestor. The elegant middle-aged man addressed Elder Chun and the others with indifference. Otherwise, I shall turn this place into a river of blood. At that moment within the royal tomb, Qin Feng observed the two individuals with a furrowed brow. He could not fathom who had instilled such audacity in them to seek trouble here. Had they not inquired about the demise of his sect, the Buddhist sect? Despite his curiosity, Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further, instead turning to Qin Xiling and saying, this time, I will demonstrate the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Do take note. Understood, Qin Xiling nodded eagerly in response. Clang. Simultaneously, an extraordinary sword energy emanated from Qin Feng's body. Sword souls began to rapidly coalesce around him. The sound of swords ringing resonated throughout the heavens. The elegant middle-aged man in the sky noticed the commotion from the royal tomb and remarked coldly, so, you have been hiding here. Having spoken, he stepped forward, instantly arriving above the imperial tomb, leaving behind a trail of lingering shadows. The enchanting woman was also by his side. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. At that moment, like a surging river, the sword souls erupted from the depths of the tomb, hurtling towards the elegant middle-aged man and the woman beside him. What? Upon witnessing the astonishing sword souls, both the refined middle-aged gentleman and the alluring woman changed their expressions dramatically. The terrifying intent of the swords enveloped them in a palpable sense of mortality, instilling profound fear within their hearts. Nevertheless, being formidable cultivators at the 7th level of the void refinement realm, they reacted swiftly, hastily enveloping themselves in a torrent of spiritual energy to ward off the dreadful sword souls. Alas, Qin Feng's might was simply overwhelming. With a resounding crash, the multitude of sword souls effortlessly shattered their protective energies, piercing through their bodies and severing their meridians entirely. Thud, thud. The two of them plummeted heavily into the imperial tomb below, their bodies marred with blood and sword wounds, appearing utterly wretched and devastated. They were irrevocably crippled. How could your cultivation have advanced so rapidly? The refined middle-aged man exclaimed, filled with disbelief. Could it be that my predictions were flawed? He struggled to comprehend the situation, recalling his calculations regarding the demise of the Moonshade ancestor. during which Qin Feng had not exhibited such formidable strength. How could he have grown so powerful in merely a few decades? Oh, you are a diviner? Qin Feng inquired, somewhat surprised. At this moment, he finally grasped the nature of the fleeting sensation of being observed he had experienced earlier. Subsequently, he approached the refined middle-aged man and began to observe the essence of his consciousness. Initially, Qin Feng could have directly eliminated these two individuals, but he refrained from doing so in order to uncover their motives. Now he seized the opportunity to delve into the intricacies of their consciousness deductions. A chilling cry of despair abruptly echoed in the air as the two souls were scrutinized, their memories stripped away, rendering them in a state worse than death. It turned out they had come for the bronze tablet. Qin Feng murmured to himself, "Is this bronze tablet truly a fragment of an imperial weapon? Yet, it does not possess the aura of slaughter." After a meticulous examination of the tablet, he discerned no traces of lethal energy upon it. Shaking his head, he continued to probe into the consciousness of the refined middle-aged man, extracting the method of deduction and learning that this gentleman was once affiliated with a mysterious force known as the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, from which he had later seized an opportunity to defect. It appeared that within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, numerous individuals possessed mastery over the art of deduction. The techniques seemed profoundly esoteric, suggesting that the pavilion was indeed a force of sacred caliber. Qin Feng pondered aloud, continuing his exploration of both the refined man's and the enchanting woman's consciousness, yet he found no further information of value. Eventually, Qin Feng concluded their suffering and retrieved a bronze tablet from the refined man's spatial ring. However, this tablet could not be joined with the one he had previously acquired, as there were evidently other fragments yet to be found between them. His curiosity deepened, and he mused to himself about the true nature of this enigma. He could only pin his hopes on the possibility of uncovering some information regarding the bronze tablets once he arrived at the Nine Profound Domain. Chapter 137. Encountering the Thunder Tribulation. After observing the two bronze tablets for a while, and yielding no insights, Qin Feng decided to stow them away. His gaze shifting to Qin Zining. "Did you gain any new understanding from my demonstration of the 10,000 swords returning to one?" Qin Feng inquired with a smile. "Yes," Qin Zining replied, nodding. "I will practice more when I return. I should make considerable progress." "There is no need to rush," Qin Feng said lightly. "At your age, your cultivation already surpasses many of your peers." His words were not merely intended to comfort Qin Zining. Indeed, her level of cultivation at such a young age was enough to rival that of many ordinary disciples in the sacred grounds. "Thank you for your praise, Uncle Huang," Qin Zining replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Feng, she departed from the royal mausoleum. Once she had left, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the bodies of the elegant middle-aged man and his companion. With a flick of his fingers, Qin Feng summoned 2 strands of bone spirit cold fire, which descended upon the corpses, incinerating them completely. In no time, not even ashes remained. Anything consumed by the, along with its essence, would vanish entirely, as if it had never existed in this world. Even a diviner would be unable to deduce where the two had met their demise. As spring transformed into winter, the world was soon enveloped in a flurry of snow. Feather-like snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, blanketing the entire imperial city. The once bustling imperial city has now become considerably tranquil. The festive atmosphere of the new year grows increasingly vibrant. Qin Feng, having delayed his departure to contemplate the art of deduction, is now ready to leave. Standing atop the city wall, he gazes over the entire imperial city, his expression tinged with complexity. After all, he has resided here for nearly 2 centuries. "Is your highness departing?" At that moment, a figure ascended the city wall, respectfully inquiring. It was none other than Chu Xiong, the current commander of the 5 cities military division. He had noticed Qin Feng while on patrol and came to ask about his departure. Prior to this encounter, Chu Xiong had already heard whispers of Qin Feng's imminent exit. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "How have you fared in these past years?" "Quite well. A few years ago, I took a wife, and now I have a daughter," Chu Xiong replied, scratching his head with a hearty grin. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to inquire about Chu Xiong's cultivation progress, but was met with such unexpected news. "That's wonderful." However, he quickly regained his composure, stating with a calm demeanor, "I have a jade stone here that, when worn, nurtures the body. Consider it a gift for your daughter." With that, he handed a blood-red jade stone to Chu Xiong, identical to the one he had gifted to Lu Qingzhu in the past. "Thank you very much, Your Highness." Chu Xiong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I too must take my leave," Qin Feng murmured softly. Without further delay, he soared into the air, speeding towards the direction of the Nanshan realm. "Take care, Your Highness," Chu Xiong called out, watching Qin Feng's departing silhouette. Though his voice was swiftly dispersed by the biting winds laden with snow, Qin Feng did not continuously traverse the skies on his sword. Prior to his departure, he had instructed Qin Jianyan to procure an ancient ship capable of aerial navigation, upon which he inscribed new formations for enhancement. He opted to travel by this ancient vessel, which, while not as swift, offered a greater sense of comfort for the extensive journey ahead. The Nine Xian realm lay far beyond, a destination not to be reached in mere days. Sustained flight on his sword would prove too exhausting. Over the ensuing 3 years, Qin Feng journeyed alone aboard the ancient ship, crossing numerous realms without pause. He only halted occasionally to mark extraordinary locations, claiming rewards before resuming his voyage. During this period, he amassed an innumerable collection of elixirs and items, which now cluttered his system space. Naturally, he encountered a fair share of highwaymen intent on robbery. Yet he dispatched them effortlessly, even reaping considerable gains in the process. With just another 2 or 3 months, I should reach the Nine Xian realm, Qin Feng mused. Seated cross-legged on the ancient vessel, while traversing a major realm, he had acquired a comprehensive map of the Eternal Continent, thus gaining a rough understanding of the Nine Xian realm's location. Although still distant, it was merely a couple of months away. Suddenly, as the ancient ship sailed through the skies, Qin Feng noticed ominous black clouds gathering in the distance, accompanied by the tumultuous rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. Even from a considerable distance, there lingered a sense of oppression. As Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion, he instinctively dismissed the notion of impending rain. The thunder preceding a storm was not of this nature. Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Could it possibly be a powerful being from the martial domain? Under normal circumstances, only those facing life and death tribulations or formidable beings from the martial domain would require such a trial. The tempest of thunder before him was evidently far more potent than the life and death tribulation that Lu Ting had once faced in the East Sea. Curiosity piqued. Qin Feng departed from the ancient vessel and soared towards the tumultuous sea of thunder. Before long, he found himself in a valley. To his astonishment, there stood a 7th-tier ancient herb. As he drew closer, his brow furrowed in surprise. Beneath the rolling thunderclouds lay a 700-year-old ancient herb, the ice spirit fruit. Crack! Crack! It was being mercilessly struck by the lightning from above, continuously emanating azure spiritual energy to counter the descending bolts. Simultaneously, its fruit became increasingly translucent. On the verge of ripening, Qin Feng was taken aback. It was his first encounter witnessing an ancient herb undergoing tribulation. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. 7th-tier ancient herbs were as rare as beings from the martial domain, if not rarer. The occurrence of a thunder tribulation at the moment of fruiting was not an occurrence devoid of precedent. At this juncture, a number of cultivators had already been drawn in by the allure of the lightning tribulation. I pondered how someone could dare to undergo tribulation so near to the city, only to realize that it was not a human cultivator facing the trial, but rather an ancient medicinal herb. Upon the arrival of a bewildered individual, enlightenment dawned upon him. It turned out to be a 7th-tier ice spirit fruit, a treasure of considerable value. If put up for auction, it could fetch no less than several 100,000 divine stones. A domineering mercenary, exuding an aura of menace, revealed a glint of avarice in his eyes. While ordinary 7th-tier spirit fruits are indeed rare, they do not command such exorbitant prices. However, those that have endured the thunderous tribulation are a different matter entirely, priceless and unattainable. Not just this domineering mercenary, but many others who had rushed to the scene began to calculate in their minds, instinctively gripping their weapons, plotting to seize the ice spirit fruit once the tribulation concluded. Who is that person? What are his intentions? At that moment, a gasp echoed through the crowd as countless gazes were drawn to a singular figure, Qin Feng, who was boldly advancing towards the Sea of Thunder. Chapter 138. Terrifying indeed has this man lost his senses. He intends to enter the realm of the thunderous sea. An esteemed elder from a certain sect, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "Does he not comprehend the terror of this tribulation? Once he steps inside, he too will be targeted. It appears that his desire for the ice spirit fruit has driven him to madness. His attire suggests he does not hail from our domain. He is likely a bumpkin from a lesser region, unfamiliar with the true horrors of the tribulation." Upon noticing Qin Feng, those who awaited the conclusion of the tribulation to seize their opportunity began to murmur amongst themselves. Their expressions were filled with mockery, convinced that in the next moment, Qin Feng would be reduced to ashes by the thunderbolts from the heavens. Yet, Qin Feng paid no heed to the derisive voices surrounding him and boldly stepped into the tempest of thunder. As he crossed the threshold into the realm of tribulation, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, as though he were being scrutinized by the very laws of the universe. However, Qin Feng's formidable physique rendered this pressure inconsequential. Crack. At that moment, a silver lightning bolt surged toward Qin Feng, intent on obliterating him. Yet, before it could strike, the sword energy surrounding him shattered the bolt into myriad points of silver light, which dissipated into the vastness of the cosmos. Had it been a tribulation of a cultivator at the martial domain, Qin Feng would surely have been unable to withstand it, yet the seventh-tier spiritual fruit's tribulation was, to him, far too feeble. This spectacle left all those on the periphery of the thunderstorm in utter astonishment. What? The lightning that fell upon this individual did not harm him in the slightest? They were incredulous, questioning the reliability of their own vision. Among them were many formidable cultivators of the void refinement realm, well aware of the terrifying nature of tribulation lightning. Yet they could scarcely believe that Qin Feng could so effortlessly disregard it. Crack, crack, just as the crowd was engulfed in shock. Several more bolts of lightning descended from the sky, aimed squarely at Qin Feng. Once targeted by a lightning tribulation, it will persist until the entire ordeal concludes. Ceasing only upon the demise of the afflicted, all eyes were fixed upon Qin Feng, eager to discern whether the earlier incident was mere happenstance or if the lightning truly could not approach him. Boom, boom, boom. As several bolts of lightning neared Qin Feng, they were inevitably shattered by his sword qi, dissipating into silvery luminescence throughout the cosmos. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. This individual appeared no different from an ordinary person, devoid of any menacing aura, yet possessed an extraordinary strength that rendered the heavenly tribulation powerless against him. They exclaimed in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and admiration. Many recalled their earlier jests, their faces flushed with embarrassment, realizing that they had underestimated his prowess, mistaking his composure for folly. Qin Feng's might surpassed their wildest imaginings. The subsequent scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Uncertain of what rewards awaited him within this tempest of lightning, Qin Feng murmured to himself as he gazed at the stormy skies. His purpose for entering this realm was not for the ice spirit fruit. After years of signing in, the few seventh-tier ancient herbs he had acquired sufficed, rendering any further efforts unnecessary. Instead, he was curious about the unique rewards that might be bestowed upon him through signing in amidst the tribulation. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng took several strides forward, ascending directly into the heart of the lightning tempest. He has entered the tempest? Beyond the realm of thunder. The boisterous mercenaries trembled, their astonished gazes fixed upon the spot where Qin Feng had vanished. No matter how formidable his prowess, such audacity seemed unfathomable. How could he dare to plunge directly into the tempest of thunder? It was sheer madness. Others echoed their exclamations of disbelief. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng had left them utterly astounded, each expression a portrait of astonishment. They fixated intently on the thunderous sea, eager to discern whether Qin Feng could emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already entered the tempestuous realm of thunder. The sky was shrouded in darkness, ominous clouds roiling above. The oppressive laws of the cosmos weighed heavily, akin to 100 mountains bearing down upon him, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Yet, with his exceptional cultivation and formidable physique, Qin Feng felt scarcely affected. Boom. At that moment, the thunder within the sea roared to life, akin to an ancient, awakened beast, unleashing a deafening cacophony. Qin Feng's arrival had provoked their ire. In an instant, hundreds of bolts of lightning surged toward him, thick and unyielding, resembling silver serpents. Crack, crack. The sound of thunder resonated, echoing the wrath of the heavens. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained unfazed, allowing the sword aura within him to unfurl. The bolts of lightning struggled to approach within 100 feet before being mercilessly shattered and dissipated by the sword energy. System, please register my presence in the thunderous sea, Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, registration successful. You have acquired a divine thunderbolt. The mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. A divine thunder? Qin Feng, puzzled, inquired about its utility. He then turned his gaze toward the system space, where he discovered a divine thunder resembling a silver dragon, crackling with energy. It contained astonishing power that made Qin Feng wary. It was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Upon examining the specifics of this divine thunder, he realized it possessed the capability to annihilate those above the martial domain realm. Indeed, Qin Feng murmured, astonished that such a force could obliterate a martial domain expert. Although it could only be used once, it served as a potent trump card for him. Subsequently, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze from the system space, observing the relentless lightning strikes surrounding him. The Zustchen sword materialized in his hand. Thunderous roars erupted as an overwhelming sword intent was unleashed. The Zustchen sword radiated a brilliant golden light, with golden inscriptions forming circular patterns around its hilt. The sound of the sword resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. "Break!" Qin Feng commanded coldly, slicing through the air with the Zhuxian sword. The dazzling sword light surged forth, extending hundreds of feet as it plunged into the sea of thunder. At that moment, the vast thunderous ocean and the densely packed dark clouds were cleaved apart, splitting to either side. From the perspective beyond the tribulation, it appeared as though the entire firmament had been severed in twain by that single stroke. As the scene unfolded, everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief as they beheld the parting sea of thunder. This enigmatic figure was indeed terrifying. Chapter 139. The Tomb of the Demon Emperor. With the dispersal of the thunderous sea, only Qin Feng remained, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. The cold wind swept past, causing his garments to flutter and crackle. All fervent gazes were fixated upon Qin Feng, filled with awe and admiration, as if they were beholding a deity. To cleave the heavens with a single sword, what a formidable existence this was! Not only in this realm, but even in the neighboring domains, such strength was rare. Perhaps only in the flourishing martial realm of the 9 mysterious domains could one encounter such a powerful being. Yet, Qin Feng paid no mind to the throngs of onlookers. His attention turned to the valley, where he observed the ancient herb that, after enduring the tribulation, had withered, leaving only the ice spirit fruit, which radiated a faint blue luminescence. In a swift motion, Qin Feng reached out midair, and the ice spirit fruit flew directly into his grasp, its touch chilling. He could distinctly sense the formidable icy essence contained within it, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. The ancient herb that had survived the tribulation was indeed extraordinary. Containing traces of profound Tao rhythm, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Although the traces of Tao rhythm were nearly imperceptible, he could still perceive them. If an ordinary cultivator were to consume this fruit, it would enhance their understanding of the cosmos. The ancient herbs he had previously acquired had never undergone tribulation, rendering them incomparable to this ice spirit fruit. He subsequently stored it within the storage ring and prepared to depart from this place. "Senior, please wait." At that moment, the venerable elder of the formidable sect suddenly spoke, his tone imbued with profound respect. His hair and beard were entirely white, having lived for over 1,000 years. Yet he treated Qin Feng with the utmost deference, akin to a junior. "What is it? Is there something you need?" Qin Feng inquired, glancing back with a calm demeanor. "The senior has just battled divine lightning in the Thunder Sea and must be utterly exhausted. My humble sect is located less than 30,000 miles from here, and I would like to invite you to rest for a while," the elder of the sect said with great reverence. He was a cunning old fox. Having such a powerful figure as Qin Feng rest in his sect, even without further action, would significantly elevate their prestige in this realm. If an opportunity arose for Qin Feng to offer guidance, it would be even more fortuitous. "There's no need," Qin Feng replied coolly, declining the offer. Traversing the Thunder Sea had been effortless for him, and he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Moreover, he could easily surmise the elder's intentions. With that, Qin Feng soared toward the location of his ancient vessel. Although the elder felt disappointment upon hearing his refusal, he dared not press further, fearing that an irate Qin Feng might strike him down. After all, he was unfamiliar with Qin Feng's temperament. Once Qin Feng departed, the others present watched his retreating figure, each reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. They had not only failed to acquire the ice spirit fruit today, but had also encountered such a formidable powerhouse. However, many practitioners of the sword art were filled with immense joy in their hearts. They had assumed that obtaining the ice spirit fruit was beyond their reach. Yet, after witnessing Qin Feng's singular sword strike, they all, to varying degrees, gleaned some profound insights into the essence of swordsmanship. Returning to their secluded meditations for a few years, they were certain to reap significant rewards. Upon returning to the ancient vessel, Qin Feng did not linger, continuing his journey towards the Jiushuan domain. After 2.5 months, he finally arrived at Jiushuan domain. What met his gaze was an expanse of boundless mountains, lush forests teeming with ferocious beasts, their roars echoing thunderously. The density of spiritual energy here felt multiple times richer than that of the Kanglan domain. As the ancient ship soared through the skies, Qin Feng could not help but marvel. He had anticipated that the concentration of spiritual energy in Jiushuan domain would surpass that of Kanglan domain, but he had not expected such a staggering difference. This was merely an ordinary area, were he to venture to places where the forces of heaven and earth converged, and inscribe a gathering array. The richness of the spiritual energy would be incomparably greater than that of Kanglan domain. Amidst his reflections, Qin Feng departed from the ancient vessel, activating the array to reduce it to a palm-sized form, which he then stored within his spatial ring. As he was still unfamiliar with Jiushuan domain, Traveling alone aboard such a conspicuous ancient ship felt somewhat ostentatious. After securing the vessel, Qin Feng took to the skies, intending to locate a city inhabited by humans to ascertain the specifics of Jiushuan domain and the various factions therein. He sought to understand the realm of its strongest practitioners, and if fortune favored him, to uncover information regarding the bronze tablet as well. For the next 2 days, Qin Feng soared through the skies of the Nanshan domain, encountering not only human cultivators, but also numerous practitioners of the demon race. He frequently observed the unusual sight of both demons and humans traveling together. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in his previous experiences across other realms. He pondered to himself whether the cultivation techniques of the demon race and human race were akin. Despite having signed in numerous times, he had yet to acquire any techniques from the demon race, which piqued his curiosity. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng discovered a city that was not affiliated with any particular faction, serving merely as a stopover for passing merchant caravans to resupply. Within the city, he found a secluded establishment dedicated to the sale of information, where he gleaned substantial insights about the Nanshan domain. He learned that although the Nanshan domain was a realm where demons and humans coexisted, with many cities hosting a blend of both, the majority of human sects and empires were located in the northern part of the domain. This region boasted vast fertile lands, ideal for constructing grand cities. In contrast, the demon race resided in the continuous mountain ranges of the south. The city where Qin Feng currently found himself was positioned in the southern area of the northern border of the Nanshan domain. Only by venturing further north could one encounter the expansive cities that could accommodate millions. Regarding martial prowess, Qin Feng discovered that nearly every sect and noble family had formidable warriors stationed at the martial domain level, surpassing the total number he had encountered in all the other realms combined. He concluded that it would be prudent to exercise greater caution in his future endeavors. It seemed that you are not a denizen of the Nanshan domain. Are you also drawn here by the fabled tomb of the Demon Emperor? The enigmatic elder in the black robe proclaimed, I possess all the information available thus far regarding the tomb of the Demon Emperor, and it will cost you 10 divine stones. As he spoke, he produced a scroll and gestured towards Qin Feng. The tomb of the Demon Emperor? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. To think that within the Nanshan domain, there existed the burial site of a great emperor. Filled with curiosity, he retrieved 10 divine stones and replied calmly, Very well, I shall take it. Haha, I wish you the best of luck, the elder in black said, handing the scroll to Qin Feng. After accepting the scroll, Qin Feng departed from the location. Another fool lost in delusions, the black-robed elder scoffed once Qin Feng was gone. Master, why do you say that? The disciple beside him asked, puzzled. I found him to be composed and not foolish at all. Huh. He seeks the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Does that not reek of foolishness? The elder retorted with a sneer. Let us not even discuss the veracity of the rumors surrounding the tomb. Even if it exists, the treasures within would undoubtedly belong to the various sects and families. There is no chance for these loose cultivators. Upon hearing this, the disciple nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. No matter how powerful a loose cultivator may be, they could never stand against the might of those established sects and families. Chapter 140. A familiar aura after leaving the city, Qin Feng rested at a precipice and unfurled the scroll in his hands. It contained an abundance of information, clearly gathered by the elder's faction from various sources. Some annotations were marked as certain, while the majority were labeled as uncertain. The Demon Emperor Mountain Range. Qin Feng gazed upon the information, learning that within the Nanshan domain, there exists a mountain range known as the Demon Emperor Mountain Range. The origin of this name remains a mystery, lost to the annals of time. Over a decade ago, a radiant 5-colored light suddenly illuminated the heavens above the Demon Emperor Mountain Range, persisting for several months without cessation. It was from that moment onward that tales of the burial site of the Demon Emperor began to circulate, accompanied by a plethora of extraordinary phenomena. Some even claimed to have witnessed spectral soldiers traversing the mountain range. Not only were the powerful beings from the Nanshan domain drawn to this enigma, but even those from the surrounding realms were captivated, eager to ascertain the existence of the Demon Emperor's tomb. After all, the resting place of an emperor-level cultivator would undoubtedly be brimming with treasures. Yet, a sense of skepticism lingered in the air. Upon finishing the scroll, Qin Feng murmured to himself, throughout history, the burial sites of those who ascend to the supreme emperor realm remain shrouded in obscurity. If the Demon Emperor were truly interred within this mountain range, how could it be known to the world? Shaking his head, he tucked away the scroll. Nevertheless, despite his doubts regarding the Demon Emperor's resting place, Qin Feng resolved to make the journey. He believed that the bronze plate might indeed be linked to this legendary figure. Better to trust in its existence than dismiss it. If the bronze plate were the key to unlocking the Demon Emperor's tomb, he would stand to gain immensely. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Feng soared towards the direction of the Demon Emperor mountain range, which lay to the south of the Nine Xin domain. Not too distant from his current location, in less than half a month, he found himself amidst the Demon Emperor mountain range. This place was a sprawling wilderness, filled with the cries of monkeys and the roars of tigers. The entire mountain range was enveloped in primordial forests, where towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and ferocious beasts and formidable birds echoed their presence, evoking a scene reminiscent of a savage era. As he traversed the Demon Emperor mountain range, an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over him. Qin Feng murmured to himself. This sensation was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it was distinctly palpable. It felt akin to the pressure exerted by a powerful being, though inherently different, profoundly enigmatic and uniquely special. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng maintained a state of vigilance and continued his journey through the mountain range, ever wary of the potential dangers that might arise. The scroll he possessed marked several locations, purported to be the most likely sites of the Demon Emperor's tomb, and he intended to investigate them first. Along the way, Qin Feng frequently encountered fellow practitioners, both demons and humans, evidently drawn to the legendary tomb of the Demon Emperor. Many were seated in tranquil spots, hoping to discern the Demon Emperor's legacy through meditation. Within the Demon Emperor mountain range, the demon race predominated, and it was clear that they harbored a certain animosity towards the human race. After all, this was the hallowed ground where the Demon Emperor was said to be interred, and the presence of humans here could be perceived as a sign of disrespect. However, due to the uncertainty surrounding the actual location of the tomb, the demon race refrained from taking action against their human counterparts. Could it be possible for me to directly sign in at the Demon Emperor's tomb? As he walked, Qin Feng suddenly recalled a thought. If he could receive rewards, it would imply the existence of the tomb here. Conversely, if no rewards were forthcoming, it would signify its absence. The master desires to obtain the sign-in reward, but it is imperative to be within the confines of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The system's mechanical notification echoed, stating that without being in the tomb, even if one stood right at its threshold, the reward would remain unattainable. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. Initially, he had contemplated exploiting a glitch, but it appeared that hope was futile. Never mind, since I cannot sign in at the Demon Emperor's tomb, I shall first sign in at the Demon Emperor mountain range, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in at the Demon Emperor mountain range. Reward, the 9-tiered Demon Tower. The system's emotionless announcement resonated in Qin Feng's ears. Simultaneously, within the system's realm, Qin Feng discovered a jet-black tower adorned with intricate arcane runes. Upon inspection, he realized that once he bound this 9-tiered demon tower, he could suppress the demon clan within, directly converting their cultivation into his own. Goodness, Qin Feng exclaimed. To receive a treasure capable of subduing the demon clan here in the Demon Emperor mountain range is truly remarkable. However, the system offered no response. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance, sensing a violent surge of energy fluctuations, as if a fierce battle was unfolding. What is happening? Why do I sense a familiar aura? Qin Feng pondered, somewhat incredulous. This was the Nine Xin domain, and all the individuals he recognized were in the Kanglan domain. How could they possibly be here? Yet, despite the familiarity of the aura, Qin Feng could not immediately recall who it belonged to. In the dense mountains 10 miles away, several figures were besieged by a pack of wolf demons. Among these figures, both male and female, each possessed breathtaking beauty, their backs adorned with pristine white tails. They were the Fox clan. How audacious of you to strike within the territory of the Demon Emperor's mountain, unafraid of incurring his wrath. A fox maiden, resembling a celestial being from the heavens, exuded sensuality yet possessed eyes of remarkable purity, cried out indignantly. Alone, she faced the onslaught of 3 wolf demons. Despite her peak cultivation at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm granting her some advantage, she still struggled against their relentless assault. Blood flowed from her immaculate tail, blossoming like crimson flowers. Just last month, my brother was slain by your 9-tailed clan. Today, without fail, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. The leader of the wolf demons scoffed, his teeth gritted with rage. He brought about his own demise by attempting to steal the spiritual fruit my sister had gathered. The little white fox retaliated. Regardless of the reasons for my brother's death, I shall ensure you pay for your blood debts today. The leader of the wolf demon's eyes glinted with cruelty as he declared, even the Demon Emperor cannot save you now. As his words fell, he unleashed the dreadful spiritual energy from within, a formidable aura surging forth. He was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. With a howl that startled countless birds into flight, the wolf demon surged forward, intent on ending the little white fox's life with his own hands. At this moment, his eyes brimmed with the ecstasy of vengeance, as if he could already envision the small white fox being torn to shreds. "Princess, be careful!" The other young members of the fox clan exclaimed in alarm. They wished to aid the small white fox, but were ensnared by the nearby wolf demons, rendering it nearly impossible to approach. Thunderous roars echoed. Just then, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, overwhelming everything in its path. The sheer horror was palpable. In the face of this dreadful force, the wolf demons were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, their cries for help silenced before they could even escape their lips, leaving no trace behind. The astonishing scene left the small white fox and her companions in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? A Fox Clan man gasped in shock. Could it be that the demon emperor has truly manifested? It is highly likely. Those wolf demons dared to strike at us here, which is a grave disrespect to the demon emperor. It seems they have been punished, a solemn Fox Clan woman remarked. Ever since the appearance of the five-colored light above the demon emperor mountain a decade ago, strange occurrences have proliferated in the area. They would not be surprised if the demon emperor truly manifested or if a divine weapon emerged. The manifestation of the demon emperor? Qin Feng, who approached slowly, had not anticipated that his earlier actions would be interpreted by these Fox Clan members as the manifestation of the demon emperor. Who? At that moment, the vigilant women of the Fox Clan heard Qin Feng's whispered words and exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, all gazes turned toward the approaching figure of Qin Feng. A disgrace? What brings you here? Upon seeing Qin Feng, the white fox's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief, even more astonished than when the demon emperor had manifested earlier. She questioned whether she had been mistaken, but as Qin Feng drew nearer, she realized her eyes had not deceived her. Upon hearing the disparaging term, a flicker of irritation crossed Qin Feng's lips. When had he ever become a disgrace? Although the transformed white fox was undeniably stunning, he had never harmed her in any way. After all, he was a normal person, not a beast. How could he possibly act against a little fox? Your Highness, do you know this human? Has he ever treated you with disrespect? We shall teach him a lesson. The other members of the Fox Clan, upon hearing the white fox's accusation, glared at Qin Feng, preparing to take action. Do not act. The white fox interjected hastily. This disgrace saved me once in the Kanglan domain. The other Fox Clan members raised their eyebrows in surprise at her words, but nodded in agreement, refraining from hostility. You left without a word and then arrived in the Jiuquan domain? Qin Feng queried, perplexed. He was not particularly surprised by the white fox's ability to take on human form, as typically, only those with a powerful bloodline possess such innate transformation abilities. Ordinary magical creatures, upon reaching a certain realm, can indeed transform, which is not particularly extraordinary. What piques his curiosity is that the little white fox was supposed to be in the Kanglan domain. How could she possibly appear in the distant Jiuquan domain? I didn't leave quietly, he remarked. The little white fox quickly retorted. Then, somewhat at a loss, confessed, I was forcibly taken back by my great-aunt. I see. Qin Feng nodded in understanding, saying, I thought you had found another fox to pair with. You insufferable wretch. The little white fox seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. This scoundrel's words were infuriating. However, acknowledging her own fault in leaving, she refrained from saying more and instead inquired, What brings you here? For some reason, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Could it be that Qin Feng had come to seek her? Naturally, he was here for the tomb of the demon emperor, which he candidly admitted. Upon hearing this, the little white fox was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the rumors of the demon emperor's tomb had spread to the Kanglan domain, nor that Qin Feng had come specifically for that reason. With a hint of disappointment, she scoffed, You foolish wretch, the current demon emperor's tomb is under the watchful eyes of all the formidable forces in the Jiuquan domain. How dare you, with your mere spirit transformation cultivation, covet the tomb? Qin Feng, taken aback, realized that the little white fox's memory of him was still rooted in the time when he had just broken through to the spirit transformation realm in front of Qin Zening. He replied nonchalantly, I am no longer at the spirit transformation level. Not at the spirit transformation level? The little white fox's eyes widened as she asked, Have you perhaps broken through to the Wheel Sea realm? No wonder you have not changed in appearance after all these years. Although she could not discern the precise cultivation level of Qin Feng, she was not surprised, for it had been the same during their time in the imperial tomb. She speculated that Qin Feng possessed a rather peculiar constitution, otherwise his pace of cultivation would not be so languid. The Wheel Sea realm, well? It seemed about right. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of revealing his cultivation level too soon, as he was not particularly well acquainted with the Nine Xian domain nor with the fox tribe. The only one he was somewhat familiar with was the little white fox. To think you would dare to traverse realms with such a cultivation level, how audacious. The little white fox exclaimed in astonishment. She continued. Since the arrival of the five-colored radiance 10 years ago, the demonic Emperor Mountain has been rather quiet. It is unlikely that any demonic Emperor tombs will surface in the near future. Are you planning to remain here and wait? I have only just arrived myself and have yet to formulate a plan. Honestly, I haven't decided, Qin Feng admitted. Then why not accompany me back to the tribe? The little white fox suggested eagerly. You have saved me several times in the Kanglan domain. It is only fitting that I repay your kindness. The fox tribe? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before nodding and smiling. Thank you. As he was new to the Nine Xian domain and unfamiliar with the surroundings, having a place to stay was indeed advantageous. The expressions of the other fox tribe members subtly shifted, clearly indicating their reluctance to bring an unfamiliar person back to the tribe. However, with the little white fox having spoken, they refrained from voicing their objections. How unexpected. You are still so polite, one of them remarked with a hint of disdain. Upon encountering Qin Feng's agreement, the little white fox smiled and said, Then let us be on our way. Ever since she was forcefully taken back to the Jiuquan domain, she could not fathom why thoughts of Qin Feng often occupied her mind. Now, seeing him unexpectedly filled her with an inexplicable joy. Subsequently, the group chose not to linger in that place and departed from the Demon Emperor mountain range, boarding the ancient vessel of the little white fox and her companions, setting sail towards the tribe of the Fox clan. As they journeyed, Qin Feng gained a general understanding of the Fox clan's tribe. He learned that it was a relatively powerful tribe located in the southern part of the Jiuquan domain, having existed for over 20,000 years. It was guarded by a formidable warrior at the martial domain level and two others on the cusp of that realm. By the dawn of the third day, the ancient vessel arrived at the site of the nine-tailed clan's tribe. This locale was nestled among mountains on three sides, flanked by water, where a myriad of flowers and grasses flourished, teeming with life. A great river rushed by adjacent to the tribe, where fish frolicked joyfully, and young fox children played merrily, evoking a sense of a paradise untouched by the outside world. What an impressive array of formations! Qin Feng mused silently as he stepped off the ancient vessel. The entire Fox clan's tribe was enveloped in a powerful array, capable of withstanding the assault of a novice warrior in the martial domain without issue. Chapter 142. A resounding slap, Your Highness. You have returned from your expedition. As the little white fox and her companions disembarked from the ancient vessel, they were greeted by an elderly voice emanating from within the tribe. Hearing the voice, Qin Feng looked up and saw an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, moving with remarkable speed, leaving behind a series of fleeting shadows as she approached the crowd. Additionally, several other elders and young members of the Fox clan also hurried over upon hearing the news. The little white fox and her companions had been training in the outside world for 5 or 6 years, and they were now eager to see if anyone had been injured. Who is this person? The elderly woman inquired, noticing Qin Feng and furrowing her brow. Great aunt. This is Qin Feng, a friend I met in the Kanglan domain a few days ago in the Demon Emperor mountain range, the little white fox quickly explained. This elderly woman, named Lan, had not only reached the formidable 9th level of the Void Refining Realm, but also held a high status within the clan. In the absence of her parents, she was responsible for the clan's affairs. The last time the little white fox was in the Kanglan domain, she had been forcibly taken away by Lan. Greetings, esteemed elder, Qin Feng said with a smile, expressing his politeness. He was familiar with the basic etiquette. The other members of the Fox clan looked on in surprise. They had not anticipated that the little white fox had made a friend during her years in the Kanglan domain. However, Lan's reaction was peculiar. Upon learning that Qin Feng was a friend of the little white fox, a flicker of murderous intent briefly flashed in her murky eyes. Yet, it vanished as quickly as it appeared, and she smiled, saying, So you are a friend of Her Highness the Princess. Let us return to the tribe together. I will arrange accommodations for you shortly. Thank you, esteemed elder. Although Qin Feng had noticed the fleeting glimmer of malice in Lan's gaze, he remained calm, feigning ignorance, and replied with a gentle smile. In truth, he harbored a sense of curiosity, perplexed by the sudden hostility emanating from Lan. After all, his great-aunt had permitted Qin Feng to reside here. The little white fox was taken aback. She had anticipated that Lan would refuse and that she would have to intercede on his behalf, since he is a friend of Her Highness the Princess. How could I possibly object? Lan remarked with a gentle smile. Thank you, great-aunt, the little white fox replied, her spirits soaring with joy. Subsequently, the group entered the expansive territory of the Fox clan. The entire Fox clan settlement was vast, surpassing the size of the imperial city of the Great Xia, and its structures were crafted from precious stones, adorned with protective runes. The protective array safeguarding the entire Fox clan was intricately interwoven with these architectural masterpieces. Before long, they arrived at the central area of the Fox clan, which boasted a magnificent complex of buildings. In stark contrast to the other structures within the clan, this area exuded an ancient and majestic aura. It was evident that these edifices dated back to a time long past, belonging to an era at least 100,000 years removed from the present. Upon entering, Qin Feng immediately observed that many of the buildings here stood empty and uninhabited. Clearly, the current Fox clan was not as prosperous as it had been during the time of their construction. Immortal had arranged for Qin Feng to have a secluded courtyard, entirely tranquil, surrounded by buildings devoid of any Fox clan inhabitants. You may rest here for the time being, you scoundrel. I must first report to my great-aunt and the others about the results of my recent endeavors. The little white fox said to Qin Feng. With a light tap on her forehead, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and retorted, "Who are you calling a scoundrel?" From the moment they met, the appellation of Little White Fox had been affixed to her, leaving her feeling profoundly wronged. She had done nothing to warrant such a designation, yet it seemed as though she had been unjustly accused of some misdeed. Hiss, it hurts. Little White Fox immediately clutched her pristine forehead, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she exclaimed, "Wretched scoundrel, how dare you strike me? I shall bite you to death." With that, she opened her mouth and aimed to sink her teeth into Qin Feng, seeking not only retribution for this recent affront, but also vengeance for the time he had mercilessly severed her body in the Kanglan domain. Hiss, are you a tiger? Your bite is excruciating. Release me at once. Although Qin Feng felt no significant pain, he couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. He dared not make any sudden movements, fearing he might inadvertently harm Little White Fox. "Wu, don't let go, Wu. Apologize to this princess," she continued, clenching his wrist tightly, saliva dripping down. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to strike her, and to endure such pain was intolerable. She was determined to make Qin Feng regret his actions, ensuring he would never dare to bully her again. Alone together. "If you do not release me, I cannot guarantee that I won't act in a manner that lacks restraint," Qin Feng stated, his tone tinged with a hint of menace. Upon hearing this, Little White Fox recoiled as if struck by lightning, instantly releasing Qin Feng and retreating to a safe distance, both humiliated and furious. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, declaring, "You wretched scoundrel. How dare you even think? If you refuse to let go, I am left with no options," Qin Feng replied, a note of resignation in his voice. "Shameless." Little White Fox's fury only intensified. "What has happened to Her Highness?" At that moment, the other members of the Fox clan, who had distanced themselves, inquired with curiosity. They prepared to return. "In nothing," the Little White Fox replied hastily, "there is a foul rat here that startled me." With that, she did not linger, casting an indignant glare at Qin Feng before departing the courtyard. The other members of the Fox clan were left in a state of confusion. This palace had been passed down since ancient times. How could there possibly be a rat here? Despite their bewilderment, they chose not to inquire further and left alongside the Little White Fox, heading towards the Elder's residence to report the results of their recent trial. Meanwhile, Immortal, observing the Little White Fox's flushed cheeks, seemed to grasp the situation, her murderous intent intensifying. In the quiet courtyard, Qin Feng entered his room, which was simply adorned, perfectly aligning with his preferences. "Not bad," he nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring and gently crushed it, with a rustling sound. As Qin Feng shattered the scroll, silver specks of light unfurled across the ground, gradually coalescing into intricate patterns, ultimately forming an array that enveloped the entire courtyard. The concealment array. Qin Feng believed he would be residing here for an extended period. Thus, he set up the concealment array to prevent the noise from his cultivation from being detected by the other members of the Fox clan, especially given Immortal's evident hostility towards him. Moreover, this concealment array has been enhanced. Not only are its concealing effects markedly pronounced, but within this formation, there is also a slight augmentation to Qin Feng's cultivation. He was already capable of contending against opponents 3 minor realms above him. And with the support of this concealment array, he is an invincible entity below the half-step martial domain. System, assist me in signing in at the Fox clan settlement. After the formation was meticulously arranged, Qin Feng spoke to the system in a nonchalant manner. Dinging. "Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. You have acquired the nine-tailed secret technique." Just as Qin Feng's words fell, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Simultaneously, within the system's space, an ancient scroll appeared. The scroll was rolled up, adorned with a faintly discernible pattern of a mystical fox. "The nine-tailed secret technique?" Qin Feng murmured. "Is it the secret technique of the nine-tailed clan? What could it be?" Curiosity piqued, He examined the information on the scroll. Chapter 143, Marriage into the Clan. Nine-tailed Fox Clan's secret technique, ascending to immortality. By invoking this technique, one can gain a portion of the ancestral powers of the Fox Clan. The Fox Clan's ancestors must possess considerable strength. Qin Feng mused. If I could harness even a fragment of that power during battle, it would significantly enhance my combat prowess. With this thought coursing through his mind, Qin Feng promptly chose to merge with and learn the secret technique contained within the scroll. In an instant, a torrent of profound and intricate knowledge surged into Qin Feng's consciousness, overwhelmingly complex. He realized that without 3 to 5 days of dedicated effort, it would be challenging to fully comprehend. Truly, it is the secret technique of the Fox Clan, he murmured to himself. Subsequently, Qin Feng wasted no time and began to meditate, deeply contemplating the secret art of ascending to immortality. Over the course of the next few days, he remained in the quiet courtyard, immersed in his practice. The tranquility of the surroundings, devoid of any habitation, suited him splendidly. During this time, the little white fox did not make an appearance. She had been away for several years, not only honing her skills, but also inspecting the various tribes loyal to the Fox Clan, intending to report her findings to Lan and the others in detail. It was not until the 7th day, while Qin Feng was engrossed in his cultivation, that the little white fox finally returned. Have you finished your errands? Qin Feng, still seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and smiled gently. Humph, you wretched scoundrel, the last time you laid a hand on me. I will definitely teach you a lesson if given the chance, the little white fox huffed, her demeanor exuding indignation. Despite the passage of so many days, the sting of Qin Feng's slap remained vividly etched in her memory, as if it had just occurred moments ago. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the little white fox would hold such a grudge. Nevertheless, despite her resentment, she displayed genuine concern for Qin Feng's well-being and inquired whether he had encountered any discomfort in his new surroundings. Everything is quite satisfactory, Qin Feng replied after a brief pause. However, since arriving here, I have been plagued by a question. What question? The little white fox asked, intrigued. Are you not of the nine-tailed fox clan? Why is it that among the fox tribe members I have encountered, none possess 9 tails? Qin Feng expressed his confusion. The little white fox initially thought Qin Feng was going to inquire about something else. However, upon hearing his question, she could not help but cast a sidelong glance and replied, the nine-tailed fox clan does not imply that all our kin possess 9 tails, but rather that our ancestors once included formidable beings with 9 tails. At this juncture, the admiration for their 9-tailed ancestor filled the little white fox's eyes. It is essential to understand that, within the current ranks of the fox clan, only those of the 4-tail realm hold any significant power. The might of the 9-tailed ancestor surpasses the imagination of mere mortals. Ah, now I understand, Qin Feng nodded, grasping the essence of her words. Subsequently, the little white fox elaborated on the history of the 9-tailed fox clan. It was revealed that over 1,000,000 years ago, the 9-tailed fox clan was the preeminent force in the entire Nine Xin domain, wielding substantial influence across several neighboring realms. All sects and noble families were compelled to submit to them, and it was said that their strength was comparable to that of sacred lands. However, internal strife and severe fragmentation ultimately led to the clan's gradual decline, with many branches departing from the Nine Xin domain. Their lineage, however, migrated to this location. The vast array of palatial structures was erected during the zenith of the Fox clan's glory, which explains the abundance of uninhabited edifices. In comparison to other branches, the lineage of the little white fox is considered the most legitimate. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, was astonished to learn of the 9-tailed fox clan's grand and tumultuous history. Is it because you were once of royal blood that they refer to you as princess? He inquired. Not at all, the little white fox shook her head, responding. Since the disintegration of the Fox clan, our lineage has ceased to regard ourselves as royal. They refer to me as a princess due to my extraordinary constitution, akin to that of the ancient 9-tailed ancestor. Extraordinary constitution? Qin Feng, taken aback, pondered why he had not discerned any peculiarities in the little white fox's nature. With a heart full of curiosity, he activated his divine gaze to scrutinize her, yet he still failed to uncover any distinct attributes within her physique. You scoundrel! What are you staring at? Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, the little white fox retreated a couple of steps and haughtily remarked, Are you perhaps harboring some special thoughts upon realizing that this princess possesses a unique constitution? Nevertheless, you should relinquish such notions. Your cultivation is far too feeble. You lack even the qualifications to be integrated into our fox clan. Qin Feng was at a loss for words, bewildered by the thoughts swirling in the little white fox's mind. He replied nonchalantly, If you were the saintess of the Yaoqi, I might consider the idea of integrating. Upon hearing this, the little white fox instantly grew displeased. With a puffed-up demeanor, she retorted, "You wretched scoundrel, your desires are quite audacious. How dare you covet the sanctity of the Yaoqi? You are akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. The Yaoqi sacred land is renowned across the eternal continent as a formidable sanctuary, and each generation's saintess is invariably the unrivaled beauty of the land." Although the little white fox was stunningly beautiful, she felt that she could not possibly compare to the saintess of the Yaoqi. Observing her irate expression, Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head, opting to steer the conversation away from the previous subject. "I wish to inquire about a matter of importance." "What matter of importance?" The little white fox, still simmering with indignation, inquired with a puzzled expression upon witnessing Qin Feng's serious demeanor. "Have you ever seen this bronze tablet?" Qin Feng slowly revealed a bronze tablet, pondering the uncertain timing of the Demon Emperor's tomb's opening. He figured he could inquire with the little white fox. The little white fox, upon hearing this, took the tablet from Qin Feng's hand with a look of curiosity, examining it closely. After a moment, a contemplative expression crossed her face as she remarked, "I believe I came across a similar design in an ancient text while searching for books in the library." "Oh?" Qin Feng was taken aback that the little white fox had indeed seen it before. He quickly followed up with a question, "Do you remember what it said?" After a moment of deep thought, the little white fox shook her head in defeat. "That ancient text was not what I was looking for. I merely glanced at it without paying much attention. I can't even recall which book it was." Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He then asked, "May I visit your library?" "Certainly, but there are elders guarding it. You can only access texts unrelated to the Fox clan's martial techniques," she replied, nodding slowly. "Rest assured, I have no interest in the Fox clan's techniques," Qin Feng assured her. "Then let us go. I'll take you to the library," the little white fox agreed. With that, the two departed the courtyard and headed towards the library. Shortly thereafter, the little white fox led Qin Feng to the Fox clan's library, a structure evidently erected during the clan's period of strength. It was grand and ancient, imbued with the weight of history. The elder guarding this place, upon seeing the little white fox accompany Qin Feng, frowned slightly but chose not to voice his concerns, allowing the two to enter. The entire library towered 7 stories high, its shelves laden with ancient texts, clearly relics from a distant past. Such a plethora of books. Qin Feng marveled at the dense collection of ancient volumes. "Do you have any recollection of which floor you saw it on?" "I have no recollection," the little white fox replied, shaking her head. Qin Feng sighed in resignation. How long would it take him to sift through these tomes? Yet, he had no alternative but to examine them one by one. For the following 2 months, Qin Feng remained within the library, poring over various ancient texts. Naturally, he also checked in daily. Ding. "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully checked in and received the starry array." Ding. "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully checked in and received the white jade pill." This library, after all, was constructed during the zenith of the Fox clan, making it exceptionally unique. Thus, the rewards for checking in here were rather generous. As dawn approached, the sun gradually ascended, casting warm rays through the windows and illuminating the library. The little white fox transformed back to her original form, basking in the sunlight on the windowsill. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued his diligent examination of the ancient texts. Through these volumes, he not only gleaned numerous stories of the Fox clan, but also uncovered many secrets of the 9 mystical domains, proving to be immensely beneficial. As he was perusing the pages, Qin Feng's expression suddenly shifted. He had spotted a pattern on one of the pages that bore an uncanny resemblance to the design on his bronze plate. Adjacent to it were inscribed words. "Have you found it?" inquired the little white fox, who, upon hearing the commotion, transformed into human form and approached him. "Yes," Qin Feng nodded, then intently examined the content, murmuring, "This pattern is actually from the palace of the Demon Emperor." The ancient text only offered fragmented mentions, failing to elaborate on the bronze plate, merely noting that the design originated from the pillars of the Demon Emperor's palace. "Could it be that the bronze plate in your possession is a fragment of the Demon Emperor's palace?" The little white fox expressed her astonishment, for it was well known that the palace had long since vanished without a trace. "No," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. "According to an ancient text I encountered yesterday, the edifice of the Demon Emperor's palace was constructed from a unique type of stone, not bronze. If this bronze plate were merely a shard of the Demon Emperor's palace, it would be a source of disappointment. Could it be that someone who had seen the Demon Emperor's palace replicated the design onto this bronze plate?" The little white fox speculated. Qin Feng remained silent, lost in thought. A lingering feeling suggested that the age of this bronze plate likely surpassed that of the Demon Emperor by a considerable margin. It seemed plausible that the Demon Emperor had once observed the design on this plate and subsequently imitated it on the columns of his palace. However, Qin Feng was perplexed as to the significance of this pattern, which had evidently captured the interest of the esteemed Demon Emperor. prompting him to replicate it on the pillars of his grand palace. After contemplating for an extended period, Qin Feng found himself devoid of answers, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Having discerned the ancient texts he yearned to explore, he and the little white fox decided not to linger any longer in that place and departed together. The little white fox, who had been accompanying Qin Feng in the library, was utterly exhausted. Upon leaving, she returned to her resting quarters. Qin Feng, too, made his way back to his own abode. In the northern expanse of the fox tribe's territory, a vast bamboo grove stood resplendent. It was here that Silver Orchid resided alongside several elders. At this moment, Silver Orchid and the elders were engaged in discussion. Ever since the princess reported to you, she has remained inseparable from that human, one elder remarked with a grave demeanor. This is perhaps not favorable. Indeed, the princess bears a significant responsibility upon her shoulders. Another elder added solemnly. How can she be so entangled with the human race? The little white fox, being the princess of the fox tribe, held a position of high esteem, making it difficult for them to offer counsel directly. Thus, they sought out Silver Orchid for assistance. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it, Silver Orchid replied coolly. She had already taken note of the situation. But given that Qin Feng and the little white fox had been together recently, she felt it prudent to exercise restraint. The other elders nodded in agreement, reassured by Silver Orchid's capabilities. Before long, night enveloped the land. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of twinkling stars. Inside his chamber, Qin Feng was seated in meditation, refining the 9-tiered demon tower. Since acquiring the 9-layered demon tower, he had found himself devoid of leisure, consumed by intermittent refinement. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave emanated from within Qin Feng, signaling his successful assimilation of the tower. He mused to himself that when time permitted, he would seek out 2 demon clan members to confine within and observe the results. At that moment, however, he furrowed his brow, sensing an imminent killing intent aimed directly at him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of tranquility as if oblivious to the threat, and began channeling spiritual energy into the 9-layered demon tower. Meanwhile, Immortal emerged from her courtyard, her gaze icy and filled with murderous intent as she fixed her eyes on the direction of Qin Feng's residence. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for being merciless, she murmured, gripping her staff and striding swiftly towards Qin Feng's abode. Despite the vehement objections of the little white fox and her parents, numerous elders within the clan, alongside the 2 ancestral figures, had already acquiesced to Immortal's proposal. The course of action was set, and she could not allow Qin Feng to jeopardize the plan. Before long, Immortal arrived at Qin Feng's residence. She cast a cold, indifferent glance at his room but refrained from entering. Instead, she resolved to utilize her formidable spiritual awareness to obliterate Qin Feng's consciousness. This way, the little white fox would believe that Qin Feng had encountered a cultivation mishap leading to a collapse of his spirit, unaware of her involvement. Just as she contemplated her next move, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated from within the room. Upon hearing these words, Immortal's expression drastically changed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although she did not deliberately conceal her presence, as a cultivator at the 9th level of the Void Refinement Realm, how could a mere ant from the Wheel Sea realm, like Qin Feng, possibly detect her arrival? Are you concealing your cultivation? A chill flickered in Immortal's gaze as she spoke in a low voice. Although she was unaware of how Qin Feng achieved this, she was certain he was indeed hiding his true strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sense her. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. Qin Feng revealed a smile and calmly remarked, If I were not concealing my cultivation, you would not be so unprepared to kill me. It is only through surprise that one can triumph over their adversaries. Chapter 145, Suppression Humph. Even if unprepared, it matters not. Killing you is as effortless as breathing, Immortal retorted coldly. She could not discern the specifics of Qin Feng's cultivation level. Yet she herself had reached the pinnacle of the Void Refinement Realm. Unless Qin Feng possessed the strength of the Martial Domain Realm, he was no match for her. Boom. As the conversation unfolded, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Immortal. Realizing that Qin Feng was concealing his strength, she no longer cared if the little white fox knew she was the one who killed him. She merely needed to assert that Qin Feng had ambushed her. After all, the dead cannot testify. The members of her clan would undoubtedly choose to believe her over a deceased individual. Thud. Immortal struck the ground with her staff, unleashing a wave of unique power. The spiritual energy she released swiftly coalesced into numerous fox apparitions, charging towards Qin Feng with lethal intent. In the depths of those fox's eyes, a pink luminescence emanated, posing a significant threat to one's consciousness. To claim that killing me is as easy as flipping a hand, you might be overestimating yourself a tad too much. Unfazed by the enchanting pink glow, Qin Feng spoke coldly. As he spoke, around his body, numerous sword souls swiftly coalesced. Their astonishing sword intent accompanied by the resounding echoes of sword cries resonating throughout the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, those sword souls surged forth towards the oncoming spiritual energy foxes, leaving behind a trail of astonishing sword marks on the ground. Utterly terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the sword souls and the spiritual energy foxes unleashed truly astounding waves of power. However, without exception, those foxes formed from condensed spiritual energy were pierced through by the sword souls, bursting apart. Although Immortal possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of the void refinement realm, and Qin Feng stood at the pinnacle of the 5th layer. Even with the ability to contend across 3 minor realms, he would still be no match for Immortal. Yet, within this locale, Qin Feng had set up an enhanced version of the concealment array, which could slightly elevate his cultivation. This place was undoubtedly Qin Feng's dominion. Unless Immortal was at the threshold of the martial domain realm, she would find it impossible to contend with him. As the sword souls pierced through those foxes formed of spiritual energy, their might diminished slightly, yet continued to surge towards Immortal. What? Immortal was taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of Qin Feng's strength, which far exceeded her expectations. Whoosh! The staff in her hand erupted with light, forming a barrier around her. Desiring to obstruct these sword spirits, a resounding crash echoed as numerous sword spirits collided with the barrier, unleashing a violent surge of energy that shattered the entire structure. Silver Orchid staggered back, visibly flustered. How infuriating. It seems I have underestimated you. Her countenance darkened as she promptly retrieved a jade stone from her spatial ring, intending to alert the 2 ancestral elders within her clan. Although she possessed even more formidable martial techniques yet to be unleashed, thus potentially capable of defeating Qin Feng, she deemed it unnecessary to risk it within the confines of the Fox tribe's territory. Crack! The jade stone shattered, the crisp sound resonating through the air. Silver Orchid's gaze turned towards Qin Feng, now imbued with a cruel glint as she declared, "Brat, the 2 ancestral elders will soon emerge from their seclusion. You might as well prepare for your demise." The 2 elders in meditation comprised one at the martial domain realm and another at the brink of it. And Silver Orchid was convinced that eliminating Qin Feng would be a mere trifle for them. Is that so? Qin Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Have you not realized that our battle has not attracted the attention of anyone? Upon hearing this, Silver Orchid's expression shifted dramatically as she recognized the anomaly. She scanned her surroundings and was horrified to discover that, despite the tremendous energy fluctuations, not a single member of the Fox tribe had been drawn to the scene. How peculiar. A formation? Could it be that there exists a concealed array that isolates this place from the outside world? Her eyes widened with astonishment, disbelief flooding her senses. Such a formation she had only encountered in ancient texts and had never witnessed in reality. How could Qin Feng possess such a thing? You are not particularly foolish, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Silver Orchid's expression darkened considerably. She turned to flee, desperate to escape this place. From Qin Feng, she sensed an unprecedented aura of danger. Suddenly, a colossal ancient tower, entirely shrouded in darkness, descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar. The terrifying pressure rendered Silver Orchid motionless. No, please do not kill me, she exclaimed, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at the descending tower. For reasons unknown, she felt an innate fear emanating from the depths of her soul, as if she were inherently restrained by this structure. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life, Qin Feng replied calmly. The moment his words fell, the tower landed with a resounding thud, imprisoning Silver Orchid within its confines. No, let me out, she cried in panic, repeatedly assaulting the interior of the tower. Yet her efforts were futile against its formidable strength. Although Qin Feng could not yet unleash the full power of this 9-story demon tower, once a demon was confined within, escape was utterly impossible unless one possessed the strength to shatter the tower itself. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Qin Feng caused the gigantic tower to rapidly shrink, ultimately resting in his palm, now no larger than the size of a hand. The echoes of Silver Orchid's terrified cries diminished in tandem with the tower's reduction. Can I now convert her cultivation into my own? Qin Feng murmured to himself, pondering the extent to which her cultivation at the 9th level of the void refinement realm could be converted into his own. He closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to the sensations. However, as time passed, disappointment began to creep in. The 9th-tier demon tower did not instantly transform Silver Orchid's cultivation into his own. Instead, it gradually absorbed her prowess, a process far slower than he had anticipated. It appeared evident that he required the capture of more demon entities. Qin Feng continued to muse. According to his calculations, the first tier of the 9-tier demon tower could accommodate many more formidable beings like Silver Orchid, not to mention the additional 8 tiers above. As long as he could subdue powerful demon entities, he could simply await the gradual enhancement of his own abilities. Subsequently, Qin Feng stored the 9-tiered demon tower within the confines of his system space, then initiated the divine concealment array to absorb the lingering spiritual energy fluctuations left from the recent battle between the two. This would serve to strengthen the divine concealment array. Meanwhile, approximately 100 miles away from the Fox tribe settlement, nestled within a mountain, stood an ancient edifice constructed against the rocky backdrop. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the Fox tribe, enveloping the surroundings in a rich aura. 2 elderly men sat cross-legged within a grand hall, surrounded by an array of divine stones. The abundant spiritual energy was continuously drawn into their bodies, each moment's intake sufficient to cause a lesser cultivator like Silver Orchid to explode from the sheer force. Yet, for them, it felt as natural as breathing. Chapter 146. I will protect you. A sense of foreboding crept over me, as if a member of my clan were silently calling for aid. An elder beside me suddenly furrowed his brow. The figure next to him was none other than the venerable patriarch of the 9-tailed Fox clan, who, upon hearing these words, opened his murky eyes. He directed his gaze toward a nearby formation, where a diamond-shaped crystal hovered in the air. If a core member of our clan were to shatter the jade stone meant for conveying messages, the crystal would undoubtedly respond. Surely, it must be your imagination. The patriarch remarked nonchalantly, observing the crystal's lack of reaction. The esteemed elder beside him nodded in agreement, attributing the anomaly to his prolonged seclusion. Subsequently, both men dismissed the matter and resumed their meditation, allowing it to fade from their minds. For the next fortnight, Qin Feng carried on as if nothing were amiss. Continuing his meditation in the confines of his chamber, he diligently absorbed the sword energy and spiritual stones to enhance his cultivation. During this time, the little white fox frequently visited him. When he inquired about any occurrences within the clan, she responded with a look of bewilderment, asserting that all was well. Initially taken aback, Qin Feng soon found solace in her words. Given Silver Orchid's esteemed position and the multitude of responsibilities she bore, her absence over the past 2 weeks would hardly raise an eyebrow. On the following dawn, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a sprinkle of light within the room. Suddenly, a tumultuous sound erupted from within Qin Feng, resembling the roar of crashing waves. The spiritual energy within him surged like an ocean, rolling restlessly and enveloping the entire courtyard. His aura continuously ascended, enveloping his entire being in a divine radiance, rendering him extraordinarily remarkable. This peculiar phenomenon persisted for over 2 hours before gradually subsiding. He had finally transcended to the 6th level of the void refinement realm. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Ever since he had broken through to the 5th level of the void refinement realm, the pace of his advancement had significantly slowed. After so many years, he had at last reached the 6th level. After all, the ancient chaos sword body required an immense amount of spiritual energy for each elevation in rank. At times, Qin Feng found himself envying those with ordinary physiques. Although, even with his ancient chaos sword body, his rate of breakthrough was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than that of regular cultivators. Had he possessed an ordinary physique, his progression would undoubtedly have been swifter. Perhaps he would have already attained the martial domain realm by now. To accelerate his cultivation, he should make full use of the 9-layered demon tower Qin Feng used. Only within the 9-layered demon tower could he elevate the limits of his cultivation speed. Contemplating this, he lowered his gaze slightly and sent his consciousness into the 9-layered demon tower, eager to see how Immortal was faring. Within the demon tower, Qin Feng observed as if he were a deity surveying the mortal realm. He discovered that Immortal's cultivation had plummeted to the 6th level of the void refinement realm. She appeared exceedingly frail, and her life force had significantly diminished. Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow. If Immortal's cultivation fell below the 6th level of the void refinement realm, the efficacy of converting her power into his own would be negligible. Indeed, if I were to provide Immortal with some resources for her cultivation, would it not enable me to continually convert her progress into my own? Qin Feng suddenly pondered, murmuring to himself. He possessed an abundance of surplus cultivation resources, while the amount of spiritual energy he could absorb at any given moment was limited. Rather than allowing those resources to languish, it would be wiser to put them to use. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng hesitated no longer and retrieved a collection of spiritual stones and elixirs from the depths of his system space. As the resources cascaded down, the pale and exceedingly weak Immortal was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of cultivation materials that surrounded her. Qin Feng, what deceit are you plotting? She exclaimed. Her expression darkened with fury. She harbored no illusions about his intentions, believing instead that he harbored ulterior motives. However, after scattering the resources, Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness. choosing to disregard her entirely. He was not concerned in the least that Yinlan might refuse to utilize these cultivation resources. Had she possessed even a modicum of the pride typical of her fox lineage, she would have long since severed her own meridians in despair. Her continued existence was a testament to her strong will to survive. After a period of silence, as she received no response from Qin Feng, Yinlan's gaze inevitably fell upon the scattered cultivation resources. If he truly intended to kill me, he would have done so by now. There would be no need for any further schemes, she mused. The allure of these cultivation resources was immense, akin to a parched wanderer in the desert discovering a life-giving oasis. Moreover, this cultivation resource appeared extraordinarily precious, even more abundant than the usual resources available to Yinlan. With such thoughts occupying her mind, Yinlan ceased her hesitation and immediately began to absorb the energy. Upon sensing this, Qin Feng could not help but smile subtly, for he had discovered a more effortless method of cultivation. After more than 10 days, the little white fox came to seek Qin Feng's company. Suddenly, a girl from the same fox clan hurriedly approached the little white fox. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened," exclaimed the fox girl, urgency evident in her voice. "What is it?" The little white fox inquired, her expression one of confusion. "Our great aunt has gone missing," the fox girl replied gravely. "We have been unable to contact her by any means. At present, Yinlan was responsible for numerous affairs within the fox clan. Initially, when someone failed to reach her, it did not seem significant. However, as time passed, the issue became apparent. What? Our great aunt is missing? How can that be?" The little white fox rose in shock. "It is absolutely true," the fox girl affirmed. "All the elders within the clan have exhausted every possible method to reach her, yet to no avail." Upon hearing this, the little white fox's delicate features grew increasingly serious. She murmured, "Our great aunt has never gone missing. Could she have encountered misfortune?" With this thought, anxiety gripped her heart, and her complexion paled, as she feared that the fox clan might soon face a grave crisis. "Do not worry too much," Qin Feng reassured her, observing her distress. "Perhaps she has not encountered danger at all, but rather discovered a sacred place for cultivation and is engrossed in her practice." His words were spoken with sincerity. Since Yinlan obtained the cultivation resources provided by Qin Feng, she has been tirelessly practicing within the 9-tiered demon tower, striving to counteract its detrimental influence on her cultivation. It is unlikely that the Grand Ancestor has found a sacred ground for cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have remained absent for such an extended period. At the very least, she would have communicated with the other elders of the clan. The little white fox shook her head in response. She soon departed from the courtyard to inquire with the various elders about the situation. However, just as she stepped outside, she turned back. Addressing Qin Feng, she said, "It seems that the tribe may not be safe. You should accompany me. If danger arises, I can protect you." Chapter 147. Investigating Qin Feng. The disappearance of Senior Yinlan is an internal matter of your fox clan, so I shall refrain from accompanying you, Qin Feng replied slowly. Moreover, even if there were indeed any dangers within the fox tribe, they would certainly not be directed at me, so you need not worry. Yinlan was under his control, and he was well aware that there were no real threats within the fox clan. The two ancestral elders of the fox clan were formidable beings at the martial domain and semi-martial domain stages. Qin Feng had never encountered such powerful individuals directly before, and he felt it prudent to exercise caution and avoid drawing attention. After all, with his current strength, he was not yet capable of contending with a martial domain expert. Should those two ancestors detect any anomalies, it could lead to complications. Although Qin Feng possessed the divine thunder capable of annihilating martial domain experts, that divine thunder was his ultimate means of survival and should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Very well then. The little white fox found Qin Feng's words to be quite sensible, and she slowly replied, "However, you must remain cautious while you are here. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." She believed that even if there were dangers within the fox tribe, they could not possibly be directed at Qin Feng, for he was merely a practitioner at the Wheel Sea realm, undeniably feeble and thus not worthy of targeting. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the little white fox made her way alone to the council hall, while Qin Feng continued to meditate, nurturing his meridians and solidifying his cultivation. As the little white fox traversed the path to the council hall, the members of the fox tribe bore grave expressions, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. The disappearance of Yinlan was no trivial matter for the fox tribe. Before long, the little white fox arrived at the council hall. "Your Highness," upon seeing her, the anxious elders addressed her with utmost respect, despite her youth, due to her noble status. "What has transpired?" The little white fox inquired, her delicate face etched with concern. Just as a few elders were about to report, two aged figures soared into view from the distant sky, landing before the entrance of the council hall. They were none other than the tribe's venerable patriarch and the Grand Elder, though their hair was as white as snow, making them appear as though a gust of wind could easily topple them. The immense energy contained within them was capable of moving mountains and filling seas, truly formidable. Greetings to the two esteemed ancestors, the gathered crowd said in unison upon their arrival, not daring to show any negligence. The elder patriarch and the Grand Elder nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Has Elon gone missing? The elder of the Fox clan inquired slowly. He and the elder beside him wore solemn expressions. Recently, they had sensed something amiss, but at the time, they had dismissed their concerns. Now, however, it seemed that a grave incident had indeed occurred. Indeed, the second elder of the Fox clan nodded gravely and stated, "We have exhausted all means to reach her." "When was the last time you saw her?" the elder of the clan asked, his voice calm, yet probing. "Did she mention anything to you?" The elders exchanged glances. Hesitating for a moment, the young white fox, observing their demeanor, felt a sense of confusion. He sensed that the elders had something they were reluctant to discuss in his presence, their eyes furtively glancing at him. "What is it?" The elder of the clan frowned and urged, "Speak up without delay." "Yes," the fox elder quickly nodded and continued. "The last time we met with Lan was at her residence," she mentioned, wanting to find an opportunity to eliminate Qin Feng. "What?" the young white fox exclaimed in astonishment. "It wants to kill Qin Feng?" She found it hard to believe and could not comprehend the reason behind it. "Qin Feng?" The elder of the clan frowned slightly, inquiring, "Why have I never heard this name before? Is he one of my nine-tailed fox clan?" "No. He is a friend of mine," the young white fox replied, then turned to the second elder, asking, "Why does that want to kill Qin Feng? Did he somehow offend her?" She found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasons behind it all. Lan, observing the close proximity between you and Qin Feng, harbored concerns that you might develop feelings for him, prompting her to contemplate his demise. The second elder of the Fox clan spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, the little white fox's expression darkened further. The mere thought that Lan would resort to such drastic measures due to her closeness with Qin Feng was intolerable to her. Does this imply that Lan encountered misfortune while attempting to eliminate Qin Feng? The old clan leader then inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of Qin Feng?" "He resides within the imperial palace, yet Lan's disappearance should not be linked to him," the second elder of the Fox clan replied slowly. "Qin Feng is merely at the level of the We'll See realm and is not a match for Lan. I suspect she faced some unusual circumstances before taking action, which led to her silence." The other elders also shared their speculations. Although they harbored no fondness for Qin Feng, they were reluctant to see the two ancestors waste time dwelling on him. "The We'll See realm?" The old clan leader furrowed his brow slightly and responded, "One must refrain from making hasty judgments." As he spoke, his formidable spiritual sense expanded, enveloping the entire imperial palace in an instant. Every flower, every blade of grass, every tree, and every wooden structure fell under his scrutiny. At that moment, Qin Feng was meditating within his chamber. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. His keen and powerful spiritual sense immediately alerted him to the presence of another's consciousness probing the ancient architectural complex, with particular focus on him, seeking to ascertain his cultivation level. However, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, keeping his eyes closed as he continued to meditate. He emanated only the aura of the We'll See realm, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After a brief moment, the probing consciousness shifted away from Qin Feng, resuming its search within the courtyard to ascertain whether there existed any trace of Lan. Unfortunately, the elder of the Fox tribe was destined for disappointment. Not only was there a concealed formation that masked all energies, but after subduing Lan, Qin Feng had also employed the bone spirit cold fire to completely eradicate any trace of her essence. Even a diviner arriving at this place would find nothing to interpret. It appeared that this matter had no connection to Qin Feng whatsoever. After a short while, the elder of the Fox tribe retracted his formidable consciousness and calmly instructed, "You shall report all recent endeavors undertaken by Lan in detail." As he spoke, he and the venerable elder beside him stepped into the council chamber. The other elders were not surprised by this outcome, for they had always believed that a mere We'll See realm cultivator like Qin Feng could hardly inflict any harm upon Lan. They too followed him into the council chamber, though the little white fox felt immense anger at Lan for plotting to eliminate Qin Feng behind her back. With Qin Feng unscathed and Lan now missing, she refrained from expressing her grievances. The pressing concern was to locate Lan before addressing any further issues. Otherwise, the Fox tribe might indeed face a significant crisis. Subsequently, the gathering convened in the council chamber to deliberate on the matter. Chapter 148, Too Indolent. After the elder of the Fox tribe withdrew his consciousness, Qin Feng promptly extracted a scroll from the depths of the system space. This was a teleportation scroll he had obtained through his sign-in, capable of transporting him 1,000 miles in an instant, with the possibility of immediate reuse. Should the venerable elder of the Fox clan intend to make a move against him, he would swiftly teleport away without hesitation. However, after waiting for over an hour, he observed no signs of disturbance. It seemed they harbored no suspicion towards him. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Deep down, he was aware that his actions had been executed flawlessly, rendering discovery impossible. His only concern lay with the elder of the Fox clan, known to prefer executing 1,000 innocents rather than letting one guilty escape. Yet, it appeared he had overthought the situation. After all, does life not revolve around the principle of caution? With his mind set at ease, Qin Feng resumed his meditation to solidify his cultivation. In the following month, everything proceeded as usual. The disappearance of Immortal was a significant event within the Fox clan, yet it bore no consequence for Qin Feng, as if it were entirely unrelated to him. The sole deviation from his routine was that, due to the gravity of the situation, the little white fox had little time to visit him. Thus, his daily activities were reduced to sign-ins and cultivation. Had he truly restored himself to the 6th level of the Void Refinement realm? Entering the 9th layer of the Demon Tower with his consciousness, he encountered the diligent Immortal and frowned, saying, "You are rather indolent, aren't you?" Immortal, who was in deep meditation, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing his words. Although this place was replete with abundant cultivation resources, her progress was waning with every passing moment. The only reason her cultivation was not only maintained but also elevated was due to her relentless dedication day and night. How could she not feel disheartened by Qin Feng's remark? The despicable fiend has trapped me here, bestowing upon me an abundance of cultivation resources, which is nothing short of an insult. In her heart, Immortal vowed fiercely, "Once I become sufficiently powerful and escape this place, I shall undoubtedly flay you alive." With such thoughts occupying her mind, she chose to ignore Qin Feng and devoted herself to intense cultivation, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to Immortal, the 9-story Demon Tower was converting her dissipated cultivation directly into Qin Feng's own. Had she ever heard of such an artifact, her mindset would have been entirely different. Observing her, a faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips. His earlier words were intentionally crafted to provoke Immortal, spurring her to absorb spiritual energy with greater fervor. If Immortal did not exert herself, how could Qin Feng accelerate his own advancement? It took him approximately 30 years to progress from the 5th to the 6th level of the Void Refining realm, and he did not wish to expend 50 or 60 years to ascend from the 6th to the 7th. "You wretch, are you truly cultivating?" At that moment, a voice like that of a little white fox echoed through the air. Qin Feng promptly withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. "Yes," Qin Feng nodded, saying, "I have been diligently cultivating without a moment's respite." The pressure from the elder of the Fox clan in the martial domain indeed weighed heavily upon him. "You aren't seriously preparing for a marriage proposal, are you?" The little white fox inquired, blinking playfully. At her words, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This little fox certainly had an overactive imagination. He shifted the topic, inquiring, "How's the investigation regarding Immortal progressing?" Upon hearing this, the smile on the little white fox's face vanished, replaced by an expression of dejection. "We cannot find any trace of her," she lamented, idly toying with the tuft of grass in her hands while seated on the steps beside Qin Feng. The elder patriarch and the supreme elder have both emerged from seclusion to search for Immortal's whereabouts. However, after such a lengthy period, there has been no progress whatsoever. It is as though Immortal has vanished into thin air, transported to another realm entirely. They even harbored suspicions that Immortal might have betrayed the Fox clan. Yet they were unable to uncover any information regarding the Fox clan's interactions with other demon tribes. "And what do you plan to do next?" Qin Feng inquired casually. "I do not know," the little white fox replied, shaking her head. "My parents are returning soon, and these matters will be entrusted to them." "It seems Immortal holds significant importance for your clan," Qin Feng remarked thoughtfully. "Your parents are hurrying back from other domains in haste." He recalled that the little white fox had previously mentioned that both her parents possessed the cultivation of half-step martial domain. They had departed over a decade ago to attend to pressing matters in other realms, not solely in connection with Immortal. The little white fox then shook her head and continued, "There is also the matter of the arrival of the Shangguan family." "The Shangguan family is coming?" Qin Feng responded, somewhat perplexed. "I was unaware that there had been any conflict between the Fox clan and any other family. The Shangguan family was originally a prominent human clan loyal to the Wolf tribe, a formidable force in its own right." The little white fox spoke softly. "However, recently, the daughter of their clan leader has been defiled by the young leader of the Wolf clan, resulting in an exceptionally strained relationship between the two factions. Consequently, the members of the Shangguan family wish to pledge their allegiance to our clan in search of refuge in the southern region of the Nanshan domain." The power of the demon clans is notably more formidable, leading the human inhabitants here to predominantly swear loyalty to them. Should the Shangguan clan choose to align themselves with the Fox clan, our strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the Wolf clan. The little white fox's father, as the clan leader, took this matter very seriously and returned personally. So that is the case. Qin Feng nodded slowly, realizing that this information was undoubtedly confidential. The little white fox revealing such matters to him indicated a considerable level of trust. However, as this was a matter pertaining solely to the Fox clan, Qin Feng did not dwell on it further and shifted the conversation to other topics until dusk approached. I want to say much more. I must commence my training, the little white fox declared before finding a spot nearby to sit in meditation. Observing this, Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the little white fox intended to stay here for the night. He was not particularly accustomed to having someone nearby while he practiced. The presence of a woman would only hinder his cultivation speed. Yet, as this was the little white fox's territory, Qin Feng reluctantly acquiesced and also began to meditate. The little white fox favored training in Qin Feng's presence. It was because she discovered that her cultivation speed, while staying with Qin Feng, was significantly swifter than when she was at her own place. And her comprehension of swordsmanship also advanced rapidly. Initially, the little white fox harbored some doubts, wondering if Qin Feng might be the legendary recluse. For why else would her cultivation progress be so much faster in his presence? However, she later dismissed this conjecture, realizing that her enhanced pace was due to the tranquility and assurance she felt while beside Qin Feng, freeing her from the distractions of her Fox clan's affairs. Thus, her cultivation flourished even more. The support from everyone serves as my motivation to update. Chapter 149, Devouring Spirit Technique. 5 days later, the little white fox's parents returned to the Fox clan tribe. She eagerly departed from the small courtyard where Qin Feng resided to reunite with her parents, having been apart for a decade and missing them dearly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to meditate and cultivate in his small courtyard, diligently performing his routine sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Sign-in successful. You have acquired the Devouring Spirit Technique. The mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this name, Qin Feng felt a flicker of interest and promptly examined the details of this technique. Devouring Spirit Technique, a secret art capable of significantly enhancing the speed of spirit energy absorption within a short time. This technique must be used with caution, as it may lead to the practitioner's body being unable to withstand the sudden influx of spirit energy, resulting in catastrophic consequences. This technique appears quite promising. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He sensed it could indeed accelerate his cultivation further. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Feng chose to merge his abilities. The soul-devouring technique was not an exceptionally difficult secret art. In less than 3 hours, he had comprehended it thoroughly. He retrieved several divine stones from his system space and promptly initiated the technique. Boom! As Qin Feng activated the soul-devouring technique, his entire being transformed into something akin to a black hole, instantly consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy. The sudden influx of spiritual energy surged violently through his meridians, causing Qin Feng to furrow his brow involuntarily. However, his physical strength was formidable enough. This mere spiritual energy could hardly harm his meridians. Subsequently, he employed the longevity formula. And under his control, this immense spiritual energy swiftly merged with the existing energy within him, achieving a remarkable symbiosis at an astonishing speed. Indeed, while others might hesitate to wield the soul-devouring technique, Qin Feng mused that he could use it continuously without significant concern. After all, his physical prowess was exceedingly strong. Even a massive influx of spiritual energy could scarcely inflict damage upon his body, and with the aid of the longevity formula, he could rapidly integrate it with his internal energy. Moreover, the spiritual energy within him was already as vast as the ocean. Thus, the quantity of energy he had just consumed, though considerable, paled in comparison and failed to stir any significant turbulence within him. Qin Feng then resolved to continue his cultivation. This secret art could also benefit Immortal, he suddenly recalled. After all, her advancement in cultivation would directly contribute to his own. Contemplating thus, Qin Feng's thoughts stirred. And within the 9-story demon tower, a radiant golden light, intertwined with an abundance of arcane and intricate symbols, permeated into Immortal's being. The Devouring Spirit Technique? Since Qin Feng directly infused this secret art into Immortal's consciousness, she had no need for comprehension. She grasped it in an instant, astonished beyond measure. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng would bestow upon her such a formidable secret technique. Immortal found herself perplexed, unable to fathom Qin Feng's true intentions. Not only had he provided her with a wealth of cultivation resources, but he had also sacrificed his own consciousness to seamlessly integrate such a powerful technique into her mind. Yet, despite her confusion, Yinlan did not dwell on it for long. She eagerly commenced her cultivation, although she could not use the devouring spirit technique continuously. Its sporadic application would significantly enhance her cultivation speed. In the royal palace's rear garden, a woman, though past middle age, still possessed an enchanting grace, was conversing with the little white fox while admiring the flowers. This middle-aged woman was none other than the little white fox's mother, Ying. For the past few days, she had been accompanying her mother. After a decade apart, there was much to discuss between them. As their conversation meandered, it naturally turned to Qin Feng. After all, it was rare for the Fox clan to host a human guest, particularly one brought back by the little white fox. Kiki, I haven't heard a single commendatory word about Qin Feng from you. Yet why does it seem that you do not harbor any dislike for him? Ying chuckled, gazing at the little white fox. The little white fox, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for words. Dear child, could it be that you harbor feelings for him? Ying observed the little white fox intently, speaking slowly. As her biological mother, she had watched the little white fox grow and could easily perceive her innermost thoughts. Impossible, the little white fox quickly denied. Yet, a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Alas, it seems my suspicions were correct, Ying sighed softly, then continued. However, do not forget the weight of the mission you bear. The ancestors and the many elders of our clan would never permit you to wed a human. But that is a mission imposed upon me by my kin. The little white fox retorted unhappily. Ever since she learned that her unique identity granted her access to abundant cultivation resources, she had diligently utilized her extraordinary ability to sense rare treasures of heaven and earth to gather various resources for her clan. Moreover, during the fierce battles against rival demon clans, she had never wavered. Over the years, her contributions to the tribe had more than compensated for the special treatment she received. I understand your feelings, but the thoughts of the two ancestors are unchangeable, Ying interjected. Should they become aware of your sentiments, they would undoubtedly act without hesitation to eliminate that Qin Feng. No one could intervene. Every parent wishes for the well-being of their child. Yet, both Ying and her husband were merely at the threshold of the martial domain, rendering them inconsequential before the clan's elder. However, the little white fox wished to articulate her thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. Anger simmered within her, but it was overshadowed by feelings of grievance and unease. She held no doubts regarding her mother's assertions. After all, previously, Yinlan had merely speculated about her affection for Qin Feng and had contemplated taking action against him. Fortunately, Yinlan's subsequent disappearance spared Qin Feng from harm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Just then, a hearty laughter suddenly resonated in the air. A middle-aged man approached, exuding an imposing presence as he walked with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. He was none other than the little white fox's father, Bai Yesheng, the current leader of the Fox clan. Interestingly, he was not the son of the old patriarch, but rather his great-grandson. Father, have you completed your tasks? Upon seeing Bai Yesheng, the little white fox joyfully stepped forward. Almost done, Bai Yesheng replied with a smile as he gazed at his daughter. After I meet with the people from the Shangwan family to discuss matters, you may invite Qin Feng to join us for a meal. Several clan elders had already informed him about Qin Feng, so he was well aware. Father wishes to meet Qin Feng? Could it be? The little white fox took a few steps back, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. She feared that Bai Yesheng intended to harm Qin Feng. Do not worry. Your father would never harm him, Bai Yesheng reassured her. I merely wish to see what sort of person my daughter has taken a liking to. Upon hearing this, the little white fox finally breathed a sigh of relief. She urged Bai Yesheng to promise that he would not inflict any harm upon Qin Feng. Bai Yesheng, having no malicious intent, was more than willing to provide that assurance. Indulge your daughter as you wish. However, should the two ancestors truly discover her intentions, they may not only seek to eliminate Qin Feng, but also confine her to isolation. Ying glared at Bai Yi, while she too cherished the little white fox. Her affection did not manifest in the same excessive indulgence as Bai Yi's. She had many considerations weighing upon her mind. Anyone who dares to harm my daughter shall face my unwavering wrath, including the two ancestors, Bai Yi retorted coldly. As the leader of the Fox clan, he valiantly fought for their cause, willing to lay down his life for the clan, yet he maintained his own principles. Upon hearing this, the little white fox felt a surge of gratitude, fortunate to have a father who cared for her so deeply. Ying, however, could only shake her head in resignation. Chapter 150, Destiny Awaits? During the time the little white fox was absent, Qin Feng diligently continued his cultivation and daily sign-ins, reaping numerous rewards that were quite substantial. After all, he resided in the palace established during the height of the Fox clan's prosperity, a place steeped in time and rich in spiritual essence. However, He found no secret techniques akin to the soul-devouring art, only treasures of nature. Besides signing in at the palace, Qin Feng also visited other locations within the Fox clan's territory. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the ancient well of the Fox clan, earning detoxifying spring water. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the ancient tower of the Fox clan, acquiring the rock-solid technique. A plethora of rewards inundated him. Although many were of no use to Qin Feng, possessing them was certainly better than having none. One midday, a gentle and warm breeze swept through, lifting spirits and bringing joy. As Qin Feng traversed the Fox clan's village, he pondered where to sign in. The villagers had grown accustomed to his presence, and his movements through the settlement went largely unnoticed. While walking, he abruptly observed a considerable number of humans gathered at the entrance of the Fox clan's territory, evidently having traveled from afar. Their arrival seemed significant enough to warrant a personal greeting from the clan's second elder. Could they be members of the Shangguan family? Qin Feng mused. Typically, such a large congregation of humans would not be seen within the Fox clan's village, nor would it necessitate the attention of the second elder. As he contemplated this, he noticed that the wooden wheels of the carriages bearing these visitors were adorned with distinctive patterns. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the designs actually formed the characters for Shangguan. With this revelation regarding their identity, Qin Feng decided to disregard them and sought a nearby spot to sign in before returning to his cultivation. However, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly furrowed his brow, fixating on an inconspicuous young man among the Shangguan clan members. There was something peculiar about this youth, though he could not immediately pinpoint what it was. Yet, before Qin Feng could scrutinize him further, the second elder of the Fox clan ushered the visitors into the village. Vanishing from his sight, could it be that the Shangguan family harbored ulterior motives in their allegiance to the Fox clan? Qin Feng pondered, though he did not dwell on it for long. With formidable warriors abounding and an esteemed ancestor of martial prowess presiding over the clan, he reasoned that even if the Shangguan family had sinister intentions, the Fox clan would likely be more than capable of handling them. Moreover, among the individuals from the Shangguan family, the most formidable among them only possesses the cultivation of the seventh layer of the void refinement realm, making it exceedingly difficult for them to stir any significant turmoil. After Qin Feng found a suitable spot nearby to sign in, he returned to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away from the Fox tribe settlement, atop a towering peak, stood several figures radiating a formidable aura. Even the powerful magical beasts surrounding them trembled in fear, unwilling to approach. Leading the group was none other than the chieftain of the wolf tribe, with a cultivation level at the half-step martial domain. At that moment, a subtle rustling could be heard from the dense forest behind. A strikingly beautiful woman emerged, clad in a purple robe that accentuated her fair thighs, complemented by black stockings that exuded allure. How did the matter proceed? The wolf tribe chieftain inquired coldly. My father and the others have already infiltrated the Fox tribe settlement. The woman replied slowly. She was Shangguan Jiao, the daughter of the Shangguan family's leader. The rumors regarding her defilement by the chieftain's son were merely a ruse, albeit one that unfolded with unsettling authenticity, witnessed firsthand by the spies planted by the Fox tribe within the wolf tribe. Excellent. A glint of coldness flickered in the eyes of the wolf tribe chieftain. Once the task is completed, the promised rewards will undoubtedly be delivered to the Shangguan family. Thank you, esteemed elder. Shangguan Jiao expressed her gratitude promptly. Do not mention it. It is what you rightfully deserve, the wolf tribe chieftain replied nonchalantly. After all, this time, the leader of the Shangguan family would likely not survive to leave. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what precisely is your plan? Shangguan Jiao could not help but ask. With such a colossal investment, it is utterly implausible to eliminate the two ancestral figures of the Fox clan. It is even impossible to vanquish the current clan leader, Bai Yeshing. Her mind was filled with confusion. Indeed, the task of slaying the two ancestral figures and Bai Yeshing was insurmountable. The leader of the wolf clan replied nonchalantly, my objective is not them at all. Not them? Then who? Shangguan Jiao questioned, puzzled. It is Bai Yeshing's daughter, the current princess of the Fox clan. The wolf clan leader's eyes glinted with cold determination as he enunciated each word. The Fox clan princess? At this revelation, not only Shangguan Jiao, but also several other elders of the wolf clan were taken aback, unable to comprehend why such a significant expenditure was made for the mere assassination of a princess of the Fox clan, who was merely at the Zifu realm, seemingly devoid of any substantial benefit. According to my top-secret intelligence, Bai Yeshing has, during his decade-long sojourn, discovered an ancient Fox clan technique that perfectly complements his daughter's unique constitution. Thus, it is imperative that we nip this in the bud. The wolf clan leader paused momentarily before stating coldly, Otherwise, should she mature, she will pose an immense threat to our wolf clan. The fact that the little white fox possesses a special constitution has been concealed for many years, yet the wolf clan was already aware of it. The reason the wolf clan refrained from taking action against the little white fox was that, despite sharing a similar constitution with our ancestors, without the ancient fox clan techniques, her abilities would be of little use. She would merely be slightly stronger than an ordinary individual. For 2 centuries, Bai Yesheng has ventured forth repeatedly, seeking the ancient paths once traversed by the Fox clan, yet he has been unable to uncover their ancestral methods. However, this time, he has succeeded. What? Bai Yesheng has indeed discovered the ancient techniques of the Fox clan? The countenances of the wolves shifted dramatically upon hearing this news, sensing an imminent threat. If that were the case, the little white fox must be eliminated without hesitation. Although this plan has exacted a significant toll, ridding the Fox clan of a prodigy comparable to their ancestors would undoubtedly be worth the sacrifice. Moreover, the wolf clan leader continued, this time, Bai Yesheng has returned gravely injured. Should we slay his daughter, his wrath may prove fatal. Upon hearing this, the assembly was invigorated by the brilliance of the stratagem. A dual purpose achieved with one stroke, truly ingenious. Their words were not mere flattery. They genuinely felt that this scheme was exceedingly perfect, not only removing the prospective threat posed by the little white fox, but perhaps also eliminating the immediate danger of Bai Yesheng himself. As they extolled the plan, a proud expression emerged on the wolf clan leader's face as he coldly gazed toward the fox clan's territory, envisioning the chaos that would ensue upon the plan's fruition. With the disappearance of Inlan and the ease with which this scheme seemed poised to succeed, the wolf clan leader felt as though destiny favored him. Chapter 151. Farewell to the young man in the early morning. The sun gradually ascended, casting its warm rays and dispelling the chill of the night. After a night of cultivation, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. System, sign in. Qin Feng spoke softly, ding. Congratulations, master. You have successfully signed in and received a 6-element purification pill. The emotionless notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Upon inspection, he discovered it was an antidote pill capable of easily neutralizing any poison below the 7th rank with just a single dose. While it was indeed precious, he mused, it holds little value for me. Poison masters were not only rare in the Kanglan region, but also scarce in the Jioshuan region, often facing dire consequences. Shaking his head, Qin Feng tucked the pill away and resumed his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon on the following day. Qin Feng was preparing to sign in anew when he heard footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. The little white fox had arrived. Your parents just returned. Haven't you spent time with them? Qin Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled by the fox's visit. My father and mother, along with several elders, are engaged in discussions with members of the Shangguan family. The little white fox replied, boredom etched on her face. It's utterly tedious there. So I decided to seek you out. She clearly disliked the serious and intricate atmosphere. I see. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. By the way, during your time in the tribe, have you ventured outside at all? Suddenly recalling something, the little white fox turned to Qin Feng and asked. No. Qin Feng shook his head. Most of his time had been devoted to cultivation, and when he did leave the small courtyard, it was merely to sign in at various locations within the tribe. After all, the rewards from signing in here were quite commendable. Allow me to take you for a stroll, the little white fox suggested cheerfully. The scenery around here far surpasses that of the great Xia imperial tomb. Having heard her father's words a few days prior, her spirits had lifted considerably. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well. He had yet to sign in for the day, making it a perfect opportunity to explore if there were any superior locations nearby for that purpose. Consequently, the two departed from the small courtyard. However, they had not ventured far when they spotted a young man approaching them in the distance, accompanied by the 9th elder of the fox tribe. The little white fox paid him little mind, but Qin Feng furrowed his brow. This young man was none other than the one he had noticed on the day the Shangguan family entered the fox tribe's territory, who had exhibited peculiar behavior. Once again, as they met, Qin Feng felt an unsettling intuition that something was amiss with the individual. Without hesitation, he activated his divine eye, seeking to uncover the nature of the young man's anomaly. In an instant, ancient and enigmatic runes emerged within the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, enabling him to see through the approaching Shangguan Qingyun. He quickly discerned an anomaly. Within this young man lay a complete formation. Moreover, this formation appeared exceedingly ancient, not resembling the creations of contemporary formation masters. Were it not for Qin Feng's attainment as a 7th-tier formation master and his keen perception, he would have never sensed it. What a formidable individual, Qin Feng murmured to himself. The moment this formation was unleashed from Shangguan Qingyun's body would mark the instant of his demise. What are you saying? The small white fox nearby seemed to have heard Qin Feng murmuring to himself, expressing a look of confusion. Before Qin Feng could respond, Elder 9 of the Fox clan and the young man, Shangwan Qingyun, approached. "Your Highness, Princess, you truly are here," Elder 9 remarked. Suspecting that the little white fox had come to seek Qin Feng, he then turned to the young man and inquired, "Young friend, what compels you to meet with our esteemed princess?" After Bai Yixing and several elders of the clan commenced discussions with members of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Qingyun unexpectedly sought him out, expressing a desire to meet the little white fox. The Shangwan family being honored guests of the Fox clan on this occasion. And with the matter at hand not being of great significance, he consented to accompany Shangwan Qingyun to find the little white fox. However, Elder 9, being a figure of authority, remained vigilant, closely following Shangwan Qingyun, wary of any intentions he might harbor to extract information from the Fox clan. As Shangwan Qingyun began to explain his reason for seeking the princess, a sudden chill flickered in his eyes, and he coldly declared, "Naturally, it is to kill her." In an instant, his body erupted with a brilliant ice-blue radiance. A formidable wave of energy emanated from him, centering around his being. In the blink of an eye, an expansive area of 100 feet was enveloped by a powerful formation, unleashing a terrifying coldness that seemed to herald the onset of winter. Within the confines of the formation, the little white fox and Elder 9 felt their internal spiritual energy come to a standstill, as if frozen beyond their control. "What?" Elder 9 gasped, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing this scene. He could never have anticipated that the Shangwan Qingyun was, in fact, there to assassinate the little white fox, and that within him lay a powerful formation. More alarmingly, both elders had failed to notice. "You shall not harm Her Highness the Princess," the 9th elder of the Fox clan bellowed, stepping forward with formidable physical strength, launching a palm strike towards Shangwan Qingyun. He felt compelled to eliminate this Shangwan Qingyun, for it was he who had brought him to meet the little white fox. Should she be killed, he would bear the weight of his failure with his life. "Old fool, do not obstruct my affairs," Shangwan Qingyun, his face pale and vitality swiftly waning, cried out in fury as he observed the 9th elder of the Fox clan rushing towards him. Mystical and intricate ice-blue runes emerged around his wrist. With a flourish of his hand, the activated formation instantly coalesced into a barrage of ice spikes that hurtled towards the 9th elder. With a sickening thud, the 9th elder, at the 5th level of the Void Refinement Realm, was struck down as if by a thunderbolt, spewing forth a mouthful of blood and being hurled backward to crash heavily onto the ground, his body marred with wounds, blood streaming forth in a pitiful display. "Scoundrel! His aim is to kill me. You must flee at once." The little white fox, witnessing this scene, was struck with alarm, her immediate instinct urging her to protect Qin Feng from sharing her fate. Her first thought was to hasten his escape. Simultaneously, she lamented her decision to seek out Qin Feng that day, realizing that had she not, it would have been her own demise, sparing Qin Feng from peril. "Humph! Let all of you perish." However, Shangwan Qingyun let out a cold snort. Today, he was undoubtedly doomed, so if he could take down one more person, he would. His eyes brimmed with madness, oblivious to Qin Feng's subtle finger flick, which unleashed a sword aura aimed at the most critical array formation. Whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion of his right hand, which was adorned with icy blue inscriptions, Shangwan Qingyun summoned a multitude of ice spikes, hurtling towards the little white fox and her companion. As they traversed the air, they left a trail of frost in their wake. Chapter 152, A Mysterious Power Emerges? Quickly take cover. Upon witnessing this, the little white fox exclaimed in alarm. Simultaneously, she stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Qin Feng, intending to shield him from the impending ice spikes with her own body. As the spikes approached with alarming speed, despair filled the little white fox's eyes. Yet there was also a glimmer of hope. She wished for Qin Feng to remain unscathed. "Humph!" Shangwan Qingyun scoffed, believing that the little white fox was overly optimistic. Such formidable ice spikes would penetrate her with ease. However, in that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Crack! Crack! Just as the ice spikes were about to make contact with the little white fox, they suddenly shattered, transforming into myriad icy blue specks that cascaded down to the ground. The sudden change left both the little white fox and Shangwan Qingyun momentarily stunned, at a loss for comprehension. Crack! Crack! At that instant, cracks began to appear in the entire array's formation, which subsequently disintegrated into countless icy blue light points, dispersing with the wind. After the primary array pattern was shattered by Qin Feng, the entire formation began to collapse. How could this be happening? How could this be happening? Shangwan Qingyun was filled with panic. This formation was a 6th-tier ancient array, acquired by the Wolf Clan leader during his exploration of the Demon Emperor Mountain, intact and flawless. How could it suddenly begin to disintegrate? Unfortunately, the questions that plagued his mind remained unanswered. known only to Qin Feng. Aside from watching the array vanish in terror, he was powerless to act. Boom. As more and more array patterns shattered, the entire formation crumbled completely, erupting with violent waves of energy. The sound was deafening. The little white fox, now unaffected by the formation, hastily gathered spiritual energy to form a barrier in front of herself, shielding against the astonishing fluctuations. Puff! Shangguan Qingyun, who had barely survived relying on the power of the array, was torn to shreds under the ferocious energy waves. His life extinguished. This left the little white fox, still rattled, alongside the 9th elder of the Fox clan, who, after recovering his cultivation, was rapidly healing from his injuries. Both their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What just transpired? The little white fox questioned whether she was dreaming, saying, "Why did the formation suddenly collapse? Perhaps the array was inherently unstable?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it's also possible that a mysterious powerful being intervened to save you." A mysterious powerful being? Upon hearing this, the little white fox could only smile wryly and shake her head. If there were such a being within the Fox clan, she would surely be aware. She believed it was more likely the first possibility that there was indeed a problem with the formation. After all, she had never heard of anyone concealing a formation within their own body until now. "Your Highness, I must promptly report this matter to the clan leader," said the 9th elder of the Fox clan hastily. "It is quite possible that the clan leader of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yu, harbors such a formation within himself as well." "Very well," the little white fox nodded gravely. Subsequently, the 9th elder of the Fox clan soared into the air, hastening towards the direction of the conference hall. Meanwhile, many members of the Fox clan rushed towards the scene upon hearing the news. Within the conference hall, Bai Yeshing and numerous elders were engaged in discussions with the members of the Shangguan family. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed from afar. Bai Yeshing and the elders exchanged concerned glances and stepped out of the hall to investigate the source of the commotion. What is happening? They were perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. "Ha! It seems my nephew has succeeded." At that moment, Shangguan Yu, the clan leader of the Shangguan family, laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Succeeded? What do you mean?" Bai Yeshing inquired, his expression darkening as he looked at Shangguan Yu. A fleeting sense of unease crossed his mind. "Nothing much," Shangguan Yu replied with a cold smirk. "I merely believe that at this very moment, my nephew should have already killed your daughter." He spoke without reservation, for he had no intention of leaving this day alive, nor could he possibly escape. "What did you say?" The complexion of Bai Yishing suddenly turned an alarming shade of pale, and he shouted in uncontrollable fury. It was not only him. Beside him, Yu Ying and several elders also exhibited expressions of profound shock. In that fleeting moment, they comprehended that the arrival of the Shangguan family was, in fact, a nefarious scheme. Yu Ying felt dizzy, nearly losing her balance. If the little white fox were to perish, it would be akin to the sky collapsing upon her. "Hurry over. Perhaps you can still retrieve your daughter's remains," Shangguan Yu remarked with a cold sneer. Cough, cough. Bai Yishing, still recovering from his injuries, was engulfed by rage, resulting in a violent fit of coughing as he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will tear you to shreds." Some of the elders nearby swiftly soared towards the source of the commotion, while others prepared to subdue Shangguan Yu. "No need for your intervention. I am already well prepared," Shangguan Yu said, as spirals of spiritual energy surged from his palm, intent on taking his own life. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly shot towards them from a distance. It was the 9th elder of the Fox clan. "Chief, be cautious of Shangguan Yu. They intend to harm Her Highness the Princess," he exclaimed as he landed. "You were with my daughter earlier?" Bai Yishing inquired urgently. "How is she now? Is she injured?" Beside him, Yu Ying cast a worried glance in his direction. "No harm has come to Her Highness. She is unscathed," the 9th elder of the Fox clan replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Yishing and his wife finally exhaled in relief, their anxious hearts eased. "What? How can this be possible?" Shangguan Yu wore an expression of disbelief. His nephew harbored a 6th-tier ancient formation. How could it possibly fail to vanquish a mere purple mansion realm white fox? It was the elder of the Fox clan who remarked, "The formation unleashed from your nephew's body was unstable and collapsed on its own." This revelation left Shangguan Yu astounded. They had schemed meticulously and invested such significant resources, only to arrive at this outcome. At that precise moment, several other elders of the Fox clan swiftly took action, subduing Shangguan Yu without granting him a chance for self-destruction. "Hasten to interrogate Shangguan Yu. We must ascertain the full extent of this plan and who participated," Bai Yishing instructed the other elders. "I shall check on my daughter." Very well, the other elders nodded in agreement without further comment. They promptly commenced the interrogation of Shangguan Yu, while Bai Yishing and Yu Ying soared toward the direction from which the earlier surge of energy had emanated. eager to discover the fate of the white fox. Woo. Woo. Chapter 153. The unexpected turn of events. The first elder of the Fox clan to arrive immediately obstructed all members of the clan, preventing them from approaching. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky above, Bai Yixing and his wife descended rapidly. Daughter, are you unharmed? Upon spotting the white fox, Bai Yixing rushed forward, his concern palpable. Father, do not worry. I am fine, the white fox replied, her initial shock giving way to a warm smile as she spoke softly. Although she had been startled moments ago, she maintained a composed demeanor, concealing any signs of panic to spare her parents' worry. Everything is fine, sighed Yuing, who breathed a sigh of relief while tightly embracing the little white fox. Meanwhile, Qin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the lifeless body of Shangguan Qingyun sprawled on the ground. From the very beginning, he had sensed something unusual about Shangguan Qingyun but believed the latter's intentions were directed towards Bai Yixing and his companions, dismissing any potential threat. He had not paid close attention to the specifics of Shangguan Qingyun's oddities. To his astonishment, it turned out that Shangguan Qingyun's target was, in fact, the little white fox. Furthermore, he was taken aback to discover that within Shangguan Qingyun lay an ancient formation. Qin Feng mused that if time permitted, he should visit the Shangguan family or the Wolf clan to investigate the origins of this ancient formation and ascertain if there were any remnants of it left. He found himself quite intrigued. Is young Master Qin unscathed? Bai Yixing inquired, directing his gaze towards Qin Feng, although they had never met before. In the current assembly of the Fox clan, apart from the members of the Shangguan family, Qin Feng was the only human present. Noticing Qin Feng's earlier lack of reaction, Bai Yixing assumed he had been frightened. I am perfectly fine, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Thank you for your concern, esteemed elder. Observing that Qin Feng was neither shaken nor flustered, Bai Yixing's eyes flickered with surprise. Such composure surpassed that of many young individuals he had encountered. I'm glad to hear that, Bai Yixing nodded, before inquiring further about the events that had just transpired. Qin Feng did not conceal anything and conveyed all that he had witnessed to Bai Yixing. It appeared that the formation hidden within Shangguan Qingyun's body was exceedingly unstable, resulting in its collapse, Bai Yixing murmured. Prior to this, he had only heard tales of individuals capable of concealing intricate formations within their own beings, a perilous endeavor. He never expected that Shangguan Qingyun would indeed undertake such a risk today. After confirming that the little white fox was in no danger, Bai Yixing chose not to linger and returned to the council hall post-haste. He needed to interrogate Shangguan Yu. Within the grand city, the once bustling residence of the Shangguan family now lay desolate, fearing retribution from the Fox clan after the potential demise of the little white fox. They had hastily relocated their entire household to a sanctuary 1,000 miles away, nestled within a secluded valley. At this moment, in the main hall, Shangguan Jiao and several elders of the Shangguan family convened. Occupying the seat of honor was the leader of the Wolf clan, who awaited news. According to their earlier plan, today was the day designated for the assassination of the little white fox. At that juncture, a Wolf clan elder hurriedly entered. What news? The Wolf clan leader inquired immediately. Approximately 15 minutes prior, a violent surge of energy erupted within the Fox tribe, accompanied by a dazzling ice blue light. It must have been Shangguan Qingyun unleashing the formation sealed within him, the Wolf clan elder reported. The individuals they had bribed within the Fox tribe held positions of little significance, thus they were unaware of the precise details, only the general outline. Excellent, the Wolf clan leader replied, a smile spreading across his face at the news. Prior to this, his greatest concern was that Shangguan Qingyun would not encounter the little white fox, rendering his efforts futile. Now, upon learning that the formation had indeed been activated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This surely meant that Shangguan Qingyun had already met the little white fox. In the eyes of the Fox clan's leader, as long as the little white fox was ensnared in the formation, death was inevitable, with no chance of survival. It appeared that the plan had succeeded. Shangguan Jiao smirked coldly and lamented, "It is a pity that our Shangguan family's original residence will likely be destroyed by the Fox clan. What a shame." Though her father and cousin were doomed, she showed little concern, caring only for the opulent mansion in the city, which would likely be ravaged by the enraged Fox clan warriors. Within the Fox clan, no one had ventured to the Shangguan family. Suddenly, the elder of the Wolf clan spoke up. What did you say? No one from the Fox clan has gone to the Shangguan family? The Wolf clan leader responded coldly. Could it be they went directly to our Wolf clan? They must be courting death. Both our Wolf clan and the Fox clan have formidable warriors at the martial domain level. Even if the Fox clan's ancestor were to come, they would gain little advantage. Moreover, with the aid of the formation within their clan, they might even be able to slay the Fox clan's ancestor. No, the Wolf elder shook his head. After that surge of energy, although the Fox clan was slightly flustered, there was no further movement. Many elders of the Fox clan remained in the council chamber without emerging. Everything is calm, as if nothing had occurred. Upon hearing this, the Fox clan leader could not help but furrow his brow. Why does it feel somewhat amiss? He murmured. If the princess of the Fox clan has been slain, there should be no tranquility, even if they do not seek immediate retribution. After a moment of contemplation, his expression changed drastically. This is bad. It seems something has gone awry. I must depart from this place swiftly. As he spoke, the leader of the wolf clan strode forward, eager to return to his tribe. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept in, enveloping the entire valley in an instant. The rumbling, an astonishing aura descended, as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. The frightening force bore down upon everyone, rendering them breathless. A master of the martial domain, the leader of the wolf clan, the strongest among them at half a step into the martial domain, uttered a gasp of horror. Being the most powerful, he was also the one most attuned to the overwhelming strength of the newcomer. At that moment, his heart was filled with dread, despite his formidable cultivation. In the presence of a true master of the martial domain, he felt like an insect, utterly powerless. What? A master of the martial domain? The others in the hall gasped in unison, their faces etched with sheer terror. Just then, an ancient figure stepped forward, having entered the hall. It was none other than the elder of the Fox clan. Chapter 154. Fate no longer lies with the wolf clan. It appears that Shangguan Yu is not deceiving us. The voice of the elder of the Fox clan was slightly hoarse, revealing no trace of emotion, as he calmly stated. His ability to arrive here was, of course, derived from the inquiries made to Shangguan Yu. With a thunderous roar, the words of the venerable elder of the Fox clan resonated, and a terrifying pressure surged forth, expanding outward like a tsunami from his very presence. In an instant, all who gathered were reduced to mere blood mist, not a single soul surviving, including the wolf clan leader, a formidable figure on the brink of martial domain. The stench of blood pervaded the air, and after extinguishing the lives of those present, the elder of the Fox clan departed without a moment's hesitation. In the ensuing days, news of the wolf clan leader's demise rippled through the southern expanse of the Nanshin domain. Both the wolf and Fox clans wield considerable influence in this region. The death of the wolf clan leader was no trivial matter. There were only 3 others who stood at the threshold of martial domain within the wolf clan, and this loss severely weakened their spirit, igniting a storm of turmoil. The wolf clan schemes were indeed insidious, having concealed an ancient formation within a human host to ensnare the Fox princess. Alas, fate proved to be an unyielding adversary, and their plans ultimately unraveled, suggesting that destiny was not in favor of the wolf clan. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, a predominant sentiment of schadenfreude emerged. The wolf clan's reputation, marred by their erratic behavior, paled in comparison to that of the Fox clan. Observers reveled in the wolf clan's misfortune. As for the sudden collapse of the ancient formation, it was dismissed by most as a consequence of its antiquity and instability, having been sealed within Shangguan Qinyun, leading to its inevitable disintegration. The wolf tribe, having lost its leader, found itself ensnared in a state of frustration and melancholy. Not only had their vitality suffered a grievous blow, but they were also compelled to confront the relentless pressure from the Fox tribe. Consequently, they were obliged to cede their rightful assets, including a spirit stone mine, to the Foxes. After all, it was they who had instigated the assassination attempt on the little white fox, rendering them not only culpable, but also unsuccessful, resulting in the loss of a formidable warrior at the semi-martial domain. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the Fox tribe at this juncture would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. Although Bai Yeshing struggled to quell the fury that simmered within him, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. The wolf tribe, after all, had a martial domain expert stationed among them, and a vendetta would only lead to mutual destruction, an outcome that would yield no benefit. Within the Fox tribe's encampment, ever since the incident had transpired, Qin Feng had remained sequestered in his modest courtyard, diligently signing in and practicing. It was as if nothing had ever occurred. He paid no heed to the myriad speculations circulating in the outside world. System, assist me with the sign-in, Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Sign-in successful. You have acquired the Extreme Ice Formation. The system's notification chimed in Qin Feng's ears. The Extreme Ice Formation? Qin Feng murmured, pondering. Is it not the very array employed by Shangguan Qinyun a few days prior? Subsequently, he inspected the scroll within the system's repository and discovered it to be precisely as he had surmised, the same formation utilized by Shangguan Qinyun. He had been curious to discern the differences between this ancient array and contemporary formations. It seemed the perfect opportunity to investigate. Qin Feng mused to himself. Although the last time he employed the divine eye, he immediately discerned the pivotal runes of the formation, shattering them and dismantling the array. He had not yet had the opportunity to meticulously examine the distinctions between ancient formations and those of the current era. Subsequently, Qin Feng retrieved the scroll and began to scrutinize it intently. For an entire day, he devoted himself to studying the extreme ice grand formation. The formation was not particularly arcane. Rather, his primary focus was to discern the differences inherent in ancient formations. This pursuit continued until noon on the following day. The disparities between the ancient formation and those of the present era were striking, reminiscent of the celestial laws of yore, which differed greatly from those of today. Qin Feng murmured to himself, noting that many of the runes within the ancient formation appeared entirely superfluous in contemporary understanding. Initially, he struggled to grasp the significance of those runes. However, after meticulously examining each rune of the formation, he surmised that the era of the ancient formation was governed by laws of nature that diverged from the present. Could this be the reason why? Over the past million years, no one has ascended to the emperor realm? Qin Feng speculated. During this past million years, no emperor-level cultivator had emerged on the eternal ancient continent, and even those of the saint realm were conspicuously absent, an anomaly indeed. The formidable beings within the various sacred grounds were also fervently seeking answers. Yet, based solely on this ancient formation, Qin Feng could not deduce the nature of the former celestial laws. He then rose, intending to visit the site where Shangguan Qingyun had perished, hoping to uncover other ancient formations. Today he was afflicted with a cold, his head throbbing painfully, his mind clouded like porridge. If one were to insist, it could certainly be written. However, the narrative would be rather irresponsible. I owe 500 words, which I shall supplement with a chapter in a couple of days. Chapter 155. The Little White Fox Prepares for Seclusion. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the location where Shangguan Qingyun had met his demise and proceeded to check in. Regrettably, he did not receive the ancient formation as a reward. The accolades were akin to those he typically garnered at the Fox clan's abode. It appeared that the unique Tao rhythm born from Shangguan Qingyun's death had completely dissipated. It seemed the only recourse was to venture to the Wolf clan. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He had already heard the news of the Shangguan family's annihilation. As for the origins of Shangguan Qingyun's ancient formation, it was likely that only the formidable beings of the Wolf clan possessed that knowledge. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to his small courtyard to resume his cultivation. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. Before long, half a month had elapsed. One morning, as Qin Feng sat in meditation, the little white fox suddenly appeared. I must enter seclusion. It may take several years, she said, her expression complex. She had originally intended to take Qin Feng on an excursion through the southern region of the Nine-Xian domain, both for enjoyment and to aid in his cultivation. However, it seemed it was no longer feasible. Seclusion? Qin Feng responded, somewhat taken aback. Given your current realm, would it not be more beneficial to venture out for training rather than retreating? Typically, cultivators below the void refinement stage seldom choose to enter seclusion voluntarily, as the combat experiences gained from external training yield far greater benefits for their cultivation. When the father returned from his journey, he brought back the ancient techniques of the Fox clan, a legacy created by our venerable ancestor, the nine-tailed fox, which harmoniously complemented my constitution. The little white fox spoke softly. My recent seclusion was dedicated to comprehending this ancient art. The ancestral cultivation methods of the Fox clan are profoundly intricate, necessitating her solitary contemplation. Realizing this, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully and then retrieved several pills from his spatial ring. I happen to possess a few tranquil heart pills, which can calm the mind. You may take them during your cultivation. How do you have so many pills? The little white fox inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. She recalled that during their time in the imperial tomb, Qin Feng frequently consumed pills, often neglecting food altogether. Because I am an alchemist, Qin Feng replied candidly. However, these pills were not concocted by him. He had more than enough from his previous endeavors, rendering the need for further creation unnecessary. You are an alchemist? The little white fox expressed skepticism, retorting, I am not so easily deceived. In the realm of Jiuxian, alchemists are a remarkably rare and esteemed profession, with each alchemist taking immense pride in their identity, often donning the attire of the alchemist guild. Yet, Qin Feng bore a striking contrast to those alchemists. Observing the little white fox's disbelief, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, the little white fox engaged in conversation with Qin Feng, imparting that during his leisure time, it would be prudent for him to refrain from departing the Fox clan settlement. This region lies in the southern expanse of the Jiushuan domain, where a labyrinth of mountains intertwines, fraught with peril. Given Qin Feng's cultivation level, traversing the southern territory poses a significant risk. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into the throes of mortal danger. Should the demonic emperor's tomb be unearthed during this period? She offered that he might accompany her father on the expedition. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement of the little white fox's counsel, which allowed her to depart with a sense of relief, as she intended to enter seclusion that very night. Once she had taken her leave, Qin Feng stretched lazily and remarked that the rewards from the Fox Clan's sign-in had become rather lackluster, prompting him to seek out other locales for new sign-in opportunities. Resolute in his decision, he set forth towards the exterior of the Fox Clan's territory. Upon exiting the Fox Clan settlement, Qin Feng's initial destination was the infamous site in the southern domain known as the Jishou Temple. This was information he had gleaned from the ancient tomes of the Fox Clan. It earned the moniker of accursed ground not because the Jishou Temple was associated with malevolent forces, but due to the fact that it housed a multitude of demons, much like the Kanglan domain. The Jiushuan domain had also faced an incursion by dark entities in the past. Despite the flourishing martial prowess within the Jiushuan domain, the fusion of dark forces and the demon race had birthed creatures even more formidable than the pure dark entities, leading to a grave crisis over 200,000 years ago when the Jiushuan domain teetered on the brink of total conquest by these infernal beings. However, later emerged a remarkable sage who arrived riding a cerulean ox and single-handedly subdued a multitude of demons and monsters from the martial domain, restoring order to the chaos they had wrought. The temple he established, known as the Guardian's Watch, became the very bastion against the demonic forces. This influence has been passed down through the ages. Within the Guardian's Watch, there exists a presence of these very demons, which piqued the interest of Qin Feng. His 9-tiered demon tower lay desolate, a lamentable waste of potential. After roughly 20 days, Qin Feng finally arrived at the mountain range where the Guardian's Watch was said to be located. However, ancient texts did not specify its exact position, compelling him to seek information from others. He ventured into a city adjacent to the mountain range, bustling with mercenaries and caravans, various magical cores, spiritual herbs, and even ores procured from the mountains frequently passed through this city en route to far-flung destinations. Qin Feng found an inn and, offering a divine stone as payment, inquired with the proprietor about the whereabouts of the Guardian's Watch. The Guardian's Watch? The innkeeper responded with a look of bewilderment. I have never heard of such a place. Never heard of it. Qin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this, choosing to remain silent as he sought answers in another establishment. Yet, not a single soul in the city seemed to have knowledge of the Guardian's Watch. Could it be that I have misremembered the location? Qin Feng murmured to himself. That cannot be right. After glimpsing the Guardian's Watch in the ancient texts, he had resolved to embark on this journey. Having committed its essence to memory, there could be no mistake. With uncertainty clouding his mind, Qin Feng resolved to personally traverse the mountains in search of the truth. Chapter 156. Signing in at the Guardian's Watch in the skies above the mountains. Qin Feng soared gracefully through the air. Amidst the swirling mists, his garments fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. He did not cast his gaze upon the mountains below. Instead, he employed his formidable spiritual awareness to explore. The mountain range was extraordinarily lengthy, a distance that would take an ordinary person decades to traverse. Yet, for Qin Feng, it appeared brief. After approximately half an hour of soaring through the air, he halted at the central region of the mountain range. Is this the Jishou Guan? He murmured, observing a time-worn Taoist temple nestled halfway up the mountain, his brow slightly furrowed. The temple appeared strikingly commonplace. Despite its considerable area, it was adorned solely with green tiles and blue bricks, lacking the splendor of some local dignitaries' residences. It paled in comparison to the opulent halls of the Buddhist sect, whose resplendent temples in the eastern part of the Great Xia dynasty surpassed this establishment by 100-fold. It hardly seemed like a force established by one who had quelled the chaos wrought by malevolent creatures single-handedly. No wonder even the nearby city was oblivious to the existence of Jishou Guan, Qin Feng mused. It was likely that even mercenaries passing through would be disinclined to venture inside. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Qin Feng descended onto the mountainside, striding purposefully along the narrow path towards Jishou Guan. The closer he approached, the more he sensed the ancient and majestic aura of time enveloping him. Remarkably, this place was a confluence of the grand forces of the universe. Qin Feng was astounded, endowed with divine vision. He discerned that the locale of Jishou Guan was a gathering point for the cosmic energies spanning a radius of 100,000 miles. The spiritual essence here was inexhaustible. Unless the spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles is completely depleted, the energy in this place will not vanish. Yet, such a scenario is implausible. Once the spiritual energy in that vicinity is exhausted, The energy from even more distant realms will inevitably drift into this 100,000-mile radius. It seems that the first master of Ji Shouguan possessed considerable knowledge regarding the dynamics of mountains and rivers, Qin Feng murmured. This location could not have been chosen at random. Astonished, Qin Feng stepped into Ji Shouguan, where the air was thick with the ancient and profound essence of bygone ages. The architecture of Ji Shouguan was not devoid of embellishments, adorned with murals depicting scenes of the first master subduing various demons, evoking a sense of reverence within those who beheld them. Although Ji Shouguan lay in a remote area, it had not been entirely forgotten. Only the mercenary seemed indifferent to its significance. As Qin Feng wandered through Ji Shouguan, he occasionally encountered individuals from various factions coming to pay their respects, some newly arrived, others preparing to depart. This tranquil place was imbued with an air of vitality. However, as time passed, the major factions gradually began to overlook Ji Shouguan, leading to a dwindling number of worshippers. The Taoist priests at Ji Shouguan appeared somewhat surprised to see Qin Feng arrive alone, as they had never before witnessed an individual unaffiliated with any faction visiting independently. Ji Shouguan was indeed a nearly forgotten sanctuary. Nevertheless, the priests did not exhibit any form of neglect. They treated him with the same respect accorded to those from powerful factions. It remained a mystery what rewards one might obtain by signing in at Ji Shouguan. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Subsequently, he opted to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your sign-in was successful, and you have obtained the secret of the military character. The system emitted a mechanical prompt. The secret of the military character? What could that possibly entail? A sense of confusion enveloped Qin Feng. Could it be a form of secret technique? Filled with curiosity, he examined the details of the secret of the military character. In the next moment, he was astonished. This secret not only enhanced a practitioner's mastery over weaponry, allowing for greater potency, but upon reaching a certain level of proficiency, it could even forcibly control the weapons of others. Quite an impressive technique. Qin Feng could not help but commend. He then chose to integrate the knowledge. A wealth of information regarding the secret of the military character flowed into Qin Feng's consciousness. However, it was exceedingly intricate, making it challenging for him to comprehend fully in a short span. After some contemplation, Qin Feng sought out a young Taoist priest, donating a handful of divine stones as an offering, indicating his desire for peaceful cultivation in this place. Temples across the land often welcome individuals seeking tranquility, and the Jishou temple was no exception, so the young Taoist was not surprised. However, he did caution Qin Feng, Ba? Recently the demon sealing well has been rather unstable. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while before returning here for meditation. The young Taoist spoke gently. Those demons have been suppressed within the well, and it won't be long before they create significant disturbances. Unstable, you say? Qin Feng replied, unperturbed. But I see that there are others here engaged in meditation as well. To be honest, esteemed master, those individuals possess formidable cultivation and are impervious to the influence of demonic energy. However, the young Taoist, slightly embarrassed, spoke. Qin Feng's cultivation at the Wheel Sea realm was, in fact, inferior to that of a novice who had barely entered the Ji Shouguan for less than 50 years. It was perilous for him to remain here. Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting to be deemed insufficient in strength. If I sense any trouble, I shall depart at once, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The young Taoist, observing Qin Feng's resolve, felt reassured that the recent assaults by the demons on the sealing magic well had all failed, and thus, the latest attempt would likely pose no danger. He nodded and arranged for Qin Feng to have a tranquil room. With peace of mind, Qin Feng began to comprehend the secrets of the Bingzi Mi. Chapter 157. The crisis of the sealing magic well in the blink of an eye. Over 20 days had elapsed. Each day, Qin Feng immersed himself in his room, diligently studying the Bingzi Mi, and soon he had nearly mastered it. After integrating the Bingzi Mi, he immediately perceived a marked enhancement in his control over the 9-tiered demon tower and the Zhuxian sword, enabling him to wield these weapons with a potency surpassing what his realm would typically allow. Quite remarkable, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, thoroughly satisfied with this secret technique, which was undeniably powerful. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the very ground of Ji Shouguan began to tremble violently. An abnormal situation had arisen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, numerous figures soared into the sky. Within the confines of the Ji Shouguan, there exist Taoist priests, devotees offering incense, and practitioners like Qin Feng who engage in quiet contemplation. The collective gaze of the assembly is directed towards the northern expanse of the temple, where an ominous surge of demonic energy ascends skyward, evoking a sense of dread. What could be the cause of this? It appears that the demons are once again assaulting the sealing well, a phenomenon that recurs every few years. The crowd buzzes with speculation, yet there is a palpable lack of urgency, particularly among the Taoists within the temple, who are accustomed to such occurrences. However, the current onslaught of demons is particularly ferocious, prompting an immediate evacuation of Zhishouguan. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated throughout the air. It was the current abbot of Zhishouguan. His words, imbued with spiritual energy, reverberated powerfully. Upon hearing this proclamation, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. It is noteworthy that such an event, where the demon's assault on the sealing well necessitates the evacuation of all, has never before transpired. Leave. In the wake of their astonishment, the crowd swiftly complied, hastily vacating Zhishouguan, fearful of the impending peril. Yet, amid this chaos, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, striding purposefully towards the sealing well. "Benefactor, what do you intend to do? Come back at once," exclaimed a young Taoist who had retreated to a safe distance. Witnessing Qin Feng's retreating figure, he prepared to rush back and seize Qin Feng. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted as the ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, while a more terrifying demonic force swept through the surroundings. The young Taoist, who had retreated into the Jishou temple, was abruptly cast out, landing outside its confines. Was this fellow mad? Let him be. The terrifying demonic aura within is far too perilous. Those who had come to the Jishou temple for quietude and to offer incense expressed their sentiments towards the young Taoist. Such an overwhelming demonic presence instilled profound trepidation even among the masters of the void refinement realm present. To them, Qin Feng's audacity to venture inside, despite merely being at the Wheel C stage, seemed tantamount to courting death. The young Taoist gazed at Qin Feng's retreating figure, his eyes filled with perplexity, for he sensed that Qin Feng was not insane and could not fathom why he was drawn towards the demon's sealing well at this moment. Within a mere few breaths, Qin Feng arrived at the northern part of the Jishou temple, where a vast expanse lay before him. At the center of this open space stood a well, 100 feet in circumference, its depths unfathomable, from which a tempest of demonic energy surged forth. At the well's mouth, azure runes emanated a radiant glow, suppressing the fiends within. Yet, in spite of this, astonishing waves of malevolent energy erupted from the well, soaring skyward. Boom, boom, boom. Moreover, malevolent creatures relentlessly assailed, striving to shatter the array at the well's opening. The entire mountain trembled violently, not merely the ground, surrounding the demon's sealing well. More than a dozen of the Jishou temple's most formidable Taoists wore grave expressions, continuously forming seals, infusing azure light into the array at the well's mouth to withstand the onslaught of the demons. These fiends were intent on a desperate struggle, determined not to allow their emergence. The current master of the Jishou temple proclaimed coldly. He had aged terribly, his frame emaciated, a consequence of years spent guarding the demon suppression well. Yet, the oppressive aura of his half-step martial domain still emanated from him, striking fear into the hearts of those around. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A wolf demon, taking on a humanoid form, surged forth from the well, its body enveloped in an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. This seal had been laid by the first master of the Knowledge Guardian Temple in a state of severe injury, and after enduring years of relentless assaults from these fiends, it had inevitably developed flaws. "You wretched Taoists, I shall rend your bodies into pieces today," the wolf demon bellowed as its upper body emerged. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the world converged towards it, like a funnel, continuously entering its being. Although the wolf demon's cultivation had diminished to the void refinement realm due to years of confinement, its physical form still belonged to the martial domain. Given a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, its recovery would be unfathomably swift. Mid-stage of the 8th layer of the void refinement realm. Late stage of the 8th layer of the void refinement realm. 9th layer of the void refinement realm. The decision to establish the Knowledge Guardian Temple in this location was predicated on its status as a convergence point of celestial energies, ensuring a continuous supply of spiritual energy for the formation. Now, this very energy was aiding the wolf demon in its rapid recovery. "This is dire. You must reinforce the seal while I confront this wolf demon," the current master of the Knowledge Guardian Temple exclaimed urgently. Should the wolf demon regain its half-step martial domain prowess, he would find himself utterly helpless. The formation is on the verge of collapse. Let us charge forth together. At this moment, the demons within the sealing well, witnessing the wolf demon emerging halfway, erupted in excited roars, desperately assaulting the seal. The entire sealing formation teetered precariously on the brink of destruction. The master of the Jishou Gu, who had initially prepared to subdue the wolf demon, was suddenly struck with alarm, hastily reinforcing the seal, leaving no strength to subdue the wolf demon. "Ha ha, your demise is certain today?" The wolf demon laughed exuberantly, its voice resonating with earth-shattering power, instilling fear in the hearts of the Taoists and warriors who had already departed from the Jishogu, as they sensed the looming danger. Meanwhile, the wolf demon continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, its cultivation steadily ascending, soon approaching the threshold of the half-step martial domain. How infuriating! The expressions of the Taoists here were grim, their hearts laden with despair. Once the wolf demon broke through to the half-step martial domain and fully emerged from the sealing well, they would be powerless to reverse their fate. Today, I shall add an extra chapter, if that is acceptable. Having taken cold medicine, I am utterly exhausted and ready for sleep. Chapter 158, Drinking Poison to Quench Thirst. Haha. I am finally about to break free. As my cultivation nears the half-step martial domain, the wolf demon let out a triumphant laugh. Having been sealed for several 100,000 years, it had long since grown weary of the oppression within the sealing well. Upon escaping, it would revel in the delightful taste of humanity. Thunder rumbled ominously. At that moment, a towering ancient structure, entirely cloaked in darkness, materialized in the sky, exuding a formidable aura that pressed down upon the surroundings. What could this be? The wolf demon, who had been laughing maniacally, was suddenly struck with horror upon witnessing the emergence of this ancient tower. He felt as though his very blood was freezing. The tower exerted a soul-binding oppression over him. Just as the wolf demon was reeling in shock, the 9-tiered demon tower descended, pinning him beneath its weight. His absorption of spiritual energy came to a halt. Only 3 breaths remained until he could return to the semi-martial domain. Even the malevolent beings within the demon suppression well found their assaults on the seal significantly weakened, as the tower's influence instilled a deep-seated dread in their souls. What is happening? All the Taoists present were rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of the ancient tower. Due to Qin Feng's concealed aura, they had failed to notice him, their gazes fixated upon the observer, Qin Shan. Since when did such an artifact reside within our Ji Shoguan? One Taoist inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. This tower is not from our Ji Shoguan. Qin Shan, too, wore an expression of bewilderment, unable to ascertain the origins of the 9-tiered demon tower. Not from our Ji Shoguan. The other Taoists were equally astonished. How could an artifact that did not belong to them suddenly manifest in this place? Qin Shan surveyed his surroundings, finally noticing Qin Feng nearby. Who might you be? He asked gravely upon seeing Qin Feng. The other Taoist priests, upon hearing the sound, turned their gazes with solemn expressions. The demonic energy in this place was astonishing. Yet Qin Feng remained entirely unaffected, effortlessly suppressing the wolf demon with the ancient tower. This left them awestruck by Qin Feng's formidable prowess, a seemingly nameless individual. Qin Feng chuckled lightly and spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the numerous Taoists exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. It was difficult to believe that someone so young could possess such terrifying strength. Even in the annals of the Jishuan domain, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier genius. How could he possibly be a nameless person? However, they speculated that Qin Feng simply preferred not to elaborate, so they refrained from pressing further. Thank you, young friend, for intervening and saving the common folk from peril, Qin Shan said, approaching Qin Feng with deep respect. His words were not exaggerated. If the wolf demon were to escape, it would merely be a matter of time before the remaining demons emerged. At that point, the entire Jishuan domain would be engulfed in crisis. The prominent forces might unite to deter the demons from attacking them, but ordinary people would not be so fortunate. It would inevitably lead to rivers of blood. You flatter me. It was merely a trivial effort, Qin Feng replied slowly. The act of suppressing the wolf demon had indeed required little exertion. Although the wolf demon had managed to emerge partially, it remained immobilized by the formation. Utilizing the 9-tiered demon tower to subdue it posed no challenge. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan felt that Qin Feng was being excessively modest, and his assessment of Qin Feng rose several notches. Please hold on for a moment, young friend. We shall now proceed to reinforce the seal, and once it is fortified, we will extend our gratitude to you once more. Qin Shan spoke slowly. Although this 9-layered demon tower is formidable, it is, after all, not an artifact belonging to their Ji Shoguan. Qin Feng will surely take it away shortly. He merely wished to seize this opportunity to reinforce the seal. Is the Taoist still intent on bolstering the seal? Have you not considered alternative methods to deal with these demons? Qin Feng inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan could only manage a wry smile. This is the only approach we have. Over the years, no formation master in the entire Jiuxian domain has been able to inscribe such a powerful formation. Thus, we can only continue to fortify the seal. His words were imbued with a sense of helplessness. The original founder of the Guan, a figure of unparalleled grace, has not been matched in the Jiuxian domain since. Yet, Merely reinforcing the seal is akin to quenching thirst with poison. Eventually, these demons will break free from their confinement. Qin Feng replied calmly. What do you believe would be a better solution, my young friend? Qin Qingshan could not help but ask. Apart from continuing to reinforce the seal, he truly had no other means. Why not leave the suppression to me? Qin Feng suggested nonchalantly. At this proclamation, even Qin Qingshan, with his stoic demeanor, could not suppress his astonishment. He had never anticipated that Qin Feng would make such a statement. It is well known that within the entire demon sealing well, there are at least 300 demons, immensely terrifying and fearsome. How could Qin Feng possibly wish to suppress so many demons single-handedly? Are you jesting, young friend? Qin Qingshan replied with a bitter smile. Such powerful demons, over 300 in number, have left even the foremost factions of the Jiaoxian domain at a loss. How could you hope to subdue them? Though the other Taoists expressed gratitude towards Qin Feng, they also regarded his claims with skepticism. In response, Qin Feng remained silent, slowly extending his left hand. Suddenly, the 9-tiered demon tower shrank and floated towards him, landing gracefully in his palm. The wolf demon had vanished, absorbed into the confines of the tower. The demons within the sealing well, wary of the 9-tiered tower, fell into a hushed stillness, ceasing their assault on the sealing formation. Where's this place? Release me. The wolf demon inside the tower roared in fury. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed, determined to retain his prize. Let this ancient tower serve as a means of confinement, he remarked calmly to Qin Qingshan. Such an artifact can indeed contain demons. Qin Qingshan gasped in astonishment. What do you think, Taoist? Qin Feng inquired. This object is truly extraordinary, but to seal the demons from the well within this ancient tower, we must first lift the seal, Qin Qingshan responded, still somewhat troubled. If 300 demons were to surge forth simultaneously, we would be utterly incapable of transferring them into the tower. Among those 300, at least 30 could rapidly absorb spiritual energy, restoring their cultivation to half-step martial domain, or even the initial stage of martial domain. At that point, not only would we fail to repress them within the ancient tower, but the sheer malevolence they exude could easily obliterate us. Chapter 159. The Demons Escape. Rest assured, I possess a method to ensure that not a single wisp of spiritual energy can be absorbed by them. Qin Feng confidently declared this. Not a single wisp of spiritual energy? Qin Qingshan responded incredulously. How is that possible? Perhaps you are unaware that this place is the confluence of a vast cosmic force spanning 100,000 miles, where spiritual energy flows incessantly. He believed that Qin Feng could not comprehend the grand dynamics of the mountains and rivers, which led him to earnestly explain. I am well aware of that. Qin Feng replied calmly, but all we need to do is sever the cosmic force converging here, is it not? Sever the cosmic force? Qin Qingshan was utterly astonished. Every word spoken by Qin Feng transcended his understanding. The other Taoists felt similarly. Were it not for the formidable power Qin Feng had just demonstrated, they might have been compelled to dismiss him as a madman spouting nonsense. Clang. At that moment, hundreds of sword souls materialized around Qin Feng, their resonant cries echoing throughout the realm. Subsequently, a soft glow emanated from his fingertips as he began to inscribe intricate formations upon these sword souls. Hiss! Such an esoteric and complex array seemed to be at least a 7th-tier formation. Upon witnessing the inscriptions crafted by Qin Feng, Qin Qingshan and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Taoist sect had long been devoted to the study of formations, especially in the past 200,000 years, as they sought to enhance the sealing formations in this very place. They immediately recognized that Qin Feng was inscribing a 7th-tier formation, leaving everyone in astonishment. They never anticipated that at such a tender age, Qin Feng not only possessed profound strength, but also exhibited an extraordinary mastery of formations that surpassed them all. In a swift motion, the intricate patterns of the entire 7th-tier formation were etched onto hundreds of sword souls, which then soared into the celestial expanse, darting towards the surrounding mountains and landing in various locations. Boom! The very fabric of the world around them underwent a significant transformation at that moment. The spiritual energy began to reverse, flowing outward. With his divine eyes, Qin Feng had discerned the crux of the world's momentum on his way to the Guardian's Watch. By employing the formation, he effortlessly altered the celestial dynamics of this place in a short span of time. This, Qin Qingshan and the others were left astounded, their mouths agape, utterly unable to fathom the extent of Qin Feng's capabilities. It was not only them, those outside the Guardian's Watch, feeling the spiritual energy emanating from the center and flowing outward, were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Before long, the spiritual energy in this area had become exceedingly thin. Simultaneously, The demons within the sealing well stirred with excitement. What is happening? The sealing formation is continuously weakening. Haha. Our opportunity has arrived. Let us hasten to breach the formation and escape from this place. The demons, witnessing the diminishing radiance of the sealing formation, were all filled with exhilaration and enthusiasm. They beheld a glimmer of hope. A thunderous rumble echoed as a multitude of malevolent creatures relentlessly assaulted the sealing well, causing the ground to tremble violently. The terror was even more profound than before, as a dreadful aura of demonic energy surged forth. All the Taoist priests, including Qin Feng, were struck with fear at the sight. Observer. The gaze of several priests turned anxiously towards Qin Feng, their expressions fraught with tension. Although the spiritual energy in the world had grown exceedingly thin, the impending emergence of 300 fiends, which even the original observer struggled to eliminate, left them unsettled. This young friend should possess the strength to subdue these demons, Qin Feng remarked gravely. We must place our trust in him. But could he be an ally of these fiends? One priest voiced the concern that lingered in his heart. The faces of the other priests paled instantly at this notion. The demons within the Jiushuan domain had not been entirely sealed. Many lay in hiding, lacking the strength to reveal themselves. If Qin Feng were indeed one of them, the consequences would be dire. Impossible, Qin Feng countered. He possesses the ability to alter the very fabric of the world's fate. If he were a demon, there would be no need for him to come to our Zhishouguan. He could simply shift the world's fate and unleash these demons at will. Upon hearing this, the other priests found his reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement, directing their gazes towards Qin Feng, hoping he was confident rather than arrogant. Crack. At that moment, the sound of the sealing formation shattering resonated suddenly. Though the sound was not loud, it resounded in the minds of Qin Feng and the others like a thunderclap. Haha, it has finally emerged. The voice of the demon reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The well was not large, yet in an instant, over 30 demons surged forth, each exhibiting a fierce countenance, their eyes glowing crimson, akin to starving ghosts. The weakest among them possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the void refinement realm. A torrential wave of demonic energy erupted forth, as if the gates of hell had been flung open, enveloping the sky and casting a shadow over the heavens. The world was shrouded in darkness. What is happening? Why is there no spiritual energy in this realm? The demons that had charged out, initially filled with excitement, were horrified to discover that the atmosphere was nearly devoid of spiritual energy. They were utterly unable to restore their cultivation. Come to me. I have an abundance of spiritual energy to offer. Qin Feng spoke coldly. As he spoke, the 9-layered demon tower he had hurled into the sky transformed once more into a colossal structure, its dark body emanating radiant, ominous patterns of light. A terrifying suction force began to draw the demons towards it. Having mastered the military character secret, Qin Feng was now able to unleash the tower's formidable power, capable of directly absorbing demons. What is this? No. The demons, witnessing the sudden appearance of the 9-layered tower and the dreadful suction force, uttered panicked cries. Unfortunately, their cultivation had yet to recover, rendering them utterly defenseless as they were drawn one by one into the abyss of the 9-layered demon tower. As they had only just been absorbed, over 20 malevolent spirits surged forth from the demon sealing well, yet before they could react, they were drawn into the 9-tiered demon tower. Despairing and terrified cries echoed in unison. The tower's control over their souls instilled a profound sense of peril, compelling them to resist with all their might. Yet their efforts proved utterly futile. This was a trap. The wretched humans awaited our self-ensnarement. One demon, rushing toward the well's mouth, witnessed its companions being engulfed by the 9-tiered tower and let out a terrified roar. However, its words went unheard as it was violently shoved aside by the oncoming tide of demons. These beings, sealed within the demon sealing well for 200,000 years, harbored but a singular thought: to flee from this place. The only fate awaiting those surging upward was absorption into the 9-tiered tower. Chapter 160. Qin Feng's carelessness. Not long after, over 100 demons had already emerged from the sealing tower, all of whom were absorbed into the 9-tiered tower. At this moment, the demons within the sealing well finally sensed something amiss. They realized that all their companions who had rushed out were being consumed by the ancient tower above, their panicked cries resonating within it. Quick! Retreat back into the demon sealing well. Quickly, retreat back into the demon sealing well. The remaining demons shouted in unison. Those who had initially been eager to escape the sealing well gradually regained their composure and returned to its depths. The malevolent energy surging outward was no longer as terrifying as before. The demons have surprisingly reacted. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity to suppress all the demons within this ancient tower. Yet he did not anticipate that these creatures were not as foolish as he had imagined. Indeed, humans are inherently cunning. The unsealing of this barrier was merely a pretext for laying another trap outside. The ancient tower in the sky was overwhelmingly powerful and enigmatic. Those who had rushed out, at least over 100, were all drawn into it. The demons within the sealing well were filled with shock and fury, perceiving not their own foolishness, but rather deeming Qin Feng to be exceedingly despicable. Their voices were not deliberately muted. Thus Qin Feng and his companions outside could hear them distinctly. "What shall we do?" My friend, Qin Shan, standing nearby, began to express his concern, stating, "It appears these demons have no intention of emerging. A mere group of fish in a barrel. What harm can they do by remaining hidden?" Qin Feng replied, striding towards the sealing well, while simultaneously controlling the 9-tiered demon tower to descend gently. He aimed to directly draw the demons from the sealing well into the 9-tiered demon tower. "Not good. Run down quickly." The demons inside exclaimed loudly upon seeing the 9-tiered demon tower descend. In their panic, they hastily fled deeper into the sealing well. Observing this, Qin Feng's brow furrowed further. "What is happening? Why is the sealing well so deep?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Why would the first-generation observer carve such a profound sealing well merely to imprison the demons? Utilizing his divine gaze, he found himself unable to discern the depths of this infernal well. The overwhelming darkness within, coupled with the swirling miasma, obscured even the silhouettes of the demons contained therein. This well was not excavated by the inaugural observer. Rather, it had existed long before, perpetually unfathomable, as if it were a conduit to an unknown realm. With a grave expression, Qin Shan remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lips twitched. He had initially believed that the well's depth was finite, that the demons hiding within were akin to fish in a barrel. To his astonishment, the well proved to be far deeper than anticipated. The demon's concealment left him utterly powerless. Should he rashly venture inside, danger would undoubtedly ensue, he murmured to himself. If only these demons resided below, he would harbor no apprehensions. Yet, the true nature of what lay beneath remained a mystery to him. A careless descent could very well lead to peril. As for controlling the 9-tiered demon tower, allowing it to descend alone, Qin Feng hesitated, ultimately deciding against such a course of action. This was a divine artifact, one he deemed even more significant than the exquisite sword of slaying immortals. Losing the 9-tiered demon tower would be an irreparable loss. Ha! Foolish human. Are you afraid to descend? The demons below, having sensed the turmoil within Qin Feng's heart, laughed mockingly. Whether I descend or not is inconsequential. What matters is, do you not yearn to ascend? Qin Feng replied calmly. After being trapped for 200,000 years, do you not wish to behold the vistas of the outside world? Staying in this dark and damp demon sealing well, what distinguishes one from the rats in the sewers? Have you forsaken the dignity of demons? His words instantly incited fury among the demons below, who vehemently rebuked Qin Feng. Particularly, several rat demons were consumed by rage, hurling insults at him. Yet, despite their anger, these demons understood the paramount importance of their lives and had no intention of emerging. This place is a convergence of the celestial forces, and the sudden disappearance of spiritual energy could only be the result of some special means employed by these humans. It cannot last indefinitely. Within the demon sealing well, the oldest black ape analyzed. Now that the sealing formation has been broken, we merely need to remain here until the celestial forces normalize, at which point spiritual energy will inevitably surge into this well. When that time comes, we shall restore our cultivation to its peak before venturing out. His words sparked a realization among many demons. It made perfect sense. Moreover, given the immense power of this ancient tower, its use would undoubtedly deplete spiritual energy. The humans could not possibly maintain this for long. It is likely that within a few hours, the ancient tower would no longer be operational. A tiger demon remarked. We can simply wait it out. Outside the demon sealing well, Qin Shan and his companions, upon hearing the demon's analysis, wore expressions of concern. They too found merit in the demon's reasoning. Qin Feng could not perpetually alter the celestial forces and prevent the gathering of spiritual energy. If that were to happen, it would spell trouble. My young friend has been careless, Qin Shan lamented. The other Taoists cast their hopeful gazes upon Qin Feng. In less than a day, he had delivered them an abundance of shocks, and they yearned for him to possess further strategies. I indeed acted carelessly. Qin Feng did not refute this, but nodded in agreement. He had not anticipated the profound depths of this demonic well. He resolved to learn from this experience, to engage in earnest introspection, and to exercise greater caution in the future. Is there truly no way even for you? The other Taoists exhibited expressions of despair upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the demons below grew increasingly arrogant. They even expressed their gratitude towards Qin Feng, vowing that once they were liberated, they would elevate him, erecting monuments and temples in his honor for generations to come. Such mockery was utterly extreme. My young friend, Qin Shishan said gravely, within the Jisho temple, there exists a teleportation array. You must hasten to take this ancient tower and depart from this place at once. He solemnly warned Qin Feng that it would be too late to escape once these demons broke free. In his view, while Qin Feng had erred, his intentions were noble. Moreover, with such formidable strength at a young age and possessing the 9-tiered demon tower, he would inevitably become a pivotal force in humanity's struggle against demons. Thus, he wished to prevent Qin Feng from meeting his demise here. Chapter 161. A skill comparable to the first generation's observer. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. The Taoist has misunderstood. My carelessness does not imply that these demons will be able to escape. He spoke slowly. He was merely experiencing disappointment. This time, it would not be possible to suppress all these malevolent beings within the 9-tiered demon tower. As for allowing these fiends to escape from this place, that was utterly inconceivable. What do you mean by that? Qin Qingshan inquired hastily. The other Taoists also brightened at these words. I possess a formation capable of further sealing this demon confinement well, Qin Feng replied calmly. Moreover, after undergoing special enhancements, the sealing effect will not be significantly inferior to the array established by the original sect master. What? You possess a formation comparable to that of the original sect master? Upon hearing this, Qin Qingshan, with his profound composure, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The original sect master was an extraordinary figure of unparalleled brilliance. Even having only encountered fragments of descriptions in ancient texts, he held a profound admiration, treating him as a being to which he could only aspire in reverence throughout his life. How could he not be astounded that Qin Feng claimed to possess a formation on par with the original sect master? Not only Qin Qingshan, but also the other Taoists displayed expressions of incredulity. The malevolent beings below were thrown into disarray. The old Taoist riding the green bull had left a significant shadow in their hearts. Merely recalling the bull's hooves sent shivers down their spines. Had it not been for the severe injuries the old Taoist sustained prior to arriving in the Nanshan domain, all the fiends combined would likely have been unable to withstand even a single strike from him. I offer you one final opportunity. Will you not emerge? Qin Feng gazed at the malevolent beings within the confinement well and spoke softly. Do you truly wish to remain like mice, forever lurking in this dark and damp corner? Although remaining in the tower does not grant freedom, it undoubtedly offers a brighter future than staying here. His words caused many demons to hesitate. This individual is undoubtedly deceiving us. At that moment, a rat demon stepped forward, its voice insidious and cunning, proclaiming, he appears to be less than 500 years old. How could he possibly possess skills comparable to that of the old master? Whoever believes his words is a fool. The other demons nodded in agreement, finding the rat demon's reasoning compelling. They could hardly believe that Qin Feng possessed array techniques on par with the old master, especially considering that 200,000 years had passed without a similar occurrence in the entire Nanshan domain. Cunning humans should not expect to outweed us. Once the celestial momentum of this place is restored, we will naturally be able to leave. There is no need to rush. The multitude of demons clamored in unison, choosing to remain within the confines of the sealing well, completely disinclined to emerge. They regarded Qin Feng with the eyes of an imbecile. Alas, you were given an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Observing this, Qin Feng shook his head in exasperation. As he spoke, he retrieved a stone emanating a silvery light from the system space and gently crushed it. With a crack, as the silvery stone shattered, a cascade of silver light poured forth, rapidly coalescing into intricate patterns that enveloped the well's opening. In no time, a complete array had successfully formed. It was the starry array that Qin Feng had signed in the Fox clan tribe. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, with a grand flourish of his sleeve, Qin Feng summoned the sword souls nestled within the surrounding mountains, all of which soared back to him, transforming into wisps of sword energy that re-entered his being. Concurrently, a staggering surge of spiritual energy rushed forth. Boom. The starry array, having absorbed the influx of spiritual energy, radiated a silvery glow, with each intricate pattern resembling the celestial paths of planets, where different patterns converged. They sparkled like stars in the night sky. Hiss, what an exquisite formation. The Taoist practitioners surrounding could not help but gasp in awe. Offering their praise, they felt as though the array before them was a miniature version of the heavens. Young friend, based solely on this array, it still falls short of the formations set by the original observer, remarked Qin Qingshan with a grave expression. Not only he, but the demons below, astonished yet scornful, shared knowing smirks. This formation was indeed impressive, yet it could only seal them for a decade at most, after which they would easily shatter it. The demons dismissed the starry array entirely. If this was all it had to offer, it was indeed incomparable to the original observers' formations. After a brief pause, Qin Feng continued, however, this array is merely a vessel. As he spoke, he retrieved the demon seal from the depths of the system space. Swish. Under Qin Feng's command, the seal floated above the demon's sealing well, emanating a blood-red glow, appearing exceedingly sinister. Why does this seal resemble a demonic artifact? A Taoist could not help but exclaim, the demonic artifact can only be wielded by those who practice dark arts or by fiends. This young friend is clearly neither a practitioner of dark arts nor a fiend. Hence, this seal must merely be a material originating from a place of malevolence. Qin Qingshan then spoke slowly. The materials for crafting artifacts across the realm are beyond count, and there are countless substances even more sinister than demonic artifacts. The other Taoists nodded in agreement, finding Qin Qingshan's words to hold merit. At that moment, the seal quivered lightly, and the intricate, arcane patterns at its base emitted a crimson-black glow, coalescing into an exceedingly bizarre design, which was then imprinted upon the celestial formation below. This design melded with the celestial formation, and in an instant, the entire formation's radiance shifted from silver to a dark crimson hue. With a resounding rumble, this formation was not only absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, but also drawing in the malevolent aura from the abyss. The sealing power steadily intensified. This scene left everyone, as well as the fiends below, utterly astonished. What sorcery is this? How can the formation absorb demonic energy? If this continues, will the sealing power not grow ever stronger? The fiends trapped within the sealing well lamented in despair. In that moment, they all regretted their choices, crying out to escape the sealing well, even if it meant entering the 9-tiered demon tower. You have no chance left, they were told. However, Qin Feng paid no heed to their cries. With a flourish of his sleeve, he returned the demonic seal to the realm of the system. Only the celestial formation could serve as a vessel to withstand the sealing power of this demonic seal. The celestial formation serves as a reward for attendance. Yet it exists solely as a singular set. Although he possesses the capability to inscribe it, it necessitates a unique celestial stone as its medium. According to his understanding, however, the Jiuquan realm seems devoid of such celestial stones. Should Qin Feng dismantle the celestial formation and the malevolent beings retract their agreement, he would find himself utterly helpless, left with no recourse but to rely on his final trump card, that solitary bolt of divine lightning, to annihilate these wicked entities, a prospect fraught with peril. Chapter 162. A trivial skill. As Qin Feng retracted the demonic seal, the once fully sealed demon suppression well scarcely allowed a wisp of demonic energy to escape. This was, on one hand, due to the fact that half of the demons within had been subdued by Qin Feng, resulting in a mere trickle of released demonic energy. On the other hand, the formation designed to contain them had absorbed any residual energy before it could even emerge. At that moment, the demons trapped within the well fell into a state of utter despair, each one unleashing their fury with furious roars. The previously mocking rat demon became the target of the other's ire. Such techniques displayed by our young friend truly leave us in awe, exclaimed Qin Qingshan, unable to contain his amazement upon witnessing the scene. The other Taoists echoed his sentiments. While ancient texts chronicled the formidable and diverse methods of the inaugural observer, those were merely accounts on the pages. Today, they bore witness to the reality. You flatter me, Qin Feng replied, his tone calm and measured. It is merely a trivial skill. Upon hearing these words, Qin Qingshan was rendered speechless. Such a formidable technique was casually dismissed by Qin Feng as mere trifles. He found it difficult to fathom the true extent of Qin Feng's power. Young friend, please rest for a while at the temple. Once I have attended to the subsequent matters, I shall express my gratitude properly, Qin Qingshan said slowly. Although the demon sealing well has been sealed, there remains much to address. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in agreement, not declining the invitation. The Jisho Temple is indeed a place of auspicious energy, yielding commendable rewards. Thus, he intended to linger for some time, signing in at various halls in hopes of acquiring another secret technique akin to the military character secret. Soon after, under the guidance of one of the Taoists, Qin Feng departed from the location. It was unexpected that the troubles plaguing Jisho Temple for 200,000 years were resolved today. One Taoist couldn't help but express his astonishment. Over the years, they had not only worried about the emergence of demons, but also had to endure the relentless erosion of demonic energy on their bodies. This had hindered their cultivation and curtailed their lifespan. They could never have imagined that what was initially a dire crisis would transform into a day of resolution. From this day forth, they would no longer fear the breach of seals by malevolent forces, nor would they suffer from the corruption of demonic energy, allowing them to cultivate diligently. The events of today were to remain a closely guarded secret, Qin Feng stated gravely. The other Taoists nodded in agreement and began to address the ensuing matters concerning the demon sealing well. Under the direction of the Taoist, Qin Feng soon arrived at a small courtyard prepared for distinguished guests. This locale, situated beside the cliffs on the eastern side of Jisho Temple, was adorned with a plethora of spiritual herbs and ancient medicines, infused with abundant spiritual energy. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, revealing a distant sea of clouds rolling majestically while the refreshing scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere of utmost comfort. Young Master Qin decided to take a respite in this serene locale. Along the way, the Taoist had learned of Qin Feng's surname and spoke slowly. Very well. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied with this place. After exchanging a few more words, the Taoist took his leave. Qin Feng settled into meditation, his consciousness plunging into the depths of the 9-tiered demon tower. Within the tower, the first level was filled with the furious shouts and curses of demons, relentlessly assaulting the tower structure in a futile attempt to escape. Although there were over 100 of these demons, the space did not feel overcrowded. In contrast, Yin Lan had been confined to the second level, as Qin Feng feared that the sheer number of furious demons would overwhelm her, potentially tearing her to pieces within moments. How could there suddenly be so many powerful demons? Yin Lan pondered, her eyes wide with disbelief at the roars emanating from below. In the current realm of Jiuxian, even if demons existed, they were typically solitary, hiding deep within the mountains far from human settlements. She could not comprehend how Qin Feng had amassed such a multitude of malevolent beings and subdued them all. Amidst this turmoil, an abundance of cultivation resources cascaded from above, showering down upon the ground. The demons, previously attacking the tower, halted in astonishment. What is happening? They wondered, questioning whether they were merely imagining the scene before them. How could Qin Feng have amassed such a plethora of rare cultivation resources and cast them all into this place? However, the questions posed by these demons went unanswered. After Qin Feng cast down the cultivation resources from the system space, he paid them no further heed and withdrew his consciousness. Following a brief silence, the first level erupted into a fierce scramble, as those who had previously been comrades turned against one another in a desperate bid for the precious resources, resorting even to physical confrontations. Get away. This void refining pill belongs to me. You insolent rascal, do you truly believe I fear you? Watch as I crush your skull. In an instant, the first level of the demon suppression tower was filled with the cacophony of martial skills unleashed, the sounds deafening. The demons, unrelenting in their pursuit of the cultivation resources, engaged in battle with unbridled ferocity. Qin Feng, who had initially resolved to ignore these demons, could not help but frown. I hope they don't kill each other, he murmured, disturbed by the commotion. After all the effort he had put into subduing so many demons, it would be a grave loss if they were to eliminate one another. After all, he was not raising insects. What use would it be if only the strongest survived? Cease this at once. Qin Feng's consciousness returned to the first level of the 9-layered demon tower, his voice resonating like a grand bell, reverberating throughout the level. Simultaneously, the entire structure of the 9-layered demon tower emanated an ominous black light, releasing a formidable aura that suppressed the demon race, enveloping the entirety of the first level. Thud. The demons below all knelt in fear, their faces etched with terror. The innate restraint of the 9-tiered demon tower instilled profound trepidation within them. Now, ensconced within its confines, that very restraint sent tremors through their souls. Should anyone dare to engage in combat, the decree would be merciless. Qin Feng's voice, cold and detached, concealed an unambiguous intent to kill. Order was paramount here. Should any demon possess the audacity to disrupt the tranquility and disturb the cultivation of the majority, he would not hesitate to enact retribution. His voice, imbued with lethal intent, rendered all demons present trembling with fear. It was unfathomable to think that, near hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had once been formidable beings that instilled dread in humanity. With the warning issued, Qin Feng did not linger. He withdrew his consciousness. Those demons on the first tier gradually emerged from their state of fear, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. They no longer dared to strike at one another. Some demons settled into meditation to heal their wounds, while others eagerly consumed elixirs to enhance their cultivation, with none daring to continue their assault on the tower itself. After all, within the 9-tiered demon tower, one was the knife and the other the fish.